The protagonist has traversed into an urban realm of a world inhabited by magical creatures. After diligently toiling for 18 unremarkable years, the moment of fortune has finally arrived. At the outset, he acquires the template of the esteemed Master Yi. Subsequently, the protagonist opts to become a trainer, commencing his journey with Pikachu as his initial companion. He embarks on adventures, capturing various creatures and participating in competitions. Along the way, he encounters a multitude of legendary and mythical beings, becoming embroiled in diverse events. Chapter 1. The Aftercare Service for the Transmigrator. Ding! The system has detected that the host has obtained the qualification to legally possess magical creatures. The Aftercare Service for the Reincarnation Project has been initiated, and the system is now activated. Ding! The data panel has been opened. Ding! The experience system has been initiated. Ding! Scanning the current world. Scan complete. Data collection finalized. Ding! Commencing the distribution of the initial gift package. The night sky in June sparkles with myriad stars, a scene both poetic and picturesque. In the depths of the night, at midnight, in a household in Long City of Gui Province, Dongwang Nation, a slumbering boy is abruptly awakened, sitting up in surprise. The system, as he listens to a series of ding sounds reverberating in his mind and gazes at the textual interface before him, the boy is momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief pause, a wave of joy and excitement surges within him. 18 years. It has been 18 years. You have finally arrived. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 18 years? The boy, named Jiyun, had been transported to this world by a truck 18 years prior. Before closing his eyes, he distinctly remembers the words of the driver. Our company's reincarnation project to another world comes with aftercare services, dear. Please be patient after your rebirth and remember to give a 5-star review. At long last, this aftercare service has arrived. When Jiyun had reincarnated and awakened once more, he discovered that not only had his body reverted to infancy, but he had also traversed into a world that was both familiar and alien. The geographical layout of this world closely resembles that of his original realm. Yet this planet, known as Blue Star, is populated by a wondrous species known as magical creatures, or Pokémon, as they are often called. He vividly recalls the first time he opened his eyes and beheld the imposing Macamp, feeling an overwhelming sense of awe and astonishment. As he matured and engaged with the world around him, he swiftly developed a rudimentary understanding of this realm. Centuries prior, a series of mysterious sanctums suddenly manifested across various locales in the world, resembling fragments from other worlds that gradually integrated with this one over time. Subsequently, humanity began to explore these sanctums, deciphering unfamiliar scripts and gradually acquiring knowledge pertaining to the realm of magical creatures. Concurrently, these extraordinary beings began to surge forth from the sanctums, swiftly proliferating and encompassing the entire world. Moreover, as the sanctums gradually merged with Blue Star, various previously unseen flora rapidly spread, taking root in diverse regions of this world. The emergence of sanctums and magical creatures has profoundly impacted the entirety of civilization. The appearance of magical creatures occurred centuries ago when humanity was still in the age of cold weapons. Upon discovering that these creatures could be captured, they swiftly supplanted human weaponry, becoming humanity's primary source of combat prowess. In modern times, as nations unearth various technological relics and knowledge within the sanctums, civilian technology began to advance at an unprecedented pace. Today, in this world, technologies such as Pokeballs, spatial backpacks, and teleportation devices are abundantly available. The nation where Ji-Yun resides remains an ancient Eastern kingdom. Yet with the advent of magical creatures, the trajectory of its historical development has taken a significant turn. It is now known as Dongwang Nation. Presently, his identity is that of a recent high school graduate who has just completed his entrance examinations. In contemporary Dongwang Nation, the laws stipulate that only citizens who are 18 years of age and possess no intellectual disabilities or mental illnesses may legally hold magical creatures. After all, this is the realm of reality, not the animated world. Magical creatures inherently possess dangers, and certain abilities can be exceedingly lethal. Thus, it is imperative that they are not held by those who are too young or mentally immature, as this could lead to accidents. Consequently, this regulation was established. Of course, upon reaching adulthood, one is not obligated to capture magical creatures, nor must one become a trainer, as the path of a trainer is fraught with challenges. Merely nurturing magical creatures entails substantial financial investments. With the emergence of magical creatures, various competitions related to them have flourished in this relatively peaceful era. In the current world, the number of magical creatures a participant may possess in competitions is limited to a maximum of 6. As a professional trainer, one ought to possess at least 6 creatures. Nurturing 6 exceptional beings to maturity incurs considerable expenses. Therefore, the number of individuals choosing to pursue a career as professional trainers is comparatively small, with many opting to capture only 1 or 2 creatures to serve as pets, companions, or helpers. However, aspiring to be a trainer necessitates obtaining the legal qualification to possess magical creatures. It is now past midnight. Today marks my 18th birthday. Hence, I must acquire the qualification to hold magical creatures for this accursed system to manifest. Ji-Yun picked up his phone from the nightstand, glanced at the time, and while lamenting, began to summon the system in his mind. Moments later, Ji-Yun had gained a clear understanding of the system's functionalities. In summary, it resembles a game, allowing him to view various data regarding magical creatures, accompanied by a character panel. Additionally, battles yield experience points, a feature he values immensely, mirroring the mechanics of a game. This signifies that his Pokémon possesses the remarkable ability to rapidly gain strength, surpassing previous trainers. In comparison to other trainers, as long as the potential is sufficient, his Pokémon face no limitations. Furthermore, this system provides him with a support package each month. In light of this, Ji-Yun beams with delight. If he previously harbored any doubts about becoming a trainer, now that the system has arrived, not even Jesus himself could deter him from his path. System, unveil the grand package. Ji-Yun gazes at the panel before him with eager anticipation. Ding! Acquired character template, anime version Ash. 1, Aura Training Manual 1, Partner Crystal 1, Pokeball 6, Extra Large Space Backpack 1. Message, empowering every dream. The customized novice package aids you in reaching the pinnacle and embarking on a grand adventure. Character template? Ji-Yun blinks in surprise, glancing at the character template displayed on the panel, when the system's voice resonates in his ear once more. Ding! Would you like to load the character template? It's actually the template for Ash Ketchum. What a pity it isn't for Red. Let's load it. Immediately, Ji-Yun felt a warm current surge forth, swiftly coursing throughout his body, and it was rather pleasant. Simultaneously, he sensed that his mind had seemingly emptied, and upon regaining his focus, he felt invigorated. Moments later, as all peculiar sensations dissipated, he eagerly opened the character panel. Name, Ji-Yun. Gender, male. Age, 18 years. Template, Ash, anime version. Physique, super newbie. Special ability, aura power. Chapter 2, the Supernovice. Supernovice. Gazing at the character panel, Ji-Yun's expression took on an oddity as he beheld the attributes section. The power of aura is a form of biological energy. He was well aware of the utility of this ability. One could not deny that this grand gift was indeed formidable. However, this supernovice, was the system truly serious? Wasn't this merely a jest from the foolish netizens he encountered before his transmigration? Subsequently, Ji-Yun opened the description of the supernovice. Supernovice, physical qualities significantly enhanced. Strength and arm power greatly increased. Markedly improved resilience against impacts. Immune to 99 of damage from attacks executed by fairy-type moves. Ji-Yun stared in astonishment at the capabilities of this physique. He was, indeed, like a superhero. After all, this was the real world. Unlike the animated realms where every character resembled a superhuman, merely experiencing minor discomfort after being struck by an electric shock of 100,000 volts, aside from a slight tingling, some singeing, and a bit of frizz, they were otherwise unfazed. The inherent dangers were amongst the reasons that had once caused him to harbor doubts about becoming a trainer. Thus, to assert that this supernovice's physique was akin to that of a superhero in this world was not an exaggeration. Ji-Yun clenched his fist, reveling in the newfound strength of his body, his heart swelling with euphoria. He then proceeded to claim the items from the grand gift one by one. Wow! The capacity of this backpack was truly immense. As he gazed at the backpack in his hands, Ji-Yun marveled. Its storage space was far superior to that of the bags available in this world. With a base area comparable to that of a football field and a height roughly equivalent to that of a two-story building. The backpack sold in stores typically offered only the size of a small room. Setting the backpack aside, Ji-Yun opened a peculiar manual. The Aura Training Manual, as the name suggests, was a tome dedicated to teaching how to cultivate and wield the power of aura. The manual emitted a faint glow, and in an instant, a deluge of knowledge regarding aura surged into his mind. Ji-yun couldn't help but let out a soft hum. After a considerable while, he finally regained his composure, shaking his slightly dazed head and exhaling a long breath. To be inundated with such a wealth of knowledge was quite overwhelming. Pika? At that moment, he noticed a Pikachu slowly rising from beside his pillow, rubbing its sleepy eyes and gazing at Ji-yun with an expression of bewilderment. Upon seeing this, Ji-yun offered an apologetic smile and gently patted the fluffy head of the Pikachu. Sorry for waking you. Pikachu, upon hearing Ji-yun's words, returned a sweet smile, nuzzling its head against Ji-yun's palm. This Pikachu was a Pokémon adopted by Ji-yun's family. 6 months prior, it had snuck into Ji-yun's home in search of food while still in its Piku form, and without question, it was caught. After some interaction and Ji-yun's earnest pleas, it was adopted. After taking it in, Ji-yun had refrained from training it, treating it merely as a pet. After all, not every Pikachu was a deity. Pikachu, as a Pokémon, remained relatively weak. Thus, it was kept by Ji-yun as a good luck charm, evolving into a Pikachu just a month ago. As Ji-yun gazed at the Pikachu, a panel suddenly appeared before him. Pikachu. Level, LV11. Type, Electric. Gender, Male. Ability, Static. Held item, None. Individual values, HP, 18. Attack, 24. Defense, 15. Special attack, 22. Special defense, 20. Speed, 29. Moves, Growl, Thundershock, Tail Whip, Thunder Wave, Charm, Quick Attack, Double Team. Potential, Elite. So, this is what they refer to as a data panel. Observing the data that materialized before him, Ji-yun was momentarily taken aback as a piece of information flickered in his mind. According to the system's data, Pokémon strength is categorized into several tiers, from highest to lowest. Champion, LV 80-100, Elite 4, LV 60-79, Near Champion, LV 50-59, Elite, LV 30-49, Ordinary, LV 10-29, and Novice, LV 1-9. Levels exceeding 100 belong to the realm of the divine. This data was modeled after the games of his previous life, tailored to the metrics of this world. Individual values correspond to a Pokémon's innate talent, a concept quite easy to grasp. Within the same species, while all shared the same base stats, individual talents varied greatly. Some could become elite athletes through hard work, whereas others would never reach the level of professional competition, illustrating the disparity of individual potential. As per the game mechanics from his past life, the minimum individual value for a single stat is 0, with a maximum value of 31. Players referred to a Pokémon with full individual values as 1V. 2 full stats would be 2V, and all 6 would be 6V. Gazing at the panel's data, Ji-yun's lips curled into a subtle smile. It seemed that his prospects for capturing Pokémon would be exceedingly bright. Indeed, to ascend swiftly, one must possess an advantage. He then turned his attention back to Pikachu. The elite potential suggested that this Pikachu was indeed quite commendable. He had previously underestimated it. With a faint smile, Ji-yun withdrew his hand after a moment of petting and picked up a peculiar crystal, holding it before his eyes. Partner Crystal contains mysterious powers. Enables a single EV or male Pikachu to acquire the traits and move set of a partner EV or partner Pikachu, while significantly enhancing its potential. Goodness! Upon witnessing the effect of this crystal, Ji-yun couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Prior to his transmigration, as a member of the post-90s generation, he recognized that Pokémon held a significant place in the childhood classics of his era. He himself had played several titles from the Pokémon series. Among these, he distinctly remembered the concepts surrounding Partner Pikachu and Partner Eevee. If memory serves me right, the stat distribution of Partner Pikachu was superior to that of Partner Eevee. However, in terms of moves, Partner Eevee excelled further, boasting 9 exclusive moves, whereas Partner Pikachu had only 4. As Ji-yun recalled these relevant details, he felt a surge of excitement and abruptly turned to look at Pikachu. Pikachu, we already have a ready-made candidate here. Compared to the ubiquitous yellow rodents, Eevee was somewhat rarer. Breeding facilities might not even have them in stock, and if they did, the price was typically exorbitant. It would be far more advantageous to have Pikachu as his initial Pokémon, with the template of the wise sage in hand. How could he possibly lack a divine Pokémon by his side? Chapter 3. It's settled, Pikachu. Thus, it was decided, Pikachu, you are the one. Pika? Pikachu tilted its head, a look of confusion crossing its face. I have made my decision. I shall become a trainer. With that, Ji-yun took a Pokeball and placed it before Pikachu. So, Pikachu, are you willing to embark on this adventure with me? Pika? Upon hearing Ji-yun's words, Pikachu paused momentarily, then broke into a sweet smile. reaching out its tiny paw to tap the button on the Pokeball. Instantly, the Pokeball opened, and Pikachu transformed into a beam of light. Being drawn into the ball shook twice before emitting a soft click, the indicator light dimming. Ji-Yun smiled faintly at this. Initial Pokemon acquired. He then picked up the Pokeball and opened it again. As the light dissipated, Pikachu's figure reappeared on the bed. Pika. Pikachu shook its fur and looked at Ji-Yun with a face of disdain. You don't like the Pokeball? Ji-Yun raised an eyebrow. This quirk was indeed reminiscent of the divine Pokemon. If it disliked it, then so be it. With a gentle smile, he picked up the crystal and placed it before Pikachu. Come, Pikachu, give it a try. Pika. Gazing at the crystal before him, Pikachu was enveloped by an overwhelming desire. And with a curious touch, he reached out. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted from the crystal, swiftly enveloping Pikachu. Observing this, Ji-Yun immediately turned his attention to Pikachu's status panel. Pikachu in evolution. Subsequently, Ji-Yun reclined on his bed, quietly awaiting Pikachu's transformation while delving into the study of wave guidance. Before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. The following morning, as dawn broke, Ji-Yun suddenly felt a weight on his chest, followed by a soft, furry sensation on his face. He slowly opened his eyes to find an adorable face before him. Startled, Ji-Yun quickly sat up, cradling Pikachu in his arms, and gazed down intently as a panel swiftly materialized before him. Partner, Pikachu. Level, LV11. Type, electric. Gender, male. Ability, static. Held item, none. Individual values, HP, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 31. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 31. Speed, 31. Moves, quick attack, double kick, electro ball, surf, thunderbolt. Potential, champion. Champion. Ji-Yun exclaimed in delight as he beheld Pikachu's panel, his heart racing with excitement. The crystal had not only elevated Pikachu's potential to that of a champion, but also maximized his individual values. Furthermore, Pikachu had learned the new move Double Kick, along with 4 exclusive moves unique to his partnership. The system is truly remarkable. Ji-Yun grinned as he lovingly stroked Pikachu, saying, Congratulations, Pikachu. You have undergone a remarkable transformation. How do you feel? Pika. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Pikachu joyfully leaped from his embrace onto the bed, raising its tiny arms in a display of muscle. Pika Pika. It then swiftly jumped off the bed, trailing a faint glow behind, darting around the room at lightning speed. Executing various serpentine maneuvers and sharp turns with ease, Ji-Yun sat at the edge of the bed, smiling as he quietly observed Pikachu revel in its newfound agility. After a while, Pikachu finally settled down, climbing up Ji-Yun's leg to perch on his shoulder. Pika, Pika, Pikachu. With excitement, Pikachu waved its little hands, eagerly conveying its changes, oblivious to whether Ji-Yun understood. Most people would struggle to comprehend a Pokemon's speech, relying solely on interpretation. However, Ji-Yun was no ordinary individual. He truly grasped what Pikachu was expressing. Having worked diligently through the night, his understanding of wave guidance had progressed to the first stage outlined in the training manual, enabling him to utilize heart-reading techniques. Although still reliant on inference, his accuracy had significantly improved. Additionally, he could now perceive the surrounding terrain and environment within a limited range. All right, I understand. You've grown stronger, Ji-Yun chuckled, gazing at the exuberant Pikachu. However, it's still not enough. We must continue to strive until we become the very best. Pika, Pikachu. After completing his morning routine, Ji-Yun departed the room with Pikachu, descending to the living room on the second floor. In this lifetime, Ji-Yun's family was relatively well off, residing in a 5-story self-built home, with the 5th floor serving as the rooftop. In the living room, a round, pink creature resembling a balloon sat on the couch watching television, while in the adjacent kitchen, a muscular figure was placing breakfast on the dining table. Good morning, Gowly, Jigglypuff. Pika, Roar. Bully, Gowly. Level, LV49. Gender, male. Type, fighting. Ability, guts. Individual values, HP, 29. Attack, 30. Defense, 25. Special attack, 25. Special defense, 23. Speed, 27. Potential, elite. Jigglypuff. Level, LV26. Gender, female. Type, normal, fairy. Ability, cute charm. Individual values, HP, 28. Attack, 15. Defense, 14. Special attack, 12. Special defense, 13. Speed, 11. Potential, ordinary. These 2 Pokemon belonged to his parents. Gowly assisted his father with work and helped with household chores, while Jigglypuff was a beloved pet of his mother, serving as both a companion and a good luck charm. Before long, the family of 3 gathered around the table for breakfast. You are now an adult and about to enter university. Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Upon hearing his father's question, Ji Yun looked up at him. Ji Yun's father, Ji Guoyang, was in the construction industry, running a small company with a team of workers, commonly referred to as a contractor. His mother, Lu Yuzhen, operated a dessert shop. Yes, I've thought it through. After swallowing his food, Ji Yun spoke up. Dad, I want to become a professional trainer. As soon as Ji Yun finished speaking, the dining table fell silent. His mother, Lu Yuzhen, halted her chopsticks midair, while his father, Ji Guoyang, set down his newspaper, looking at him with a serious expression. Have you thought it through? Ji Yun nodded. Yes, I've considered it for a long time. I realized last night that I truly want to be a trainer. Chapter 4. Professional trainer. Generally speaking, trainers can be categorized into 2 types. One is the amateur trainer, who has their own primary job and spends their spare time and resources nurturing Pokémon, occasionally participating in various competitions and events purely as a hobby. The other type is the professional trainer, who focuses solely on training their Pokémon. They not only nurture their Pokémon, but also accept various commissions from the Trainer Association, actively participating in major events and activities, or venturing into different regions for adventures. Of course, one can also pursue a formal position, becoming a guardian force in various locations or a law enforcement officer in various agencies. Why would you want to become a trainer? It's so dangerous. At this moment, Ji Yun's mother, Lu Yuzhen, interjected with concern. Her worries reflected those of many parents. Being a trainer is not an inherently safe profession. While the elite trainers at the top may appear glamorous, those at the lower tiers struggle daily for survival, risking their lives in the wild and within hidden realms. After all, nurturing Pokémon can be quite costly. The income sources for trainers generally fall into 2 categories. One involves exploring the wilderness and hidden realms, searching for various items and capturing rare Pokémon to sell. The other involves accepting various commissions from the Trainer Association, many of which still require venturing into the wilderness and hidden realms, thus posing risks. Ultimately, only a minority of trainers achieve notable success in competitions, earning substantial prize money. Most trainers remain relatively average, unable to secure high placements in competitions or obtain formal positions, leading to a mundane existence, shifting careers as they age. Of course, if one desires to be a formidable trainer without enduring these hardships, it is feasible, provided they have the financial means to invest. Otherwise, they must endure challenges and take risks. It was evident that Ji Yun was not from a wealthy background. After hearing his mother's words, Ji Yun set down his bowl. Mom, this is my dream after all. Please let me give it a try. I don't want to live with regrets. Rest assured, I shall safeguard myself. Let him give it a try. If he finds it unmanageable, he can always return to inherit the family business. At this juncture, Ji Guoyang interjected. He bore no opposition to his son's aspiration of becoming a trainer. He vaguely recalled, in his youth, when his father inquired about his future plans, he had unhesitatingly expressed his desire to become a trainer as well. However, fate had other designs, and he ultimately took over his father's mantle, immersing himself in the construction industry. Since you wish to be a trainer, do you still intend to attend university? Ji Guoyang inquired. I will, Ji Yun replied. After all, students in the battle department often spend extended periods away from campus. As long as they pass their examinations, it poses no significant issue. That's good to hear. Ji Guoyang nodded. In his perspective, gaining admission to a prestigious university was always advantageous. In Dongwon country, esteemed universities were typically established around secret realms, rich in Pokémon resources, which were prioritized for students of the academy. Moreover, the training facilities were exceptionally comprehensive, and the networking opportunities were vastly superior. Fortunately, Ji Yun had always excelled academically from a young age, a fact that brought Ji Guoyang some comfort. You must carefully consider your options for university, Ji Guoyang stated earnestly. I understand, you need not worry, Dad, Ji Yun nodded. He was acutely aware of the significance of knowledge and education, having faced setbacks in his previous life in this regard. The adage rang true. Youth without effort leads to regret in old age. They say life cannot be relived. Yet destiny seemed to show him mercy, granting him the chance to traverse worlds and start anew. Having experienced regret and remorse, he understood how rare and precious this miraculous opportunity was. Thus, he embraced his reincarnation, dedicating himself to diligent study. He believed that hard work would yield rewards, and knowledge would not betray him. Mother, you need not worry either. I hold my life dear, Ji Yun reassured his silent mother. After considerable persuasion, he managed to convince her, albeit he had to adhere to a series of rules she had established, such as regularly contacting home to report his safety. Well then, since you aspire to be a trainer, you should visit the breeding house shortly to acquire your initial Pokémon, Ji Guoyang remarked as he picked up a bowl. Typically, if a family supported their child in becoming a trainer, they would purchase an initial Pokémon from the breeding house. Although the university would eventually take freshmen without initial Pokémon to the secret realms or wilderness to help them capture their first Pokémon, the innate potential of wild Pokémon was generally inferior to that of those bred in controlled environments. For wild Pokémon, food was a precious commodity, necessitating self-sufficiency, and hunger was a common state. This was one reason why wild Pokémon often lacked high potential. After all, compared to the meticulously bred Pokémon in breeding houses, which lacked for nothing, the wild Pokémon, frequently deprived of adequate nutrition, faced developmental disadvantages. Thus, the breeding house's popularity was one reason why families with means typically opted to procure initial Pokémon for their children from there. However, some believed that the wild Pokémon, imbued with untamed spirit, were fiercer and possessed stronger battle instincts. This was a matter of personal opinion. Currently, Ji Yun had no need to purchase a Pokémon from the breeding house. He shook his head and stated, "Dad, that won't be necessary. My initial Pokémon will be Pikachu." As he spoke, he glanced down at Pikachu, who was busily munching nearby. Pika. Upon hearing this, Pikachu lifted its head, displaying an expression brimming with enthusiasm. Ji Guoyang, momentarily taken aback by Ji Yun's declaration, eventually nodded and said grandly, "Very well. Then let us acquire a Thunderstone. This is a small expense that your father can certainly afford." In this world, despite the influx of various items due to the integration of secret realms, the vast population meant that, when calculated, these items remained scarce and thus exorbitantly priced. Ji Guoyang felt that Pikachu evolving into Raichu would be quite admirable. Since his son had chosen Pikachu as his initial Pokémon, purchasing a Thunderstone was a reasonable decision. Let us defer that for now. Pikachu isn't ready to evolve yet, Ji Yun replied resignedly. His father was unaware that his Pikachu was unable to evolve, so he could only evade the question. Very well, we can address that when the time comes, Ji Guoyang nodded. Chapter 5. The New Secret Realm After Breakfast. Ji Guoyang transferred a sum of money into Ji Yun's account. After all, being a trainer incurs considerable expenses. One must ensure their Pokémon's nutrition while also preparing various medicines and equipment. Ji Yun felt a surge of gratitude and did not refuse the assistance. Subsequently, he donned the backpack bestowed upon him by the system, took Pikachu, and ventured out. In the morning, he strolled through the city mall, purchasing some insect repellent spray, medicines, clothing, and outdoor gear. Having resolved to become a trainer, Ji Yun was determined not to squander his summer vacation idly at home. He planned to explore and experience the adventurous life, also taking the opportunity to train Pikachu after the college entrance examination results were announced. In the afternoon, Ji Yun made a special trip to the Trainer Association to complete his registration. The Trainer Association is a government-supported organization that not only hosts various commissions from both official and private sources, but also accommodates various businesses. It can be likened to a combination of a mercenary guild and an online-offline trading platform. Thus, in Dongwon country, whether amateur or professional trainers, it is customary to register at the Trainer Association and become a member. This facilitates the acceptance and posting of various commissions and transactions, with the official nature of the Trainer Association serving as an intermediary to enhance security. After completing his registration, Ji Yun stood at the entrance of the Trainer Association, holding his credentials. He took out his phone and snapped a selfie with Pikachu perched on his shoulder, promptly sharing it on his social media. Upon returning home, Ji Yun skillfully logged into the Trainer Association's app. The homepage was vibrant and full of life, featuring a plethora of news and current affairs, along with a myriad of sections that dazzled the eye. Ji Yun breezed through the sections for accepting commissions and trading, eventually clicking into the forum section. The Trainer Association's forum was a frequent haunt of his. In moments of fatigue from studying, he would often come here to unwind and pass the time. The forum was overflowing with Pokémon-related news, with many online experts showcasing their skills and offering guidance. Before long, a prominently positioned post caught Ji Yun's attention. The Takla Desert Secret Realm No. 3 may soon be fully open. The Takla Desert Secret Realm No. 3 had descended in Dongwon country half a year prior. The reason it was designated as No. 3 was due to the prior emergence of 2 secret realms in the Takla Desert. Without hesitation, Ji Yun clicked into the post. It has been reported that the government has completed exploration and research on the Takla Desert Secret Realm No. 3, and its assessment has been finalized, categorizing it as openable. The number 3 secret realm may soon be accessible to all citizens. See the attached news link. Blind cat, first floor sofa. Peeping Tom, second floor upvote. Any word on the exact opening date? Mushroom with an umbrella. Any insiders willing to spill the details about what's inside? Old monk needs love too. Insiders are here. I have inside information. The third secret realm of the Takla Desert perfectly meets the conditions for national opening and is expected to be unveiled within this month, with an official announcement to be made in a couple of days. Furthermore, a netizen has disclosed the types of spirits that inhabit this secret realm. The majority consists of common desert spirits such as sandshrew, desert naya, and rock crabs. Yet there are also rare specimens including the antlion and the black-eyed croc, along with a scant few of the balancing doll. Upon seeing this revelation, Ji-yun was somewhat taken aback. Psychic types, psychic types, psychic types. This is a matter of utmost importance, repeated thrice for emphasis. In this tangible world, possessing a psychic spirit signifies a commendable survival capability in the wild. Psychic spirits not only wield the power to control adversaries, but also possess acute perception. Most notably, they are endowed with a remarkable skill, teleportation. In previous games, teleportation was merely a supplementary ability. However, in the realm of reality, it presents an entirely different significance. When faced with peril, a psychic spirit can instantly transport its trainer to safety. Even if teleportation is not within its repertoire, the spirit can still utilize formidable telekinesis to soar through the skies alongside its trainer. Thus, it can be said that having a psychic spirit substantially elevates one's safety in the wilderness. The current prices of psychic spirits in breeding facilities are staggering, serving as a testament to their rarity. After all, psychic spirits are inherently scarce, compounded by the vast human population. When calculated, the value of psychic spirits becomes exceptionally precious. The balancing doll not only has the capability to learn teleportation, but, when evolved into its final form, the psychic golem boasts an impressive base stat total of 500. Both practical and powerful, it can be deemed a top-tier specimen. Gazing at the revelations on the forum, Ji-yun conceded that he was indeed intrigued. Moreover, this desert secret realm also harbors other exceptional spirits. The antlion, when evolved into the desert dragonfly, becomes a dragon and ground-type spirit. The black-eyed croc, evolving into the rogue croc, is an outstanding spirit in terms of both base stats and abilities. Ji-yun foresaw that the third secret realm of the Takla Desert would undoubtedly become a sensational hotspot. At that point, the authorities would surely impose visitor limits to prevent overcrowding, which could lead to significant environmental degradation within the realm. After perusing the netizens' disclosures, Ji-yun resolved that once the official confirmation of the Takla third secret realm's opening was made, he would definitely pay a visit. However, before that, he cast a glance at Pikachu, who was frolicking with Jigglypuff. Prior to venturing into the secret realm, he needed to level up Pikachu. Ji-yun silently contemplated this. Each year, numerous individuals encounter dangers within secret realms. Although there are typically rental spirits available outside, possessing personal strength remains the best means of self-protection. Subsequently, Ji-yun scrolled through other posts, which were indeed a colorful assortment, featuring all manner of topics. Shanai Duo, my beloved. The national tournament has commenced. Does anyone have favored contestants this year? A brief discussion on a certain foreign man's questionable actions with a fiery lizard at home, moral decay, or human distortion. Mr. Ma of the Bagamon Group will increase investment in the Penguin Cup. Let us discuss its prospects. The South Korean baseball team wishes to introduce our unique mischievous panda species, but has once again been rejected. Wishful thinking. Shocking news. The legend of the Seven Knights Wish star may indeed hold truth. Perhaps Jirachi truly exists. Upon encountering the thread regarding the comet, Ji-yun paused and immediately clicked to enter. Chapter 6. Departure to the Secret Realm. It is well known that the Farn's secret realm has thoroughly integrated into our great young, standing as one of our renowned large-scale secret realms, famous for its legends concerning Jirachi. However, could this legend perhaps be true? Recently, according to predictions from the space agency, a new comet is set to pass by Blue Star in a year. Based on the agency's data calculations, the time when the comet will be visible to the naked eye on Blue Star coincides perfectly with the 7 days, aligning with the legend of the Seven Knights Wish star. The mythical spirit Jirachi may indeed exist, albeit currently in slumber. This post rapidly garnered hundreds of replies shortly after its release. After reading it, Ji-yun raised an eyebrow. The Seven Knights Wish star, you say? It is worth noting that prior to the arrival of secret realms, this planet harbored no mysterious powers. Thus, every nation places immense importance on spirits. The various legendary documents unearthed from secret realms have circulated widely. Indeed, based on descriptions within those documents, the spirits of legend are virtually akin to deities. Over the centuries, with the emergence of various secret realms, the spirits mentioned in those legends have manifested in the real world multiple times, substantiating the veracity of most of those documents and igniting greater fervor among the populace. While Ji Yun contemplated this, far to the east in the Sakura nation, within a concealed underground laboratory, a man clad in a suit stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, quietly observing the bustling lab coats below. Beside him stood a man resembling a secretary. Minister, the data on that comet has been released, consistent with the figures disclosed by the Dongwang nation. Oh, so, it seems that legend is likely to come to fruition? The man inquired with keen interest upon hearing the secretary's report. Very likely, the secretary affirmed, then posed a question. Regarding the foreign secret realm in Dongwang, should we take action? The man did not respond immediately, instead countering with a question, what is the status of the world tree? Upon hearing this, the secretary slightly bowed. Apologies, the alliance's defenses are too stringent. Our operatives have yet to infiltrate. Humph. The man expressed dissatisfaction at the secretary's words. Concentrate our forces and intensify infiltration. We need not concern ourselves with Dongwang. Since the incident at the Lake of Life in the Xing'an Ridge 19 years ago, their defenses around secret realms have tightened significantly. Our primary objective is the World Tree Secret Realm, Mu. There is no need to provoke Dongwang at this time. He elaborated. According to the data we have obtained from the remnants of Team Rocket within the secret realm, if we acquire Mu's genes, we can create our very own deity. The man's arms spread wide as he fervently articulated his ambitions. At that time, our Sakura Nation division will surpass the divisions of all other nations, becoming the sole leader of the organization, and the world shall be under our dominion. Understood. I will notify the others at once. The secretary bowed slightly and responded loudly, his gaze equally filled with fervor. The next day, as the sun crested the horizon, morning rays filtered through the window and bathed the room in warmth. Ding-ling-ling. The alarm clock on the bedside table emitted a crisp sound. Ji Yun slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, rose to silence the alarm, and turned his head, instantly feeling rejuvenated. There lay Pikachu beside his pillow, groggily awakening, yawning, and rubbing its sleepy eyes with its tiny hands. Truth be told, the yellow rodent was indeed adorable. Ji Yun reached out to touzle Pikachu's head with a smile. Good morning, Pikachu. Pika. Shortly after, both trainer and spirit swiftly arose, completed their morning routines, and enjoyed breakfast. Ji Yun then donned the new attire he had purchased the previous day, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stepped out with Pikachu. Sunlight cascaded down as Ji Yun emerged, clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, topped with a red and white short jacket. His lower half featured gray trousers cinched with a belt, and his feet were adorned with red and white sneakers. Topping off his ensemble was a red and white cap, complemented by his dark hair and handsome visage, with Pikachu perched upon his shoulder, making him a living embodiment of the legendary trainer. Initially, when the grand gift pack failed to yield the cherished template of Chi-Yi, Ji Yun resolved to emulate it through his own attire. He procured several sets of similar costumes for this purpose. Let us set off, Pikachu, he exclaimed. Pika. Ji Yun's destination was a hidden realm situated in the eastern suburbs of Long City. Generally speaking, hidden realms are categorized into three types: large, medium, and small. Among these, large hidden realms span at least tens of thousands of square kilometers, with some potentially reaching hundreds of thousands. For comparison, the area of the capital city of Dongwang is approximately 16,000 square kilometers. Medium hidden realms typically encompass several thousand square kilometers, while small ones are under 1,000 square kilometers. Long City is home to two hidden realms. The one in the suburbs is classified as medium-sized, covering over 2,000 square kilometers, seamlessly integrated into the surrounding mountains, transforming into a vast forest. Since the advent of Pokémon in this world, most nations have taken significant measures to protect their habitats, intensifying their environmental conservation efforts. Once a hidden realm is fully integrated into the world, it is naturally designated as a nature reserve. The forest that emerged from the hidden realm in Long City suburbs is no exception, having been preserved in a relatively intact state. Within it, forest rangers occasionally patrol. Adventuring and capturing Pokémon is permitted, but causing destruction is strictly prohibited. Ji Yun planned to commence his adventure from there. He subsequently boarded a bus to his destination. At the entrance of the hidden realm, there is a plaza. Upon alighting, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow. The ambience is just right. Surrounding the plaza were numerous hotels, inns, restaurants, and shops, bustling with people, while various Pokémon, including some larger ones like Nidoking and Teddiursa, navigated through the crowd. This was the Pokémon world he had envisioned. However, the laws of Dongwang are explicit in urban areas. With few exceptions, certain Pokémon that pose significant safety risks are not permitted to roam freely. For instance, larger Pokémon can obstruct traffic and even cause severe accidents, while others like Weezing present substantial safety hazards. After a brief stroll around the plaza, Ji-Yun arrived at a rental agency, spending a bit of money to hire an elite-level Noctowl as his bodyguard. Noctowl, level LV33. Potential, elite. Noctowl, I entrust you with this task, Ji-Yun said, observing the Noctowl hovering beside him. Hoot. Then, let us embark. Pika. Chapter 7. Training in the Hidden Realm. Upon entering the forest, Ji-Yun unleashed his aura power, leading Pikachu forward while Noctowl soared above him. Caterpie, LV6. Gender, male. Spotting a Caterpie nestled among the branches, Ji-Yun shook his head. The Pokémon at the foot of the mountain were generally of lower levels. It appeared he needed to venture higher. Shoo. Not long after, Ji-Yun crouched behind a thicket, observing a family of Centrets ahead and sighed before slowly retreating. These won't do. Let us change locations, he whispered. Pika, nodded Pikachu. The Centrets were at a suitable level. Only level 16, but it was evident that a mother Centret was accompanying her young, which appeared to have just been born. While attacking Pokémon with offspring in the wild and hidden realms is not illegal, it is undoubtedly unethical. Ji-Yun could only quietly depart, continuing to sense his surroundings with his aura power. At that moment, Ji-Yun detected an approaching serpent-like Pokémon over 3 meters long, heading in the direction of the Centret family. Arbok. Moreover, it seemed to be in search of food. Should he intervene? Ji-Yun found himself in a dilemma. After all, this was the real world. Pokémon exist within a food chain and prey upon one another. Arbok would use its venom to incapacitate smaller Pokémon before consuming them. Logically, this was a natural order, part of the ecosystem, and he should not interfere. Rescuing the Centret family would mean depriving Arbok of its meal, potentially leaving it hungry. After several seconds of contemplation, Ji-Yun sighed and decisively turned back. Pikachu used Thundershock to scare off the Centret and its mother. Pika. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's command, Pikachu swiftly leaped down and dashed through the brush. Tachu. The rustling in the underbrush instantly alerted the Centret family, causing them to stand upright, their tails erect. Crackle. Then, with a flash of yellow electricity, the ground before them erupted, startling the two Pokémon, who quickly turned and fled into the thicket. Simultaneously, a large purple serpent emerged from the opposite side of the brush, raising its upper body, flicking its tongue, and fixating its gaze on Pikachu as if it were prey. Yikes! In the next second, Arbok opened its gaping maw, and several poisonous fangs shot forth like arrows, rapidly heading towards Pikachu. Pikachu, quick attack! As Ji-Yun stepped out from the thicket behind Pikachu, he issued the command. Pika. With Ji-Yun's command, Pikachu instantly transformed into a streak of white light, darting aside before executing a sharp turn, colliding with Arbok like a meteor. Bang! Arbok was knocked to the ground, rolling several times. Arbok, LV22. Gender, male. Observing Arbok's data, Ji-Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this appeared to be a recently evolved Arbok. It should be manageable. Gah! After rising, Arbok coiled its lower body into several loops, standing tall, its eyes blazing with fury as it glared at Ji-Yun and then at Pikachu. It then opened its wide maw, propelling itself like a cannonball towards Pikachu with a vicious bite. Pikachu, to the right, dodge. Pikachu's diminutive form sprang to the right with lightning speed, evading Arbok's jaws. However, after its attack missed, Arbok did not pursue Pikachu. Instead, it lunged directly at Ji-Yun. Is it targeting me? Ji-Yun's gaze sharpened as he swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding Arbok's bite before rolling to the ground. Pikachu, use electromagnetic wave. Pika. A slender current of electricity accurately struck Arbok. Yikes. Upon hitting Arbok, it crackled, with arcs of electricity flickering across its body. Arbok, LV22, paralyzed. Pikachu, Electro Ball. Seeing Arbok paralyzed, Ji-Yun seized the opportunity to strike decisively. Electro Ball, possessing a priority of 2 in the game, would ensure a preemptive attack and a guaranteed critical hit. Pikachu, crackle. A dazzling light enveloped Pikachu, transforming it into a bolt of lightning racing towards Arbok. Bang! Yikes! A tremendous roar erupted as Arbok's anguished cry resonated. As the electric light dissipated, Arbok lay motionless on the ground, charred and unconscious, still crackling with faint arcs of electricity. Arbok has fainted. Pikachu gained 62 experience points. Well done, Pikachu. Pikachu climbed back onto Ji Yun's shoulder, patting its little chest with pride. Subsequently, Ji Yun approached the unconscious Abra, produced a spray medication, and applied it to the creature's wounds. He then retrieved a canister of Pokémon food, scattered some upon the ground, and swiftly departed. He knew he had to leave quickly. Abra would awaken shortly. Pokémon possess an extraordinary constitution, and once they enter a near-death state, they will rapidly revive as long as they are not subjected to further attacks. However, should they remain under assault in that state, they may indeed perish. Thus, the near-death state acts as a protective mechanism, triggered when a Pokémon's body reaches a critical threshold. After distancing himself from Abra's location, Ji Yun continued his search for suitable opponents among other Pokémon. When fatigue set in, he found a place to rest, treated Pikachu's injuries, massaged it, and had his Noctowl keep watch. For lunch, Ji Yun had brought bread, and his backpack was filled with ample Pokémon food. Time passed, and the sun began its descent. Pikachu, Thunder Shock. Crackle, crackle. The Caterpie fell, and Pikachu gained 43 experience points. Caterpie, LV16. Gender, female. Glancing at the fallen Caterpie, Ji Yun looked up at the sky, then checked the time on his phone. Unbeknownst to him, time had flown, and it was now time to return. Following his usual routine, he administered some medicine to the Caterpie before turning away with Pikachu. Upon descending the mountain and arriving at the plaza, the sunlight had dimmed. With the setting sun casting a rosy hue across the evening sky, Ji Yun first returned the rented Noctowl, then proceeded to the bus station to await his ride home. Chapter 8. All online friends are tentacle monsters. Once aboard the bus heading home, Ji Yun settled into his seat and examined Pikachu's status panel. Partner, Pikachu. Level, LV12. Moves, Thunder Shock, others omitted. Indeed, for a player of his caliber, engaging in battle was the most effective method of enhancement. Unlike other trainers who needed to subject their Pokémon to rigorous training regimens to bolster their abilities, doing so at a sluggish pace, Ji Yun merely had to ensure his Pokémon engaged in continuous battles, honing their moves and increasing their proficiency through experience. In the Secret Realms, he circumvented encounters with high-level Pokémon, selectively targeting lone specimens of lower levels. Observing Pikachu's status panel, Ji Yun smiled contentedly. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter a Pokémon that stirred his heart, one he wished to capture. Ji Yun did not intend to emulate Ji Yi, who amassed a multitude of Pokémon, including a plethora of Tauros. After all, human energy is finite. Capturing too many Pokémon would be unmanageable. Unlike Ji Yi, he did not have the backing of Professor Oak. While it was possible to find a breeding facility to care for captured Pokémon, the cost was exorbitant, requiring substantial funds. Given the vast population of this world, there were not enough breeding facilities to accommodate all trainers. Consequently, the fees for boarding Pokémon were steep. Furthermore, capturing too many Pokémon posed significant challenges in terms of food expenses. Additionally, the maximum number of Pokémon allowed in competitions remained capped at 6, necessitating prior registration. Thus, most trainers refrained from capturing an excessive number of Pokémon. Moreover, Pokémon are generally quite innocent. As long as they are not abandoned or mistreated, they will remain loyal companions for life. In other words, their fates are bound to yours until your demise. Therefore, Ji Yun believed that capturing Pokémon should be approached with caution. One should not act impulsively, capturing creatures only to later realize they are mismatched or unwanted, ultimately leading to abandonment. In Ji Yun's plan, he was determined to capture a Psychic-type Pokémon, while the fate of others would be left to chance. Upon returning home that evening, after dinner and completing his evening routine, Ji Yun leaned against his headboard, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Pikachu beside him. A gentle smile gracing his lips. Even though Pokémon possess robust constitutions, given the day's numerous battles, it was only natural for Pikachu to feel fatigued. It seemed imperative to provide it with more nourishment in the future, as well as to learn additional massage techniques, so as not to allow its body to suffer undue strain. Reflecting on this, Ji Yun picked up his phone and began by uploading photos taken in the forest to his social media, then searched for massage techniques to study. In this digital age, an abundance of tutorials was readily available online. In the ensuing days, Ji Yun frequently ventured into the suburban secret realms with Pikachu. Thus, unbeknownst to him, time flew, and the end of June approached, heralding the release of examination results. On this day, Ji Yun's family of 3 gathered around the computer desk. Hurry, check the results. Ji Yun's parents appeared even more anxious than he was. Without further ado, Ji Yun logged onto the website and began navigating. In no time, his results were revealed. Chinese 134 points, Mathematics 122 points, Comprehensive Arts 259 points, Pokémon Comprehensive Theory 147 points, resulting in a total score of 662 out of 750. Excellent. Truly remarkable. His father exclaimed with excitement, his face flushed. My son truly excels. His mother embraced him joyfully, a radiant smile adorning her face. Ji Yun exhaled softly, relieved. This score reflected the efforts he had devoted over the years. He felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Ji Yun was aware that he had taken advantage of his circumstances. After all, having lived 2 lifetimes, his psychological age had surpassed the frivolous years of youth. And he understood the importance of knowledge. He was simply more focused and patient than his peers. Soon after, the family began deliberating which school to select. Let us go with Jinling University, Ji Yun stated decisively, not wishing to overthink the matter. Jinling is a fine choice, his parents agreed, as it was a prestigious institution within the country, known for its formidable reputation. That evening, his mother prepared a sumptuous dinner, and the family celebrated together. During the meal, Ji Yun suddenly turned to the television, captivated by a news report. This is a special announcement. The official exploration of the new secret realm in the Taklamakan Desert has officially concluded, and it has now been named Taklamakan No. 3 Secret Realm. According to the official information released, Taklamakan No. 3 Secret Realm is located on the northern side of the Taklamakan Desert, covering an area of approximately 732 square kilometers. Today, the authorities have officially declared that Taklamakan No. 3 Secret Realm meets the criteria for nationwide access and will open its online reservation system at midnight. Now, let us turn to our field reporter, Wang Bing. Hello, Wang Bing. Hello. Upon hearing this news, Ji Yun fixated his gaze on the television screen. As the broadcast continued, further details of Taklamakan No. 3 Secret Realm emerged. The Taklamakan Desert spans over 300,000 square kilometers, with 2 secret realms already established. The arrival of this third one was inevitable. This secret realm undoubtedly featured a desert landscape with harsh climatic conditions. Within it, no overleveled Pokémon existed. By adhering strictly to certain desert survival guidelines, the danger level was relatively low, perfectly suitable for public access. Without a doubt, Ji Yun felt a surge of excitement. In the dead of night, the television replayed the national competition that had taken place earlier in the day. Ji Yun reclined on the sofa, watching the matches while eagerly awaiting the opening of the reservation system on his phone. The group chat for his high school class buzzed with activity. Those who performed well were boasting about their scores in a display of grandeur, while others chimed in with their own responses. Furthermore, discussions regarding each person's chosen universities ensued, and some tagged Ji Yun to inquire about his own choice. He simply replied, Jinling University. As the clock edged closer to midnight, he suddenly became invigorated, fixating on his phone, eagerly awaiting the moment to seize his spot. Damn, they've scheduled me a month out. Are these netizens some sort of tentacled creatures? Just past midnight, Ji Yun gazed helplessly at his phone screen. Good news, he managed to secure a spot. Bad news, according to the queue, his turn is a month away. This scene echoed his prior life, when he futilely scrambled for tickets to the concert of Zhou He and Su Shan, helpless against the online tentacle monsters. In the following days, Ji Yun adhered to his previously laid plans, continuing his leveling journey with Pikachu while simultaneously completing his volunteer applications. On the early morning of July 1st, a voice suddenly resonated in Ji Yun's mind. Ding! A new month has arrived, and the support package has been credited. Please check your account. In bed, Ji Yun abruptly opened his eyes, gazing expectantly at the system panel, silently urging, open the package. Chapter 9, Support Package. Ding! The package has been opened. Congratulations. You have received a Special Edition Electric Ball X1 and a Master Ball X1. Wow, a combat item indeed. Ji Yun's expression brightened at the sight of these 2 items. Although the support package lacked the richness of the initial grand package, containing only 2 items, it was a free gift. Furthermore, it would arrive monthly without the need for any tasks, absolutely complimentary. And these are combat items, which do not come cheap in this world. The electric ball's effect is remarkable. When Pikachu carries this item, its attack and special attack are doubled. Moreover, this special edition can also be used by his partner Pikachu. Talk about a precise delivery from the system. The Master Ball is undoubtedly valuable, enhancing the power of a Pokémon's moves by 20 when they achieve outstanding effect. If sold, wouldn't it fetch hundreds or even millions? However, Ji Yun had no intention of selling. He might need it in the future. The following day, after giving the electric ball to Pikachu, Ji Yun took a day off to celebrate. After all, one cannot remain tense indefinitely. Relaxation is equally essential. Time flew by, and before he knew it, Nearly a month had passed since Ji Yun had booked his appointment for the Takla number 3 secret realm. The admission letter from Jinling University had already arrived. "Dad, Mom, I want to travel," he announced at the dinner table one evening. "Then let us go? You have a month of vacation. It's good to get out and broaden your horizons." His father, Ji Guoyang, replied, nodding as he held his bowl. "When do you plan to leave?" "In a couple of days," Ji Yun responded thoughtfully. "All right, but be careful. And no venturing into the secret realm. Wait until you're in university and have received proper training before going there," his mother admonished sternly. 2 days later, aboard a plane bound for the western regions, Ji Yun sat by the window, resting his chin as he silently gazed outside. Pika, beside him. Pikachu was also peering out the window, eyes filled with wonder. The view outside presented a pristine sky, a brilliant blue devoid of blemishes, stretching infinitely. Below lay a vast expanse of clouds, white and boundless. Through the gaps in the clouds, the mountains and rivers on the ground appeared minuscule. This was likely the first time Pikachu had witnessed such a spectacle, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Ji Yun then shifted his gaze downward to Pikachu. Partner, Pikachu. Level, LV25. Type, electric. Gender, male. Ability, static. Held item, electric ball. Individual value, slightly. Moves, slightly, light wall, thunderbolt, tackle. Potential, champion. After over a month of training, Pikachu had leveled up significantly, reaching level 25 and nearing elite level strength. This rate of improvement was commendable, considering reality is not a game. In games, Pokémon exhibit infinite stamina. When their health or PP depletes, they simply use items or make a quick trip to the Pokémon Center to continue their grind. However, in the real world, Pikachu tires and requires time to rest. Ji Yun had also taken note on the forums that most of his contemporaries were still mired in the novice stage, with the fastest barely breaking through to levels 11 or 12. Thus, Pikachu's progress had significantly outpaced that of his peers, a fact that pleased Ji Yun. However, his competitors were never those novices. They were the seasoned veterans from previous years. Therefore, he could not afford to pause. He needed to keep striving forward. 2 days later, in the early morning, a bus glided smoothly along a desert highway. Ji Yun looked outside the window, taking in the stark contrast of yellow and green scenery. In the distance, towering sand dunes and a sky filled with yellow sand spoke of desolation. Yet, close to the roadside, patches of green rushed by, man-made reforestation efforts. Tamarisk, saxaul trees, poplars, and other new species that had arrived with the secret realm flourished here, thanks to the sand control projects of Dongwon and the dedication of sand control workers over decades. These vibrant greens now adorn the roadside, bringing life to the barren desert. The Takla Desert lies within Donghuang's largest basin, bordered by the Tianshan Mountains to the north and the Kunlun Mountains, known as the ancestor of all mountains, to the south. The desert spans over 300,000 square kilometers, larger than 2 provinces combined. Numerous highways now traverse this vast desert, a testament to the nation's formidable strength. Before long, the number of people outside the bus began to swell, and the bus gradually came to a halt. After all, Ji Yun's destination, the Takla number 3 secret realm, is located in the northern outskirts of the desert and does not require deep penetration into the sands. Upon disembarking, Ji Yun looked up to see a vast area of shimmering illusions and a swirling light resembling a vortex not far away. When a new secret realm descends, it is heralded by signs. It appears as a mirage, akin to an optical illusion, before the eyes of onlookers. Those within and around the illusion must swiftly evacuate. For within 1 to 2 days, a thin membrane-like protective shield will emerge from the center of the illusion, expanding outward. This shield will repel anything it touches, flattening all in its path, ultimately encasing the entire secret realm. Soon after, a light resembling a spatial passage or teleportation portal will appear in one direction of the protective shield, known as the Light Gate. Humanity has tried various methods to penetrate this protective layer, but the only entrance remains that Light Gate. As time progresses, the secret realm gradually shifts from illusory to solid, merging with reality, at which point both the protective shield and Light Gate will vanish. However, this integration typically takes several years. Currently, a small square has been established in front of the number 3 secret realm, lined with shops selling essential desert supplies, quaint lodgings, and Pokémon rental services. Additionally, Ji Yun noticed people frequently entering and exiting the Light Gate. Those emerging from within often appeared travel-worn and exhausted. Guards monitored the Light Gate, requiring a reservation code to enter. Chapter 10. Stay with me for a while. Upon arriving at the square, Ji Yun first extracted a long-sleeved jacket from his backpack and donned it. He then proceeded to rent a Hippowdon, spending a sum of money on it, and purchased its feed. Finally, he conducted a thorough check of the supplies in his bag: a wide-brimmed hat, a scarf, gloves, sunglasses, windbreakers, a tent, a sleeping bag, various medications, water, cooking utensils, food, and snacks for replenishing salt, such as pickled mustard tubers. After all, in the desert, the human body loses a significant amount of moisture, along with essential electrolytes like sodium. Carrying pickled mustard tubers to consume while hydrating can effectively replenish lost salts. Once everything was in order, Jian took out his phone, along with the Pokeballs for Pikachu and the Hippowdon, and made his way toward the entrance. "Hello, please present your reservation code and identification," said the attendant at the light gate. Jian held up his phone to display a QR code, then retrieved his ID and trainer's license, handing them to the attendant. "No problem. Here are your documents. Please keep them safe." After the identity verification was complete, the attendant handed Jian a watch. "This is your location watch. Please return it in 7 days." "Thank you," Jian replied. The watch was equipped with the Beidou positioning system, enabling him to summon help in case of danger by simply pressing the left button. It also featured a lighting function activated by the right button. Furthermore, he was permitted to enter and exit freely during the 7-day period, but he must depart afterward. The watch would continuously display the entrance's location, guiding him on his way out. The attendant patiently explained, "Under normal circumstances, the watch's battery lasts for several months, so there is no need to worry about it running out inside the secret realm." "Understood," Jian responded as he donned the watch on his left wrist. Given that this was a newly discovered secret realm, bustling with activity and numerous reservations, he fully comprehended the 7-day limitation. "Finally, I wish you a successful exploration," the attendant concluded. "Thank you," Jian said gratefully as he secured his belongings and slowly stepped into the light gate with Pikachu. In an instant, he felt as if everything before him had transformed. A vast expanse of yellow sand unfolded before his eyes. Turning back, he saw the familiar light gate behind him. Pikachu, perched on Ji-Yun's shoulder, gazed around with a look of astonishment. Ji-Yun took a deep breath, then began to cough. Quickly, he reached for the scarf to wrap around his neck and face, donning the wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses. The dry air, swirling sand, and scorching sun were the hallmarks of the desert. "Pikachu, how do you feel?" Pika. Pikachu stood on its hind legs, patting its chest, indicating it was in good condition. "That's good to hear," Ji-Yun nodded. "Now let us set forth." Pika. With that, Ji-Yun retrieved a Pokeball and released the Hippowdon, which emerged as the light faded. "Hippowdon, I shall rely on you for the next few days." "Hippo." The Hippowdon replied, gazing at Ji-Yun with an adorably dazed expression, nodding in agreement. Hippowdon. Level: LV32, 2476. 3169. Type: Ground. Gender: Male. Ability: Sand Force. Item: None. Individual values: Slightly above average. Moves: Various. Potential: Elite. Thus, Ji-Yun, accompanied by Pikachu and Hippowdon, ventured deeper into the secret realm along the sand dunes. Renting a Hippowdon for companionship in the desert proved quite economical, considering it was a ground-type Pokémon. Moreover, Hippowdon required no water, as its secretions were grains of sand rather than sweat. Water resources in the desert were indeed precious. However, Ji-Yun had no concerns on that front. His backpack was spacious and well-stocked with provisions, ensuring a comfortable 7-day stay without any intentional waste. "It's quite hot," Ji-Yun remarked, adjusting the scarf on his face. Checking the time, he noted that nearly 2 hours had elapsed, yet he had achieved nothing. Behind him, a long trail of footprints marked his passage. Ahead, the sky was a brilliant blue, while the ground was a vibrant yellow. Apart from these two colors, there was an utter lack of variety, rendering the landscape exceedingly monotonous. The vastness of the desert began to weigh on him, instilling a sense of fatigue. "Pikachu, perhaps you should retreat into your Pokeball for a while. I can call you out if we encounter an adversary," Ji-Yun suggested. Pikachu resolutely shook its head, refusing to leave Ji-Yun's side. Ji-Yun glanced down at his feet. "All right, it seems I need not worry about you," observing the Hippowdon burrowing into the sand, leaving only its large nostrils and eyes exposed. Ji-Yun couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. The Hippowdon trailed Ji-Yun's footsteps, joyfully navigating the sand as if it had returned home. After such a long trek, we finally encountered a wild Pokémon." Suddenly halting, Ji-Yun pointed to a nearby spot. "Hippowdon, in that direction, there is a Pokémon underground," coaxed it out. In his perception, amidst the desolate sands, a mass resembling blue flames flickered conspicuously. "Hippo." Immediately, Hippowdon's nostrils and eyes vanished into the ground, submerging itself beneath the desert surface. This was precisely why Ji Yun had chosen to rent a ground-type Hippowdon. Most Pokémon in the desert were ground types, and many of them preferred to hide underground. Thus, he required a Pokémon capable of traversing the subterranean terrain, and Hippowdon was perfectly suited for this task. Before long, with a surge of shifting sand, a sandy-colored Pokémon burst forth from the ground. Dugtrio, LV26. Gender, male. Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the Dugtrio's data. It was level 26, yet had not evolved. Goo. The Dugtrio glared at Ji Yun with an irate expression. My apologies, Dugtrio. But would you mind accompanying us for a moment? Ji Yun said with a calm smile. Go, Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Pika. In a flash, Pikachu darted forward like a bolt of lightning, colliding with the Dugtrio's belly and sending it hurtling through the air. Goo. The Dugtrio was propelled into the air, tracing an arc before crashing down heavily onto the ground. Pikachu, brimming with confidence, wagged its tail proudly. At this point, the Dugtrio was genuinely enraged. Rising to its feet, it let out a furious cry, and numerous star-shaped energies manifested around its body, rapidly shooting towards Pikachu like shurikens. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt and shatter those stars. Pika. A powerful and dazzling electric discharge surged forth, racing toward the oncoming barrage of stars. Boom. The two attacks collided midair, erupting in a cloud of dust. Goo. The Dugtrio curled its body into a ball and rolled toward Pikachu at high speed. Pikachu, use Double Team. Pika. As Ji Yun commanded, Pikachu's form flickered for an instant, and suddenly, over a dozen identical Pikachus appeared across the desert. Swish, swish, swish. The spherical Dugtrio rolled swiftly, kicking up a cloud of dust as it barreled through several Pikachu illusions, yet they were merely phantoms. Pikachu, use Quick Attack from the side. Pika. With a resounding crash, the spherical Dugtrio was sent sprawling, rolling several times in the process. Pikachu, now is the time. Float down gently. Chapter 11, An Unexpected Visitor. Ji Yun watched as Pikachu's limbs lifted off the sandy surface, floating gracefully before plummeting down towards the Dugtrio. Boom. With a resounding impact, a massive cloud of dust erupted before Ji Yun, while the ground trembled slightly beneath him. Moments later, the swirling sands dispersed, revealing the sand-dwelling mouse lying motionless upon the grains, having succumbed to unconsciousness. The sand-dwelling mouse has fallen. Pikachu gains 42 experience points. Well done, Pikachu. As the battle concluded, Pikachu clambered back onto Ji Yun's shoulder. Just as Ji Yun approached the unconscious sand-dwelling mouse to administer medicine, he suddenly noticed a gray, oval-shaped stone that had fallen beside it, appearing out of nowhere. He was certain that there had been no stone in this area prior, even in the desert. Any rocks that appeared would be of the earthy yellow hue characteristic of gravel plains, never a stone of this gray shade. Curiously, Ji Yun picked up the stone. Acquired item, Evolution Stone X1. An evolution stone. No wonder this sand-dwelling mouse, at level 26, had yet to evolve. Ji Yun gazed at the stone in his hand with a hint of astonishment. What an auspicious start. He tossed the evolution stone lightly before contentedly stowing it away in his backpack. While it may not be of immediate use to him, it certainly constituted a special item. Though not as exorbitantly priced as evolution stones, which could fetch tens or even hundreds of thousands, the evolution stones still held considerable value, easily commanding a high price from those in need. This truly was a fortuitous beginning. Following his customary routine, Ji Yun proceeded to apply medicine to the sand-dwelling mouse. After all, having unwarrantedly pummeled the creature, it was only fair to offer some form of compensation through healing. He even left behind some food, for sustenance was particularly precious for Pokémon inhabiting the desolate desert, where the food chain was merciless. With the scarcity of fruit trees and other food sources in the desert, most desert Pokémon would inevitably include their fellow creatures in their dietary repertoire, except for those with uniquely specialized diets. For instance, the sand-dwelling mouse and its evolution. The sand-dwelling king listed rock crabs and large-jawed ants among their meals. Indeed, large-jawed ants. Before evolving, they were exceedingly fragile, with low defenses and sluggish speed, making them easy prey for other desert Pokémon. However, once they evolved, the large-jawed ant transformed into a formidable opponent, gaining the ability to fly as a sound-based larva, thus evading predators with ease and becoming a top-tier Pokémon in the desert food chain. The desert dragonfly, having evolved from the large-jawed ant, would often collaborate with rogues, stirring up sandstorms with its wings and allowing rogues to lie in wait within the chaos to ambush other desert Pokémon, including sand-dwelling mice and sand-dwelling kings. Ultimately, the desert dragonfly and the rogue would share their captured prey. Consequently, the sand-dwelling mouse and its evolution did not occupy the apex of the desert food chain. Although wild large-jawed ants capable of evolving into desert dragonflies were scarce, it was reasonable to trade food for the evolution stone. With a look that suggested he was making a shrewd deal, Ji-Yun left behind a jar of Pokémon food near the sand-dwelling mouse. Hippo. At that moment, a hippopotamus Pokémon suddenly emerged from the sand, its gaze fixated on the food, eyes gleaming with anticipation. All right, once it's lunchtime, there will be plenty for you, Ji-Yun declared, promptly departing with Pikachu and the hippopotamus Pokémon. Subsequently, it seemed that his luck had run dry, as he encountered no more special items. Time slipped by quietly, and before he knew it, midday had arrived. During this time, Ji-Yun encountered several Pokémon, including sand-dwelling mice, rock crabs, and desert Naya. Yet he had not come across any large-jawed ants, black-eyed crocodiles, or any of the balance dolls. It was understandable that he had not found any balance dolls, as psychic-type Pokémon were notoriously elusive. However, the absence of large-jawed ants and black-eyed crocodiles was puzzling. While both were relatively strong Pokémon, they were not particularly rare or precious. The criteria for determining a Pokémon's rarity extend beyond mere racial strength. Factors such as population numbers and acquisition difficulty play a significant role. Large-jawed ants and black-eyed crocodiles are found throughout the world's deserts, and their reproduction rates are relatively swift, hence not qualifying as rare specimens. Furthermore, desert dragonflies, as dragon-type Pokémon, share a common flaw. They evolve too late and have lengthy growth cycles. This means that achieving rapid strength enhancement and establishing reliable combat capabilities is nearly impossible. Moreover, before evolving, their combat prowess was rather weak, making them unfriendly to novices and unsuitable as starter Pokémon. Nevertheless, with patience and training, desert dragonflies can excel as both mounts and powerful allies. Thus, while trainers possessing desert dragonflies are not abundant, they are not exceedingly rare either. Could it be that those who had entered before him had all gone in search of large-jawed ants and black-eyed crocodiles? At that moment, Ji-Yun sat beneath a rocky outcrop, munching on dry rations. Beside him, Pikachu and the hippopotamus Pokémon were feasting heartily from their respective bowls of food. After finishing lunch and resting for a while, Ji-Yun set off again with his two Pokémon. During this time, he continued to employ his aura perception, deliberately avoiding any human presence. After all, he was not yet powerful enough. A confrontation with seasoned trainers could lead to unfavorable outcomes. Thus, another afternoon slipped away. As night fell, Ji-Yun chose not to leave the secret realm, but opted instead to camp in the desert. Thanks to the hippopotamus Pokémon, he successfully located a damp area underground, dug through the surface sand, considered the wind direction, and then set up his tent. The fine upper layer of sand was unsuitable for staking down, which was one reason Ji-Yun had sought a ground-type Pokémon. Following this, he laid down a moisture-proof mat and sleeping bag. The moisture-proof mat was particularly crucial, as the temperature variation between day and night in the desert could reach up to 40 degrees Celsius. This drastic shift could lead to condensation in the tent, making the moisture-proof mat essential. Once the tent was properly set up, Ji-Yun prepared food for his two Pokémon and then cooked a bowl of instant noodles for himself using a portable stove, complemented by half a packet of pickled vegetables. Subsequently, wrapped in a thermal blanket, he relished his meal, occasionally glancing up at the breathtaking sights that were no longer visible in the city, the moon, as luminous as a jade plate, and the dazzling, vast river of stars. What bliss! Having satisfied his hunger and tidied up the refuse, Ji-Yun took a moment to rest before heading into the tent with Pikachu, sliding into his sleeping bag. After a day spent exerting considerable energy in the desert, both Ji-Yun and Pikachu quickly fell into slumber. Meanwhile, the hippopotamus Pokémon settled in the sand outside the tent. After all, sleeping in the desert was surely more comfortable than being confined within a red and white ball, and it also served as a sentinel. As the night deepened, the desert fell into a tranquil silence, save for the howling wind. In this dark night, an unexpected visitor appeared outside Ji-Yun's tent. Chapter 12. Oh no, a thief. Beneath the night sky, Ji-Yun and his two Pokémon were already lost in sweet dreams. Suddenly, not far from the tent, the ground heaved slightly, as if something was about to emerge from the sand. Moments later, a rotund head broke through the surface, illuminated by the silvery moonlight that draped the desert in a gossamer sheen. The creature, revealing its form beneath the moon's glow, was a large-jawed ant, with a disproportionately large, round head, a massive jaw, orange exoskeleton, and 4 short legs. The large-jawed ant surveyed Ji-Yun's tent. then glanced at the hippopotamus Pokemon's large nostrils poking out of the sand before scurrying underground again, veering off in another direction. Shortly thereafter, within Ji Yun's tent, the moisture-proof mat spread across the ground beside the backpack suddenly bulged with a small mound. Suddenly, a large mandible ant emerged from beneath the moisture-proof mat. It first turned its head to glance at the peacefully slumbering Ji Yun and Pikachu, then seized the backpack strap and cautiously began to drag the backpack into its burrow. At that moment, Pikachu, still in deep slumber, twitched its ears as if startled awake by the faint rustling in the tent, and rapidly opened its eyes. Pika! Pikachu sprang up, staring in astonishment at the large mandible ant in the corner. Negu! Upon noticing the awakened Pikachu, the thieving ant froze in place. What's wrong, Pikachu? At that moment, Ji Yun slowly opened his eyes, yawned, and turned his gaze in the direction of Pikachu's focus. He too was taken aback. The two parties locked eyes, and the atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Holy cow! A thief! Ji Yun snapped back to reality, exclaiming in shock. Negu! The ant seemed to interpret Ji Yun's exclamation as a signal, jolting into action and hastily retreating into its burrow while dragging the backpack. Witnessing this, Ji Yun immediately dashed out of the tent. Pikachu hip out on after it. His phone, identification, and essential supplies for the coming days were all in that backpack, which was also a super large pack gifted by the system. He could not afford to lose it and was determined to retrieve it. This way, Ji Yun raced through the desert with his two Pokemon. His eyes flickered with a faint blue glow, and everything within a kilometer was vividly imprinted in his mind, reminiscent of a three-dimensional diagram from a divine perspective, including the underground. At that moment, he had already locked onto the waveguide representing the large mandible ant several meters below the surface in his mind. After a few minutes, Ji Yun halted and opened his eyes. In his perception, the large mandible ant had ceased its forward movement and was now descending. It had escaped into the deeper underground. And astonishingly, there was such a wide subterranean tunnel below, a subterranean labyrinth. Within his awareness, tunnels resembling a maze appeared, stretching and intertwining from 10 to several dozen meters beneath his feet. Had he not deliberately focused on the underground, he might have overlooked it entirely. Ji Yun hesitated momentarily, a look of conflict on his face, before gritting his teeth. Hip out on, you sand tomb over there. Hippo. Soon, a swirling sand pit rapidly formed not far ahead, sinking downwards and continuously spilling sand from its depths. Stop. After a moment, Ji Yun called off the sand tomb and hurried to the edge of the pit. He observed that the pit had already reached several meters in depth, with a hard surface emerging at its center. Atop that solid ground was a conspicuous dark opening. Swish. Seeing this, Ji Yun leaped into the pit with Pikachu, sliding down to the center along the sandy walls, examining the roughly 1 meter wide opening. Hippowdon, you lead the way and follow this tunnel. Hippo. Hippowdon responded and was the first to dive into the hole. Subsequently, Ji Yun placed Pikachu on his shoulder and followed into the subterranean passage. Inside the tunnel, Ji Yun maintained a head-down, feet-up position, using his hands and feet to brace against the rocky walls as he descended step by step, neither too fast nor too slow. Before long, the tunnel reached its end, and Hippowdon landed heavily with a thud on the tunnel floor. Hippowdon, get out of the way. Ji Yun then jumped down from the opening, landing steadily on the ground. The underground tunnel was devoid of any light, shrouded in darkness. Ji Yun promptly pressed a button on the watch on his left wrist, and a beam of light swiftly illuminated the surroundings. The tunnel, measuring approximately 2 meters in height and width, was surrounded by rocky layers, resembling a mineshaft. This must be an underground passage excavated by ground-type Pokémon. After muttering this, he ceased his reflections and concentrated on his waveguide perception, pursuing the target locked in his mind alongside his two Pokémon. After navigating through turns for several minutes, Ji Yun emerged from a tunnel entrance, pausing abruptly, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the scene before him. Towering stone pillars, a phosphorescent underground lake, and crystals emitting a faint glow, a vast subterranean space unfolded before Ji Yun. Negu. A call broke his reverie, and he turned to see yet another sight that left him astonished. 1, 2, 3, 36. Under the illumination of his watch, a swarm of large mandible ants came into view, a total of 16, gathered near the underground lake. These ants had detected Ji Yun's intrusion the moment he entered and now regarded him with vigilant expressions. Behind the swarm, Ji Yun spotted his backpack, along with 2 other backpacks that had been chewed through. Goodness, it seems these large mandible ants are habitual offenders. With that realization, Ji Yun grinned widely. Large mandible ants. Stealing is wrong. Since I've caught you red-handed, Return my backpack. Pikachu, perched on Ji Yun's shoulder, clenched its tiny fists and echoed loudly in agreement. As Ji Yun spoke, he scrutinized the group of ants before him. Large mandible ant, LV28. Gender, male. Large mandible ant, LV18. Gender, male. Large mandible ant, LV16. Gender, female. Chapter 13. Successful capture, the second Pokémon. Ji Yun gazed in astonishment at the foremost large mandible ant. After a quick survey, he noted that the others were all around 10 levels, while the one at the front stood at an impressive level 28. Furthermore, this particular ant was noticeably larger than its kin, and its waveguide was much more potent. Most importantly, its data panel was quite unusual. Large mandible ant. Level, LV28. Type, ground. Gender, male. Ability, huge power. Held item, soft sand. Individual values, HP, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 28. Special attack, 26. Special defense, 29. Speed, 31. Moves, sand attack. Bite, endure, mud slap, stomp, sand tomb, rock slide, dig, crunch. Potential, champion. After reviewing the large mandible ant's data panel, Ji Yun's first reaction was, I've stumbled upon a treasure. With a 3v stat value and champion potential, this ant possessed far greater potential than most artificially cultivated Pokémon. Ji Yun felt a surge of excitement. It appeared that this large mandible ant was indeed the leader of the group. Moreover, according to Ji Yun's waveguide perception, this particular ant was the one that had stolen his backpack. Daring are we? Ji Yun observed the sizable mandible ant with keen interest and called out again, Hey, return my backpack. Negu. The large mandible ant responded defiantly. You want to return it? Upon hearing the ant's reply, Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback, then raised an eyebrow. Logically speaking, that is my bag. Do you realize that your actions constitute theft? Negu. What? To get my bag back, I must first defeat you? At this, Ji Yun grinned, half amused and half annoyed. Hey, with my temper. Don't blame me after this. Ji Yun rolled up his sleeves. Pikachu. Go. Pika. As Ji Yun's voice faded, Pikachu leapt gracefully, landing before him and assuming a battle stance, its forelimbs firmly planted on the ground. Arcs of electricity flickering from the two pouches on its cheeks. Naku. The opposing Beedrill slightly lowered its head, adopting a combat posture as well. Just perfect. Beedrill, I have my eyes on you. Observing this, Ji Yun smiled once more, casting an appreciative glance at the Beedrill. Let it be known if I win. Not only will I reclaim my bag, but I shall also take you with me as my companion. Naku. Taken aback by Ji Yun's declaration, the Beedrill paused momentarily before turning to call out to its companions behind it, then returned to face Ji Yun, once again assuming a battle stance. Its allies retreated slightly, maintaining a cautious distance. Naku. Excellent. Witnessing the determined spirit of the Beedrill, Ji Yun's smile widened. Pikachu, go forth. Thunderbolt. Pika. At Ji Yun's command, Pikachu surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging directly at the Beedrill. Bang. The Beedrill did not flinch or evade. Instead, it met Pikachu's attack head-on with its large head, only to be knocked back a considerable distance, leaving deep scratches on the ground as its limbs plowed through the earth. Naku. Immediately, the Beedrill raised its head and let out a fierce cry, and the surrounding rocks began to levitate as if drawn by a magnet, hurtling toward Pikachu like cannonballs. Rock slide. Pikachu, dodge with a flash. Swish. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Pikachu vanished from its original spot, nimbly avoiding the barrage of rocks that rained down upon it. Thunderbolt. Once the rocks had been exhausted, Ji Yun issued another order. Bang. Pikachu once more collided with the Beedrill, this time striking its side. Naku. After regaining its balance, the Beedrill swiftly turned, its serrated jaws opening wide as it lunged toward Pikachu. However, the Beedrill's speed was woefully inadequate. Despite its prowess, it could not hope to match Pikachu's swiftness. Pikachu deftly sidestepped the attack and once again executed a thunderbolt, crashing into the Beedrill anew. Naku. Clearly irate, the Beedrill glared fiercely at Pikachu before burrowing into the ground, leaving only a small hole behind. A futile tactic against me. Ji Yun chuckled softly, closing his eyes as the aura of power radiated outward. Pikachu, listen closely to my commands. Pika. Responding to Ji Yun's words, Pikachu nodded, displaying no signs of distress. Moments later, Ji Yun's eyes snapped open. Now, jump back. Pika. Without hesitation, Pikachu leapt backward. Crack. At that moment, a sound of shattering erupted from the ground, just as Pikachu sprang backward. The Beedrill erupted from the earth where Pikachu had just stood, its jaws agape, the dimly glowing serrations narrowly missing Pikachu. What a perfect opportunity. Pikachu, follow through with a diving attack. Pikachu adjusted its stance mid-air and dove fiercely, crashing into the descending Beedrill. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated as the Beedrill was sent soaring, akin to a cannonball, crashing into a nearby rock wall and leaving several cracks in its wake as debris rained down. Clatter! Subsequently, the Beedrill plummeted to the ground, rolling twice before collapsing motionless. The Beedrill has fallen. Pikachu gains 51 experience points. Well done, Pikachu! Upon seeing the system notification, Ji-Yun's face lit up with joy as he praised Pikachu loudly. With that, Ji-Yun stepped forward to retrieve his backpack from the ground. The distant Beedrill did not intervene, merely watching silently from afar. After reclaiming his bag, Ji-Yun quickly approached the fallen Beedrill, retrieving a Pokeball from his backpack. He held it in hand, gently pressing the switch against the Beedrill. The Pokeball opened swiftly, and the Beedrill transformed into a beam of light, being drawn into the ball. Beep, beep, beep. The Pokeball began to shake vigorously in Ji-Yun's hand, the red indicator light flashing incessantly. Ji-Yun watched the ball with a mixture of tension and anticipation. Clink. Moments later, with a soft sound, the indicator light turned white, and the Pokeball settled into stillness. Captured successfully. Chapter 14. Plans change. As Ji-Yun observed the now quiet Pokeball, he exhaled deeply, a smile of delight spreading across his face. We did it. Pikachu, we have a new companion. Pikachu also beamed, approaching Ji-Yun to gaze at the Pokeball in his hand. Not so fast, let me heal him first. Ji-Yun remarked as he opened the Pokeball. As the light faded, the Beedrill reappeared before Ji-Yun. Naku, the Beedrill, now awake, looked somewhat weary due to its injuries. Seeing this, Ji-Yun smiled gently and extended a hand to stroke its round head. Beedrill, you are now my partner. I look forward to your guidance. Indeed, it was smooth and pleasant to the touch. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, the Beedrill lifted its head, its round, starry eyes gazing at Ji-Yun for a moment before narrowing slightly. It nudged its head against Ji-Yun's palm and chirped joyfully, Naku. Splendid. However, let's take care of your wounds first. Ji-Yun smiled, then retrieved some medicine from his backpack. Utilizing the light from his watch, he began to apply the healing ointment to the Beedrill. As he treated the Beedrill, Ji-Yun's mind was consumed with a singular thought. I have struck gold. This Beedrill not only possesses immense potential, but also carries a special battle item, the Soft Sand, which enhances the power of ground-type moves by 20. If this were to be sold elsewhere, it could fetch a staggering price in the millions. Compared to the game, the prices of items in this world are exorbitantly high. For instance, evolution stones. Although there are dedicated mines for them, their yield is quite limited. After all, the emergence of the secret realms has only been a few centuries ago, and the mines for evolution stones rely entirely on these realms. Moreover, the disproportionate relationship between supply and demand, coupled with a large population base, means that trainers are often unwilling to cultivate Pokémon that require evolution stones for evolution, as the investment is simply too steep until they have amassed sufficient wealth. Conversely, these unstable special items, compared to the common evolution stones, have prices that are even more outrageous, averaging 10 times that of an evolution stone. Yet, everything has its pros and cons. The exorbitant prices of these items are also one reason many choose to become trainers. A fortunate find in the secret realms can lead to overnight wealth. Struggling to contain his excitement, Ji-Yun finished administering the medicine to the Beedrill and turned to glance at the distant Beedrill colony. At that moment, the colony had gathered near a stone cave, their starry eyes peering curiously in this direction. Beedrill, do you need to say goodbye to them? Naku. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's question, the Beedrill glanced towards its kin before scurrying over to join them. Ji-Yun followed closely behind, also picking up the 2 other phones that had been chewed up by the Beedrill. The 2 phones, now rendered useless, Ji-Yun simply discarded aside, while he pocketed a few empty Pokeballs. Apart from that, there was nothing of value left. The food inside had likely been devoured by the large mandibles ants, and he found no wallet or identification, presumably carried by the owner. As for other items, Ji-Yun couldn't help but channel his aura to probe into the stone cave behind the swarm of large mandibles ants. To his astonishment, he discovered a heap of clothing used for warmth, spread throughout the cave, along with various jars and containers filled with food stacked in the corner. It seemed that these 2 unfortunate owners were indeed quite unlucky. Unlike himself, who could trace with the aura, the large mandibles ants had simply stolen the backpack and burrowed underground, leaving them with little recourse. Before long, the large mandibles ant bid farewell to its former companions and returned to Ji-Yun's side. Have you said your goodbyes? Ji Yun inquired, crouching down to gently stroke the ant's large head, a smile gracing his lips. Naga. The ant nodded in response. That's wonderful. Ji Yun then raised his gaze to the nearby swarm of large mandibles ants, lost in thought. Though the leader of a colony receives the best and most abundant food, it equally bears the responsibility of protecting and guiding the colony's survival and development. This particular large mandibles ant was the strongest of the group after Ji Yun captured it. The strength of the colony would surely diminish significantly. Although a new leader would eventually emerge, it would undoubtedly lack the strength of the one Ji Yun had tamed. With this in mind, Ji Yun opened his backpack and retrieved a substantial amount of food, ensuring he and his 3 Pokémon had enough to sustain them for the next few days. He then emptied the remainder onto the ground, forming a sizable pile. I hope this will help them through their initial hardships. Upon witnessing this, the large mandibles ant appeared quite pleased. Its starry eyes twinkled as it nudged its large head against Ji Yun's calf. Subsequently, Ji Yun stood up, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and waved goodbye to the swarm of large mandibles ants before departing with his newly tamed companion. By the way, where did you find that soft sand? On the way back to the surface, Ji Yun suddenly remembered to ask the large mandibles ant. Naga? Naga, it replied, suggesting it was something they stumbled upon while digging. Ji Yun stroked his chin thoughtfully and posed another question. Do you know where I might encounter a Baltoy or a Claydol? As he asked, he pulled out his phone to show the large mandibles ant pictures of the 2 Pokémon. Naga, it responded. Is that so? That complicates matters. Upon hearing the large mandibles ant's answer, Ji Yun fell into contemplation. According to the ant, they occasionally encountered Baltoy when foraging above ground, but it had been quite some time since they last saw one. TSK. It seems someone has beaten me to it. Ji Yun shook his head. It appeared he had arrived too late. The trainers who had visited in the past month were likely all drawn by the allure of psychic-type Pokémon, effectively cleaning out the Baltoy population within the secret realm. I suspect the initial wave of official personnel also captured quite a number, Ji Yun silently mused. With the situation as it was, he needed to revise his action plan. A change was necessary. Glancing at the time on his phone, Ji Yun noted, it's not too late yet. I can get some rest in the tent and pack up in the morning to head back down. He resolved to abandon his fixation on Baltoy and instead prepare to emulate a certain champion from the Hoenn region by mining stones. Let us dig upward from here. At an angle, but not too steep. Before a rocky wall, Ji Yun directed the sandshrew and the large mandibles ant to begin their excavation. Before long, he and Pikachu followed closely behind the 2 Pokémon, emerging back onto the surface. After finding the right direction, Ji Yun successfully returned to the side of the tent, relieved to find it still standing and unharmed. Chapter 15. Aspiring to a certain champion of Hoenn. The following morning, Ji Yun awoke early, emerging from the tent and stretching as he gazed upon the expanse of yellow sand before him. In the early morning desert, the sun had just risen, its heat yet to become oppressive, and a pleasant breeze wafted through the air. Ji Yun stood before the tent, surveying the desert stretching from the horizon to his feet, its boundless golden sands tinged with a delicate blush, reminiscent of the sun's first rays glimmering upon a head of golden hair. Pika. At that moment, Pikachu also popped out of the tent. Good morning, Pikachu, large mandibles ant, sandshrew. As Ji Yun's words fell, the large mandibles ant and sandshrew emerged from the sand, while Pikachu made a light leap to land on Ji Yun's shoulder. Pikachu, you've gained weight again. Only my unique constitution can withstand your antics. Ji Yun playfully ruffled Pikachu's head, chuckling. Pika. In response, Pikachu waved its tiny fists in protest. After a brief wash-up, Ji Yun prepared breakfast. The Pokémon were also enjoying their meal, and Ji Yun paid special attention to the large mandibles ant. After all, for Pokémon living in the wild, food was invaluable, often necessitating self-sufficiency, with hunger being the norm. This was also a reason why wild Pokémon typically possessed limited potential. However, this little fellow likely seldom went hungry, given its notably distinct size. Watching the large mandibles ant eat leisurely, Ji Yun smiled faintly. After breakfast, Ji Yun tidied up his litter and packed the tent before leading his 3 Pokémon toward the hole they had excavated the previous day. However, after walking for a short while, the temperature around them began to rise rapidly with the sun's ascent, the air turning stifling, losing the refreshing quality of the early morning. After searching for a while, Ji Yun finally located the spot where they had dug the previous night. He had probed other areas with his aura, but either the distance to the underground passage was too great or the sand layer was too thick to dig through. A location near the Gobi Desert was ideal. Large mandibles ant, sandshrew, lead the way. Naga. Since the previous entrance had been buried under sand, Ji Yun required the two ground-type Pokémon to take the lead. Soon, the large mandibles ant and sandshrew began their work, while Ji Yun followed Pikachu into the cave. Before long, they found themselves back in the underground tunnels of the secret realm. Ah, much better. It's sweltering up there. After escaping the blazing sun, Ji Yun sighed in relief. Retrieving a flashlight from his bag and switching it on, illuminating the surrounding darkness. On Ji Yun's shoulder, Pikachu was happily gulping down a bottle of mineral water. After resting for a while, Ji Yun and his three Pokémon began their work. Over the next few days, they would dwell underground, aspiring to emulate a certain champion from Hoenn. Ji Yun held the flashlight, channeling his aura to rapidly extend outward from him, allowing everything within the surrounding rock layers to imprint upon his mind. In the first stage of his aura ability, he could use telepathy, mental sensing, and a rough perception of his environment and terrain. Now, however, Ji Yun's aura had advanced to the second stage, significantly enhancing his perception range. With concentrated effort, he could even penetrate objects to sense their interiors and detect the auras of other beings and Pokémon. As Ji Yun walked and perceived, after a considerable time, he finally made a discovery within a rock layer. Large mandibles ant, dig upward from here. Naga, clink, clink, a bit more to the right. Yes, now slightly downward. Before long, Ji Yun and the large mandibles ant emerged from the newly dug hole. Item acquired. Sunstone X1. Examining the sun-shaped stone in his hand, Ji Yun felt a surge of delight as he carefully stowed it in his backpack. A successful start with an evolution stone. With that, Ji Yun and his three Pokémon continued their journey of labor. Time flows like a river, never to return. Thus, 5 days have swiftly elapsed. On this day, by an underground lake in the depths of the labyrinth, the great jaw ant, once again, made its formidable entrance. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath Ji Yun trembled. The rock crab has fallen. The great jaw ant gains 41 experience points. The great jaw ant has ascended to LV 29. At this moment, a rock crab, burdened by its heavy shell, lay prostrate on the ground, unconscious. Well done, great jaw ant. Ji Yun mused. You must grow swiftly and evolve. So we need not traverse this terrain step by step. To preserve the ecosystem within the secret realm, vehicles are generally prohibited. Moreover, in this desert environment, riding a bicycle proves unsuitable. Indeed, in the wild and within the secret realms, possessing a mountable Pokémon is far more advantageous. Currently, Ji Yun still has not encountered a psychic-type Pokémon. Had it not been for the great jaw ant, he would have intended to capture a Pidgey. Subsequently, as he administered medicine to the rock crab, Ji Yun shed his clothing and approached the lakeside, turning to the three Pokémon and stating, "Please guard our supplies." With a determined leap, Ji Yun plunged into the lake, producing a resounding splash. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, water cascading from his form, and supported himself on the bank as he climbed ashore. Pikachu and the great jaw ant hurried to his side, expressing their concern. To his astonishment, he had discovered a water stone. How extraordinary! Upon reaching dry land, Ji Yun sat by the shore, marveling at the azure stone in his hand. He had not anticipated finding a water stone in the desert. The very notion seemed absurd. He had merely sensed the presence of a powerful stone beneath the lake. As he contemplated, Ji Yun suddenly found it quite plausible. Through his explorations over the past few days, he had discovered numerous underground lakes and rivers. Thus, he speculated that this secret realm shared similarities with the Taklamakan Desert, boasting abundant subterranean water resources. However, due to the intense sunlight, high temperatures, and rapid evaporation on the surface, the ground remained exceedingly arid, blanketed in yellow sand. Stowing the water stone in his backpack, he retrieved a towel to dry his damp body and changed his clothes before checking the time and pulling out his utensils and food. Let us dine here tonight. We shall retire early, for we must depart at dawn, Ji Yun instructed the three Pokémon. In response, they nodded in agreement. Pikachu, LV 26. Great Jaw Yenti, LV 30. Chapter 16. How to alleviate worries. Only through great wealth. Now, Ji Yun had spent a full 5 days in this underground realm. During this time, he had diligently sought items, frequently encountering wild Pokémon. The frequency of such encounters underground far surpassed that on the desert surface. Today, the great jaw ant had reached level 30, officially entering the elite tier. Over these 5 days, Ji Yun's gains were commendable. 2 sunstones, 1 hardstone, and 1 waterstone, coupled with a previous everstone and the soft sand from the great jaw ant. His expedition through the secret realm could be deemed immensely fruitful. He had struck gold. How to alleviate worries? Only through great wealth. In the dead of night, within the confines of his tent, Ji Yun was roused from slumber by a voice in his mind. Ding! A new month has arrived. Your support package has been credited. Please check your inventory. Ah, it's already August. I almost forgot. Ji Yun rose and stepped outside the tent, silently invoking the package's opening. Ding! The package has been opened. Congratulations. You have received a Pokémon block set and a Pokémon block recipe compendium. As the package unfurled before him, a colorful book and a small blue cubic machine resembling a microwave appeared. Pokémon blocks. Ji Yun paused, recognizing the contents of the package. He was familiar with this item from his gaming days, often referring to it as an energy block due to translation discrepancies. Interestingly, this item existed in this world as well, with its crafting methods excavated from the secret realms. Coincidentally, it retained the name energy block here, rather than Pokémon block. Energy block rolls off the tongue more easily. Recalling these details, Ji Yun crouched to examine the machine. This so-called Pokémon set was merely a portable berry mixer, accompanied by a cube storage box designed to preserve the blocks and prevent spoilage. After inspecting the machine, Ji Yun picked up the colorful book. Wow, my system is impressive. After a cursory glance through the book, Ji Yun's face lit up with astonishment. The book initially detailed the functions of the energy blocks. Unlike in the games, where they merely served to enhance stats for contests, these blocks were crafted from a multitude of berries, meticulously purging unnecessary impurities to extract essential nutrients, which were then compressed into small cubes in specific proportions. In essence, the energy block was a nutrient-dense food synthesized from a plethora of berries, with a thumb-sized block potentially containing the nutritional equivalent of an entire sack of berries. Moreover, energy blocks are remarkably digestible, achieving near-total absorption. Biological digestive capabilities are limited, often resulting in a digestion rate of merely 10 to 20% for humans. Thus, consuming a single energy block provides far superior nutrition compared to an entire sack of berries. Not every Pokémon has the capacity to consume such volumes of food in one sitting. Most notably, the book's greatest treasure lay in its myriad recipes and crafting methods for various energy blocks. From singular colors, red, blue, pink, green, and yellow, to multicolored combinations. It even encompassed the recipes and crafting methods for the ultimate rainbow block. Furthermore, each recipe allowed for diverse nutritional ratios, granting the energy blocks distinct effects. For instance, a steady diet of blue energy blocks would enhance a Pokémon's beauty, improving the luster and density of their fur. Conversely, yellow energy blocks would bolster a Pokémon's strength and fortitude, directly augmenting their combat prowess, akin to Ji Yun's experience gained from defeating foes. Green energy blocks, on the other hand, would stimulate brain development, rendering Pokémon increasingly intelligent. The multicolored energy blocks further amplified various attributes, with the most powerful rainbow block enhancing a Pokémon's appearance, physique, and intellect comprehensively. Ji Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he perused the book, his lips curling into a grin that nearly reached his ears. Although his Pokémon could level up through combat, the experience system solely enhanced their strength, lacking the means to elevate their intellect or enhance their aesthetic appeal. Moreover, Ji Yun had also taken note of the various Pokémon food available in this world. The sustenance he currently consumed was a mixture of grayish-brown pellets, reminiscent of the fare enjoyed by the Pokémon companions of protagonists in anime. This food was, in essence, a subpar version of energy cubes, or rather, a budget variant, while it was superior to directly gnawing on wild fruits. A single generous bowl merely sufficed to satiate most Pokémon, providing only basic nutritional replenishment. Its efficacy paled in comparison to that of genuine energy cubes. As for the energy cubes available in this world, Ji Yun had encountered only the most rudimentary single-color versions, and he remained uncertain if their effects rivaled those described in the tome he possessed. In any case, the support package he received was a delightful surprise. Subsequently, Ji Yun carefully stowed the machine and book into his backpack and lay down in his tent, striving to calm the exhilaration within him, unable to succumb to slumber for quite some time. This ultimately led to him rising late the following morning. In the early hours, Ji Yun hastily finished breakfast with his Pokémon, quickly packed up, and departed from the underground, embarking on his journey homeward. Almost there, he urged himself to persevere a little longer, eager to evade the relentless sunlight and enjoy a comfortable lunch soon. Ji Yun lifted his gaze, squinting through his sunglasses at the blazing sun overhead, and spoke. At this moment, it was already midday, and the scorching rays mercilessly scorched the earth. Waves of heat surged through the desert, as if flames were igniting all around, rendering the atmosphere unbearably hot. Ji Yun was already drenched in sweat, feeling as though he were ensconced within a furnace. Pikachu, perched upon Ji Yun's shoulder, licked its tiny tongue, appearing listless and responding feebly. You could take a rest in your Pokeball, you know, Ji-Yun suggested. Pikachu resolutely shook its head at his words. Fine then, Ji-Yun sighed, quickening his pace, walking briskly with minimal breaks along the way. Chapter 17, Departure from the Secret Realm. Finally, around 1 in the afternoon, he exited the Secret Realm. After handing over his watch at the exit and registering his departure, Ji-Yun first returned the sand hippopotamus and then swiftly entered a restaurant adjacent to the square. Oh, the relief. In a corner of the establishment, Ji-Yun and Pikachu stood before a standing air conditioner, basking in the refreshing breeze, their faces alight with enjoyment. Excuse me, dear customer, a voice called, prompting him to turn and see a waitress holding a menu, her expression one of exasperation as she gazed at him and Pikachu. My apologies. I was quite overheated in the secret realm. Ji-Yun quickly apologized, returning to his table to place his order. I'll have this and also this. After savoring his lunch and resting for a while, Ji-Yun boarded the vehicle that would take him away from the desert, heading to the nearest city, Kangong, where he settled into a hotel. Given the exhaustion of the past few days, he intended to recuperate for 2 days at the hotel to alleviate his fatigue before departing the western region. In the room, Ji-Yun and Pikachu enjoyed a hot shower. And after drying their hair with a blow-dryer, Ji-Yun felt considerably refreshed. Once he had dried Pikachu's fur, he reclined comfortably on the bed beneath the air conditioning, stretching out in a relaxed posture, embodying a languid state. At that moment, Pikachu had also joined him on the bed, curled up beside Ji-Yun, eyes closed in peaceful slumber, clearly relishing the comfort. He mused, no wonder so few female trainers venture into the wild. The hardships of outdoor living and scorching sands are unlikely to appeal to them. Fortunately, not every secret realm presented such extreme conditions. Moreover, Ji-Yun had reaped ample rewards during his time in the secret realm, ensuring that he would not lack for funds in the near future. As Ji-Yun languidly basked in the air conditioning, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Dongwon, within a spacious office, a graceful woman exuding a mature beauty leaned back in her chair, quietly gazing out at the sky. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the office door, snapping the woman from her reverie as she turned her chair. Come in. A sharply dressed woman in a tailored suit entered, exuding a sense of competence. Sister Warner, here are the documents you requested. The suited woman approached the desk, placing a stack of papers on the surface as she spoke. Thank you, the elegant woman replied, picking up the documents and flipping through them. Ji-Yun, gender, male, date of birth, June 16, 2006, residential address. Admitted to Jinling University. Entered the Takla number 3 secret realm on July 25, 2024, registered departure on August 1st. As she turned to the subsequent pages, a subtle smile crept upon her lips. Sister Warner, does this young boy named Ji pose any issues? The suited woman inquired with curiosity. No issues at all. The elegant woman closed the documents, a gentle smile gracing her features. Retrieving his file is a personal matter. Please remember to keep it confidential. Oh, a personal matter? Retrieving a citizen's file for personal reasons. How intriguing, the suited woman teased, scrutinizing the elegant woman with interest. Are you perhaps considering a rendezvous with a charming young man, indulging in a bit of youthful romance? Enough of that. The elegant woman shot her a disapproving glance. One cannot expect wisdom from a fool. Undeterred, the suited woman continued her playful banter. If not for yourself, are you perhaps seeking a suitor for your daughter? The elegant woman fell silent at this remark, her expression shifting as her eyes widened in surprise. No way. Did I guess correctly? The elegant woman remained mute in response. Sister Warner, you can't be serious. You're rushing this. The suited woman quickly urged. Yao Yao is only 18. Why the hurry to find a son-in-law? To her astonishment, the elegant woman pondered for a moment before responding. I hadn't considered it before, but now that you mention it, it's not entirely out of the question. The suited woman was taken aback. I was just joking. However, the elegant woman's demeanor suddenly turned serious. Enough, Captain Zhao. You still have work to finish. The suited woman sighed, rolling her eyes. Yes, Director Chu, King of Chu. Just before exiting, she turned back to add, Sister Warner, I was only joking. Please don't take it to heart. In response, the elegant woman offered a non-committal smile, her gaze returning to the stack of documents as she studied the photos, her expression gradually drifting into reminiscence. That evening, after an afternoon of refreshing slumber, Ji-Yun felt invigorated and wide awake. At that moment, he leisurely reclined against the headboard, using his phone to message his parents. In the room, the great jaw ant, released from its pokeball, engaged in playful antics with Pikachu nearby. Suddenly, a gentle rumble emanated from Ji Yun's stomach. He hadn't yet had dinner. He patted his belly, glanced at his backpack, and resolutely rose from the bed, dressed himself, and gathered the great jaw ant, setting out with Pikachu. Now that he was in the city, who would settle for instant noodles or dried rations? He intended to explore the night market of Kanong and procure some wild fruits to experiment with crafting energy cubes. Upon exiting, Ji Yun followed online recommendations and arrived at the Shanghai night market. The night market, while unremarkable in its offerings, featured an array of familiar snacks: fried rice, barbecued meats, spicy hot pots, meat sandwiches, rice noodles, and the like, along with a few distinctive stalls selling items like rice rolls. The market was well organized, although bustling with activity. It was not chaotic. In fact, the vibrant atmosphere stirred the senses, igniting an appetite within him. Before long, Ji Yun found himself indulging in a delightful feast. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he strolled into the local shops. One cannot help but acknowledge that agriculture is an innate skill for this ancient Eastern nation. Even if the fruits were derived from otherworldly trees brought forth by the emergence of the secret realm, the citizens of this country could exponentially increase their numbers, cultivating them to resemble ordinary fruits. However, in the province of Gue, where Ji Yun resided, this was the largest fruit-producing region in the nation. Consequently, upon glancing at the prices of those fruits in the shops, he suddenly felt that sourcing them here would be quite disadvantageous, especially given the substantial quantity he intended to purchase. Moreover, having previously acquired a considerable amount of medicines, equipment, and food, his wallet was nearing depletion. Chapter 18. Little Lowly Shilin. It seemed he needed to earn some money first. Walking along the bustling street, Ji Yun pondered for a moment, then pulled out his phone and logged into the Trainer Association's app, navigating to the trading section to check the market prices for evolution stones. Upon observing the prices of the Water Stone and the Sunstone, Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback. Why was the Sunstone so much more expensive than the Water Stone? The price list indicated that the trading price for the Water Stone was around 650,000, while that of the Sunstone hovered around 1,000,000. As for the reason, Ji Yun quickly searched through the posts and soon discovered that it was simply due to the lower yield of the Sunstone. Additionally, the Pokémon that required the Sunstone for evolution were particularly adorable, endearing them to affluent ladies and young misses alike. Pokémon such as Bellossom, Sunflora, Flababy, and Lurantis evolved using the Sunstone, hence the heightened demand for it. My goodness! After reading the analysis written by a fellow trainer, Ji Yun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, money from women was easily earned. Subsequently, he searched for the trading prices of the Everstone, Hard Stone, Soft Sand, and Expert Belt. The price of the Everstone stood at approximately 300,000, which was reasonable. However, within the trading section, there was not a single listing for the other three items. A search through the forum yielded a few auction records instead. March 2024, Magic City Auction House. Hard Stone final selling price, 12,800,000. August 2023, Capital City Auction House. Dragon Fong final selling price, 13,600,000. June 2023, Harbor City Auction House. Mysterious Water Droplet final selling price, 13,100,000. October 2022, Sheep City Auction House. Soft Sand final selling price, 13,000,000. Gazing at these records, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow and flipped through them. No Expert Belt? Even other enhancement items were scarce. He only found a record for Sharp Claw and Shell Bell, with the Sharp Claw final selling price at 27,600,000 and the Shell Bell at 31,500,000. Should he consider bypassing the wall to check the foreign network? Ji Yun contemplated but ultimately decided against it. After all, he had no intention of selling the Expert Belt, as such a valuable item was meant for personal use. However, selling the Hard Stone could be a viable option, but it couldn't be listed online directly. It would be better to send it to an auction house for potentially higher prices. The evolution stones could be sold, but Ji Yun planned to keep one Sunstone for emergencies, considering its limited availability. The Everstone could also be retained just in case it was needed one day. After all, compared to other items, it was quite inexpensive, and having understood the specific prices of other items, Ji Yun found himself no longer interested in such trivial sums. Feeling somewhat inflated with confidence, Ji Yun took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. He then decisively listed a Water Stone and a Sunstone at their standard prices of 650,000 and 1,000,000, respectively, in the trading section. As expected, Evolution stones were not difficult to sell. Shortly after listing, someone placed an order to purchase them. The following morning, Ji-Yun arrived at the Trainer Association of the city. After presenting his credentials and trading records at the service window, he handed over the Waterstone and Sunstone to the association, paying the shipping fees. After receiving a receipt, he left the Trainer Association with a light heart. Subsequently, the two evolution stones would depart from the Trainer Association of this city, destined for the Trainer Association in the buyer's city, typically transported by messenger birds, which were quite efficient. The local Trainer Association would then handle the delivery. Of course, the Trainer Association's platform served merely as a trading venue for Pokémon items, as these items were generally of considerable value. People primarily engaged in transactions through the official platform of the Trainer Association, which was trustworthy and secure. For other purchases, such as home appliances and daily necessities, one would have to resort to other commercial platforms. In the following 2 days, Ji-Yun explored the city, savoring its unique charm. Aside from the night market, he visited the city center square, the most vibrant part of the city, where a spectacular musical fountain show and light display occurred at night. Additionally, the water park in Kangnong City boasted various water attractions and amusement rides, where Ji-Yun and Pikachu enjoyed themselves immensely, while the large jaw ant remained hidden. Ji-Yun also strolled along the beautiful water street of Kangnong City. Furthermore, the city was home to numerous lovely parks, which, illuminated at night, exuded a romantic ambience. That evening, as Ji-Yun strolled through the park with Pikachu, digesting his meal, he suddenly felt a tug on his trousers, followed by a youthful voice exclaiming, "Mom, look! It's Pikachu!" Turning around, he saw a little girl standing beside him, tugging at his pants while pointing excitedly at Pikachu perched on his shoulder. "Shalene, let go! How rude!" A beautiful young woman approached swiftly, admonishing her. "Oh," the little girl reluctantly released her grip, her enthusiasm waning. "I apologize for the trouble my child has caused you," the young woman said, addressing Ji-Yun. "No worries, it was a minor inconvenience," Ji-Yun responded dismissively, waving his hand. He then glanced down at the little girl, noticing her slightly dejected expression. "Your name is Shalene, right? How old are you?" Ji-Yun inquired, squatting down to meet her gaze. "I'm 5 years old." The little girl paused in surprise at Ji-Yun's question, then blinked her large eyes and replied adorably. Her attention quickly shifted to Pikachu. Ji-Yun smiled. "Oh, you're 5. Do you really like Pikachu?" "Yes, I like him a lot." Shalene nodded vigorously. "Would you like to play with Pikachu?" "Yes." Upon hearing this, Shalene's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied without hesitation. Noticing her enthusiasm, Ji-Yun smiled slightly and gave Pikachu a knowing look. "Pika." However, Pikachu cheerfully extended a small hand towards Ji-Yun in a gesture. At this, Ji-Yun's eyes twitched slightly, and he gritted his teeth in response. Deal. There was no turning back. Having made a promise, he felt compelled to follow through in front of the adorable little girl. Then, Pikachu gracefully leaped from his shoulder to stand by Shalene's feet, looking up with a sweet smile. "Pika. Ah, Pikachu's so cute." Shalene quickly crouched down, carefully reaching out to stroke Pikachu, her face lighting up with joy. Chapter 19. Farewell, Journey to the Capital City. Observing the delightful interaction between the little girl and Pikachu, Ji-Yun felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. His mood lifted. "I'm so sorry for the trouble." Shalene's mother stood by, looking apologetic. "No trouble at all. I merely wish to take a leisurely stroll after my meal." Ji-Yun waved his hand dismissively, and then inquired, "I am Ji-Yun, here for tourism. And you, dear sister?" Upon hearing this, Shalene's mother smiled gently. "I am Amina Guliner. You may call me Amina. My daughter and I reside in Urumqi, and we are here to visit family." Ji-Yun nodded, observing Shalene, who was joyfully playing with a Pikachu not far away, and asked again, "Speaking of which, since Shalene is so fond of Pikachu, why doesn't Amina's sister consider getting one?" Amina sighed softly at Ji-Yun's words. "I had contemplated it before, but children's preferences are ever-changing. Who knows if she will still like it in the future? Perhaps it is due to the rarity of Pikachu in this region. I shall wait until she is 10, and if her affection for Pikachu remains, I will procure one from the breeding house." While speaking, Amina absent-mindedly tucked a stray strand of hair blown by the evening breeze behind her ear. Indeed, children's whims can be quite fickle. Ji-Yun nodded in agreement. He recalled his own childhood, where he initially developed a passion for soccer after watching a football anime, only to later abandon it for table tennis, and then eventually gravitate towards basketball. Children's interests are indeed susceptible to the influences of their surroundings, often characterized by fleeting enthusiasm. Moreover, the climatic conditions in this region are not particularly conducive to Pikachu's habitat, making wild Pikachu a rare sight. They are predominantly found in breeding houses. What if Amina brought a Pikachu home and Xia Shilin lost interest. It would be quite inconvenient to release it or give it away. It is wise to wait until she matures a bit more before making such decisions. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why regulations prohibit children from possessing Pokémon. To avoid situations akin to those depicted in anime, where children abandon their Pokémon over trivial matters. For instance, Ash's Charmander, Chimchar, Tepig, and Jengar were all Pokémon that he rescued after others had discarded them. Such occurrences certainly exist in reality and are not uncommon. As for Amina's mention of acquiring a Pokémon for Xia Shilin when she turns 10, Ji Yun found it entirely plausible. It is often said that where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Although the legal age for Pokémon ownership is 18. Many families with foresight and intentions prepare their children with starter Pokémon well in advance to cultivate a bond and familiarity. As long as the Pokémon is registered under an adult's name and presented as having been captured by the adult solely to accompany the child, who could claim it as a legal possession. Families engaging in such clever maneuvers are undoubtedly numerous. Subsequently, Ji Yun and Amina continued their conversation while keeping an eye on Xia Shilin. Ji Yun gleaned various insights about the local gyms from Amina, such as the ground-type gym in Urumqi, whose leader appeared to be a muscular man but was, in fact, quite simple-minded. There was also a rock-type gym in the oil city known for its petroleum production and a ghost-type gym in Kashgar, led by a female trainer. After chatting for a while, Amina's phone suddenly rang. After conversing briefly in Uyghur, she ended the call. Xia Shilin, and I must return now, she said with a gentle smile. It was a pleasure to meet you, young lad. Ji Yun shrugged in response. Then, until we meet again. Amina approached Xia Shilin and called her over. Before parting, Xia Shilin gazed longingly at the Pikachu. Noticing this, Ji Yun suggested, Xia Shilin, how about taking a photo with Pikachu for a keepsake? Yes, she exclaimed excitedly, quickly squatting down to hug Pikachu to her chest before calling out to Amina, Mom, let us take a picture. After snapping several photos with Pikachu, Xia Shilin also took a group picture with Ji Yun, who was crouching down beside her. Eventually, she reluctantly set Pikachu down. Goodbye, Pikachu big brother, she called as her mother took her hand, turning back to wave with her other hand in a bittersweet farewell. Ji Yun waved back in response. The following day, Ji Yun packed his belongings, slung his backpack over his shoulders, and left the hotel with Pikachu, heading to the airport. The funds from the sale of the evolution stone had already transferred to his account, and the influx of over $1 million made his previously meager finances quite prosperous. Afterward, Ji Yun boarded a plane heading east, first to Chengdu, the capital of Sichuan. Sichuan is a region steeped in rich history and vibrant culture, renowned not only for its stunning landscapes, but also for its unique and diverse culinary traditions. Ji Yun spent several days in Chengdu, embarking on adventures in nearby secret realms, leveling up while savoring the local delicacies. The hot pot, spicy rabbit heads, and various dishes were indeed delightful, though they left him with a fiery discomfort later in the night. In this world, with the emergence of Pokémon, wild habitats have been swiftly claimed by these creatures, leading to the rapid extinction of many wild animal species. Those that have survived are now classified as endangered and are being actively protected within designated reserves. Conversely, domesticated livestock, while somewhat affected, have not seen significant impacts. Nowadays, throughout Dongwang, numerous breeding farms have been established to ensure an adequate supply of meat for the populace, including various edible fish. Afterward, Ji Yun boarded another plane, flying directly to the capital city. He intended to visit the auction house there to sell the hard stone he possessed before returning home to prepare for school. Mom, I'll be back in a few days. Don't worry, it won't be late. Okay, I understand. Just be careful, he heard his mother reply as he exited the airport while on the phone. After ending the call, he took a taxi to his hotel. The next morning, Ji Yun arrived at the auction house. When he presented the hard stone for auction, the auctioneer immediately took notice. Following an appraisal, the auction house confirmed that the stone would be featured in their auction a week later, with significant promotion during that time. After signing the contract, Ji Yun stepped out of the auction house and checked his phone. The Dragon Cave secret realm is not open to the public. I suppose I'll go for this one instead. Ji Yun perused information on nearby secret realms on his phone, mindful that he would be staying for a week and needed to continue leveling up Pikachu and his Antlion. Chapter 20, An Encounter. Soon, Ji Yun purchased supplies and boarded a vehicle heading to the western suburbs of the capital. The outskirts of the capital had become home to numerous small secret realms, which, after integrating into this world, now formed a contiguous area, subtly encircling the city. It can be said that the suburbs surrounding the capital are now replete with nature reserves. Ji Yun disembarked at the Baiwa Mountain Reserve in the western suburbs, intending to begin his exploration here. Upon entering Baiwa Mountain, Ji Yun was greeted by a vibrant scene teeming with life. Under the influence of his aura, small Pokémon such as Caterpie, Weedle, Spinarak, and Rattata revealed themselves from their hiding spots. In the air, Pidgey, Pidgeotto, and Spearow flitted about, engaged in playful pursuits. As Ji Yun observed his surroundings, he ventured deeper into the forest. Suddenly, he halted, turning his gaze toward a thicket to his right. Quack, quack. Moments later, a duck clutching a leek burst from the bushes, swaying from side to side as it scampered past Ji Yun before quickly disappearing into another thicket. Pikachu stood at Ji Yun's feet, curiously watching the retreating figure of the leek duck. Ah, leek duck, what a pity it's not a fighting type. As he gazed at the vanishing ducklet, Ji Yun felt a twinge of regret. Had it been a fighting-type ducklet, he would have been genuinely interested in capturing one. After all, the ducklet of the fighting type possesses quite an admirable appearance and acceptable prowess. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge that ducklet is indeed a rare Pokémon. The fate of ducklet in this world bears a striking resemblance to that in the anime realm. Renowned for its delectable flavor, it was greatly favored by the aristocrats of antiquity, leading to widespread hunting. This situation only began to improve in modern times. The contemporary era of this world has also witnessed two global S-class tournaments, the first being a conflict between humans and several legendary Pokémon. After all, it is inconceivable for humanity to regard other species as equals. Reflecting on the relationship between humans and wild animals or livestock, would humanity truly treat them as equals? Would they afford them equitable treatment? It is evident that such a notion is utterly implausible. Consequently, humanity's initial stance was one of exploitation, viewing Pokémon as useful tools, forces to be tamed, and instruments of war. Thus, while humans would ensure the protection of Pokémon habitats and promote the development of their populations, their underlying motive was self-serving. After all, those Pokémon represented potential power and weaponry. Subsequently, over a century after the emergence of the Secret Realm, with the revival of legendary Pokémon, humanity sought to harness their might, igniting a war. At that time, humanity had yet to fully comprehend the documents obtained from the Secret Realm, remaining in the infancy of research as technological development had only just commenced, not yet entering the industrial age. Indeed, the journey from 0 to 1 is far more arduous than from 1 to 100. In that war, humanity faced defeat. The primary forces on the side of Pokémon included Ho-Oh and its 3 guardian beasts, along with Zygarde. Ultimately, several legendary Pokémon forged a covenant with humanity, thereby altering the dynamics of their relationship. One stipulation of the covenant forbade the mass hunting and consumption of Pokémon. Following the signing of the contract, both Ho-Oh and Zygarde vanished from sight. As for the 3 guardian beasts, they became emissaries of Ho-Oh, occasionally spotted by people across the globe. From that point onward, the ducklet population was able to endure. This detailed history was meticulously recorded in the books left behind by Ji Yun's late grandmother. The textbooks at school also contained information about this war, albeit lacking comprehensive accounts dedicated solely to it. Thus, while ducklets have become exceedingly rare today, nevertheless, while the ducklet is indeed a rarity, an ordinary ducklet does not align with my aspirations. With that thought, Ji Yun resolved to move forward without further hesitation. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket to his right. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful young girl burst forth from the underbrush. With her lustrous black ponytail, fair skin, graceful figure, and delicate features, she presented an enchanting visage that left Ji Yun momentarily awestruck. Then, a gentle voice, reminiscent of a trickling stream, reached his ears. "Excuse me, have you seen a ducklet?" It ran that way," Ji Yun replied, slightly taken aback, as he raised his hand to gesture towards the thicket on his left. "Thank you." The girl beamed with delight upon hearing his response, quickly dashing in the direction he indicated. As she passed by Ji Yun, she cast a glance back at him and Pikachu. Once her figure disappeared into the foliage, Ji Yun regained his composure, inhaling deeply as he turned to look at Pikachu. "Pikachu, was I just mesmerized?" Pikachu stood upright, crossing its arms, nodding in affirmation, and wearing a look of satisfaction. With Pikachu's response, Ji Yun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, covering his face with one hand. How could he have been enchanted by a mere girl? Goodness. Thankfully, it was just him and Pikachu here. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Truly, the so-called love at first sight is merely a matter of being captivated by appearances. Ji Yun silently lamented. Pika. At that moment, Pikachu extended a tiny hand towards Ji Yun, sporting a mischievous grin. Upon hearing Pikachu's words, Ji Yun could only respond with exasperation, pursing his lips. "Get lost, no way. The last time he allowed Pikachu to play with a little girl, it had extorted 2 boxes of ketchup from him. Now, it dared to use his embarrassing history to blackmail him for 5 boxes of ketchup? Not a chance. Such disgraceful behavior must be quelled. Ji-yun resolved firmly, refusing to be intimidated. Pika, fine, go ahead and tell everyone. They won't understand you anyway. Pika. Upon hearing Ji-yun's words, Pikachu seemed to experience a sudden epiphany. With a crackle, its cheeks began to spark with arcs of electricity, and a wicked smile spread across its face. Pikachu, let's talk this out calmly, no need for violence. Ji-yun's eye twitched as he chuckled nervously. Pika. Golden lightning flickered among the trees. Oh dear, you're not playing fair. Pika, stop zapping. Please, no more. And so, the duo of trainer and Pokémon continued their playful banter as they wandered deeper into the forest. Chapter 21. Jumping off a cliff in the face of danger. 5 days later, near the West Peak Valley of White Grass, Ji-yun had already reached the province of Ji. At this moment, he and Pikachu were in a state of exuberance. Pikachu, now is the time. Thunderbolt. Pika. With a brilliant flash of lightning, a proud Pidgey fell to the ground. The proud Pidgey has fallen. Pikachu gains 78 experience points. Pikachu has reached LV 30. Pikachu has learned Thunder. As the system's voice resonated, Pikachu's aura surged dramatically. Fantastic, Pikachu, you've grown even stronger. Ji-yun exclaimed with joy, scooping Pikachu into his arms and affectionately ruffling its head. Pika. Partner, Pikachu. Level, LV 30. Type, Electric. Gender, Male. Ability, Static. Held item, Electrium Z. Individual values, Max. Moves, Thunderbolt. Iron Tail, Quick Attack, Thunder. Potential, Champion. Gazing at Pikachu's status panel, Ji-yun couldn't help but smile. At last, Pikachu had reached the elite level. Coupled with the fact that his previous aunt had also leveled up to 32, this summer had been incredibly fruitful for him. However, Ji-yun noticed that after the ant reached the elite level, its experience gained from battles against wild Pokémon diminished, resulting in a slower leveling pace. During the journey from the secret realm in Sichuan to the one in the capital, the ant had only leveled up twice in over 10 days. Perhaps it was because the wild Pokémon he encountered were not formidable enough. Unfortunately, after so many years of the secret realm's emergence, countless adventurers had come forth each year, capturing the stronger Pokémon long ago. This also explains why wild Pokémon, aside from a few exceptional locations, generally lack strength elsewhere. Of course, his rate of leveling remained significantly faster than that of other trainers. As usual, after administering some medicine to the unconscious proud Pidgey, Ji-yun and Pikachu swiftly departed the scene. At noon, beneath a grand tree, Ji-yun savored a bowl of self-heating rice, relishing each bite. Before entering, he had purchased a plethora of instant meals, for he had come to realize that his culinary skills were rather lacking. They paled in comparison to these convenient options. Nearby, Pikachu and the ant were also enjoying their lunch. It seemed he needed to prioritize the production of energy cubes. Once he sold the hard stones and acquired the funds, he would return to Guizhou province to stock up on a substantial quantity of berries, and subsequently make the energy cubes. Ji-yun cast a glance at the two brothers indulging in their meal, silently contemplating. After finishing lunch, he swiftly tidied up the refuse, returned the large mandibles of the ant, and then looked up at the sky. The midday sun was rather fierce, but fortunately, a grand tree provided ample shade. At that moment, a gentle breeze caressed his face, presenting an ideal opportunity for a brief nap. Thus, Ji-yun settled beneath the sprawling tree, leaning against its sturdy trunk. Intending to rest for a while, Pikachu gracefully leaped and curled up on his lap. As Ji-yun slowly closed his eyes, the world around him fell into a serene silence, with only the soft rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. In this tranquil moment, even the oppressive heat began to wane. After some time, as Ji-yun's consciousness began to drift into slumber, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from afar. "Over there, run." Startled by the shout, Ji-yun's eyes flew open. Pika! Pikachu sprang up, landing on the ground in a defensive stance. Rising to his feet, Ji-yun spotted a familiar figure galloping towards him on a mount, a goat, in a frenzy. Squinting, he recognized the girl who had chased after the scallion duck days prior. Behind her, a swarm of ominous black shapes pursued closely. Upon discerning the true nature of those shadows, Ji-yun gasped in disbelief. "So many Beedrills!" he exclaimed. "Pikachu, run!" With that, he hastily slung his backpack over his shoulder and turned to flee. Pikachu mirrored his actions, sprinting alongside him. The thought of confronting the swarm never crossed Ji-yun's mind. Without absolute strength, encountering a horde of Beedrills in the wild was a dire situation. Run without hesitation. A few or even a dozen might be manageable for Pikachu and the large mandibles, but this dense mass was enough to send shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, the girl on the goat felt a pang of guilt watching Ji Yun's retreating figure. She had inadvertently pulled others into danger. At this point, she could not change course. Any deviation would allow the bee drills to close in faster, potentially catching her. Hang in there, goat, please, she urged, as Ji Yun dashed forward. He utilized his aura to gauge the situation behind him. This won't do, he frowned. At this rate, given the speed and stamina depletion, even with his super rookie constitution, it was only a matter of time before he would be overtaken. His eyes darted ahead, and suddenly, an idea struck him. There's a reservoir in the valley up ahead, he shouted. Upon hearing Ji Yun's voice, the girl brightened. Go faster, goat. We're almost out of danger. Before long, Ji Yun halted at the edge of a cliff, resting his hands on his knees, panting as he beheld the water below, reflecting the sky. A grin broke across his face. The cliff wasn't too high, only about 10 meters. If it were any higher, while his unique physique might withstand the fall, the girl's safety was uncertain. Calmly, Ji Yun steadied his breath, stood upright, retrieved a gill from his backpack, and turned around. Pointing towards the valley below, he scooped up Pikachu and leaped in front of the girl. With a splash, the water erupted as Ji Yun plunged in, descending several meters before gradually halting. Observing his leap, the girl grit her teeth. As the goat reached the cliff's edge, she withdrew a pokeball to recall it, then allowed herself to be propelled off the cliff by inertia, plummeting toward the reservoir below. Another splash resonated. Underwater, Ji Yun looked up to see the girl descending rapidly. He swam over swiftly, grasped her shoulder, and gestured. She nodded, her movements gradually calming. Thus, the boy, the girl, and the mouse remained submerged, gazing up at the surface. Chapter 22. The Temptation of Wetness. Buzzing sounds filled the air as a horde of bee drills flitted above the water. Patrolling the surface, Ji Yun lingered below, patiently biding his time. Suddenly, a commotion erupted underwater. He turned to see the girl desperately covering her mouth and nose. But bubbles continued to escape her lips. She was running out of breath. Without hesitation, Ji Yun removed the gill from his mouth, pried open her hand, and placed it into her mouth. For Ji Yun, whose physique was exceptional, holding his breath was manageable. After all, as a super rookie, surfacing from the depths was a trivial task. As for Pikachu, being a Pokémon, its physical resilience far surpassed that of humans, allowing it to endure longer. The moment the gill entered her mouth, the girl's eyes widened in astonishment, staring blankly at Ji Yun. He, too, gazed at her intently. Although visibility was blurred underwater, the sunlight filtering through the surface illuminated her form, making her appear ethereal. Around them, a school of Magikarp swam by, occasionally brushing past. The two shared a silent gaze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After a brief moment, Ji Yun suddenly felt a small hand on his face. Pikachu had swum beside him, patting his cheek while pointing upward. Ji Yun looked up to find the bee drills had mysteriously vanished. Realizing this, he immediately pulled the girl upward, and soon they surfaced. Swimming towards the shore, Pikachu was the first to reach land. Upon touching the ground, it began to shake off the water, sending droplets flying in all directions. Shortly after, Ji Yun and the girl emerged from the water. Once on shore, Ji Yun removed his hat, slicked back his damp hair, wiped his face, set down his backpack, and peeled off his soaked jacket. Thankfully, the backpack was waterproof. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, the girl spoke up. Not a problem, really, Ji Yun began, turning to face her. In the water, his vision had been obscured, preventing him from getting a good look at her. Now, as he beheld her under the sunlight, he was momentarily taken aback. The girl stood radiant beneath the sun, resembling a delicate flower, glistening with droplets of water. Beads of water cascaded from her hair, trickling down her skin, sparkling in the sunlight. Given that it was summer, she could hardly have worn thick clothing for this adventure. Consequently, her thin attire clung closely to her figure, revealing tantalizing glimpses of her form. The scene was indeed a tempting tableau of a beauty emerging from the water. Ahem. Ji Yun abruptly snapped back to reality, quickly turning away and clearing his throat. Ah! The girl blushed deeply upon noticing his reaction, glancing down and gasping. Hurriedly crouching to cover herself, Ji Yun felt a tinge of embarrassment as well. After all, such a breathtaking sight had understandably caught him off guard. Maybe you should dry off and change. You can go around that corner, he suggested, pointing to a nearby bend. By the way, I seem to have lost my backpack. Upon hearing this, the young girl displayed a hint of discomfort and softly murmured, "Ah, this?" Startled by her words, Ji Yun turned to glance in her direction. Indeed, the girl bore no backpack or similar belongings. His gaze then met a pair of shimmering autumn eyes, which were fixed on him with a hint of reproach. Awkwardly, Ji Yun turned away once more, hastily retrieving a set of clothes, a towel, and a pair of slippers from his backpack. After all, one must be able to bathe while adventuring. Slippers and spare clothing are indispensable. With ample space in his backpack, he had prepared well for contingencies. Here, you can wear mine, he offered, extending the clothes and slippers behind him. Thank you, the girl replied without hesitation, taking the items and making her way around the corner. Ji Yun promptly removed his own clothes, grabbed the spare towel, and swiftly dried himself off before slipping into the fresh attire. Ah, still the same style as Lord Qi, he mused. He then seated himself on a rock by the shore, awaiting the girl's return. Before long, she reappeared, clad in his black t-shirt and pants. Clutching her damp clothing, the garments appeared quite oversized on her, the pant hems rolled up several times. Yet, a beautiful person can pull off anything, and in her, the outfit took on an entirely unique charm. To alleviate the awkward silence, Ji Yun took the initiative to strike up a conversation. So, where did you lose your backpack? At this, the girl's expression stiffened, and she settled down beside Ji Yun, responding with a touch of exasperation. It fell into the territory of the bee drills. Oh. Ji Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. No need to search for it. There was nothing of value inside. I always carry my pokeballs and phone with me. The backpack only contains some supplies and clothes. Besides, I've already caused you enough trouble. Seeing Ji Yun's intention to assist, the girl quickly interjected. She had no desire to venture into the bee drill territory again, as the dense thorns had left her with significant trauma. Oh, that's good to hear, Ji Yun nodded. Not going is for the best. Even if you asked for my help, I wouldn't go. Given the sheer number of bee drills, my current strength is insufficient. I certainly don't wish to trespass into their domain. By the way, we've shared quite an ordeal, yet I still don't know your name. I'm Ji Yun, what about you? Ji Yun, I'll remember that. I'm Zhang Chuyu, she replied, introducing herself. Zhang Chuyu is quite a lovely name, Ji Yun remarked. To this, Zhang Chuyu smiled slightly, saying, my father's surname is Zhang, and my mother's is Chu, hence my name. Oh, your parents are quite creative, Ji Yun chuckled. No, it's just that my mother is rather assertive. Reflecting on her home life, where her dominant mother and her father, who was somewhat henpecked, made her silently roll her eyes. Speaking of which, how did you provoke the bee drills? Upon hearing Ji Yun's question, Zhang Chuyu's face stiffened. An embarrassment washed over her. Do you remember that ducklet? I was chasing it when I accidentally wandered into the bee drill's territory. After catching up, I sent out my Pokémon to capture it, and inadvertently hit one. As she recounted the story, her voice dwindled. Ji Yun couldn't help but grin, already envisioning the situation without needing her to finish. However, now he was curious about that ducklet. So, you didn't manage to capture that ducklet? Zhang Chuyu nodded awkwardly. Is that ducklet really that formidable? You've been chasing it for days, and still haven't caught it? Ji Yun was even more intrigued. After all, this girl had previously ridden a mountain goat. Once evolved, her mount would possess at least elite-level strength. Ji Yun had seen the stats of that ducklet, and didn't find it particularly impressive. Just as Ji Yun finished speaking, a look of deep resentment crossed Zhang Chuyu's face. That ducklet must have invested all its skills in evasion. It was incredibly adept at dodging, and even led me into the dens of other Pokémon. As she spoke, her eyes seemed to blaze with determination. Next time I encounter it, I will certainly give it a good thrashing. Ji Yun found himself at a loss for words. Such talent exists in the Pokémon world? Whose subordinate is this? So fierce. His curiosity piqued further. He wondered how that ducklet had managed to annoy her. However, glancing upwards at the sky, Ji Yun inquired, what are your plans now? If you ride your mountain goat, you could reach the nearby town before sunset. After all, without your backpack and supplies, continuing your adventure is impossible. Well, I discovered that my phone is broken, and I have no cash on me, Zhang Chuyu explained. Her tone tinged with resignation. So could you. I also don't have any cash, Ji Yun replied, shaking his head. Who carries cash these days? With that, Ji Yun proposed, how about I accompany you? I was planning to leave tomorrow anyway, so leaving a day earlier isn't an issue. Thank you. Zhang Chuyu felt a bit guilty for imposing on Ji Yun, considering the trouble she had already caused him. Yet, as the words hovered on her lips, she found herself unable to refuse, and instead, expressed her gratitude. At that moment, a sound emanated from her stomach. Gore. Zhang Chuyu blushed, and quickly clarified. I lost my backpack and haven't had lunch yet. Not a problem. I have plenty to eat, Ji Yun replied, retrieving a bowl of instant self-heating rice from his backpack. You don't mind, do you? Not at all, not at all. Just having something to eat is wonderful. Zhang Chuyu eagerly assured him. That's great. By the way, what about your Pokémon? I have some Pokémon food if needed. No, it's all right. No need to trouble yourself. Very well, once you've eaten your fill, we'll pack up and depart. Okay. After Zhang Chuyu had satisfied her hunger, they began to tidy up their belongings. Clutching her wet clothes, Zhang Chuyu's gaze fell upon the artificial gills, and the memory of their underwater encounter flooded her mind. She couldn't help but glance at Ji Yun, who was busily cleaning up. As she admired his perfect profile, her gaze lingered on his naturally rosy lips. In that moment, Zhang Chuyu felt a warmth radiate through her body, particularly on her cheeks. What's wrong? Sensing her gaze, Ji Yun turned to inquire. Nothing. Nothing at all, Zhang Chuyu quickly replied, her face slightly flushed. Here, take this. Noticing her strange reaction, Ji Yun opted not to probe further and instead handed her a bag. Put your clothes in here, and then place it in my backpack. It'll be more convenient. Zhang Chuyu responded softly, accepting the bag. She then shyly turned her head and handed the artificial gills back to Ji Yun. This is for you. Oh. Ji Yun replied casually, accepting the artificial gills and placing them in his backpack. Once they had finished packing, the two set off. Are you not going to store your Pikachu in its Pokeball? Zhang Chuyu inquired curiously, glancing at the Pikachu perched on Ji Yun's shoulder as they walked. No, it doesn't like to enter a Pokeball, so I won't force it, Ji Yun remarked, gently patting Pikachu's head with a smile. Pikachu responded. I see. He continued, and the two of them resumed their journey, engaging in light-hearted conversation. As their dialogue deepened, they discovered more about each other. For instance, they were of the same age, with Ji Yun being merely 3 months older than Zhang Chuyao. Furthermore, Ji Yun hailed from Longqing in Guizhou province, while Zhang Chuyao was a local of the capital city. To their astonishment, they realized they were both planning to attend the same university and might become classmates. I don't really know why, but my mother insists I go to Jinling University, leaving me no room for choice, Zhang Chuyao remarked with a hint of frustration. However, I never expected to meet a future classmate today, especially under such circumstances. Thinking about it, attending Jinling University might not be so bad after all. Ji Yun nodded in agreement. By your reasoning, I suddenly find Jinling University quite appealing as well. Didn't you dislike Jinling University before? Why did you choose it then? Zhang Chuyao asked, a look of confusion crossing her face. In response, Ji Yun chuckled softly, because I thought, at the very least, Jinling University is one of the top universities in the country. I didn't want to waste brain cells deliberating endlessly, so I just picked Jinling. This was a fabrication. The truth was that in his past life, after graduating from university, he had lived a grueling 996 life in Jinling. Now, he merely wished to observe this world's version of Jinling City. I see. How carefree, Zhang Chuyao remarked. As time passed, the two finally exited the protected area in the afternoon, just before the sun began its descent. Ji Yun then observed as Zhang Chuyao hurried to a shop to return the Pokeball of the Mount Goat, revealing that the creature had been rented. Subsequently, Zhang Chuyao borrowed money from Ji Yun to purchase a new phone. With the new phone in hand, she finally felt financially liberated. After returning Ji Yun's money, she bought a new outfit and changed into it, returning his clothes in the process. Chapter 24. The Mini Dragon with 2.5 years of training. After resolving Zhang Chuyao's personal matters, they learned that the next bus to the urban area of the capital would not depart until the following morning. Thus, at Ji Yun's suggestion, they rented 2 rooms at a nearby inn, intending to spend the night there. As the sun slowly set, twilight crept in. Inside the inn, Ji Yun knocked on the door of the adjacent room. Would you like to join me for dinner? He inquired upon seeing Zhang Chuyao. She smiled brightly. Sure. I need to buy some Pokémon food anyway. Soon after, they ventured out to a restaurant. At the dining table, amidst casual chatter, they discussed the current world championship. I believe Lin Shiming has a significant chance of winning, Ji Yun asserted. Well, somewhat, Zhang Chuyao conceded. While Lin Shiming may be at a slight disadvantage in terms of Pokémon strength, her tactical design and adaptability in battle surpass those of her opponents. Moreover, her team composition is quite reasonable, so it all hinges on her strategic planning. The World Championship, as its name suggests, is an international event that brings together the finest trainers from around the globe, organized by the World Pokémon League and held every 4 years. This year, it coincides with the new edition of the championship. Typically, it takes place in late July or early August. In contrast, the national tournament that Ji Yun had previously focused on was merely a competition within the Dongwon Kingdom, occurring annually in June after the college entrance examination. During their days of adventure, Ji Yun had not neglected to keep up with the World Championship, watching the matches on his phone every night in his tent. By the way, tonight is the semifinals. Why don't we get some snacks and watch together in your room? Zhang Chuyao suggested. attempting to appear casual while glancing at Ji Yun's handsome face. Ji Yun nodded in agreement. That sounds great. It will be nice to have someone to discuss it with. After dinner, Ji Yun accompanied Zhang Chuyao to buy some Pokémon food, and they also picked up some snacks before returning to the inn and heading to Ji Yun's room. There's still some time. I'll feed my Pokémon first. Feel free to make yourself at home, Ji Yun said as he checked the time upon entering the room. The current World Championship was being held in Galia, with matches starting in the afternoon there, which coincided with evening time in Dongwang. He then retrieved the Pokeball containing his large mandibles ant and released it. Negu, it exclaimed. Oh, you actually captured a large mandibles ant. Zhang Chuyao exclaimed in surprise at the sight of it. Do you like large mandibles ants? Ji Yun asked while preparing dinner for Pikachu and the large mandibles ant. Like, it's more about familiarity, Zhang Chuyao replied, crouching down to gently stroke the large mandibles ant's round head. My mother has a desert dragonfly. It was my companion when I was little. I see. That's quite a coincidence. Ji Yun smiled, placing the food in front of the two Pokemon. Pika, Negu. Both Pokemon immediately began to eat, clearly voracious. I might as well join in. Little Bai hasn't had lunch yet, Zhang Chuyao said, pulling out a black Pokeball. Come out, Little Bai. Little Bai? Ji Yun turned to look curiously upon hearing Zhang Chuyao's call. As the light faded, a blue and white serpentine Pokemon appeared before Ji Yun's eyes. Mimi, it greeted. Ji Yun blinked in astonishment, his eyes widening at the sight of the creature. Mini Dragon. Level, LV24. Type, Dragon. Gender, Female. Ability, Shed Skin. Individual values, HP, 31. Attack, 31. Defense, 27. Special Attack, 25. Special Defense, 31. Speed, 31. Potential, Champion. A Mini Dragon. And it's a 4V, with better potential than the large mandibles ant. Ji Yun stared in awe at the Mini Dragon. What do you think? Isn't my Little Bai adorable? Zhang Chuyao asked, cradling the Mini Dragon in her arms with a beaming smile. However, my mother said not to expose Little Bai to strangers outside too easily. I only revealed it to you because I consider you a friend. Hearing Zhang Chuyao's words, Ji Yun snapped back to reality, took a deep breath to suppress his greed, and regarded the young woman before him with a meaningful glance. It is worth noting that in the Dongwang Kingdom, mini dragons are not easily obtainable by ordinary people. The mini dragon population primarily exists within 3 secret realms of the Dragon Clan: the Dragon Cave Secret Realm in the capital, the Dragon's Homeland Secret Realm in Jinling, and the Dragon Island Secret Realm in the East Sea. One cannot find them in the wild or typical protected areas. These 3 secret realms are strictly controlled by the Dongwang Kingdom, with access limited to those who have significantly contributed to the nation. Zhang Xiao's situation, however, clearly did not align with this. Thus, it can be concluded that her mini dragon was likely inherited from an elder. This girl's background is rather extraordinary. Noticing Ji Yun's gaze, Zhang Chuyao raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Oh, nothing." Ji Yun shook his head, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he teased, "I never expected to encounter a super rich heiress." "Heiress? I don't want to work hard anymore," she retorted, her cheeks flushing as she shot him a glare. "Oh, not denying your heiress status, are you?" Ji Yun arched an eyebrow, silently pondering. He then changed the subject, focusing on the mini dragon that was busily eating. "By the way, you didn't just capture this mini dragon recently, did you?" Observing the level 24 of the mini dragon, Ji Yun pondered thoughtfully. I began caring for Xiaobai when it was merely an egg, and now it has grown to be 2.5 years old. This implies that I had received my initial Pokemon 2.5 years ago." Ji Yun reflected silently. Subsequently, he turned on the television in his room. The two of them settled in front of the screen, engaging in casual conversation as they awaited the commencement of the match. "Yay, I told you Lin Shiming would win," exclaimed Zhang Chuyao, her eyes gleaming with joy as she watched the victorious scene of Lin Shiming, the competitor from Dongwang Nation, on the screen. The journey was rather perilous, but thankfully, victory was ours, Ji Yun remarked, gazing at the triumphant older sister on the television. After the match concluded, Zhang Chuyao prepared to return to her room for some rest. "Good night. See you tomorrow," she said, waving her hand back at him as she stood outside Ji Yun's door. "Yes, good night," he replied with a nod. Chapter 25. A sudden fortune. While Ji Yun and Zhang Chuyao retired for the night, in the adjacent room, a woman was engaged in a phone call. Meanwhile, in an exquisite villa in the capital, a mature beauty named Chu Wanner was listening intently on the other end of the line. "All right, I understand. Thank you, Xiao Zhao," she said before hanging up the phone moments later. "What's wrong?" inquired a middle-aged man who was watching television beside her. "What else could it be? It's your precious daughter." Chu Wanner shot a glare at her husband. She has the audacity to sneak off to the restricted area for an adventure all on her own. Thankfully, nothing happened. Otherwise, you'd be the one crying, she added. Her words sharp. Isn't she still your daughter too? The middle-aged man chuckled nervously, hastily attempting to placate his wife. But she is fine now. Once she returns, we'll have a talk and set her straight. Don't be too upset. Humph. If something were to happen, you'd regret not worrying sooner, Chu Wanner retorted, standing up in a huff and turning to leave. Dear, where are you going? To shower. To sleep. In her room, Chu Wanner stood by the window, gazing quietly at the night sky. I never expected to encounter him, she sighed softly. My plans had only just begun, and they have already crossed paths. Is this what they call fate? The next morning, Ji Yun and Zhang Chuyao vacated their room early and boarded the bus returning to the capital. Seated next to each other, they engaged in light-hearted conversation during the journey. Before long, the bus arrived in the capital, marking the moment for their parting. Well then, see you in Jinling, Zhang Chuyao said, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Yes, see you in Jinling, Ji Yun nodded in agreement. They waved goodbye, with Zhang Chuyao climbing into a taxi to head home, while Ji Yun boarded a vehicle headed to his hotel. Once at the hotel, Ji Yun relaxed, collapsing onto the long-awaited bed. The following day, he remained sprawled on the soft mattress, reluctant to rise. After preparing breakfast for his 2 Pokémon, he continued to lounge. What is this? At noon, after finishing his lunch and organizing his backpack, Ji Yun was taken aback by what he pulled out of the bag. Damn, I forgot to return her clothes. He quickly retrieved his phone, opened the chat tool of the Pokémon group, snapped a photo of the bag, and sent it to Zhang Chuyao. Overcast clouds, image. Overcast clouds, you left something here, silly emoji. Then, he clicked on her profile and entered her moments. Discovering a post she had shared the previous night. Sneaking out for an adventure, got a severe scolding upon returning, feeling miserable, crying emoji. Ji Yun suddenly realized that she had secretly gone on an adventure without informing her family. He commented below, overcast clouds, well deserved. Then it dawned on him that he too had been deceiving his family under the guise of travel. Just then, his phone vibrated. Zhang Chuyao had replied. Yao, I completely forgot. Overcast clouds. How about you come pick it up? Or I can bring it to you. Yawa. But I'm about to leave the capital, silly emoji. At the airport in the capital, Zhang Chuyao glanced at her phone. Her face flushed upon recalling the contents of the bag. Just then, a flight attendant approached her seat. Ma'am, the plane is about to take off. Please turn off your phone or set it to flight mode. Thank you. Ah, okay. Observing Zhang Chuyao's response, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow and continued typing. Overcast clouds. Then, I'll wash it for you and give it back when school starts. However, he waited for a long time but received no reply from her. Frustrated, Ji Yun tossed his phone aside and walked to the washing machine in his room. After disinfecting the machine, he stood in front of it with the bag. As he pulled out a piece of clothing to place in the washing machine, a small white fabric fell from it. When Ji Yun looked down, his expression froze momentarily. Quite innocent, he murmured, eyeing the white panties before picking them up and tossing them into the washing machine. He then retrieved another piece of white clothing from the bag, noting that it matched the previous small fabric. This young lady seems to be developing quite well. She must be a C cup, Ji Yun muttered again, throwing it into the washing machine before returning to the bedside to continue organizing his backpack. In the afternoon, in Xiang Province, Xing City, Zhang Chuyao's expression changed dramatically upon reading Ji Yun's message after just exiting the airport. Yao, you didn't actually wash it for me, did you? In the hotel, feeling his phone vibrate, Ji Yun glanced at it and raised an eyebrow, snapping a photo of the balcony and sending it. Overcast clouds, image. On the other side, upon seeing the photo of the bra and panties swaying on the clothesline, Zhang Chuyao's face turned crimson, as if engulfed in flames. Yao. She felt utterly mortified in front of Ji Yun. The following day, Ji Yun's Hardstone was scheduled to be auctioned at the capital's auction house in the afternoon. He attended the auction, watching the entire event unfold. Ultimately, the Hardstone was sold for 13.2 million. After deducting the 5 fee for the auction house, Ji Yun received 12.54 million. After paying taxes, the funds in Ji Yun's personal account exceeded 10 million. Now, he could truly consider himself a millionaire. He experienced the thrill of sudden wealth, realizing why so many trainers ventured into the secret realms year after year. The next morning, after checking out, Ji Yun hurriedly made his way to the airport with Pikachu, boarding a flight to Gui Province. With the school year approaching, he needed to return to prepare for enrollment and stock up on fruit trees. That afternoon, Ji Yun returned home. Dad, Mom, I'm back, he shouted as he stepped through the door. Pikachu leapt off Ji Yun's shoulder and dashed into the house. Hearing his call, his mother hurried out from the kitchen. You actually came back? I thought you forgot you still had school to attend. Hee, I'm back now. Don't worry, I won't forget. Ji Yun quickly forced a smile and immediately pulled out some small trinkets and souvenirs from his trip to divert his mother's attention. Chapter 26, University. A vow made that evening, the family enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. Ji Yun only shared with his parents that he had traveled to Sichuan and the capital, omitting the details of his adventures. Regarding matters of adventure, Ji Yun remained utterly silent. The next day, he awoke late into the morning and hastily departed from his home. I glanced around, observing the oranges, blackberries, and various fruits. As Ji Yun sat in the vehicle, he scrutinized the extensive list of dozens of tree fruits in the formula, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Subsequently, Ji Yun began reaching out to wholesalers of tree fruits in Gui province. Finally, after much effort, he let out a long sigh of relief. Reflecting on the past few days during which he had spent several million, ultimately acquiring all the required tree fruits. Although he had expended a significant sum, he had purchased each type of fruit by the ton, deeming the expenditure worthwhile. Electrodrake, Mega Evolution. The exhilarating roar resonated from the television. In the evening, after dining, Ji Yun sat before the television, engrossed in the match. Tonight was the final of the World Championship. After a series of intense battles, Lin Shiming from Dongwang Country ultimately fell short, securing the runner-up position. Her opponent, a burly man named Reno, boasted a significantly stronger ace Pokémon. Lin Shiming's strategic arrangements and on-the-spot commands were commendable, but her defeat was solely due to the overwhelming prowess of Reno's Pokémon, which had likely reached the champion level. Observing Reno reveling in victory on the screen, Ji Yun found himself lost in thought, a surge of ambition and desire welling up within him. The World Championship. He clenched his fist, yearning to ascend to that stage, wishing to shine as brightly as the competitors he saw on the screen. A flame of ambition flickered in Ji Yun's eyes. In 4 years, he would undoubtedly stand on that stage, and he intended to emerge victorious. Suppressing his exhilaration, Ji Yun quietly vowed to himself. Buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated, and Ji Yun picked it up to read the message. Yeah, what a pity. Lin Shiming ultimately lost. Reflecting on the embarrassed expression she had shown days prior, Ji Yun couldn't help but smile slightly. This girl had previously ignored him in her embarrassment, even when he messaged her. However, after 2 days of shyness, she resumed initiating conversations with him. Past clouds. There was no way around it. It was a pure display of overpowering strength. Lin Shiming could manage the previous 5 Pokémon, but the final Electrodrake was far superior to all her Pokémon. Yow. Indeed, such a powerful Electrodrake, which surprisingly concealed its strength. How cunning. Past clouds. Concealing strength is also a tactic. It cannot be deemed cunning. Yow. Which country do you belong to? Past clouds. A soybean person picking his nose JPG. In the following 2 days, Ji Yun remained at home, retrieving the fruit mixer and beginning to experiment with making energy cubes. During this period, he also took the opportunity to attend a high school reunion, wanting to make the most of their time together before everyone dispersed when school resumed in September. Haha, I did it. That day in his room, Ji Yun gazed at the few yellow cubic energy cubes lying in the machine, his face radiating joy. After several attempts and numerous failures over the past 2 days, he finally succeeded in producing the finished energy cubes. Come, Pikachu, give it a try. Ji Yun offered one of the energy cubes to Pikachu. Pikachu sniffed it, and its eyes lit up as it quickly seized the energy cube and stuffed it into its mouth. With the energy cube now in its grasp, Pikachu displayed an expression of sheer delight. Observing Pikachu's reaction, Ji Yun smiled slightly, realizing his success. He then set about producing a substantial quantity of energy cubes in various colors. Moreover, the storage box gifted by the system was a spatial equipment. Not only spacious, but also effective in preserving the energy cubes, alleviating any concerns about producing more than he could consume. Thus, time gradually progressed to the final 2 days of August. On this day, the sky was clear and cloudless. In the morning, Ji Yun's parents accompanied him to the airport. Son, are you sure you don't need us to see you off? His mother inquired once more. Ji Yun quickly shook his head. No need. I can manage on my own, don't worry. At that moment, his father, Ji Guoyong, chimed in with a jest. He can already travel to other provinces by himself. Going to university is nothing to fret about. He won't get lost, and besides, he is an adult now. It's time to be independent. However, his mother disregarded his father's remarks and began to nag. Even when you're at university, you mustn't become complacent. Remember to eat regularly and maintain good relationships with your classmates. When you go on adventures, always be cautious. Safety is paramount. I understand, Mom, don't worry. Ji Yun assured her as he slung his backpack over his shoulders and approached the airport entrance. Dad, Mom, I'm off. Drive carefully on your way back. He waved goodbye before turning and stepping into the airport. Jinling, the capital of Su Province, is also a historically and culturally significant city in Dongwang, boasting a 100-year history. Throughout history, several dynasties have made Jinling their capital. The Pokémon Academy at Jinling University occupies an entire campus, situated on the eastern side of Jinling City. Bordered by the Jiuxiang River to the west, Xianlin Lake to the east, and overlooking the mystical Qixia Mountain to the north. Furthermore, with the arrival of the mystical realm, Qixia Mountain has expanded in area, now positioned merely over 1,000 meters from the Pokémon Academy, making this location exceptionally advantageous. The site of this mystical realm was originally a natural scenic area, although the realm itself is significantly larger than these natural landscapes. The names of the realms are still derived from local geographical names. Upon disembarking from the plane, Ji Yun hailed a taxi, traversing the expressway and nearly crossing the entirety of Jinling City to reach the university. After entering the school, Ji Yun busied himself with various enrollment procedures, and by the afternoon, he finally arrived at his dormitory. Upon entering, he noticed 3 boys engaged in an animated discussion. The last roommate has finally arrived. Upon seeing Ji Yun, the 3 greeted him enthusiastically. Wow, you're so handsome. That looks could threaten me, exclaimed one fashionably dressed student, gazing at Ji Yun's striking features and stylish attire. I'm Li Jieqi, from Yangqing in Guangdong Province. He then directed his attention to the Pikachu perched on Ji Yun's shoulder. Is this your starter Pokemon? Pikachu, very nice, quite adorable. At that moment, a tall student spoke up. Give me a break. You, with your unremarkable looks, can't compete with him. I'm Wang Qingji, from Qingdao in Shandong Province. Chen Yujia, from Spring City in Yunnan Province. Ji Yun, from Longqing in Guangxi Province. Chapter 27, 3 Roommates. The bond of friendship among the boys formed swiftly. After a round of self-introductions, they quickly became familiar with one another. After tidying their beds, they pulled out their phones to add each other as friends and then settled on the beds to chat casually. At that moment, Li Jieqi suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Hey, I just realized that my hometown is connected to Old GS and Old Chen S. What a coincidence. But you, Old Wang, being a northerner, seem a bit out of place. To this, Wang Qingji rolled his eyes. Oh, shut it. As students enrolled in the Pokémon Academy, their discussion naturally veered towards Pokémon topics. By the way, the University Student League is about to commence. Do you think Jinling University can clinch the championship this year? Li Jieqi posed the question as the discussion starter. The National University Student League of Dongwang is held annually, typically commencing in September. The annual national competitions and university leagues, along with the quadrennial intercontinental and world championships, are all scheduled for the summer and autumn seasons, in addition to various regional cup competitions. Thus, every summer, Dongwang becomes a grand stage for sporting events. It is difficult to articulate. Setting aside the major players in the capital city, the Eastern Division alone is rather formidable. The situation in the bustling metropolis is particularly challenging, and Zhejiang Province's Zhejiang University is no easy feat to contend with either. Nor is the University of Science and Technology of China in Anhui Province to be underestimated. Coupled with the leading universities from various other provinces, it poses quite a challenge. Chen Yujia analyzed with utmost seriousness. Indeed, the competition is fierce in the Eastern Division. Wang Qingji nodded in agreement. Being from Shandong Province, he is a local of the East and is acutely aware of the intensity of the competition. The conversation then shifted to starter Pokemon. Old G's starter Pokemon is Pikachu. As he spoke, Li Jieqi produced a Pokeball. Mine is Scyther, what about yours? Upon hearing Li Jieqi's words, the other 3 turned to look at him. It is known that Scyther, in its initial form, possesses considerable strength and generally high potential, making it a highly sought-after Pokemon. Encountering a wild Scyther, most trainers would choose to capture it. Nowadays, wild Scyther are quite rare in Dongwang country. After all, with a population exceeding 1 billion, it has the highest number of trainers in the world, hence the demand for such powerful initial forms is substantial. Moreover, in breeding facilities, the price of such Pokemon is among the top tier. A closer look reveals that Li Jieqi's attire consists of several luxury brands. What a wealthy individual. Ji Yun silently mused. Wow, a magnificent warrior of the insect tribe. You truly are a tycoon, Wang Qingji exclaimed. And then he too produced a Pokeball. Mine is Wingull. Oh, Wingull is quite good. It can be ridden once it evolves into Pelipper, Li Jieqi nodded. Then turned his gaze to Chen Yujia. Old Chen, what about you? Chen Yujia replied leisurely. My starter Pokemon is Shroomish. Shroomish, indeed a Pokémon characteristic of Yunnan province. Li Jiechi remarked, stroking his chin and smiling broadly. Moreover, after evolving into Breloom, its combat prowess is quite formidable. It seems that the trainer class of Jinling University's class of 2024 will be dominated by our dormitory 404. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingji rolled his eyes and retorted, "Aren't the wealthy from Yanqing supposed to be low-key? What about the shirts and flip-flops, not loving to flaunt? How come you are the complete opposite of the legend? You are perpetuating stereotypes. Not everyone in a group can be the same, you know?" Li Jiechi shot back without hesitation. At this moment, Chen Yujia nodded earnestly. "Understood. You are precisely that individual who loves to show off and seek the limelight. What? It's only the first day of our acquaintance, and you are targeting me. Attacking the rich?" Li Jiechi exclaimed with a comical expression, reclining onto his bed. "Ha ha." Wang Qingji and Chen Yujia high-fived. The atmosphere in the entire dormitory was filled with joviality. "By the way, let's have dinner together tonight to celebrate," Wang Qingji suggested. Upon hearing this, Li Jiechi was instantly revitalized and sat up straight. "Sounds good. Before I came, I scoured the school forum and found a restaurant with excellent reviews." You all go ahead. I need to pick someone up," Ji Yun remarked, glancing at a message from Zhang Chuyu on his phone. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, the conversation in the dormitory suddenly paused, and the three exchanged glances. Something was afoot. Li Jiechi, with a serious expression, inquired, "Are you picking up a new student?" "Yes." "Is it a boy or a girl?" At this, the three perked up their ears. A girl. Damn." Li Jiechi clutched his chest, feigning a heart-wrenching expression. "Oh, old Ji, with your thick eyebrows and large eyes, you actually already have a girlfriend." Wang Qingji exclaimed, "You are betraying the organization and the revolution." Chen Yuji added, "We have a traitor among us." Ji Yun looked at his three roommates with exasperation. Were they not being overly animated? Suddenly, Li Jiechi's expression shifted, and he grinned lewdly. "Is she pretty?" Wang Qingji chimed in. "Is she easy to talk to? Can you ask her if her dormitory would like to socialize with us?" Chen Yujia also leaned in, looking earnestly at Ji Yun. "Old Ji, we are counting on you. Get lost. She is truly not my girlfriend." Ji Yun rolled his eyes, offered a brief explanation, then grabbed his backpack, pushing past the three, and headed out with Pikachu. "Wait, old Ji, remember to ask her. If possible, just bring her along. We are counting on you." In the afternoon, the sun had finally lost some of its intensity. Ji Yun stood at the school gate for a while before spotting a familiar figure alighting from a taxi. He stepped forward. Over there. Zhang Chuyu also noticed Ji Yun and ran over with a smile. "Long time no see, Ji Yun and Pikachu." Pikachu waved from Ji Yun's shoulder. "Yes, it's been a while." As he gazed at the youthful and vibrant girl before him, Ji Yun couldn't help but smile slightly. "Let's go. I'll take you to register." "Okay." Zhang Chuyu cheerfully walked alongside Ji Yun, her striking beauty instantly attracting numerous admiring glances. Ji Yun was familiar with the registration process, having navigated it before. Finally, as the evening glow illuminated the sky, Zhang Chuyu completed her registration, and Ji Yun escorted her to the girls' dormitory. Chapter 28. The Moment of Showing Off. "You can go up yourself. I'll pass." At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, feeling the sharp gaze of the dorm's supervisor, Ji Yun halted. "Oh, all right," Zhang Chuyu nodded. "So, shall we have dinner together tonight?" Our dormitory has plans to gather for dinner tonight. If you don't mind, you could join us." "Then never mind. Perhaps next time." After saying this, Zhang Chuyu prepared to head upstairs. "Oh, wait." Ji Yun suddenly called out to Zhang Chuyu, reaching into his backpack to pull out a bag and hand it to her. "Here's your clothes, returning them to you." As Zhang Chuyu accepted the bag, her cheeks flushed slightly, and with a playful glare, she turned and quickly dashed into the girls' dormitory. That evening, after the gathering, Ji Yun and his three roommates did not hurry back to their dormitory, but instead rode shared bicycles, exploring the campus, checking in at various spots and familiarizing themselves with the layout. They visited the square, library, Nebula building, Xiangshuahai garden, gymnasium, activity center, and more, thoroughly traversing the area. After becoming acquainted with the school's layout, they returned to their dormitory. The entire campus spans over 4,000 acres, with only one Pokémon Academy, so the space for construction is not cramped. For instance, the dormitories of the Pokémon Academy are quite spacious, possibly considering that students often have Pokémon with them. The dorms provide ample room, and the balconies are also quite large. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ji Yun took Pikachu to the balcony, released his Heracross, and then retrieved the energy cube storage box, taking out some cubes to feed. Given the appetites of Pikachu and Heracross, a meal typically only requires 2 cubes to satiate them. The energy cubes Ji Yun prepared focus on nutritional balance and enhancement of qualities. Among the recipes he obtained, there is one specifically designed for those with hearty appetites, capable of making a small Snorlax stuffed after just one cube. Pika Pika, as they enjoyed the delicious energy cubes. Both Pikachu and Heracross displayed expressions of blissful contentment. Observing this, Ji-Yun smiled slightly, put away the storage box, and began to pet Pikachu and Heracross. Wow, old G, you actually have a Heracross. At that moment, a gasp echoed through the air as Li Jiechi appeared on the balcony. One hand clutching a bowl of Pokémon food and the other wielding a Pokeball. It seemed he had come to feed his Pokémon. Indeed. The behemoth ant was my second Pokémon. Ji-Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Li Jiechi's exclamation drew the attention of the other two, who also bore food in hand, indicating they too had come to nourish their creatures. The behemoth ant, upon evolution, would transform into a dragon type. Should it evolve into a desert dragonfly, it would undoubtedly be striking. The trio gazed at the behemoth ant, reflecting on its potential. Alas, dragon-type Pokémon are notoriously difficult to evolve, and their dietary requirements are generally quite demanding, making them an impractical choice for novice trainers. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun found it quite intriguing. In the context of the game, this would translate to a high-level requirement for evolution. Indeed, when I expressed my desire for a dragon-type Pokémon, my father scolded me harshly. Li Jiechi lamented, a hint of resentment in his tone, before turning to Ji-Yun. Old Ji, your behemoth ant appears rather impressive. Its size is considerable, its eyes are vibrant, and its shell is smooth and lustrous. It exudes potential. How much did it cost you? The other two also looked on with curiosity, awaiting a figure that would dishearten them. My behemoth ant is wild. I captured it in a hidden realm. Ji-Yun replied. Wild. The revelation left the three momentarily speechless. Wait, the key point is that you've already ventured into a hidden realm, old Ji? Li Jiechi exclaimed in surprise. To this, Ji-Yun did not conceal anything, stating straightforwardly, yes, during the 3-month summer break, I have explored several hidden realms. Impressive, remarkable, fearsome. The three expressed their admiration. It seemed old Ji was the hidden powerhouse among them. Chen Yujie shot a sidelong glance at Li Jiechi, adding, and without the need to show off like some people. Go away, Li Jiechi retorted, dismissively pushing Chen Yujie aside. At this juncture, Wang Qingji interjected, so, it seems the month-long wilderness survival training after the semester begins won't pose a challenge for you, old Ji. Indeed, we shall rely on you then, old Ji. The others chimed in, their gazes fixed on Ji-Yun. Let us wait and see. We still don't know what the situation will be like then, Ji-Yun chuckled. It appeared he had inadvertently flaunted a bit. By the way, old Ji, in which hidden realm did you capture such a fine behemoth ant? Li Jiechi inquired, his eyes sparkling with interest. In the newly discovered Takara number 3 hidden realm. Moreover, my behemoth ant is the leader of its colony, the finest among them, he implied, suggesting that even if they returned to that realm, they would be unlikely to find another of such quality. However, the trio's focus was elsewhere. Whoa, old G, not only did you go adventuring ahead of time, but you also explored a new hidden realm? Incredible. They were once again in awe. It is worth noting that older hidden realms have been thoroughly explored by trainers from various regions, and any undiscovered dangers have long been circulated on the internet. In contrast, new hidden realms are fraught with uncertainties, and it would take considerable time to explore them fully, posing far greater risks than their older counterparts. Subsequently, the three released their Pokémon and began feeding them. Ji-Yun took a moment to observe their creatures. Li Jiechi's Scyther was quite impressive, and the other two Pokémon were also commendable. Your Pokémon all appear quite splendid, Ji-Yun complimented graciously. Of course, my father specifically hired an expert to help me select from several breeding houses after much deliberation, Li Jiechi boasted while patting his Scyther with a smile. Hearing this, Ji-Yun silently marveled at the expertise of that consultant. Their fee was well justified. My cousin also assisted me in my selection, and it took quite a while. Wang Qingji agreed. I'm different. The moment I entered the breeding house, I was drawn to this mushroom Pokémon and didn't bother considering any others. Chen Yujie remarked, stroking his mushroom Pokémon. Chapter 29, September's Support Package, School Begins. The following day, the last of August, marked the continuation of the school's orientation period, with classes yet to commence. However, the counselor had already added all the classmates to a group chat, announcing that everyone was to gather at the first sports field at 8 in the morning the next day. During the day, Ji-Yun accompanied Zhang Qiu on a tour of the campus and surrounding shops. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, he was met with a barrage of playful accusations from his three roommates. Hey, old G, what more can you say? Out on a date all day and still insist she's not your girlfriend? Chen Yujie pondered for a moment before fixing Ji-Yun with a serious gaze. You're not hiding anything, are you? Get lost. After a lively exchange of banter, the group resumed their light-hearted conversation, exchanging thoughts and ideas. As time passed, the clock struck midnight, heralding the arrival of a new day. Ding! A new month has arrived, and the support package has been credited. Please check your account. The system's voice rang out in Ji Yun's mind promptly. A new package had arrived. Ji Yun's eyes flew open, and he stealthily slipped out of bed, grabbing his backpack and heading to the balcony. Ding! The package has been opened. Congratulations on receiving a set of secret technique learning devices and a set of move learning devices, first generation. Learning devices. Ji Yun's expression brightened at the sight of the package's contents. Soon, 2 cube-shaped learning devices and a pile of discs materialized before him. He rushed forward to inspect them. Firstly, the 2 learning devices were designed specifically for use with the discs. Moreover, these devices seemed to directly transfer the information from the discs into the Pokémon's mind, contrasting sharply with the conventional video-based teaching machines of this world. What a treasure! Secondly, there was the set of secret technique discs, including moves such as Slash, Fly, Surf, Strength, Flash, Whirlpool, Waterfall, Rock Smash, Dive, Rock Climb, and Defog. Clutching these discs, Ji Yun couldn't help but smile broadly. These secret techniques would not only prove invaluable in the wild, but also be quite practical in battles. Lastly, there was the set of move learning devices, comprising 50 discs, equating to 50 different moves, all from the first generation of the game. Notably, while these were first-generation learning devices, they weren't single-use items like those from the original game. Instead, they could be reused, akin to those from subsequent generations. This was splendid. Regrettably, they were merely first-generation learning devices. Ji Yun sighed slightly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Moves that were considered essential by players in his past life, like the iconic Protect, were from the second generation. While the renowned Farmer's 3 punches were indeed first-generation moves, their learning devices only became available in the second generation. Among the first-generation learning devices, the sole Dragon-type move was Dragon Rage. After a moment of reflection, Ji Yun's smile widened as he came to a realization. Regardless of the circumstances, it is indeed a cause for joy, as it is a gift freely given. Without the system, he might not have been able to acquire these items at all. Moreover, the appearance of first-generation move tutors in the support package suggests that future generations will certainly follow. I recall that the moves Guard and Farmer's 3 punches were exclusive to the second generation, while Dragon Claw belonged to the third. Ji Yun swiftly stowed everything into his backpack, his heart brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming support packages. On the morning of September 1st, the residents of Dormitory 404 rose early to freshen up. After finishing breakfast for themselves and their Pokémon, they excitedly made their way to the first sports field. Let me see. It's the Battle Trainer Class 1. Found it right here. Before long, the 4 friends spotted the sign indicating the Battle Trainer class. At that moment, a throng of students had already gathered by the sign. Ji Yun noticed Zhang Chuyo among them, engaged in conversation with several girls, presumably her roommates. Wow! Exclaimed Li Jiaqing, who had also noticed Zhang Chuyo, urgently nudging his roommate beside him. Look over there, a beauty. Where? The other 2 turned their heads in unison. Oh my, she's stunning. Indeed, she was exceptionally beautiful. They nodded in agreement. She's looking this way. She's looking this way. At this moment, Zhang Chuyo spotted Ji Yun. Seeing this, Ji Yun waved at her. Wow, are you really that bold, old Ji? Li Jiaqing teased. Remember, you have a family now. However, under the watchful eyes of the 3, Zhang Chuyo broke into a sweet smile and waved back at Ji Yun, leaving the trio momentarily astonished. Before long, Li Jiaqing snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed intently on Ji Yun. Old Ji, the person you were supposed to meet the other day, it wouldn't happen to be her, would it? Ji Yun nodded affirmatively. That's her. Damn you, living the good life. As Ji Yun's words hung in the air, the expressions of the 3 shifted dramatically. Shameless, beastly, despicable, lewd. Li Jiaqing and Wang Qingji each hurled labels at Ji Yun. Only Chun Yujia pondered for a moment before stating something outrageous. Foster father. Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback by Chun Yujia's exclamation. Chun Yujia continued with utmost seriousness. Foster father, my future happiness depends on you. When will sister-in-law bring her female friends for us to mingle? It was evident to him that among the 3 roommates, Li and Wang were openly flirtatious, while Chun was merely shy yet playful. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuyo's actions had incited a minor commotion. A tall girl teased, Chuyo, come on, tell the sisters. Who is that handsome guy? Another girl chimed in with laughter. I can't believe it. Zhang Chuyo, it's only the first day of school. Confess now. He is. Zhang Chuyo's face flushed as she hurried to explain. I know, interrupted a girl with a hint of baby fat, a playful smile on her face. I saw them together on the street yesterday. They were so close. No, that's not it. Explanation is just a disguise. Confess now, resist severely. As time passed, the crowd at the sports field swelled, soon exceeding 1,000 people. These must be the freshmen of the Pokemon Academy at Jinling University. Ji-Yun glanced at the various signs: Battle Department, Breeding Department, Pokemon Medicine, Interdimensional Biology Research, Pokemon Sociology, and so forth, all related to Pokemon studies. No wonder a separate campus was established for the Pokemon Academy. With so many disciplines, it necessitated a corresponding number of Pokemon. Such a vast array of Pokemon required ample space. He surveyed the surroundings. There were 3 classes of trainers, each comprising approximately 40 students. While the adjacent coordination class also had over 40 students, albeit just one class. Before long, at the counselor's prompting, the freshmen stood in orderly lines. An elderly man, white-haired yet spirited, ascended the podium. Greetings, dear students. I am Tan Wenzhou, the president of Jinling University. First, on behalf of all faculty and staff, I extend a warm welcome to the class of 2024. From this day forth, you are members of Jinling University. Ji-Yun began to drift into his thoughts, recalling from his previous life that speeches from older leaders rarely concluded swiftly. His Pikachu perched on his shoulder, gazing curiously at the neatly arranged crowd. Time trickled by like water. In the future, I hope you will embrace the responsibilities of a new generation, contributing to society and bringing glory to our nation. Applause erupted from the audience. Ji-Yun, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to attention and clapped enthusiastically, appearing fervently inspired. However, just as he believed the speech was nearing its conclusion, the old president slowly opened his mouth to utter, "Secondly, our Pokemon Academy." Ji-Yun sighed, barely enduring the lengthy address until a middle-aged man took the stage. "Hello everyone, students and faculty alike. I am Lu Qingxiong, the dean of the Pokemon Academy. First, welcome." Ji-Yun, disenchanted, continued to drift away in thought. Even Pikachu seemed bored, resting on Ji-Yun's shoulder, yawning. Indeed, it seemed that leaders from any world shared a similar disposition. As time ticked on, just as Ji-Yun was about to succumb to drowsiness, the speeches finally reached their conclusion. I hope all department heads coordinate effectively, and class counselors provide proper guidance. Lastly, I wish for each of you to enrich yourselves during your time at the university, hoping that everyone enjoys a fruitful college experience. Applause resounded once more. Ji-Yun quickly roused himself to join in the clapping. Following the conclusion of the leaders' addresses, the students of Battle Trainer Class 1, guided by their counselor, moved to a classroom for their class meeting. The meeting primarily focused on self-introductions, allowing everyone to get acquainted. The counselor introduced himself as Guan Wangxian, a recent graduate from the Pokemon Academy. Ji-Yun counted the heads and found that there were 46 students in the entire Battle Trainer class, 38 boys and 8 girls. The nature of a trainer's daily adventures, often fraught with exposure to the elements and challenges of various environments, naturally leads to more males in the profession. It was rare to find a girl like a certain wealthy lady who loved Pokemon and battles but didn't need to risk herself to succeed, relying solely on her family wealth. Reflecting on this, Ji-Yun turned his gaze to Zhang Chuyo, who was captivating the attention of all the boys in the class as she introduced herself. Yes, this girl was indeed that wealthy lady. Over the course of their interactions and casual conversations, Ji-Yun had gleaned much about her family background. Her father was a breeder and ran a large breeding house, while her mother was a formidable trainer. As for how formidable, Ji-Yun didn't delve deeper, as he was merely interested in understanding the basics of her family situation. A classic pairing, a trainer and a breeder. Yet she was ultimately just an 18-year-old college student, her eyes still radiating youthful innocence, making it easy for Ji-Yun to extract this information. After the self-introductions, Counselor Guan Wangxian stepped back onto the podium and stated, "The arrangements for this morning conclude here. Please rest well once you return. At 2:30 in the afternoon, in the same classroom, everyone is required to attend the lesson. This afternoon, a teacher will impart knowledge about wilderness survival. Then, tomorrow morning at 8, everyone is to gather at Yun Square before proceeding to the reserve. At that time, the teacher will conduct another practical lesson. Remember, the instructional sessions before the wilderness training are limited to this afternoon and tomorrow's on-site teaching. From the day after tomorrow until the end of September, you will have to rely on yourselves. Do you understand?" "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. Guan Wangxian nodded and continued, "All right, those who have not yet acquired their initial Pokemon, please register with me. The rest of you may leave." In the afternoon, once again in that classroom, all members of the trainer class gathered, attentively listening to the teacher's explanations from the podium. This educator was once a seasoned trainer, now retired and transitioned into teaching. Ji-Yun absorbed the teacher's discourse. Some information was indeed useful to him, such as precautions for sleeping at night and early warning measures. However, other topics like terrain recognition and exploration, as well as food procurement in emergencies, held little significance for him. After all, he was someone exceptional. He could scan the terrain effortlessly with his aura powers. As for supplies, his backpack was ample, and prior to entering any secret realm, he always ensured it was fully stocked. That evening, Ji-Yun left the dormitory alone, seeking a secluded spot where he took out a learning device and selected moves for Pikachu and Heracross to learn. The efficacy of the learning device exceeded his expectations. After merely conveying the information once, both Pokémon had mastered the moves proficiently. The following day, a group of freshmen, under the guidance of their teacher, arrived at the Qixia Mountain Reserve. Originally, Qixia Mountain covered a modest area of just over 20 square kilometers. However, with the emergence of secret realms, the current Qixia Mountain Reserve now spans hundreds of square kilometers, encompassing parts of the Zhejiang River to the west and the Qixing River to the east. Local residents were relocated, factories moved, and roads rerouted. Upon entering the outskirts of the reserve, the teacher publicly demonstrated various wilderness survival skills, allowing each student to practice hands-on. Additionally, they learned techniques for identifying Pokémon habitats and tracking, focusing primarily on straightforward and practical skills. More complex techniques would be taught in subsequent lessons. In the evening, upon returning to the dormitory, Ji-Yun received a message from Zhang Chuyu. Yao, shall we team up tomorrow? Smiling at Zhang Chuyu's message, Ji-Yun casually replied, "Past clouds, sure." He then looked up at his three roommates and said, "Sorry, I can't team up with you guys tomorrow." Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, the three instantly turned to him. Li Jiechi considered his tone before slowly speaking. "Zhang Chuyu?" Ji-Yun nodded. "Yes." "Ah, you traitor." Without a doubt, Ji-Yun faced a barrage of scorn from the three. Chapter 31, Team Formation. The next day, September 3rd, early in the morning, the freshmen gathered once more at the square outside the reserve, preparing to enter. Each advisor began to outline important matters. After assembling the class, Guan Wanxian stated, "First and foremost, I hope everyone will cherish the environment and refrain from littering within the reserve. There are forest rangers patrolling daily, and if caught damaging the environment, you will face substantial fines. Secondly, once inside the reserve, you may capture Pokémon. However, it is advisable to act within your means. Anyone who abandons, sells, or causes harm, injury, or death to any Pokémon captured within the reserve will be expelled and held legally accountable. Please assess your ability to care for and nurture multiple Pokémon. Thirdly, before entering the reserve, the school will provide each of you with a bottle of insect repellent. Once inside, your activity area will be the periphery. Entering the core area without permission will be at your own risk. Also, ensure your phone is charged. I will initiate a roll call in the group chat every day between 5 and 6 in the afternoon. Please check in on time to confirm your safety. In case of an emergency, if you do not encounter a forest ranger, use your phone to call for help, and the school will respond immediately. Lastly, those who have not yet acquired their initial Pokémon should remain behind. The teacher will assist you in capturing one before you begin training." After speaking, Guan Wanxian smiled at everyone. "All right, you may now enter the reserve, whether individually or as a team. I wish you all fruitful experiences." Once the advisors concluded their speeches, the freshmen eagerly commenced their activities. In truth, this wilderness training relied heavily on self-discipline. If one chose to slack off, avoiding risks and merely indulging for a month, no one would intervene. However, having chosen the path of a trainer, strength was the foundation of all. If one were to be lazy now, they would find themselves unable to keep pace with their peers due to inadequate skills, and should any unfortunate incident occur, no one would feel sympathy. The other three from Dormitory 404 formed a team, disregarding Ji-Yun, the so-called traitor, and hurried off towards the reserve. Ji-Yun, on the other hand, walked towards Zhang Chuyu. As Ji-Yun approached, a female student glanced at Zhang Chuyu's beaming smile and teased, "TSK, you say he is not your boyfriend. Yet your face is practically blooming with joy." Upon hearing her friend's teasing, Zhang Chuyu's face flushed slightly. "What are you talking about?" As Ji-Yun drew near, a girl smiled and said to him, "Handsome, take care of Yao Yao. Remember to ensure her safety." Another girl chimed in, "Did you bring an umbrella? If not, remember to buy one." Upon hearing these two girls, Ji-Yun raised an eyebrow. "Are young girls today so bold? You all?" Zhang Chuyu, blushing, shot a glare at her friend before taking Ji-Yun's hand and swiftly running off. "Ha ha, Yao Yao, stay safe." The Qixia Mountain Reserve primarily consists of mountains and forests. with rivers and wetlands flanking both sides. Upon entering the reserve, one could see 3 man-made dirt paths on the ground. One led west, another east, and the third straight ahead towards the core area. Is there a specific Pokémon you wish to capture? Ji-Yun asked as they strolled along the shaded path in the reserve. Not really. It depends on fate. If I encounter one I like, I'll capture it. If not, I won't force it, Zhang Chuyu replied thoughtfully. Upon hearing her words, Ji-Yun reflected and realized that indeed, this girl's family runs a breeding house. So if she wanted, she could likely find most Pokémon. Subsequently, Ji-Yun ceased to ponder further and headed directly towards the main path. Let us take this route. Huh. Didn't the advisor say we shouldn't go to the core area? Upon seeing Ji-Yun heading towards the path leading to the core area, Zhang Chuyu hurriedly followed and asked. He didn't say we couldn't go. He just mentioned that if anything happens, we bear the consequences. Ji-Yun shrugged. Is that so? Zhang Chuyu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Besides, wasn't he you who once snuck off to a more dangerous reserve without fear? Are you getting scared now? Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Zhang Chuyu's face reddened as she shot him a glare. Who said I was scared? It's just the core area. Let us go. With that, Zhang Chuyu took large strides ahead, stepping in front of Ji-Yun. Observing this, Ji-Yun smiled slightly and reached out to grasp the back of Zhang Chuyu's collar. Hey, what are you doing? You're so reckless. Let me lead. You're the reckless one. As he observed Zhang Chuyu obediently trailing behind him, Ji-Yun's lips curled into a subtle smile. This girl, though stubborn and somewhat reckless, possessed a hint of rebellion and an endearing shyness that made her quite charming. As their journey progressed, the number of Pokémon within the reserve gradually increased. Stunspore Bug. Level, LV6. Potential, Ordinary. Rattata. Level, 9, Snivy. Indeed, the quality of Pokémon at the periphery was rather unimpressive. After surveying the surroundings with a faint sigh, Ji-Yun continued to lead Zhang Chuyu deeper into the reserve. Noticing Ji-Yun's ongoing observations of the Pokémon, Zhang Chuyu inquired, Ji-Yun, are you looking to capture any specific Pokémon? It was evident that Ji-Yun intended to capture more Pokémon, as he currently possessed only 2. However, like you, I only seek those that resonate with my heart. Ji-Yun replied as they walked. I am in search of formidable Pokémon for practical training. He certainly couldn't divulge that he was merely here to level up. Oh, I see. Zhang Chuyu nodded in understanding. As we venture further in, we should encounter some Pokémon with commendable strength. However, it's likely that this reserve harbors no truly powerful Pokémon. Ji-Yun paused, surprised by her statement. Why is that? For the safety of the general public. Open reserves typically do not contain excessively strong Pokémon, Zhang Chuyu explained. Moreover, considering the proximity of the Pokémon Academy, there are many students frequenting this area. If a Pokémon is deemed too powerful, it will be relocated by the authorities to a restricted area or sanctuary, she added. I understand now. Ji-Yun nodded in response to Zhang Chuyu's explanation. The term restricted access referred to locations that could only be entered by trainers who met certain strength criteria and were certified by the Trainer Association. Certification involved undergoing a strength assessment. Upon passing, trainers could upgrade their credentials to become elite trainers. Chapter 32, The Joy of Cheating. To be certified as an elite trainer, the first requirement was to nurture 3 Pokémon that met the requisite standards, a benchmark set by the authorities. Ji-Yun had yet to fulfill even this initial condition. His immediate priority was indeed to capture a 3rd Pokémon. As they walked along the path, the trees flanking them stood tall and lush, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Shortly thereafter, Ji-Yun finally encountered a worthy opponent. Snivy. Level, LV33. Potential, Elite. Gazing at the imposing creature nestled within the grass, Ji-Yun smiled and asked Zhang Chuyu, how about a Snivy? Are you interested? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuyu glanced at the large snake and quickly shook her head. Excellent. Since you have no interest, I shall take my chance, Ji-Yun declared, retrieving a Pokeball. Come forth, Antlion. As the Pokeball opened, Ji-Yun's Antlion materialized before them. The Snivy, alerted by the commotion, slowly raised its body, its crimson eyes fixating intently on Ji-Yun and his Antlion. In an instant, it lunged forward, mouth agape, aiming to strike at the Antlion. Seeing this, Ji-Yun's lips curled into a slight grin. Perfect. Let us put the move my Antlion learned last night to the test. Antlion, use Shadow Clone. At his command, the Antlion's form twisted, and several identical figures appeared before the Snivy. What? The Snivy, having shattered one clone, found itself surrounded by multiple illusions, momentarily taken aback. Ji-Yun observed the Antlion's performance with satisfaction, nodding in approval. The effect is commendable. Acquiring this technique has evidently yielded excellent proficiency. The system truly produces quality. Meanwhile, after a brief pause, the Snivy's sharp tail glimmered with a purple hue before it swiftly struck at the surrounding clones. Antlion dig, Ji-Yun commanded, remaining calm as the antlion began to vanish one by one. In an instant, the antlion's true form opened its mouth, biting into the earth with fervor, causing it to rapidly disappear underground, leaving only a dark hole in its wake. Realizing it could no longer detect the antlion's location, the Snivy swiftly turned its gaze toward Ji-Yun, its red eyes narrowing as it opened its mouth wide and lunged at him. "Watch out!" Zhang Chuyo exclaimed in alarm as she witnessed the Snivy's sudden attack. "Heh," Ji-Yun chuckled softly. "Attack the source of its distress. This Snivy is quite clever. In that case, antlion." Now, with Ji-Yun's command, the ground before him erupted, and the antlion emerged with a forceful burst, colliding squarely with the Snivy's chin. "Snivy!" It cried out in distress, its body propelled into the air by the antlion's powerful impact. "Finish it off with hyper beam." Upon hearing Ji-Yun's instruction, an orange light converged rapidly within the antlion's mouth. Subsequently, with a mighty roar, it unleashed a brilliant beam of energy that shot forth. Boom! The beam struck true, resulting in a resounding explosion. Crack! Following the explosion, a long silhouette was flung out, landing on the ground amidst wisps of smoke. Snivy has fainted. Antlion gains 48 experience points. Excellent. Ji-Yun nodded with satisfaction, crouching down to pat the antlion's head. "Well done, antlion." The antlion's eyes sparkled with delight. For trainers, offering praise at the right moment significantly bolstered a Pokemon's confidence and strengthened the bond between them. "Wow." Zhang Chuyo stared, wide-eyed, at Ji-Yun's antlion. "Your antlion can actually use Hyper Beam?" "Of course," Ji-Yun replied with a smile, moving over to the fainted Snivy and applying a healing spray to its wounds. Afterward, he quickly stood up and urged Zhang Chuyo to leave the area. "Aren't you going to capture the Snivy? Yet you still choose to heal it?" she asked, somewhat astonished during their walk. "After all, it was I who instigated the battle, and we did injure it," Ji-Yun stated matter-of-factly. "However, that must cost a fortune, right?" "Other trainers wouldn't do that," Zhang Chuyo remarked. "Most trainers avoid provoking Pokemon. They typically enter these areas in search of treasures. They only seek out Pokemon when they wish to capture them. Otherwise, they tend to steer clear." Ji-Yun shrugged. Zhang Chuyo nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." Afterward, her gaze fell upon the little antlion scurrying alongside Ji-Yun, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Did you show the antlion a video tutorial for Hyper Beam?" "Well, sort of," Ji-Yun admitted with a nod. "Then its talent is truly remarkable," Zhang Chuyo expressed with admiration. Hyper Beam is a notoriously difficult move to master. As they continued deeper into the reserve, Ji-Yun's battles persisted. Antlion, use Body Slam. Pikachu, utilize Heavy Kick. Antlion, Solar Beam. Throughout the journey, Zhang Chuyo watched in awe as Ji-Yun experimented with one technique after another. "Isn't it a bit excessive how many moves your Pokemon can perform?" "Well, what can I say? It's all about talent," Ji-Yun replied nonchalantly. Ji-Yun shrugged nonchalantly, brushing off the inquiry. "Don't ask. The joy of cheating is beyond your imagination." The two of them continued their journey, strolling leisurely and pausing to rest whenever fatigue set in. During their travels, Zhang Chuyo directed her mini-dragon to engage in a few battles with wild Pokemon. By midday, they arrived at a serene lakeside within the core area. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika Pika. With a brilliant flash of lightning, a mosquito frog collapsed onto the ground. Mosquito frog, level, LV32. Potential, elite. You were right. There are no particularly powerful Pokemon in this reserve. Ji-Yun sighed as he gazed at the fallen mosquito frog. After storing his fishing rod, he applied some medicine to the creature and gently returned it to the lake. After all, this was adjacent to the school. "Wow, this place is stunning," Zhang Chuyo exclaimed, admiring the lake before her. The surface shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting golden glimmers like a dazzling mirror, entrancing all who beheld it. Chapter 33. A bit disappointed, let us rest here for a moment and enjoy some lunch, Ji-Yun suggested as he checked the time on his phone. "Sounds good." With that, they found a shady spot beneath a tree and settled down. Ji-Yun retrieved a basin from his spatial backpack, and they took turns washing their faces. Despite walking along a shaded path, the scorching sun had left them quite sweaty. After freshening up, Zhang Chuyo pulled out sunscreen and began to apply it. "Would you like some?" she inquired, offering the bottle to Ji-Yun. "No, thank you," he replied, shaking his head. "That's not acceptable," she said with a serious expression. "When adventuring outdoors, exposure to wind and sun can be harsh on the skin. Therefore, sun protection, skincare, and maintenance are all essential." As she spoke, she pulled Ji Yun closer and squeezed out some sunscreen, starting to apply it to his face. Are you hoping that in a year or two, you'll become dark and rough, and others will start calling you uncle? Feeling the softness of her fingertips on his skin, Ji Yun fell silent. His mind conjuring an image of the dark and rough version of himself she described. Suddenly, a vivid scene flashed in his mind, the darker, rugged Ji Yun walking down the street alongside the fair-skinned Zhang Chuyao, when a young man approached, saying, "Uncle, your daughter is truly beautiful. May I?" With that thought, Ji Yun's expression shifted slightly. No way. I cannot end up like that. He recalled a humorous meme from his past life. The first day on a construction site, a dashing young man. Then, a year later, the same man depicted as dark and weary. Snapping back to reality, Ji Yun was met with the sight of a delicate face before him. Startled, he swiftly seized the sunscreen from Zhang Chuyao's hands. "I'll do it myself." "All right then." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuyao stepped back and took out a pokeball. "Come out." Xiao Bai. The blue and white mini dragon emerged and immediately wrapped itself around Zhang Chuyao, who affectionately petted it with a smile. Meanwhile, after applying sunscreen, Ji Yun retrieved a square storage box from his backpack. "Hey." Zhang Chuyao, who was about to feed her mini dragon with energy cubes, glanced at Ji Yun's storage box. Then at the satisfied Pikachu and Mega Ant, her curiosity piqued. "Ji Yun, may I see your energy cubes?" She wanted to know what kind of energy cubes could elicit such joyous expressions from the two Pokémon. "Here, take a look." Without hesitation, Ji Yun poured out 2 energy cubes and handed them to her. This. Zhang Chuyao examined the 2 yellow-green energy cubes in her palm, sniffing them in surprise. "These aren't ordinary energy cubes, are they?" "Oh, you know about them?" Ji Yun turned to her, his expression slightly astonished. "Don't underestimate me. My father is a seasoned breeder, and I've learned from him since childhood." "I see." Ji Yun nodded. "So, her father is a breeder, and her mother is a trainer who is now attending school to become a trainer herself. This girl is quite the overachiever." Zhang Chuyao pondered for a moment, then pulled out her own energy cubes, pouring 2 into her other hand. She then presented both hands to the mini dragon. Upon seeing the 2 energy cubes, the mini dragon's eyes lit up after sniffing the yellow-green morsels, and it swiftly opened its mouth to devour them. Yum yum. The mini dragon's big, watery eyes squinted with delight, radiating happiness. Zhang Chuyao was once again taken aback, turning to Ji Yun. "Where did you buy these energy cubes?" "I didn't buy them. I made them myself." Ji Yun replied nonchalantly, maintaining an air of indifference. "Really? You can do that?" Zhang Chuyao exclaimed, astonished. Ji Yun shot her a look of exasperation. "Don't believe me? Why would I lie? Don't underestimate me. That's not it." She quickly shook her head. "I'm just surprised. Xiaobai has only ever eaten the energy cubes made by my dad. Now, it clearly prefers yours." With stars in her eyes, Zhang Chuyao gazed at Ji Yun. "First, let me be clear. I want to sell the recipe." Seeing the gleam in her eyes, Ji Yun instantly understood her intentions. He envisioned a future where he could establish a company to sell energy cubes for profit once he grew stronger. "All right then." Zhang Chuyao sighed in resignation. After some negotiation, Ji Yun agreed to sell her a few energy cubes at a friendly price, slightly above the cost price. "By the way, after we rest a bit longer, we should head back," Ji Yun remarked while tidying up the trash after their lunch. "Huh?" Zhang Chuyao paused, taken aback. "We're going back already?" "Of course." Ji Yun shrugged. "If we head back now, we'll make it out of here just in time before sunset." "I thought we would stay here for several days," Zhang Chuyao said, somewhat surprised. Ji Yun sighed in exasperation. "We've already reached the core area, and the Pokémon here aren't particularly strong. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. Moreover, there are no treasures worth sacrificing the comfort of my dorm bed to sleep in a tent here." He patted the resting Pikachu and Mega Ant beside him. "Besides, my previous adventures didn't require my Pokémon to battle all day. They can get tired too. Balance is key." Zhang Chuyao nodded in agreement. "True." Thus, the 2 of them sat under the tree, gazing at the shimmering lake's surface, engaging in light conversation. After a restful afternoon, they embarked on their journey back. The return trip was uneventful, and along the way, they encountered a few classmates as they reached the outer area. Finally, before sunset, they exited the reserve. Upon returning to the school, they parted ways in front of the dormitory building, having grown quite weary from the day's travels. In the evening, after Ji Yun checked in with the group, the other 3 members of his dormitory returned. "Hey Ji, how was your day with the beautiful girl? Any gains?" Li Jiaqing eagerly inquired upon seeing Ji Yun return first. Chapter 34. The third Pokémon. Not much to report. What about you all? Ji Yun calmly shook his head and then retorted, "I haven't gained much either. I've encountered numerous elves, but none have captured my interest." Chen Yujin nodded in agreement. "I feel the same way. Wang Qingji added. I'm different. I've captured a Pidgey, and once it evolves into a Pidgeot, I shall have a splendid mount. Li Jieqi exclaimed with enthusiasm. That's quite impressive, Ji Yun acknowledged, pondering whether he should consider a Pidgeot. Indeed, witnessing those rescue personnel riding Pidgeots today was quite a sight. Li Jieqi remarked with a smile. Rescue? Did something happen today? Ji Yun inquired. Oh, a rather foolish student from the adjacent class, overly arrogant and dismissive of advice, insisted on venturing into the core area. Along the way, he apparently angered a spoon snake and found himself unable to fend it off. In short, that enraged spoon snake relentlessly pursued him, and no one knows what provoked it, Li Jieqi explained. I heard he himself has no clue as to what irked the spoon snake. Chen Yujie chuckled, joining the conversation. What bad luck, Wang Qingji commented. After listening to their accounts, Ji Yun's eyes twitched slightly. That spoon snake couldn't possibly be the one bested by the antlion, could it? The following day, Ji Yun teamed up once more with Zhang Chuyu to enter the protected area. Just as on the first day, aside from battles, he had no other gains. However, Pikachu and the antlion did level up. Over the next few days, Ji Yun thoroughly explored the entire core area, yet despite grinding for levels, he failed to encounter a single elf that met his expectations. The potential of the ones he found was simply too low, and he hadn't even come across any with the potential of a quasi-champion. This could not continue. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ji Yun frowned. No, I cannot delay acquiring my third elf any longer. With his experience gaining advantage in battles, it meant that the sooner he obtained an elf, the sooner he could catch up to his seniors. Tomorrow, I'll visit the breeding house in the city, Ji Yun silently sighed. Then took out his phone and sent Zhang Chuyu a message explaining his situation. The response came swiftly. Chuyu, it's fine. I'll team up with Xin and the others tomorrow. Chuyu, it's a pity it's not in the capital, otherwise I could take you directly to my father's breeding house. The next day, in the early morning, after stepping out, Ji Yun first visited the breeding house within the Pokémon Academy, then explored several breeding houses in the vicinity. After an entire morning, he still had not encountered a satisfactory elf. The highest potential he spotted was a tiny elephant with quasi-champion potential. Regrettably, to Ji Yun, this potential was only marginally appealing. And since he already possessed an antlion, he ultimately chose to pass. After lunch, Ji Yun traveled to the largest breeding house in Jinling. How may I assist you? Upon entering, a female sales associate approached Ji Yun and inquired. I am in search of an elf. What types do you offer? Ji Yun asked. May I see them all? Certainly, right this way please. Following the sales associate, Ji Yun began to inspect the elves in the breeding house. The elves for sale were all kept in simulated environments, making it feel as if he were wandering through a botanical garden. Other customers were also present, selecting their elves. As Ji Yun surveyed the offerings, he noted that the elves here generally had superior qualifications, with a significant portion boasting elite potential. Yet, he still found no high potential elves. Just then, Ji Yun paused, turning his gaze towards a building outside. What is that building for? He queried, pointing. That area is designated for the sale of unknown Pokémon eggs, the sales associate explained. Our establishment acquires eggs from various sources. Among them, there are often some eggs that cannot be identified. These eggs are sold collectively over there, commonly referred to as the Gamble Egg Zone. I would like to check that area, Ji Yun stated, feeling a flicker of excitement within him. During his summer adventure in the Secret Realm, he had seen Pokémon eggs firsthand. Moreover, the system panel had directly indicated the species of the egg and its attributes. Gamble eggs? With his advantage, there was no risk. Most importantly, just moments ago, his aura suddenly resonated, allowing him to sense a faint wave of aura emanating from that building. Could it be an egg of a Pokémon capable of using aura? As he followed the sales associate towards the Gamble Egg Zone, Ji Yun's heart brimmed with anticipation. Upon entering, he was greeted by enormous glass counters. One by one, Pokémon eggs were displayed in cylindrical incubators. Ji Yun scanned the array, noting that most of the eggs contained ordinary qualifications, with only a few exhibiting elite potential. He then followed his sensing instinct, pretending to observe each egg. Ultimately, his steps halted before a white egg adorned with blue spots. Riolu, level, hatching, gender, male, ability, inner focus, individual values, HP, 31, attack, 31, defense, 28, special attack, 31, special defense, 28, speed, 31, potential, champion wow, 4V, champion potential. The ability of inner focus, coupled with champion potential, no wonder it could emanate aura even before hatching. Upon seeing the panel of this egg, Ji Yun's eyes widened slightly, his heart seemingly skipping a beat, and his excitement surged like a tidal wave, uncontrollable. In the next moment, Ji Yun clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his facial muscles trembling slightly as he fought to suppress his emotions, ensuring that no one could discern his exhilaration. Taking a deep breath and regaining control, he spoke in a calm tone. I'll take this one. How much is it? Sir. Each egg here is priced at 200,000 yuan. After purchase, regardless of what Pokemon hatches, it is no longer our store's concern. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The sales associate's expression brightened at Ji Yun's words, yet she patiently elaborated. Typically, in ordinary breeding houses, already hatched Pokemon, aside from some special ones starting at over 1 million, generally range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. For instance, the Pikachu resting on Ji Yun's shoulder would cost around 30,000 yuan if you were to purchase a Pikachu. Although this also required discernment and a gamble on potential, at least the species was known. Thus, investing 200,000 yuan on an uncertain egg was a high-risk gamble for most. However, Ji Yun was not among them. Absolutely, I want this one, Ji Yun affirmed with resolve. Chapter 35, A Familiar Strategy of Attraction. Once Ji Yun confirmed his purchase of the Pokemon egg, the sales associate immediately began processing the paperwork. After Ji Yun signed the contract, the Riolu egg finally belonged to him. What a fortuitous windfall. Ji Yun purchased a new incubator from the store and carefully placed the Riolu egg inside. He then held the incubator tightly against his chest as he exited the breeding house and boarded the return bus to school. Even while seated on the bus, his mind felt somewhat hazy. A Riolu with champion potential had come into his possession just like that? So effortlessly. Ji Yun clutched the incubator firmly, his gaze fixed on the egg, feeling as if it were all too surreal. After a considerable period, Ji Yun finally compelled himself to regain his composure. Feeling the faint wave emanating from the egg cradled in his arms, he instinctively pressed his hand against the glass of the incubator, gently transmitting his own wave. The power of the wave embodies the essence of the mind. Lowering his gaze, as his eyes began to glow with a soft blue light, he suddenly sensed a connection to a tender consciousness. Anxiety, confusion, curiosity. He could feel the emotions radiating from within the egg. Hastily, Ji Yun used his wave to soothe its spirit while conveying his affection and anticipation. Thus, a human and an unborn Pokemon engaged in a profound exchange of minds through the power of the wave, nestled within the confines of a vehicle. The twilight sky, adorned with vibrant hues, resembled a splendid oil painting, rendering the heavens exceptionally beautiful. At the Pokemon Academy, a rather pale-faced boy stood intently at the entrance. Fixated on a striking figure, Zhang Chuyu, having only enrolled for a few days, was already crowned the campus belle on the forum. Alas, it was rumored that she had a boyfriend. Tianda, are you still going to pursue her? A companion beside him remarked. She merely has a boyfriend. It's not as though she is married. And I'm only going to get to know her, not to initiate anything. Besides, what if they have a falling out someday? The pale boy chuckled confidently. Meanwhile, after disembarking, Ji Yun first procured some fresh milk and necessary supplies for the newborn Pokemon before slowly returning to the academy while cradling the Pokemon egg. Just as he neared the academy square, raucous voices erupted ahead. Lifting his gaze, he observed a throng of people gathered, whispering amongst themselves, some even brandishing their phones to capture the moment. Zhang Chuyu? With his wave extending outward, Ji Yun quickly discerned that among the onlookers was indeed Zhang Chuyu. Frowning, he instinctively shielded the egg closer to his chest, and, utilizing his exceptional physique, maneuvered into the crowd. Yao Yao has clearly expressed her disinterest. How shameless can you be? As Ji Yun squeezed into the throng, he overheard a roommate of Zhang Chuyu unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Yet, the third-year student, Yun Tianda, paid no heed, persisting in his pursuit of Zhang Chuyu. Junior, I'm merely asking for your number, to add you as a friend. It's nothing more. I have no desire to connect. Step aside, Zhang Chuyu replied frostily. Why be so cruel, Junior? Moreover, I'm a member of the Battle Society. If you're interested, I could recommend you for membership. Yun Tianda proclaimed with unwarranted confidence, believing this offer would entice her. The Battle Society was the most prestigious club within the Pokemon Academy, consistently dominating the slots for contestants in the National College Student League. With that, he raised his hand, intending to grasp Zhang Chuyu's arm. Within the crowd, absorbing the surrounding discourse and witnessing the scene before him, Ji Yun quickly grasped the situation. I told you, this girl is as beautiful as a flower. How could she not attract attention? Sighing, he muttered under his breath. As he observed the boy preparing to make a move, Ji Yun's expression hardened. Pikachu, Pika. Upon his command, Pikachu vanished from his shoulder in an instant. Seeing Yun Tianda reach for her, Zhang Chuyu's expression shifted slightly, and just as she was about to react, a flash of yellow darted past her. A sharp crack resonated as Yun Tianda's agonized scream erupted. "Ah, my hand." He staggered backward, clutching his pained right hand, where a vivid red mark was evident. Who did that? Yun Tianda, his face contorted in pain, glared furiously. Emerging from the crowd, Ji Yun, cradling the Pokémon egg, stood resolutely in front of Zhang Chuyu. Ji Yun. Upon seeing him, Zhang Chuyu's face lit up with delight, her heart fluttering. The onlookers, now witnessing someone stand up, grew increasingly animated, recording every moment with their phones. Some even summoned their Rotom phones to circle the participants and document the unfolding drama. "Kid, mind your own business." Yun Tianda shouted fiercely, ignoring the commotion around him as he focused on Ji Yun. "Oh, mind my own business?" Ji Yun responded with a faint smile. Turning to Zhang Chuyu. "Am I truly overstepping?" The young lady has made her refusal abundantly clear. "Do you not comprehend human language?" As he spoke, Ji Yun turned to Zhang Chuyu, exclaiming loudly, "I truly wonder how Jinling University manages its admissions, allowing such a fool to enroll. It's a blatant degradation of standards." With a stifled laugh, Zhang Chuyu's previously icy demeanor faltered. In stark contrast, Yun Tianda's fury exploded. "You dare insult me? Oh, is that not comprehensible?" Ji Yun feigned astonishment, confronting him. "Since you understand, why persist when she has declined you? At this point, it seems you are not only thick-skinned but utterly shameless. You are indeed a prime example of ignorance, flaunting your lack of awareness. You're courting death. Do you even know who I am?" Yun Tianda's eyes widened in rage. Ji Yun, undeterred, retorted, "I'm not your father. I couldn't care less who you are." Chapter 36. A violent encounter. Is this all? After confronting Yun Tianda, Ji Yun regarded him with disdain, then took Zhang Chuyu's hand. "Let us go." The crowd of spectators continued to swell, and he had no desire to be the center of such attention. In truth, if Zhang Chuyu released her Dratini, Yun Tianda would either have to be completely irrational or would think twice before acting so brazenly. However, having intervened, Ji Yun was confident that Yun Tianda's background could not overshadow Zhang Chuyu's. Coming from the capital with a Dratini gifted by her elders, how amusing. Ji Yun intended to lead Zhang Chuyu away when an infuriated Yun Tianda blocked their path. "Stop, you." He brandished a pokeball, gritting his teeth. "Your Pikachu just attacked me. It's only reasonable for me to retaliate. Allow me to teach you how to respect your seniors." With that, he prepared to throw the pokeball. Turning around, Ji Yun maintained an air of calm as he faced him. At his feet, Pikachu was poised for action, arcs of electricity beginning to spark on its cheeks. Just then, a hand grasped Yun Tianda's arm. "Tianda, enough. You're being filmed. This will lead to trouble." One of his companions urged, "Get lost." However, consumed by rage, Yun Tianda was deaf to reason. The mockery and derision from Ji Yun and the crowd had driven him to madness. Without hesitation, he unleashed the pokeball. Victory Bell Leaf Blade. In response, Ji Yun's expression turned steely. "Pikachu Thunderbolt. Pika Pika." The dazzling lightning erupted instantly, colliding with the oncoming leaves in a spectacular explosion. Two moves collided midair, resulting in an instant explosion. "Goodness, they've started fighting. Let's retreat a bit." The surrounding spectators, while stepping back, donned expressions of eager anticipation, capturing the moment with their phones. The bespectacled man who had unleashed the Rotom phone exhibited sheer excitement as he gazed at the smartphone soaring in the air. "Damn it, Victory Bell, use Vine Whip." Yun Tianda shouted furiously. "Pikachu, use Quick Attack and bind it for a moment." Victory Bell. Level, LV35. After glancing at Victory Bell, Ji Yun turned his attention to the frenzied Yun Tianda behind it. Subsequently, he handed the Pokémon egg he was cradling to Zhang Chuyao. "Please keep this safe for me." "All right." Zhang Chuyao nodded, carefully cradling the egg. Ji Yun then took a step forward, his icy gaze revealing a hint of sharpness. "In that case, don't blame me. Pikachu, descend gracefully." "Pika." As Ji Yun's command echoed, the evasive Pikachu leaped into the air and dove towards Victory Bell. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated, causing the ground to tremble beneath the spectators. Victory Bell was forcefully slammed into the ground, sliding backward for a distance and coming to rest at the feet of the onlookers. Seeing this, the nearby spectators quickly scattered. "Victory Bell!" Yun Tianda exclaimed in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Yun pressed the attack. "Pikachu, use Volt Tackle." "Pika." The yellow figure of Pikachu flashed past, and then a small foot glowing with white light landed a fierce kick on Victory Bell. Bang! Another explosive sound erupted, sending Victory Bell flying out of the square, crashing violently into a roadside tree. Soon, Victory Bell collapsed to the ground, motionless, as leaves drifted down around it. Victory Bell has fainted. Pikachu gained 162 experience points. Pikachu leveled up to LV33. Hiss. The surrounding spectators gasped in astonishment at Victreebel's dire state. Wow, can Pikachu be so ferocious? It was evident that this Pikachu was extraordinary. What is the move Descend gracefully? I don't recall it being in the move list. I have no idea. By the way, isn't that guy a freshman? How can he defeat a third-year student? The onlookers stared in disbelief at Ji Yun and the petite Pikachu, their minds buzzing. Meanwhile, Yin Tianda, gazing at the unconscious Victreebel, was utterly dazed. He had lost, to a freshman. He couldn't comprehend how such a seemingly weak Pokémon as Pikachu could be so violent, nor could he fathom how Ji Yun, a newcomer, possessed such formidable strength. On this side, upon seeing the notification, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Fighting against a trainer grants such substantial experience. However, he glanced at the somewhat dazed Yin Tianda and couldn't help but smirk. Heh, is this all you've got? This is the strength of a senior. After his taunt, Ji Yun adopted a puzzled expression. By the way, what was it that you said earlier about teaching me? Then, as if suddenly recalling, he continued. Oh right, teaching me to respect my seniors, right? With that, Ji Yun flashed a disdainful smile. But, with a senior like you. A pathetic and shameless weakling. What is there to respect? Wow, how ruthless. The spectators watched as Ji Yun directly confronted Yin Tianda, their hearts racing with excitement. Damn it. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, the last thread of restraint snapped within Yin Tianda. He immediately pulled out 2 Pokeballs and threw them. Houndoom Doduo go. Houndoom, level, LV33. Doduo, level, LV32. Huh. Observing Yin Tianda deploying 2 Pokemon at once, Ji Yun scoffed dismissively, then retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and opened it. Go, Anorith. As the Pokeball opened, a round-headed Anorith appeared on the field. Houndoom, use Fire Fang. Doduo, use Quick Attack. Seeing Ji Yun summon a second Pokemon, Yin Tianda gritted his teeth and roared. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Anorith, Rock Slide. Ji Yun issued orders with calm precision. Crackle. Pikachu glowed with dazzling electric light, transforming into a bolt of lightning, and in an instant appeared before Doduo, crashing into it with tremendous force. Bang! Another resounding boom echoed, accompanied by blinding sparks of electricity. What? Yin Tianda exclaimed in shock. Ji Yun smirked slightly. Thunderbolt, a priority move at level 2, could hardly be outpaced by Quick Attack, a priority move at level 1. Simultaneously, Houndoom, having lost its target due to Pikachu's extraordinary speed, was bombarded by a barrage of rocks. Arg! The relentless stones mercilessly pelted Houndoom, causing it to howl in pain. Chapter 37, Anorith Evolves. The next moment, as the electric light faded, Doduo was seen lying charred on the ground, flickering with arcs of electricity. Doduo has fainted. Pikachu gained 156 experience points. A swift defeat. Doduo, being a fragile Pokemon, succumbed to Pikachu's electric attack, which struck a critical hit, making it entirely reasonable. Doduo, impossible. This can't be happening. Yin Tianda stood frozen, his eyes wide and dazed. Humph. Why is it impossible? Do not measure others by your ignorance, senior. With that, Ji Yun charged forward. Anorith, Rock Slide, continue. Without a trainer's guidance, Houndoom was left bewildered. Once again pelted by rocks, and soon it collapsed in defeat. Wow, did this third-year student just lose like that? A complete and utter rout. The spectators were collectively stunned. What is Thunderbolt? That Pikachu is truly something special. Houndoom has fainted. Anorith gained 161 experience points. Anorith leveled up to LV35. Pikachu, Anorith, splendid work. Just as Ji Yun was about to praise Pikachu and Anorith, a brilliant light suddenly enveloped Anorith. What is this? Ji Yun paused momentarily. Then his face lit up with joy. Anorith is finally evolving. The dazzling light enveloped Anorith, and its body began to transform within the radiance. Wow, Anorith is evolving. I've never witnessed a big evolution like this before. The spectators buzzed with excitement. This indicates that Anorith was already quite powerful, and combined with that Pikachu, this freshman's strength is rather terrifying, commented a tall, dark-haired girl, her eyes wide with astonishment as she turned to glance at the dazed Yin Tianda. TSK. This waste is only bringing disgrace to the battle club. What a shame. Moments later, as the light dissipated, a Pokemon resembling a mosquito with a sandy yellow body, green tail, large green eyes, and a pair of green wings materialized on the field. Soundwave Larva learned Dragon Breath. Ji Yun looked at it with delight. Congratulations, Soundwave Larva. Pika. Pikachu scampered back, beaming as it waved at the Swablu larvae. With a melodic Pika Pika, the Swablu flapped its wings and soared into the air, darting joyfully between Ji Yun and Pikachu, clearly in high spirits. Once he subdued his elation, Ji Yun turned his gaze to the dazed Yuntian, who stood frozen in place. One can only cultivate true humility upon recognizing one's own ignorance. Esteemed senior, are you now aware of your own lack of knowledge? After a sardonic remark, Ji Yun withdrew the swablu larvae into its poke ball and, taking Zhang Chuyao by the hand, turned to leave. As they departed, Zhang Chuyao cast a disdainful glance at Yuntian, her eyes brimming with contempt. Observing Ji Yun and Zhang Chuyao approach, the onlookers instinctively parted ways, granting the duo passage. Once their figures faded into the distance, a sigh escaped from the crowd. A fierce individual has emerged among this year's freshmen. Subsequently, the crowd dispersed swiftly, returning to their own affairs. While the commotion here had subsided, the online buzz was just beginning. Here is your egg, back to you. On their way to the dormitory, Zhang Chuyao handed the Pokémon egg back to Ji Yun. I truly appreciate your help earlier. It's nothing. After all, we are friends. When a good friend is bullied, I must lend a hand, Ji Yun replied with a smile as he accepted the egg. Just friends? Reflecting on his earlier defense of her, Zhang Chuyao gazed at Ji Yun's handsome profile, her eyes gradually becoming dreamy. After walking for a while, Ji Yun suddenly felt Zhang Chuyao's gaze upon him and turned to inquire, What's wrong? Is something amiss? His inquiry jolted Zhang Chuyao back to reality. No, nothing at all. She hastily shook her head, quickly shifting the subject. By the way, is this egg your prize for today? What kind of Pokemon is it? Hee. Ji Yun chuckled with a proud demeanor. I don't mind telling you, it's a Riolu egg. A Riolu. That's quite valuable. Zhang Chuyao exclaimed in surprise at Ji Yun's revelation. Ji Yun smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. After sharing a meal, the two parted ways. As Zhang Chuyao had just returned from the reserve and was evidently exhausted, so their conversation was brief. That night, a sudden exclamation erupted from dormitory 404. Wow, old Ji, you're famous, Li Jiaqing exclaimed, bouncing up from his bed. Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Li Jiaqing proceeded to explain to the three of them that someone had recorded the events from the afternoon and uploaded them to the school forum. The entire incident had been captured online, and even Ji Yun's voice was discernibly clear. I can't believe you actually took down a senior from the third year. Impressive work, old Ji. Have you realized your ignorance yet? That's way better than just trying to look cool. Wow, your Durant actually evolved into a swablu larvae. Let us see it. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit dorm room, the only light emanated from a computer. A bespectacled boy sat grinning at the screen, the glow casting a somewhat lecherous shadow on his smile. Just as I anticipated, both the forum and video site are experiencing skyrocketing views. You've worked hard, wrote him. A floating smartphone beside him sported an eerie, grinning face. Just then, the dorm lights flickered on, revealing a boy standing at the doorway, his hand resting on the switch. Watch online. What are you doing in the dark? Don't tell me you're watching something clandestine. After dealing with his three roommates, Ji Yun finally had the opportunity to browse the internet. Picking up his phone, he entered the school forum and was greeted by a prominently featured post with the word explosive emblazoned across it, even overshadowing posts about the National College Students League. Shocking. A fierce individual has emerged among the 2024 cohort of Jinling University, boldly striking down a senior on their first day. What could this possibly mean? Upon seeing the title, Ji Yun was rendered speechless. The poster certainly knew how to craft an enticing headline. Delving into the post, he found a detailed account of the incident, accompanied by a video, whose perspective was that of the Rotom. Recalling the moment during the battle when the Rotom had captured the scene, Ji Yun understood. Scrolling down, he encountered countless comments spanning dozens of pages. In such a brief period, the discussion had proliferated exponentially. First floor. Isn't this Pikachu a bit outrageous? What moves are Float and Electro Boost? Does anyone know? With such prowess, you're telling me this is a freshman? This newcomer must have trained their Pokemon long before arriving here. Aren't we missing the point? Shouldn't we be criticizing Yuntian for being a persistent nuisance? Yuntian is arrogant and narrow-minded, constantly bullying fellow students. He deserves this. He is truly facing social death now, and rightly so. Indeed, a fierce individual has entered the fray. That classmate is stunning. Zhang Chuyao from the 2024 Battle Trainer class. Wasn't she just named the campus beauty? This newcomer is quite dashing too. Realizing your own ignorance? Truly a master at putting on a facade. Pikachu can exhibit such strength. Yuntian definitely deserves a beating, but it seems this newcomer has mocked the Battle Society. That's not good. To the previous commenter, Yuntian was misusing the Battle Society's name. Why shouldn't he be mocked? I say, if the Battle Society accepts someone like Yuntian, they deserve to be ridiculed. Is there any insider from the Battle Society? How did he get in? Don't ask. It's just because his cousin is a key player in the 4th year. These comments could be broadly categorized into those admiring Ji Yun's prowess, expressing curiosity about Pikachu, deriding Yuntianda, speculating about Ji Yun's background, wondering how the battle society and the school would respond, and some were simply infatuated. After perusing several comments, Ji Yun exited the forum. Wow, old Ji, your video has also made it to the video site and is trending. Li Jiaqing exclaimed once more. Ji Yun was taken aback. While he could dismiss the forum if it reached the video site, he quickly logged onto the video platform to investigate. Normally, such a trivial incident wouldn't garner significant attention. Moments later, he understood why. The National College Students' League was currently underway, and Jinling University was already a hot topic. News circulated rapidly, drawing considerable traffic. Additionally, Yuntian's involvement with the renowned Battle Society of Jinling University fueled interest from students of other institutions. Consequently, Yuntian became the scapegoat for tarnishing the school's image. Ji Yun continued to sift through the comments, most of which were filled with curiosity, while many condemned Yuntian. Thankfully, this world maintained strict internet regulations, and few dared to spread falsehoods. Those who did risk severe consequences, as the official Rotom, integrated with supercomputers, could easily trace them back through the internet. Reflecting on his previous life's online environment, rife with rampant rumors, he recalled instances where a mere hairstyle change in a girl's selfie could lead to baseless allegations of her engaging in illicit activities. Such occurrences were all too common. As the saying goes, in a vast forest, all kinds of birds can be found, and the online realm is no exception, teeming with all manner of bizarre entities. Among them are a few detractors who engage in defamation simply for the sake of it, spreading rumors and slandering others as a matter of routine. The most repulsive of all are those who resort to doxing, harassing not only the individual but also their family members. Compared to the internet environment of previous eras, the current online atmosphere can be regarded as relatively mild. Thus, Ji Yun need not worry excessively. At most, it may simply lead to people perceiving his Pikachu as extraordinary. However, regardless of how remarkable it may seem, it remains a Pikachu, unlikely to attract too much attention. Thinking of this, Ji Yun promptly sent a message to Zhang Chuyue. After all, she is one of the parties involved. On her end, upon receiving Ji Yun's message, Zhang Chuyue's expression shifted slightly before she immediately pulled out her phone to access the video platform. Moments later, as she scanned the comments beneath the video, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her gaze lingered on certain remarks. Wow, this handsome guy and beautiful girl make such a perfect pair. And the guy is both handsome and strong, while the girl is stunningly beautiful, a match made in heaven. Such comments made Zhang Chuyue's heart race. Oh no, it seems I might really have developed feelings for him. After watching the video, Zhang Chuyue fell back onto her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, murmuring to herself. As she slowly closed her eyes, her mind was flooded with memories of her moments with Ji Yun, their initial encounter in the forest, their gaze underwater, the artificial gills that indirectly led to their kiss, and the embarrassing incident by the shore. There were also memories of watching competitions together, shopping side by side, sharing laughter, and embarking on adventures together. Ultimately, the image that etched itself in her mind was of Ji Yun standing protectively in front of her, his tall figure leaving a profound impression on her heart. Meanwhile, in the capital city, at Zhang Chuyue's home, this rascal named Yuntian actually dared to bully my daughter. Zhang's father displayed a rather animated expression upon viewing the video. Dear, grab the regulations. We must deal with this scoundrel, he exclaimed. And who is that boy in the red shirt? How could you possibly have a boyfriend so soon after just a few days? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhang's father fumed in impotent rage. To this, Chu Wanner rolled her eyes and interjected, shut up. All right then, Zhang's father fell silent immediately. Subsequently, as Chu Wanner glanced at the boy in the video, a slight smile crept onto her lips. It won't be long now. The next day, early morning, as Ji Yun set out with his roommate for breakfast, he began to experience the treatment of a celebrity. Clad in his eye-catching attire and accompanied by Pikachu perched on his shoulder, he was undeniably conspicuous. Along the way, students of both genders cast their gazes upon him and his Pikachu, occasionally pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Ji Yun, feeling exasperated, purchased breakfast and swiftly retreated back to his dormitory. Hey, old Ji, how does it feel to be a celebrity? Upon returning to the dorm, Li Jiechi teased him with a grin. Ji Yun shot him an exasperated glance. Shut it. Don't make snide remarks here. Hey, isn't being famous a good thing? You're just unaware of the fortune you're in. Cut it out. I have no desire to gain notoriety from such melodramatic events. With that, Ji Yun scrutinized Li Jiechi. But you, If you want to be famous, I could assist you. Oh, how would you do that? Strip you naked and toss you into the school square. After their banter, Ji-yun tended to Pikachu and his Swablu, then cradled the egg of his Riolu, using his aura to soothe the little one's spirit. This would also serve as an opportunity to hone his control over aura. He could sense that Riolu's hatching day was imminent, so he planned to stay in the dormitory for the next few days. First, to prepare for Riolu's arrival, and second, to avoid the limelight until the heat of the situation cooled down. However, just as Ji-yun's retreat into seclusion began, he received a phone call from his counselor. Guan Wangxian, the dean wishes to see you. With this single statement, Ji-yun had no choice but to step outside. He understood it was likely related to the events of the previous afternoon. You've made quite a stir just after enrolling, Guan Wangxian remarked, patting Ji-yun on the shoulder with a teasing tone. I can only express my helplessness, Ji-yun shrugged in response. All right, let us go. The dean is waiting for you. They proceeded into the administrative building and ascended to a particular office. Here we are, go on in. Guan Wangxian indicated for Ji-yun to enter. Ji-yun approached and knocked on the door. Come in, came a commanding voice from within. He pushed the door open to reveal a simple office desk behind which sat Lu Qingxiong, the dean of the Pokémon Academy. Ji-yun had seen him during the opening address. Welcome, Ji-yun. Please, have a seat. After taking a seat in front of the desk, Ji-yun inquired. May I ask why you requested my presence, Dean? Lu Qingxiong did not respond immediately, but instead curiously observed the Pikachu on Ji-yun's shoulder. So this is the remarkable Pikachu featured in the video, he remarked with a smile. Ji-yun, you have raised this Pikachu exceptionally well. Furthermore, you possess a Swablu as well. As a freshman, you can hold your own against third-year students. Your prowess far exceeds that of an average freshman, even surpassing many third-year students. I am delighted to have such a talented student in our academy. It seems that by next year, you will be able to represent the school in the collegiate competitions. Thank you for the compliment, Dean. I consider myself merely fortunate, Ji-yun replied with composed humility. Moreover, Jinling University is one of the top institutions in the nation, and the seniors are quite formidable. I am still just a junior. Indeed, traversing to another world and gaining an advantage, he is indeed just a tad fortunate. Lu Qingxiong nodded slightly at Ji-yun's response. You are very humble, which is commendable. However, it is also beneficial for young people to be a bit ambitious at your age. You should wear your aspirations on your sleeve and acknowledge your desires rather than being excessively modest. Upon hearing this, Ji-yun raised an eyebrow and then adopted a calm demeanor, stating, You are right, Dean. I was merely feigning modesty. In truth, I do feel quite proud. As soon as Ji-yun finished speaking, Lu Qingxiong burst into laughter. Ha! You little rascal, you are quite amusing. Once the laughter subsided, Lu Qingxiong revealed the purpose of Ji-yun's summons. The primary reason I called you here today is to address two matters. The first concerns the private duel from yesterday afternoon. The school has a strict policy against private duels outside of designated battle areas, as they not only damage school property, but also pose risks to bystanders. Therefore, the school will impose penalties on you. Given the severity of the incident, Yun Tiando will receive a demerit and will be placed on probation. As for you, Lu Qingxiong paused, observing Ji-yun's reaction with interest. However, he miscalculated. Ji-yun remained composed, sitting there without a trace of anxiety. Seeing this, Lu Qingxiong felt somewhat disappointed and continued, considering you acted to assist a fellow student. The school will issue you a warning. Do you have any objections? None at all, Ji-yun responded calmly, shaking his head. After all, he had indeed taken action, and a mere warning was a light consequence compared to Yun Tianda's punishment. Upon hearing Ji-yun's response, Lu Qingxiong nodded and continued. The second matter I wish to discuss is the possibility of your early entry into the Academy's reserve team. The reserve team? Ji-yun was momentarily taken aback, filled with a sense of confusion. Observing his reaction, Lu Qingxiong began to elucidate. The reserve team refers to the backup players of the school team, typically selected from third-year students. For instance, the current college student league is underway, and the representatives from the Spirit Academy are the school team, composed of the most elite fourth-year students. At this juncture, the reserve team must commence the selection process, preparing for the next college student league. The criteria for selection generally rely on the final assessments of the second-year students, identifying the most exceptional talents. Subsequently, throughout the entire academic year of the third year, the Academy assigns specialized instructors to conduct intensive training for the reserve team during weekends. Ultimately, several of the weakest members are eliminated, and the strongest players are chosen to form the new school team. Consequently, when the new academic year commences in September, the newly formed school team will participate in the forthcoming college student league. Lu Qingxiong's desire for Ji Yun to join the reserve team in his freshman year is indeed an exceptional case. It is noteworthy that Ji Yun, as a newcomer, has already demonstrated the ability to surpass third-year students if he can participate in competitions alongside the team next year, gaining invaluable experience. How formidable will Ji Yun be in the years to come? Lu Qingxiong has already begun to envision Ji Yun becoming a key player of the school team, possessing an absolute advantage in his third and fourth years. Upon hearing the dean's words, Ji Yun fell into contemplation. He had previously realized that the experience gained from battling trainers was approximately 3 times more substantial than that obtained from defeating wild Pokémon of the same level. The dean had just mentioned that entering the reserve team would entail specialized training, given that such training would undoubtedly include battle practice. Ji Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of engaging in combat with the top trainers from the third year every weekend for the coming year. With this in mind, he promptly declared, "I agree. Thank you, Dean." Seeing Ji Yun's agreement, Lu Qingxiong nodded in satisfaction. "That's good to hear. The reserve team will convene in October to begin intensive training. A teacher will notify you when the time comes. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." "Understood," Ji Yun replied, preparing to rise and exit. "Then I shall return now. Goodbye, Dean." Indeed. Chapter 40. The birth of Riolu upon returning to his dormitory. Ji Yun did not alter his plans. He remained ensconced within his quarters. He felt uneasy about taking the Pokemon egg on adventures, fearing it might suffer damage. Conversely, leaving the egg alone in the dormitory also troubled him, as he worried it might be lost. Thus, he decided to personally oversee its care. Fortunately, Ji Yun, along with Pikachu, had the internet to occupy their time. On video platforms, they could watch various competitive match recordings and battle videos uploaded by individual users, absorbing tactics and experiences from others. After all, this was the real world, where battles were not turn-based like in games. Many classic strategies reliant on turn-based mechanics proved ineffective in this realm. In the reality of Pokemon battles, a trainer's on-the-spot command skills and reflexes were put to the test. After an opponent launched an attack, the speed at which one's brain processed information must be efficient to devise effective countermeasures in a fleeting moment. Therefore, Ji Yun, having traversed into this world, possessed an advantage in knowledge and understanding, yet he still needed to hone his battle command skills. Those classic match videos served as excellent learning materials. Additionally, he occasionally exchanged messages with Zhang Qiu or chatted in their class group. Thus, on his bed, Ji Yun cradled Pikachu, together using a tablet to watch videos while occasionally picking up his phone to respond to messages. Everything felt harmonious. During lunchtime, while feeding the Pokemon, Ji Yun, gazing at the newly evolved Whirlipede before him, swiftly retrieved a learning device along with the TM for the move Fly. "Since you've evolved, it's time to learn a new move," he remarked, initiating the process for Whirlipede to acquire the new technique. Whirlipede. Level, LV35. Type, Ground. Dragon. Gender, Male. Ability, Levitate. Held item, Soft Sand. Individual values, slightly above average. Moves, various, Sandstorm, Shadow Clone, Hyper Beam, Solar Beam, Heavy Slam, Sleep, Earthquake, Substitute, Dragon Breath. Fly. Potential, Champion. After a brief moment, Ji Yun surveyed Whirlipede's updated panel with satisfaction. Thus, 3 days elapsed. One afternoon, while napping, Ji Yun was suddenly roused by a surge of aura fluctuations. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the blue and white egg resting in the incubator at his bedside, shimmering with light. "This is..." Ji Yun gasped, hurriedly sitting up, his face alight with joy as he opened the incubator, carefully cradling the egg and gently placing it on his bed. "Pika." At that moment, Pikachu also stirred, nimbly climbing onto Ji Yun's shoulder. Curiously observing the egg that was glowing, Ji Yun affectionately patted Pikachu's head and smiled. "It's about to hatch. We will soon have a new companion, Pikachu." "Pika." In response, Pikachu mirrored Ji Yun's anticipation, fixated on the egg before them. Finally, after several minutes of flickering, the entire egg erupted into a brilliant radiance. Within the brilliance, a humanoid figure gradually took shape. Moments later, as the light dissipated, a small, dog-like Pokemon, standing less than a meter tall, appeared before Ji Yun. Riolu. Slowly, Riolu opened its eyes, and Ji Yun's cheerful visage was the first image to greet it. "Welcome to this world, Riolu." Observing the newborn Riolu, Ji Yun gently raised his hand, emanating his aura to caress its head. Riolu. Sensing Ji Yun's aura, Riolu immediately beamed with joy, leaping gently into Ji Yun's embrace. Ji Yun, beaming with delight, cradled Riolu and tenderly stroked it. The aura he had been sending forth these past days proved fruitful. Otherwise, Riolu wouldn't have been so affectionate upon hatching. Subsequently, Ji-Yun gently set Riolu down, retrieving a prepared bowl of moo-moo milk from his backpack and offering it to Riolu. Riolu. After sniffing the moo-moo milk, Riolu happily began to drink. Once Riolu finished its milk, Ji-Yun produced a tissue to wipe its mouth. Riolu. Afterward, Ji-Yun patted its head again, then pulled out a black Pokeball. Due to Riolu's evolution, which necessitated conditions of intimacy and friendliness, Ji-Yun had specifically purchased a luxury ball. Riolu, will you become my partner? Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Riolu looked up at him and nodded with a smile. Then let us forge a wonderful bond henceforth. With a joyful expression, Ji-Yun gently pressed the Pokeball against Riolu. In the next moment, the Pokeball's switch opened, and Riolu's form transformed into light. Being drawn into the Pokeball, after a few shakes in Ji-Yun's hand, a satisfying click signaled the light on the Pokeball dimming, returning to tranquility. Champion potential Riolu acquired. Subsequently, Ji-Yun released Riolu once more. Riolu, level, LV1, hatchling, type, fighting, gender, male, ability, inner focus, held item, none individual values, HP, 31. Attack, 31, defense, 28, special attack, 31, special defense, 28, speed, 31. Moves, detect, inherited, bullet punch, inherited, quick attack, endure. Potential, champion. The presence of 2 inherited moves is truly remarkable. Observing Riolu's stats, Ji-Yun smiled and praised. Furthermore, one of the inherited moves, bullet punch, is a priority move. Just like quick attack. Once Riolu evolves into Lucario, bullet punch will become a signature move. If he were to acquire a Mega Stone and a Lucario Evolution Stone in the future, complemented by the adaptability of its Mega Evolution ability, the vision is breathtaking. And he felt an immense anticipation within. Pika. At that moment, Pikachu, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain itself and approached, cheerfully greeting Riolu. This is Pikachu, my companion. Henceforth, it shall be your companion as well, Ji-Yun quickly introduced. Pika. In response, Riolu smiled back at Pikachu. Oh, and I also have a Swablu. Ji-Yun then took out a Pokeball, releasing the Swablu to introduce it to Riolu once more. Subsequently, in the 404 dormitory, the 3 Pokémon happily engaged in conversation. As Riolu was still merely a newborn, Pikachu and Swablu took great care of it. Young Pokémon are not suited for training. However, the juvenile phase of Pokémon is quite brief, with most transitioning to their adolescent stage within a week. By that time, training and battles can commence. Chapter 41, The Trials of Riolu. Observing the harmonious interaction among the 3 Pokémon, Ji-Yun smiled knowingly. He then glanced down at the Pokeballs in his hand, 1 black luxury ball and 2 classic red and white Pokeballs. Well, since Riolu has taken residence in the luxury ball, I should arrange for Pikachu and Swablu to have similar accommodations. If the space within a standard red and white Pokeball could be likened to a modest dwelling, then the luxury ball's space resembles a lavish villa. In terms of both size and comfort, the luxury ball far surpasses an ordinary Pokeball, which is reflected in its significantly higher price. A standard red and white Pokeball costs around 1,000 Dongwon coins, while the luxury ball skyrockets to over 10,000. Nevertheless, as Riolu has already been placed in a luxury ball, Ji-Yun felt it only fair to treat all his Pokemon equally, ensuring that none were favored over the others. Even if Pikachu's Pokeball served merely as decoration, its existence was what mattered. Fortuitously, Ji-Yun still possessed some savings, enabling him to provide luxury balls for Pikachu, Swablu, and any future Pokemon he might capture. Suddenly, Ji-Yun recalled something important. He rummaged through his backpack and produced a mysterious black ribbon imbued with enigmatic powers. Riolu, this is for you. Upon receiving the ribbon from Ji-Yun, Riolu appeared somewhat puzzled. Then, a marvelous scene unfolded. The black ribbon slowly integrated into Riolu's body, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, the item section in Riolu's stats displayed the name of the ribbon. This is the wonder of special items. They can merge with a Pokemon's body, unleashing the powers they contain, and can be extracted at any time. Such magic. In truth, the most suitable battle item for Riolu is not the ribbon. Likewise, the ideal battle item for Swablu is not the soft sand. However, Ji-Yun possessed no other battle items at the moment, so he could only make do with these 2. That evening, upon encountering Riolu, his 3 whimsical dorm mates instantly transformed into infatuated fans, eagerly yearning to pet the adorable creature. Startled, Riolu nearly retaliated with a bullet punch. The freshly hatched Riolu, aside from Ji-Yun and his 2 Pokemon, did not warm up to anyone else. Envy. Jealousy. I too wish for a dashing Riolu. Observing the obedient Riolu nestled by Ji-Yun's side, His three roommates morphed into a trio of sour lemons. After all, Riolu is not a social Pokémon. In the secret realms and reserves, wild individuals may occasionally be spotted, but humans have never encountered a group of Riolu or Lucario. Moreover, their numbers are scarce, making Riolu a relatively rare Pokémon. On the following day, Ji-Yun did not remain cooped up in the dormitory. Instead, he took Riolu outside. Knowledge gained from books is superficial. True understanding requires practical experience. He intended to take Riolu for a stroll, allowing it to familiarize itself with the world it would inhabit, while also exchanging the Pokeballs for Pikachu and Swablu. Riolu, how adorable. Zhang Qiyo, who had arranged to meet Ji-Yun, approached excitedly upon seeing Riolu. Hello, Riolu, my name is Zhang Qiyo. However, despite Ji-Yun's introduction, Riolu remained aloof, so cool and distant. Subsequently, Ji-Yun and Zhang Qiyo accompanied Riolu to the streets, visiting various shops, amusement parks, and observing other trainers engage in battles. Thus, 7 days passed. During this time, Riolu gained a comprehensive understanding of the human world through online videos and first-hand experiences. On this day, Riolu finally transitioned from its juvenile phase into adolescence. Ji-Yun promptly retrieved a learning device and arranged a learning package for it. Riolu. Level, LV5. Gender, male. Ability, inner focus. Held item, ribbon. Individual values, NA. Moves, NA, feint, low sweep, rock smash, swords dance, heavy slam, high jump kick, dig, earthquake, shadow clone, substitute. Potential, champion. Moments later, Ji-Yun glanced at Riolu's stats, a satisfied smile gracing his face, before handing it an energy cube. Pika. Upon consuming the energy cube, Riolu displayed a joyful expression, clearly enjoying the treat. Ji-Yun then returned Riolu to its Pokeball. It was evident that Riolu did not resist entering the Pokeball. Now that Riolu had surpassed its juvenile stage and gained a preliminary understanding of the human world, it was time to introduce it to the realm of wild Pokémon. In the afternoon, at the Chixiao Mountain Reserve, after several days, Ji-Yun returned once more. Upon entering the reserve, he released Riolu and began explaining the conditions of the wild. This time, he did not intend to venture into the core area, but rather to the outskirts. After all, he wanted Riolu to experience its first battle, and the opponent need not be too formidable. Beaver. Level, LV9. This one will do. Go, Riolu, Ji-Yun declared, pointing to the adorably clumsy beaver by the water's edge. Riolu. With newfound confidence, Riolu stepped into battle. Moments later, under Ji-Yun's guidance, with a rock smash, Riolu struck the beaver, knocking it unconscious. The beaver has fainted. Riolu gains 23 experience points. Well done, Riolu, Ji-Yun praised with a smile. Over the past few days, Riolu had accompanied Ji-Yun in watching numerous battle videos, inadvertently acquiring a commendable battle instinct. It executed Ji-Yun's commands flawlessly. Such talent, learning with ease, Ji-Yun mused. Pika. After receiving Ji-Yun's commendation, Riolu beamed with happiness. Then, Ji-Yun treated the beaver with medicine and continued onward with Riolu. Along the way, Ji-Yun encountered several freshmen from the Elf Academy, each curious gaze reflecting the burgeoning fame he had acquired at the institution. Simultaneously, these newcomers looked upon Riolu with a hint of envy. One particularly sociable freshman even approached Ji-Yun to greet him, seeking camaraderie. Thus, in the days that followed, Ji-Yun dedicated half of each afternoon to training with Riolu in the sanctuary. As dusk approached, he would return to the academy with his companion, mindful that Riolu was still young and required ample time for recuperation and relaxation. With the passage of time, the calendar gradually turned to the end of September. Chapter 42, October Support Package. On September 29th, the outdoor training came to a conclusion. The following day, on September 30th, the trainer class held a meeting and subsequently announced a vacation, the National Day holiday. Coincidentally, the Eastern Huang Kingdom in this world also celebrates its founding on October 1st. Old Ji, any plans for the holiday? Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Jiechi inquired. Me? Ji-Yun lifted his gaze in response and replied, I plan to stay at school. What about you? Currently, the gap in strength between Riolu and Pikachu, as well as the Vibrava, was significant. Thus, during this holiday, he needed to continue training in the sanctuary to level up Riolu. Furthermore, even if he wished to embark on other adventures, 7 days would scarcely suffice. Old Wang's family resided conveniently in the neighboring Lu province, allowing him to return home. Chun and I plan to visit the nearby Magic City. Would you like to join us? After hearing this, Ji-Yun shook his head. Never mind, I think I'll pass. Is that so? Li Jiechi expressed a hint of disappointment before grinning mischievously. Are you planning to spend quality time with the stunning Zhang? Her? Ji Yun was at a loss for words. He had grown weary of the need to explain and simply replied, "She's going home too." Ding! A new month has arrived, and the support package has been credited. Please check your account. The next day, just past midnight, the system's voice rang out punctually, announcing the arrival of the October package. Ji Yun slowly opened his eyes, adeptly getting out of bed and making his way to the balcony without making a sound. Upon reaching the balcony, he quietly opened the package. Ding! The package has been opened. Congratulations on obtaining leftover food X1 and a set of Move learning devices, 2nd generation. Oh dear, another battle item and, as expected, the 2nd generation Move learning devices have arrived. The leftover food is of little immediate use, but it is a valuable item that should not be sold. Ji Yun joyfully stored the items and then examined the newly acquired Move discs. In this package, there were no duplicates from the 1st generation. Instead, the system deducted the existing discs from the 1st generation and provided discs for newly added moves in the 2nd generation: Protect, Sunny Day, Sandstorm, Iron Tail, Steel Wing, and Farmer's Triple Punch. The coveted Protect and the renowned Triple Punch were finally in his grasp. After finishing breakfast that morning, Ji Yun eagerly arranged a new learning regimen for his 3 Pokémon, ensuring they learned all the moves available. Once the trio had finished mastering their new techniques, Ji Yun took them to the sanctuary, both to familiarize them with their new moves and to help Riolu level up. Meanwhile, within a large breeding house in the capital, a middle-aged man named Zhang Yunting looked on in astonishment at his daughter. "You say this energy cube was crafted by your classmate?" He glanced at the inspection report in his hand, finding it hard to believe. Of course, Zhang Chuyao nodded, a sense of pride evident in her demeanor. "What do you think? Impressive, right?" Zhang Yunting shot a bemused glance at his daughter. "It is indeed impressive, but you didn't make it. So what is there to be proud of?" He then turned his attention to 2 energy cubes on the table. One was crafted by him, while the other was brought back by his daughter. The manufacturing processes of the 2 were quite similar. He picked up a yellow-green energy cube and remarked, "However, this energy cube excels in its formula. Your classmate's cube contains detected components from 8 different berries, while mine only utilized 3. Zhang Chuyao, seated on the sofa, appeared momentarily stunned, her expression shifting slightly. "Dad, you didn't reverse engineer the formula, did you?" "Not so easily," Zhang Yunting chuckled, shaking his head. "I merely identified the components. I still lack clarity on the proportions of the various berries and the mixing duration. Random combinations will only lead to failure. Furthermore, there may be undetected components." Hearing her father's words, Zhang Chuyao breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good to know." Observing his daughter, Zhang Yunting felt a wave of incomprehension wash over him. "Whose daughter are you really? So, just how remarkable is this energy cube?" Zhang Chuyao inquired again. "The formula your classmate devised is exceptionally clever. After my inspection and observation last night, I can confirm that this energy cube not only promotes the physical development of Pokémon, but also enhances their overall physical attributes. It even stimulates brain development, making them smarter and more agile in thought." After speaking, Zhang Yunting couldn't help but marvel. It had nearly been a century since humanity had discovered the method for creating energy cubes in the secret realms, and he had never encountered such an ingenious formula before. After his moment of reflection, he quickly added, "You should ask your classmate if they're interested in collaborating. They provide the formula, and our family will supply the funds and efforts, jointly marketing this energy cube." However, to his surprise, upon hearing this, Zhang Chuyao looked on with suspicion. "Dad, you're not planning to seize it for yourself, are you?" Zhang Yunting rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Great, my daughter has become ungrateful, doubting her own father." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted slightly. "The classmate you mentioned wouldn't he happen to be that boy in the red outfit from the video, would he?" Zhang Yunting fixed his piercing gaze on his daughter, his eyes narrowing. Zhang Chuyao was momentarily taken aback, and under her father's intense scrutiny, she felt a twinge of panic. She began to avert her gaze, unable to maintain eye contact, and quickly said, "I'll ask when I get back." With that, she abruptly stood up and hurriedly exited the room. It seemed I was correct. Observing his daughter flee, Zhang Yunting realized that his little girl had fallen for someone unsuitable, and he clenched his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, in the Qixia Mountain Sanctuary, Riolu, Ice Punch. Bang! The vine monster has collapsed, and Riolu has gained 33 experience points. Riolu has reached level 12. Riolu learned double return. "Well done. Take a break, and then we shall continue." Thus, Ji Yun and Riolu's leveling journey continued. As time progressed, the 7-day holiday swiftly came to a close. Bat, Cross Poison, Golduck, Hydro Pump. On the afternoon of October 7th. In Dormitory 404, Ji Yun was engrossed in watching the competition on his phone. Bang! At that moment, the dormitory door was flung open with force, revealing Li Jieqi and Chun Yujia as they entered. "Hey, old Ji, what are you watching?" Li Jieqi asked while setting down his luggage. "Nothing much. Just the finals of the Eastern Division of the University League." "Finals, huh?" Just in time. Li Jieqi quickly pulled out his phone and let out a slight sigh, saying, "I must tell you about the semi-final match between Jinling University and the Shanghai Jiaotong University, which I attended alongside old Chun. Regrettably, we lost. Oh, it was so close. But it matters not." Chun Yujia tossed his backpack onto the bed and chuckled. "In any case, we've made it to the top 4 and secured our qualification. Besides, the next day, their rivals from Shanghai also faced defeat. The Dongwang National University League is divided into 5 regions, each possessing 4 qualification spots. Ultimately, the 20 strongest university teams from these regions will vie for the ultimate championship in October." Thus, as Chun and Li took out their phones, they exchanged a glance and enthusiastically proclaimed, "Go, Jida, let's crush Jiaotong." Haha. Observing his 2 boisterous roommates laughing heartily, Ji Yun smiled and returned his focus to the match. That evening, Old Wang returned to the dormitory. The following day, classes officially commenced for the freshmen. To illustrate, let us consider the recently concluded World Championship, where competitor Lin Shiming's Pokémon appeared merely average when compared with others, lacking any clear advantage. So, how was she able to advance through the ranks and grace the grand finale? The answer lies in tactics. At the podium of a lecture hall, the instructor for the tactical analysis course was earnestly delivering his lecture. "What tactics does Lin Shiming frequently employ? Can anyone enlighten us?" A student from the audience called out. "Weather tactics and pin tactics." "Correct," exclaimed the teacher. Lin Shiming utilizes a total of 12 Pokémon, employing various tactics based on differing combinations. The most frequently used are indeed rain dance tactics and pin tactics. As the instructor elaborated on the rain dance strategy, Ji Yun sat quietly, listening attentively, while Pikachu remained still beside him. Suddenly, Ji Yun's phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, he found a message from Zhang Chuyu. "Yao, are you free after school today?" "Guang Yunyan, I am. What's the matter?" "Yao, that's great. Let us grab a meal at noon. I have something to discuss with you." Guang Yunyan, "Sure. Teacher, if Lin Shiming is so formidable, how did she end up losing in the finals?" A student raised a hand and inquired. "Excellent question." The teacher acknowledged, then responded, "It was due to a sheer disparity in strength. The gulf between Lin Shiming's Pokémon and Renew's Electric Dragon was far too great, rendering Lin's strategies ineffective as Renew simply overpowered her. Studying tactical theory will enhance your odds when strengths are comparable. However, in the face of overwhelming power, all tactics become mere embellishments. A trainer's primary duty, as the name implies, is to train their Pokémon and elevate their prowess. Hence, nurturing your Pokémon should remain your foremost priority. Learning tactical theory merely broadens your perspective and enriches your battling methods. Do you understand? Understood. The class responded in unison. Ji Yun nodded in agreement. This is not a turn-based world. When levels differ too greatly, it merely results in an overwhelming defeat. After school, Ji Yun opted not to join his 3 roommates in the cafeteria, but instead accompanied Zhang Chuyu to a restaurant, where they requested a private room. Once the dishes arrived, the two began to eat and converse. "So, you mentioned on your phone that you wanted to discuss something?" Ji Yun asked. "Yes, indeed," Zhang Chuyu began to explain. She recounted the events from when her father discovered Ji Yun's energy cubes to their conversation in the breeding house. "My father wishes to collaborate with you. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing Zhang Chuyu's words, Ji Yun fell into contemplation. Zhang Chuyu chose not to interrupt his thoughts, focusing instead on her meal as she awaited his response. After a moment, Ji Yun shook his head and replied, "For now, I am not inclined to partner with anyone regarding that formula. I am still quite weak, and if such energy cubes were to be sold on a large scale, it would be easy for those with ulterior motives to trace the source back to me. At that point, I may not be able to protect myself or my family. We must not underestimate the greed of capitalists, nor overestimate their integrity. While some may possess commendable morals, the majority are driven by avarice." A great thinker once stated, "If there is a 20 profit, capital will stir. If there is a 100 profit, capital will dare to take risks. If there is a 300 profit, capital will trample upon all laws of humanity. Therefore, I must wait until I have grown stronger, until my strength can safeguard both myself and my family, before I allow such energy cubes to enter the market." "Temporarily? Does that imply a possibility in the future?" Zhang Chuyu inquired, intrigued by Ji Yun's response. "Yes, only when I am sufficiently powerful will collaboration become viable. Presently, I am far too frail." If the details of the formula were to leak, I would not be able to protect it, Ji Yun stated candidly, without reservation. Zhang Qiyu paused, contemplating his concerns with keen intellect. All right, we shall revisit this matter later, she assented, nodding. By the way, your father won't resort to coercion or betray me. Will he? Ji Yun asked, a worried expression crossing his face. Zhang Qiyu shot him a glance, rolling her eyes. He wouldn't dare. If he attempted that, not only I, but my mother would ensure he faced the consequences. As she spoke, Zhang Qiyu recalled the conversation she had with her mother upon returning home, who had been subtly urging her to secure Ji Yun, as though fearing she might never marry. It was all due to that video. Blushing slightly at the thought, she covertly glanced at Ji Yun. Meanwhile, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow at Zhang Qiyu's remarks about her father's affection, smiling as he mused. That's good to know. He could surmise the familial dynamics at play. Though our collaboration has not materialized, I still wish to purchase a bit more for personal use. You won't refuse me, will you? Zhang Qiyu asked once more. That's certainly not an issue. Ji Yun nodded, then regarded her quizzically. However, you just bought quite a bit from me before your break. Has it all been consumed? Does your mini dragon have such a large appetite? One must always be prepared. Zhang Qiyu laughed lightly. Moreover, I caught 2 new Pokémon during my trip home, which has indeed increased my consumption. Ah, I see, Ji Yun responded, nodding. All right, I'll fetch it for you shortly. Thanks. In the afternoon, beside a standard battle arena on campus, the first-year trainers were engaged in practical training, tactical analysis, Pokémon training theory, practical combat, and ecological studies. There is much knowledge required to excel as a trainer. Ji Yun recalled the class schedule shared in their group chat, feeling a sense of admiration. At that moment, a male teacher named Zhao, appearing to be in his 30s, conducted the lesson. He called students one by one to the stage, pairing them for battles while offering guidance and corrections. Class, that previous student's mistake is a common error made by novices. I hope everyone takes note. Now, next pair, Zhang Qiyu and Lu Yi. Soon, Ji Yun witnessed Zhang Qiyu's new Pokémon take the stage, Red-Faced Dragon. Level, LV21. Gender, male. Ability, Intimidate. Individual values, slightly above average. Potential, near king level. The Crimson-Faced Dragon, though seemingly unremarkable when compared to the Mini Dragon, possesses a potential that is coveted by many trainers. Truly, a wealthy individual. Unsurprisingly, the Crimson-Faced Dragon, with its superior initial attributes, emerged victorious. After offering some words of praise, Teacher Zhao instructed the doll to heal the 2 Pokémon. Ji Yun cast a glance at the doll. Doll, level, LV49. Gender, female. Ability, healer. Potential, elite. As the team medic, Ji Yun pondered silently whether he should also capture a healer. The next match was announced, Ji Yun versus Li Jiechi. At that moment, Ji Yun's name was called. Oh dear, an internal battle within room 404. Go for it. Old Li. Don't lose too badly. The other 2 roommates mocked with gleeful expressions. Meanwhile, the other classmates in the room turned their curious gazes toward them. As Ji Yun had already made a name for himself throughout the academy last month, they could hardly be unaware. Come on, stop the nonsense, Li Jiechi retorted, then stepped onto the battlefield alongside Ji Yun. So he is the chosen one who broke the norm. Teacher Zhao, acting as the referee at the sidelines, watched Ji Yun with keen interest. Go, Scyther. On the battlefield, Li Jiechi released his Scyther and remarked to Ji Yun, let us have a friendly match, old Ji. As roommates, we haven't had a spar yet. Scyther, level, LV19. After glancing at Scyther's most recent stats, Ji Yun smiled. Indeed, we have yet to engage in a match. With that, Ji Yun retrieved a Pokeball from his belt. This is for you, Riolu. As the luxurious black ball opened, Ji Yun's Riolu emerged onto the field. Ooh, facing Li Jiechi's Scyther, Riolu was filled with determination. Pika Pika! At Ji Yun's feet, Pikachu cheered loudly for Riolu. Riolu? Upon seeing Ji Yun summon Riolu, Li Jiechi was momentarily taken aback. Isn't Riolu still very young? Are you sure you want to send it into battle? Hearing this, Ji Yun glanced at Riolu's stats and chuckled. Riolu. Level, LV15. Item, Expert Belt. Riolu has come a long way, don't underestimate it, or you might find yourself in a precarious position. Oh really? Li Jiechi replied with a smile. In that case, let us go, Scyther. Wing attack. On the battlefield, Scyther unfurled its wings and charged swiftly toward Riolu. Riolu, use Shadow Clone. At Ji Yun's command, Riolu flickered and created over a dozen copies of itself. Scyther's wings sliced through several of the clones, merely dispersing Riolu's illusions. Riolu, Thunder Punch. With a crackle of electricity, Riolu's form suddenly appeared above Scyther. its right hand gleaming with brilliant lightning as it descended towards Scyther. "Dodge it, Scyther!" Li Jiechi exclaimed urgently. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Riolu's fist struck the ground. Just as Riolu's thunder punch was about to land, Scyther narrowly evaded, vanishing from its original spot. Then, Scyther made a swift turn and charged back toward Riolu. Riolu. Quick attack. Following Ji Yun's command, Riolu also vanished from sight, transforming into a fleeting shadow as it surged towards Scyther. Bang! 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 A series of collisions echoed, captivating the onlookers as the two Pokémon clashed at breakneck speed multiple times. Bang! After yet another collision, both Pokémon were propelled backward, with a graceful adjustment in midair. Riolu landed nimbly on its feet, one hand bracing against the ground, sliding back a short distance. Scyther mirrored this action. This left Li Jiechi astonished. How long has it been since Riolu's birth? It is already capable of standing against his Scyther head-on. Scyther, use Shadow Clone, then Wing Attack. Li Jiechi commanded once more. Hiss. In response, Scyther rapidly created several clones, which, along with its original form, charged toward Riolu. Remaining calm, Ji Yun ordered, Riolu, defend. Ooh. Riolu crossed its arms in front of itself, conjuring a faint green protective shield around its body. Bang! In the next moment, Scyther collided with the shield, causing its clones to dissipate, while its original form was momentarily repelled. Upon witnessing this, Ji Yun's eyes sharpened. Now as the time. Thunder Punch. With a crackle, Riolu's right hand glowed with arcs of electricity, and with dazzling lightning, its fist struck forcefully against Scyther's abdomen. Scyther! Li Jiechi exclaimed in shock. In an instant, Scyther was sent tumbling backward, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. Scyther, are you alright? Li Jiechi asked anxiously. Hiss. Scyther, using its scythe to steady itself, slowly rose, its abdomen scorched, its eyes locked intently on Riolu. Chapter 45. The reserve team assembles. Observing Scyther's tenacity, Ji Yun displayed a hint of admiration and commanded once again, Riolu, bullet punch. Ooh. Riolu's form vanished from its spot, rushing towards Scyther. Seeing this, Li Jiechi shouted. Scyther, quickly evade. Quick attack. Crackle. However, just as Scyther attempted to launch itself, arcs of electricity suddenly surged across its body, rendering it momentarily paralyzed. In that instant, Riolu appeared right before it. With fists gleaming with a metallic sheen, Riolu unleashed a flurry of punches upon Scyther. Aura, aura, aura. Bang. Moments later, as Riolu retracted its fists, Scyther was sent flying out of the arena, collapsing onto the ground. Scyther has fallen. Riolu gains 102 experience points. Scyther is unable to battle. Riolu emerges victorious. Teacher Zhao, serving as the referee, promptly announced the outcome. Wow, truly terrifying. Ji Yun is indeed remarkable. We all know Ji Yun is impressive. But Li Jiechi is no slouch either. This battle was undoubtedly the most thrilling of the day's sessions. The spectators whispered among themselves, animatedly discussing the match. Dull. Heelpulse. In the arena, Ji Yun approached, gently patting Riolu's head, smiling. Well done. Ooh. Feeling the warmth of Ji Yun's hand, Riolu beamed with joy. On the other side, Scyther gradually regained consciousness under the doll's healing, its injuries beginning to mend. Seeing this, Li Jiechi breathed a sigh of relief and stood beside Scyther, looking toward Ji Yun. Old Ji, you are indeed formidable. Even my Scyther fell to you. With a humble demeanor, Ji Yun replied, it was luck. Had Scyther not been paralyzed, the outcome might have been different. A loss is a loss. Li Jiechi shook his head, gazing in wonder at Riolu. The talent of Riolu is truly remarkable. It has only just been born and has already caught up with my flying mantis. Moreover, in such a brief span of time, it has mastered both Protect and Thunder Punch. Ah, what luck! Ji Yun smiled, refraining from elaborating. Well then, we extend our gratitude to Ji Yun and Li Jiechi for their splendid duel. After the treatment concluded, Ji Yun and Li Jiechi returned to the sidelines. At which point Teacher Zhao spoke up. Now, let us analyze the commands issued by the two students. As time passed, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Alright, I hope each of you will reflect on your shortcomings after returning home. Class dismissed. By the way, Ji Yun, please stay behind. Hearing Teacher Zhao's words, Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback, but remained in place. Once the classmates had departed, Teacher Zhao approached Ji Yun and began to commend her. Protect, Thunder Punch. It appears you have not only trained your Pikachu exceptionally well, but this Riolu also seems quite impressive. Thank you for the praise, teacher. May I inquire what you need from me? Ji Yun inquired with an unperturbed expression. As it happens, you were called up to the reserve team ahead of schedule. And I am here to inform you that this afternoon, after school, you are to assemble at the battle arena. Understood? Thank you, teacher. Upon hearing Teacher Zhao's words, Ji-yun nodded in realization. Thus, after school that afternoon, Ji-yun politely declined dinner invitations from her roommates and Zhang Chuyao, making her way to the battle arena alone with Pikachu. The battle arena of the Pokémon Academy is a specialized competition venue, featuring an indoor battleground that can be adapted to various environmental settings, surrounded by rows of seating. In previous years, it served as the competition ground for university leagues. But this year, the Eastern District's competition just so happens to be held in the Magical City. Upon entering the arena, Ji-yun immediately spotted a spacious battleground situated at the center. Looking down, she noticed that the first and second rows of tiered seating were sparsely occupied by about a dozen individuals, both male and female. It appeared these were all members of the reserve team. After a casual glance, Ji-yun chose a vacant seat in the second row, away from others. Her arrival caught the attention of the dozen or so onlookers, who directed their gazes toward her, some curious, some admiring, some amused, and others harboring hostility. Ji-yun remained unfazed, calmly stroking Pikachu as she awaited the proceedings. Soon after, several more individuals entered and took their seats. Before long, Teacher Zhao, whom Ji-yun had seen earlier that afternoon, entered the arena directly from the first floor. In the center of the battleground, he surveyed the crowd and called out loudly, "What are you all doing just sitting there? Come down and assemble." Upon hearing this, everyone promptly stood and descended toward the battleground. 21 individuals, splendid. Not a single one missing. Once everyone stood before him, Teacher Zhao began. The purpose of gathering you all today is to familiarize yourselves with one another, as you may soon become teammates. Additionally, I have some matters to discuss. Let's begin with self-introductions. I am Zhao Zhang, currently teaching practical courses for both first-year and fourth-year students. You may refer to me as Teacher Zhao. Among you 20 are third-year students, familiar faces, perhaps not well acquainted, but you've crossed paths before. However, this year's reserve team includes one new face. As he spoke, Teacher Zhao turned his gaze toward Ji-yun, who stood at the edge, and said, "Ji-yun, please start with your introduction." As his words fell, the 23rd-year students turned their attention to Ji-yun. Maintaining her composure, she introduced herself succinctly. "I am Ji-yun, a first-year trainer from Class 1. After her brief introduction, the others followed suit with equally succinct self-introductions, spurred on by Teacher Zhao's encouraging gaze. "Welcome, everyone," Teacher Zhao nodded, continuing, "From this day forward, you shall be the reserve team of the Pokémon Academy, the alternative contenders for the new school team. Starting this week, we will meet every weekend at 2 p.m. in the first training ground. Any questions?" "None," came the collective response. "Excellent." Teacher Zhao smiled warmly, then added, "Now, the final order of business today is for me to assess your abilities." With that, he produced 2 Pokeballs and released their contents. Before the gathering appeared a plush doll-like Pokemon and a blue-black creature. Swampert. Level, 49. Gender, male. Type, water, ground. Ability, torrent. Potential, elite. Chapter 46, Soundwave Larvae vs. Swampert. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Teacher Zhao's declaration. "What? If I don't understand your current capabilities, how can I train you? Hurry, send out your strongest Pokemon, and take turns battling with me. Bai Liang, you were first in last semester's assessment. You go first, the rest step back." As Teacher Zhao finished speaking, the others quickly withdrew from the battleground, leaving only a tall boy remaining. Once they were positioned, Bai Liang took out a Pokeball and released a purple Pokemon. Nidoking. Level, 38. Potential, almost champion. Ji-yun raised an eyebrow at the displayed stats of Nidoking. It wasn't that Nidoking was too formidable, rather, it was rather underwhelming. Is this truly the top student of the third year? A slight smile crept onto Ji-yun's lips. As expected, the experience system is his greatest advantage. While others diligently trained, he merely needed to engage in battles to grow stronger. He was confident that by the end of this semester, he would surpass these upperclassmen. Ji-yun mused silently. Before long, Teacher Zhao's voice echoed once more, "Next, Lu Wanqing." Indeed, it wasn't long before Bai Liang was defeated. Then, a long-haired, elegant senior stepped up. As time went on, the third-year students fell one after another, and Ji-yun began to grasp their capabilities. All their Pokemon were above level 30, with the more formidable ones hovering around level 35. Given them a year's time, they would barely reach just over level 40, which indicated that the University League typically consisted of opponents in their early 40s. Lastly, Ji-yun. Just as Ji-yun was lost in thought, Teacher Zhao called out. She quickly snapped back to attention and walked forward. Her appearance drew the attention of all the third-year students. "How long do you think this junior can last?" "Hard to say," Just based on his ability to defeat Yintianda, I believe a few minutes shouldn't be an issue. At most a minute, no more than that. The crowd murmured to one another. What do you think, Wanqing? I don't know, the long-haired senior replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Ji Yun stood at the command position, observing the Swampert. Encircled by swirling water. With its dual water and ground types, it possessed only a single weakness to grass, making it difficult to contend with. Moreover, after so many battles, Swampert showed no signs of fatigue. With this in mind, Ji Yun retrieved a black pokeball from behind her and released her Soundwave larvae. Let the battle commence. You may attack first. Upon seeing Ji Yun release her Pokémon, Teacher Zhao spoke. Ji Yun wasted no time and issued her command. Soundwave larvae, use Sandstorm. Given the significant level disparity, a direct confrontation would yield no victory. Thus, Ji Yun resolved to initially use the Sandstorm to obscure visibility, thereby disrupting Teacher Zhao's commands. And see if he could, without adhering to the principles of martial ethics, launch a surprise attack. After all, he possessed the power of wave guidance, allowing him to sense the positions of Pokémon on the battlefield at any moment. With both their sights obscured, he clearly held the advantage. With a resounding cry, the ultrasonic larva flapped its wings, causing a whirlwind of sand and dust to rise, coalescing into a massive sandstorm reminiscent of a tornado. Utilizing the weather? A commendable strategy. Once the sandstorm took shape, Teacher Zhao smiled faintly and began to issue orders. Toad King, use muddy water. Immediately, a torrent of murky water surged around Toad King, converging like a colossal wave and rushing towards Ji Yun's half of the field. This was a direct coverage of the half. Seeing this, Ji Yun decisively commanded, ascend. Then unleashed Dragon Breath. The ultrasonic larva took to the air with a swift motion, evading the muddy waters below, and a vibrant green beam erupted from its mouth, aimed directly at Toad King. Bang! The spectators only caught a glimpse of a green beam piercing through the swirling sand, striking Toad King and sending it reeling back several paces. Observing this, Teacher Zhao chuckled softly. Your cleverness ends here, Toad King. Rain dance. Gah! Toad King let out a thunderous roar, and the sandstorm dissipated rapidly. Concurrently, a colossal dark cloud gathered swiftly above the arena, unleashing a gentle rain. In that case, ultrasonic larva, clear skies. Ji Yun thought resolutely. Toad King's ability to navigate freely could never be allowed to seize control of the weather. The arena brightened as the sun streamed through the glass ceiling, casting a more radiant glow. Oh, have you discerned Toad King's ability? Teacher Zhao observed with a hint of surprise, then continued issuing commands. Toad King, scald. Instantly, Toad King opened its mouth wide, ejecting a steaming jet of water towards the airborne ultrasonic larva. Dodge. Ji Yun reacted swiftly. The ultrasonic larva flapped its wings rapidly, avoiding the oncoming water jet. However, Toad King was relentless, twisting its head to continue the assault, the scalding water hot on the larva's tail. Moments later, Ji Yun furrowed his brow. No time left. Ultrasonic larva, defend. The ultrasonic larva quickly erected a transparent barrier around itself. Bang! The steaming water collided with the barrier, shattering into droplets that scattered in all directions. This won't do. Toad King's level was too high, and its attack speed far surpassed that of the ultrasonic larva. Just then, Ji Yun noticed a detail. After halting its water spray, Toad King began to pant. After so many battles, it was finally fatigued. Realizing this was a prime opportunity, Ji Yun shouted, Ultrasonic larva, use Sand Tomb. With a cry, the ultrasonic larva's eyes gleamed with a blue light. The ground around Toad King swiftly swirled with sand, ensnaring it like a tornado. Gah! Toad King's body froze momentarily, struggling but finding it challenging to move even an inch. Seizing the moment, Ji Yun's gaze sharpened. Now is the time, Solar Beam. What? Solar Beam? At Ji Yun's command, not only the onlookers, but even Teacher Zhao was taken aback. With Ji Yun's words, numerous green orbs materialized around the ultrasonic larva, which rapidly absorbed them. In the next moment, the ultrasonic larva opened its mouth, directing its focus at Toad King, as a radiant white light began to gather. In an instant, a brilliant white beam shot forth from the larva's mouth, hurtling towards Toad King. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated throughout the arena. Upon impact, the solar beam erupted, causing the ground to tremble. A massive cloud of dust billowed from Toad King's position, and fragments of rock flew in all directions. Witnessing this, the spectators were left in astonishment, their gazes fixed on the swirling smoke. Toad King has fallen, and the ultrasonic larva has gained 213 experience points. It has finally fallen. Toad King, being a water and ground type, was 4 times weak to grass. Moreover, Its stamina had already been depleted after numerous battles. How could it possibly withstand a powerful grass-type move with a base power of 120? Yet, why was the experience so little? Looking at the panel's notification, Ji-Yun felt slightly astonished. How could Toad King, a genuine Pokémon of peak prowess, yield so little experience? However, it quickly dawned on him. When the ultrasonic larva faced Toad King, it was already severely weakened, thus it couldn't provide full experience. It was akin to switching Pokémon in a game to gain experience. Truly, there was no bug to exploit. If such a bug existed, he could seek out a champion-level trainer to exploit it, delivering the final blow, and within days, he could ascend to champion status himself. A moment later, as the smoke cleared, a large pit was revealed in the arena. Within it lay Toad King, peacefully resting with its eyes closed. Did I truly win? Hiss, this child is formidable. Upon witnessing Toad King's defeat, several individuals gasped in astonishment. On the field, Teacher Zhao regarded the unconscious Toad King with surprise, and after a brief pause, he smiled. Ji-Yun, I initially thought I had sufficiently overestimated you. Little did I know. You have truly surprised me. As Teacher Zhao spoke, he gestured for the healing doll to attend to Toad King. Hearing Zhao's words, Ji-Yun humbly replied, It's nothing. Toad King had already fought so many battles, exhausting much of its stamina. Furthermore, being 4 times weak to grass-type moves, I merely seized an opportunity. It was mere luck. That is not luck. Teacher Zhao shook his head, approaching him. Your quick reactions, keen insight, and decisive commands demonstrate your exceptional command ability in the heat of battle. At this point, Teacher Zhao paused and glanced at the ultrasonic larva. Moreover, whether it's Riolu or the ultrasonic larva, the innate understanding your Pokémon possess is astonishing. They can learn powerful moves outside their type, and I am genuinely impressed. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly responded, That truly is luck. Who knew they would comprehend so well? Enough with the modesty. Teacher Zhao patted Ji-Yun on the shoulder and looked at the senior students nearby, smiling. In my view, you surpassed them, and your future achievements will eclipse theirs. In response, Ji-Yun calmly replied, You flatter me, teacher. To this, Teacher Zhao smiled non-committally and waved to the gathered crowd. All right, everyone, come over. I have a few final words. Shortly thereafter, as Teacher Zhao concluded his speech, the inaugural assembly of this year's preparatory team came to an end, and everyone began to take their leave. As Ji-Yun exited the venue with Pikachu, the sun had already set, and twilight was upon them. The last rays of sunlight in the sky quietly unfurled, draping the earth in a delicate veil. Just as Ji-Yun was about to depart, a passerby in front of the venue caught his attention. Yin Tianda. Ji-Yun recalled his name. The passing Yin Tianda evidently noticed Ji-Yun as well. His expression shifted dramatically, his already pallid complexion turning even more ghostly white, devoid of any trace of color. He then turned his face aside, unable to meet Ji-Yun's gaze, and hurriedly left, head bowed. Was he so easily shaken? So fragile? Observing Yin Tianda's demeanor, Ji-Yun was momentarily taken aback. After Yin Tianda hastily departed, an enchanting voice suddenly rang in his ears. I thought you would confront him. It was Lu Wanqing, the senior with long black hair, who approached him, her gaze following Yin Tianda's retreating figure. In response, Ji-Yun offered a faint smile. Everyone harbors a lantern within their hearts. The resilient withstand the tempest, while the frail are extinguished by the slightest breeze. Such weakness as his no longer warrants my attention. Oh, Lu Wanqing's serene countenance revealed a flicker of curiosity. So, you consider yourself among the unyielding? Indeed, I shall be in due course, Ji-Yun asserted with unwavering conviction. Isn't that right, Pikachu? Pikachu, perched on Ji-Yun's shoulder, nodded cheerfully. Is that so? Observing Ji-Yun's confident demeanor, Lu Wanqing found herself somewhat convinced. At that moment, Ji-Yun turned to the long-haired senior and inquired. By the way, did you seek me for something? Indeed, I have a matter to discuss. Lu Wanqing quickly regained her composure, adopting a serious expression as she extended her hand. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Wanqing, a third-year trainer in the Battle Society, serving as the vice president. I am here to invite you to join our society. Ji-Yun hesitated for a moment at the outstretched hand before gently shaking it and withdrawing. I have already introduced myself previously. I am aware, the renowned Ji-Yun, Lu Wanqing replied with a smile. Moreover, I was present on the day of your altercation with Yin Tianda. Ah, it seems I have caused you to witness an unseemly spectacle, Ji-Yun remarked, somewhat surprised. So, the Battle Society you mentioned is indeed the one Yin Tianda is part of? Precisely, that very society, Lu Wanqing confirmed with a nod. Furthermore, allow me to correct you. Yin Tianda has been expelled from the Battle Society. It appears you are unaware of the circumstances surrounding him, she continued. Circumstances? Ji Yun's curiosity piqued. After all, who does not relish a bit of gossip? What could have transpired? A reprimand? Clearly, you are quite in the dark, Lu Wanqing observed, her gaze locking with his for a moment before she elaborated. Just the day after your confrontation, his father, a district chief, was dismissed due to personal misconduct. Now, many at the school speculate about your origins as a second-generation heir. Ah, I see. Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback, having been entirely unaware of this development. Moreover, Yun Tianda's support came from his father, the district chief. Recalling Yun Tianda's demeanor earlier, Ji Yun's mind suddenly conjured a fitting background score. Indeed, you truly are oblivious, Lu Wanqing remarked, observing Ji Yun's bewildered expression, and proceeded to analyze the situation earnestly. Thus, it was not you who acted, but rather someone else. Aside from you, the involved parties that day included, by the way, what exactly does the Battle Society do? Ji Yun interjected, steering the conversation in a different direction. The Battle Society is essentially a club for battle enthusiasts, Lu Wanqing explained, her attention successfully diverted. Most members are combat-oriented students, although there are also those from other disciplines who share an interest in battles. Together, we discuss competitions, Pokémon, and tactics. We also train with one another to refine our skills and occasionally engage in exchanges with other schools. That sounds rather appealing, Ji Yun acknowledged with a nod after Lu Wanqing's description. Indeed, it is quite enjoyable, Lu Wanqing replied with a gentle smile. So, will you consider joining the Battle Society? Perhaps not. Ji Yun pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Lu Wanqing, upon hearing his refusal, was not particularly surprised, as she assumed that the recent events with Yun Tianda had soured his view of the society. Nonetheless, her curiosity led her to ask, "May I inquire about your reasons for declining? I find it bothersome. I prefer tranquility," Ji Yun replied nonchalantly. While participating in club activities can indeed be a valuable way to expand one's network, his primary focus at present was on strengthening himself. He had no desire to engage in club affairs, especially since he anticipated that he would not remain at the school for long after the semester concluded. After all, Ji Yun was confident that by the end of this term, he would achieve certification as an elite trainer through the Trainer Association, at which point he would embark on adventures in more advanced realms. I see, Lu Wanqing nodded, a hint of regret in her expression. Indeed. Ji Yun glanced at the darkening sky and said, "It has grown late. I have matters to attend to. Farewell, senior. Until the weekend then." "Indeed, see you then." With that, Ji Yun waved and departed. In the following days, Ji Yun led a tranquil campus life. He attended classes during the day and spent his evenings either watching competition videos or researching energy cube formulas. Given that university courses were relatively scarce, he often had only 1 or 2 classes in the morning, or none at all, while practical classes were held every other day. During his free time, Ji Yun would take his Pokémon to the conservation area to continue leveling up. Thus, after a few days, the weekend arrived. Following their last gathering, Teacher Zhao had created a group chat, adding all the members of the reserve team. On Saturday afternoon, Ji Yun arrived at the 3rd training ground as per the notifications in the group. The expansive training field was equipped with various facilities designed for Pokémon to enhance their physical prowess and abilities. Once everyone had gathered, Teacher Zhao appeared alongside a female instructor. "Students, from now on, I will guide you in specialized training every weekend. This is Teacher Yang Lianxin from the breeding department, who will assist you in your training." "Hello, everyone," Teacher Yang greeted. "Hello, Teacher Yang. Now, the first order of business today is to release your Pokémon so that Teacher Yang can assess their health." After exchanging pleasantries, Teacher Zhao addressed the group. They then spread out, each retrieving their Pokeballs to release their Pokémon. While after releasing his Swablu and Riolu, Ji Yun looked around and noticed numerous Pokémon. Each student had at least 3. His gaze then landed on one particular Pokémon, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Totodile, level, LV33, gender, male, ability, torrent, potential, near champion. The appearance of Totodile truly astonished Ji Yun. It is worth noting that in this world, the concept of a starter Pokémon also exists. Years ago, documents obtained from the secret realms revealed that the League of the Alternate World dispenses initial Pokémon to new trainers. Each region's starter Pokémon, while differing, encompasses the 3 elemental types of water, fire, and grass. These Pokémon are all early evolvers with commendable base stats. Moreover, they share a distinctive characteristic, the ability to learn oath moves. Hence, people are well aware of the exceptional qualities these Pokémon possess. The term Sunjia, the 3 legendary Pokémon, originated from a certain island nation and quickly became a colloquial reference for these extraordinary creatures. Within this realm, acquiring the Sunjia is not excessively arduous, Yet it is not entirely facile either. At the very least, it pales in comparison to the formidable challenges associated with obtaining demigods and other rare Pokémon. The methods to procure a Usanjave are rather straightforward. Essentially, it requires financial investment. The uniqueness of the Usanjave has led to their populations being monopolized, rendering them nearly invisible in the wild. Only when new secret realms emerge might one encounter an unaccompanied specimen that is yet to be discovered. Observing the formidable alligator beside Bai Liang, Ji Yun clicked his tongue. TSK, yet another affluent individual, he mused. Teacher Yang approached with a device, meticulously examining each student in turn until he reached Ji Yun. Yang teacher's brows furrowed slightly in surprise after scrutinizing Ji Yun's 3 Pokémon. Classmate, your Pokémon are remarkably well cultivated. They exhibit exceptional development across the board. Have you pursued studies in breeding? Indeed, Ji Yun replied nonchalantly, offering no further elaboration. You've done quite well. Your Pokémon appear to have no deficiencies. Just increase their training intensity and adjust their nutrition accordingly, Yang teacher advised. Understood. Thank you. Teacher, Ji Yun acknowledged with a nod. Increased nutrition? His energy cubes were, in essence, concentrated nutrition. It was merely a matter of increasing the quantity consumed. If 2 cubes were insufficient, then 3 would suffice. And if 3 were inadequate, he had plenty more to spare. This substance could be crafted at any time, provided he had the necessary materials. Once Yang teacher had concluded, he moved on to the next student. Excellent work, everyone. Your Pokémon are well-bred, he remarked. Following this, Teacher Zhao interjected shortly. Yang teacher and I will tailor training plans based on each of your individual circumstances. These training plans are designed for your daily regimen, and we hope you will take them seriously. I trust you are all aware that the 3rd training ground is reserved for the preparatory and school teams. From this day forth, this will be your dedicated training arena. As long as you remain in the competition, you may train here daily. At this juncture, Teacher Zhao paused momentarily. As for the weekends, in addition to assessing your training progress, our primary focus will be practical combat training. Chapter 49, Evolution of Riolu. While Teacher Zhao spoke, Ji Yun listened with keen interest. Summarizing Zhao teacher's words, the plan was for Monday through Friday to focus on self-directed training according to the customized regimen, emphasizing the enhancement of Pokémon strength. The weekends would be dedicated to practical combat, honing real-world experience, and improving individual command capabilities. In this world, trainers enhance their power by training their Pokémon's bodies and abilities. Within the 3rd training ground, various training apparatuses were readily available. Ji Yun was particularly drawn to the obstacle course and launching devices for physical training, finding no other tools necessary, as leveling up through battles sufficed. The obstacle course would aid Pokémon in mastering their physical capabilities, while the launching devices would project numerous small spheres from various angles, training their reflexes and evasion skills. For training abilities, Ji Yun was interested in a variety of moving targets that would help refine precision and speed of attacks. Upon surveying these apparatuses, Ji Yun smiled faintly, reminiscent of grinding effort values in a game. In truth, the school boasted numerous training grounds, all equipped with similar devices. Except for the 3rd training ground, which was exclusive to the preparatory and school teams, other grounds were accessible to students who could apply to use the equipment. However, the preparatory team had the advantage of faculty assistance, allowing for bespoke training regimens tailored to each Pokémon's needs. Subsequently, Teacher Zhao gestured toward a group of individuals nearby. Do you see them? They are your seniors from the 4th year and will be your upcoming adversaries. Be aware that in the arena, you will face a myriad of opponents. They will take turns battling you, aiming to familiarize you with diverse combat styles. Are you all prepared? Ready, the students chorused, their faces alight with eagerness. Excellent. Teacher Zhao nodded approvingly before waving to the 4th year seniors. Moments later, several standard battle arenas within the 3rd training ground were filled with participants. Ji Yun found himself at the command post, facing a senior from the 4th year. Although his Pokémon were at a disadvantage in terms of level, he believed that their diverse moves would afford him a fighting chance. Yet, reality imparted a harsh lesson. When his opponent summoned a level 41 cursed doll and employed Trick Room, Ji Yun understood the gravity of his predicament. He had no choice but to substitute in the swifter Pikachu, allowing the Soundwave larva to take the field. After all, he had yet to devise a strategy to counter spatial tactics, and Pikachu had Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt, Pikachu! Ji Yun shouted during the battle. Though the Soundwave larva had been defeated, the cursed doll's stamina was likely depleted. However, as the lightning crackled, his opponent calmly declared, "Cursed doll, Destiny Bond." In that moment, Ji Yun could only helplessly utter a single word, "Damn." The harshness of the real world became apparent. In a non-turn-based scenario, opponents could simply wait for him to strike first before retaliating with their own destiny bond. As the lightning faded, the cursed doll collapsed, while Pikachu suddenly contorted in agony before slowly succumbing, unable to rise again. After carrying Pikachu off the field, Ji-Yun watched as his opponent sent out a level 42 Dream Demon, prompting him to surrender without hesitation. Upon witnessing Ji-Yun's concession, the senior retracted the Dream Demon and smiled, saying, "Junior, I truly admire your prowess. For a freshman, your capabilities are exceptionally rare." He paused briefly before adding, "I certainly have not encountered anyone in your age group who surpasses you." "Not at all. It is you, senior, who is truly commendable," Ji-Yun responded, engaging in reciprocal flattery. After all, not everyone possesses the courage to tame ghost-type Pokémon, and it appeared that this senior specialized in that very category, a true warrior. This was not a game nor a gentle anime realm, but rather the unforgiving reality. In the real world, ghost-type Pokémon could indeed be quite terrifying. Take, for instance, the recently encountered cursed doll, whose body was brimming with cursed energy. Should it unzip its mouth, the cursed energy would spill forth. If a human were to come into contact with that energy, they could suffer severe illness or, in dire cases, life-threatening consequences. Moreover, there was Jengar, known for absorbing ambient temperatures and the life force of other beings. Furthermore, the gas within a Drifloon is comprised of souls. When its body withers, it requires the absorption of souls to replenish itself. Likewise, the Nightshade spirit also feeds on souls, while the flames of a lit wick can burn the very essence of a soul. In contrast, the Dream Demon that had just emerged could be considered relatively harmless among ghost types. It absorbs the fears of other living beings through its crimson beads, utilizing them as sustenance. Thus, the Dream Demon often resorts to frightening people or other Pokémon to gather fear. Hence, in the realm of reality, those who capture ghost-type Pokémon, particularly those who specialize in them, Ji-Yun would willingly refer to as warriors. "Haha, not at all. I merely excel in interacting with ghost-type Pokémon," he replied modestly. Not far away, Teacher Zhao stood in the stands, surveying the entire training ground. Upon witnessing Ji-Yun's loss, a slight smile graced his lips. The male student specializing in ghost types was precisely the match he had arranged for Ji-Yun. Ji-Yun Kai, in his first year of university, exhibited remarkable talent at such a young age. Teacher Zhao, concerned about the potential for his arrogance in the future, deliberately assigned him a formidable opponent to ensure he faced some adversity. It is worth noting that this challenging adversary was a member of the previous year's reserve team. Although he ultimately did not qualify, his prowess was indisputable. After losing the battle, Ji-Yun experienced a momentary dip in spirits, but quickly regained his composure and hurried to treat his Pokémon. Once all members of the reserve team had battled, Teacher Zhao commenced a debriefing, highlighting each individual's mistakes and areas for improvement. Thus concluded the first session of specialized training for the reserve team, with more to follow the next day. The following morning, while training in the protected area, Ji-Yun encountered a stroke of luck. Riolu, bullet punch. Bang, bang, bang. After a flurry of iron fists, a large Rattata collapsed to the ground. Rattata has fallen. Riolu gained 41 experience points. Riolu has leveled up to LV18. Just as Ji-Yun was about to praise Riolu, a brilliant light suddenly enveloped his Pokémon. It was evolving. Watching Riolu grow taller amidst the glow, Ji-Yun was momentarily taken aback, only for joy to surge within him. Incredible, my luxury ball. Chapter 50, The Emergence of Darkrai. Riolu's form rapidly ascended in the radiance. Simultaneously, Ji-Yun sensed a wave of aura emanating from the light, spreading outward. Moments later, the brilliance faded, revealing a majestic Lucario before Ji-Yun. Lucario learned Aura Sphere. Lucario. Level, LV18. Type, Fighting Steel. Gender, Male. Ability, Inner Focus. Held item, Expert Belt. Potential, Champion. Lucario slowly opened its eyes, turning to face Ji-Yun. Its crimson gaze fixed upon him. Congratulations, you have finally evolved, Lucario. Ji-Yun smiled gently, approaching Lucario and patting its shoulder. Lucario's lips curled into a subtle smile. Equally elated, it had transformed from an adorable little pup into a composed and handsome figure. Observing Lucario's reaction, Ji-Yun could not help but sigh in admiration. He estimated Lucario's height to be around 1.5 meters, notably larger than the average Lucario, whose standard height is 1 meter. Clearly, this was the result of the energy cubes. The evolution of Riolu into Lucario was indeed a joyous occasion. With a light heart, Ji-Yun concluded his training for the day and left the protected area. Lucario needed to acclimate to its new body, and the equipment at the third training ground would be perfect for that. In the afternoon, after specialized training, upon returning to the dormitory, Ji Yun's 3 roommates were captivated by the imposing Lucario, eagerly vying for its attention. Thus, in the ensuing days, Ji Yun followed a structured routine of attending classes, specialized training, and leveling up, while occasionally enjoying meals and outings with Zhang Chuyao to unwind. Before he realized it, 2 months had swiftly passed. On December 31st, late at night, Ji Yun quietly practiced his aura on the balcony, awaiting the arrival of midnight. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. The aura he had extended detected an unfamiliar fluctuation. He stood up to survey his surroundings. Something was amiss. Ji Yun's expression turned grave. It was too quiet. Within the dormitory, the students who had been awake to welcome the new year seemed to have fallen asleep, enveloped in an eerie silence. He approached the edge of the balcony, gazing toward the source of the disturbance. There, several meters away, stood a shadowy figure beneath a street lamp, lingering for an unknown duration. This silhouette, resembling a shadow, was partially obscured by a mass of what appeared to be white hair that covered most of its face, revealing only its bright blue eyes, which were intently fixed on Ji Yun. In that moment, Ji Yun felt as though he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. His eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. Dark red. Level, LV 103. Type, dark. Gender, genderless. Ability, bad dreams. Individual value. Potential, divine. You bear its mark. Grow swiftly, human. With that profound voice resonating in his ears, Ji Yun quickly regained his composure. When he focused again, the street lamp stood empty. Dark Ray's presence vanished. Ji Yun extended his aura once more, but found no anomalies. Had it departed? He exhaled slowly, relief washing over him. Under the gaze of those blue eyes, he had felt a prickling dread, his body instinctively alerting him to flee. Reflecting on the fleeting glimpse of the data panel, Ji Yun could not help but marvel. Exceeding level 100, with indiscernible individual values, and potential rated as divine. Was this the stature of a legendary Pokémon? After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the words spoken to him. What did that mean? Was it suggesting that he bore the mark of a certain divine beast? A myriad of questions flooded his mind. When and where had he received this mark, and from which divine Pokémon? What purpose did it serve? Furthermore, Darkrai urged him to grow quickly. What could it possibly require from a mere human? With so many mysteries and uncertainties swirling within him, Ji Yun fell into deep thought. After a while, feeling increasingly restless and perplexed, he muttered, "Oh, Riddler, spare me." Just as his agitation peaked, midnight quietly approached. Ding! A new month has arrived. Your support package has been delivered. Please check it promptly. The new year had dawned. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ji Yun's unease diminished considerably. He then silently opted to open the package. Ding! The package has been opened. Congratulations on receiving 2 sets of Move Tutors, 7th and 8th generations. Observing the contents of the package, Ji Yun felt no surprise. Rather, it was entirely expected. After all, the previous 2 packages also contained Move Tutors. Now, he had amassed Move Tutors from the 1st to the 8th generations, with only the 9th generation remaining. However, would the system provide him with the 9th generation tutors so swiftly? Ji Yun harbored some skepticism. His doubts were understandable, for he had long realized that in this world, information about Pokémon and realms from the 1st to the 8th generations was readily available online. Yet, he found no mention of the 9th generation Pokémon or realms, leading him to conclude that the 9th generation had yet to descend. Nevertheless, it should be imminent. A glimmer of anticipation flashed across Ji Yun's mind. He had previously studied the timeline of the emergence of the first 8 generations realms. According to the information he had gathered online, new generations of realms tended to appear approximately every 50 years. This notion has long been recognized by scholars across the globe, who have meticulously formulated and published the underlying principles. This principle dictates that approximately every 50 years, new sprites emerge within the mystical realms. The inaugural 8th generation mystical realm, closely linked to the Galar region, manifested in the northwestern islands of Europa, specifically within the British Isles and its surrounding territories. Remarkably, this occurrence coincides precisely with the passage of 50 years. With the dawn of a new year, we find ourselves at the 50th anniversary of the 8th generation mystical realm's emergence. According to prior patterns, it is anticipated that this year or the next will witness the arrival of new sprites. Contemplating this prospect, Ji Yun felt a surge of anticipation and exhilaration. New sprites, novel items, and the phenomenon of terrestrialization. Chapter 51. It is time to depart from school. One wonders if those paradoxical sprites will accompany the emergence of the mystical realm. Ji Yun found himself lost in eager daydreams. Just as Ji Yun was enveloped in his expectations, officials and organizations from around the world were equally attentive to this new year, issuing commands to closely monitor the newly manifested mystical realm. The following day, in the girls' dormitory, Zhang Chuyao hummed a tune while selecting her attire. "Oh, Yao Yao? All dolled up. Are you off to see your special someone?" A fellow student teased, observing Zhang Chuyao's lightly made-up face. Upon hearing her friend's playful jibe, Zhang Chuyao's cheeks flushed slightly. "Don't say such things, it's nothing like that." Sighing, Lu Yi couldn't help but chime in with a playful critique. "Everyone thinks you two are a couple, yet you both remain so coy about it." "Not at all," Zhang Chuyao retorted, flustered. Seeing her shy denial, Lu Yi felt a mix of amusement and frustration, exclaiming, "Trust me, when you see him, just confess your feelings." At this, Zhang Chuyao's expression shifted, and she hurriedly set down her clothes, rushing to cover Lu Yi's mouth. "Why are you shouting?" Lu Yi simply shook her head, freeing herself from Zhang Chuyao's grasp and pouting. "Then you should confess." However, after a moment of indecision, Zhang Chuyao shook her head, demurely stating, "Perhaps I shouldn't." "Goodness!" Lu Yi exclaimed, completely exasperated. She picked up her phone, navigating to their class group chat to find Ji Yun's profile. "What are you doing?" Zhang Chuyao gasped in shock at Lu Yi's actions. "If you won't do it, I will," Lu Yi declared, poised to click on Ji Yun's profile. "No." Zhang Chuyao's face turned crimson as she snatched the phone away. With a resigned look, Lu Yi remarked, "You, with your stunning looks, just drop a hint, and Ji Yun would surely shower you with attention and profess his feelings. Yet here you are, indulging in this secret admiration." Her expression conveyed a mix of disappointment and determination. "Is that really true?" Zhang Chuyao's face flushed with curiosity. "Ugh," Lu Yi sighed dramatically, covering her face with her hands. "You need to confess, right now?" Zhang Chuyao hesitated, but suddenly noticed the time on her phone, exclaiming, "Oh no, I'm going to be late." She quickly chose an outfit and hastily dressed. Lu Yi rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Be as shy as you like. But be careful, he might get snatched up by someone else." With that, she flopped back onto her bed, pulling the covers over herself. "Keep it down when you leave. I need my beauty sleep." That nightmare from last night was dreadful. Zhang Chuyao paused momentarily in her dressing, contemplating Lu Yi's words. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory 404, Ji Yun observed the three lethargic individuals who had only just risen as noon approached, wearing an expression of bemusement. "Why is it that I'm fine?" he mused. "Perhaps I'm just fortunate?" Ji Yun contemplated, attempting to feign ignorance. "I inquired in the group chat, and it seems everyone in our dorm area had nightmares last night." "Such widespread occurrences are certainly abnormal," Shin Yujie remarked, his tousled hair giving him a rather disheveled appearance as he analyzed the situation with utmost seriousness. "Could it possibly be Darkrai?" "It must be Darkrai. No other sprite possesses such power," Li Jiechi asserted with unwavering confidence. "You all continue your discussion. I have matters to attend to," Ji Yun stated, donning his coat, shouldering his backpack, and taking Pikachu with him as he exited. Today is January 1st, and the school is on break. Zhang Chuyao had invited him out today, and he had agreed, preparing to meet her. After leaving the dormitory, Ji Yun arrived at the school entrance. He stood quietly by the roadside, petting Pikachu while awaiting Zhang Chuyao's arrival. January in Jinling remains quite chilly at this moment. Pikachu was adorned with the custom-designed hat and scarf Ji Yun had made for him. "Pika, Pika." Ji Yun chuckled softly at the sight of Pikachu wriggling under his gentle touches. "Pokémon, Pikachu. Level, LV39. As he glanced at Pikachu's level, a sigh escaped Ji Yun's lips. Over the past 2 months, Pikachu had reached level 39, while his other Pokémon, the Soundwave Caterpillar, had attained level 40, and Lucario had risen to level 31. It is worth noting that most 3rd and 4th year students at Jinling University are at a similar level. In just half a year, Ji Yun had caught up to the progress that others took several years to achieve, a remarkable pace indeed. However, since surpassing level 35, the experience gained by the Soundwave Caterpillar and Pikachu within the Shisha Mountain Nature Reserve had diminished significantly. Upon reaching level 40, the experience accrued by the Soundwave Caterpillar was almost negligible. Ji Yun had also deciphered some patterns within the experience system. One could only gain substantial experience by defeating opponents of similar or greater strength. After all, the narrative where one becomes invincible by vanquishing 1,000 slimes would clearly not unfold for Ji Yun. Even in his previous life, when he played games at higher levels, he would not seek out significantly weaker wild creatures for experience grinding. Presently, he needed to venture into higher-level mystical realms and reserves to expedite his leveling process. While there were other trainers at school for practice, The number of wild Pokémon far surpassed that of trainers' Pokémon. Engaging in battles with trainers required healing after each match, followed by waiting for the next opportunity to fight. In contrast, within reserves and mystical realms, after defeating one Pokémon, one could immediately set forth to find another. Thus, despite the greater experience gained from battling trainers, the speed of leveling up remained faster against wild Pokémon. For Ji-Yun at this stage, his time spent at school was becoming increasingly unproductive. In other words, it was time for him to leave the confines of academia and continue his adventures. Ji-Yun? Just as Ji-Yun was lost in thought, a melodious voice rang out from a distance. Turning around, he saw Lu Wanqing approaching him with a bright smile. What are you doing here? I'm waiting for someone. What about you? Ji-Yun glanced at Lu Wanqing, who had come to stand before him, then surveyed the group of people in the distance. After spending several weekends together, Ji-Yun had become quite familiar with Lu Wanqing. He discovered that once she warmed up, she was not as aloof as she initially appeared. She was simply a person who radiated warmth beneath a cool exterior. Isn't it a holiday? We were just invited to the neighboring Gusu University for an exchange program, Lu Wanqing replied with a smile. It's a pity you didn't join, otherwise, you could have shown those folks from Gusu what true talent looks like. In recent times, Ji-Yun's strength had surged remarkably, surpassing most of the reserve team members in just over 2 months, leaving both teammates and instructors in awe. Chapter 52, The Heart of a Young Woman. Before long, as Zhang Qiyo finished her grooming and hurriedly stepped out to the agreed meeting place, her expression subtly shifted. In her line of sight, a tall and beautiful girl was engaging in light-hearted conversation with Ji-Yun. Concurrently, upon hearing Lu Wanqing's words, Ji-Yun humbly replied, "You flatter me, senior. I am not deserving of such praise." Lu Wanqing smiled faintly, and just as she was about to say something, the words caught in her throat. For a delicate young woman had captured her attention. Your little girlfriend has arrived. I shall not intrude any further, Lu Wanqing said with a grin, waving her hand as she turned to leave. As she brushed past Zhang Qiyo, she offered her a friendly smile. Meanwhile, Ji-Yun turned back, and a fairy-like girl came into his view, clad in adorable cotton boots and a pure white down jacket, complemented by a sky-blue scarf. Her glossy black hair adorned with fluffy earmuffs lent her an enchanting yet endearing appearance. Casting a glance at the departing beauty, a flicker of hostility flashed in Zhang Qiyo's eyes. Turning back, she noticed Ji-Yun had already spotted her, prompting her to hasten over. I'm so sorry. I had a terrible nightmare last night and overslept. Wow, Pikachu looks so cute with its hat and scarf, she exclaimed. Pika. Upon hearing Zhang Qiyo's compliment, Pikachu perched on Ji-Yun's shoulder waved its tiny paws with a cheerful expression. No worries. I just arrived as well, Ji-Yun replied nonchalantly, then curiously inquired, so, was your sight affected too? What did you dream about? As the words were on the tip of her tongue, Zhang Qiyo quickly reacted, her expression becoming somewhat peculiar. She swiftly changed the subject. In any case, it was an absurd dream. She had no intention of divulging that she dreamt Ji-Yun had gone missing, and after a long search, she discovered him sharing laughter and intimacy with her mother. That dream was utterly ludicrous, yet it felt hauntingly vivid. The notion of her mother being involved in such a scenario was simply too difficult to articulate. Noticing Zhang Qiyo's reluctance to answer, Ji-Yun refrained from pressing further, sensing it must have been a rather terrifying dream. He then shifted the topic. Well, since we are together now, shall we set off? Today, I'll follow your lead. Where shall we go? Let me see, Zhang Qiyo murmured as she glanced at the time on her phone. Let us head to the city for lunch first. I found a restaurant online that has received plenty of praise. All right, let us walk, Ji-Yun agreed. While waiting for their ride, Zhang Qiyo casually asked, by the way, who was that girl just now? Oh, she is a senior in her 3rd year, and also a member of the reserve team. We just bumped into each other and chatted for a bit, Ji-Yun replied candidly. His involvement with the reserve team had long been the talk among the seniors, given that he had been a candidate for the school team since his freshman year. I see. After hearing Ji-Yun's response, Zhang Qiyo nodded. But her heart raced with alarm, her eyes sharpening with vigilance. This senior posed a significant threat. It seemed that Yi was right. She could no longer afford to be reserved. After a mental storm, Zhang Qiyo surreptitiously stole a glance at Ji-Yun's profile and encouraged herself. Zhang Qiyo, you can do this. It's just a matter of speaking up. Shortly thereafter, their ride arrived, and the two climbed in, heading straight for Xuanwu District in Jinling City. They first enjoyed a delightful lunch, followed by an afternoon of shopping and exploration. Later, they found themselves in Jiangning District, where Pikachu stood at the window of a cake shop, fixated on a fruit cake within. Pikachu, do you want that cake? Zhang Qiyo inquired with a smile. Pika. At her words, Pikachu's eyes sparkled as it nodded vigorously. Then let us buy it, Ji Yun chuckled. Pika. Moments later, Pikachu was nestled against Ji Yun's backpack, happily munching on a slice of cake, a satisfied smile gracing its face. Subsequently, they made their way to a cafe, ordered 2 cups of coffee, and settled into a window-side seat to relax. Turning to look outside, they beheld a thin layer of ice covering the lake, the sunlight casting a crystal-clear glow. I've decided to take a leave of absence next semester to venture out. I want to be staying at school, Ji Yun revealed casually during their conversation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuyo's heart tightened, and she quickly asked, why? Because Pikachu and my Butterfree have reached a new level of strength. Continuing with the regular curriculum at school, one to facilitate their rapid advancement, Ji Yun replied calmly. I see. Zhang Chuyo lowered her head slightly, her hands clenching tightly. As time passed, the sky outside gradually darkened, and when they exited the cafe, soft snowflakes began to fall. The snow swirled gently, delicate as feathers, bringing a refreshing essence to the cold winter day. As they strolled amidst the falling snow, a silence enveloped them. Zhang Chuyo walked beside Ji Yun, her gaze fixed on his profile. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she made her decision, her heart brimming with resolve. What's wrong? Sensing her unwavering gaze upon him, Ji Yun turned to ask. In the next instant, Zhang Chuyo suddenly grasped his hand, her cheeks flushed. Ji Yun. Noticing that Zhang Chuyo seemed poised to say something significant, Ji Yun halted in his tracks. Then, with her face flushed, she locked her gaze onto his, whispering, I like you. Amidst the flurry of snowflakes, she finally voiced her feelings, summoning every ounce of courage before quickly averting her gaze, her cheeks ablaze. Taken aback, Ji Yun stared at the girl's rosy complexion, momentarily speechless. From the gentle grip of her hand, he felt her nervousness. A soft smile crept across his face. I didn't expect you to say it first. He raised his hand, tenderly cupping her face, gazing into her eyes, and asked, so, Zhang Chuyo, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend? Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, the sparkle in her eyes brightened with joy. She nodded enthusiastically. Chapter 53, Taking a Long Leave to Adventure. In the cold winter day, the gentle snow fell like poetry, draping the earth in a pristine white veil, pure and elegant. Amidst the snowfall, Ji Yun caressed the girl's cheek, a smile gracing his lips as he said, I had intended to confess to you before leaving school, but it seems you beat me to it. Zhang Chuyo looked up, meeting Ji Yun's gaze, her cheeks warmed by the heat of his palm, her expression curious. Oh, when did you start liking me? At this question, Ji Yun felt a hint of embarrassment flash across his face, yet he answered truthfully. It was the first time I saw you in the reserve at the protection zone in the capital. Really? Zhang Chuyo's eyes widened in surprise as she earnestly regarded Ji Yun. Indeed. Ji Yun nodded affirmatively. Pika. At that moment, Pikachu chimed in, standing upright beside them with its arms crossed, solemnly nodding in agreement with Ji Yun's words. Ji Yun instantly found himself speechless. You can be quiet now. Uffed. In response, Zhang Chuyo burst into laughter, her face flushed with warmth. No wonder you appeared so dazed back then. I thought you were quite an odd boy. As it turns out, you were smitten with me at first sight. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun shrugged slightly. Yes, precisely that. Zhang Chuyao's smile blossomed even brighter in response. Hee how wonderful. Afterward, their hands remained intertwined as they strolled through the falling snow, their smiles unwavering. As time elapsed, the night quietly descended. Later that evening, Zhang Chuyao hummed a cheerful tune while returning to the dormitory. Upon hearing the door creak open, Lu Yi, who was leaning against her bed and engrossed in her phone, glanced up at the beaming Zhang Chuyao and raised an eyebrow. Have you two finally gotten together? Zhang Chuyao nodded vigorously, her face alight with joy. Thank you. Tsh. Lu Yi rolled her eyes, her expression one of feigned disdain. You two should have been together ages ago. Why drag it out until now? Hee. At Lu Yi's words, Zhang Chuyao broke into a silly grin, which persisted until it was almost time to turn off the lights and sleep. Hey, that's a bit much, Lu Yi said, exasperated as she regarded Zhang Chuyao. With a smile like that, you must share the story behind it, so I can enjoy some amusement too. What did you say? Zhang Chuyao finally snapped back to reality, turning to ask. Seeing this, Lu Yi gritted her teeth and said, I want you to tell me how your confession went. I'm very curious. Oh, the confession. Zhang Chuyao fell into reverie, recalling the scene of her confession, each moment replaying vividly in her mind, prompting her to break into another silly smile. This sight rendered Lu Yi momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she finally managed to utter, damn. The following morning, as Ji Yun stepped out of the dormitory building, he spotted Zhang Chuyao's graceful silhouette waiting for him. With a gentle smile, Ji Yun approached and took her hand, and together they walked toward the cafeteria. Behind them, the other three from Dorm 404 paused in surprise at the sight. Are they no longer hiding it? Li Jieqi remarked, astonished. TCH, you dimwit. It seems they have finally achieved their happy ending, Wang Qingji chimed in. Weren't they already a couple? Li Jieqi appeared bewildered. Previously, they were in that ambiguous stage. Both had feelings for each other, and it was evident to anyone with eyes. Chen Yujia rested his chin on his hand, speaking seriously. He then glanced at Li Jieqi with a look of disdain. Except for you. Is that so? Li Jieqi looked at Wang Qingji, still confused. Don't mind him. He's just a fool. Damn, you're the one who's foolish. In the subsequent 2 days, Ji Yun and Zhang Chuyao were inseparable. As a newly established couple, they longed to be together at every moment. 2 days later, in the dean's office, Ji Yun's counselor, Guan Wangxian, and teacher Zhao had arrived. Seated at the desk, Lu Qingxiong examined the leave request in his hand. The phrase "the world is so vast, I wish to see it," striking him as utterly absurd. So, Ji Yun intends to take a long leave? Lu Qingxiong then looked up at the two who had come together and inquired. Indeed, according to him, he had reached a bottleneck in his abilities, and remaining at school would yield little improvement. Guan Wangxian nodded, saying, furthermore, he prefers the thrill of adventure over the comforts of campus life. That was his exact sentiment. Lu Qingxiong was momentarily speechless. What does it mean that staying at school yields little improvement? Does he look down on our Elven Academy, or is he simply arrogant? While there have been students who took long leaves to venture out, they were generally in their 3rd or 4th year. Yet Ji Yun is merely a freshman, and he wishes to roam? Lu Qingxiong then turned to teacher Zhao. Old Zhao, what is your take on Ji Yun's situation now? Teacher Zhao pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Ji Yun is progressing remarkably fast. There is no one in the reserve team who can consistently defeat him, and I feel I am nearing a loss for how to teach him. Allowing him to go out might not be a bad thing. Progressing so quickly? Lu Qingxiong was somewhat taken aback and asked, so, does that mean he has secured a spot in the school team selection? Given his current strength and with another 6 months to train, I believe he is quite secure. Teacher Zhao considered for a moment and replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxiong contemplated for a while before stating, but outside, there aren't such professional training facilities and environments. If he continues his specialized training at school, wouldn't he become even stronger in 6 months? In response, teacher Zhao shook his head. Dean, you know that once most elves reach a certain level, their progress becomes exceedingly slow. At this stage, it's all about grinding it out. Perhaps Ji Yun feels he has reached that stage. Then, with a smile, teacher Zhao continued, thus, it might be better to let him venture out on his own. Who knows? He might progress even more rapidly while exploring. After listening to teacher Zhao's words, Lu Qingxiong pondered for quite some time before slowly saying, tell Ji Yun that he can take leave. However, by the end of the next semester, he must return to participate in the school team selection. Additionally, he has chosen singles, correct? Let him know that last year, our school was among the national top 8 in the university league. If the team loses points because of his singles and fails to make it into the national top 8, he can forget about taking leave in his 2nd year. He must stay at school and train diligently. Chapter 54 End of term. All right, teacher Zhao, I understand. Shortly thereafter, in the Qishan Mountain Nature Reserve, Ji Yun hung up the phone, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Beside him, Zhang Chuyao was feeding the elves. Noticing his joyous demeanor, she inquired, you seem very happy. It looks like you got your leave approved? The two were currently in a stage of sweet intimacy. Where Ji Yun went, Zhang Chuyao naturally followed. Yes, my leave request was approved by the dean. Ji Yun replied with a smile. The recent call from teacher Zhao was to inform him of this development. After all, for such a lengthy leave, Counselor Guan Wangxian did not possess the authority to approve it. As for the conditions set by Dean Liu, Ji Yun considered them trivial. The University League operates on a point system. The events include singles and doubles, and the team with the highest combined points wins. As long as he can level up quickly in advanced secret realms and nature reserves, he guarantees that he won't lose any points in the singles he is responsible for. Therefore, he must first obtain an elite trainer certificate from the Trainer Association, as most open advanced secret realms and nature reserves require proof of elite trainers for entry. After lunch, the two sat together to rest, with Zhang Chuyao leaning against Ji Yun's shoulder, smiling as she watched the Pikachu and Bubble Squirrel frolicking nearby. Bubble Squirrel. Level, LV16. Type, normal. Gender, female. Ability, charming body. Individual value, slightly above average. Potential, elite. This Bubble Squirrel was Zhang Chuyao's 3rd elf. Clearly, she cherished it as a pet. If only this Bubble Squirrel had the ability of Technician or Skill Link, and its potential was a bit higher, how splendid that would be. Ji Yun sighed softly. Initially, I thought your third elf would also be a dragon type. Looking at the bubble squirrel not far away, he said with a smile. In truth, I prefer those cute and beautiful elves over dragon types. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Zhang Chuyao felt a bit shy. Hearing this, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you are a member of the Beauty Association, are you? Subsequently, Zhang Chuyao continued. The reason I tamed the red-faced dragon initially was due to my mother's assertion that Xiaobai is a spirit that flourishes late and is not particularly amiable toward newcomers. Hence, I was guided to capture the red-faced dragon. The adorable bubble squirrel, however, is the one I captured on my own. Upon hearing Zhang Chuyao's words, Ji Yun nodded in understanding. It became clear to him that indeed, the dragon-type Pokémon, like the mini-dragon, possess a characteristic of requiring a higher level for evolution, making it rather challenging for novices. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Zhang Chuyao's mother to suggest she capture a red-faced dragon to bolster her early combat strength. As for the charming bubble squirrel, it was her true favorite. So, the red-faced dragon serves as a laborer, while the mini-dragon and bubble squirrel are the sweethearts. At that moment, Zhang Chuyao suddenly straightened her expression, lifted her gaze, and fixed her eyes intently on Ji Yun, inquiring, Do you think I am rather superficial? How could that be? Where is the superficiality in that? Ji Yun promptly shook his head, earnestly responding, What's wrong with a girl liking cute things? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuyao revealed a satisfied smile, then leaned in and pecked Ji Yun on the cheek. Ji Yun blinked in surprise. Goodness, how daring. He swiftly retaliated. Pika. In the distance, Pikachu, who had been frolicking with the bubble squirrel, paused, observing the affectionate exchange between the two, tilting its head in confusion. Were they here for training or romance? Rami. The bubble squirrel also approached, curiously glancing at the pair before turning to Pikachu and asking, Rami? Pika Pika. Pikachu shrugged its shoulders, a look of resignation on its face. Moments later, Zhang Chuyao, her cheeks flushed, pushed Ji Yun away, taking deep breaths. Noticing this, Ji Yun chuckled. I say, can't you breathe through your nose? Upon hearing this and seeing the smile on Ji Yun's face, she instantly blushed, lightly punching him. You're still laughing. All right, I won't laugh anymore. Observing the girl's bashful yet charming demeanor, Ji Yun quickly stowed away his smile, though his eyes still sparkled with mirth. In response, Zhang Chuyao pouted and let out a playful huff before swiftly changing the topic. What about you? What Pokémon do you plan to capture as your fourth? Naturally, I aim to capture a legendary Pokémon, Ji Yun declared with a smile and a flourish. Smack. Zhang Chuyao playfully hit him again. Be serious. I am being serious. Ji Yun contemplated before continuing. I never specified which Pokémon I must capture. I will consider any Pokémon with great potential that I encounter. He had given this matter considerable thought, with Lucario having reached the elite level. It was indeed time to contemplate his fourth Pokémon. As for demigods, he did not dare to hope for such grandeur. It was far more pragmatic to focus on filling the gaps in his team, whether it be a special attacker, a healer, a supporter, or a tank. Thus, he planned to keep an eye out for promising candidates while adventuring after the new year, visiting various cities' breeding houses to see if he could discover any Pokémon with exceptional potential. I see. After listening to Ji Yun's response, Zhang Chuyao nodded. Following a brief rest, Ji Yun finally urged Zhang Chuyao to rise, embarking on their leveling journey. January had arrived, marking the end of the semester. A few days later, with the final exams concluded, students jubilantly returned to their dormitories to pack their belongings. Vacation had begun. That afternoon, outside the airport, Zhang Chuyao tightly embraced Ji Yun's waist, burying her face in his chest. Remember to video call me every night. Yes, I will definitely remember, Ji Yun nodded. Don't get too close to other girls. Rest assured, I will remain chaste. And, after a moment, Ji Yun gently patted her back. All right, time is running short. If we don't leave now, we'll miss the flight. Oh, reluctantly, Zhang Chuyao released her grip. Observing this, Ji Yun reached out, gently lifting her chin before leaning down to press a warm, soft kiss upon her lips. Moments later, Ji Yun slowly raised his head, tenderly caressing her rosy cheek, offering a faint smile. Go now. In the end, Zhang Chuyao turned back 3 times, her heart heavy as she walked into the airport, watching her figure disappear through the entrance. Ji Yun finally turned to leave. His flight was scheduled for the following morning. Upon returning home, he would set off on a new adventure. Chapter 55, Returning Home. Participating in the elite assessment. The next morning, Ji Yun bid farewell to the school, boarding the flight to his hometown. As the plane took off from the runway, Ji Yun gazed out the window, observing the city below shrinking further away, feeling a bittersweet nostalgia. See you in half a year, Jinling City. Shortly after 10 in the morning, the plane landed at the airport in Longqing, Guizhou province. Nearing noon, Ji-Yun finally returned home. Upon entering, a round, pink balloon bounced towards him. Pori. Haha, it's been a while, Jigglypuff. Ji-Yun grinned widely, embracing the Jigglypuff. Pikachu also leaped down from Ji-Yun's shoulder, enthusiastically greeting the playful creature. Pori. At that moment, Ji-Yun's mother descended from the stairs. Mom. Ji-Yun had already informed his parents of his return home through a phone call. I'm back. His mother caught Pikachu, smiling warmly. Welcome back, Pikachu. Then, she scrutinized Ji-Yun from head to toe before asking, have you had lunch? Not yet. I went straight home after landing. Let me prepare something for you. When your dad returns in the evening, we'll have a feast. All right, Mom. I'll head to my room to organize my things first. Okay. I'll call you later. In the evening, when his father returned and saw Ji-Yun, he was equally delighted. Subsequently, Ji-Yun released his Swablu and Lucario, introducing his Pokémon to his family. His parents were astonished upon seeing Lucario. Later, at the dinner table, the family enjoyed a harmonious meal as Ji-Yun recounted his experiences from the semester, of course omitting many details. When his parents heard about him discovering a Pokémon egg at the breeding house and obtaining Riolu, they merely praised his good fortune. However, when they learned that Ji-Yun had joined the school's reserve team as a freshman, his father burst into hearty laughter. My son is indeed a genius. Then, his father advised him not to become complacent and to strive for excellence in the university league. Ji-Yun nodded in agreement. Thankfully, his father refrained from proclaiming him as having the potential of a champion, thus bestowing him with an unnecessary buff. Finally, when Ji-Yun informed his parents that he had a girlfriend, his mother's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do you have a photo? Upon seeing this, Ji-Yun retrieved a picture of the two of them from his phone and handed it to his parents. This girl is truly beautiful, his mother exclaimed as she gazed at the photo, then inquired, why not bring her home for us to meet? Her family is in the capital. She needs to return home for the new year. The capital, huh? That is quite far. His mother nodded regretfully, then added, make sure to bring her back this summer. Your father and I would love to meet her. I'll do my best. Meanwhile, his father remained more composed, simply asking, is your money still sufficient? Yes. Ji-Yun quickly nodded, then told a small fib, claiming he had found several evolution stones in the mystical realm of Jinling and sold them for money. After that, he pulled out the unsold sunstone from his backpack to show his parents. Upon seeing the sunstone, his parents immediately believed him. You have indeed stumbled upon a treasure and a rare find in the form of a spirit egg. Your fortune is truly remarkable, remarked his father, a smile illuminating his face. It appears you are well suited to be a trainer, which brings me great solace. What is there to it? Once I earn a substantial fortune, I shall procure a grand villa for you all. Ji-Yun replied with a grin. However, my earnings must first be invested in nurturing my spirits. For a trainer, strength is of utmost importance. His father's smile widened, though he dismissed Ji-Yun's words with a light-hearted chuckle. After the family joyously finished their dinner, Ji-Yun assisted his mother in tidying up before retiring to his room for a bath. As night fell, he made a video call to Zhang Chuyu. The following day, Ji-Yun indulged in the rare pleasure of sleeping in. Upon waking, he hastily completed his breakfast and set out with his 3 spirits. Before long, he arrived at the Trainer Association in Long City, where he was to undertake the assessment for elite trainers. Upon entering the association building, Ji-Yun swiftly approached the service window. Hello, I am here for the elite assessment. Certainly, please present your identification and appointment code, the attendant replied. Ji-Yun promptly produced his identification and displayed his appointment code on his phone, having made the arrangements days in advance, ensuring he would be home in time. Very well. Ji-Yun, aged 18. The attendant glanced up in surprise upon noticing his age, but quickly resumed her duties. Moments later, she completed the necessary paperwork. Mr. G, here is your identification, she said, handing it back. Please proceed to the assessment area at the back. The examiner is already in position. Thank you, Ji-Yun acknowledged. Turning to head towards the assessment venue. It wasn't long before he arrived at the assessment area, which was a standard battle arena flanked by rows of seats. At that moment, several candidates were already undergoing their assessments, and a few spectators were scattered among the seats, likely also waiting for their turn. Ji-Yun took a seat in a quiet corner, observing the ongoing battles to gauge the difficulty of the assessments. After watching several matches, Ji-Yun felt considerably more at ease. The difficulty was manageable. It was a 3v3 battle format. The examiner's spirits were notably strong, slightly surpassing those of the school's reserve team, yet not by much. As the assessments progressed, the examiner switched between various pokeballs. Eventually, after a few more matches, Ji-Yun heard his name called. Next, Ji Yun. Upon hearing his name, he immediately rose and stepped onto the battlefield. How young? Has this fellow graduated from university yet? The examiner, taken aback by Ji Yun's youthful appearance, quickly glanced at his records. Ji Yun, 18? Are you sure you haven't made a mistake entering the elite assessment arena? Ji Yun, maintaining his composure, nodded affirmatively. I am certain. You exhibit great confidence. Let's see how that serves you, the examiner chuckled. As you have likely observed, the assessment entails a 3v3 battle. Furthermore, this is an indoor arena. Moves that cause widespread damage, such as earthquake, surf, or explosion, are prohibited, as they could inflict serious harm to the structure. As the examiner, I will not be able to switch my spirits during the battle, while you may do so at any time. Additionally, the entire match will be recorded. Do you have any questions? Ji Yun glanced at the hovering Rotom, his expression unchanging as he calmly shook his head. No, recording the match is presumably a measure to prevent cheating or favoritism. Chapter 56, vs. the Examiner, First Match. Wait, did I hear correctly? This young man is only 18? That means he hasn't even been in the field for a year, and he's already attempting the elite assessment? What a remarkable newcomer. The surrounding candidates were astonished upon hearing the examiner's exchange with Ji Yun. Since there are no further inquiries, let us commence the assessment. The examiner moved to a table where an array of belts adorned with 3 Pokeballs each lay. Grabbing one, he donned the belt and returned to the battlefield. Releasing a Pokeball. In an instant, a flat fish materialized in the arena. Mudfish, level, LV42. Type, ground, electric. Ability, soft. Potential, elite. Now, send forth your spirit, the examiner commanded. In response, Ji Yun withdrew a Pokeball and released his own spirit, revealing a vibrant Larvitar. Vibrant Larvitar, level, LV40. A commendable choice, Vibrant Larvitar. This should limit Mudfish's options, the examiner remarked, then added with a grin, you may take the first move. Then I shall not hold back, Ji Yun replied, immediately directing. Vibrant Larvitar, use Stealth Rock. In an instant, Vibrant Larvitar's eyes glimmered with azure light as sharp rocks erupted around the battlefield, quickly becoming invisible. Quickly, Mudfish, water gun, the examiner ordered. As Mudfish opened its small mouth atop its head, a powerful jet of water shot forth toward Vibrant Larvitar. Ji Yun reacted swiftly. Dragon Breath. A radiant green beam erupted from Vibrant Larvitar, colliding with the water jet, sending forth a shower of spray. Good reflexes, Mudfish, jump, the examiner commanded. Mudfish leapt high into the air, preparing to dive down toward Vibrant Larvitar with force. Ji Yun raised an eyebrow, suppressing the urge to scoff at the absurdity of a fish flying. Evade it, then dragon dive. Vibrant Larvitar flapped its wings and deftly maneuvered away from the descending Mudfish. Soaring past it, with a triumphant cry, Vibrant Larvitar glowed with blue energy, enveloped in a purple dragon-shaped aura as it charged toward Mudfish. Mudfish, use Muddy Water. As Mudfish landed, it unleashed a swirling torrent of murky water around itself. Upon witnessing this, Ji Yun's eyes narrowed. There was no stopping Vibrant Larvitar's high-speed dive now. He could only allow it to clash with Mudfish. With a resounding crash, the arena erupted in a spray of water, sending Mudfish flying and carving a deep groove into the ground. Vibrant Larvitar, meanwhile, floated gracefully beneath the spray, sustaining some injuries. Seeing this, Ji Yun issued another command. Vibrant Larvitar, sunny day? The examiner responded without hesitation. Mudfish, water gun. As Vibrant Larvitar cried out, the light in the arena brightened and warmed. Simultaneously, another water gun shot forth from Mudfish, striking Vibrant Larvitar just as it finished casting its move. The impact sent Vibrant Larvitar soaring backward. Seizing the opportunity, the examiner continued. Mudfish, again, water gun. As the scene unfolded, another jet of water surged towards the ultrasonic larva. Defend, Ji Yun calmly commanded. In an instant, the ultrasonic larva conjured a transparent protective shield around itself. Bang! The water jet collided with the shield, splintering into countless droplets that cascaded down from the sky. Almost immediately, Ji Yun shouted, Ultrasonic larva, sunbeam. In his calculations, the mudfish's sluggish movement speed rendered it incapable of evading the sunbeam's assault. As Ji Yun's words echoed, small green orbs of light began to materialize around the ultrasonic larva, which then absorbed them into its body. However, the examiner's expression shifted slightly as he bellowed, Mudfish. Ambush. Startled, Ji Yun watched as the mudfish erupted from the ground like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a shadow that struck the ultrasonic larva with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, sending it flying. Fortunately, The ultrasonic larva swiftly adjusted its posture midair. In the next moment, a brilliant light converged within its mouth, and a white beam shot forth. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated. The white beam directly struck the descending mud fish, resulting in an instantaneous detonation that filled the air with thick smoke. Crack! A charred figure emerged from the smoke, plummeting to the ground, wisps of black smoke still emanating from its body. Mud fish has fallen. Ultrasonic larva gains 426 experience points. Is this the strength expected of a novice? Remarkable. How long has he trained his Pokémon? At his age, I had yet to grasp the basics of commanding. Observing the mud fish, now enveloped in smoke and unconscious, and the slightly panting ultrasonic larva hovering above, the onlooking candidates marveled in disbelief. The examiner, eyeing Ji-Yun and his ultrasonic larva, displayed an expression of surprise. It seems I underestimated you. With a smile, the instructor recalled the mud fish, handing it to a nearby staff member for treatment. He then produced a second Pokeball and opened it. Beedrill. As the light faded, a striking Beedrill appeared on the field. The moment Beedrill emerged, hidden rocks around the arena were triggered. Sharp stones materialized and swiftly hurtled towards Beedrill, striking it with force. Beedrill. It cried out in pain as the sharp rocks vanished once more. Beedrill. Level, LV 41. Type, Bug Flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Potential, Elite. Observing Beedrill's data panel, Ji-Yun did not act rashly. He decisively recalled the ultrasonic larva. You've done well, ultrasonic larva. After securing the elite ball, Ji-Yun turned to the Pikachu at his feet. Pikachu, it's your turn now. Pika. Pikachu responded with a confident smile, leaping gracefully into the arena. Chapter 57, Thunder and Rain, a perfect match. Pikachu. Level, LV 39. Now, let the second round commence. The examiner, showing no surprise at Ji-Yun's choice of Pikachu, announced the start. As the examiner's words resonated, Ji-Yun immediately issued a command. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika Pika. The examiner reacted swiftly, commanding, Beedrill, Quick Attack. On the field, Pikachu was enveloped in dazzling electric light, surging towards Beedrill with a stream of yellow electricity. However, Beedrill was no slouch. With a powerful flap of its wings, it vanished in a blur. Seeing that Beedrill had evaded the brilliant lightning, the examiner continued, Beedrill, use agility. Pikachu, undeterred, prepared for what was to come. As Beedrill darted towards Pikachu, a flash of white light enveloped it, and it dove like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, Pikachu's electric aura flared once more, and in a flash, it shot forward like a golden meteor, leaving arcs of electricity in its wake. The examiner was momentarily taken aback by Pikachu's technique. Just as the two Pokémon were about to collide, Pikachu suddenly accelerated, brushing past Beedrill and positioning itself below, then leaping up to collide with Beedrill's abdomen. The electric current, reminiscent of a shooting star, arched upward. Bang! With a cry of distress from Beedrill, a resounding impact reverberated. Beedrill was propelled upward, soaring into the air. Ji-Yun smirked slightly and continued, Thunderbolt. Pika Pika. The powerful electric surge raced towards Beedrill once more. The examiner snapped back to reality, shouting, Beedrill, dodge. In the air, Beedrill adjusted its position and swiftly flapped its wings, narrowly escaping the incoming electric attack. Ji-Yun furrowed his brow. In this reality, a move that would hit 100 of the time in a game was not guaranteed to do so here. Moreover, after enhancing its speed with agility, Beedrill had become exceedingly difficult to hit. In that case, Pikachu, Rain Dance. Pika. With a triumphant cry, Pikachu summoned dark clouds above the arena. Within moments, a thick blanket of clouds enveloped the sky, and a gentle rain began to fall. Observing the rain clouds, the examiner seemed to have an epiphany and quickly commanded, Beedrill. Use Quick Attack to interrupt it. Not a chance. Pikachu, hold your ground. Crash. In the next moment, Beedrill's Quick Attack slammed into Pikachu's protective barrier. Ji-Yun's eye sharpened. Now's our chance. Pikachu, Thunder. Pikachu was once again engulfed in a brilliant yellow glow. Pika. Suddenly, the clouds above became alive with lightning, transforming into a thunderstorm. As thick bolts of lightning cascaded down on the field, Beedrill flapped its wings furiously to evade. Yet, no matter how it maneuvered, the bolts of lightning descended relentlessly from the storm clouds, striking Beedrill with precision. Crackle, crackle. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, Beedrill's charred body plummeted from the sky, crashing down with a thud. The results were astounding. Beedrill has fallen. Pikachu gains 412 experience points. Pikachu has reached LV 40. Another victory. It appeared he would pass with ease. After witnessing the first battle, The crowd was no longer as astonished by Ji Yun's triumph in this round, yet they still couldn't help but express their admiration. You truly astonish me. After recalling B-Drill, the examiner, brimming with enthusiasm, gazed at Ji Yun. You even had Pikachu learn Rain Dance to complement Thunder. Teaching a Thunder type like Pikachu Rain Dance is no small feat, is it? No, it was quite simple. Took just a few minutes. Ji Yun silently scoffed to himself. However, he couldn't possibly reveal the truth. It was indeed quite a challenge, he replied earnestly. Shall we proceed to the next round? Pika? Upon hearing this, Pikachu turned back. A puzzled expression on its face, raising its tiny paw to scratch its head. Was it truly that difficult? Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, the examiner chuckled heartily, then detached the final Pokeball from his belt and released its contents. A formidable wolf dog, clad in a striking black and gray coat, materialized on the battlefield. Great Hound. Level, LV41. Type, Dark. Ability, Intimidate. Potential, Elite. With a fierce growl, the Great Hound immediately directed its wrath towards Pikachu, exuding an inexplicable aura. Pikachu, taken aback by the menacing demeanor of the Great Hound, felt a flutter of trepidation. At that moment, invisible rocks re-emerged on the field, hurtling towards the Great Hound. In an instant, the Great Hound encountered a fate akin to that of Pidgeot, its ferocious expression vanishing as it yelped in pain, hopping on the spot. Witnessing this, Pikachu nearly erupted in laughter, hastily covering its mouth with its tiny hands to stifle its amusement. Observing this, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the comedic potential of this Great Hound. Clearing his throat, the examiner awkwardly coughed before announcing, "Thus, the third battle commences." Without hesitation, Ji Yun issued his command, "Pikachu, use Electro Ball." Immediately, arcs of electricity crackled around Pikachu's tail, coalescing into a spherical form before being launched forward. The examiner, unfazed, commanded, "Great Hound, unleash a mighty roar." The Great Hound opened its jaws wide and let out a thunderous bellow, a wave of purple-black energy radiating outward. Colliding with the Electro Ball, the yellow sphere erupted in a brilliant explosion. Pikachu, charge. Ji Yun continued his orders, while the examiner suddenly chuckled, "Great Hound, roar." The Great Hound bellowed once more, its body emanating a series of dark ripples. In the blink of an eye, Pikachu was forcibly returned to its Pokeball, leaving Ji Yun momentarily at a loss. The next second, the third Pokeball on Ji Yun's belt sprang open, releasing a radiant burst of light. As the brilliance faded, the imposing figure of Lucario emerged onto the field. Chapter 58. The Synergy Attack of Ji Yun and Lucario. Ah, Lucario is indeed a rare Pokémon. The examiner remarked in awe as he beheld the newly summoned creature. However, he reflected, Lucario's type was disadvantageous against the Great Hound. He was effectively shooting himself in the foot. Regardless, he dismissed the concern, reasoning that as Ji Yun had not lost a single Pokémon, the outcome of the assessment was all but assured. Lucario. Level, LV31. Ji Yun, observing the level disparity between Lucario and the Great Hound, felt a hint of exasperation. The level gap was rather significant, yet it was not insurmountable. The Great Hound primarily employed physical attacks, and as long as they maintained distance, they could prevail. Moreover, he and Lucario had devised a combination technique. With this thought, Ji Yun decided against withdrawing Lucario. Let us give it a try. Just then, the first Pokeball on Ji Yun's belt unexpectedly opened, and a burst of light surged forth, landing at Ji Yun's feet. Pika! Pika! As the light dissipated, Pikachu, irate at being forcibly recalled, yelled indignantly at the Great Hound and the examiner, shaking its tiny fists in frustration. Nevertheless, Ji Yun had no time to console Pikachu. The battle was still in progress. Lucario, meditate. Ji Yun quickly commanded. To keep the Great Hound at bay, it was essential for Lucario to maintain distance as well. This meant they would have to rely on special attacks to secure victory. As Ji Yun's words echoed, Lucario closed its eyes, emitting a brilliant luminescence. Simultaneously, the examiner swiftly commanded, Great Hound, bite through. The Great Hound lunged toward Lucario with its mouth agape. Lucario, create distance and unleash Aura Sphere. Upon hearing Ji Yun's directive, Lucario leaped back swiftly. Meanwhile, it positioned its palms together, forming a blue sphere of energy that rapidly materialized between them. With a forceful thrust, Lucario propelled the energy sphere forward. Dodge! The examiner shouted, and the Great Hound abruptly halted its charge, pivoting to sprint away. However, the Aura Sphere was not so easily evaded. Lucario's eyes glimmered with blue light as the Aura Sphere, akin to a homing missile, pursued the Great Hound relentlessly, shrinking the gap between them. The burst of speed was unsustainable, and just as the Great Hound was about to be overtaken, The examiner commanded, "Great Hound, roar." The great hound, turning on its heels, employed the same tactic once more. As it unleashed its roar, a wave of purple-black energy radiated outward, colliding with the aura sphere, which detonated in midair. Ji-Yun furrowed his brow at this development. Still too weak, he mused. Not only Lucario but even Pikachu remained at the elite level, rendering their moves vulnerable to the Great Hound's attacks. If only his Pokémon were of the quasi-legendary or legendary tier, their moves would not be so easily countered but would instead overpower the opponent's attacks, landing with crushing impact. However, he pondered, how many of these can you withstand? With a determined gesture, Ji-Yun adjusted the brim of his hat, his eyes igniting with a blue shimmer as the aura of power enveloped Lucario. A subtle smile graced Ji-Yun's lips. Lucario, unleash a flurry of aura spheres. Lucario, empowered by Ji-Yun's boost, understood the command instinctively. The blue light in its eyes intensified, its body radiating a fiery blue glow. Ru! Lucario roared, rapidly forming and launching another aura sphere. This was merely the beginning. Soon, a second, a third, 5 in total, were unleashed in quick succession. Although Lucario alone could not control multiple aura spheres, the enhancement from Ji-Yun made it possible. They had practiced this technique numerous times during their training sessions. 5 aura spheres surged forth from various directions towards the Great Hound. The examiner, witnessing this, was left utterly speechless. He had never encountered such a scenario where the opponent was besieged from all sides by aura spheres, in single battles or even doubles. Such a ludicrous barrage was unheard of. Techniques like Draco Meteor at least offered a chance to evade or counter with skill. But how could one escape so many homing aura spheres? The examiner found himself momentarily at a loss for instructions. This lapse in concentration proved fatal for the Great Hound. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 aura spheres struck the Great Hound, raising a significant cloud of dust on the battlefield. The Great Hound has fallen. Lucario gained 824 experience points. Lucario has risen to LV 32. Victory. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ji-Yun beamed with satisfaction. Due to the disparity in strength, a single wave missile may pose little threat to the Great Hound. But what about 5? Together, he and Lucario bridged the 10-level gap and decisively triumphed over the Great Hound. Why was Lin Shiming unable to overcome that electric dragon in last year's World Championship, while Ji-Yun and Lucario managed to reverse their fortunes against the Great Hound? The answer is straightforward. Lin Shiming lacked the means, or perhaps the trump card, to level the playing field. However, Ji-Yun possessed such a card. With Ji-Yun's wave-guiding power enhancing their combined strength, Lucario unleashed an unprecedented force. Naturally, the disparity between Lin Shiming's Pokémon and that electric dragon was far greater than that between Lucario and the Great Hound. Not to mention, the electric dragon had undergone mega evolution. Reflecting on this, Ji-Yun reined in his thoughts, tempering the slight swell of pride within him. He could not afford to be complacent. He was not yet strong enough. Then, Ji-Yun turned his gaze to the battlefield. The dust had settled, revealing the Great Hound lying motionless on the ground, its eyes firmly shut. "Well done, Lucario," Ji-Yun exclaimed with a smile. Pikachu. At his feet, Pikachu also cheered, giving Lucario a thumbs up. Lucario turned to face Ji-Yun and Pikachu, and a rare smile graced his usually aloof countenance. Chapter 59, Passing the Assessment. The emergence of wave-guiding power. One must admit, since I became an examiner for the Pokémon Association, you are the most astonishing individual I have encountered. Congratulations. You have passed the assessment. Upon seeing the results, the examiner remarked with a smile. Thank you, Ji-Yun replied with a nod of appreciation. He then recalled Lucario and followed a staff member out of the assessment area to complete the necessary formalities and obtain his new credentials. Pikachu, with a gentle leap, scampered up Ji-Yun's leg and quickly perched itself on his shoulder. Meanwhile, a gathering of would-be candidates in the assessment area looked on enviously as Ji-Yun departed. Lucario is incredibly cool. I wish I could capture one too. Dream on, you wishful thinker. Keep dreaming. One person retorted with a hint of jealousy. That kid must be a rich heir. Those Pokémon might not even be trained by him, another scoffed. Instead of whining here, you should focus on preparing for the assessment. A nearby individual chimed in. I think I know who that guy is. Suddenly, a young man with short hair, glancing at his phone, exclaimed in realization. Who is he? The others nearby looked on curiously, inquiring. The young man then showcased a video on his phone. On the screen was footage from 6 months prior, depicting Ji-Yun decisively defeating Yintianda. This is him. I've seen this video before, so it's that guy? After a moment, others expressed their astonishment after watching the video. So that's it. He's a top student from Jinling University. At such a young age, he's incredibly formidable, with a limitless future ahead of him. Since it's vacation time, he must be from Longcheng, right? Looks like we'll have another prominent figure emerging from Longcheng. Suddenly feeling inadequate, one remarked, he already has a girlfriend. What a pity. On the other hand, Ji Yun completed the formalities in no time, swiftly obtaining his new credentials. From this day forth, he could proudly declare himself an elite trainer. Exiting the trainer association, Ji Yun gazed at the trainer card in his hand, reminiscent of an ID card, feeling a profound sense of joy. The proof of his status as an elite trainer was now in hand. The next step was to embark on adventures in advanced secret realms and seek his fourth Pokémon. However, there was no rush. Subsequently, Ji Yun hailed a taxi and headed to the wholesale market, needing to restock on berries. During the journey, the taxi passed by the Pokémon Hospital in Longcheng. Although the people in this world have emulated many systems from other realms based on data from the secret realms, there is no Pokémon Center in Dongwon. It is worth noting that in the anime and games, Pokémon Centers offer much more than just medical services. They also provide dining, lodging, delivery, transportation, exchange, and other services. While individually, these services are manageable, when combined, the Pokémon Center becomes an enormous entity. This colossal institution is governed by the Joy family. However, in reality, there is no Joy family, and such an impressive institution would not exist in Dongwon. Nor would private forces be permitted to control such a vast establishment. Consequently, the functions of the Pokémon Center have been dismantled. Nowadays, the Pokémon Hospital in Dongwon primarily focuses on medical services, with transportation being a secondary function to facilitate Pokémon care. The trainer associations in various cities across Dongwon also feature numerous transportation machines in their lobbies. Not far from the Pokémon Hospital stands the Longqing Gym. The Longqing Gym is a steel-type gym, as Longqing is a city that rose from steel and industry, boasting a small secret realm in an abandoned steel factory. Looking at the rapidly passing Longqing Gym through the taxi window, Ji Yun's gaze flickered. Time is running out this year. His Pokémon team is not yet complete with 6 members, and he is unwilling to settle for mediocrity. However, he is determined to participate in next year's national championship. Therefore, after the upcoming College Student League, he will begin collecting gym badges. Meanwhile, in the capital city, at the headquarters of the Trainer Association, in an office, an elderly man was diligently working. At that moment, a middle-aged man knocked and entered. "What is it?" the elderly man inquired, lifting his gaze. "President, Rotom has discovered a video. Please take a look," the middle-aged man replied, handing a tablet to the elder. "What video?" the elder asked, accepting the tablet while glancing at the video. "The assessment video uploaded by the Longqing branch of Guizhou province. You will understand once you see it," the middle-aged man explained. "Assessment video?" The elder paused, suddenly intrigued, and began to watch intently. However, after only a brief moment, he was taken aback. This child is only 18 years old. "Indeed, I have verified his information," the middle-aged man nodded. "But that is not the main point. Please continue watching." Moments later, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he abruptly stood up, his eyes fixed intently on Ji Yun's face in the video. As the aerial Rotom switched camera angles, Ji Yun's mesmerizing blue-lit eyes appeared under the brim of his cap for several seconds. The elder stared intently at those eyes, and as he correlated the changes in Lucario throughout the video, a look of surprise began to illuminate his face, and he exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary wave-guiding power?" Through comparative analysis with documented materials, it has been confirmed. This is indeed wave-guiding power. At that moment, the peculiar visage on the back of the tablet spoke, "Excellent. A human capable of wielding wave-guiding power has finally emerged." The elder, filled with excitement, quickly instructed, "Seal this video and elevate its confidentiality level to the highest. Anyone who has viewed this video, including that examiner and the spectators, must sign a confidentiality agreement." The middle-aged man nodded rapidly and then inquired, "What about the child? Should we invite him over?" The elder shook his head, stating, "To intervene in that secret realm, we will need to engage in negotiations with those in the alliance from Europe and America. It will take time to persuade them. Therefore, let us not disturb him for now. You are tasked with monitoring the movements of this child closely." "Yes, President," the middle-aged man responded with a nod. "Additionally, prepare a dossier on this child. I need it for my meeting with Elder Sunday." Understood. Moments later, the elder hurriedly departed with a tablet and a file folder in hand. Chapter 60, setting off again to the Redstone Reserve. Upon returning home, Ji Yun remained industrious. Over the next few days, he immersed himself in the study of wave-guiding power and energy cubes. He occasionally took Lucario to the suburban reserve to engage with the local Pokémon while honing his skills. Every evening, he video chatted with his girlfriend. As there were no advanced secret realms or reserves in the vicinity of Long City, to the northwest and south of Gui Province, however, advanced reserves were available. Yet, with the new year approaching, it was not the opportune moment for him to wander further. During this time, Jian also visited several breeding houses in Long City, but unfortunately, he did not encounter the Pokémon he desired. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and soon it was the end of the month. On January 28, 2025, New Year's Eve, Jian dutifully celebrated at home, putting up spring couplets, purchasing New Year goods, and preparing the reunion dinner. Regrettably, fireworks had been banned in the city of Long City. This was the first New Year celebration for both the Swablu and Lucario, and they found the experience quite novel. On February 1st, the fourth day of the new year, the system's voice chimed in the early hours. Ding. A new month has arrived, and the support package has been credited. Please check. Jian quietly opened the package. Ding. The package has been opened. Congratulations. You have received a life gem and a set of move learning machines, 9th generation. The 9th generation move machines had indeed been bestowed upon him. Ji-Yun marveled at the newly acquired move discs, reflecting on the fact that the 9th generation's secret realms had yet to descend upon the world. He then picked up the purplish-red gem, weighing it in his hand. The life gem will be equipped to Swablu tomorrow. This way, I can sell the soft sand for a handsome profit. The next day, at noon, Ji-Yun presented several colorful energy cubes to his 3 Pokémon. Here, give them a try. Pikachu, Swablu, and Lucario wasted no time in devouring the vibrant energy cubes. Moments later, observing the satisfied expressions on their faces, Ji-Yun smiled. It appeared he had succeeded. He had finally created the Rainbow Energy Cube. This particular cube provided enhancements across various attributes, including appearance, physique, and intellect. He then activated the machine to continue production, stockpiling Rainbow Energy Cubes. The cost, however, was a swift depletion of his savings, as the Rainbow Energy Cubes consumed considerably more fruits than their ordinary counterparts. Thus, time passed unobserved, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. After the Lantern Festival, Ji-Yun began to pack his belongings. After bidding farewell to his parents, he set off once more on his journey. His first destination was the neighboring city of Yang City in Guangdong Province. The reason for not heading directly to the advanced reserve in Gui Province was that he needed to sell the soft sand in a major city to replenish his funds. The closest advanced reserve to Yang City was near Shao City. After selling the soft sand, he would proceed northward toward Shao City. A high-speed train ride from Long City to Yang City took just over 3 hours. By noon, Ji-Yun emerged from Yang City South Station and made his way directly to the Yang City auction house to consign the soft sand. He was informed that the auction would take place in 2 weeks. Subsequently, he found a hotel to spend the night. The following day, Ji-Yun devoted his time to exploring the breeding houses in Yang City while procuring a substantial amount of supplies and medicines. Regrettably, he did not find any Pokémon he wished to capture. Although he encountered several with potential close to that of a Near King, none were to his liking. For an ordinary person, the Near King potential would be impressive, but for the exceptionally gifted Ji-Yun, he was unwilling to settle for Pokémon that could only reach that level. Thus, it was another unfruitful day. Upon returning to his hotel, Ji-Yun sighed softly. It was evident that even without his data enhancements, seasoned trainers could discern the potential of Pokémon to some degree, akin to evaluating a racehorse. Perhaps those high-potential Pokémon had already been claimed by others. The next day, Ji-Yun chose not to remain in Yang City for the auction but instead departed early, heading directly to Shao City. Upon arrival, he did not linger. Making a beeline for Danxiao Mountain in the northeast of Shao City, here lay a vast reserve known as the Redstone Reserve. Named for the abundant red sandstone found throughout the area, the Redstone Reserve stretches from Danxiao Mountain to the eastern Jiangxi province, encompassing an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. The entrance to the reserve near Shao City is located at Danxiao Mountain. Upon reaching Danxiao Mountain, a grand plaza came into view. Even in the morning, the plaza was bustling with activity, filled with various large Pokémon that could not be freely released in the city. As Ji-Yun stepped into the plaza, he made his way directly to the entrance. Although this significant advanced reserve lacked barriers at its perimeter, numerous security cameras were installed both on the ground and in the air, ensuring comprehensive surveillance. Additionally, forest rangers were stationed within to patrol the area. This was to prevent unauthorized entry and to deter groups of Pokémon from spilling out. Should anyone attempt to sneak in, they would likely soon experience the enthusiastic hospitality of the rangers and forest police. Thus, Ji-Yun obediently queued at the entrance, producing his updated trainer card to swipe, scan his face, and register. Upon seeing Ji-Yun's youthful visage, Some individuals in the queue displayed expressions of astonishment. Moments later, after completing his registration and passing the verification, he stepped into the Redstone Reserve. Upon entering the reserve, Ji-Yun gazed at the verdant forest before him, filled with anticipation. Surely, the Pokémon within would not disappoint him. Young man, you look quite young. Would you like to team up with us? Just as Ji-Yun was brimming with excitement, a voice suddenly called out from nearby. Turning around, he saw a scruffy-looking man smiling warmly at him, accompanied by two other men who appeared to be his teammates. No, thank you. Ji-Yun politely declined before venturing alone down a shaded path. Walking along the path, the air was infused with the refreshing scents of trees and grass, mingled with a hint of earthiness, imparting a sense of tranquility and comfort. This ambience instantly elevated Ji-Yun's spirits, easing his tension. Chapter 61, Wild Psychic-type Pokémon. As Ji-Yun pressed onward, the surrounding foliage grew denser. However, the reserve was vast, and by midday, he still found himself on the outskirts. Yet, as he delved deeper, the presence of Pokémon began to increase, many appearing in lively groups. At this moment, Ji-Yun found himself engaged in a skirmish with a throng of Pokémon. Indeed, it was a multitude. Observing the swarm of needle-like attacks, Ji-Yun swiftly commanded, Pikachu, Swablu, dodge. Use Charge Beam and Rock Slide. Lucario, hold the line. Suddenly, Lucario swiftly conjured a protective barrier, positioning it in front of Ji-Yun. Clang, clang, clang. The multitude of missile-like needles collided with the shield, bouncing off in all directions. Simultaneously, arcs of electricity began to flicker around Pikachu, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling radiance. Beside them, the Soundwave larva manipulated an abundance of stones, hurling them towards the swarm of bee drills, which were now enveloped in the electric storm. Damn, why is it that every forest is infested with swarms of bee drills? Ji-Yun stood at the back, lamenting in exasperation. His history with these bee drills could be summarized as follows. He once encountered a solitary bee drill, and the exchange went like this. Bee drill, what are you staring at? Ji-Yun, what is it to you? Subsequently, after Ji-Yun defeated that bee drill, it, without any sense of honor, called for reinforcements. Thus, the scene before him unfolded. However, Ji-Yun was no longer the same person he once was. In the past, upon encountering swarms of bee drills, he could only flee in terror. But now, just look at how he has changed. Fortunately, the number of bee drills he faced was significantly fewer than the swarm he encountered in the capital's protective zone, with only a dozen present. Ji-Yun stood back, his gaze fixed on the largest bee drill in the swarm. Bee drill. Level, LV36. Lucario, use Psychic. As Ji-Yun's command echoed, Lucario raised its right hand, palm directed at the bee drill, its eyes glowing with a blue light. Instantly, the bee drill was enveloped in a similar blue glow, a surge of formidable psychic energy wrapping around it, impacting both its body and mind. Squeak! The anguished cry of the bee drill pierced the air. Then, with a swift motion of Lucario's palm, the bee drill plummeted to the ground like a falling stone. Boom! A resounding crash followed, creating a deep crater in the earth. Within it, the bee drill lay motionless, sprawled on the ground. Ji-Yun couldn't help but reflect on this. This is the terrifying aspect of psychic types in reality. Many of their special attacking moves directly utilize psychic power, which is intangible, lacking physical form or trajectory, making it nearly impossible to defend against. With an extraordinarily high hit rate, unless one employs a defensive move, there is virtually no way to evade this invisible assault once locked on by psychic energy. Of course, exceptions apply to Dark-type Pokémon. Moments later, with the combined efforts of the three Pokémon, one after another, Beedrill succumbed to the ground, losing consciousness. Beedrill has fainted. Beedrill has fainted. Pikachu gained. Soundwave larva gained. Lucario gained. Instantly, Ji-Yun was inundated with a plethora of data. Soundwave larva has risen to LV41. Lucario has risen to LV33. After the battle concluded, Ji-Yun promptly retreated with his three Pokémon. Subsequently, he traversed a considerable distance until he arrived at a basin. Here, the surrounding forest was lush and verdant, with a crystal-clear river winding like a ribbon, its surface sparkling brilliantly under the sunlight. Gazing at the picturesque scenery, Ji-Yun halted, intending to take a moment to recuperate and address his lunch. Approaching the riverside, Ji-Yun retrieved a box of self-heating rice, and while waiting for it to steam, he took out his energy cube storage box to feed his Pokémon. Pika. Observing Pikachu's contented expression, Ji-Yun smiled. Just as he prepared to put away the storage box, Lucario suddenly turned its head, its eyes alertly scanning the woods behind Ji-Yun. At the same time, Pikachu and the Soundwave larva also became vigilant. Noticing this, Ji Yun turned to look as well, seeing nothing but the flourishing trees. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly, a faint blue light igniting within them. As the aura power rapidly expanded outward. After a brief moment, observing the stillness of the woods, Ji Yun chuckled lightly. All right, no need to hide. Come out. As Ji Yun's words fell, the woods remained eerily silent, as if nothing were present. This did not fool Ji Yun. Through the feedback from his aura power, he discerned that the presence concealed within the woods, while humanoid, was certainly not human. After all, which country possesses citizens with horns on their heads? Moreover, the shape of that body. Ji Yun's lips curled into a slight smirk, already forming a hypothesis in his mind. He chose not to rush, patiently awaiting the revelation. Eventually, after a short while, a faint sound emerged. Rustle. Subsequently, a half-face resembling that of a jester cautiously peeked out from behind a large tree. Upon seeing this clownish visage, Ji Yun couldn't help but smile. Mimikyu. Level, LV37. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Gender, Male. Ability, Filter. Potential, Near Champion. Indeed, it is the Suction Cup. I still prefer to call it the Suction Cup Mimikyu. After a brief moment of sarcasm, Ji Yun regarded the Mimikyu, who was now gazing back at him with curiosity. The Redstone Reserve truly provided him with a delightful surprise. At this moment, the Mimikyu, cautiously resting against the tree trunk, peered at Ji Yun. Its gaze gradually shifting to the storage box in his hand, eyes sparkling with curiosity and longing. Noticing the Mimikyu's expression, Ji Yun extracted an energy cube from the storage box, shaking it in his hand. Do you want this? Bari. Upon hearing this, the Mimikyu nodded, its eyes following the energy cube's movement back and forth. This. Ji Yun, slightly at a loss, then opened his palm, placing the energy cube in his hand. Here you go, Bari. Hearing Ji Yun's words, the Mimikyu's expression lit up with joy, its eyes gleaming with blue light. Subsequently, the energy cube in Ji Yun's palm was enveloped in a soft blue glow before gently levitating towards the Mimikyu. Chapter 62. The Origin of Mimikyu. When the energy cube floated before the Mimikyu, it was swiftly devoured in one bite. The deliciousness of the energy cube exploded in the Mimikyu's mouth, and it immediately displayed an expression of pure enjoyment. After consuming the energy cube, the Mimikyu curiously patted its belly. Bari, such a small morsel, yet it fills me up completely. I've never tasted such a miraculous food before. Soon, a satisfied smile emerged on the Mimikyu's face. Ji Yun silently observed the myriad of expressions transforming on its face, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling upward. Indeed, even Mimikyu could not resist the allure of the energy cube. At the same time, Ji Yun found himself torn over whether to capture this Mimikyu. According to his usual standards, he would only capture Pokémon with champion-level potential. After all, with his advantages, he hoped that all of his Pokémon could accompany him to the end. Therefore, he did not wish for any of his Pokémon to fall behind midway, replaced due to insufficient battle strength, and subsequently relegated to the sidelines. What difference would that make to being cast aside? This was one of the reasons he deliberately aimed to capture Pokémon with high potential, never lowering his standards. However, the Mimikyu before him was a Psychic-type Pokémon he adored, and it was currently the highest potential Psychic-type Pokémon he had encountered. This was the source of Ji Yun's inner conflict. At that moment, the Mimikyu also returned from its state of satisfaction, once again focusing on Ji Yun. Then, a look of panic crossed its face, and it quickly shrank back, retreating into the woods once more. Observing this, Ji Yun smiled slightly, not overly concerned. It is quite natural for wild spirits to be wary of humans. However, this particular magic wall doll seemed excessively cautious. Subsequently, Ji Yun turned around, picked up his self-heating rice, and began to address his lunch. As he devoured the rice heartily, he made a decision in his mind, or rather, he placed a wager. He would gamble on the fate he shared with that magic wall doll. If he were to encounter it again, he would capture it. If he did not cross paths with it again, then it would simply mean that fate had deemed them incompatible. Yet, the subsequent events unfolded in a manner that took Ji Yun by surprise. He seemed to have underestimated his own charm, or perhaps the allure of the rainbow energy cube. After satisfying his hunger, Ji Yun took a brief respite before setting off once more, heading northward. Soon, he noticed a familiar wave of energy lingering at a distance behind him. In response, Ji Yun chuckled. Regardless of whether the magic wall doll was following out of gluttony or curiosity, this was the first time he had encountered a wild spirit that chose to follow him willingly. In that case, let us see how long you can keep up. That evening, by the lakeside, after setting up his tent, Ji Yun settled down in front of a crackling campfire. At that moment, Pikachu was curled up on his lap, eyes closed, while the Soundwave larva lay at his feet, also resting. Across the fire, Lucario leaned against a log, eyes shut in repose. In the serene quietude by the lake, the only sound was the crackling of the flames. Witnessing this scene, Ji-Yun felt a wave of warmth wash over him. To be in this world, to behold living spirits, and to share their company, how wonderful it was. After relishing a moment of warmth, Ji-Yun suddenly turned to the dark woods not far away, smiled faintly, and called out, "Come out, you've followed me for half a day now. Surely you must be weary." As soon as Ji-Yun's words fell, a rustling sound emerged from the shadowy forest. Soon after, the figure of the magic wall doll gradually stepped out from the darkness, appearing in the glow of the fire. Upon emerging from the woods, the magic wall doll hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to approach the fire. Noticing this, Ji-Yun produced the energy cube storage box, waved it gently, and said, "You must be hungry as well? Come sit with me and have a chat, and I shall share this with you. How does that sound?" Ji-Yun, much like a cunning wolf, lured the magic wall doll step by step. Hearing this, the magic wall doll gazed at the storage box in Ji-Yun's hand, recalling the delectable taste experienced earlier, and couldn't help but swallow hard. It then glanced at the three spirits resting beside Ji-Yun, its expression wavering. After a moment's hesitation, the magic wall doll finally lifted its foot and slowly approached Ji-Yun, sitting down gently beside him. Its large eyes filled with anticipation as they fixed on the storage box. Witnessing this, Ji-Yun smiled gently and directly poured out an energy cube, offering it to the doll. In an instant, the magic wall doll's eyes sparkled with delight as it swiftly took the energy cube and popped it into its mouth. A look of satisfaction spread across its face, and its previously tense body relaxed immediately. Observing this, Ji-Yun smiled and inquired, "So, how does it taste?" Delighted, the magic wall doll nodded vigorously. Ji-Yun then initiated a conversation, asking, "My name is Ji-Yun. It's my first time here. Could you tell me about this place?" The magic wall doll paused momentarily, then shook its head. Bali. What?" Ji-Yun was taken aback. "You mean to say you are not from here either, but just arrived a few days ago?" The magic wall doll nodded affirmatively. This revelation was unexpected. Regaining his composure, Ji-Yun continued, "Then, could you share your story with me?" The magic wall doll hesitated again, its eyes fixated on Ji-Yun. Bali. After a brief moment, it nodded, stood up, and began to narrate through gestures. "Oh, you were born in a very dimly lit room. And then what?" A group of people in white coats walked back and forth. Ji-Yun observed the magic wall doll's movements while echoing its narrative. There was no doubt. The actions depicted by the magic wall doll were remarkably clear and vivid. It was well known that magic wall dolls excelled in miming, often practicing whenever they had the chance. Indeed, each magic wall doll was a master of pantomime, and the Galarian variant was particularly skilled in tap dancing. There were many jars filled with water, containing your companions. People often used syringes to poke you, giving you shots and drawing blood. As Ji-Yun continued, he sensed that something was amiss, and his expression gradually turned grave. With the magic wall doll's description, Ji-Yun had confirmed that its birthplace was a biological laboratory. Moreover, it was a facility conducting experiments on spirits. Taking advantage of the situation, it escaped and stealthily boarded a ship, wandering aimlessly. The magic wall doll's narrative persisted. "I see," Ji-Yun nodded, then asked with a serious demeanor, "So, do you remember where you escaped from? Where's that dimly lit room?" He sought to ascertain the location of the laboratory to identify which country was behind such activities. The magic wall doll nodded and began to gesture again, mimicking the shape of a spirit. "Bali. There are many bagworms?" "Bali. And it is near the sea?" "Bali." Under Ji-Yun's inquiries, the magic wall doll nodded repeatedly. With this information, he swiftly deduced its whereabouts: Australia in the southern hemisphere. After all, bagworms were exclusive to Australia, only having been introduced to other countries years ago. Even now, their numbers remained most abundant in Australia. Upon uncovering the laboratory's location, Ji-Yun raised an eyebrow. This revelation was unexpected, yet not entirely surprising. After all, in this world, Australia is often viewed as a subordinate to the United States. After listening to the magic wall doll's tale, Ji-Yun gained a clearer understanding of its experiences. In summary, it was born in a biological laboratory in Australia, and disliking its environment, it seized an opportunity to escape. During its flight, it even destroyed its pokeball and the signal transmitter within it. Hearing this, Ji-Yun couldn't help but marvel. It was said that most psychic-type spirits are exceptionally intelligent, and it seemed to hold true. After escaping from the laboratory, the magic wall doll clandestinely boarded a passenger ship, journeying from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere, eventually arriving in Dongwon country. Lacking survival skills in the wild, it often roamed the cities, stealing food to survive. A few days ago, It was caught stealing food and Shaoqing, prompting it to flee into the Redstone Reserve. Ji Yun pondered. It made sense. The surveillance around the Redstone Reserve was meant to prevent unauthorized entry and to deter a mass exodus of spirits from the reserve. A solitary spirit like the Magic Wall doll slipping into the reserve would hardly draw any attention. Subsequently, Ji Yun couldn't help but lament the Magic Wall doll's tumultuous experiences. No wonder it was so vigilant. Subsequently, Ji Yun turned his gaze towards the wall Pokémon. At noon, he had resolved that upon encountering it once more, he would capture it. Given the atmosphere, it would be rather unreasonable not to do so. Thus, Ji Yun rose from his seat, cradling Pikachu in his arms. And with a serious expression, he locked eyes with the wall Pokémon, declaring earnestly, "Wall Pokémon, come and be my partner." As his words resonated, the three resting Pokémon opened their eyes in unison, turning their heads to look at the wall Pokémon. Simultaneously, the wall Pokémon stood frozen in place. Bali, once you become my partner, I shall ensure you are well fed and refrain from subjecting you to unpleasant experiences. Ji Yun continued earnestly. As my partner, you will be just like them, my family, and I shall treat you as such. He gestured towards the three Pokémon beside him. What do you say? Extending his right hand towards the wall Pokémon, he inquired. After hearing Ji Yun's words, the wall Pokémon appeared somewhat flustered, glancing between the three Pokémon and Ji Yun. Pika, Bolalu. At that moment, the three Pokémon chimed in. They had merely been resting their eyes, not asleep, and had listened intently to the wall Pokémon's tale. Thus, they welcomed its addition, urging it to join. Pika, Pika, Pika. With a leap from Ji Yun's embrace, Pikachu bounded towards the wall Pokémon, animatedly conveying something. Bali, Pika, Bali. The two Pokémon exchanged words for a while, after which the wall Pokémon's expression shifted as it walked towards Ji Yun. With a soft clap, the wall Pokémon placed its large palm over Ji Yun's hand. Observing this, Ji Yun beamed with a knowing smile. Welcome aboard, wall Pokémon. From this day forth, you shall be our companion. Bali, the wall Pokémon responded with a broad smile. Pika, Bola, Lu. Following this, Ji Yun's three Pokémon gathered around, encircling the wall Pokémon in a warm welcome. The wall Pokémon's face radiated joy as it engaged with the three new companions. After a moment, Ji Yun produced a luxurious black Pokeball, extending it towards the wall Pokémon with a smile. Now, wall Pokémon, come forth. Bali, the wall Pokémon cheerfully reached out. Gently tapping the Pokeball switch, the ball opened, and the wall Pokémon transformed into a beam of light, being drawn into the sphere. Soon after, the Pokeball's indicator light blinked several times before a satisfying click signaled its capture. Ji Yun's face lit up with happiness. He had successfully captured his fourth Pokemon, and a psychic type at that. He then opened the Pokeball again. As the light dissipated, the wall Pokemon reappeared before him. Bali, wall Pokemon. Level, LV37. Type, Psychic. Fairy. Gender, male. Ability, Filter. Individual values. HP, 25. Attack, 26. Defense, 27. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 31. Speed, 29. Moves, Scratch, Inherited. Teeter Dance, Inherited. Mimic, Pound. Baton Pass, Psybeam. Hypnosis, Role Play. Protect, Recycle, Dream Eater, Mimic, Wide Guard. Light Screen, Magic Coat, Reflect. Potential, Near Champion. Upon examining the wall Pokémon's data panel, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow. It appeared quite promising. With an individual value of 2V, it had Inherited Teeter Dance. After calculating, the wall Pokémon's total individual values reached an impressive 169 points, with its potential still categorized as near champion level. Comparatively, the individual value of the Soundwave larvae was 176 points, only 7 points higher, yet it achieved champion level potential. Thus, was the threshold for champion potential indeed 170 points? He also recalled that Lucario's individual value was precisely 180 points, achieving champion level potential as well. Hence, was 180 points the benchmark for champions? Ji Yun was uncertain of the accuracy of his conjectures, resolving to compare with other Pokémon in the future. Chapter 64, Malice from the Shadows. By the campfire, after a lively gathering, the wall Pokémon unexpectedly approached Ji Yun, wearing a somewhat bashful expression. What troubles you? Do you have any questions? Ji Yun inquired. Bali, the wall Pokémon then confided a secret. Upon hearing its confession, Ji Yun's expression turned peculiar. So, it turns out you had your eyes on me all along. According to the wall Pokémon, it had grown weary of a life of wandering and uncertainty. During its days in the Redstone Protection Zone, it observed the trainers coming and going, hoping to find a reliable companion. Today, The psychic energy emanating from Lucario caught its attention, and Ji Yun, commanding the Pokémon to fend off a swarm of Beedrills, entered its line of sight. Furthermore, the delectable energy cube from earlier had captured its heart. For the entire afternoon, it had trailed behind Ji Yun, merely observing him. Ji Yun couldn't help but chuckle at the cleverness of the wall Pokémon, who had already set its sights on him, while he remained blissfully unaware. Engaged in his own banter, this was rather awkward. After a resigned smile, Ji Yun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "These matters are trivial. There's no need to dwell on them. As I mentioned, now that you are my partner, I shall treat you as family, including tolerating your minor missteps." Bali. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, the wall Pokémon was overwhelmed with emotion, its eyes brimming with tears as it embraced him. Ji Yun, in turn, smiled and gently patted its back. "Rest assured, you need not live in fear anymore. I will provide you with a stable life." Having captured the wall Pokémon, Ji Yun felt a sense of responsibility towards it. Beyond this sense of duty, a significant reason for his commitment was that the wall Pokémon could learn teleport. With a Pokémon capable of instant travel by his side, he felt a profound sense of security. Moreover, in the anime, Ash's wall Pokémon exhibited remarkable domestic skills, and he hoped his own would be equally adept. In time, it could serve as a helpful assistant at home, a notion his mother would undoubtedly appreciate. This would align with his aspirations. Thus, even if its strength waned in the future, it would still play a vital role. Whether remaining at home to assist his mother with chores or accompanying Ji Yun as a life assistant and escape aid, it had finally found a place to belong. After all, the wall Pokémon's ultimate desire was simply for a secure home, free from the anxiety of its previous life. In this way, Ji Yun fulfilled his promise. Bali. Hearing Ji Yun's words, the wall Pokémon nodded, its face lighting up with joy, eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. And so, amidst the elation of the wall Pokémon's inclusion, the night passed peacefully. The following morning, after packing their belongings, Ji Yun treated the wall Pokémon to a skill learning package. Once it had familiarized itself with the new moves, Ji Yun led his Pokémon onward once more. In the days that followed, with the wall Pokémon's presence, their adventures progressed with greater ease. After all, the Magic Wall doll inherently possesses a multitude of auxiliary moves, and having learned numerous new techniques, their adventures became considerably more effortless. Thus, several days passed. That evening, having found a suitable campsite and pitched his tent, Ji Yun, as was his custom, kindled a roaring bonfire. At that moment, Ji Yun sat beside the fire, enjoying his dinner, while his 4 Pokémon rested quietly by his side. While adventuring outdoors, Ji Yun typically refrained from returning his Pokémon to their Pokeballs at night. After all, their senses were far more acute than those of humans during slumber. Consequently, leaving them outside ensured greater safety. As Ji Yun was taking a breather, 100 meters away, 3 furtive figures crouched on a hillside, stealthily observing Ji Yun by the flickering firelight through binoculars. Moments later, a burly middle-aged man lowered his binoculars and inquired, "Brother Huang, we've been trailing this kid for several days now, confirming he has no companions and is a lone wolf. When shall we make our move? What's the rush?" "The meat on the table 1T run away," retorted a scruffy middle-aged man, casting a sidelong glance at the burly man. He then turned to a thin fellow beside him, asking, "Xiaolu, have you confirmed?" The thin man set down his binoculars and nodded. "Confirmed. There's no surveillance in the vicinity, and the forest ranger won't patrol this area until the day after tomorrow. The expanse of the Redstone Reserve is vast. The authorities cannot possibly monitor every inch. Moreover, surveillance is primarily concentrated along the reserve's perimeter. Within, it largely relies on ranger patrols." "That's good to know." The scruffy man nodded in satisfaction and added, "In the latter half of the night, when that kid falls into a deep slumber, we will strike. I can hardly wait to make my move." The burly man grinned at the scruffy man's words. "I must say, this kid is quite the plump sheep." With that, he raised the binoculars again, his gaze filled with avarice. "Indeed, a plump sheep. Just the Lucario and the Magic Wall doll alone could yield us substantial profit. Moreover, seeing that he utilizes luxury Pokeballs and feeds his Pokemon energy cubes, he must be quite affluent." A greedy smile spread across the scruffy man's face as he remarked, "However, that kid possesses considerable strength, and his Pokemon's moves are rather peculiar. The Psychic-type Pokemon may pose some trouble. Thus, we must exercise caution, targeting the Magic Wall doll first." "Rest assured, Brother Huang, we understand." Both the burly man and the thin fellow nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, beside the bonfire, Ji Yun, while enjoying his dinner, discreetly cast a glance in their direction. These 3 men were the same middle-aged individuals he had encountered near the entrance of the reserve upon his arrival. He still remembered the aura they emitted, Just 3 days after entering the reserve, these three men had inexplicably tracked down his location. Over the past few days, they had stealthily followed him at a distance, believing they remained undetected. A cold smile crept onto Ji Yun's lips. Did they truly believe he was easy prey? He had long since perceived their presence through his aura abilities. Ji Yun promptly concluded that these three men harbored ill intentions. After all, who in their right mind would form a group to tail an 18-year-old boy in the wilderness? And for several consecutive days, no less. With this thought, Ji Yun turned to his Pokémon and said, I specifically chose this unmonitored area to pitch the tent. They will likely make their move tonight. Be prepared. A glint of coldness flashed in Ji Yun's eyes. In truth, he could have adhered to the monitored routes, which would have minimized his danger. However, evading was not his style. Since those three dared to trouble him, he would take the initiative to eliminate the source of the disturbance, thereby erasing the problem altogether. While the three men fancied themselves ambushing Ji Yun, the reality was that Ji Yun was lying in wait for them. In this scenario of known enemies and unknown allies, Ji Yun had 100 ways to dispatch them. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, his Pokémon nodded in unison. The magic wall doll displayed a mischievous grin, giving Ji Yun a thumbs up. Bali. Chapter 65. Surprise, Mother-f***er. As time passed, the night deepened. By midnight, all was silent, save for the gentle breeze that carried the fragrant scent of distant flora. At Ji Yun's campsite, the bonfire had extinguished, and the entire area lay in stillness, as if Ji Yun and his Pokémon had drifted into slumber. It's about time. The scruffy man glanced at the time on his watch. Then let us make our move. The tall, burly man stirred with eagerness. Exercise caution, cautioned the scruffy man. What's there to be cautious about? The tall, burly man replied nonchalantly. That kid put all his other three Pokémon into their Pokeballs before entering the tent, leaving behind just a Pikachu, clearly a novice. Hearing the burly man's words, the thin man nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Huang. That kid is so young, it's evident he lacks experience. However, the scruffy man remained unperturbed, merely stating, caution ensures longevity. As he spoke, he produced two Pokeballs. Come forth, Rockruff and Nuzleaf. Observing this, the other two men also retrieved their Pokeballs, releasing their Pokémon, Fletchling and Meowth, along with Toxicroak. My Rockruff and Nuzleaf will initiate the attack, followed by Meowth and Toxicroak to finish off the job, while Fletchling monitors from above to prevent any surprises, the scruffy man instructed. Understood. Rest assured, Brother Huang. We successfully executed several operations before. There won't be any mistakes. A moment later, under the moonlight, several shadowy figures stealthily approached Ji Yun's campsite, taking advantage of the night's cover. Meanwhile, not far from them, perched on a tree branch, Ji Yun concealed himself in the darkness. He focused his aura, locking onto the shadows, a cold smile gracing his lips. While it was true he had tucked his Pokémon into their Pokeballs upon entering the tent, once inside, he had released the magic wall doll and instructed it to use teleport to bring him outside. To further ensure safety, he had sprayed his Pokémon and himself with a scent-masking agent, eliminating any trace of his presence. He had also left clothing bearing his scent inside the tent. Indeed, those Pokémon adept at tracking scents were present. Ji Yun observed one shadow that resembled a bipedal wolf and glanced upward at the circling silhouette above. With aerial reconnaissance, it was no wonder they could locate him. He then quietly addressed his two Pokémon beside him. Once the Soundwave larva and Magic Wall doll have engaged, act immediately. Pikachu, keep a close watch on that Pokémon in the sky. Deal with it if it dares to descend. Lucario, ensnare that Nuzleaf at the first opportunity. Don't let it disrupt the Magic Wall doll. Pika, Lu. The two Pokémon nodded in response to Ji Yun's directives. As time progressed, the shadowy figures neared Ji Yun's tent. Just as they prepared to strike, a faint cracking sound suddenly emanated from beneath their feet. Crack. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the ground beneath them. The scruffy man's face paled as he urgently warned, oh no, a trap. However, before he could finish his warning, the ground beneath them shattered, and they experienced a sudden sensation of weightlessness. Looking down, they beheld a dark abyss yawning beneath them. Oh no. A startled cry escaped their lips as the three men and their Pokémon plummeted into the depths below. Not far away, upon witnessing the scene, Ji Yun's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Surprise, motherfucker. The ultrasonic larva had, according to his instructions, excavated several traps around him, encircling his tent. With so many traps, surely one would ensnare them. The several-meter-high pit caused the three individuals to tumble painfully, emitting cries of agony. As they fell to the bottom of the pit, a figure materialized at its edge. Bari, the wall magician doll, stood at the brink of the deep pit, its eyes ignited with a blue glow, and suddenly, Blue light enveloped the three fallen individuals and several nearby sprites, rendering them immobile. Simultaneously, the Pokeballs on the 3S persons also emanated blue light, swiftly detaching from them and flying toward the wall magician doll. Not a chance. Nyla, Thunderbolt. Uncle Beard exclaimed urgently, gritting his teeth against the pain. Whoosh. In an instant, the immunity-granting Nyla charged up the wall towards the wall magician doll. Lucario, quick attack. Just then, as the command was issued, a figure burst forth from behind the wall magician doll, colliding with Nyla at an almost imperceptible speed. Bang! Nyla cried out in pain, falling back into the pit. At that moment, Ji-Yun appeared at the edge of the trap, looking down at the figures below with a tranquil smile. Lucario, Aura Sphere, ensnare it. Pikachu, Thunderwave. Incapacitate them. Ultrasonic Larva, Sand Tomb, bury them. The next instant, an Aura Sphere swiftly formed in Lucario's grasp, shooting towards Nyla. Meanwhile, Pikachu at Ji-Yun's feet crackled with arcs of electricity. Simultaneously, the ultrasonic larva surged from the walls of the pit, and an abundance of sand erupted from around the figures at the bottom, instantly binding them. Yet, this was not the end. As the sand continued to pour forth, the three below were swiftly buried, leaving only their heads exposed to the air. Beside them, the sprites remained alight with blue energy, struggling in midair. Just then, a Spearow, circling in the sky, noticed the situation below and dove down, intent on aiding them. Observing this, Ji-Yun calmly commanded, Pikachu, Pika. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the dark night, striking the Spearow directly. Caw! The Spearow screeched in pain. Moments later, Ji-Yun surveyed the immobilized trio and sprites beneath him, glancing at the Pokeballs at the feet of the wall magician doll, and couldn't help but sigh. This is the reality of psychic powers. In the chaos of battle, they are incredibly practical and virtually impossible to counter. Humans stand little chance against them. This is also why I am so devoted to psychic-type Pokémon. Well done, wall magician doll. Ji-Yun praised. Bari, upon hearing the commendation, turned its head, revealing an eerie smile once more. Ji-Yun then began to concentrate his power to deal with the sprites of the three. Before long, Nyla lay battered and unconscious. The Spearow was on the ground emitting wisps of smoke, with arcs of electricity still occasionally crackling over its body. The other sprites, paralyzed and under the control of the wall magician doll, had become motionless targets, swiftly taken down by Ji-Yun's Pokémon. At that moment, only three heads remained conscious in the pit. The burly man and the thin one displayed fear in their eyes, while Uncle Beard maintained a semblance of composure. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, he then lifted his gaze upward. Outside the pit, the night sky was illuminated by a particularly bright moon. At the edge of the pit, the figure silhouetted against the moonlight rendered the man's face indistinguishable, save for a pair of exceptionally bright blue eyes that pierced through the darkness and met Uncle Beard's gaze. Chapter 66, An Eye for an Eye. Uncle Beard took a deep breath and spoke. Kid, we concede. What do you want? However, Ji-Yun merely smiled coldly, dismissing him, and turned to the wall magician doll, removed the Ditto from their faces. Indeed, it was Ditto. The three individuals were not displaying their true appearances, each having a Ditto affixed to their faces. This, no doubt, was the reason they dared to act boldly, unafraid of exposure. Ji-Yun had noticed the Ditto on their faces during their first meeting. In his view, the data panels of Ditto had floated above their heads. This was also one of the reasons Ji-Yun had unhesitatingly rejected their invitation. After all, what decent person would conceal their true self to invite someone to form a team, especially to invite someone solitary like him? Upon hearing Ji-Yun's command, panic flickered in Uncle Beard's eyes. Bari, upon receiving Ji-Yun's orders, nodded. In the next moment, a clay-like substance, enveloped in a blue light, peeled away from the faces of the three. Their true visages were unveiled in an instant. The three blobs of clay then morphed in the air, returning to their original forms. Thus, three pale purple Dittos materialized before Ji-Yun. Ditto. Level, LV26. Potential, Elite. Ditto. 3 Dittos, 1 with Elite potential, 2 of ordinary potential. All at a low level. Ji-Yun crouched down, picked up the Pokeballs on the ground, and after a few tries, successfully captured the 3 Dittos within them. He then turned his attention to the fallen sprites. A level 43 Nyla, a level 42 Midnight Form Lycanroc, a level 40 Toxapex, a level 39 Spearow, and a level 39 Meowth. Ji-Yun captured them all in their respective Pokeballs, subsequently locking the Pokeballs of the 3 individuals. This way, even if those sprites awakened, they could not escape. Next, Ji-Yun retrieved a rope from his backpack and instructed Lucario to bring them up one by one. Ji-Yun then proceeded to bind them. Fortunately, Ji-Yun had some knowledge of knot tying. In his previous life during university, he lived in a 6-person dorm. The other 5 roommates were extraordinarily talented. Aside from being clueless about academic subjects, they seemed to excel in any other craft, as if guided by divine intervention. One of his roommates, after watching some action films, had developed a keen interest in knot tying and delved deeply into it. After becoming roommates, Ji-yun learned a bit of this skill from him. Before long, he had skillfully tied up the 3, employing the turtle shell knot he had learned from his roommate's instructors. Be gentle, gentle. Ouch. Don't move, you're pinching me. Moments later, Ji-yun stood up, brushed off his hands, and surveyed his handiwork with a satisfied nod. Kid, what do you want? Uncle Beard, forced into an embarrassing position, glared at Ji-yun, gritting his teeth. Huh, you come to ambush me at night, and now you ask me what I want. Ji-yun scoffed. Next, of course, is the interrogation. Without further ado, Ji-yun directed his attention to the wall magician doll. Wall magician doll, use hypnosis. Bari, upon hearing, approached the 3, its eyes glowing with colorful light as an inexplicable wave emanated from its form. Moments later, the gazes of the 3 began to dull, their expressions blank. Ji-yun then stepped forward and inquired, What were you planning to do to me? Rob you? The 3 individuals stared vacantly in response. Observing this, Ji-yun nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. After conducting the test, the effects of this hypnosis proved to be quite effective. Ji-yun then continued to inquire, What led you to target me? As his words fell, the 3 continued to respond with dazed expressions. The thin man remarked, Young and easy to deal with. The burly man added, He appears wealthy. The bearded uncle stated, Even if the lone wolf perishes, we won't expose ourselves. Ji-yun paid little mind to the first 2 responses, but upon hearing the bearded uncle's words, his expression subtly shifted, his gaze locking onto him as he asked, Have you taken any lives? They replied in unison, Yes. Ji-yun's brow furrowed. Why did you kill? The thin man stated, The target resisted. The burly man added, That woman wouldn't comply. The bearded uncle remarked, We didn't receive payment for the ransom. After listening to their answers, Ji-yun's countenance darkened, his eyes growing increasingly frigid as he regarded them. Good heavens. Robbery, murder, violence, abduction. These individuals are habitual offenders, having committed many heinous acts. With this revelation, Ji-yun lost all interest in inquiring about their identities, rising with an icy demeanor. He then seized the burly man with one hand and dragged the other 2 along, returning them to the edge of the pit, where he unceremoniously tossed them back inside. Bang, bang, bang. As the 3 plummeted, the intense pain jolted them back to their senses. Once they regained awareness of their surroundings and glanced up to see Ji-yun at the edge of the pit, their expressions shifted dramatically. Brother, spare us. Big brother. It's illegal to kill. Don't be impulsive. The other 2 quickly grasped Ji-yun's intentions and pleaded for mercy. Only the bearded uncle gritted his teeth, his gaze fierce as he glared at Ji-yun. Yet, Ji-yun disregarded their pleas, discarding all their pokeballs except for the 3 ditto, returning them to the pit. These Pokémon were their accomplices. Ji-yun's attitude towards these creatures was akin to that of a predator that had tasted human flesh. There was only one stance. They could not be spared. Subsequently, Ji-yun cast a dispassionate glance at them, his expression unchanging as he proclaimed their fate. Vibrava, bury them. With his words, the Vibrava soared above the pit, stirring up a deluge of sand that cascaded into the abyss. No, please. I beg you, spare me. At the edge of the pit, listening to the wails and pleas from below, Ji-yun's gaze remained indifferent, devoid of any compassion for their plight. For someone once imparted to him, to bully the kind-hearted is a sin, to show mercy to the wicked is to commit evil. Chapter 67, The Entanglement with Kingler. As the sand continued to pour in, the cries below were swiftly silenced, engulfed. Soon, the pit was entirely filled with sand, restoring tranquility to the campsite. At this moment, Ji-yun saw not a pit, but merely a level expanse of sand. Yet, he was not satisfied. He commanded, Bring me a large stone to place on top. Moments later, with the concerted efforts of the Pokémon, a massive boulder was hewn from a nearby cliff and placed atop the sand concealing the pit. Gazing at the boulder, Ji-yun exhaled slowly. At that moment, he felt an unusual stillness around him, as if he could hear the rapid beating of his own heart. The tranquil night enveloped the land in moonlight, draping everything in a silvery veil. Ji-yun stood quietly beneath the moonlight for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, he regained his senses and turned to the Pokémon beside him. Pika, Vibrava, Route, Baloo. Noticing their concerned gazes, Ji-yun offered a faint smile. I'm fine. Go rest now. He then walked back to the tent with them. Vibrava, remember to fill in all those pits. The following morning, after packing his belongings, Ji Yun cast a glance at the large stone that loomed over the ground before setting off once more with his Pokémon. Shortly thereafter, back at the campsite from the previous night, a young man wearing sunglasses, a floral shirt, and accompanied by a noisy bird arrived. Floating beside him was a Rotom phone. Playing back the video from the previous night, the man paused before the massive stone, observing it with a slight smile. This little guy is quite ruthless. Quite ruthless. Quite ruthless. The noisy bird echoed his sentiments. Silence. The man shot an exasperated glance at the bird perched on his shoulder. Instantly, the bird stiffened and fell silent. However, this little creature had unexpectedly tracked down these three miscreants, which was a pleasant surprise. The man raised an eyebrow as he gazed at the sand beneath the boulder. No wonder these three scoundrels were so hard to find. They were ditto all along. Just then, the Rotom phone beside him chimed. The man turned, saw the caller ID, and answered the phone. President. Don't worry, President. The little guy you asked me to watch is quite spirited. Of course not. I already knew that he could wield the aura, so I kept my distance. Yes, you can rest assured. Also, I should inform the police that the hyena trio has been dealt with. All right, understood. After a brief moment, the man hung up the phone and looked at the noisy bird on his shoulder, saying, Noisy bird, it's time to get to work. Work. The bird flapped its wings and took flight towards the direction Ji Yun had departed. Days later, in the afternoon, by the riverbank, Ji Yun sat with a fishing rod propped up in front of him, attentively watching the auction on his phone. Today marked the commencement of the auction in Yangqing, and Ji Yun opted for remote viewing. As time passed, the auction items were claimed one by one. Ultimately, his soft sand fetched a price of 13 per million, exceeding his own expectations by several hundred thousand. This brought a smile to Ji Yun's face. Once again, he had struck it rich and would not have to worry about money for the time being. Just then, the bobber on the water began to thrash violently. Another Pokémon was on the line. He promptly moved forward to grasp the fishing rod, engaging in a tug-of-war with the creature beneath the surface. Before long, a red Pokémon was pulled from the water, landing on the shore. Kingler. Level, LV16. Ability, Swift Swim. Potential, Elite. Ji Yun's expression stiffened as he gazed at the flopping Kingler on the ground, feeling a sense of exasperation. Not again, Kingler? Kingler. Yet another Kingler. He muttered as he approached to remove the hook and tossed Kingler back into the water. To his surprise, the Kingler returned with a rare display of anger, charging out of the water to collide with Ji Yun. In response, Ji Yun was momentarily speechless. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Pika. Immediately, Pikachu leaped in front of Ji Yun, its tail gleaming with metallic luster. With a swift twist of its body, Pikachu delivered a powerful strike with its tail, sending Kingler crashing back into the river. Sighing, Ji Yun reflected on how long he had been fishing, having already caught numerous water-type Pokémon, including Bulbasaur, Goldfish King, Magikarp, and Wooper, among others. Certainly, one cannot overlook the presence of the Kingler. In fact, the majority are indeed Kinglers. The sight nearly sent Ji Yun's blood pressure soaring. Yet, amidst the multitude of Pokémon, none seemed to captivate Ji Yun's interest. Alas, it appears that high-potential water-type Pokémon are rather elusive. With a soft sigh, Ji Yun grasped his fishing rod and prepared to bait once more. At that moment, his motion suddenly halted as a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He swiftly turned and rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a storage box from which he extracted an energy cube. I refuse to believe this. With a fierce expression, Ji Yun affixed the energy cube to the fishhook and cast his line. Just one last time, he murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the water's surface. Perhaps this bait held a profound allure for the Pokémon, as soon, the surface began to ripple once more. Observing this, Ji Yun held his breath, readying his rod once again. Before long, another Pokémon was drawn from the depths. However, upon seeing that familiar silhouette, the red Kingler flopping on the ground, Ji Yun fell silent. Kingler. Level, LV20. Potential, Elite. After a lengthy pause, Ji Yun inhaled deeply and exhaled a single word, damn. Just as he was preparing to approach and remove the fishhook to release the Kingler, a radiant light suddenly enveloped it. Stunned, Ji Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Witnessing the Kingler elongating and expanding within the glow, Ji Yun was rendered speechless. So this evolution of the Kingler was a result of the energy cube? Chapter 68. Support Package, Evolution of the Soundwave Larva. Moments later, as the brilliance dissipated, a blue Gyarados materialized before Ji Yun. Gyarados. Level, LV20. Ability, Intimidate. Potential, Elite. Roar. The freshly evolved Gyarados opened its eyes wide and unleashed a furious roar directed at Ji Yun. TSK. observing the Gyarados' menacing expression. Ji-Yun couldn't help but click his tongue. Truly, a Pokémon notorious for its ferocity, it certainly looked the part. However, considering it evolved with my assistance. Is this how you repay kindness? At that moment, the Gyarados, mouth agape, revealed its fangs glowing with a purplish-black luminescence, then lunged towards Ji-Yun. Truly, one who fails to recognize their benefactor, Pikachu. Whoosh. In the next instant, a yellow blur streaked past Ji-Yun. Pikachu. In a swift leap, Pikachu twisted midair and unleashed a powerful iron tail, striking the Gyarados squarely on the face. Roar. With a pained cry, Gyarados was sent crashing into the water with a resounding splash, sending waves cascading around. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, Ji-Yun's phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. He took it out to find that the auction house had processed his payment. Glancing at his account, now restored to an 8-digit balance, Ji-Yun felt a surge of joy. Subsequently, he stowed his fishing rod and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Pikachu, let us go? Ji-Yun called out to Pikachu. Preparing to depart. This place brings ill fortune. We shall seek a new campsite. Pikachu. That night, having found a suitable camping site, Ji-Yun rekindled a campfire. Look, this is my newly captured Pokémon, Katani. Isn't it adorable? At that moment, Ji-Yun was engaged in a video call with his girlfriend. On the screen, Zhang Chuyu cradled the Katani, presenting it to the camera to showcase its cuteness. Come on, Katani, say hello. Meow meow. Observing the Katani in the video, Ji-Yun nodded. It is indeed quite charming. Right. Zhang Chuyu beamed with joy in the video. This Katani was chosen after a long search by my parents. Oh, your parents helped you choose it? Upon hearing Zhang Chuyu's words, Ji-Yun raised an eyebrow. Yes, once my mother learned of my preferences, she didn't object. Only mentioning that a cute Pokémon can also be quite powerful. Then, she and my father helped me find this Katani, Zhang Chuyu replied with a smile. I see. Ji-Yun nodded, pondering thoughtfully. It seems this Katani possesses excellent qualities. Following this, the couple shifted to other topics. Zhang Chuyu shared anecdotes from school, while Ji-Yun recounted some of his adventures. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the incident where he had buried 3 individuals alive. Remember to eat on time, and above all, be careful and stay safe. Before ending the call, Zhang Chuyu persistently reminded Ji-Yun. In the deep of night, as the clock struck midnight, February drew to a close. Ushering in March, Ji-Yun's mind was greeted by the system's timely announcement. Ding! A new month has arrived, and the support package has been credited. Please check your account. Inside the tent, Ji-Yun quietly rose, stepped outside, and opened the package. Ding! Package opened. Congratulations on receiving a power band and a wise glasses. A power band and wise glasses, you say? Observing the 2 items now in his possession, Ji-Yun raised an eyebrow. Pokémon equipped with the power band will have their physical attack power enhanced, while those adorned with the wise glasses will see an increase in the potency of their special moves. Not bad at all. I'll have the Mimikyu switch out its leftovers and equip the wise glasses tomorrow. The following day, after tidying up his belongings and outfitting Mimikyu with the wise glasses, Ji-Yun set off once more. He had now begun to delve deeper into the protected area. Here, the most apparent change was the generally higher strength of the Pokémon within the forest. At this moment, Ji-Yun found himself in a standoff against a Meowth. Meowth. Level, LV42. Ability, Immunity. Potential, Elite. Lucario. Use Detect, then follow up with a low sweep. In a thicket, Ji-Yun called out loudly from behind Lucario. This Meowth is remarkably swift, so we must first slow it down. Upon hearing this, Lucario's eyes glimmered with determination as it fixed its gaze on the approaching Meowth. Just as the Meowth's sharp claws were about to make contact with Lucario, it swiftly crouched down, evading the claws, before delivering a kick to the Meowth's ankle. Cush! The Meowth yelped in pain, staggering backward. Now south the time for close combat. Following Ji-Yun's command, Lucario swiftly advanced and unleashed a barrage of powerful punches. Aura, 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 aura. Moments later, with Lucario's final punch, the Meowth was sent flying, crashing into a sturdy tree trunk before collapsing to the ground. Meowth has fallen. Lucario gained 644 experience points. Lucario has leveled up to LV37. Upon seeing the system notification, Ji-Yun smiled with satisfaction. Just upon entering the redstone protected area, Lucario had leveled up to 33. Now, half a month later, it had reached LV37. In just a short span, it had gained 4 levels. Indeed, a life of adventure suits him far better. Of course, this is also greatly attributed to the fact that the redstone protected area is a high-level sanctuary, where the Pokémon generally possess higher levels. Well done, Lucario. Clap. After a synchronized high five, Ji Yun approached the fallen Meowth, administered some medicine, and quickly departed with his Pokémon, ready to challenge more formidable foes. And so, with the passage of time, another half-month went by. That afternoon, deep within the Redstone Sanctuary, in a secluded canyon, the ultrasonic larva delivered its final blow as the dragon god swooped down. Boom! With a resounding crash, a shower of debris erupted. The big tongue fell, and the ultrasonic larva gained 451 experience points. The ultrasonic larva reached level 45. Observing the system notification, Ji Yun felt a wave of joy. Although progress had slowed after reaching level 40, advancing 4 levels in a month was still commendable. Indeed, compared to others, this pace was remarkably swift. As Ji Yun approached to administer medicine to the big tongue, a radiant light enveloped the ultrasonic larva. Ji Yun paused momentarily, then a delighted smile broke across his face. At last, it was evolving. Chapter 69, Soaring Through the Skies. As the evolution light shone brightly, the body of the ultrasonic larva transformed rapidly within the glow. Its size expanded, its tail sprouted into a long dragon tail, its formerly slender limbs robustly morphed into powerful hind legs and short dragon claws, and its 2 antennae elongated dramatically, stretching towards the back of its head. Simultaneously, its original 2 pairs of wings fused into one, continuously enlarging. Moments later, as the light dissipated, a desert dragonfly, towering over 2 meters, appeared before Ji Yun. Desert Dragonfly learned Dragon Claw. Desert Dragonfly. Level, LV 45. Type, Ground Dragon. Ability, Levitate. Potential, Champion. With a triumphant cry, the newly evolved Desert Dragonfly unfurled its wings in midair, stretching its body, raising its neck high, and letting out a mighty roar. Ji Yun gazed up at the Desert Dragonfly floating above, filled with excitement. Finally, he had acquired a Pokémon he could ride. After several triumphant calls, having expressed its joy, the Desert Dragonfly slowly descended before Ji Yun. Congratulations, Desert Dragonfly. You've finally evolved, Ji Yun said, stepping forward to embrace the dragonfly's neck with a smile. Pikachu leaped onto Ji Yun's shoulder, lifting its head and grinning in congratulations. With a joyful expression, the Desert Dragonfly reciprocated, wrapping its small arms gently around Ji Yun. It then lowered its head, affectionately nudging Pikachu with its snout. Pika, Pika, Pika. In response, a series of cheerful sounds erupted from Pikachu on Ji Yun's shoulder. After a moment, Ji Yun released the Desert Dragonfly and gazed at it with eager anticipation. Desert Dragonfly, take me to the skies. Flying has been humanity's age-old dream. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, the Desert Dragonfly promptly lowered itself, allowing Ji Yun to mount. Without hesitation, Ji Yun climbed onto the dragonfly's back, securing himself by wrapping his arms around its neck. All right, Desert Dragonfly, let us soar. With that, the Desert Dragonfly gradually rose, stretching its wings and swiftly ascending into the sky. Before long, it soared high above, carrying Ji Yun and Pikachu on a spiraling flight. Woohoo, exhilarating, Ji Yun exclaimed, looking down from the Desert Dragonfly's back, taking in the breathtaking panorama below. The undulating mountains resembled a colossal dragon coiling through the landscape. The forests appeared as a vast emerald sea, and the rivers glimmered like luminous jade ribbons. This scene unfolded like a magnificent geological tapestry, showcasing nature's endless allure. Overwhelmed by the beauty visible only from the skies, Ji Yun couldn't help but shout in exhilaration. Isn't it beautiful, Pikachu? Pikachu also beamed at the stunning vista below. Ji Yun then patted the Desert Dragonfly's neck. Desert Dragonfly, fly that way, accelerate. Woo! At Ji Yun's command, the Desert Dragonfly flapped its wings and surged forward, swiftly heading in the direction Ji Yun indicated. Haha, hold on tight, Pikachu. Pika. Meanwhile, beneath a large tree several hundred meters away, a young man dressed in a floral shirt stared down at his phone. The surveillance footage displayed Ji Yun riding the Desert Dragonfly, rapidly vanishing into the distance, shrinking to a mirror before disappearing beyond the horizon. Seeing this, the young man could only shake his head in disbelief. Damn it, why did it have to evolve at this moment? That little rascal can fly now. How am I supposed to keep up? This is only complicating my job. With a heavy sigh, the young man shifted his gaze from his phone, looking skyward. He then picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, President, I've lost track of him. It's not an accident. His Pokémon evolved suddenly and can now fly with him. How can I follow? If I pursue him now, I'd just expose myself. Oh right. He is still within the sanctuary. At this point, the young man's face contorted with frustration, unleashing a torrent of complaints. This kid can really endure solitude. He has been stuck in this sanctuary for a month with no intention of leaving. Plus, he specifically ventures into the deep mountains where powerful Pokémon dwell. And his stamina is incredible. After traversing the mountains for a month, I'm nearly turning into a wild man myself. As he vented, the young man lamented the struggles of the working class. Just then, as if he had heard something from the phone, the young man suddenly adopted a serious expression. Strength, you say? This kid is progressing remarkably fast, nearly catching up to me. Yes, and now he can fly, accompanied by a psychic Pokémon. He is quite safe. Not following him anymore. All right, I understand. Moments later, the young man hung up the phone, his demeanor shifting instantly to one of exuberance as he laughed heartily towards the sky. Ha! Finally, I'm free at last. With that, the young man swiftly gathered his belongings and resolutely made his way towards the sanctuary's exit. It was worth the effort to help him. Anyone who tries to follow this kid again must be out of their mind. On the other hand, after indulging in the thrill of flying, Ji-Yun directed the desert dragonfly to land beside a river. By this time, dusk had fallen, signaling it was time to find a campsite for the night. Later that evening, sitting by the campfire, Ji-Yun gazed fondly at the Pokémon surrounding him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The desert dragonfly had reached level 45. Pikachu was at level 44, the Mismagius at level 41, and Lucario also at level 41. Indeed, Lucario had finally caught up to Mismagius in level. After all, Ji-Yun had deployed Mismagius the least, and its fighting spirit was not particularly high. Now, Mismagius primarily absorbed various household knowledge from Ji-Yun's phone. Among Ji-Yun's Pokémon, Lucario exhibited the strongest desire for combat and self-improvement, demonstrating great enthusiasm for training. Consequently, it had been deployed most frequently. Reflecting on this, Ji-Yun couldn't help but marvel at Lucario's warrior spirit, a quintessential fighter. After dinner, Ji-Yun began organizing a training regimen for the desert dragonfly, particularly focusing on acquiring several fire-type moves. It was crucial to learn them, considering the desert dragonfly was a ground dragon type, which had a quadruple weakness to ice. Fire-type moves were super effective against ice types, so he meticulously arranged for moves like Flame Punch, Fire Blast, Fire Spin, Flamethrower, and Heat Wave for the desert dragonfly. Additionally, he included Dragon Dance in the regimen. A ground-type dragon without Dragon Dance. Was that even a true dragon? Chapter 70. The Transforming Pokémon, Departing the Sanctuary. After finalizing the training plan for the desert dragonfly, Ji-Yun turned his attention to the 4 Pikachus beside him. Indeed, 4 Pikachus. Among them, 3 were transformed by a Ditto. He refrained from disposing of the 3 Ditto, for these unique Pokémon differ from others. While most Pokémon inherently possess a degree of aggression, having grown accustomed to attacking humans, Ditto display little to no inherent hostility. Absent a trainer's command, they merely transform endlessly into nearby objects or creatures. Moreover, since Ditto do not feature in the diets of other Pokémon, they seldom engage in conflicts. Thus, generally speaking, Ditto embody a remarkably serene disposition, capable of becoming companions to virtually anyone due to their astonishing transformation abilities. Furthermore, Ditto possess a remarkable talent for breeding with the vast majority of Pokémon, prompting nearly every breeding facility to eagerly seek them out. Consequently, it has become increasingly challenging to encounter wild Ditto. It was precisely because of Ditto's uniqueness that Ji-Yun decided to keep them. Who knows when their breeding capabilities might prove useful. However, he did not intend to keep them by his side. He had already contacted his mother, who, upon learning of his unexpected acquisition of 3 Ditto, was quite eager to receive them. Now, he merely awaited the opportunity to send them back once he departed from the reserve. Pika, Pika, Pika. At that moment, 4 Pikachu suddenly dashed before Ji-Yun. The quartet moved in perfect unison, gesturing in a synchronized manner. Observing this, Ji-Yun smiled gently and remarked, "Oh, are you trying to make me guess which one is the real Pikachu?" Pika. The 4 Pikachu nodded simultaneously, their large, watery eyes fixed on him. Ji-Yun raised an eyebrow, aware that he was an exceptionally skilled player endowed with the legendary Eye of Data. He could discern, at a single glance, who was Pikachu and who was Ditto. Subsequently, Ji-Yun confidently provided the correct answer. Mo. Pika. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's accurate guess, the 3 Dittos shimmered with light and reverted to their original forms, their expressive little eyes gazing at Ji-Yun with astonishment. Meanwhile, Pikachu joyfully leaped into Ji-Yun's embrace. Not disheartened, the 3 Ditto fetched a Mr. Mime, prompting another guessing game. Ji-Yun cheerfully indulged them in play. Thus, several days passed. On this day, Ji-Yun prepared to leave the reserve, not out of desire to depart, but because his supplies were nearly depleted. After over a month, It was time for him to venture outside and procure more provisions. However, this time, he would not have to traverse the distance on foot. With a desert dragonfly at his disposal, who would walk? Furthermore, when he returned, he could bypass the periphery and soar directly into the depths mounted on his desert dragonfly. Without delay, Ji Yun released the desert dragonfly from its pokeball and swiftly mounted it. Desert dragonfly, let us head that way, he instructed, pointing toward the northwest. Virum. The desert dragonfly responded promptly, ascending rapidly in the indicated direction. Ji Yun did not intend to return to the original entrance. Rather, he aimed to reach a new city while also surveying areas he had not previously explored from the sky. 2 hours later, Ji Yun directed the desert dragonfly to land beside a lake. Upon dismounting, he could not help but feel a swell of emotion. It had taken him half a month to traverse from the entrance of Danxiao Mountain to the depths of the Redstone Reserve. In contrast, the desert dragonfly had flown him back in a mere 2 hours, and that was during a leisurely pace. As Ji Yun had requested it to slow down to appreciate the scenery below. Indeed, flying was a remarkable advantage. Well done, desert dragonfly. Virum. Afterward, Ji Yun recalled the desert dragonfly into its pokeball and continued his journey northwest. According to the map, he was now at the East Jiang Lake in Water City, just a stone's throw from the reserve's exit. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the exit of the Redstone Reserve in Water City, and after queuing to swipe his card, he officially departed the reserve. Instead of heading to Water City, he opted to travel directly to the neighboring Fu City. Water City was merely a county-level city under the jurisdiction of Fu City, which is why Ji Yun chose to procure supplies there. Upon arriving in Fu City, Ji Yun checked into a hotel, and, as soon as he entered his room, he collapsed onto the soft bed. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Trainer Association, within the same elderly gentleman's office, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. President, according to the system records, Ji Yun has left the Redstone Reserve. Upon hearing this report, the elder instantly looked up and exclaimed, "At last." I was beginning to lose patience. Had he not emerged soon, I would have ventured into the reserve to find him. Where is he now? The system indicates he has checked into a hotel in Fu City. Let us fly to Fu City. Yes, President. The following day, Ji Yun slept soundly until noon. After awakening, he fed his Pokémon and ventured out to find a restaurant to satisfy his hunger. Subsequently, after contacting his mother, he learned that she was already at the Trainer Association in Dragon City. Ji Yun promptly made his way to the Trainer Association in Fu City. Upon entering the association's hall, Ji Yun located a video phone equipped with a teleportation machine and dialed. "Hello, Mom." As the video call connected, his mother's visage appeared on the screen, prompting Ji Yun to greet her hastily. "You've tanned quite a bit and lost some weight." "Nonsense. I apply sunscreen daily. Have you prepared everything on your end?" "Everything is ready." "Excellent. I shall commence the teleportation now." With that, Ji Yun approached the nearby teleportation machine and placed a pokeball containing the Ditto upon it. The original pokeballs of the 3 Ditto had been destroyed, and the ones they currently occupied belonged to Ji Yun himself. Moments later, he successfully teleported them one by one. "I have received them, 3 Ditto, without a doubt." After confirming the accuracy, his mother stated, "That is good." Ji Yun nodded in agreement. Then, his mother proceeded to offer a few more words of advice, primarily concerning safety while he was away. After ending the call and completing the payment, Ji Yun turned to leave. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared before him. "Excuse me, sir, do you require my assistance?" Taken aback by the man's evident approach, Ji Yun inquired. "Do you need something from me?" "Young man, I apologize for the interruption, but would you mind sparing me a moment?" The suited gentleman smiled kindly as he spoke. "Our president wishes to meet you." Upon hearing this, Ji Yun paused momentarily. "The president?" He then asked, "The president of the Trainer Association?" "Indeed." The man confirmed with a nod, producing a credential to present to Ji Yun. "Here is my identification." Ji Yun accepted the document, glancing at it. Name, Gu Kongyan. The photograph matched the man before him. So, this was Gu Kongyan. Ji Yun's gaze shifted downward to his title. Position, Vice President of the Trainer Association. Oh. Surprised by the revelation of his position, Ji Yun realized that it was quite unusual for a vice president to personally extend an invitation. He had initially assumed the man was merely a secretary or holding a similar role. Just as Ji Yun was about to return the identification, he noticed the organization listed on the document. Trainer Association Headquarters. In other words, this gentleman is the vice president of the Trainer Association Headquarters. And the esteemed president he mentioned. Upon this realization, Ji Yun felt a jolt of surprise and looked up to inquire. "So, it is the president from headquarters who wishes to see me, rather than the branch president from Fuching?" Indeed, Gu Kongyan nodded in affirmation. "So, young brother, do you have some time to spare?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yun paused momentarily, perplexity filling his gaze. Why would such a busy and prominent figure make a special trip to meet him? There had been no prior interaction between them. As for why Ji Yun was so certain that the president was indeed seeking him, it was because he could hardly believe that the president happened to be on a business trip to Fuqing. What a remarkable coincidence. What sort of official duty would necessitate both the president and the vice president's presence? Subsequently, Ji Yun returned the identification and asked, "What does the president wish to see me for? We have no prior connection. Rest assured, it is not for any nefarious purpose." Gu Kangyan replied with a smile as he accepted the identification and tucked it away. In simple terms, he seeks your assistance. The specifics will be revealed once you meet the president. Assistance? At this statement, Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback. What could a person of such high stature possibly require from someone as unremarkable as himself? If there were any particular qualities he possessed that warranted the president's attention, Ji Yun's eyes widened slightly as he began to speculate on their intentions. Surely, aside from the system's external aid, there was something else. The power of aura. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Ji Yun quickly regained his composure. Very well. He then agreed to meet the president. Upon hearing Ji Yun's consent, Gu Kangyan smiled and led him toward the upper levels of the branch office. Before long, they arrived at the door of an office. Gu Kangyan knocked lightly. "Come in." A robust voice boomed from within. Then, Gu Kangyan pushed the door open, ushering Ji Yun inside. "Ah, Ji Yun, you've arrived. Please, take a seat." An elderly man with graying hair warmly welcomed Ji Yun as he entered the office. This scene left Ji Yun somewhat bewildered. Such enthusiasm was hardly typical for a first encounter, and what of the dignified demeanor one would expect from an official? Yet, Ji Yun still took a seat on the sofa and directly stated, "I was informed by this gentleman that you were looking for me?" "Indeed. It is I who sought you out," the elder replied, a genial smile gracing his face as he settled into the chair opposite Ji Yun. "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Hua. You may refer to me as President Hua or Grandpa Hua, whichever you prefer." Ji Yun, maintaining a serious demeanor, cautiously ventured, "Then, President Hua. If I may be frank, we should be strangers to one another. What could possibly merit your visit?" "Oh, but you are mistaken." The elder's eyes sparkled with delight as he regarded Ji Yun, akin to a collector gazing upon a rare treasure, which unnerved Ji Yun somewhat. The elder then slowly uttered, "The power of aura." As anticipated, upon hearing the elder's words, Ji Yun's eyes flickered, fully understanding the situation. He had indeed guessed correctly. Maintaining a neutral expression, he calmly stated, "The footage from the elite assessment?" "Precisely. Your reaction is quite swift," the elder nodded, chuckling. "You flatter me," Ji Yun replied, still composed. "My instances of utilizing such abilities in public are limited, and given that particular moment came without ample opportunity for concealment, it was rather easy to deduce." "Ha." The elder laughed heartily at Ji Yun's response. "It seems you are quite cautious, which is commendable." Ji Yun chose not to engage further and promptly inquired, "Now? Could President Hua elaborate on the matter for which you sought me? Let's get down to business then." The elder, having dispensed with small talk, posed a question. "Ji Yun, are you familiar with the World Tree Secret Realm?" Of course, the World Tree Secret Realm, situated at the juncture of Han's country and the Fairy Kingdom, is well known to me, Ji Yun replied earnestly. It is said to be the abode of the world's original tree, a legend easily found online. Supposedly, Dreamland resides there. Ah, indeed, what is legend is also reality. The elder chuckled lightly at Ji Yun's words. Dreamland does indeed dwell there. He was certainly aware. As a champion of aura, he had seen the theatrical adaptations. Ji Yun quietly scoffed to himself. The elder continued. "Now, are you aware of the dual secret realm?" Pondering the query, Ji Yun responded. "Does that imply one secret realm contains another?" "Exactly," the elder confirmed, nodding. "The World Tree Secret Realm is a dual secret realm. The one located in Han's country is a castle secret realm belonging to the human kingdom of Olyudalong. Besides some literary references and artifacts from other realms, it holds little value and has now become a local attraction." Pausing for a moment, the elder continued. "However, the secret realm in the Fairy Kingdom is the true World Tree Secret Realm. For within this realm lies the world's original tree mentioned in the texts." Ji Yun maintained a neutral expression and asked, "And what of it?" He then added coolly, "This information has been publicly disclosed, easily accessible to anyone. I am also aware that the World Tree Secret Realm was among the first to manifest in Blue Star. Yet, humanity has yet to gain entry into this realm." "Oh, do not be hasty. Allow me to finish." The elder smiled as he regarded Ji Yun. Ji Yun promptly fell silent, adopting an attentive demeanor. Seeing him quiet down, the elder spoke with a grin. "Let me share something not found online." Chapter 72, The Champion of Aura. Do you know why humanity has yet to enter that secret realm? Upon hearing the elder's question, Ji Yun immediately retorted, is it not due to the obstruction of the three pillar gods? The obstruction of the three pillar gods is but one reason, and indeed the reason publicly acknowledged by the Alliance. The elder smiled faintly before continuing, in truth, it is not solely the three pillar gods, but also Zygarde. Zygarde. At the mention of this name, Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback, then quickly connected the dots. It made sense. In the anime, many of the movie settings were parallel worlds, largely independent of one another, with only a few interconnected. In this blended world, it was only logical for Zygarde, as the guardian of the fairy ecosystem, to appear there. After all, he knew that the so-called world tree was not a true tree, but rather a crystalline life form composed of rock layers resembling a tree. Essentially, it was a life form that drew energy from light. It shared a symbiotic relationship with Dreamland, both entities exchanging their powers and supporting one another. Thus, if the world tree encountered issues, Dreamland's health would also be compromised. Should the world tree perish, so too would Dreamland. Furthermore, beneath the world tree thrived numerous fossil Pokémon, believed to be the origin of fossil Pokémon. The destructive impact of humanity on nature is well documented. Should humans flood in, devastation would inevitably ensue. The world tree would certainly perceive them as a virus, triggering its immune system to expel them. The dilemma, however, is that this so-called immune system of the world tree is quite fragile. If it engages in overly vigorous immune activities, its energy supply would falter. Naturally, Zygarde would not permit humanity to access the world tree secret realm. Ji Yun concurred that it was indeed best for humanity to refrain from entry. At that moment, Ji Yun suddenly recalled something and asked, since humans cannot enter, how do you ascertain that the Dreamland resides there? Is it merely through photography? Of course, surveillance, satellites, and aerial drones have captured a considerable amount. The old man chuckled and said, moreover, Dreamland occasionally emerges from within, stealthily taking back some toys. Many guards stationed there within the Alliance have witnessed this multiple times. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun was momentarily speechless. Well, given Dreamland's mischievous nature, this indeed seems like something it would do. As for the Alliance mentioned by the old man, it is a product of the aftermath of S2 in this world. S2 was a period of internal strife among humans, where they fought fiercely against one another. Ultimately, under the banner of ending the war and maintaining peace, the World Spirit Alliance was established. The function of this World S Alliance is akin to that of a certain global organization from his previous life. Furthermore, within this World's Alliance, there are also 5 notorious factions, with the Eastern Huang Nation being one of them. Do you know why humans cannot enter there? Yet the Alliance still stations guards? At this point, the old man inquired again. Though Ji Yun was not particularly interested, he cooperatively asked, why? Because, after the establishment of the Alliance, Zygarde conveyed a message to them. The old man replied with a smile. That is, humans must not enter the world tree's secret realm without permission, or it will be considered an act of war. Therefore, those guards are not meant to protect the secret realm, but rather to prevent other humans from trespassing. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow, unsure of how to comment on the apparent volatility of the divine beasts in this world. He then asked again, so, how is this relevant to me? He wasn't here to listen to stories. The elderly man had yet to disclose his reason for seeking Ji Yun. Of course, it is relevant. There is a second part to that message. The old man looked intently at Ji Yun and slowly continued. That is, only the Waveguide warriors may enter. Waveguide warriors. Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback, somewhat astonished. He anticipated hearing that title here. The first name that sprang to his mind was Alan. Indeed, our documents contain records regarding the Waveguide warriors, the old man affirmed with a nod. According to our interpretation, the so-called Waveguide warriors are essentially humans capable of wielding the power of the Waveguide. They may also be referred to as Waveguide messengers. The records state that this Waveguide messenger was dubbed a warrior because he saved the world tree, rescued the nation, and became a hero. Hence, he is known as the Waveguide warrior. Upon hearing the old man's words, Ji Yun was once again momentarily stunned. Wasn't he supposed to have halted the war? How did it turn into saving the world tree? Could this be a new version of a parallel world? Or was it merely a butterfly effect within this world? Ji Yun then inquired further. Did you not find anyone capable of wielding the power of the Waveguide before? No, the old man shook his head. Many years ago, there was a human who could sense the Waveguide, but he could not be deemed a Waveguide messenger, as he could only perceive the existence of the Waveguide without being able to utilize it. The Alliance had him try, but he was not the so-called Waveguide warrior. Moreover, he passed away 20 years ago. The old man sighed slightly, appearing somewhat regretful. Since then, The Alliance has been searching for humans capable of wielding the power of the waveguide. Unfortunately, over the years, they have found nothing, and no one has been able to unlock the staff seal. As he spoke, the old man regarded Ji Yun with the gaze one would reserve for a rare treasure. Until we watched your assessment video. Wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun's expression suddenly changed. The staff? The seal? Is that Lucario still not released? What's wrong? The old man looked at him with a hint of confusion as Ji Yun urgently asked, I would like to know, when the secret realm descended back then, was the castle in the Han's country situated in an ancient era or a technological era? The old man, somewhat puzzled by Ji Yun's query, replied, It was in an ancient era, I suppose. Most of the documents unearthed from other secret realms pertain to human technological eras. Conversely, the documents from the World Tree's secret realm suggest that it was still in the ancient period at that time. In other words, when the World Tree's secret realm descended into this world, the timeline was still set in ancient times, not Ash's timeline. With this thought, Ji Yun's expression grew somewhat peculiar, and he continued to inquire, Do you have a photograph of the staff you mentioned? The old man then produced his phone, pulled up a photograph, and handed it to Ji Yun, explaining, It is said that this seals the partner of the waveguide warrior. Ji Yun accepted it and looked down, and indeed, it was that very staff, adorned with a crystal, matching perfectly. At this moment, the old man spoke with a hint of anticipation. You are the first human we have discovered thus far capable of wielding the power of the waveguide, a true waveguide messenger. Perhaps you are the hero we have been searching for. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun's expression grew somewhat strange. He was currently utilizing Ash's template. Thus, his waveguide was the same as Ash's. It had been mentioned in the movie that Ash's waveguide was identical to Alan's, which enabled Ash to unlock Lucario's seal. This meant that, in reality, their waveguides were all the same. If the waveguide warrior mentioned by Zygarde truly was Alan, then he would most likely be able to unlock the seal of the staff. Chapter 73, Fossil Pokémon. Although Ji Yun was highly likely to unravel the seal of the staff and gain recognition, he did not wish to enter the World Tree's secret realm. While others might be oblivious to what the World Tree was, Ji Yun was well aware. If he accidentally caused any trouble for this entity, he felt that Zygarde and the three sacred pillars would likely dismantle him. Moreover, he still could not fathom why the divine beasts would permit the so-called hero to enter. What if there were complications awaiting him inside? With this thought, Ji Yun became even less inclined to enter. At that moment, the old man continued, Thus, on behalf of the Trainer Association and relevant departments, I invite you to accompany us to the World Tree's secret realm. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun sighed softly. Such an official invitation left him hard-pressed to find a reasonable excuse to refuse. Furthermore, he was reluctant to disclose the situation inside, for that would provoke their curiosity about his source of information. He then raised his head, returned the phone, and said, Before that, I have a question. The old man, smiling, replied, All right, go ahead. Why are you so insistent on entering the World Tree's secret realm? Ji Yun directly inquired. If I were to enter, what would you have me do? Study that World Tree? The old man chuckled lightly and shook his head. We have indeed conducted some research on that World Tree. Through distant observation, we discovered that it is not a tree at all. It is composed of rock. It merely appears to resemble a tree. Based on the visible crystals on its surface, it seems to harbor a type of crystal vein. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun's heart raced, and he continued to ask, So, the goal is this vein? However, the old man shook his head again. The crystals that are exposed are also found near the surrounding castle's secret realm. Upon thorough examination, it becomes evident that the purpose of this crystal is merely to absorb and store the warmth of light. Its value is insignificant, even less convenient than our human solar heat-absorbing panels. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun felt an immediate sense of relief. Thankfully, the researchers had not uncovered the crystal's peculiarities. Could it be that the being deep within the World Tree had deliberately disguised itself as an ordinary crystal? If other humans were to discover that this crystal was, in fact, a living entity, Ji Yun was certain that humanity's inherent curiosity would be piqued. Should they further realize that this life form coexists with dreams, it would undoubtedly lead to grave consequences. It was imperative that this secret remained concealed from others. After all, where there is good in the world, there is also evil. Greed and malice abound. With this thought in mind, Ji Yun hastily shifted the topic. So, what is your objective? Upon hearing this, the elder smiled but remained silent, instead retrieving his phone to display several photographs, which he then handed to Ji Yun. As Ji Yun accepted the device and glanced down, he was taken aback. Oh, a fossil pterosaur? The images on the phone depicted several fossil pterosaurs soaring across the sky, their backdrop resembling immense trees formed by layers of aerial islands. Examining the photographs, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow and continued to flip through them. Ancient armor, cradle lily. These were all aerial shots showcasing various fossilized sprites. At this moment, the elder spoke. As you can see, the World Tree's secret realm is home to a multitude of fossil sprites. These sprites have largely turned to fossils elsewhere. Although we have discovered a few surviving specimens in other locations, such as the Great Fool Valley, their numbers are exceedingly scarce. Any captured specimens would merely remain in the research institute. Having perused the images, Ji Yun then lifted his gaze to inquire, "So, you wish for me to enter and capture these fossil sprites?" "Partly yes, and partly no," the elder replied with a smile, shaking his head. "If you can capture them, that would be splendid. If not, it is of no consequence." At this juncture, the elder suddenly regarded him with an air of mystery. "I might as well disclose that the nation has made new breakthroughs in the research of fossil revival technology. Experiments in reviving fossils have been successful, and several fossil sprites have already been successfully revived within the research institute." Ji Yun was taken aback by the elder's words. The topic of fossil revival technology had been a hot subject online for years, ever since the discovery of fragmented data regarding this technology in the secret realms. Nations have endeavored to conquer its complexities. The public has shown great interest, expressing their desire for the liberation of fossil sprites online. Ji Yun had even contemplated whether the system's support package might provide him with a fossil revival machine. To his surprise, the Dongwon Kingdom had already perfected this technology. With this realization, Ji Yun understood the elder's ulterior motives. After savoring Ji Yun's astonishment, the elder continued, "However, the complete DNA that can be extracted from fossils is exceedingly rare, and the number of fossils available for excavation is limited, making large-scale revival of fossil sprites unfeasible. To restore their populations would likely require many years for them to reproduce naturally." The elder gestured toward the photographs on his phone. Given that the World Tree's secret realm is inhabited by so many fossil sprites, it stands to reason that their remains or fossils are plentiful as well. Therefore, should you indeed manage to enter, we hope you can gather a substantial amount of those fossil sprites' remains. After all, extracting DNA from remains is far more straightforward than from fossils. Of course, fossils are also welcome. Indeed, upon hearing the elder's request, Ji Yun felt significantly relieved. Collecting some fossil sprites' remains and fossils was a manageable task. As long as he was not tasked with confronting divine beasts or causing destruction, he felt at ease. With the elder's objectives now clear, Ji Yun's worries began to dissipate. However, he was still left in the dark regarding the intentions of those divine beasts. A slight smile crept across Ji Yun's face. "In that case, let us discuss compensation." "Huh." The elder was momentarily taken aback by Ji Yun's words. They had just been discussing the secret realm, and now the topic had unexpectedly shifted to remuneration. Were the youth of today so whimsical in their thoughts? Noting the elder's expression, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow. "What? Even those who labor deserve wages. You wish for me to step forward without any form of compensation?" "Yes, of course there will be compensation." Realizing that Ji Yun had agreed to venture into the secret realm, the elder's heart leaped with joy, and he hurriedly inquired, "What kind of compensation do you seek?" "Sprites," Ji Yun replied resolutely. "I require sprites with high potential." High potential sprites would be exceedingly difficult for Ji Yun to procure on his own. Moreover, those with exceptional potential were often preemptively claimed by the individuals behind breeding houses. This information had come to him through Zhang Chuyu, whose family operated a breeding house. According to her, the sprites made available to the public were subject to a filtering process prior to being offered. Those deemed to possess superior qualities would be retained for personal use or sold at exorbitant prices to affluent individuals. Consequently, the sprites sold in breeding houses were essentially the leftovers. Thus, should Ji Yun attempt to find them on his own, he would be left to gamble on eggs, which were primarily uncertain wild sprite eggs with a slim chance of yielding anything worthwhile. Given this opportunity, he thought it prudent to allow the authorities to assist him. They had ample channels at their disposal, and it would be unwise to forego such assistance. High potential sprites? Upon hearing Ji Yun's request, the elder was not taken aback, but instead contemplated it carefully before responding. "If you can successfully complete the task, I can certainly secure you a chance to capture the revived fossil sprites. Furthermore, should you excel in this endeavor and make significant contributions, I could assist you in applying for entry into the Dragon's Nest secret realm." At this, Ji Yun felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. The elder was painting a rather grand picture. To be honest, he held little interest in fossil sprites. However, the Dragon's Nest secret realm was another matter entirely. Ji Yun's expression shifted to one of eager anticipation as he asked, "Is there a Drakazalt in the Dragon's Nest secret realm?" Upon hearing this question, the elder was momentarily speechless. This particular sprite had only emerged in recent decades, primarily appearing in Northern Europe. Its presence in the Dongwon Kingdom was scarce, and the process of introduction was fraught with difficulties. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun pursed his lips in disappointment. The implication was clear: there was none to be found. It seemed his aspiration to capture a Drakazalt would have to be shelved for the time being. Thus, in the afternoon, Ji Yun boarded a flight to the capital city alongside President Hua and his entourage. At the headquarters of the Trainer Association, President Hua introduced him to a young man named Yan He, who would serve as his guide. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun glanced at the youth named Yan He and then at the noisy bird perched on his shoulder. He could not shake the feeling that Yan He was regarding him with an unusual intensity. Subsequently, Ji Yun spent a night in the capital. The following morning, he and Pikachu were ushered onto an aircraft. Inside the cabin, Ji Yun occupied a seat, accompanied by Vice President Gu Kongyan and a group of remarkably capable-looking individuals. Ji Yun scrutinized his fellow travelers before turning to inquire, "Uncle Gu, who are they?" Seated beside Vice President Gu Kongyan, Ji Yun cast a glance at the group of individuals before him and then spoke up to elucidate. "They are field personnel from the relevant departments." Understanding dawned upon Ji Yun, and he nodded in acknowledgement. To put it plainly, they are agents, serving as their bodyguards. And what of President Hua? The president has already proceeded ahead with others. Very well. At that moment, Gu Kongyan produced a pokeball and handed it over, saying, "This is a gift from the president." "What is this?" Ji Yun inquired, a hint of confusion evident as he accepted the pokeball. "Inside this pokeball resides a Rotom," Gu Kongyan replied with a smile. "Noticing that you do not possess a Rotom phone, the president has gifted you one. Once we disembark, allow it to enter your phone." Surprised, Ji Yun gazed at the pokeball in his hand. A Rotom, a Pokémon comprised of plasma, is quite rare to find in the wild. He did not refuse and promptly stowed the pokeball away, deciding to express his gratitude to President Hua upon their next encounter. Leaning back, he embraced Pikachu and closed his eyes to rest. For the journey from the capital to the Kingdom of Hans had consumed a considerable amount of time. Thus, after 9 hours, the plane descended upon the northern border of the Kingdom of Hans. Upon disembarking, Ji Yun immediately retrieved the pokeball that Uncle Gu had given him and opened it. In an instant, an orange Rotom materialized before him. Rotom. Level, LV16. Type, Electric Ghost. Ability, Levitate. Gender, genderless. Potential, Elite. Glancing at Rotom's stats, Ji Yun remained unfazed. After all, this Rotom was not intended for battles. He then took out his phone and addressed the floating Rotom. "Please enter my phone, Rotom." With that, Rotom surveyed Ji Yun's phone and transformed into a bolt of electricity, zipping inside. In the next moment, Ji Yun noticed a lightning-shaped appendage sprouting from the top of his phone. Flipping it over, he saw Rotom's face emerge from the back. Releasing his grip, Ji Yun watched as his phone levitated before him. With a gentle smile, he introduced himself. "I am Ji Yun. I look forward to working together, Rotom." Ji Yun understood. Following a brief trial of the phone's new functionalities, Ji Yun was escorted by Gu Kongyan to a vehicle. Moments later, the convoy set off towards the secret realm at the border of Hans. During the ride, prompted by Gu Kongyan, Ji Yun donned a wireless headset and activated the real-time translation feature on his Rotom phone. In this world, mobile devices generally come equipped with simultaneous translation capabilities, enabling real-time communication. Additionally, they possess a Pokédex function. Before long, the convoy arrived at the border of the Kingdom of Hans and drove directly into the castle's secret realm. "Behold, that is the city of Aludalang," Gu Kongyan remarked, gesturing towards the window. Ji Yun turned to gaze outside, where he beheld a classical castle with white walls and a red roof perched atop a nearby hill, surrounded by numerous tourists snapping photographs. The city of Aludalang? His recollections of this castle were scant. He could not ascertain whether it resembled the one from the anime. After all, when watching the anime, viewers were primarily focused on the plot, the dreamlike elements, Lucario, and the protagonist's journey. Who would bother to memorize the castle's appearance? Subsequently, the convoy halted before a heavily guarded edifice. Upon disembarking, Ji Yun immediately spotted President Hua awaiting them at the entrance, accompanied by several foreign individuals with Western features. "Welcome. You've endured quite the journey," President Hua greeted as he approached Ji Yun and his companions. "Is this child the brave one you found?" An eager foreign elder inquired. "Enough. Oliver, no need to rush," President Hua replied before introducing Ji Yun. "This is Oliver, the representative from the Fairy Tale Kingdom." Ji Yun nodded and stepped forward to shake his hand. "Good day, Mr. Oliver." President Hua continued with the introductions. "This is Fu Liang, our representative from the Eastern Huang Kingdom." "Hello, Mr. Fu, Ji-yun responded. What a handsome young man. Heroes emerge in their youth. A middle-aged man beamed as he shook Ji-yun's hand. President Hua proceeded with further introductions. This is Fisher from the Kingdom of Hans. This is James from the Beautiful Country, and representatives from the Bear Country, Galia, and John Country. After the introductions, Ji-yun found it difficult to remember all their names. He was then ushered upstairs, with the group of representatives trailing behind. Ji-yun was led into a room where he immediately noticed a staff standing prominently in the center. Turning to Ji-yun, President Hua smiled and said, "Go ahead." Ji-yun nodded and approached the staff, while the onlookers held their breath, silently observing him. Upon reaching the staff, Ji-yun took a deep breath and, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, grasped the staff, channeling his aura. In an instant, the decorations on the staff began to quiver before it levitated swiftly into the air. The entire staff shook violently in Ji-yun's grip. Witnessing this, Ji-yun tightened his hold with both hands. It responded. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Simultaneously, the previously dim crystal atop the staff erupted with a blinding radiance. Why? A voice suddenly echoed in Ji-yun's mind. Unfazed, Ji-yun maintained his grip on the staff, aware that it was the telepathic connection from the Lucario within the crystal. Moments later, the dazzling light surged forth from the crystal, landing on the ground before Ji-yun. As the light rapidly dissipated, a Lucario, eyes closed and kneeling on one knee, materialized before the audience. The seal has been broken. This child is indeed the Aura's champion. The partner of the Aura messenger is undoubtedly Lucario. The gathered representatives marveled in astonishment. Just as they prepared to approach, Lucario suddenly stood, eyes still shut, and dashed towards Ji-yun. Seeing this, the representatives halted in their tracks, observing intently. Lord Euron. Lucario's voice resonated once more in Ji-yun's mind. Lucario. Level. LV91. Type. Fighting Steel. Gender. Male. Ability. Telepathy. Potential. Champion. Gazing at the Lucario before him, Ji-yun couldn't help but marvel. Typically, Lucarios possess one of three abilities: Justified, Inner Focus, or Steadfast. Yet, this particular Lucario boasted the ability of telepathy, a testament to its extraordinary nature as a film's protagonist. Coupled with its champion-level prowess, Ji-yun found himself utterly astounded. Open your eyes, Lucario, Ji-yun spoke. Take a closer look. I am not your own. Hearing Ji-yun's words, Lucario paused for a moment before slowly opening its eyes. When those crimson orbs fell upon Ji-yun's visage, Lucario was taken aback once more. Who are you? Why does your aura resemble that of Lord Arlong? Just as Ji-yun was about to respond, Lucario's expression suddenly changed, and it swiftly scanned its surroundings. Where was this place? Then, it seemed to detect something with its aura, quickly turning and dashing out the door. That was Aura City, standing by the corridor window. Upon seeing the castle atop the distant hill, Lucario shattered the window and leaped down from the upper floor. In the corridor, the onlookers who had rushed out from their rooms were momentarily stunned. It seemed Lucario was headed to Aura City. At that moment, Ji-yun emerged from the room, speaking up. Indeed, since that Lucario is the spirit of the Aura hero, it must be familiar with Aura City. Let's go to Aura City. After a moment of dazed silence, everyone turned and prepared to head downstairs. Wait. At that moment, President Hua suddenly shouted. Hearing this, the group halted in their tracks, turning to look at President Hua. With so many of us approaching all at once, we might inadvertently startle that Lucario, President Hua calmly stated. Since it was awakened by Ji-yun, why not let Ji-yun negotiate with it? Upon hearing President Hua's suggestion, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. After a brief discussion, they agreed to the proposal. Subsequently, President Hua turned to Ji-yun, saying, "It's in your hands." Ji-yun shrugged slightly, but ultimately acquiesced. Descending to the first floor and stepping outside, Ji-yun retrieved a pokeball. Come forth, Desert Dragonfly. After releasing the Desert Dragonfly, Ji-yun mounted it, cradling Pikachu, and commanded the Desert Dragonfly to fly towards Aura City. Moments later, the Desert Dragonfly landed within the castle. Were the visitors asked to leave? Observing the vacant castle, Ji-yun recalled the Desert Dragonfly and, after sensing with his aura, proceeded towards a room within the castle. Inside the castle, Lucario stood in a dimly lit chamber, gazing at the familiar yet strange surroundings, confusion evident in its eyes. Lucario. At that moment, a voice echoed. Lucario snapped back to reality, turning to see Ji-yun's figure at the doorway. Lucario, you have been in slumber for quite some time. Ji-yun spoke as he approached. This is no longer your era, and the world you knew has transformed. Slumber. At this, Lucario appeared momentarily taken aback. How can this be? It exclaimed, visibly agitated. Until yesterday, this was still our room. Perhaps for you, this seems like a matter of mere days. Yet the truth is, centuries have passed. Upon hearing Ji-yoon's words, Lucario's eyes widened as it stood frozen in disbelief. Noticing this, Ji-yoon sighed softly, then continued, Lucario, could you share with me what transpired between you and Arlong? Chapter 76, A Different Narrative. In the room, upon hearing Ji-yoon's inquiry, Lucario regained its composure. Its crimson eyes fixated intently on Ji-yoon. Instead of answering, it countered, who are you? Why does your aura resemble that of Lord Arlong? Ji-yoon raised an eyebrow at Lucario's question. This Lucario had not fallen out with Arlong. Indeed, things had changed. During his flight to Europa, Ji-yoon had taken the opportunity to peruse the literature on Oralidran City. The accounts therein differed significantly from what he had known. Arlong had become a hero not by preventing war, but by sacrificing himself to save the world tree. Thus, Ji-yoon found himself unable to predict the events of yesteryear. Consequently, he became increasingly intrigued by this upcoming adventure. With a subtle smile, Ji-yoon introduced himself. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Ji-yoon, and this is my partner, Pikachu. As for why my aura mirrors that of Arlong, I too am at a loss. Ji-yoon shared a brief introduction of himself and Pikachu, offering an explanation. He was not being deceitful. He genuinely did not understand why Ash's aura resembled that of Arlong. Pikachu, perched on Ji-yoon's shoulder, waved and flashed a friendly smile. Is that your partner, its master? Lucario inquired, glancing at the Pikachu on Ji-yoon's shoulder. Master? At this, Ji-yoon was momentarily taken aback, chuckling as he shook his head. He then raised his hand, gently stroking Pikachu's head while smiling. No, our relationship is not one of master and servant. If anything, we are friends, companions, akin to family. Pikachu responded with a delighted nuzzle against Ji-yoon's palm, fully endorsing his words. Friends, companions, family. Lucario, upon hearing Ji-yoon's sentiments, was momentarily surprised, observing the scene before it with a sense of intrigue. Noticing this, Ji-yoon smiled gently. Indeed, you are unaware of the world as it stands today. It seems I must enlighten you about the current state of affairs, as well as the relationship between trainers and Pokémon. With that, Ji-yoon summoned his Rotom phone. To Lucario's astonishment, the Rotom phone floated to its side, elongating and transforming into a tablet. Subsequently, a video illustrating the world was projected from the device. Thus, Lucario watched the video in awe and curiosity, while Ji-yoon stood by, patiently awaiting its conclusion. After a considerable time, Lucario finally finished the brief educational segment, gaining a rudimentary understanding of this new world. So, I am no longer in my original world? Lucario pondered, still bewildered by the revelations from the video. How could this be? Observing Lucario's dismay, Ji-yoon sighed softly, feeling a pang of empathy. Once Lucario's emotions had settled a bit, Ji-yoon inquired, according to the records, Arlong and his Pokémon journeyed to the World Tree and never returned. The last entry states that Arlong saved the World Tree, yet there were no further updates about you. Could you share what transpired back then? Having established a budding trust during their brief interaction, Lucario felt more inclined to respond. Years ago, the World Tree faced a grave crisis, on the brink of collapse. Should the World Tree fall, Oralidran City and the entire continent would suffer the consequences. Thus, Lord Arlong and I resolved to investigate the World Tree. As Lucario recounted the events, the tale unfolded. We ventured deep into the World Tree's heart, where we encountered the afflicted crystal life forms and Mew. From Mew, we learned that the Earth was in turmoil, impacting the World Tree's life forms. If left unchecked, it would spell doom for the entire continent of Oralidran. Upon discovering that the aura could amplify Mew's powers, Arlong and I unanimously decided to offer all our auras to aid Mew in stabilizing the World Tree. After all, Mew and the World Tree share a symbiotic bond. Strengthening Mew equates to fortifying the World Tree. However, offering all our auras meant sacrificing our lives. It is essential to understand that while the aura possesses psychic qualities, its essence is biological energy. The notion that aura resides in my heart is merely a form of belief language, devoid of any deeper significance. Therefore, to relinquish all aura is tantamount to forfeiting one's entire biological energy. Devoid of biological energy, one is inevitably destined for demise. In the end, just as Lucario was prepared to sacrifice all its might alongside Alan, the latter unexpectedly sealed it away. Thus, Lucario fell into a deep slumber, unaware of the events that unfolded thereafter. The subsequent occurrences have indeed been chronicled in the annals of history. Ji-yoon took up the narrative relayed by Lucario. Alan saved the World Tree, as well as the city of Oralidran and the continent. However, upon absorbing Lucario's tale, Ji Yun was left with a lingering query. What calamity had befallen the earth of that world? Why? Hearing Ji Yun's words, Lucario was filled with sorrow. We had clearly vowed to stand together. He did not wish for your demise. Ji Yun interjected gently, a faint smile gracing his lips. I believe he understands well that should it come to sacrificing your life alongside his, you would never refuse. Yet, despite the title of master and servant that binds you, he has likely regarded you as a friend and family member for some time. Thus, he must not desire for you to share in his fate. Enlightened by Ji Yun's insights into the events of yore, Lucario fell into contemplative silence. Observing this, Ji Yun couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, he is a hero worthy of admiration, truly embodying the title of a brave one. At these words, Lucario's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Lord Alan. Witnessing Lucario's sorrow, Ji Yun sighed, uncertain of how to console it. After a brief moment, he placed a reassuring hand on Lucario's shoulder and smiled. After your sealing, we are unaware of the specifics of Alan's actions. However, there is good news. The World Tree has also traversed into this realm. Perhaps there, we might uncover traces left by Alan. Chapter 77, The Elder and the Younger Lucario. Yes, to the World Tree. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Lucario's eyes brightened, and it immediately dashed towards the door, eager to embark on the journey to the World Tree. Wait, Ji Yun called after it. He then informed Lucario of his own intention to travel to the World Tree, detailing its current condition and the matters concerning Zygarde. Particularly, when Lucario learned that Ji Yun had been acknowledged as the chosen one of the aura, its gaze fixed intently upon him. So, let us tarry a while longer, and we shall set forth together, Ji Yun proposed. Upon hearing this, Lucario gradually regained its composure. It regarded Ji Yun with earnest eyes, and after a moment of silence, nodded in agreement. Relieved by Lucario's consent, Ji Yun felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The prospect of traversing to the World Tree alone, without such a formidable protector, still filled him with trepidation. How about we rest here for the night? Ji Yun suggested, glancing at the dimming sky, which indicated the approach of dusk. I can notify them to arrange accommodations for us tonight. Very well, Lucario replied. Immediately, Ji Yun instructed Rotom Phone to place a call to President Ho. Following a brief discussion about the circumstances at hand, Ji Yun exclaimed, by the way. After hanging up, he produced a Pokeball. Smiling as he said, I've long wished for it to meet you. With that, he released the Pokeball, and another Lucario appeared within the room. Lucario. Upon emerging from the Pokeball, Ji Yun's Lucario appeared astonished at the sight of its kin, while the brave Lucario regarded it with equal surprise. The two were nearly identical in appearance, yet the differences were pronounced enough to be immediately discerned. This disparity lay in their aura. The brave Lucario exuded an air of competence and strength, while Ji Yun's Lucario seemed to embody a youthful naivety. The brave Lucario then unleashed its aura, sensing the other before looking at Ji Yun. Its training is insufficient. I am aware, Ji Yun chuckled softly. It is not yet a year old and is still quite young. Therefore, I wish to ask if you could impart some knowledge of aura manipulation to it. The brave Lucario, taken aback by the revelation of its junior's age, nodded in agreement. Very well. Thank you, Ji Yun expressed with a beaming smile. Follow me. The brave Lucario led the way out of the door. Watching its retreating figure, Ji Yun patted his Lucario's shoulder. Go on, learn well from your senior. Lucario. With a determined nod, Lucario followed closely behind. Subsequently, Ji Yun exited the room and arrived at the castle's entrance, patiently awaiting their return. Moments later, a convoy appeared on the horizon and halted before the castle, with representatives from various nations disembarking to approach Ji Yun. Where is Lucario? President Ho inquired. Ji Yun gestured towards the castle. It is in the plaza, currently instructing my Lucario in its training. I see, President Ho nodded. It makes sense. You possess a Lucario and should be able to relate well. Are we set to depart tomorrow morning? Ji Yun asked. No problem. We have been prepared for quite some time, came the response. That is good to hear, Ji Yun affirmed. We shall set off tomorrow morning. The other representatives nodded in agreement upon hearing this decision. Moments later, they began to disperse. Before departing, they arranged for provisions to be sent and ordered the closure of the scenic area, temporarily ceasing to accept visitors. As time passed, night fell. Ji Yun made his way to the castle's plaza, where he beheld two Lucarios standing under the moonlight. One appeared calm as it guided the other, who was visibly fatigued. Lucario. At Ji Yun's call, both Lucarios turned their gazes towards him. Ji Yun momentarily paused, feeling somewhat exasperated. It is rather difficult to distinguish between you two when you are both named Lucario. With a thoughtful smile, he continued. How about this? I shall refer to you as Elder Lucario and you as Young Lucario for the time being. He pointed towards each Lucario as he spoke. Elder Lucario naturally referred to the brave one, while Young Lucario denoted Ji Yun's companion. Upon hearing Ji Yun's suggestion, both Lucarios were rendered speechless. The designation was less than ideal. Lucario, Young Lucario protested. The protest, however, bore no fruit. Ji Yun shrugged and replied, to differentiate you, this is the best I can do for now. Well then, I am here to ask you both to rest. It is dark, and dinner is ready. As he spoke, Ji Yun retrieved a storage box containing energy cubes. Here, give this a try. I am certain you will enjoy it. He offered a rainbow-hued energy cube to Elder Lucario. Observing the cube with curiosity, Elder Lucario sniffed it before popping it into its mouth. In an instant, a look of astonishment washed over its face. How does modern industrially produced Pokémon food taste? Delicious, Elder Lucario exclaimed. I am glad you enjoy it, Ji Yun replied with a smile. Is one cube sufficient? If not, I have more. Then I shall have another. What a hearty appetite. After dinner, Ji Yun bid farewell to Elder Lucario, returning to his own quarters to rest. As they were to set off for the World Tree at dawn, Elder Lucario returned to its previous room, while Ji Yun settled into another. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Kingdom, a middle-aged man answered a phone call in a spacious room. Minister, there appears to be activity surrounding the World Tree. What sort of activity? Speak. According to intelligence relayed by our spies, it seems the Alliance has located the hero of the aura. What? Upon hearing this news, the middle-aged man was taken aback and quickly inquired, what do we know about the identity of this hero? Currently, it remains unclear. All we know is that the individual hails from the East Huang region. East Huang. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then promptly commanded, investigate. We must ascertain the identity of this hero. If we can control this hero, we need not endure the long wait for Dream to emerge from the World Tree, nor hide from the Alliance's guards tracking Dream. With the hero in our grasp, we can compel them to retrieve Dream's corporeal form for us. Excellent work, Gangban-kun. Should you succeed, you, Gangban Nichikawa, shall be hailed as a great benefactor of our Sakura nation. Chapter 78, Journey to the World Tree. The following day, at dawn, after loading the supplies provided by the authorities into their backpacks, Ji Yun and Lucario boarded a large transport helicopter. This time, the representatives did not accompany them. Only President Hua and several individuals from East Huang, along with some guards from the Alliance, were present. After all, their presence served little purpose. On board, President Hua began to explain. It must be said, Zygarde possesses an astute understanding of humanity and is quite knowledgeable about our technological capabilities. It does not permit humans to take photographs within the World Tree. Should any surreptitious capturing be detected, the consequences would be dire. Naturally, with its cells dispersed globally, it is well equipped for surveillance. Ji Yun silently scoffed at President Hua's words. Then, President Hua handed Ji Yun a backpack. This spatial backpack was specially designed, with dimensions totaling 50 meters in length, width, and height, significantly larger than a typical backpack. This is for storing the fossils and remains, he explained. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun accepted the backpack with surprise. Its capacity was nearly half that of the one provided by the system. Ji Yun understood the East Huang government's aspiration to restore the fossil Pokémon population. In this realm, Pokémon represent the primary combat force. A nation's military prowess is closely linked to the quantity of Pokémon within its borders. Fortunately, East Huang is vast and rich in resources, boasting a diverse array of Pokémon species and numbers, ranking among the best in the world. Coupled with its large population and abundant talent pool, its international standing remains robust. However, other nations are also advancing. To maintain its global status, continuous progress is essential. Thus, restoring the fossil Pokémon population holds immense significance and numerous benefits for East Huang. Subsequently, Ji Yun noticed old Lu gazing curiously out the window at the scenery and asked, "Is this the advancement of human technology? Are you surprised?" "A bit." Old Lu nodded slightly. In its era, one could only take to the skies by riding flying-type Pokémon unless one possessed the ability to fly. Ji Yun also observed the view outside with curiosity. Along the journey, he noticed that the Alliance had established numerous outposts and guards on the ground, indicating a tight security presence. Before long, the helicopter arrived near the World Tree. Through the window, the enormous figure of the World Tree came into view. From a distance, it appeared as if layers of aerial islands were stacked upon one another, surrounded by swirling clouds, suggesting an impressive height. However, this shape bears a striking resemblance to the Creation Mountains, Ji Yun mused inwardly. Moments later, the helicopter descended in front of a canyon, landing on the ground. Upon disembarking, Ji Yun beheld a narrow canyon before him, flanked by towering cliffs that seemed to pierce the heavens. Just then, a cracking sound echoed as the ground in front of the canyon suddenly ruptured, and a colossal figure surged forth from the depths, blocking the path of the group. The figure resembled a gigantic rock golem, its face adorned with an H-shaped pattern formed by 7 circular dots. Regi Rock. Level, LV 100. Type, Rock. Ability, Clear Body. Gender, Genderless. Potential, Godly. Regi Rock. Upon seeing the imposing rock guardian, Ji Yun felt a tightening in his chest, his heartbeat quickening as he involuntarily took a deep breath. At that moment, the representative from East Huang stepped forward to negotiate. Regi Rock, we have located the hero of the aura. He gestured for Ji Yun to come forward. Taking a deep breath once more, Ji Yun approached with Pikachu by his side, followed closely by old Lu. However, Ji Yun inwardly lamented, the hero of the aura. How cliché. That title is utterly embarrassing. His toes nearly dug into the ground in his discomfort. Upon hearing the representative's words, Regi Rock turned its gaze towards Ji Yun. Reggie. Regi Rock suddenly paused, and the dots on its face began to flicker. Then, a small green figure materialized on Regi Rock, resembling a whirlpool. Zygarde Core. Level, NA. Type, NA. Ability, NA. Gender, Genderless. Potential, NA. Staring at the empty panel before him, Ji Yun felt a twinge of confusion. What does this mean? If the core state of Zygarde reveals nothing, what level would a 10 Zygarde be? What power would 50 and 100 possess? Curiosity began to stir within him. Afterward, Zygarde scrutinized Ji Yun before pausing momentarily. From its gaze, Ji Yun could distinctly sense surprise and astonishment. He even felt as though Zygarde's attention lingered on his forehead, leaving him puzzled. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. He recalled what Darkrai had mentioned that night. Could it be the mark he spoke of? Ji Yun instinctively raised his hand to touch his forehead. Yet, aside from his own skin, he felt nothing unusual. He had not noticed anything amiss when looking in the mirror. Feeling somewhat helpless, Ji Yun pondered that Zygarde's surprise likely did not stem from any action of its own. Nevertheless, he noted that it was a matter worth inquiring about later. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. Zygarde addressed Ji Yun, stating, "You may enter. Others are not permitted." Upon hearing this, Ji Yun turned to President Hua. "Go ahead. Contact me once you emerge," President Hua instructed Ji Yun. "Understood." Ji Yun nodded, then turned to Lucario and said, "Old Lu, let us proceed." With that, Ji Yun, carrying 2 backpacks and accompanied by Pikachu, advanced ahead alongside old Lu. Simultaneously, Regi Rock turned and walked into the canyon. Witnessing Ji Yun and Lucario disappear into the depths of the canyon, President Hua finally turned to Gu Kongyan. "Before we boarded the helicopter, you mentioned someone was investigating Ji Yun?" "Indeed. This morning, the Domestic Security Bureau apprehended a spy, and after interrogation by psychic Pokémon, it was revealed they were affiliated with UGA from the Sakura Nation. This group of underground rats seems to have set their sights on Ji Yun." Upon hearing this, President Hua furrowed his brow and inquired, "Has the spy failed to uncover anything?" In response, Gu Kongyan hurriedly reassured him, "Rest assured, President, following your orders. Since the day Ji Yun accepted the invitation, his files have been classified at the highest level of secrecy. All records due for deletion have been erased, and Director Chu from the Security Bureau has arranged for covert protection of his family." "That's good to hear." President Hua nodded, his gaze growing sharp. "As for those rats, keep a close watch on them. Should they dare to extend their hands, we shall sever them." "Understood." Chapter 79, The Dreamscape. Meanwhile, Ji Yun and Lucario followed Regi Rock into the canyon. After traversing a distance, Regi Rock guided them into a cave. Inside the cavern, a dimly lit tunnel awaited, adorned with crystals radiating a soft blue luminescence. As they entered, Regi Rock continued onward, with Ji Yun and Lucario silently trailing behind. Shortly thereafter, a dazzling light beckoned from the tunnel's exit, where the bright illumination outside starkly contrasted with the cave's gloom, proving somewhat blinding. Ji Yun squinted as he stepped out. The moment he emerged from the cave, the harsh light faded, revealing a vast underground expanse before him. Above, a colossal crystal was embedded in the ceiling, casting a glow that made the entire subterranean space resemble daylight. Below, waterfalls, streams, lakes, meadows, and woodlands created a picturesque tableau of nature. In the streams, Ammonite Pokémon and spiky Ammonite Pokémon were resting. On the grassy banks, Tentacle and Cradily swayed gently. The forest teemed with the presence of ancient bug Pokémon and ancient armored Pokémon. Above in the sky, several fossil pterosaurs soared gracefully. In the distance, A flock of Swablu and Altaria danced through the air. This is directly beneath the world tree, the voice of old Lu echoed in Ji Yun's mind. At that moment, Regirock's round markings flashed briefly before he turned and ambled toward a winding path. Ji Yun quickly followed suit. After a brief while, they traversed another tunnel. Thus, Ji Yun and his companions followed Regirock through the tunnels, their ascent continuing. Before long, they emerged from another cave, unveiling the main body of the world tree before Ji Yun's eyes. Looking up, the world tree appeared as a staircase enveloped in layers of white clouds. "Follow me." A voice resonated, belonging to Zygarde. It leaped from Regirock and began bounding up the path. Observing this, Ji Yun promptly pursued. Along the way, he gazed at the bouncing Zygarde ahead and could no longer contain his curiosity. "Excuse me, what is it that you seek from the brave ones who wield the aura?" "Upon reaching their destination, you shall understand," Zygarde replied nonchalantly while continuing to bounce. Ji Yun felt speechless and asked again, "Do you know anything about the mark on me? I once encountered Darkrai, who mentioned that I bore a mark from some entity." At this, Zygarde abruptly halted, turning to face him. After a brief pause, Zygarde spoke again. "I indeed know of that mark, but I cannot divulge its nature. When the time is right, you shall naturally comprehend." With that, Zygarde turned back and resumed his ascent. Ji Yun, hearing Zygarde's words, raised an eyebrow. Although he had not received a direct answer, he had discerned a crucial detail. The existence that Zygarde could not freely disclose must belong to a Pokémon of greater stature than itself. Reflecting on this, Ji Yun's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Could it possibly be that alpaca? He mused quietly as he followed Zygarde. After a considerable while, under Zygarde's guidance, Ji Yun and old Lu finally arrived within the world tree. "Mew," a melodious voice suddenly echoed within the tunnel. At that moment, a Pokémon resembling a small pink cat flitted around the corner, soaring toward Ji Yun and old Lu. It circled them a few times, seemingly assessing Ji Yun. Mew. Level, LV 100. Type, Psychic. Ability, Synchronize. Gender, genderless. Potential, God. Gazing at the adorable creature before him, Ji Yun's eyes lit up, and a faint smile graced his lips. He had finally encountered this mythical beast, whose genes contained the information of all Pokémon. Suddenly, Mew darted toward Ji Yun, curiously examining Pikachu's face. "Pika?" Pikachu looked quizzically at the inquisitive Mew now in close proximity. Mew then broke into a charming smile and grabbed Pikachu's hand, whisking it away from Ji Yun's shoulder. "Pika?" Pikachu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden flight. Mew landed with Pikachu on the ground, and in an instant, a radiant light enveloped Mew. The next moment, when the light dissipated, a perfect replica of Pikachu appeared on the ground. "Pika?" Ji Yun's Pikachu tilted its head in confusion. "Pika?" Mew mimicked the head tilt. "Pika, Pika, Pika Pika." Laughter, astonishment, and a myriad of expressions. Whatever reaction Pikachu exhibited, Mew flawlessly mirrored it. "Pika." Soon, both Pikachus beamed sweet smiles and began frolicking together. Witnessing this, Ji Yun felt a sense of realization. He recalled that Mew was known to favor pure-hearted souls. Among them, Ji Yun certainly did not consider his heart to be pure. Likewise, Lucario and Zygarde had weathered many storms, which hardly aligned with the notion of purity. Thus, the only one present who fit this criterion was Pikachu. At that moment, Zygarde's voice interrupted. "All right, enough of the games. Let us attend to our matters first." Mew. Hearing this, one of the frolicking Pikachus paused, tilted its head, and then, glowing once more, transformed back into Mew. Mew. With that, Mew, along with Zygarde, led Ji Yun and the others onward. Before long, they reached the depths of the world tree, arriving at a spacious area. In an instant, a colossal crystal resembling a tree captured Ji Yun's attention. Above the crystal, a green beam of light pulsated, continuously transmitting energy. Comparing it to his memories from the anime, Ji Yun immediately recognized this as the heart of the world tree. However, it appeared that there was an issue with the energy transmission. Observing the intermittent flow of energy, Ji Yun felt puzzled. "What is that?" At this moment, Lucario noticed something. Ji Yun turned to see a pair of gloves hanging quietly in front of a crystal, standing as tall as a person. Chapter 80. The Heart of the World Tree. Are those Aelin's gloves? Ji Yun raised an eyebrow at the sight of the gloves. Remarkable, several hundred years had passed, yet these gloves remained perfectly intact. Upon seeing the gloves, Lucario rushed forward. Kneeling before the crystal, Lucario studied the gloves with a sorrowful gaze. "Lord Aelin." Ji Yun approached as well, and soon sensed the anomaly with the crystal. Upon witnessing the scene, Lucario turned his head to scrutinize the crystal intently. Soon, his eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? Without delay, He pressed a hand against the crystal and began to channel his aura. Suddenly, the crystal illuminated with a cerulean glow, and a humanoid silhouette emerged within its depths. Lord Aaron. Meanwhile, Ji Yun gazed curiously at the outline within the crystal. Could this sensation be the remnants of aura? These lingering auras were astonishingly encapsulated within the crystal, refusing to dissipate. However, the unfolding spectacle felt eerily familiar, as if it aligned with the narrative of an anime. With this thought, Ji Yun glanced sideways. Indeed, there stood a flower of time beside the crystal. Seizing the moment, Ji Yun crouched down, gently touched the flower, and infused it with a surge of aura. In the next instant, the flower radiated a soft blue light, and the encased bud began to unfurl. Subsequently, a sphere of azure light floated forth from the blossom. This mesmerizing sight instantly captivated the attention of all present Pokémon. As the sphere expanded, a vivid apparition materialized before Ji Yun's eyes. Lord Aaron! Lucario exclaimed in shock, beholding the apparition. So this was Aaron. Observing the dashing figure within the illusion, Ji Yun felt a sense of nostalgia. After all, the anime existed in the realm of the two-dimensional, while the scene before him was three-dimensional, evoking a distinct sensory experience. Within the vision, Aaron had accomplished his mission of salvation, his aura dissipating continuously as his form became increasingly translucent. Leaning against the towering crystal, he bore a pained expression. Lucario, I am sorry. It was my selfish decision to seal you away. Otherwise, you would surely have faced death alongside me. The human lifespan is fleeting, while you have much time ahead. Thus, I alone shall shoulder this burden. To save the continent, my life spent on such matters is worthwhile. As he spoke, a faint smile graced Aaron's visage. Now, I harbor no regrets. I shared beautiful moments in that castle with you and Lady Len. That is my testament of existence. At this juncture, his form began to blur further. Then, Aaron lifted his head, resting against the crystal, revealing a serene smile as he embraced his final moments. Lucario, thank you. Each day spent with you has been a source of immense joy. Lucario, if fate allows, I sincerely wish to see you once more. My dear friend. With that, Aaron's form transformed into specks of blue light, vanishing entirely. Simultaneously, the apparition dissipated into the air. Lord Aaron. Lucario knelt on the ground, grief-stricken, tears streaming down his face as he mourned beside the crystal. After witnessing this vision, Ji Yun couldn't help but reflect. This was a human whose aura abilities surpassed even that of the ancient Lucario. He was akin to a humanoid Pokémon. Moreover, Aaron truly deserved the title of hero. If he were in Aaron's position, he could not have acted with such selflessness. After all, Ji Yun had faced death once, and he was acutely aware of the emotions that accompany it. Such sorrow, such regret. Fortunately, he had struck a stroke of luck, being granted a second chance at life in a world he cherished deeply. Thus, he held this life in high regard. Here, surrounded by Pokémon he adored, was the world he had longed for in his previous existence. Therefore, he would treasure this life dearly, aspiring to walk alongside his Pokémon until the very end. In light of this, he admired Aaron's actions, yet he knew he could not emulate such selflessness. As the vision concluded, witnessing Lucario enveloped in sorrow, Ji Yun felt a pang of helplessness. He was not skilled in offering comfort. With a soft sigh, Ji Yun turned to look at Zygarde and Mew. Could you enlighten me on what transpired back then? Mew. Upon hearing Ji Yun's inquiry, Mew pondered momentarily before beginning to recount the tale. The details were sparse, but soon Mew had narrated the events of that fateful time. It turned out that a disturbance in the fabric of time and space had afflicted their world. Intense temporal fluctuations impacted the land, causing disruptions in the energy transfer of the world tree. The subsequent events aligned with Ji Yun's knowledge of Aaron's heroism. After absorbing Mew's account, Ji Yun fell into contemplation. Intense temporal fluctuations? Could it be the fault of Dialga and Palkia? Had these unfortunate beings clashed once again? Moreover, why was the world tree so fragile, constantly facing dilemmas? Wait. As this thought crossed his mind, Ji Yun abruptly turned to gaze at the heart of the world tree. He felt a twitch in his eye and posed the question, you are seeking a new aura bearer through human hands. It cannot be. Has it encountered another problem? Ji Yun fervently wished his suspicions were unfounded. However, Zygarde's response brutally shattered his hopes. Indeed, Zygarde nodded solemnly. At this revelation, Ji Yun was rendered speechless, finally voicing a complaint he had muttered multiple times. Why is it always so prone to issues? In response, Zygarde glanced at Mew, who tilted her head adorably in reply. Ji Yun could distinctly sense Zygarde's exasperation. Then, Zygarde elaborated, upon arriving in this world, I learned from Mew that shortly after Aaron rescued the world tree, it descended into this realm. However, during its descent, The world tree sustained injuries that have yet to heal. Zygarde continued. For many years, it has barely sustained itself, relying on accumulated energy. But it cannot hold out much longer. At this juncture, Zygarde's gaze fixed upon Ji Yun. Thus, the world tree requires the assistance of a new aura bearer for its restoration. After absorbing the explanation, Ji Yun found himself at a loss for words. Fate had thrust him into this predicament. Subsequently, Zygarde elucidated the significance of the world tree. The world tree has the ability to absorb energy from light and transmit it through the earth. During this transfer, it nourishes the surrounding land. Therefore, if the world tree were to collapse, the nearby territories would also suffer the consequences. Hence, the world tree must be restored. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback. The world tree possessed such a function? Chapter 81. On the night of the world tree. I shall. At that moment, a voice resonated unexpectedly. Lucario, having dried his tears unbeknownst to the others, stood tall, his gaze fixed upon Zygarde, determination radiating from his eyes. The world tree was saved by Lord Aaron's sacrifice. I cannot allow his sacrifice to be in vain. Lucario. Witnessing Lucario's resolute demeanor, Ji Yun opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words to offer solace. Ji Yun, though our acquaintance has been brief, I am grateful to have met you. Lucario turned to Ji Yun, a rare smile breaking through his usually stoic demeanor. And I am not seeking death. I am simply returning to Lord Aaron's side. Observing Lucario's demeanor, as if bidding a final farewell, Ji Yun felt a pang of sorrow. Who said he would die? At that moment, Zygarde's voice broke through. And upon turning, Ji Yun noticed Zygarde regarding him and Lucario with a peculiar expression. Ji Yun was momentarily flummoxed. Previously, a human's demise would have been inevitable due to my absence. Zygarde glanced at them, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "This time, I have brought assistance. Neither of you shall come to harm." This just became awkward. Upon hearing Zygarde's words, Ji Yun's expression stiffened, and the sorrow that had graced his visage evaporated in an instant. He exchanged a glance with Lucario, and an awkward silence ensued. It seemed that their earlier display of tragic separation had been entirely superfluous. Suddenly, a thought struck Ji Yun, prompting him to inquire, if that is the case, why can't you repair it yourselves? Zygarde shook his head, responding, alas, only Mew possesses the capability to mend the world tree. However, Mew's current power is insufficient. Moreover, my strength is of no assistance to Mew. Only the power of aura can enhance Mew's abilities. Does Mew still hold such a role? Ji Yun pondered aloud, growing somewhat perplexed. If so, why not seek out other Pokémon? For instance, Dialga, Palkia, or, if necessary, other Lucario, or even Master Weevil could suffice. We are not the only ones capable of wielding aura. Once again, Zygarde shook his head. That is not feasible. Currently, I am unable to locate Dialga and the others. They seem to have vanished upon arriving in this world. As for other Pokémon, their control over aura is inadequate. Zygarde continued, directing his gaze toward Ji Yun and old Lucario. The world tree and Mew require a new aura guardian. However, the seal established by Yveltal can only be broken by someone with a similar or identical aura power. This is the reason we sent out the sealing staff. Fortunately, our waiting has not been in vain. The two of you, when united, can barely reach Yveltal's level. What could Ji Yun possibly say to that? Yveltal is impressive. He was utterly baffled as to how this entity had honed such formidable aura power. Yet, Zygarde mentioned that the time-space dragons had disappeared. What could that possibly mean? Ji Yun's curiosity deepened. Moreover, he had another question. What if we cannot find them? We can only strive to protect Mew and endeavor to minimize the impending disaster. Zygarde replied. When do we commence? Lucario inquired impatiently. In a couple of days, Zygarde responded, observing them. For now, rest here. My assistant will arrive shortly. Very well. Ji Yun nodded in agreement. As their conversation concluded, Mew fluttered over, circling around Ji Yun and the others before playfully whisking Pikachu away into the air. Pikachu. Seeing this, Ji Yun hurriedly followed suit. Under Mew's guidance, Ji Yun and his companions ascended to the pinnacle of the world tree. Here lay Mew's little nest. Upon arrival, Ji Yun immediately noticed a spacious tree hollow overflowing with an array of toys and trinkets from the human world. Ji Yun's eye twitched at the sight of the toys spilling out of the hollow. How many had Mew pilfered? Mew eagerly led Pikachu to the collection, enthusiastically showcasing its treasures. Ji Yun chose not to disturb the two little ones at play, and instead strolled to the edge of a nearby cliff. From this vantage point, the expansive landscape unfolded before him, a sea of clouds churning beneath a horizon dotted with majestic mountains, forests, meadows, and rivers. as if he were enveloped by the grandeur of nature itself. He then retrieved his Pokeballs, releasing his Pokémon. Come forth. The desert Flygon, Lucario, and Mr. Mime soon appeared at Ji Yun's side. With the arrival of new companions, Mew promptly approached. Meow meow. Seeing this, Ji Yun smiled gently and encouraged his Pokémon. Go play. Ugh, fly. Immediately, the desert Flygon took flight, its curiosity piqued by the new surroundings, spotting others of its kind. Little Lucario approached old Lucario with a serious demeanor, while Mr. Mime engaged in play with Mew. Ji Yun took a moment to call President Hua, assuring him of his safety without divulging further details. As time passed, night cloaked the world. That evening, Ji Yun and his Pokémon gathered to share a meal. Meow. At this moment, Mew tossed an energy cube into its mouth, displaying an expression of sheer delight. Mew then floated closer to Ji Yun, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Fear not, there will be plenty. Ji Yun replied with a smile as he retrieved a storage box. Meow. After dinner, Ji Yun discovered an ocarina among Mew's collection. With a sense of curiosity, he picked it up and began to play. His skills, learned from a musically inclined roommate in his previous life, were not expert but sufficiently adept. As a beautiful melody filled the air, the surrounding Pokémon ceased their frolicking, turning their attention to him, listening intently. The tune he played was a cherished piece from the Pokémon series, titled Planet Pulsation, known in Chinese as the heartbeat of the planet. Originally featured in the movie Lugia's Birth, this melody later became the background music for Lugia's entrance. Ji Yun mused about what might transpire if he played this tune at the Whirl Island's secret realm. As he played, the Pokémon gathered around him, quietly absorbing the enchanting melody. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent, swept away by a gentle breeze, leaving only the ethereal sound of the ocarina. In the night, with Ji Yun playing and the Pokémon listening, everything felt harmonious. Chapter 82, Fossil Aerodactyl. The following day, after obtaining consent from Mew and Zygarde, Ji Yun set forth from the World Tree Summit, determined to embark on an adventure below, while also collecting bones and fossils. Ji Yun rode the desert Flygon, descending swiftly from the tree's pinnacle. At that moment, he pursued a fossil Aerodactyl. Don't run. You haven't told me where your parents are? In response, several sharp rocks hurtled towards him. Evade at high speed. Ji Yun commanded from atop the desert Flygon. The nimble desert Flygon executed a swift maneuver, deftly avoiding the incoming rocks. Desert Flygon, Dragon Pulse. Ji Yun proclaimed as the desert Flygon opened its mouth, gathering purple energy that quickly coalesced before being unleashed in a torrent resembling a dragon. With a swift flap of its wings, the fossil Aerodactyl evaded the incoming energy. Enraged, it let out a roar and spiraled around, its wings glowing with a white light as it charged toward the desert Flygon. An attack with its wings? This is perfect. Ji Yun's face lit up with excitement. After all, the fossil Aerodactyl was quite fast, and pursuing it indefinitely wasn't a viable option. Now that it was willing to engage in battle, the situation had become much more manageable. Desert Flygon, use Dragon Claw now. Ji Yun commanded swiftly. Responding to Ji Yun's orders, the desert Flygon came to a sudden halt in midair. It quickly adjusted its posture, flapping its wings as its body leaned back. Green energy coalescing in its claws, forming massive energy talons. With a thunderous crash, the fossil Aerodactyl charged straight ahead. The dragon's claws of the desert dragonfly deftly intercepted the wings of the fossilized pterosaur, gripping them tightly. With a roar, the pterosaur's expression shifted dramatically as it began to struggle, its legs thrashing against the desert dragonfly. Simultaneously, it opened its maw, sharp teeth gleaming with a dark radiance, lunging to bite at the desert dragonfly. Hold it tight, Dragon's Wave. With these words from Ji Yun, the desert dragonfly coalesced violet energy within its mouth and swiftly unleashed it, striking the fossilized pterosaur at close range, delivering a powerful energy blow to its face. As it did so, the desert dragonfly released its grip, the violet energy propelling the pterosaur directly towards the ground. With a resounding crash, the fossilized pterosaur slammed into the earth, sending debris flying. Observing this, Ji Yun hastily commanded the desert dragonfly to descend. On the ground, the fossilized pterosaur had not yet collapsed. Seeing the descending desert dragonfly and Ji Yun, it pushed aside the rubble, pinning it down, and let out an angry roar. In response, Ji Yun leapt from the desert dragonfly and decisively issued a command, so tenacious. Desert Dragonfly, Thunder Punch. With a whoosh, the desert dragonfly's hands crackled with brilliant lightning, spreading its wings wide as it glided toward the fossilized pterosaur. The pterosaur let out a fierce roar, rising to its feet, ready to take flight, but its face contorted in pain. Its eyes widened as the desert dragonfly darted in front of it, delivering a powerful punch, crackling with electric energy, directly to its chest. With the flash of lightning, the impact caused the fossilized pterosaur to bend like a bow, before it was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Bang! Bang! The fossilized pterosaur slammed into a large tree, then crashed to the ground, rolling uncontrollably. Ultimately, it collided with the trunk of another great tree and came to a halt, its chest charred, eyes tightly shut, with occasional arcs of electricity dancing across its body. The fossilized pterosaur has fallen. The desert dragonfly gains 434 experience points. Upon witnessing the pterosaur's defeat, Ji-Yun exhaled in relief. After such a lengthy pursuit, they had finally triumphed. Well done, desert dragonfly. Praising the desert dragonfly, Ji-Yun approached the fallen fossilized pterosaur. Fossilized pterosaur. Level, LV44. Type, rock. Flying. Ability, pressure. Gender, male. Potential, elite. After administering medicine to the fossilized pterosaur, Ji-Yun stepped back a few paces to stand beside the desert dragonfly, patiently awaiting its awakening. After all, to seek out bones and fossils, it was far more convenient to have a local guide. Wandering aimlessly alone would take an eternity. This particular fossilized pterosaur was one Ji-Yun had specifically chosen from many, a little Karami. After all, he dared not provoke the few that were of quasi-elite status. Before long, the fossilized pterosaur gradually regained consciousness, its eyes fluttering open. Roar! Upon seeing Ji-Yun, the perceived villain still looming nearby, the pterosaur's expression shifted once more, and it let out a mighty roar. Noticing this, Ji-Yun raised an eyebrow and subtly gestured toward the desert dragonfly, instantly comprehending. The desert dragonfly opened its mouth and emitted a long, resounding cry. Roar! The fossilized pterosaur stiffened, instinctively shrinking its head back. Now can we converse? Ji-Yun inquired with a smile, observing the pterosaur's newfound calm. I wish to know where the bodies of your kin are placed after they pass. Roar! The pterosaur responded with another furious bellow at Ji-Yun's question. Ji-Yun narrowed his eyes, glancing at the desert dragonfly. In an instant, the desert dragonfly readied itself, preparing to strike. Roar! The fossilized pterosaur recoiled once more. After a cordial exchange, the fossilized pterosaur eventually agreed to lead Ji-Yun. Along the way, as compensation, Ji-Yun treated the pterosaur to a sumptuous meal. Roar! Upon consuming an energy cube, the pterosaur's eyes sparkled with delight. Although it was a carnivorous creature, it could not resist the deliciousness of the energy cube. Soon, under Ji-Yun's watchful gaze, the fossilized pterosaur visibly became more amiable. Ji-Yun could only chuckle at this unexpected turn. Shortly thereafter, guided by the fossilized pterosaur, Ji-Yun arrived at the edge of a canyon beneath the world tree. Gazing down from the cliff's edge, he was met with a sea of bones. What are these? Gazing at the densely packed remains below, Ji-Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Roar! The fossilized pterosaur nodded in affirmation. Chapter 83. Task completed. With the fossilized pterosaur's explanation, Ji-Yun quickly grasped the situation. According to the pterosaur, not only its kin but other creatures as well followed this grim fate. Once a Pokémon passed, as long as it wasn't consumed, its body was typically discarded here. Even remnants of partially consumed corpses found their way to this place. Hearing this, Ji-Yun's eyes glimmered with excitement. Excellent. I truly admire your systematic and disciplined approach to handling such matters, Ji-Yun exclaimed with a smile, relieved that this saved him considerable effort. After donning a mask, Ji-Yun proceeded to the canyon floor. Observing the countless white bones before him, he swiftly donned gloves, summoned his rotom phone to float beside him, and commenced his work. Let us begin with the intact skeletons, he decided, recognizing that he could identify them without the need for testing. This is a fossilized pterosaur, he exclaimed. Wow! Those sides belong to a scytherite? Is this an ammonite or a helix fossil? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Ji-Yun busily collected the bones into his backpack. As though scavenging, I am merely granting them a chance for rebirth, he remarked while working. What is this? He paused before a skeleton that he could not recognize. Immediately, he retrieved a small device given to him by President Hua before boarding the plane and scanned the remains. Moments later, a set of data appeared on the device's screen. Darn, it's just an armor bird. What a waste of time. Next, Ji-Yun continued collecting the bones, scanning any he did not recognize. If only the Mimikyu were here, he mused while packing the bones into his bag. When he left, Pikachu had been taken by Mew to play, and the Mimikyu had followed suit. Meanwhile, Lucario had gone to train with old Lu. Thus, he was left with only the desert dragonfly. If the Mimikyu were present, he could have had it use telekinesis to assist him. How convenient that would have been. In this manner, Ji Yun filled the bag given to him by President Hua within just a day, completing the task without even needing to search for fossils. He even stumbled upon several skeletons of baby Tyranitar and Garchomp. These were Pokémon from the 6th generation. After pondering for a moment, Ji Yun realized, of course, this is the origin of fossil Pokémon. It stands to reason that there would be a Garchomp population here. The anime didn't feature them simply because they belonged to the 3rd generation when it was being produced. In reality, however, it was entirely plausible for Garchomp's remains to be found here. As dusk descended, Ji Yun once again bestowed an energy cube upon the fossil pterosaur as a token of gratitude, before mounting his desert dragonfly and returning to the pinnacle of the world tree. Despite possessing the extraordinary physique of a super true new human and having spent the day scavenging for bones, he found himself utterly exhausted. The backpack provided by President Ho was approximately the size of half a football field and as tall as 3 stories. Filling it had taken quite a toll on his stamina. That evening, after a day of revelry, Dream Fantasia returned to their cozy abode accompanied by Pikachu and the Magic Wall doll. A little later, both Old Lou and Little Lou came back as well. Noticing Little Lou's weary state, Ji Yun promptly offered him dinner and gave him a massage to help him unwind. The following morning, after a restful night, Ji Yun revived with renewed vigor. He then set off once more on his desert dragonfly. With the Trainer Association's task completed, this time he could focus solely on seeking out battles with Pokémon. In the sky, Ji Yun observed a flock of Qishi Qingniao and Qingniao pass by, wisely refraining from provoking them. The lead Qishi Qingniao exuded strength, and considering that they were social creatures, it was prudent to avoid confrontation with the group. Ji Yun continued his search for opponents alongside his desert dragonfly. Suddenly, a scyther, towering over a meter, charged towards him, its sharp blades poised for an attack. With a shout from Ji Yun, the ground beneath the scyther cracked, and in an instant, the desert dragonfly surged from below, colliding forcefully with the scyther's abdomen, sending it soaring through the air. Now's the time. Desert Dragonfly, Ultimate Absorb. A resounding cry echoed as the desert dragonfly emitted a soft green glow, shooting a beam of green light that ensnared the scyther midair. With a shriek from the scyther, its vitality was swiftly drained by the desert dragonfly. Moments later, the scyther collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Well done, Desert Dragonfly, Ji Yun praised as he swiftly administered medicine to the fallen scyther before making his exit. Although President Hua had suggested capturing some fossil Pokémon, Ji Yun had no intention of doing so. He had already gathered a plethora of bones. It was best to let them resurrect on their own. The fossil Pokémon in this region should be allowed to live peacefully. Thus, Ji Yun's adventures with the Desert Dragonfly continued, as they battled intermittently, resting whenever necessary before setting off again. Before long, evening had arrived. Desert Dragonfly, Dragon God Dive. With a thunderous crash, a Nidoking fell to the ground under the setting sun. Observing the fallen creature, Ji Yun's brow furrowed in thought. This Nidoking suggests that moonstones might be found nearby. He quickly realized that this area was a vast mine, likely rich in evolutionary stones, and it had never been explored by humans. With a spark of excitement, Ji Yun contemplated the potential for unexpected treasures. He would certainly not refuse such fortune. After resolving matters with the World Tree, I shall explore the tunnels. After concluding a day of adventure, Ji Yun returned to the summit of the World Tree atop his Desert Dragonfly. Chapter 84. Xerneas, the Savior of the World Tree. Under the starlit night, Ji Yun once again played his ocarina. This time, he performed the BGM from Pokémon Gems Way by Town, a truly enchanting melody for which he had previously painstakingly transcribed the score. The Pokémon gathered around him, captivated by the beautiful tune. After finishing the piece, Ji Yun paused and glanced to the side. Unbeknownst to him, Zygarde had also arrived. We are ready, Ji Yun. We require your strength. Their exchanges had grown less formal, resembling a camaraderie of familiar acquaintances. All right, Ji Yun nodded, willing to assist since there was no threat to his life. When do we commence? Tomorrow. Very well. The following morning, Ji Yun and Old Lou followed Dream Fantasia deep into the World Tree. Upon entering the heart of the tree, Ji Yun spotted the silhouettes of 3 giants. Unlike their previous encounter, this time not only Zygarde was present, but also the 3 sacred pillars. Regice. Level 100. Type, Ice. Ability, Clear Body. Gender, Genderless. Potential, Legendary. Registeel. Level 100. Type, Steel. Ability, Clear Body. Gender, Genderless. Potential, Legendary. It was Ji Yun's first sight of the ice and steel pillars, and he couldn't help but gaze at them with curiosity. Turning to Zygarde, he inquired, "Where is the helper you mentioned?" "Patience, it shall arrive shortly," Zygarde responded calmly. After a brief wait, footsteps echoed from the tunnel behind them. Ji Yun turned to look, and from the dim corridor emerged a towering figure resembling a deer, standing 3 meters tall. Its antlers, shaped like branches, glowed brightly in orange, red, purple, and aquamarine against the darkness. Upon seeing this form, Ji Yun's eyes widened in recognition. Moments later, as the figure approached, its appearance became clearer in the light. Before him stood a Pokémon, a majestic creature of blue and black, resembling a deer. Xerneas. Level, 110. Type, Fairy. Ability, Fairy Aura. Gender, genderless. Potential, Legendary. Level 110. Ji Yun gasped, astonished by Xerneas' power. Incredible. Is this the prestige of a level 1 deity? You have arrived, Zygarde greeted. Xerneas acknowledged with a nod. Zygarde then turned to Ji Yun and Old Lu. It's time to begin. Ji Yun nodded in agreement, having already been informed by Dream Fantasia about the procedure. He and Old Lu would channel their aura power to Dream Fantasia at a specific frequency. They positioned themselves before Dream Fantasia, raising their hands to direct their palms towards it. Closing his eyes, a sphere of blue energy materialized before Ji Yun's palms. As he continued to channel his energy, the sphere expanded rapidly, enveloping Dream Fantasia. Old Lu mirrored his actions beside him. Moments later, Ji Yun felt his aura flowing ceaselessly into the body of the mythical Pokémon. After a while, a sudden wave of excruciating pain coursed through Ji Yun's entire being. He instinctively cried out in agony. Soon after, he sensed a chilling cold enveloping him, his body becoming numb, and his raised arm felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Just as he was about to call for help, a warm current surged through him, instantly alleviating the intense pain and numbness that had seized him. Do not be afraid, I am here. A gentle female voice resonated in Ji Yun's mind. Xerneas. Upon hearing this voice, Ji Yun felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Subsequently, as he and Lao Lu continued to channel their aura, a brilliant green light suddenly illuminated the body of the mythical Pokémon, enveloped in the aura. However, while the physical pain and discomfort dissipated, a wave of mental fatigue began to wash over Ji Yun, and he felt his head growing heavy. It is enough. Moments later, as the voice of Zygarde echoed, Ji Yun exhaled in relief, ceasing the flow of his aura. He then opened his eyes, gazing wearily at the mythical Pokémon before him. At that moment, the mythical Pokémon appeared to be bathed in the verdant glow, gradually soaring toward the heart of the world tree. Mythical Pokémon. Level, LV 105. Observing the silhouette of the mythical Pokémon, Ji Yun felt an overwhelming mental fatigue, his eyelids beginning to droop. Soon after, he felt his body sway and gently topple forward. Pika, Ji Yun. As a few startled exclamations reached his ears, Ji Yun felt darkness enveloping his vision, and everything faded into blackness. Thereafter, Ji Yun sensed his consciousness drifting quietly in the abyss of darkness, devoid of sensation, thought, or any sense of the passage of time. Thus, he remained unaware of how long it had been until a golden light suddenly pierced through the darkness. In the void, Ji Yun, now numb, felt a sensation upon seeing the blinding light. Raising his head to direct his gaze towards it, he beheld a dazzling golden point of light not far from him, surrounded by circles of radiance. In the haze, he seemed to glimpse a figure within that resplendent glow. Just then, Ji Yun felt a damp sensation on his face. Subsequently, at the apex of the world tree, within a tent, Ji Yun, who had been lying with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Upon awakening, Ji Yun softly murmured, staring blankly at the top of the tent, still somewhat dazed. Bali! An exclamation rang out, and Ji Yun turned his head in surprise. He saw the Magiarna sitting beside him, its face alight with joy, holding a damp towel in its hands. Upon witnessing this, Ji Yun's eyes flickered with emotion. As his memories grew clearer, he swiftly regained his composure and gradually sat up. Magiarna, thank you. Looking at the towel in Magiarna's hands, Ji Yun smiled gently, feeling a warmth in his heart. Bali. Upon hearing this, Magiarna immediately discarded the towel and enveloped him in a tight embrace, tears glistening at the corners of its eyes. Noting this, Ji Yun chuckled and patted its back, reassuringly saying, It's all right, I'm fine. Bali. By the way, how long was I asleep? Bali. A day and a night? That's not too bad. Relieved by Magiarna's response, Ji Yun felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He had dreaded awakening to find that a decade had passed. Chapter 85. After awakening. Upon learning that he had slept for a day and a night, Ji Yun swiftly summoned his Rotom phone. Observing the 2 missed calls, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness it wasn't a 10-day coma, otherwise, the outside world would be in chaos. He then first called President Hoa to assure him of his safety, and then glanced at Zhang Chuyu's number. It was just past 5 o'clock. Considering that Zhang Chuyu might still be asleep, Ji Yun opted to send her a message, explaining that he had been too exhausted the previous night and had fallen asleep early, hence missing her call. To his surprise, scarcely had he sent the message when Zhang Chuyu initiated a video call. Taken aback for a moment, Ji Yun smiled gently, allowing the Rotom phone to hover in the air to accept the video. See, I'm perfectly fine. I just woke up. Magyarna, say hello. Bali. Pikachu is outside the tent, don't worry. Alright, I understand. Take care. Bye. After a brief exchange, Ji Yun finally reassured her of his well-being before ending the call. After placing the phone aside, Ji Yun recalled the golden light he had seen during his slumber and furrowed his brow slightly. He then inquired, Magyarna, did anything unusual happen while I was in a deep sleep? Bali. Upon hearing Ji Yun's question, Magyarna nodded vigorously, then began to recount. Bali. I see, the golden light. Ji Yun nodded. According to Magyarna, just before Ji Yun regained consciousness, a golden light had shone upon his forehead. It seemed to form a pattern, but it was too dazzling for Magyarna to discern clearly. The golden light. Ji Yun fell into contemplation. Could it truly be that alpaca? If so, what does it signify to leave such a mark on me? After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, he decided to set aside his thoughts and proceeded to wash up. Exiting the tent, Ji Yun was greeted by the sight of the sun just beginning to rise on the horizon. The sun ascended in the east, its rays casting a warm glow. While the sky appeared to be draped in colorful clouds, the sunlight filtering through, enveloping the earth in a golden embrace. Gazing at the breathtaking dawn, Ji Yun inhaled deeply. Feeling his spirits lift considerably, he then turned to the side. There, beside his tent, the desert dragonfly lay asleep, its wings folded, while Lucario leaned against it, breathing deeply in slumber. Pikachu was curled up on Lucario's leg, still lost in dreams. Beneath the dawn's glow, the three Pokémon nestled together in peaceful slumber, creating a scene that resembled a harmonious painting. Witnessing this sight, Ji Yun smiled. Just then, Pikachu suddenly twitched its ears and slowly opened its eyes. Pika? Pikachu sat up gradually, rubbed its eyes with its tiny paws, and then raised its head to gaze toward the tent. Pika. Upon spotting Ji Yun standing before the tent with a smile, Pikachu froze for a moment before a look of joyful surprise spread across its face. Pika. In an instant, Pikachu leaped from Lucario's lap and rushed towards Ji Yun, leaping into his embrace. Pika. It's all right, I'm fine. See, I'm perfectly okay, Ji Yun reassured, stroking Pikachu's soft fur. Wah. Lu. The commotion caused by Pikachu also awakened the desert dragonfly and Lucario, who quickly approached. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just took a nap. Ji Yun comforted, noting the concerned expressions on his Pokemon's faces. Following Ji Yun's patient explanations, smiles gradually returned to their faces. I'm sorry for causing you worry. The Pokemon shook their heads in unison. At that moment, several figures appeared not far away, observing the heartwarming scene of Ji Yun and the fairies huddled together. Exchanging tender care, Zygarde fell silent for a moment before turning to inquire, what do you think of this human? A rather commendable individual, responded Xerneas succinctly, standing beside Zygarde. Splendid, chimed in Mew, who seemed indifferent to their discussion, as it merrily flew toward Ji Yun and the others, beaming with joy. Wonderful. Ji Yun turned upon hearing Mew's voice, gazing at the approaching fairies with a gentle smile. You've arrived. How fares the World Tree? The restoration was remarkably successful. Thanks to you, Ji Yun, Zygarde replied earnestly upon hearing Ji Yun's words. That's reassuring, Ji Yun nodded. However, this achievement is not solely my own. It also owes a debt of gratitude to Old Road and the assistance of Xerneas. Reflecting on this, Ji Yun addressed Xerneas, saying, Thank you, Xerneas. In response, Xerneas' soothing voice resonated within Ji Yun's mind. No, the World Tree holds immense significance. It is we who owe you our thanks. Ji Yun smiled at this. Restoring the World Tree might benefit the humans inhabiting this land, namely, the Europeans, which left him feeling somewhat displeased. Yet, he reminded himself that he had also aided the fairies of this land, rescuing their home, thus dismissing the minor details. He then turned his attention back to Mew, asking, Mew, how do you feel now? Wonderful. Mew nestled close to him, displaying an unusual affection, its face alight with joy. Name, Mew. Level, LV-105. As Ji Yun observed Mew's status panel, he raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Indeed, since Mew shared a symbiotic relationship with the World Tree, both entities exchanged life and energy. With the World Tree's damage repaired, it was only natural that Mew had returned to its prime state. Lastly, Ji Yun glanced at Old Road, inquiring, "Old road, what are your plans moving forward?" Upon hearing this, Lucario looked at Ji Yun, paused for a moment, and then replied slowly, "I intend to remain here. This is the resting place of Lord Arceus, a sanctuary guarded by his life. Thus, I shall stay and protect it." "Is that so? That sounds quite fitting. Arceus would surely be pleased to know," Ji Yun acknowledged, feeling a touch of admiration. "Such is the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon," he mused. At that moment, a Mr. Mime approached, carrying a tray. Ever since Mr. Mime had learned to cook, Ji Yun had bid farewell to fast food. On multiple occasions, he had thought to himself how fortunate he was to have captured Mr. Mime. "How about we all gather for breakfast?" Chapter 86, Farewells. Ji Yun earnestly invited all present Pokémon to join him for breakfast, including Zygarde and Xerneas. The legend of the Rainbow Energy Cubes continued to flourish, and even the two legendary Pokémon savored their flavor. During the meal, Ji Yun also summoned his Rotom phone to capture a series of photographs with himself, Old Road, and Zygarde as mementos. This marked a highlight in his adventurous journey. Perhaps years hence, when he grew old, he could look back at these photos and reminisce about the past, or boast to his descendants about his legendary exploits. "Oh, in my youth, I once," he thought, already planning to arrange a group photo with the three legendary Pokémon next time. Gazing at the photographs on his phone, Ji Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. "When I next encounter Dialga, I must ensure it adds to my collection." After breakfast, with the consent of Mew and Zygarde, Ji Yun decided to continue his adventures in this realm. Stretching his limbs, he took a brief rest before once again setting off on the back of his desert dragonfly. Meanwhile, in the land of cherry blossoms, within the same room, a middle-aged man thundered, "Damn it. After losing so many men, we still haven't succeeded. What are you all doing? Where is Gangsaka Hikawa, that useless fool?" "Director, Gangsaka has sacrificed himself." "Useless. All of you are useless." The middle-aged man seethed with impotent rage before asking, "Has the Eastern Huang National Security Bureau made a move?" "Yes. It was led personally by Director Chu, who annihilated our stronghold." "How infuriating." "Please, Director, calm your anger. We have received promising news from the Alliance." At these words, the middle-aged man's expression softened slightly. "What news? Speak." "We have learned that the Brave One has entered the World Tree, and now the people in Eastern Huang are awaiting his emergence." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man instantly brightened. "Excellent. Inuyama, well done. Now, immediately arrange for personnel to monitor all exit routes of the World Tree. This time, I will take matters into my own hands. If stealth fails, we shall resort to outright robbery. We will ambush the hero at the most crucial juncture and seize him from Eastern Huang." The voice on the other end of the line expressed surprise. "Director, you intend to take action personally? What's the matter? Inuyama, do you have any objections?" "No, no objections. If the director takes action personally, success is assured. I await your arrival in Europa." "Well said, Inuyama, ha ha ha." Meanwhile, Ji Yun soared through the sky on his desert dragonfly. Relishing the gentle morning sunlight and the crisp air, his spirits high. "Desert dragonfly, over there." The desert dragonfly emitted a call before flying in the direction Ji Yun indicated. The day's adventure had commenced. Thus, as time flowed inexorably, the end of April approached. That evening, Ji Yun began to gather his belongings. Having arrived at the World Tree in late March, he had now spent nearly a month in this place. Supplies were running low, and lingering any longer would cause the people outside to grow anxious. During this time, Ji Yun had explored the underground, traversed tunnels, and climbed snowy mountains. He had harnessed the power of Aura to locate 5 evolution stones, and had even taken group photos with the 3 legendary Pokémon. Furthermore, atop the snow-capped mountains where Regice resided, he discovered ice dragons, ice giants, and the remains of their kin. This revelation necessitated Ji Yun to discard some bones to make space in his backpack for the newly discovered remains. Additionally, he had received a large root and a shell bell from the support package in April. Ji Yun found himself at a loss regarding these 2 vampiric items. Although they held some utility, they were of no immediate use to him. At present, he possessed more items than Pokémon, indicating the urgency to capture more Pokémon. He needed to ensure his team was filled to capacity as swiftly as possible. This thought led him to recall the grand vision drawn by President Hua, sparking a sense of anticipation in his heart. The following morning, Ji Yun shouldered his backpack and bid farewell to Mew and the others. "Wonderful," he observed as Mew approached, carrying an object and placing it in his hand. This item was none other than the ocarina he had previously used. "Is this for me?" Ji Yun asked. Mew nodded affirmatively. A smile crept across Ji Yun's face. Mew had gifted him its cherished possession, indicating a significant level of fondness. "I appreciate it immensely. Thank you, Mew." "Wonderful," Mew responded happily. Subsequently, Ji Yun mounted his desert dragonfly and gazed at the 3 Pokémon before him. So, Old Road, Zygarde, Mew, farewell. I hope we shall have the opportunity to meet again. Pikachu waved from Ji Yun's arms, also bidding farewell. After the farewells, Ji Yun directed the desert dragonfly to ascend into the sky, flying toward the outer realms of the World Tree. Having spent nearly a month here, Ji Yun had grown exceedingly familiar with the surroundings. As he gazed at the familiar scenery rushing past him, Ji Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, tinged with a hint of reluctance. Before long, he boarded the desert dragonfly, soaring over the outer cliffs and arriving at the entrance of the World Tree. Below, a group of individuals awaited his arrival. In addition, Regirock had also appeared, standing sentinel at the entrance. The desert dragonfly descended gracefully. Observing the eager crowd below, Ji Yun spoke up. As the desert dragonfly landed gently, the group quickly rushed forward to greet him. "You rascal, I thought you intended to remain inside forever." President Hua exclaimed with a beaming smile, unable to suppress a teasing remark after their long separation. At that moment, he began to understand the motivations of Yen He. Wasn't that merely fulfilling your old man's orders? Collecting those bones was no simple task. I nearly traversed the entire secret realm of the World Tree. Ji Yun chuckled, then proceeded to jest with utmost seriousness. Do you think I would believe that? President Hua shot Ji Yun an exasperated glance, then chuckled and inquired, "What did you manage to gather?" In response, Ji Yun promptly handed over his backpack. "Here, it's completely filled." Upon hearing this, President Hua's face lit up with joy as he eagerly accepted the backpack, exclaiming, "Excellent. Let us return and treat you to a warm welcome." Hearing this, Ji Yun retrieved his Pokeball, storing the desert dragonfly, and turned to wave goodbye to Regirock. "Farewell, Regirock." In response, Regirock's eyes flickered momentarily. Reggie. Following this, Ji Yun and President Hua boarded the helicopter, embarking on their journey home. Chapter 87, Ambush. Upon returning to the Alliance's base, Ji Yun made a beeline for the bathhouse. The base boasted a natural hot spring, a feature that accompanied the emergence of the secret realm, which had now been transformed into a bathing facility. Moments later, Ji Yun reclined in the bath, allowing himself to unwind completely. This brought back memories of when he had soaked in the World Tree, always under the watchful gaze of Dream Eaters, which had initially left him feeling quite embarrassed. At that moment, Pikachu was also floating leisurely on the water's surface, appearing utterly content. At noon, in the dining hall, President Hua took a seat beside Ji Yun. "How did the inventory go?" Ji Yun glanced at him and asked. In response, President Hua smiled warmly. "Well, it was merely a rough count, but the individuals involved were quite taken aback. So many bones, and such variety. Some Pokémon could even be revived into entire clans. You've certainly made a significant contribution this time," President Hua remarked with a hint of admiration. "Oh," Ji Yun raised an eyebrow. "Does this significant contribution qualify me for entry into the Dragon's Den secret realm?" "Absolutely," President Hua affirmed confidently. "Once we return to our homeland, I will assist you in submitting your application." "That's good to hear," Ji Yun nodded, then continued. "By the way, since this secret realm isn't located in our country, will those representatives allow us to bring the bones back?" At Ji Yun's question, President Hua chuckled dismissively. What else could they do? They have yet to break the resurrection technology for fossils. These bones will merely serve as decorations for them. At most, they might extract some DNA for research. It's far more prudent to let us take them back. Once the fossil Pokémon are revived, we can negotiate for a few. Furthermore, our country has contributed to guarding the World Tree. They have no right to withhold our spoils. "I see," Ji Yun nodded, absorbing President Hua's words. He then inquired, "When are we heading back to our homeland? In such a hurry to return?" President Hua laughed. "After finally venturing abroad, why not take the time to explore Europe? For instance, visiting the Water City in Italy could be quite delightful, and you might even glimpse the city's guardian, the Water City, Latias and Latios." At President Hua's mention, Ji Yun's interest was piqued. However, he ultimately shook his head. "Never mind, there will be ample opportunities in the future. Sometimes, you truly don't seem like a freshly adult young man," President Hua chuckled. "Once we finalize our arrangements today, we can depart tomorrow." "Sounds good," Ji Yun nodded. Thus, Ji Yun rested at the base for a day. The following morning, the convoy from Dongwang Nation set off early, lined up in a row heading toward the nearby airport. Inside an SUV in the convoy, President Hua sat beside Ji Yun and asked, "Upon your return, would you be interested in taking a position at the Trainer Association headquarters?" "Not at all," Ji Yun replied without hesitation, decisively rejecting the offer. Taking on a role at the Trainer Association would entail dealing with various administrative tasks and executing numerous missions, leaving him no time for adventure or leveling up. Being a wage slave is not for me. And what do you plan to do upon returning home? President Huo inquired. What else is there to do but continue adventuring and enhancing my strength? Ji Yun responded, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. President Huo gazed at Ji Yun in disbelief. After spending over a month in the Redstone Protection Area and nearly a month in the World Tree, isn't that enough? Are you really planning to continue upon your return? Afterward, he couldn't help but tease. Just how passionate are you about adventure? Ji Yun rolled his eyes and looked out the window, remaining silent. The joy of having a leg up in life is something you ordinary folk cannot comprehend. He silently grumbled to himself. Bee drill. At that moment, a bee drill soaring above the convoy emitted a loud cry. At the sound, the convoy immediately slammed to a halt. Inside the vehicle, President Huo's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "It's an ambush! Get out!" Upon hearing this, Ji Yun's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly exited the vehicle, his aura of aura energy rapidly expanding. The next moment, his expression changed abruptly as he yelled, "Be careful!" As Ji Yun's warning echoed, a thick beam of light suddenly shot in from a distance. Simultaneously, President Huo's voice rang out again, "Bee drill, use hyper beam." In an instant, a similarly robust beam erupted from Bee drill, colliding with the incoming light. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated as the two beams collided and erupted in the air. At this moment, everyone in the convoy had disembarked, hastily retrieving their Pokeballs to release their Pokémon in preparation for battle. Meanwhile, from behind the hills flanking the road ahead, dozens of figures emerged from their concealment, revealing themselves in front of the convoy. Who dares to attack the Dongwang Nation's convoy? President Huo's steely gaze fixed upon the leading middle-aged man among the crowd as he coldly stated, "So it is you, this vile creature, Taro." Upon hearing President Huo's words, Ji Yun, who had been tense moments ago, suddenly froze in disbelief. What the heck? Is that for real? Ha. The middle-aged man across from them burst into laughter before speaking. "It seems I still failed to ambush you. How have you been, President Huo?" Listening to the heavily accented words from the opposing side, Ji Yun frowned. Little Japanese. He swiftly donned his headphones and promptly removed a Pokeball from his belt, holding it in his hand. On the other side, President Huo remarked disdainfully, "Why aren't you hiding in your filthy gutter? What brings you here?" "Ah, President Huo. You speak so bluntly." The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. "I merely came to extend an invitation to the Aura Guardian to visit our Sakura Nation." As he spoke, he directed his gaze towards Ji Yun. Presumably, this young man is the valiant hero of the Wave Guide. Humph. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun curled his lip. "Your method of invitation is rather unfriendly." "Oh, it appears that this esteemed hero possesses an intriguing personality." The middle-aged man chuckled in response to Ji Yun's words. "Humph. Enough with the pleasantries. Is my grandson prepared with his last words?" Chairman Huo coldly regarded the middle-aged man, unwilling to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, a Fiero descended from the sky, hovering in midair. Fiero, level, LV68. Type, normal, flying. Ability, keen eye. Gender, male. Potential, champion. Chapter 88, the battle commences. It seems that persuading the hero to return will not be an easy task. The middle-aged man appeared undaunted by Chairman Huo's threat. "Humph, idle chatter is futile." Fiero, air slash. As Chairman Huo's command echoed, the Fiero let out a cry, flapping its wings as multiple translucent wind blades swiftly surged towards the opposing crowd. Observing this, the middle-aged man grinned widely and shouted, "Super Bad Star Shield." At that moment, a creature leaped up from beside the middle-aged man, its spiky dome resembling an umbrella, shielding the crowd before it. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp wind blades collided rapidly against the Super Bad Star's dome and then dissipated. Simultaneously, a fierce wind swiftly spread outwards, ruffling the hair of those present. Super Bad Star. Level, LV67. Type, poison water. Ability, ruthless. Gender, female. Potential, champion. Ji Yun glanced at the unusually large Fiero and then at the Super Bad Star across from him, quietly taking a step back. He had no desire to be caught in a battle of champions. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed heartily after deflecting Fiero's attack and turned to his subordinate. "I'll keep this old man occupied. Inuyashikuin, you take the others and retrieve the hero. Swiftly. If necessary, employ coercive measures. As long as he isn't dead or maimed. It's acceptable." Understood. With the middle-aged man's command, the opposing crowd swiftly directed their Pokémon forward. "Protect Ji Yun. Defensive counterattack." Chairman Huo rapidly commanded. As his order was issued, the members of the convoy surged forward, encircling Ji Yun and promptly began their counteroffensive. Ji Yun stood amidst the throng, releasing his Pokémon. Pikachu, level, LV46. Desert Dragonfly. Level, LV48. Lucario. Level, LV44. Mr. Mime. Level, LV43. At the same time, he instructed Lucario to use Sword's Dance, Mr. Mime to meditate, Desert Dragonfly to perform Dragon Dance, and Pikachu to charge up. The opposing group targeted him, and Ji Yun was well aware of his role. He had no intention of recklessly charging into battle. As the designated target of protection for the convoy, such rashness would not be valor but folly, only causing chaos among his allies. As the two sides engaged, a cacophony of vibrant moves erupted across the battlefield, the sounds of clashing attacks resounding in unison. Ji Yun, standing amidst the crowd, felt a flicker of concern. All attacks were directed towards individuals. Observing the battlefield, both sides prioritized eliminating the opposing trainers, employing a deadly, life-or-death strategy. Ji Yun's expression grew grave. This is what true carnage looks like. However, from the current situation, the convoy appeared to be holding steady. Although the enemy outnumbered them, the convoy's members were elite, with their Pokémon's average level surpassing that of their adversaries by several tiers. Just then, Ji Yun's expression shifted slightly, and he called out, Lucario, Bullet Punch, Pikachu, Thunderbolt. As Ji Yun's commands rang out, a Trevenant suddenly emerged from the shadows behind him, its wooden hands reaching towards him. In the next moment, Lucario's silhouette flashed, swiftly appearing beside the Trevenant, its metallic glinting fist striking down fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Following a series of punches, the Trevenant was sent sprawling. Simultaneously, a dazzling flash of lightning illuminated the scene as a bolt of electricity struck the Trevenant. So it was Trevenant. Seeing this, Ji Yun's expression tightened. Desert Dragonfly, Fire Punch. Immediately, the Desert Dragonfly flapped its wings, rapidly pursuing the Trevenant, its fist engulfed in searing flames crashing down upon it. Bang! The Trevenant's body ignited instantly, crashing down into the ground and creating a large crater. Subsequently, the level 44 Trevenant lay charred and incapacitated within the pit. At that moment, another Pokémon lunged at him. A Fiero descended from the sky, its sharp claws aiming for Ji Yun. Mr. Mime's Psychic. Ji Yun commanded, and Mr. Mime's eyes glowed with a radiant light. Suddenly, Fiero's body froze midair, immobilized. Thunder Punch. Just as Ji Yun prepared to issue another command, a voice interjected. A green and white figure leaped into the air, radiating with brilliant lightning, and smashed down onto Fiero. Zoroark. Level, LV58. Gender, male. Potential, champion. Bang. With a resounding crash, Fiero was propelled away like a cannonball. Zoroark then landed before Ji Yun. Ji Yun turned to see Uncle Gu. Gu Kangyan had arrived beside Ji Yun, shielding him closely. We have sent a distress signal to the Alliance, but we are uncertain when they will arrive. Be cautious, should we be unable to hold them off. I will have Zoroark teleport you to safety. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun's brow furrowed. Teleportation, as Mr. Mime could do that too. If the situation became dire, he would not hesitate to flee without needing Gu Kangyan's urging. At this moment, bang. Seeing yet another ally fall injured, Ji Yun's expression darkened. Mr. Mime, use Psychic to save him. Lucario, follow up with Aura Sphere. Desert Dragonfly, you join the fray and deal with the enemy's flying Pokémon. For now, his allies were still fighting valiantly. He did not wish to flee like a coward until the final moment. Furthermore, judging by the enemy's momentum, he did not believe they would relent even if he attempted to escape. With a shout, the Desert Dragonfly swiftly soared towards the airborne foes. Lucario and Mr. Mime also sprang into action. As time passed, the battle escalated towards a fever pitch. Boom! Just then, a deafening explosion echoed. Ji Yun turned to see the battle on Chairman Hua's side was equally fierce. He observed that alongside Fiero, a Salamence had joined the fray. Additionally, a Gyarados was guarding him closely. It seemed Chairman Hua had gained the upper hand. Salamence. Level, LV76. Type, Dragon, Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Potential, Champion. Gyarados. Level, LV73. Type, Water, Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Potential, Champion. Ji Yun gazed in astonishment at the two Pokémon before him. Impressive indeed. Truly befitting of the president of the Trainer Association. Meanwhile, the young rascal opposite President Hua also had two Pokémon by his side. Venusaur. Level, LV71. Steel Wing. Level, LV68. Chapter 89. Unexpected Reinforcements. As the battle escalated into a fever pitch, President Hua's offensive grew increasingly ferocious, and the middle-aged man began to feel overwhelmed. Casting a distracted glance at the distant battlefield, he could not help but curse under his breath. Baka. With a 2 To one advantage, how could they not swiftly dispatch those fools? Utterly useless. What on earth is Inagai Shinji doing? On this side, Inagai Shinji was equally frustrated. Machoke, cross-chop. A Machoke emitted a brilliant glow as it ruthlessly swung its arm towards him. Inagai Shinji shouted urgently, Porygon, block it. This exemplified the stark difference between actual combat and contests. In a match, trainers could freely direct their Pokémon to evade moves. Yet, in the chaos of battle, Pokémon would attack human trainers directly. Given the speed of Pokémon, it was exceedingly difficult for an average human to dodge their strikes. One could only command their Pokémon to engage head-on. Machoke, level, LV 59. Porygon, level, LV 56. Meanwhile, Ji Yun, having observed Gu Kongyan's battle, redirected his focus to the others. Misdreavus, Light Screen, Lucario, Heal Pulse, Pikachu, Quick Attack, Flygon, Return, Use Feather Dance. As Ji Yun commanded his Pokémon, he maintained awareness of the entire battlefield through his aura. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, Pikachu crackled with electricity, sending a Night Owl Pokémon flying that dared to approach. Ji Yun remained impassive, continuing to direct his Pokémon to support their allies. At this juncture, the Pokémon on the ground were predominantly held at bay by their allies. The only ones that could approach were the occasional flying Pokémon, those burrowing underground, and the elusive ghost-type Pokémon. However, with the power of aura at his disposal, he could easily detect the movements of both burrowing and ghost-type Pokémon. Moreover, the ghost types were few in number, and with Gu Kongyan's Galade guarding his side, they posed little trouble for him. Occasionally, he would direct his Pokémon to disrupt the enemy's ghost types when they attempted to ambush their trainers. On the other hand, the few allies utilizing ghost-type Pokémon were achieving considerable success. Moments later, Ji Yun frowned. Allies were gradually sustaining injuries, and Pokémon continued to fall. If this persisted, casualties would soon follow. Just as he prepared to launch another offensive, he suddenly paused, his expression lighting up as he turned to gaze in the direction from whence they had come. In the distance, a dark shape was rapidly approaching. Moments later, the figure soared into the sky above the battlefield, capturing everyone's attention. A magnificent, multicolored giant bird appeared before all eyes. Ho-Oh! How is this possible? Everyone was astounded by the sudden appearance of Ho-Oh, except for Ji Yun, whose lips curled into a subtle smile. This was no Ho-Oh. It was clearly a transformation by Mew. Shortly thereafter, a figure leaped from Ho-Oh's back, descending like a cannonball onto the battlefield, creating a massive crater and stirring up clouds of dust. The sudden turn of events compelled both sides to instinctively retreat, their gazes fixed on the large pit at the center of the battlefield. On the other side, President Hua and the middle-aged man also temporarily ceased their confrontation, staring in astonishment at the airborne Ho-Oh. In the next moment of silence, a humanoid figure emerged from the dust, stepping out with resolute strides. Before them stood a commanding Lucario. Old Lu, what brings you here? Ji Yun exclaimed joyfully as he ran over. In response, Old Lu smiled slightly. Zygarde informed us of your peril, so I requested Mew's assistance to bring me here. Ah, thank you, Old Lu. Your arrival is perfectly timed. Ji Yun expressed his delight. The support from Lucario was indeed timely. He would gladly refer to it as a timely rain. Old Lu. Then, are those the enemies? Old Lu inquired, his demeanor resolute. Yes, that's them. And that middle-aged man over there. Ji Yun nodded, pointing towards the man. Without further ado, Old Lu, direct and efficient, raised his hands and unleashed two aura spheres. One soared towards the group of young rascals, while the other targeted the middle-aged man. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately commanded, Venusaur, Energy Ball. A green energy sphere quickly coalesced at Venusaur's mouth and sped towards the approaching aura sphere. However, what he did not anticipate was that upon collision, the aura sphere would disperse the energy ball in mere moments, rapidly heading towards him. Nanny! Boom! Boom! Following this, two violent explosions erupted. One aura sphere detonated amid the group of young rascals, sending them tumbling. Simultaneously, the other struck Venusaur, who had shielded the middle-aged man, sending him flying from the force of the blast. Now's our chance. Seeing this, President Hua decisively took action. Dragonite, Hyper Beam. An orange beam shot forth from Dragonite's mouth, hurtling towards the middle-aged man. In a critical moment, a black shadow interposed itself before the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, allies swiftly realized that this Lucario was reinforcements. They immediately resumed their assault, relentlessly attacking the beleaguered foe. With Old Lu's arrival, the tide of battle shifted dramatically in their favor. At this moment, the Ho-Oh in the sky began to descend slowly towards Ji Yun, its body glowing with radiant light. Moments later, as the light faded, A charming pink creature appeared before Ji Yun. Mew, thank you. Ji Yun expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he regarded the Mew floating before him. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Mew playfully circled him several times, exuding an affectionate demeanor. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man lay on the ground, gazing at the fallen Venusaur and Steel Wing before him. His expression twisted with rage. Just as he prepared to retreat, a casual glance caught his eye, causing him to freeze in disbelief. In the distance, a pink, adorable Pokémon floated beside the valiant warrior. Mew. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock before erupting with joy. He immediately pressed a button on his earpiece, shouting, "Everyone! Mew has appeared. Activate the kamikaze plan." Chapter 90. The Frenzy of Self-Destruct. Having shouted this, the middle-aged man quickly retrieved a Pokeball and hurled it forth. A Weezing materialized on the battlefield, swiftly advancing towards President Ho's Pokémon. On this side, upon hearing the message through their earpieces, the beleaguered young rascals paused momentarily, then turned to Ji Yun's direction. In the next instant, the people of Dongwang Nation noticed that the previously faltering young rascals suddenly charged at them with frenzied zeal, their eyes ablaze with madness. "Come forth, mischievous bouncing ball. Thunderball, the time to show our loyalty has arrived." Amidst the throng, upon witnessing the unfolding events, Gu Kanyan's countenance shifted dramatically as he urgently shouted, "Everyone, retreat. Alurito, establish wide-area defense." In an instant, the Alurito beside Ji Yun sprang forth, leaping ahead of their allies, swiftly conjuring an energy barrier to shield all comrades behind it. Simultaneously, Ji Yun's expression also altered as he beheld the spirits unleashed by the enemy. The malevolent intentions of the little devils became abundantly clear to him. "Hold the line. Magic wall puppets, assist with wide-area defense." Then, with fierce expressions and eyes alight with madness, the little devils bellowed, "Prankster bomb, self-destruct. Thunderball, self-destruct. Board it." At the same moment, a middle-aged man shouted with a venomous glare, "Double gas bomb, massive explosion. Boom, boom, boom." The battlefield was suddenly illuminated by blinding light, accompanied by the deafening cacophony of explosions echoing in succession. Beside Ji Yun, Dream swiftly erected a pink protective shield, encasing him within its embrace. The magic wall puppets joined Alurito, similarly raising an energy barrier, their foreheads glistening with sweat as they gritted their teeth to maintain it. Pikachu and the others hastily conjured their own energy shields. The explosive flames on the battlefield were exceptionally glaring, and the violent detonations caused the very ground to tremble. After a brief moment, the explosions finally subsided. Ji Yun shook his head to regain his senses, the multitude of thunderous blasts leaving a ringing in his ears. Upon lifting his gaze, he found the battlefield shrouded in thick, black smoke that obscured his vision. Through the perception granted by his wave-guiding power, he discerned that the once even ground was now riddled with enormous craters. As he carefully assessed the situation, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. Thankfully, the wave guides on the allied side remained intact. At that moment, Ji Yun's expression suddenly shifted, and he swiftly turned to shout, "Dream, be cautious." Hearing Ji Yun's warning, Dream momentarily paused. Suddenly, a Mewtwo burst forth from the dense smoke, appearing at Dream's side, its claws poised to strike. Reacting swiftly, Dream pivoted, narrowly evading the lethal swipe and soaring away from Mewtwo, leaving behind a few wisps of fur dancing in the air. In a show of indignation, Dream rapidly conjured a wave-guided projectile and hurled it at Mewtwo. The creature swiftly distanced itself to evade the attack. However, evasion proved futile against the wave-guided projectile. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Mewtwo was propelled backwards, crashing to the ground, rendered incapable of rising. Mewtwo, level, LV65. Observing the fallen Mewtwo, Ji Yun let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Although he did not believe that a creature of this level could harm Dream, a flicker of anxiety had momentarily gripped him. Yet, in the swiftness of the encounter, he had failed to notice that as Mewtwo had dodged, it had dug into the ground just before being struck. "Are you all right, Dream?" Ji Yun inquired. "Mew," Dream replied cheerfully, circling around Ji Yun in a carefree manner. Moments later, the thick smoke on the battlefield began to dissipate. Ji Yun gazed upon the blood-stained ground, littered with the remnants of fallen comrades and severed limbs, causing his stomach to churn with a wave of nausea. Pikachu, his 4 Pokémon rushed to his side, their concerned gazes fixed upon him. "I'm fine," Ji Yun reassured them, inhaling deeply. "If it feels uncomfortable, it's best to let it out. The first time is always like this." At that moment, Gu Kanyan approached Ji Yun, saying, "It seems the battle has concluded." Ji Yun, suppressing his queasiness, shook his head. "What are the casualties?" Gu Kanyan sighed softly. "The humans are all right. 3 are severely injured, and 12 have minor wounds, but thankfully their lives are not in danger. However, several Pokémon have perished. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun's expression darkened, his fists clenching as a surge of fury ignited within him. Ji Yun, an elderly figure, approached. It appears the ordeal has come to an end. Dream, and I shall be returning. Mew, Dream chimed in. Ji Yun managed a faint smile at the sight of the elder and Dream. Thank you both for your assistance. The elder shook his head, remaining silent. Before departing, Dream called back to Ji Yun. Mew, all right, in the future when I have the chance. Pikachu and I will definitely come to visit you, Ji Yun replied with a smile. Pikachu nodded in agreement, waving goodbye to Dream and the elder. Moments later, Dream transformed once more into the guise of Ho-Oh, soaring into the sky alongside the elder, heading towards the horizon. Why does Dream always prefer to take on the appearance of Ho-Oh? Ji Yun pondered, watching their retreating figures, his thoughts drifting. I'm glad to see you're unscathed. At that moment, President Ho approached, accompanied by a Dragonite. He observed Dream's departure with a smile. It seems you share a strong bond. They came to your aid. Indeed. After nearly a month of companionship, Ji Yun shrugged and inquired, what about your side? Ho sighed softly. After the explosions, that beast vanished. It seems it has fled. No. It did not flee immediately. It was still here moments ago. Ji Yun shook his head, pointing towards the gravely injured Mewtwo, recounting the earlier attack. Upon hearing Ji Yun's account, President Hoa approached the fallen Mewtwo, crouching down to inspect it closely. He frowned and said, it seems their ultimate goal was Dream. Their madness only erupted after Dream appeared. They sought to abduct you, primarily for Dream. Ji Yun nodded in agreement. This assessment was astutely accurate. Then, Ji Yun asked, these individuals are not from the Sakura Nation's official ranks, are they? Who are they? Ho nodded in response. The officials of the Sakura Nation would not dare to launch such a brazen assault unless they were prepared for war. Rising to his feet, Ho continued. I know this group. We have encountered them before. They are members of the Underground Alliance's Sakura Nation branch. Chapter 91, The Underground Alliance. Underground Alliance? Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback before asking, is it the terrorist organization mentioned online? Indeed, Ho confirmed with a nod. The Underground Alliance, abbreviated as UGA, is the largest criminal organization in this world, with branches established in many countries. Is that so? Ji Yun fell silent, deep in thought. Undoubtedly. The little devil's target had been Dream. But what could this so-called Underground Alliance want with Dream? Surely, they did not intend to. As he contemplated this, Ji Yun's expression became grave. Aside from Dream itself, the only connection he could think of relating to Dream was Mewtwo. Subsequently, Ji Yun recalled the documents he had encountered in the realm's secrets, and a hypothesis formed in his mind. Could it be that those little devils had obtained information regarding Team Rocket? Yet, that did not seem right. If they had access to Team Rocket's data on Mewtwo, logically, Mewtwo should have already been created. But where was Mewtwo? There were no rumors or legends concerning Mewtwo in this world. Had it yet to arrive in this realm? Or was the Team Rocket in that secret realm from a parallel world where Mewtwo had not yet been created? As Ji Yun furrowed his brow in contemplation, he acknowledged the vastness of the Pokémon multiverse, recognizing the possibility of such a scenario. Just as he was lost in thought, a convoy of vehicles and helicopters hastily approached from a distance. He soon learned from President Hoa that this was the arrival of reinforcements from the Alliance. Ji Yun couldn't help but smirk. Their timing was rather unfortunate, arriving only after the ordeal had concluded. Once the support personnel arrived, he observed President Hoa engaging in a brief exchange with the leader of the reinforcements. After the bodies of the fallen Pokémon were collected, President Hoa led Ji Yun and the others to a new convoy, preparing to return to the Alliance's headquarters, leaving the task of cleaning up the battlefield to those who had come to assist. Given that most individuals from Donghuang were injured, some gravely, they required medical attention and it was unsuitable for them to return home immediately. Thus, President Ho decided it was prudent to return to the base for recuperation and attend to the wounded. Ji Yun noted that the Mewtwo was also administered medication by President Ho's team before being taken away. He discreetly gathered a few strands of hair that had fallen from the Mew and intended to dispose of them upon his return. Inside a jeep, after a moment of silence, Ji Yun turned to President Hoa and inquired, could you enlighten me about the specifics of the Underground Alliance? What? Are you feeling aggrieved and seeking retribution? Ho responded, glancing at Ji Yun. If possible, I certainly would, Ji Yun replied earnestly. Once I have gained sufficient strength. If they are still intact, I would not hesitate to settle the score. Good, you remain quite lucid, Ho nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, the Underground Alliance. This organization was birthed a century ago by a cadre of racists. Racists? Ji Yun echoed, slightly taken aback. Indeed. They are a group that believes in human supremacy, Hua elucidated. They contend that humans should reign as the sovereigns of this world, refusing to submit to the deities. In their eyes, the covenant established between humanity and the legendary Pokémon is an affront to human dignity. Thus, they formed this underground alliance, enlisting racists from various nations, striving to establish humanity as the sole dominator of the world. Quite an ambitious vision, Ji Yun remarked after absorbing the origins of this organization. Their intentions cannot be deemed entirely erroneous. They are merely idealistic. Hua nodded thoughtfully before continuing. However, this was merely the initial phase of the underground alliance. In its early days, they stirred little commotion, and thus, the nations paid them little heed. Hua paused momentarily before resuming. Yet, as time elapsed and the founding elders passed away, the organization began to transform. It became increasingly radical and resorted to more brutal methods. Naturally, this attracted the ire of nations worldwide. Subsequently, the organization fractured. Although the various factions nominally remained part of a single alliance, many began to engage in internecine conflicts. In essence, the modern underground alliance is comprised of a cadre of extremist terrorists. They spare no effort in their pursuits, committing heinous acts devoid of any moral compass, rendering them prime targets for global condemnation. I see. Ji Yun nodded in understanding after Hua's exposition. In simpler terms, a group of racists and idealists has devolved into lunatics. But why has this organization yet to be eradicated? These individuals are adept at concealing themselves, infiltrating various sectors, making it exceedingly difficult to unearth them all. Some nations have even seen them penetrate their governments, Hua explained. There will always be those who, having satiated their material desires, seek to fulfill their extreme ideological cravings. Additionally, there are those from the lower strata who are discontented with their circumstances. Thus, this organization is akin to resilient weeds that cannot be entirely eradicated. They re-emerge with the spring breeze. Ji Yun found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, people should not be too well fed. Then he inquired, does our country have a branch of this organization? There was once, but it was decisively dismantled by the authorities from the outset, Hua replied. Moreover, our nation's cultural ideology differs from that of others, rendering such extreme racist sentiments rare in our soil. Coupled with vigilant monitoring from the government regarding any emerging tendencies, this organization finds little room to thrive here. Ji Yun nodded in agreement. That is a relief. Upon returning to the base, President Hua promptly began to attend to the wounded. Ji Yun quietly stood by, silently observing as the bodies of the fallen Pokémon were placed into specially designed coffins. Witnessing the sorrow and despair of the trainers, after a prolonged moment, he inhaled deeply and slowly turned to leave. Pikachu, as they made their way back to their quarters, Pikachu perched on Ji Yun's shoulder, gazed at him in silence before offering comfort. I'm fine. Ji Yun shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. However, a fierce fire seemed to ignite within his eyes. The Underground Alliance, UGA, and those little devils, just you wait. I will ensure you descend into hell. Ji Yun silently vowed. As time progressed, night fell. In the deep of night, after the Alliance forces had withdrawn from the battlefield, a figure appeared at the site of the daytime skirmish. Chapter 92, Application Approved. Beneath the night sky, illuminated by a flickering light, the previously fleeing Wataru appeared once more, accompanied by a natural bird. He approached the spot where Mythical had fallen and produced a device to scan the nearby soil. Swiftly, he crouched down to excavate a particular area. Moments later, his face lit up with joy as he delicately extracted a strand of hair from the soil with tweezers, placing it into a sealed bag. Ha! Gazing at the sealed bag, Wataru could not contain his exuberance. At last, it's in my grasp. Mythical, the plan has succeeded. Well done. In his scheme, should Mythical fail to escape after acquiring the hair of Mew, it would be buried on the spot. Wataru sighed dramatically. You have served loyally. I shall not forget you. The next day, the reinforcement team dispatched by Dong Huang arrived at the base, prepared to escort the remains and Ji Yun back to their homeland. This time, their journey home proceeded without incident. Ji Yun and the others successfully boarded the special aircraft, embarking on their return voyage. After more than 9 hours, the plane landed in the capital of Dongwon. Upon disembarking, President Hua called out to Ji Yun, I must attend to the matter of the ambush. When we transfer the remains, I will assist you in applying for the capture qualifications. I will also aid you in applying for entry into the Dragoness Lair. Therefore, remain in the capital for a few days. Do not leave just yet. I shall inform you once I have news. Understood, Ji Yun nodded. Thank you, President. Just in time, May was approaching. Labor Day exists in this world as well, celebrated on the 1st of May, with a 7-day holiday. Zhang Chuyu would be returning to the capital. Ji Yun had promised to accompany her during the holiday before continuing their adventures. After leaving the airport, Ji Yun opted not to accompany the officials, but instead sought accommodation at a hotel. That evening, during a video call with Zhang Chuyu, Ji Yun informed her that he had arrived in the capital. Really? You'll need to wait for me for a few days. Zhang Chuyu exclaimed with a radiant smile in the video. No worries. I have a few days to rest. Ji Yun's statement was indeed a reflection of reality. After 2 consecutive months of adventures and yet another encounter with an assault, he certainly deserved a few days of respite to recalibrate his state of mind. The following day, with an uncharacteristic lack of obligations, Ji Yun decided against visiting the protection zone and instead opted to explore the renowned historical sites of the capital. Thus, a few days passed. On the last day of April, while en route to the airport, Ji Yun received a call from President Hua. Your application has been approved from both sides. The Research Institute has successfully revived the first batch of fossil spirits. You may go and capture them at your convenience. I've made the necessary arrangements. You only need to present your credentials. As for the Dragoness Lair, we will have to wait a few more days. The Guardian of the Lair is on vacation, and access will only be permitted after the May Day holiday concludes. President Hua conveyed the news to Ji Yun. All right, understood. Thank you, President, Ji Yun replied with a flicker of excitement. While he held little interest in the fossil spirits from the Institute, he was genuinely looking forward to the journey to the Dragoness Lair. Subsequently, he thought of Zhang Chuyao and promptly inquired, President, may I bring my girlfriend along to the Research Institute? Your girlfriend? President Hua slightly paused upon hearing Ji Yun's response. He quickly recalled a video he had seen while researching Ji Yun's profile. The girlfriend you mentioned wouldn't happen to be the one from the video, would she? Ji Yun was momentarily speechless upon realizing that President Hua had indeed seen that video. Nevertheless, he nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's her. President Hua, not surprised by Ji Yun's answer, had anticipated this outcome. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, it is that little girl. No wonder Chu Wanner has been so supportive of Ji Yun, not only assigning someone to protect his family, but also casting her vote in favor of his access to the Dragoness Lair during the meeting. Her vote was pivotal. As the successor to the Dragoness Lair, had she opposed it, Ji Yun's application would have required further deliberation. Well, it seems this is a son-in-law situation. Although he had suspected it beforehand, he still responded in disbelief. Very well, you may bring her along. Thank you, President, Ji Yun said gratefully. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Upon arriving at the airport, it wasn't long before Ji Yun spotted Zhang Chuyao emerging from the exit, her backpack slung over her shoulder. She immediately recognized Ji Yun, particularly because of the Pikachu perched on his shoulder, an unmistakable sight. With a bright smile, she dashed toward him. Leaping into his arms, Ji Yun instinctively wrapped his arms around her. I missed you so much, Zhang Chuyao exclaimed, holding him tightly. She then glanced at the Pikachu on Ji Yun's shoulder. Pikachu, it's been a while. Pika, the Pikachu responded cheerfully. But we see each other every day on video. Ji Yun chuckled. Videos can't compare to real-life meetings. Don't you miss me? Of course I do. That's more like it. After sharing a warm embrace, the young couple held hands and exited the airport. Instead of heading home immediately, Zhang Chuyao took Ji Yun on a delightful tour around the capital, indulging in food and entertainment for half the day. As dusk approached and they prepared to part ways, Zhang Chuyao shyly asked, how about you stay at my house? Ji Yun paused, momentarily taken aback before quickly shaking his head. I think that's a bit too forward. Perhaps another time. He felt it best to meet her father first before making such a move. Oh, then see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. Pikachu, goodbye, he added. Pika. The Pikachu echoed. Thus, the two parted ways. Zhang Chuyao returned home while Ji Yun went back to his hotel. That night, he opened a gift package and received a pair of thick-soled boots and a flame orb. The next morning, Zhang Chuyao arrived bright and early at the hotel, eagerly dragging Ji Yun out the door. Where are we headed? Ji Yun inquired during their journey. To my dad's breeding house. Zhang Chuyao replied with enthusiasm. Last night, my dad told me they received a new batch of spirits, including a group of EVs. She looked at Ji Yun with a beaming smile. You wanted to capture new spirits, right? I thought we could check out my dad's breeding house. Perhaps you'll find one you fancy. Ji Yun was momentarily stunned. We're meeting your father already? This is so sudden. I'm not prepared with a gift. Don't worry. It's not a formal visit, so there's no need for a gift. Zhang Chuyao reassured him nonchalantly. All right. After hesitating for a moment, Ji Yun nodded, although it felt a bit rushed. The allure of new spirits compelled him to muster the courage. He did feel slightly like a freeloader, though. Before long, the two arrived in the suburbs of the capital. After disembarking, Ji Yun gazed at the sign above the entrance that read Yao Yao Breeding House, and then turned to observe the seemingly endless fence surrounding the property. Marveling at its size, it's quite large. This is the name my dad chose based on mine, Zhang Chuyao explained, pulling Ji Yun along briskly into the breeding house. We should hurry, my dad is waiting. After a moment, they arrived at an office, and Zhang Chuyao pushed the door open without hesitation. Inside, a refined middle-aged man was reviewing some documents. Dad, I'm here. Zhang Chuyao greeted cheerfully, then introduced Ji Yun. This is my classmate, Ji Yun. As Zhang Yunting lifted his gaze to see his precious daughter entering with a boy, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Ji Yun quickly greeted him with politeness. Hello, uncle. Greetings, Zhang Yunting replied, his smile not quite reaching his eyes as he turned his attention back to his daughter. Just a classmate? Dad. Zhang Qiao's face flushed slightly at her father's words. Under his scrutinizing gaze, she surrendered. Okay, he is my boyfriend. Oh, a boyfriend, you say? Zhang Yunting remarked, shifting his focus back to Ji Yun. So, Ji Yun, what do you have to say for yourself? Ji Yun, though feeling nervous, maintained his composure and nodded. It's a bit sudden meeting you, and I didn't bring a gift. I hope you can forgive me. Zhang Yunting's eyebrow twitched again. Although he had already learned about the young man's accomplishments from his wife and recognized him as a rare potential candidate, he still felt uneasy about his daughter being courted. All right, Dad, where are the new spirits? I want to take him to see them, Zhang Chuyao interjected, breaking the tension. Zhang Yunting took a deep breath, feeling slightly overwhelmed. However, as this was his daughter, he could only indulge her. They're in Zone 3. You two can go on ahead. Okay. Zhang Chuyao nodded, taking Ji Yun's hand. As they departed, Ji Yun politely bid farewell. Goodbye, uncle. Watching his daughter lead Ji Yun away, Zhang Yunting sighed, pressing his palms against his forehead. Zhang Chuyao guided Ji Yun out of the building and into the backyard of the breeding house. As soon as Ji Yun stepped outside, he was met with an expanse of lush green grass. Beneath the azure sky, this verdant meadow shimmered in the sunlight, creating an intoxicating scene. Scattered across the field, numerous small sprites were frolicking joyfully. Not far off, a group of large milk cans lay leisurely on the grass, basking in the warmth. On the other side, a flock of sheep was also sunbathing in tranquility. Gazing into the distance, Ji Yun could make out forests, hills, lakes, and streams, prompting him to exclaim in wonder. How vast it is! Is all of this man-made? Yes, most of it is artificially crafted, Zhang Chuyao replied. Many of the sprites here are fostered by others. With that, she took Ji Yun's hand and led him eastward. The eastern district is this way, let us go. They crossed the meadow and navigated through the woods until they arrived at an enormous glass enclosure. This is the eastern district, Zhang Chuyao introduced. In awe of the massive ecological garden before him, Ji Yun could only marvel. What opulence! Subsequently, Zhang Chuyao guided Ji Yun into the garden. Newly arrived sprites are generally placed in the ecological garden to acclimate to their surroundings, she explained. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vibrant jungle and flowing waters. After taking a few steps, a group of EVs appeared before them, some playing and tumbling, while others curled up to rest. Ji Yun also noticed that aside from the EVs, there were Vulpix, Electrike, Teddiursa, Espurr, and Rockruff in the vicinity. Sprites could be seen perched in the trees and swimming in the waters. So many EVs. They're absolutely adorable. Upon seeing the group of EVs, Zhang Chuyao eagerly approached them. The EVs, rather than being startled by their presence, curiously observed the newcomers. Ji Yun counted them, 1, 2, 3 in total. There were 12 EVs. He focused intently on each one. Elite, Elite, Quasi-King, Elite. Suddenly, his gaze settled on one particular EV. EV, level, LV5, type, normal, gender, female, ability, anticipation, held item, none individual values, HP, 31, attack, 25, defense, 27, special attack, 31, special defense, 31, speed, 29, potential, king, 3 IVs, and it has a hidden ability. Ji Yun gazed in astonishment at the EV. With this ability and stat distribution, it would be highly suitable for evolution into either a Vaporeon or a Sylveon. It could also excel in other special attack forms. Ji Yun, come here. At that moment, Zhang Chuyao called out, having already positioned herself among the EVs, beckoning him over. The EVs remained calm, clearly accustomed to human interaction since birth. Aren't they cute? Ji Yun, do you have your eye on any of them? Zhang Chuyao exclaimed as she picked up one of the EVs, smiling warmly. If you do, we could each capture one. Hearing this, Ji Yun surveyed the group. Unfortunately, there was only one EV with king-level potential, while 3 possessed quasi-king potential. The others were all of elite caliber. Moreover, The EV with king-level potential was the sole female among them. Which evolution of EV do you prefer the most? Ji Yun inquired. Zhang Chuyao pondered before responding. Although all the evolutions have their merits, I have a particular fondness for Sylvian. Ji Yun then pointed to the female EV at her feet and suggested, then I recommend you capture this one. Just as Ji Yun finished speaking, a voice emerged from behind them. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such discerning taste. Both turned to see Zhang Yunting approaching them slowly. Dad. Zhang Chuyao gasped in surprise, exclaiming, what are you doing here? Zhang Yunting, taken aback, replied in a deadpan manner, this is my breeding house. Why wouldn't I come? Besides, would you be able to select a sprite by yourself if I weren't here? Zhang Chuyao shrank back a little, feeling somewhat awkward. She then glanced away and mumbled, but I have Ji Yun here. Zhang Yunting fell silent again, his gaze shifting to Ji Yun. After a moment of scrutiny, he asked, how did you discern the potential of that EV? It was just a feeling, Ji Yun replied thoughtfully. He certainly couldn't reveal his extraordinary abilities. A feeling? Zhang Yunting appeared perplexed by the response. Having overheard their conversation, Zhang Chuyao set the EV she was holding back down and picked up the female EV, asking, is this EV very exceptional? Absolutely. Zhang Yunting nodded affirmatively. Based on my observations and tests, this EV has the best stamina among them, boasts outstanding defense, and has commendable speed. It is the most exceptional EV in this group. Afterward, Zhang Yunting turned his attention back to Ji Yun, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. I took several hours to reach that conclusion. You figured it out just by glancing at it? Perhaps it's a gift I possess? Ji Yun crafted an excuse. Maintaining a serious demeanor, Zhang Chuyao, cradling the EV, beamed with pride, declaring, Dad, how about it? Isn't my boyfriend impressive? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunting, looking at his daughter's goofy grin, rolled his eyes in exasperation, feeling a mix of frustration and disbelief. This foolish daughter of mine is actually bragging about her boyfriend to me. With gritted teeth, he turned to Ji Yun. All right, so you're gifted, huh? Follow me. He then spun around and marched deeper into the ecological garden. Ji Yun exchanged glances with Zhang Chuyao and shrugged before following suit. Upon reaching a gathering of cacnea, Zhang Yunting pointed to the group and inquired, now, tell me, which of these cacnea has better potential? Dad, what are you doing? Zhang Chuyao interjected, somewhat displeased. Zhang Yunting, unfazed, replied, I'm merely testing Ji Yun's abilities. He was skeptical that anyone could possess such keen insight. Meanwhile, Ji Yun surveyed the cacnea and quickly identified the answer. However, he feigned contemplation and scrutinized them further before finally raising his finger to indicate, this one. Among the cacnea, only one exhibited quasi-king potential, while the others were of elite caliber. Whoa! Zhang Yunting's eyes widened slightly, expressing surprise at Ji Yun's answer. Dad, what do you think? Zhang Chuyao eagerly asked. He is correct, Zhang Yunting affirmed. With this confirmation, Zhang Chuyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned closer to Ji Yun. Wow, Ji Yun, you're amazing. Observing this interaction, Zhang Yunting felt a pang of distress, realizing that his silly daughter might truly be swept away. To salvage his image in her eyes, he forced a generous smile and proclaimed, you have a good eye. Would you like to work here? The salary is the highest standard, plus a share of the profits. Thank you, uncle, but I must respectfully decline. Ji Yun replied calmly, shaking his head to decline the offer. My aspiration is to become the most formidable trainer. Thus I have no intention of working at the breeding house. The strongest, you say? Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Zhang Yunting was momentarily taken aback, then smiled again. Ignore him, let us depart. Zhang Chuyao cast a sidelong glance at her father, then took Ji Yun by the hand and led him away to another area. Along the way, Zhang Chuyao became increasingly intrigued, showing Ji Yun all the Pokémon in the ecological park, occasionally inquiring which ones she deemed the most exceptional. Ji Yun stole a glance at his father-in-law, then deliberately took a bit more time, yet answered each question in turn, including those he had initially overlooked. Observing the two from the sidelines, Zhang Yunting could no longer deny that this young man possessed extraordinary talent. At that moment, his gaze towards Ji Yun transformed from disdain and rejection to one of admiration, as if he were gazing upon a precious treasure. It is worth noting that merely discerning and selecting from a group of Pokémon would typically require him several hours. Within this ecological park alone, there were at least a dozen groups of Pokémon. Not to mention, at times, the number of Pokémon collected necessitated storage across multiple ecological parks. In the past, he would spend days, even weeks, sifting through selections, while this youth needed only a few glances to accomplish the task, and with greater accuracy than himself. Was this not a gem? Coupled with the descriptions he had heard from his wife, it was evident that this young man was indeed quite capable. Perhaps it would not be such a bad thing for his daughter to associate with him. After exploring the ecological park, what do you think? After observing the last group of Pokémon, Zhang Chuyao turned to Ji Yun and inquired, "Is there one that piques your interest?" Upon hearing her question, Ji Yun sighed and shook his head. After an extensive look around, he acknowledged that the Pokémon here were generally quite impressive, but aside from that the highest potential he observed was merely that of a quasi-champion, falling short of his standards, including the Psychic-type Pokémon. Zhang Chuyao was slightly taken aback and asked, "Wasn't that EV sufficient?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yun paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. "That EV is exceptionally suited for evolving into a Sylveon, and besides, it is a female, perhaps you should capture it." Zhang Chuyao gazed deeply at Ji Yun, then shook her head. "I think you should do it. There are plenty of EVs around. I can capture another one." "Forget it. You should capture it," Ji Yun insisted. Zhang Chuyao favored adorable and beautiful Pokémon. Whether it was an EV or a Sylveon, they were both to her liking. Ji Yun's thoughts mirrored her mother's. If one were to capture a Pokémon, it should be the finest. Moreover, this was her father's breeding house, so it was only reasonable for her to capture one. At that moment, Zhang Yunting interjected. "Have you found no Pokémon here that satisfies your expectations? Your standards seem rather lofty." "Uncle, I aim to capture Pokémon with higher potential to avoid frequent replacements in the future," Ji Yun replied, nodding. He noticed that his father-in-law's attitude towards him had improved considerably after their stroll. "I see." After considering Ji Yun's words, Zhang Yunting continued, "In fact, I recently acquired a batch of special Pokémon. Would you like to take a look?" "More?" Zhang Chuyao was again momentarily stunned and asked, "Dad, why didn't you tell me? Those Pokémon are somewhat special. I thought you wouldn't be interested, so I kept it to myself." Zhang Yunting shrugged. "Special?" Ji Yun was intrigued. "How special?" Then, Zhang Yunting slowly revealed, "Ghost type." Chapter 95. Darn, this is frustrating. Ghost type. At her father's words, Zhang Chuyao's body stiffened, her grip on Ji Yun's arm tightening involuntarily. How could it be ghost type? Isn't there a demand in the market for them? Zhang Yunting chuckled helplessly. There are always trainers who have a penchant for ghost types. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun was also slightly taken aback, then began to ponder. Indeed, many ghost-type Pokémon exhibit various eerie habits. Some can induce discomfort in trainers, while others can frighten them. However, after experiencing an attack, Ji Yun realized just how formidable ghost-type Pokémon could be in actual combat. Possessing a ghost-type Pokémon would facilitate both ambushing other trainers and defending against ambushes. With this thought, Ji Yun took a deep breath and turned to his father-in-law. "Uncle, I am quite interested. Please take me to see them." After all, how daunting could ghost-type Pokémon be? He would tame one for him. Moreover, not all ghost types are frightful. Some are completely harmless. Subsequently, under Zhang Yunting's guidance, they arrived at a storage room. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by rows of Pokeballs. Many ghost-type Pokémon can be a bit peculiar, if you catch my drift. Therefore, they are not suitable to be housed with other Pokémon in the open. Zhang Yunting explained. Ji Yun nodded in understanding. Most ghost types enjoy scaring others. If left outside, they could cause quite a ruckus. Then, Zhang Yunting pulled a Pokeball from his pocket and opened it. Instantly, a crow resembling one wearing a hat appeared in the storage room. Crowhead. Level, LV59. Type, Dark. Flying. Ability, Insomnia. Gender, Male. Potential, Quasi-Champion. Crowhead, please keep an eye out, Zhang Yunting instructed, to which the Crowhead nodded coolly. Zhang Yunting then took another Pokeball and looked at Ji Yun. Since they are all in Pokeballs, we can only examine them one at a time. Are you ready? Ji Yun nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, Zhang Yunting opened the first Pokeball. As the light faded, a Pumpkaboo appeared before Ji Yun. Upon seeing the people in the storage room, the Pumpkaboo's expression brightened, its eyes sparkling with excitement. However, a sudden caw from the Crowhead caused the Pumpkaboo to freeze, its round eyes widening in terror. Observing this, Ji Yun appraised the Pumpkaboo, then shook his head at his father-in-law. In response, Zhang Yunting returned the Pumpkaboo to its Pokeball and picked up the next one. Then, a Ghastly materialized in the storage room. Ghastly. Upon its arrival, the Ghastly made a ghostly face at everyone. Zhang Chuyao jumped back in surprise. Pikachu also flinched, shaking slightly. Ji Yun remained composed, glancing at it before shaking his head again. Next, another Pokemon appeared, a Honedge. This Honedge remained calm, quietly standing there. Nevertheless, Ji Yun shook his head once more. Thus, one by one, Ji Yun examined various ghost types. Pumpkaboo, Ghastly, Mismagius, Driftbloom, Litwick, Trevenant, and so forth. but he did not find any that met his satisfaction. Finally, after yet another Ghastly appeared, Ji-Yun was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up with surprise. Ghastly, level, LV7, type, ghost, poison, ability, levitate, gender, male, individual values, HP, 25. Attack, 31, defense, 27, special attack, 31, special defense, 31, speed, 31. Potential, champion. This Ghastly, like the previous one, opened its mouth wide upon appearance, sticking out its long tongue and making a ghostly face to scare others. However, when it saw that Ji-Yun was not frightened but rather wore a broad smile, it was momentarily bewildered. What? Was it not frightening enough? Has the terrifying prowess of this Ghastly diminished? One could observe Ghastly floating in the air, utterly bewildered and befuddled. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Ji-Yun's grin, Zhang Yunting inquired, "Has this Ghastly finally caught your eye?" Indeed, Ji-Yun nodded, a smile adorning his face. "I have taken a liking to it." With that, he stepped toward the Ghastly. This particular Ghastly boasted a remarkable 4V status, with a total individual value of 176 points and king-level potential. What could he possibly find unsatisfactory? It merely had a penchant for absorbing life force, a trivial matter. Soon after, Ji-Yun approached the Ghastly with a beaming smile. Observing Ji-Yun's advance, the Ghastly furrowed its brow, adopting a serious demeanor as it circled around Ji-Yun, scrutinizing him closely. It remained perplexed as to why Ji-Yun was not frightened. "Ghastly, I have taken a liking to you. Come, be my partner," Ji-Yun declared. Turning to face the ghostly creature, his gaze following its movements, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Ghastly paused, momentarily taken aback by Ji-Yun's words, before instantly perking up and sticking out its tongue, making a ghastly face. Ji-Yun, however, remained unfazed, still smiling at the creature. Witnessing this, Ghastly retracted its ghastly visage, glaring at Ji-Yun with an expression of defiance. In response, Ji-Yun unveiled his trump card. He retrieved a storage box from his backpack, extracting a rainbow-hued energy cube, placing it in his palm before presenting it to Ghastly. Ghastly, observing Ji-Yun's actions, appeared somewhat puzzled. It approached the energy cube, inspected it, and then, with a flick of its tongue, consumed the cube. After a moment of chewing, a glimmer of excitement illuminated its eyes as the gases constituting its form swelled and began to writhe, revealing a look of delight. "This is my creation. So, what do you say? Will you come with me?" Ji-Yun inquired, grinning as he regarded the contented Ghastly, akin to a shepherd coaxing a wayward lamb. Ghastly, after a period of contemplation, focused its gaze back on Ji-Yun, studying him intently. Ji-Yun remained silent, simply holding its gaze. Suddenly, Ghastly, with a serious expression, opened its mouth wide, extending its tongue to lick Ji-Yun's face. A gentle sweetness wafted through the air. Ji-Yun stood frozen, his expression blank, his body stiffening as his eyes twitched, immobile. "Damn, I'm paralyzed." Chapter 96. A new Pokémon joins the team. "Ji-Yun, are you alright?" Zhang Chuyao rushed forward to steady him upon noticing his unusual state. "I'm fine," Ji-Yun replied, his body still rigid as he mechanically turned his head. "Just a bit paralyzed." "What?" Observing Ji-Yun's bewildered expression, Ghastly finally broke into a wide grin, bursting into laughter. "Ghastly, Ghastly, Ghastly. Can't scare you? Can't paralyze you either?" Ji-Yun, caught between laughter and frustration, marveled at Ghastly's audacity to use its tongue on him. After a brief moment, Ji-Yun's body gradually regained its composure. The extraordinary resilience of his new physique was no mere jest. Meanwhile, after a hearty laugh, Ghastly floated before Ji-Yun, beaming at him. Being a Pokémon from the breeding house, it understood what it meant for a human to visit. It was rather pleased with Ji-Yun. He was not frightened by its antics, did not take offense at its licking, and even offered delicious energy cubes. Thus, it ceased its resistance. Ji-Yun, momentarily taken aback, soon returned the smile. Observing this interaction, Zhang Yunting chuckled and approached, handing Ji-Yun the Pokeball containing Ghastly. Ji-Yun accepted the Pokeball, gazing at Ghastly, and cheerfully stated, "Ghastly, I look forward to our future together." Ghastly nodded with a smile. In an instant, a beam of red light shot from the Pokeball, enveloping Ghastly, who transformed into a radiant glow before being drawn into the Pokeball. Ji-Yun grinned with delight as he held the Pokeball in his hand. The team had yet again expanded. "Congratulations, you've finally captured a Pokémon you truly desire," Zhang Chuyao remarked, sharing in Ji-Yun's joy. "Indeed," Ji-Yun replied with a smile. Turning to his father-in-law, "Uncle, what is the price for this Ghastly?" However, before Ji-Yun could finish his sentence, Zhang Yunting interjected, "It's a gift for you. No charge." "What?" Ji-Yun paused, taken aback. Isn't that a bit too much? Since you are Yao Yao's boyfriend, consider this ghastly a present. Zhang Yunting waved dismissively, exuding an air of generosity. Well, all right then. With that, Ji Yun had no further objections and accepted the gift, knowing that to refuse would be to disregard social etiquette. Subsequently, the group departed from the warehouse and returned to the ecological garden. Now, you shall be the one to capture this EV, Ji Yun suggested to Zhang Chuyao. Having successfully captured her desired Pokémon, she no longer hesitated and soon succeeded in capturing the EV. Later, after sending away her father, Zhang Chuyao guided Ji Yun to explore other areas of the breeding house. At noon, on a patch of grass, they planned to feed their Pokémon. Zhang Chuyao released all her Pokémon from their Pokeballs, a Dratini, a Charmeleon, a Bunnelby, and her newly captured Eevee. Oh, your Bunnelby has evolved, Ji Yun remarked. Noticing Zhang Chuyao's Pokémon, he had learned of her Dratini's evolution during a previous video call. Yes, it evolved just a few days ago, she replied with a smile. The level 31 Dratini indicated she had not neglected her training at school. Ji Yun, smiling gently, retrieved his Pokeballs and released his Pokémon as well. Before summoning Ghastly, he pressed the release button on the Pokeball. Ghastly emerged, looking bewildered, glancing quizzically at Ji Yun. Don't be alarmed. I plan to provide you with a more comfortable abode, Ji Yun reassured, gently pressing a luxurious ball against Ghastly. Moments later, Ghastly was once again captured. Once released once more, Ji Yun inquired, how does the new Pokeball feel? Ghastly beamed with joy, then suddenly stuck out its tongue. Ji Yun's expression shifted as he quickly exclaimed, oh no, don't. Yet before he could finish, Ghastly licked his face again. Ji Yun found himself frozen once more. Damn, I'm paralyzed again. Ji Yun. Oh no. Zhang Chuyao and his Pokémon rushed to his side. Stay calm, it's nothing to worry about. After a brief moment, Ji Yun regained his composure and introduced Ghastly, the new member of their team, to the others. Alright, Ghastly means no harm. There's no need to be alarmed, Ji Yun assured. Upon hearing his words, Ghastly's eyes shimmered with tears, gazing at Ji Yun with deep gratitude. It had truly been frightened by these formidable companions moments before. Suddenly, Ghastly opened its mouth wide again, revealing its tongue once more. Oh no, don't lick. This time, Ji Yun swiftly voiced his objection before Ghastly could act. Seeing Ji Yun's resistance, Gu Ci's expression stiffened momentarily before sinking into a state of dejection. Observing Gu Ci's forlorn demeanor, Ji Yun let out a slight sigh and spoke. Very well, you may indulge, but we must establish 3 fundamental rules. Gu Ci? At this, Gu Ci lifted its gaze to Ji Yun. Ji Yun then produced an energy cube, stating, do you remember this? This shall be your sustenance henceforth. Therefore, without my explicit consent, you are forbidden from actively siphoning the life force of humans and elves. As he spoke, Ji Yun raised a finger, adding, unless you, she, or they are in mortal peril. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Gu Ci pondered for a moment, glanced at the energy cube, and nodded in agreement. Gu Ci. With Gu Ci's acquiescence, Ji Yun's face broke into a smile. Then it is settled. Gu Ci. Gu Ci also exhibited a smile, nodding before producing a slurping sound. Ji Yun remarked, well, truth be told, Gu Ci does not possess saliva. That slurping sound is merely a simulation it crafted. Moments later, Ji Yun regained his composure. He touched his face, wondering if it was merely his imagination, but he discerned that his recovery rate had indeed accelerated. After feeding the elves with the energy cubes, Ji Yun and Zhang Chuyo departed the backyard and made their way to the dining hall of the breeding house. At the dining table, the two enjoyed their lunch while engaging in conversation. Zhang Chuyo was busy planning where to take Ji Yun for a visit the following day. Noticing this, Ji Yun interjected, tomorrow, I intend to visit the Fossil Research Institute. The Fossil Research Institute? Zhang Chuyo paused at Ji Yun's words. What do you seek there? I recently accepted a commission from the Trainer Association to locate a collection of skeletal remains. This batch consists entirely of fossil Pokémon remains. As compensation for my efforts, they granted me the opportunity to capture a fossil Pokémon. Ji Yun briefly explained the rationale, deliberately omitting any mention of the world tree or the attack. In this world, it was quite common for trainers to accept commissions from the Trainer Association. Zhang Chuyo, upon hearing this, expressed no suspicion, merely astonishment. Fossil Pokémon. How rare indeed. She then squinted slightly. You aren't embarking on a perilous commission, are you? No, not at all. There is little danger involved. The commission primarily focuses on the search, not combat, Ji Yun replied earnestly. I was merely fortunate to stumble upon it. Ah, I see. After hearing this, Zhang Chuyo felt reassured and smiled. You are truly lucky. But are they already reviving fossil Pokémon en masse at the Institute? Just a few days prior, the East Huang Kingdom's officials had announced the successful breakthrough in fossil revival technology. Zhang Qiu had only learned of this recently, as she had not been particularly interested before, and her mother had not informed her. Yes, I heard that the first large-scale revival has been successful. Ji Yun nodded and smiled. So, would you care to accompany me tomorrow? Zhang Qiu was momentarily taken aback. I can go too. Ji Yun affirmed with a nod. Of course, I have already inquired. Great. Zhang Qiu nodded enthusiastically. Oh, by the way, at this moment, she seemed to have recalled something and smiled as she spoke. Didn't you previously mention that you didn't want to capture too many Pokémon because you were concerned about not being able to care for them? And you were also wary of those in the breeding house? You could leave them here. My dad is quite adept at looking after Pokémon, and I can help when I have time. It would be perfectly safe. She had long wanted to suggest this. However, initially, her father was unaware that she had a boyfriend, so she hesitated to ask him to take special care. Moreover, Ji Yun had few Pokémon at the time, so it was not necessary. Now that her father knew Ji Yun was her boyfriend, and Ji Yun's Pokémon were gradually increasing, it was time to bring it up. Upon hearing Zhang Qiu's words, Ji Yun was slightly taken aback, contemplating her suggestion. Although he did not require it at the moment, what about in the future? Even if he maintained high standards for the Pokémon he captured and did not intend to amass too many, he would certainly not limit himself to merely 6. In future competitions, he would need to adjust the Pokémon in his team based on the opponent's lineups and battle styles. Thus, a single team would be insufficient. However, having too many Pokémon could lead to challenges in care. At that moment, a voice interjected from beside them. Oh, foster Pokémon. That sounds feasible. The unexpected interruption caught Zhang Qiu off guard, prompting her to turn and look. Dad, when did you arrive? Zhang Qiu queried, surprised. Just as you were discussing fossil Pokémon. Zhang Yunting replied, casting an exasperated glance at his daughter. It seems someone is so preoccupied with her boyfriend that she has no room for her father. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiu's face flushed slightly. Dad, all right, let us get back to business. After teasing his daughter, Zhang Yunting turned his serious gaze toward Ji Yun. Is there a specified limit on the number of Pokémon you can capture at the Institute? Ji Yun reflected for a moment before shaking his head. No, there isn't. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunting's expression brightened. So, the Institute does not restrict you to capturing only one fossil Pokémon. The specific number you can capture will be determined when you arrive at the Institute. With that, he eagerly looked at Ji Yun. If possible, capture a few more tomorrow and have them fostered here. How does that sound? You won't need to pay for the fostering fees. I will personally take care of them. Ji Yun contemplated this, then nodded in agreement. If that is the case. He was considering how to repay his father-in-law for the favor of Guici, and since he had expressed interest in fossil Pokémon, he decided to proceed as suggested. After all, it would be his father-in-law personally overseeing their care. If he did not encounter any Pokémon of desirable quality, Ji Yun could simply consider it as helping him capture them. Then it's settled. Zhang Yunting smiled warmly at Ji Yun, noticing that the young man was increasingly agreeable in his eyes. In the future, your other Pokémon can also be fostered here. I will personally look after them. At this, Ji Yun was slightly taken aback. Had his esteemed Professor Oak finally made his appearance? He nodded in response. Then I shall trouble you, uncle. Not at all. Zhang Yunting chuckled, then glanced at his daughter, saying, Now are you satisfied? Dad. Zhang Qiu's face turned slightly red, and she smiled. Let us make sure you put in the effort. Zhang Yunting replied. So it was that Ji Yun spent an entire day touring his father-in-law's breeding house. The following day, after reuniting with Zhang Qiu, they set off together for the Fossil Research Institute. Upon arriving, Ji Yun presented his credentials. Shortly thereafter, a bespectacled gentleman in a white lab coat appeared to welcome them inside. My name is Zhu Huaying, one of the heads of the Fossil Revival Program. Welcome to our facility. You've achieved such a position at such a young age. Truly impressive, Ji Yun exclaimed, surprised to see a man who appeared no older than 30. In response, as he led the way, Zhu Huaying smiled and replied, Not at all, Mr. Ji. You are the one who is truly remarkable. If it weren't for your return with so many skeletal remains, our program might have faced a standstill. Far too kind, Ji Yun modestly replied. After exchanging pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. Am I limited in the number of Pokémon I can capture? Ji Yun inquired. Essentially. Just don't capture too many, Zhu Huaying chuckled. Even if you wish to capture 1 or 2 of each type, that would be permissible. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun was somewhat taken aback. This research institute surprisingly proved to be quite accommodating. He then smiled and said, Thank you very much. I am honored. Please, lead the way. Subsequently, Zhu Huaying guided the two into a vast ecological park. Upon entering, They were greeted by the sight of a group of Sherelden leisurely strolling past them. Sherelden. Level, LV20. Potential, Near Emperor. Sherelden. Level, LV20. Potential, Elite. Sherelden. Chapter 98. Ice Dragon. The Sherelden, a creature of rock and steel attributes, is a gentle herbivorous Pokémon. As long as they are not provoked, they exhibit little to no aggression. This is precisely why they are placed at the entrance of our park, Zhu Huaying elaborated. Ah, Sherelden, exclaimed Zhang Qiu, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the small creature before her. This is the first time I've seen one in person. Observing the Sherelden, Jiyan pondered. The Sherelden and its evolved form, Bastiodon, are quintessential shield-type Pokémon. Regrettably, their rock and steel attributes render them vulnerable to two quadruple weaknesses. Under Zhu Huaying's guidance, Ji Yun and Zhang Qiu traversed one exhibit after another, marveling at a variety of fossil Pokémon. After viewing a rather dazed-looking baby Tyranitar, Zhu Huaying led them to a specially designated ecological garden, providing them with 2 down jackets to wear. Ji Yun, once clad in his jacket, tucked Pikachu inside, leaving only its head peeking out from the collar. As the grand entrance of the ecological garden swung open, a chilling gust enveloped Ji Yun. Once inside, they felt as though they had stepped into a world blanketed in ice and snow, the entire park resembling a frigid wonderland. Thud, thud, thud. After a few steps, they were met with the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. In the distance, a towering ice dragon, nearly 3 meters in height, made its way toward them. How beautiful! Zhang Qiu gasped in admiration. Ice dragon. Level, LV40. Gender, male. Potential, elite. Gazing at the majestic ice dragon, Ji Yun expressed his surprise. This ice dragon couldn't have been recently revived, could it? Indeed, Zhu Huaying nodded. This ice dragon is the first of its kind we revived from fossils several years ago. Really? Ji Yun blinked in astonishment. Has the revival technology already advanced? Yes, Zhu Huaying replied with a smile. However, at that time, the technology was still in its infancy, limiting us to small-scale revivals. This ice dragon was one of our initial successes. Unfortunately, we only managed to revive one ice dragon back then. Thankfully, Mr. Ji, you have brought back another batch of bones. Understanding dawned on Ji Yun as he nodded. Just then, a round head peeked out from behind the ice dragon. It was adorned with big blue eyes that curiously surveyed them. Above those eyes were large wing-like membranes. Ice dragon. Level, LV20. Attributes, rock, ice. Ability, frost skin. Gender, female. Potential, near emperor. An ice dragon, Ji Yun sighed softly. What a pity. The rock and ice combination isn't particularly advantageous. In fact, it is rather poor. With a total of 6 weaknesses, 2 of which are quadruple weaknesses. This is the ice dragon, a combination of rock and ice attributes, Zhu Huaying reiterated. Perhaps sensing the unfamiliar presence of Ji Yun and Zhang Qiu, the ice dragon cautiously emerged from behind the ice wall after glancing at them. So adorable, Zhang Qiu exclaimed, clearly captivated by both the charming appearance of the ice dragon and the ice dragon's majestic form, which perfectly matched her aesthetic preferences. If you like it, then capture it. Ji Yun chuckled. Should I? After all, it will be staying with your father, Ji Yun shrugged. Besides, this ice dragon does not meet my capture criteria. Capturing the ice dragon requires some consideration, Zhu Huaying interjected. The current environment is too warm for the ice dragon. It cannot survive in the outside world for extended periods until it evolves into the ice dragon. In response, Ji Yun smiled. That's not a problem. I recall that your father's breeding facility has a simulated icy environment, doesn't it? Indeed, Zhang Qiu nodded, her eyes fixed on the ice dragon, filled with affection. Can I touch it? She asked eagerly. Of course, Zhu Huaying confirmed with a nod and a smile. Rest assured, the ice dragon has a very gentle temperament. With this reassurance, Zhang Qiu approached slowly, and the ice dragon, along with the ice dragon, showed no signs of hostility, with the ice dragon curiously observing her with its large eyes. Moments later, Zhang Qiu stood before the ice dragon and gently raised her hand to stroke its neck. How cold! She exclaimed in surprise. To her delight, the ice dragon leaned in closer, nuzzling her affectionately. How adorable! Zhang Qiu beamed, gently cradling the ice dragon's head with a smile of pure joy. Ji Yun, let's capture it. Seeing her enthusiasm, Ji Yun nodded with a smile. All right. With Zhu Huaying's assistance, Zhang Qiu successfully captured the ice dragon. To prevent the ice dragon from feeling lonely, Ji Yun also captured a male ice dragon. Though the ice dragon exhibited a hint of reluctance, its gentle nature did not oppose the decision. Observing the amiable ice dragon, Ji Yun suddenly realized that, aside from the ice dragon and Sherelden, all other fossil Pokémon were carnivorous, including the Anorith. Despite its seemingly adorable appearance, once it evolves into a Cradily, its teeth become exceedingly sharp. Moreover, despite the ancestral bird and the ancestral giant bird having weak characteristics, they are also carnivorous Pokémon. And both Anorith and Cradily feature prominently on the ancestral giant bird's menu. In truth, the carnivorous nature is not the primary concern. Temperament is the more significant issue. The recently revived carnivorous fossil Pokémon tend to exhibit heightened aggression, with volatile and ferocious dispositions. Jiyan subsequently shared his concerns with Zhang Qiu. In fact, fossil Pokémon can also adapt to Pokémon food made by humans, Zhu Huaying clarified. However, regarding temperament, that is something only trainers can gradually nurture. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiu hesitated momentarily. I'll give my father a call to inquire. Before long, she completed the call. The father and daughter unanimously decided to capture only the Ice Dragon and Shereldon. The revived carnivorous Pokémon still retained considerable aggression. In a few years, as they reproduce and undergo artificial breeding for a generation or two, their temperaments may improve significantly. Perhaps, Zhu Huaying remarked. Jiyan shrugged. Knowing that this visit to the Fossil Research Institute had not yielded his desired Pokémon, resulting in a rather meager outcome. The Ice Dragon was the final fossil Pokémon they observed. The 4 artificial amalgamations from the Galar region depicted in the anime were conspicuously absent from this place. Subsequently, under the guidance of Zhu Huaying, Ji Yun and his companions returned to capture 2 shield dragons, 1 male and 1 female. Although fossil Pokémon are predominantly male, Ji Yun had unearthed numerous skeletons, ensuring that a few females were among them, excluding, of course, the 4-stitched monstrosities. After successfully capturing both the Ice Dragon and the Shield Dragon, Ji Yun and his companion bid farewell to the Research Institute and made their way to the breeding house belonging to Zhang Qiyao's family. Upon seeing the Ice Dragon and the Shield Dragon, his father-in-law expressed immense joy, assuring them that he would take excellent care of the creatures. Subsequently, Ji Yun spent the remainder of his holiday with Zhang Qiao, and they agreed to meet again in June at school. Before parting, he gifted her the precious Everstone he had originally excavated, so that her EV could adorn it. The day after Zhang Qiao returned to school, Ji Yun received a call from President Hua, informing him that the guardian of the dragon's nest had returned from vacation, and he was now permitted to visit. Without delay, Ji Yun set off for the dragon's nest, hopeful that this time he would not be let down. The dragon's nest is located in the outskirts of the northern part of the capital, and soon Ji Yun arrived at a vast lake. Standing at the water's edge, he gazed across the lake, where a cavern resembling a dragon's open maw came into view. Ji Yun then dialed the number provided by President Hua. After a brief wait, he hung up the phone. Almost immediately, he sensed someone hastily approaching from the cavern through his aura perception, accompanied by a resounding call. A striking young woman riding a Dragonite burst forth from the cave and landed gracefully before Ji Yun. Dragonite. Level, LV62. Type, Dragon, Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Female. Potential, Champion. After dismounting from Dragonite, the young lady scrutinized Ji Yun, a hint of playful curiosity flickering in her eyes. She then spoke. You must be Ji Yun. Please present your identification. Oh, certainly. Responding to her request, Ji Yun shifted his gaze from Dragonite and retrieved his identification to hand it over. The young lady glanced at the document nonchalantly before returning it to him and inquiring, Do you have a rideable flying Pokémon? Yes, Ji Yun nodded, retrieving his Pokeball to release his desert dragonfly. Oh, a desert dragonfly, she remarked with an amused smile, then promptly mounted her Dragonite. Follow me. All right. Ji Yun nodded again, sensing an unusual intensity in her gaze, though he chose not to dwell on it. He quickly mounted his desert dragonfly and followed her lead into the cavern. I am the guardian of the dragon's sanctuary of this generation. You may call me Sister Fayer, she announced as they traversed the dimly lit cavern. Oh, Ji Yun replied, nodding. Miss Fayer. However, as soon as the words left his lips, the imposing figure of Sister Fayer swiftly turned to face him, her penetrating gaze locking onto him. An unexplainable aura radiated from her, causing Ji Yun's heart to skip a beat. Address me as sister, she insisted, her eyes fixed intently on him. Now, repeat after me. Fei, urged yeah. Ji Yun was taken aback. Gazing at the formidable woman ahead, he ultimately relented, Sister Fayer. Upon hearing his submission, her fierce aura dissipated, replaced by a whimsical smile. That's more like it. Ji Yun felt a mix of exasperation and bemusement at the absurdity of it all. Led by Fayer, Ji Yun navigated several pathways, following a river and soaring down a waterfall. At last, they emerged into a dazzling expanse, revealing a paradise before Ji Yun's eyes. The ground was adorned with a riot of blooming flowers, making him feel as though he were immersed in an ocean of blossoms. In the distance, mountains, rivers, waterfalls, and lakes created a breathtaking tableau. Various Pokémon thrived here, such as the 7-star Bluebird, the Double-Axe Dragon, and the Old Man Dragon, among many others. Not limited to Dragon-type Pokémon, the sanctuary was home to a plethora of other species as well. This is the Dragon's Sanctuary behind the Dragon's Nest, Feyre introduced. Indeed, Ji-Yun said, surveying the surrounding mountains. This place can also be accessed from other locations, can it? Hearing his inquiry, Feyre offered him a knowing glance. You might as well give it a try. Ji-Yun hesitated, a nervous smile creeping onto his face. Perhaps not. He recognized that attempting to enter illegally would likely lead to dire consequences. As Feyre guided Ji-Yun gently forward, she added, "Let me clarify. Each time you apply for entry here, you may only capture one Pokémon. What type are you hoping to encounter?" Well, Ji-Yun pondered for a moment, then replied, "As long as it's strong enough." Feyre chuckled softly. Indeed, those who enter here are typically in search of either the rarest or the strongest. Ahead lies the gathering place of the Dragonite. You may see if any capture your interest. Ji-Yun nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Thus, they continued their leisurely flight forward. As Ji-Yun looked down, he marveled at the endless expanse of flowers, resembling a boundless ocean, stretching far and wide without interruption. The blossoms of the Dragon's Sanctuary perpetually bloomed, indifferent to the changing seasons. How beautiful! Ji-Yun exclaimed, captivated by the unending floral display. Suddenly, as they passed a waterfall, Ji-Yun casually glanced at the lake below and was taken aback. Wait, he called out, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared at the lake's surface. There, a rather unsightly Pokémon, known as the Magikarp, was lazily floating on the water, blowing bubbles. Magikarp. Level, LV6. Type, water. Ability, swift swim. Gender, female. Potential, champion. Champion potential. Ji-Yun exclaimed in awe, unable to tear his gaze away from the Magikarp below. What is it? Feyre, having been halted by Ji-Yun's sudden outcry, looked at him quizzically before following his line of sight to the lake. Upon spotting the Magikarp, her expression shifted to one of bemusement. You cannot possibly be interested in that Magikarp, are you? Snapped back to reality by her words, Ji-Yun felt a surge of anxiety. Is it not possible to capture that Magikarp? Feyre regarded him with a curious look. That Magikarp was specifically chosen by me as a birthday gift for my niece. Ji-Yun sighed, realizing the predicament. Since it had already been earmarked for someone else, he felt it inappropriate to pursue it further. He gazed longingly at the Magikarp, filled with regret. Noticing Ji-Yun's forlorn expression, Feyre contemplated for a moment. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her eyes as she smiled and said, "If you truly wish to capture that Magikarp, it is not entirely out of the question." Really? Ji-Yun's expression brightened, turning to Feyre with surprise and excitement. However, he quickly regained his composure. "This is the gift you prepared for your niece, which I shall accept." After hearing Ji-Yun's words, Feyre waved her hand dismissively. "A gift can be another Pokémon," she replied. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun's eyes instantly sparkled, but he still cautioned, "Sister Feyre, let me be frank. This ugly fish possesses remarkable talent. Are you certain you wish to relinquish it to me?" "Of course," Feyre retorted, her lips curling slightly. The mother of this ugly fish hails from the Dragon Island in the East Sea, and it has inherited the technique of mirror reflection. I am well aware of its exceptional potential. After saying this, she turned her gaze to Ji-Yun. "But you must think carefully. Each time you apply to enter here, you may only capture one Pokémon. That is the rule. Are you truly willing to forsake the Dragonite for this ugly fish?" She then pointed in another direction and added, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, if you fly a bit further in that direction, you will encounter a marshland. Decades ago, the Eastern Huang Kingdom introduced a group of slugma, and they are currently thriving there." After speaking, Feyre looked at Ji-Yun with great interest, eager to see how he would decide. Yet, upon hearing her words, Ji-Yun showed no hesitation. The legendary Pokémon was right there. It wouldn't escape him. If necessary, he would find a way to return later. However, a Pokémon with such high potential as this ugly fish was a rare find, difficult to encounter in the outside world. With a resolute expression, he declared, "I have made up my mind. Since Sister Feyre is willing to part with this ugly fish, I shall choose it. I fear that if I encounter the Dragonite and Slugma groups, I might be tempted by other Pokémon. At that point, regardless of which I capture, I would miss out on a gem from the sea." Ji-Yun chuckled at this, saying, "Rather than regretting what I might have seen today, it is better not to glance at any Dragonite or Slugma at all. I want it." With that, he beamed at the ugly fish. The champion potential was merely one aspect. The main reason he was willing to forsake a legendary Pokémon for this ugly fish was its astonishingly perfect individual value distribution. Ugly fish. Individual values. HP, 31. Attack, 26. Defense, 31. Special attack, 31. Special defense, 31. Speed, 31. A perfect 5V. Moreover, the only non-max stat was attack, which was quite acceptable for an ugly fish. Such distribution was indeed remarkable. Observing Ji Yun's unwavering smile, Feier momentarily lost her focus. After a brief pause, she snapped back to reality, casting a wistful glance at the ugly fish. Subsequently, she retrieved a Pokeball and tossed it to Ji Yun. Here, this Pokeball belongs to the ugly fish. You may take it with you now, Feier stated calmly. Great. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun's face lit up, and he nodded vigorously. He then directed his desert dragonfly to descend, hovering in the air above the lake, just in front of the ugly fish. Ugly fish. From this moment forth, I shall be your trainer. The ugly fish, momentarily taken aback, stared at him with wide eyes, bubbling water from its mouth. After regaining its composure, it turned in the water to gaze at Feier above. It then noticed Feier nodding in approval. Seeing this, the ugly fish turned back to Ji Yun. Ji Yun smiled warmly and said, From now on, you shall be my partner, and I will ensure you evolve into the most magnificent Milotic. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, the ugly fish froze again, but in its previously vacant gaze, a glimmer of hope seemed to shine brightly as it fixated on Ji Yun. Ji Yun then raised his hand, aiming the Pokeball at it. A beam of red light shot forth from the Pokeball, engulfing the ugly fish within. In the sky, Feier watched the scene below with a touch of nostalgia, softly murmuring, I never would have imagined. The Milotic from years ago turned out to be you. How wondrous fate can be. Having successfully captured the ugly fish, Ji Yun returned to the sky atop his desert dragonfly, his face alight with joy. Sister Feier, now that I have captured a Pokémon, I must take my leave. Oh. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Feier gazed intently at him, her expression unreadable as she queried, Are you truly not going to see the Dragonites? No, Ji Yun replied, shaking his head with a smile. I fear I might regret it. I do not wish to harbor any regrets. Nodding in understanding, Feier said, Very well, I shall escort you out. The two then retraced their steps. Upon arriving at the cave's entrance, Feier halted. Ji Yun also paused at the cave's exit and turned to her. Well then, Sister Feier, I shall take my leave. Feier nodded and displayed a peculiar smile, saying meaningfully, We will meet again soon. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun looked at her with a hint of confusion. What do you mean? Noticing that Feier merely smiled in silence, Ji Yun could only nod in acknowledgement before flying away from the lake, departing from the dragon's lair. At the lakeside, Feier quietly observed Ji Yun's retreating figure, feeling contemplative. It is already May, it will be soon. Just then, a call resonated, and another Dragonite soared from the cave, landing beside Feier. Regarding the newly arrived Dragonite, Feier remarked, He has left. The Dragonite gazed at the distant speck in the sky with a forlorn expression. Seeing this, Feier gently patted the Dragonite's shoulder, reassuringly saying, Do not worry. It will not be long before he returns. When that time comes, he will surely recognize you. After Ji Yun's silhouette had entirely vanished from view, Feier patted the Dragonite beneath her. All right, Xiaolon, let us return. Chapter 101, Setting Off Again. After leaving the dragon's lair, and while en route back to the city of Jing, Ji Yun gazed at the Pokeball in his hand, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Such a perfect ugly fish, and its evolution, Milotic, is renowned as the most beautiful Pokémon in the world. This acquisition filled him with immense excitement, the joy in his heart indescribable. Reflecting on this, he mused that his sixth Pokémon had finally joined the ranks. With the champion potential Pikachu, Lucario, and the ugly fish, alongside the elite potential desert dragonfly and Jengar, plus a practical helper in the form of a Mimikyu. His team was now complete, a cause for celebration. Meanwhile, as Ji Yun returned to the city of Jing, Feier had also made her way back to the sacred realm of dragons. After dismounting from the Dragonite, she took out her phone and dialed a number. In no time, the call was connected. Sister, your little brother from years ago has come to the sacred realm. Yes, he even took the birthday present I prepared for Yao Yao. Haha. Others come to the sacred realm for the Dragonites. But who would have thought your little brother would come here and choose to capture just a fish instead of meeting the Dragonites? Haha. Oof, I won't tell him. After all, he used to bully me. When he finds out I am Yao Yao's aunt, his expression will surely be priceless. Yes, I know. You worry about him so much. Aren't you afraid of making your brother-in-law jealous? After Ji Yun returned to the city of Jing, he called President Hua to inform him that he had exited the dragon's lair and was preparing to leave Jing City. President Hua exclaimed, "You finished that quickly?" Ji Yun rolled his eyes in response. "You're the one who is quick. Your whole family is quick." President Hua, "Come, tell me, which Pokemon have you captured? Is it a Dratini or a Swablu?" In response, Ji Yun calmly replied, "Neither. I have only captured a Magikarp." President Hua, his words rendered President Hua momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally responded, "So, you ventured into a coveted dragon's lair and emerged with merely a Magikarp?" Ji Yun affirmed, "Indeed." President Hua, after another moment of silence, he sighed, choosing not to dwell on the matter further, and instead asked, "What are your plans for your next adventure?" Ji Yun nodded. The team had recently welcomed 2 novice-level Carvania, and he needed to swiftly elevate their levels. Thus, continuing his adventures was a certainty. "President Hua, have you decided where to go?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yun pondered for a moment before responding. "I plan to stay in the protected area of the capital for a while, but beyond that, I have not yet made any decisions." "I see," President Hua replied, pausing briefly before continuing. "Then I recommend you visit the Shingen Mountains afterward. By June, when the snow has fully melted, it will be the most picturesque time there." Ji Yun considered this and replied, "All right, I understand. Since you suggest it, the Shingen Mountains will certainly be worth a visit. Leveling up while enjoying the scenery sounds delightful." After ending the call, Ji Yun commenced a substantial procurement of supplies required for his adventure. He could empathize with President Hua's reaction upon learning of his capture of a Magikarp. In this world, Magikarp was hardly a rare Pokemon. In fact, they were found abundantly everywhere. Initially, Magikarp was notorious for its tattered fins and unappealing appearance, known for its rather disheveled look. Eventually, it gained notoriety due to its evolved form. Magikarp possessed remarkable vitality, capable of surviving in oceans, rivers, lakes, saltwater, freshwater, and even in filthy sewers. Moreover, its unappetizing appearance rendered it less likely to be preyed upon in the wild. Consequently, its numbers proliferated rapidly. Thus, it was safe to say that Magikarp was quite common and not rare at all. The rarity lay in its evolved form, Gyarados, with its splendid scales. In this reality, enhancing the beauty of a Magikarp was a formidable challenge. Not only was it difficult to improve in the wild, but even trainers had to invest considerable effort to gradually enhance its beauty. Without the right approach to instill confidence in a Magikarp, its beauty would stagnate. Therefore, the only recourse was to rely on the beautiful scales. However, considering the scarcity of beautiful scales, Ji Yun took out his phone and opened the Trainer Association app, searching for information on beautiful scales. Almost immediately, a plethora of posts appeared on the screen. High prices for beautiful scales. Negotiable. 3 million for beautiful scales. Premium prices for beautiful scales. No budget constraints. Upon closer inspection, he found no listings for sale, only requests to purchase. A sense of disappointment washed over Ji Yun. It seemed that his Magikarp could not evolve through the beautiful scales. Fortunately, he possessed an advantage. His energy cubes could enhance its beauty. Therefore, Ji Yun remained unperturbed. After all, it merely required a few extra days of feeding energy cubes. A test of patience he could endure. That night, in the hotel room, Ji Yun and his Pokémon formed a circle around the basin housing the Magikarp. "This is our new companion, the Magikarp," Ji Yun introduced. "She is the only girl in our team, so be kind to her." Pikachu, Lurantis, and the others nodded in agreement, except for Ghastly, who merely floated ominously. The following morning, Ji Yun checked out of the hotel, shouldered his backpack, and headed to the western suburbs of the capital. His destination was once again the Baiwa Mountain Nature Reserve, where he had encountered Zhang Chuyu. A faint smile tugged at Ji Yun's lips as he recalled, "Ah, as they say, fortunes change in the blink of an eye. A gentleman's revenge is never too late." Once, he had been weak, forced to flee from this reserve. Now, he had returned, stronger and ready for a challenge. "Beedrill, are you prepared?" Before long, Ji Yun arrived at the western suburbs of the capital and stepped into the Baiwa Mountain Nature Reserve once more. Gazing at the familiar path ahead, he smiled. "Pikachu, we are here again. This time, it's time for retribution." Pikachu, with its arms crossed, nodded in agreement from Ji Yun's shoulder. "Then let us embark. Our first target is the valley where it all began, followed by the Beedrill territory." With that, Ji Yun set off along the path etched in his memory. Chapter 102, Double Evolution, Double Joy. Throughout the journey, Ji Yun did not ride his Sandshrew, as he needed to train Ghastly. En route to the valley, he would send Ghastly to battle against lower-level Pokemon. As for Magikarp, it was best left to focus on feeding and beautifying itself until it could astonish everyone. Days passed, and one day, amidst a grove, Ji Yun stood calmly with his hands in his pockets. To his left, Pikachu lounged lazily on a tree branch. In front of him, Lucario stood coolly, gazing sideways at him. Above, his desert dragonfly hovered in midair. To his right, Mr. Mime leaned against an invisible wall, whistling nonchalantly. Floating beside him, Ghastly wore an eerie grin. Around them lay a multitude of Beedrill, motionless on the ground, forming a disarrayed mass. Observing this scene, Ji-Yun nodded in satisfaction. He then took out his phone and snapped a photo of the fallen Beedrill, sending it to Zhang Chuyu. Past clouds, image. Shortly after, she replied, Yao, where are you? How did you attract so many Beedrill? Past clouds, location. Yao, huh? Isn't this the Baiwa Mountain Nature Reserve? Are these the same Beedrill as before? Past clouds, exactly. Ji-Yun, bear grudge. Past clouds, proud image. Yao, facepalm image. Yao, laughing and crying image. After exchanging a few messages, Ji-Yun sensed that the Beedrill would soon awaken. He quickly recalled his Pokémon, mounted Pikachu onto his desert dragonfly, and made a hasty exit. After flying a distance, Ji-Yun found a suitable spot to land, recalled the desert dragonfly, and released Ghastly to continue training. As time passed, Ji-Yun had unknowingly spent nearly 20 days in the reserve. Ghastly Shadow Ball. At this moment, within the forest of the reserve, Ji-Yun commanded Ghastly in battle. Ghastly. In an instant, a sphere of dark purple energy coalesced around Ghastly before being launched forward. Boom. The Shadow Ball struck a Weezing, exploding upon impact and sending it flying. Soon, Weezing fell to the ground, unable to rise again. The wheel ball toppled over. Jengar ascended to level 25. Well done, Jengar, Ji-Yun exclaimed, smiling. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's praise, Jengar turned around and floated over to him, a beaming smile adorning its face. Observing this, Ji-Yun let out a resigned sigh. It was evident what Jengar intended to do. However, just as Jengar was gliding towards Ji-Yun, it was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling light, the light of evolution. Witnessing this, Ji-Yun smiled faintly. Jengar was about to evolve. Before long, Jengar's form rapidly transformed within the radiance, growing larger, and a pair of hands distinct from its body emerged. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, a bizarre-looking Mismagius appeared before Ji-Yun. Mismagius learned Shadow Punch. Upon hearing the system notification, Ji-Yun chuckled. With hands now sprouted, it could finally throw a punch. He then turned his gaze towards Mismagius. Mismagius. Level, 25. Type, Ghost, Poison. Ability, Levitate. Gender, Male. Moves, Song of Ruin, Inherited. Mirror Move, Inherited. Lick, Shadow Punch, etc. Potential, Champion. Congratulations, Mismagius, you finally evolved, Ji-Yun said with a smile. In response, Mismagius displayed a wider, larger tongue. Slurp. Ji-Yun sighed. That evening, Ji-Yun set up a campfire by a lakeside, while the Magic Wall doll prepared dinner for him. Ji-Yun glanced at the date on his phone, noting that it was already the end of May. It was time to depart for the greater Shingon range. After feeding several Pokémon with energy cubes, Ji-Yun approached the lakeshore, retrieving a luxury ball and opening it. Soon, a Magikarp emerged from the water. The Pokeball for Magikarp had also been upgraded to a luxury ball. Ji-Yun placed an energy cube in his palm and extended his hand into the water. Smiling as he said, Come, Magikarp, it's time for dinner. Delighted, Magikarp swam over and gulped down the energy cube from Ji-Yun's palm. After finishing, it squinted its eyes in joy and rubbed against Ji-Yun's hand in the water. You've grown, your body has expanded, and your scales are becoming increasingly lustrous. Ji-Yun gently encouraged while caressing Magikarp. You will surely evolve into the most beautiful Milotic. For days, he had been complimenting Magikarp, hoping to instill confidence in it and help it believe in its potential for beauty. As Ji-Yun's words lingered in the air, Magikarp nuzzled against his hand once more, suddenly glowing with a brilliant light of evolution. Ji-Yun's eyes widened slightly at the dazzling sight. Could it be that his words held such power? Remarkably, he had witnessed 2 evolution lights in a single day, as both of his Pokémon evolved on the same day. What a delightful occurrence. A joyous expression spread across Ji-Yun's face. The Pokémon resting by the campfire were also stirred by the commotion and gathered around to witness Magikarp's evolution. Within the light, Magikarp's body rapidly grew larger and elongated, resembling a massive sea serpent. Moments later, as the brilliance abated, a vibrantly colored Milotic emerged before Ji-Yun. Milotic learned Water Pulse. Milotic learned Water Gun. Milotic learned Bind. The system's voice echoed in Ji-Yun's ears. Milotic. Level, 6. Type, Water. Ability, Marvel Scale. Gender, Female. Moves, Mirror Coat, Inherited. Bounce, Water Pulse, Water Gun, Bind. Potential, Champion. Milotic. Upon completing its evolution, Milotic joyfully gazed at Ji Yun, emitting an ethereal cry. Congratulations, Milotic. You did it. Ji Yun approached with a smile. Milotic. With a gentle bow, Milotic leaned into Ji Yun. Seeing this, Ji Yun raised his hand to embrace its head, tenderly stroking its smooth scales as he remarked, "You have become the most beautiful Milotic." In response, Milotic affectionately nudged its head against Ji Yun's embrace. Milotic. Chapter 103, Another Evolution. After interacting with Milotic for a while, the other Pokémon also gathered around to engage with Milotic. Witnessing the transformation of the once ugly duckling into a beautiful, noble swan left them in awe. Observing their interactions, Ji Yun smiled gently, his gaze settling on the mischievous Mismagius. Now, in his team, besides the non-evolving Pikachu, only Mismagius had yet to reach its final evolutionary stage. Fortunately, Mismagius did not require a level to evolve into Gengar. Once they departed from the sanctuary, Ji Yun planned to have Mismagius undergo its trade evolution. Mismagius seemed particularly attuned to the gaze directed at it, quickly noticing Ji Yun's attention and approaching him cheerfully, attempting to charm him in its own unique manner. The following morning, Ji Yun rose early, packed his belongings, and mounted the back of a desert dragonfly, directing it to fly out of the sanctuary. After leaving, the desert dragonfly landed in a plaza outside the protected area. The sight of a desert dragonfly descending drew the envious gazes of other trainers in the plaza, as many of them were of lesser skill. Having ventured into such a modestly ranked sanctuary, unfazed by the surrounding attention, Ji Yun proceeded to his vehicle and drove towards the city center. Upon arrival, he headed straight to the Trainer Association to request assistance. The association offered services to aid trainers with trade evolutions. Shortly, a staff member arrived with a Pokeball. Standing alongside Ji Yun at the exchange machine, both placed their Pokeballs down, commencing the exchange. As the machine whirred to life, the two Pokeballs were drawn into the apparatus, swiftly completing the transfer. The staff member then retrieved the Pokeball and opened it. Instantly, as Gengar emerged, it was enveloped in the light of evolution. Before long, Gengar's form swelled rapidly, transforming into a plump creature. Its hands connected to its body, and short legs sprouted beneath. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, a rotund, purple figure appeared before Ji Yun. Gengar. Level, 25. Type, Ghost, Poison. Ability, Cursed Body. Gender, Male. Potential, Champion. Gengar. Upon completing its evolution, Gengar excitedly touched its body, bouncing in place before slowly floating upwards. Although it had lost its ability to levitate, it could still fly. However, ground-type moves would now affect it. After familiarizing itself with its new form, Gengar turned to Ji Yun, grinning widely and leaping toward him. Gengar. With a joyful embrace, Gengar enveloped Ji Yun in a hug, eliciting a chill that coursed through Ji Yun's skin. All right, I understand you're thrilled. Calm down, I haven't switched you back yet. Ji Yun chuckled while patting Gengar. Hearing this, Gengar reluctantly released Ji Yun. Ji Yun then scrutinized the newly evolved Gengar, smiling as he remarked, though somewhat belated, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, Gengar. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Gengar beamed with delight, then opened its mouth wide, extending its long tongue to lick Ji Yun. Slurp. Ji Yun. Staff member. Moments later, Ji Yun raised a hand to touch his face, chuckling. Well, Gengar has certainly grown stronger. Gengar grinned widely, its mouth agape in joyful laughter. This scene left the nearby staff members utterly astonished, their expressions a blend of awe and disbelief as they gazed at Ji Yun. A true warrior. Subsequently, prompted by Ji Yun's reminder, the staff members regained their composure and used a Pokeball to recall Gengar, after which the two exchanged once more. After retrieving Gengar, Ji Yun took his leave. The staff member watched Ji Yun's departing figure with a look of deep admiration. The following day, Ji Yun arrived at the airport in the capital, boarding a flight to leave the city. Half a day later, in the area of the Xing'an Mountains in Heilongjiang Province, Ji Yun emerged from the airport accompanied by Pikachu. He then hailed a taxi, heading straight for a hotel, intending to rest for half a day before embarking on his journey to the Xing'an Mountains the next day. Just as Ji Yun was checking into the hotel, a mysterious sound suddenly echoed through a forest in the Zagazhual Mountains of Maoxiong country. The sound was crisp and distant, reminiscent of a bell or a chime, fluctuating in proximity and evoking an air of mystery. Accompanying this enigmatic sound were rippling waves of green light, expanding outward in concentric circles, transforming the nearby forest into a shimmering spectacle. This sudden change left the trainers adventuring in the forest utterly bewildered. Only one Asian-faced man, upon witnessing the transformation, was momentarily taken aback before his face lit up with sheer joy as he hurriedly pulled out his phone to record the event. Then, a brilliant light radiated within the green waves. Moments later, as the green light dissipated, the mysterious sound ceased. Suddenly, a diminutive green sprite with a head resembling an onion materialized in the forest. With a cheerful expression, it flitted joyfully through the trees, occasionally brushing its fingertips against various branches and blossoms. Wherever it went, flowers burst forth in vibrant bloom, and the branches it touched became increasingly lush, shimmering with a vibrant green hue. Subsequently, it danced through the air while making its way southwest toward the Shingan Mountains. On the other side, once the forest's anomaly faded, the Asian man swiftly transmitted the video to his superior, dialing a phone number to report the situation. Yes, I understand, Simita. Shortly thereafter, in an underground base in the United States, an elderly white man hung up the phone, his face alight with excitement as he growled, "It has appeared? Excellent, excellent. Dispatch the teams immediately. We must track its movements." Moments later, he picked up the phone again, dialing a new number, "Prepare the plane. We're heading to the South Korean division." As time progressed, night fell. In a base in South Korea, the elderly white man listened attentively to his subordinate's report. According to the information, signs of vegetation revival had commenced from the Zagazwal Mountains, spreading southwestward. Chapter 104, System Upgrade. In the base, after hearing the report, the elderly man gazed at a map, his eyes locking onto a specific location, the Shingan Mountains. After contemplating for a moment, he immediately issued orders. "Act swiftly. We must intercept it before it enters Dongwon country." "Yes, sir." The next morning, Ji-Yun departed the hotel early, heading directly into the forest. The Shingan Mountains span hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, representing the largest primeval forest in Dongwon country. Although many mystical realms have manifested here, they have all been forest realms devoid of documented material, thriving in their primal state. These realms harmoniously integrated with the Shingan Mountains, allowing wild Pokémon to proliferate rapidly over the years. Upon entering the forest, Ji-Yun promptly released his desert dragonfly from its pokeball. He then deftly mounted it, directing the desert dragonfly to soar into the sky, heading north into the forest's depths. The outer edges of the forest were bustling with trainers, and Ji-Yun wished to avoid encounters with them in the wild. In the skies, Ji-Yun gazed down at the vast sea of trees, marveling at the expanse of this primordial forest. Soon, he commanded the desert dragonfly to descend amidst a dense thicket. Observing the dappled shadows of trees and the tranquil forest, Ji-Yun smiled faintly. The adventure had begun. Meanwhile, in Dongwon country, in an office, Sister Wanner, Ji-Yun has left the hotel and entered the Shingan Mountains. Upon hearing this, Chu Wanner, seated behind her desk, immediately lifted her head, issuing commands with urgency. "Captain Zhao, gather your team. We depart at once." "Yes." Observing Chu Wanner entering command mode, Captain Zhao instinctively replied, then hesitated, puzzled. "Where are we going?" "To the Shingan Mountains." "Huh. Why are you still standing there? Go." "Oh. Yes." As time passed, night fell once more. By a riverbank, Ji-Yun sat before a campfire, studying a map. In the flickering firelight, his shadow occasionally revealed a mischievous grin. Nearby, Minas frolicked in the water, occasionally leaping above the surface. Its graceful form and vibrant scales, accompanied by splashing water, appeared exceptionally beautiful under the moonlight. Beside the fire, a Mimikyu was preparing dinner for him, while other Pokémon rested nearby. To the north lies the city that never sleeps, and to the east is Xiaoguigu. "We've made quite a distance today," Ji-Yun remarked, scrutinizing his position on the map. Raising an eyebrow, he then turned to glance at his elongated shadow cast by the firelight. Jengar. Level. LV26. Held item. Expert Belt. After Jengar evolved from Ghastly, Ji-Yun bestowed the Expert Belt, previously held by Lucario, upon Jengar, as Jengar's moves had a broader impact, allowing it to maximize the belt's effectiveness. Likewise, he allocated the leftover food to Minas, while Lucario had to make do with the power band for now. Leveling up steadily, the speed was quite satisfactory to Ji-Yun. The vastness of the Shingan Mountains, coupled with Dongwon country's minimal interference with the Pokémon here, meant that both low-level and high-level Pokémon could be found, making it the ideal location for his adventures. Thus, as time flowed by, the night deepened. Ding! A new month has arrived. The support package has been credited. Please check your account. In the early hours, the system's voice resonated in Ji-Yun's mind as per schedule. Inside the tent, Ji-Yun immediately opened his eyes. Sitting up, June has arrived, he mused. By this June, he had been a trainer for a full year. He promptly opened his backpack. Ding! The package has been opened. Congratulations on receiving one Z-Power ring and one keystone. Ji-Yun gazed at the two items now in his hand, his eyes widening in surprise. The keystone, worn by trainers, was essential for Mega Evolution. Meanwhile, the Z-Power ring, once embedded with Z-crystals, would enable the execution of Z-moves. Additionally, the keystone could be affixed to the Z-Power ring without hindering the use of Z-moves. Finally, gazing at the two items before him, Ji-Yun couldn't help but break into a grin. The Super Evolution and Z-move. He had finally unwrapped the related artifacts from the package. Now, he was merely a step away from utilizing Super Evolution and Z-moves, needing only the Super Evolution Stone and Z-Crystal. With great care, Ji-Yun tucked away the bracelet and the keystone. Just as he thought the ordeal had come to an end and prepared to lie down for a slumber, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Detection of 12 months' worth of support packages has been completed. The system is set to upgrade. Please stay tuned. An upgrade of the system? Upon hearing this announcement, Ji-Yun momentarily froze, then was struck with astonishment. The system could upgrade. Before long, a countdown materialized within his view. 005958. An hour, was it? Contemplating the countdown before him, Ji-Yun pondered briefly before deciding to wait. He then pulled out his phone, opting to browse the internet to pass the time. Upon logging into the forum, he noticed a surge of discussions regarding this year's national competition. Thus, the hours swiftly elapsed. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the system's voice reverberated in Ji-Yun's mind once again. Ding! Upgrade complete. Starting next month, support packages will transform into choice packages. With this singular statement, the system's notification came to an end. Choice packages. Taken aback for a moment, Ji-Yun swiftly grasped the implications of the choice package information flooding his mind. According to the system's explanation, this choice package allowed him to select an item of his choosing, albeit limited to one item per package. Furthermore, the packages could be retained. Ji-Yun understood immediately. In essence, the future packages would shift from randomly bestowing 2 items to allowing him to select one item of preference. Though it seemed a reduction from 2 to 1, Ji-Yun felt favorably towards the choice package, for it meant he could select items tailored to his needs. For instance, starting next month, he could opt for the Super Evolution Stone and Z-Crystal. With this thought, Ji-Yun felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the arrival of July. However, per the system's stipulations, choice packages also bore restrictions. For instance, the partner crystal he acquired from the novice package was unique. In other words, he could not select this item from the choice packages again. Additionally, exclusive items like the Adamant Orb and Lustrous Orb were limited in number, with only one of each available. Nevertheless, even with such limitations, Ji-Yun felt entirely content. Thus, in the stillness of the night, he gradually drifted off to sleep, filled with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 105, Shalebi. Just as Ji-Yun succumbed to slumber, a group of shadows approached a mountain range under the cover of night. I apologize, Mr. Matthews. It has crossed the mountains and fled into the territory of the Eastern Empire. Call me Minister. A white-haired elder, fuming with rage, demanded. Did we not devise a capture device based on the intel from the secret realm? Why then has there been a failure? I regret to inform you, Minister. We underestimated Shalebi's prowess in the forest. Humph. The elder remained non-committal upon hearing his subordinate's explanation. It was undeniable that he too had underestimated Shalebi's strength. He had not witnessed such power during the operation 2 decades prior. The sheer force that commanded the entire forest was a sight he had never encountered before. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he immediately issued orders. Activate the forces hidden within the Eastern Empire. Inform the other divisions to create a commotion at the Eastern Empire's border. The greater the disruption, the better to draw their attention away. By the way, didn't the Sakura division previously suffer a significant loss at the hands of the Eastern Empire? Thus, notify the Sakura division to cooperate with our actions. The rest will accompany me into the Shingen Ridge. Yes, sir. After giving his orders, the elder clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. We must seize the power that transcends time and space. The course of human history must be altered. As time passed, the night gradually receded. At dawn, the sky brightened, and the clouds were tinged with a soft orange hue. Ji-Yun yawned as he emerged from his tent, commencing his morning routine. After attending to his personal matters and finishing breakfast, he packed his belongings and pressed onward, embarking on a new day of adventure. Meanwhile, in the forests of the northern Shingen Ridge, Chu Wanner had made her appearance. Sister Wanner, we've received reports that the number of individuals entering the Shingen Ridge has suddenly increased. Upon hearing this, Chu Wanner's expression remained unchanged as she swiftly commanded. Inform the outside personnel to intensify their inspections. Any suspicious individuals must be apprehended immediately. Furthermore, notify the forest rangers to enhance their patrols and report any unusual occurrences without delay. Understood. Just then, Chu Wanner's phone rang. A moment later, she hung up with a grave expression. Sister Wanner, what happened? The Underground Alliance has made significant moves. The higher-ups are requesting personnel from our bureau to be reassigned. Huh. Captain Zhao appeared bewildered, inquiring, what about us? Chu Wanner replied coolly, hold steady. Continue the inspections. At noon, Jian paused before a vast lake. The lake's surface resembled a flawless mirror, reflecting the hues of the sky, as if both heavens and earth were adorned with azure skies and white clouds. This is the Lake of Life. Ji Yun marveled at the breathtaking scenery before him. He then retrieved his Pokeballs, releasing his Pokémon. He intended to rest here for a while and address his lunch. Before long, the meal was prepared by his Mismagius. Thank you. Ji Yun expressed his gratitude as he accepted the steaming lunch. The flavor has improved again. After taking a bite, he praised, Mismagius, you've made progress. Bari. Mismagius beamed at the compliment. Suddenly, with a splash, a figure emerged from the depths of the lake. It was Milotic, who called out to Ji Yun. Me. Milotic. What is it? Ji Yun, still savoring his meal, turned to inquire. Me. Milotic raised its tail, revealing a green figure entwined within it. The petite form and its iconic onion-like head caused Ji Yun's eyes to widen in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to chew his food. Shalebi. Level, LV 90. Type, Psychic Grass. Ability, Natural Cure. Gender, Genderless. Potential, Divine. Staring at the Pokémon with closed eyes resting on Milotic's tail, Ji Yun was overcome with shock. The forest deity, Shalebi. Another mythical Pokémon. Me. At that moment, Milotic's call snapped Ji Yun back to reality. He hastily set aside his lunch, hurried over, and gently cradled Shalebi in his arms. After inspecting the Shalebi in his embrace, Ji Yun furrowed his brow. Shalebi was gravely injured. It was evident it had been attacked. Me. Just then, Milotic flicked its tail, sending a peculiar metallic ring splashing onto the ground at Ji Yun's feet. Ji Yun paused for a moment, staring at the metallic ring on the ground. This design seems somewhat familiar, he pondered with a furrowed brow. Soon, the memories came rushing back to him. Isn't this the very device employed by the arch-villain in Lugia's explosive birth to ensnare the trio of miscreants? This implies that someone has procured information regarding this apparatus from the secret realm, constructed it, and subsequently utilized it to capture Shalebi. Presently, it appears that Shalebi has managed to escape, albeit severely injured and unconscious. In that instant, Ji Yun felt himself ensnared in yet another predicament. After all, a force capable of fabricating such machinery cannot possibly be insignificant. Reflecting on this, Ji Yun tightened his grip around Shalebi, inhaled deeply, and swiftly turned to place Shalebi gently on the grass. He then retrieved healing potions from his backpack. Given Shalebi's benevolent and endearing nature, it was exceedingly difficult for Ji Yun not to feel affection for it, nor to turn a blind eye to its plight. After administering the medicine, Ji Yun turned his gaze toward Lucario. Lucario, use Heal Pulse. Upon hearing Ji Yun's command, Lucario nodded and approached Shalebi, placing its hands over its chest, gathering a green energy sphere in its palms. Then, the energy sphere transformed into countless green light particles and waves, cascading over Shalebi. Ji Yun observed, frowning slightly as he spoke. Not enough. Continue. The healing waves in this reality do not operate as they do in the games, where they restore a fixed portion of HP. Here, the extent of recovery is contingent upon the strengths of both parties. It is patently unrealistic for a Pokémon that does not even reach the elite tier to fully restore the HP of a champion-level Pokémon, let alone a legendary one. With just 2 heal pulses, Lucario nodded again in response to Ji Yun's words and once more concentrated energy in its hands, unleashing another heal pulse. Chapter 106. Healing and Retreat. Casting a glance at Shalebi, who was enveloped in the healing waves, Ji Yun turned to his Pokémon. The assailant targeting Shalebi is undoubtedly still searching for it. Desert Dragonfly. Jengar, I entrust you with the task of monitoring the situation from a distance. Remain vigilant, particularly regarding any humans. Since he had concluded that Shalebi had been attacked, vigilance was imperative. With his and Lucario's aura powers in close proximity, they could adequately safeguard themselves. The task of watching the periphery would fall to Desert Dragonfly and Jengar. Jengar. Upon hearing Ji Yun's instructions, Desert Dragonfly and Jengar nodded in acknowledgement. One took to the sky with a swift flap of its wings, while the other, bearing a mischievous grin, gradually sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. Ji Yun then turned his attention to Pikachu and Mismagius. You two will remain here with me. Mismagius. Be ready to use teleport at a moment's notice if any unforeseen circumstances arise. Pika. In response, both Pikachu and Mismagius nodded affirmatively. After Lucario executed several more heal pulses, Ji-Yun instructed it to cease. At this juncture, to the naked eye, Celebi's external wounds appeared to have largely healed. Ji-Yun could visibly discern that its previously listless demeanor had softened considerably. However, it still remained unconscious. Frowning, Ji-Yun retrieved an energy cube, crushed it, and mixed it with water in a cup, stirring it gently. At that moment, a faint sound echoed by. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun paused in his stirring. Lowering his gaze, he observed that Celebi's tightly shut eyes had cracked open slightly, revealing a weary gaze. As it vaguely perceived a figure through the half-opened eyes, it instinctively panicked, struggling to rise. Yet, it found itself unable. The moment it exerted effort, an overwhelming fatigue rendered it limp. Witnessing this, Ji-Yun offered a gentle smile. Do not be afraid, I mean you no harm. Pikachu approached, chattering reassuringly beside Celebi. Upon hearing this, Celebi's struggles momentarily ceased. Ji-Yun then carefully lifted Celebi into his arms, supporting the back of its head, and cautiously brought the cup to its lips. Here, drink this. It will restore your strength. As Ji-Yun drew nearer, his figure gradually came into focus within Celebi's line of sight. Gazing at Ji-Yun's warm smile, Celebi momentarily paused, the initial panic in its half-open eyes receding. Subsequently, as the water mixed with the energy cube past its lips, the dazed Celebi instinctively swallowed. Observing this, Ji-Yun's smile broadened. The fact that it did not refuse was a good sign. The nutrients from the energy cube should expedite its recovery. Before long, with Ji-Yun's assistance, Celebi had consumed an entire cup of the mixture. Afterward, Celebi leaned against Ji-Yun, its eyes fixed intently upon him, lingering on his face. Once Ji-Yun set the cup down, he lowered his gaze to assess Celebi's condition. He soon exhaled in relief. Celebi's expression had softened, and its body had relaxed significantly, indicating that it was in the process of recuperating. Had it reached the state of complete withering as depicted in the anime, there would have been little he could do. Ji-Yun then glanced at Celebi and subsequently at the nearby lake. Memories of the scenes in the anime where Celebi rejuvenated in the waters surfaced in his mind. Immediately, he leaned down to inquire, Celebi, does this lake assist in your recovery? Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Celebi's gaze finally shifted from his face to the lake. Before it slowly responded, Ji-Yun smiled softly. Is that so? Just as he prepared to return Celebi to the lake, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Jengar. Jengar's figure suddenly emerged from the ground before Ji-Yun, conveying an urgent message. Upon hearing this, Ji-Yun furrowed his brow. Are there suspicious humans approaching? Ugh. At that moment, a cry echoed from the sky as Desert Dragonfly descended, relaying the same message to Ji-Yun. Resolutely, Ji-Yun commanded immediate retreat. He quickly retrieved his Pokeballs, recalling all his Pokémon. Following this, he hastily cleared any traces of their presence, leaving the metallic ring behind, uncertain if it contained any tracking devices. Then, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and, cradling both Pikachu and Celebi, positioned himself beside Mismagius. According to Jengar's account, the suspicious individuals were approaching from the northeast. Thus, Ji-Yun pointed toward the northwest and swiftly instructed, Mismagius, teleport us in that direction. Given that the group was moving from the northeast to the southwest, it was best for Ji-Yun's escape route to diverge from their search path. Bari. Responding to Ji-Yun's command, Mismagius nodded. One hand placed upon Ji-Yun, it began to emanate a mysterious wave. In the next instant, they were enveloped in a white light, vanishing from their location, in a forest several hundred meters to the northwest. Ji-Yun and Mismagius materialized amidst a flash of white light. The sensation was akin to a blink, with the scenery transforming instantaneously. After a brief pause, Mismagius resumed its movement. Moments later, by the Lake of Life, the sound of footsteps heralded the arrival of a group of individuals. Some were mounted, while others floated in midair. Subsequently, an elderly white man descended from the sky, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he beheld the metallic ring discarded on the ground. It appears that someone has taken Celebi before us. He then turned to glance at the floating Pokémon behind him, which had 5 spoons hovering above its head. Hudi? Who? Hudi nodded slightly. Indeed, it was a fluctuation of teleportation. The elderly man smiled and gave a signal to Hudi. Immediately, Hudi's eyes began to glow, and a wave of psychic energy radiated from the red, gem-like organ on its forehead. Seconds later, the spoons that floated in the air aligned perfectly, all pointing in one direction. Seeing this, the elderly man grinned broadly. Excellent. At that moment, a shadow suddenly emerged behind the elderly man. In an instant, a noctowl appeared from the shadow, its wings poised to strike at the elderly man's neck. Chapter 107. The battle begins. Just as the sharp feathers were about to slice through the elderly man's throat, the noctowl's movement abruptly halted in midair. At that moment, the red gem on Hoodie's forehead was glowing brightly. Subsequently, with a swift wave of its hand, the noctowl's body was hurled like a cannonball into the nearby woods. Just then, a flurry of colorful attacks surged from the dense forest behind the group, hurtling towards them. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of moves, the elderly man exhibited not a shred of panic. Hoodie's eyes instantly lit up with brilliance. In the next moment, those attacks seemed to collide with an invisible wall, completely neutralized in midair. The following instant, the attacks erupted like fireworks, dissipating into the sky. As the attacks faded, a robust dragonite appeared before the group. Simultaneously, a melodious voice resonated from the depths of the forest. Liam Matthews, I never expected you would dare to come to the East Huang Kingdom. As the voice trailed off, Chu Wanner emerged from the forest, accompanied by a Glisker and a Bisharp. Behind her, a throng of individuals also appeared, each accompanied by their own Pokémon. Oh, it's you, the girl from years past, the elderly man remarked, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chu Wanner. Before continuing with a smile, the last time we met was 20 years ago. He glanced at the Dragonite, then turned his gaze back to Chu Wanner, stating, even now, you remain no match for me. He then cast a sidelong glance at the group behind her. Or do you intend to rely on the strength of these weaklings to defeat me? In response to the elderly man's taunt, Chu Wanner merely smiled faintly. Humph. She did not need to defeat Liam Matthews. She only needed to delay him. With a serious expression, Chu Wanner commanded, attack. With her command, the battle erupted instantaneously. A kaleidoscope of attacks began to unleash, as both sides' Pokémon engaged in a fierce exchange. During the chaos, Super Hoodie had just immobilized a few opponents, preparing to eliminate them, when a hefty body suddenly collided with it. The forceful impact disrupted its control, sending it flying. Quickly regaining stability, Hoodie summoned its psychic energy. The hefty figure was instantly suspended in midair. Just as Hoodie readied to counterattack, a dragon-shaped energy swiftly erupted from Glisker's mouth, hurtling towards it. Observing this, Liam calmly produced 2 Pokeballs and threw them into the air. Go, Hydreigon and Scyther. Hoodie, come here. In an instant, a 3-headed Hydreigon and a Crimson Scyther appeared on the battlefield. As these 2 Pokémon materialized, they swiftly took over Hoodie's fight, while Hoodie floated beside Liam. Liam then turned to a young Caucasian man beside him and instructed, Noah, take a few people and accompany Hoodie to pursue Shalebi. I shall ensure that none of them escape from here, Liam declared with an air of authority. Upon hearing this, Noah straightened his expression. Yes, sir. He then selected a few individuals to stand beside Hoodie. Liam then looked at Hoodie. It's up to you. Hoodie nodded, and a wave of psychic energy swiftly expanded, causing it and Noah's group to vanish in a flash of white light. On the other side of the battlefield, upon witnessing this, Chu Wanner furrowed her brows. She quickly retrieved a Pokeball and released a Charizard. Over there, find Ji Yun and assist him. Chu Wanner pointed in a direction as she spoke. According to Ji Yun's phone location, he is in that vicinity. With a nod, Charizard took to the skies, soaring northwest. Observing the ascending Charizard, Liam frowned and commanded, Hydreigon, intercept that Charizard. Following the order, Hydreigon swiftly pursued Charizard. Not a chance, Chu Wanner exclaimed, hastily retrieving another Pokeball and throwing it. Trapinch, stop it with Dragon Dive. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the forest, with a flash of white light, Ji Yun and his Mimikyu materialized in the area. Bari. Just as Mimikyu intended to move further, Ji Yun halted it, stating, That's enough, Mimikyu. You've done splendidly, now take a rest. Glancing at the exhausted Mimikyu, Ji Yun said kindly, Bari. He then withdrew Mimikyu into its Pokeball. Lowering his gaze to the weakened Shalebi nestled in his arms, he smiled gently. Shalebi, rest assured, I will protect you. So, relax and recover swiftly. Pikachu, perched on Ji Yun's shoulder, lowered its head to encourage Shalebi. Shalebi, lying in Ji Yun's embrace, lifted its eyes to meet his and Pikachu's, offering a faint smile. At that moment, it appeared to be regaining strength. Afterward, Ji Yun retrieved the Pokeball for Trapinch and set it free. Next, we'll be flying. Once mounted on Trapinch's back, Ji Yun directed it westward. He had no intention of bringing Shalebi into the human world. If Shalebi were to appear in public, it would surely cause an uproar. He dared not gamble on human nature. The immediate priority was to distance themselves from the suspicious individuals and find a secluded spot where Shalebi could recuperate in peace. As long as Shalebi regained its health and could traverse time and space to leave, those who had attacked it would be left empty-handed. After flying for a while, Ji-Yun's view remained filled with a vast expanse of forest. Just as he prepared to instruct Trapinch to accelerate, a sudden alarm rang in his mind. Ji-Yun's expression shifted abruptly. In his perception, several figures suddenly appeared in the forest below. Without delay, Ji-Yun shouted, "Trapinch, veer right, evade." In the moment Ji-Yun's words were spoken, a massive orange beam erupted from the depths of the dense forest, rapidly hurtling towards them in the sky. Wah! Trapinch swiftly maneuvered to the side, flying rightward away from its original position. The orange beam narrowly missed them. Witnessing the beam was passed, Ji-Yun was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 108. Pursuit, Desperation. After dodging the beam, Ji-Yun did not relax, but quickly issued commands. The desert dragonfly, descending from great heights, soared into the forest. With a swift dive, it evoked the exhilarating sensation of a roller coaster ride. Upon entering the verdant embrace of the woods, the desert dragonfly executed low-altitude maneuvers under Ji-Yun's guidance, weaving gracefully through the trees. Ji-Yun intended for the dense foliage to obscure their enemy's line of sight, providing them with a cover for their escape. However, the adversary this time appeared to be rather formidable. Suddenly, the desert dragonfly came to an abrupt halt midair, as if ensnared by an invisible force, rendered immobile. A psychic-type creature. Ji-Yun's expression shifted slightly, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. Yet, before he could utter a word, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. The desert dragonfly plummeted suddenly, as if controlled by a mysterious force, crashing towards the ground. Oof! Damn! Ji-Yun barely had time to curse before he too began to drop rapidly. In that instant, he instinctively cradled Pikachu and Shalebi tightly in his arms. Bang! 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 The next moment, Ji-Yun's body broke through several branches before crashing hard onto the forest floor. An intense wave of pain surged through him. He felt as though his entire body had disintegrated. Even with his super new human physique, he was engulfed in agony. Nonetheless, his mind remained sharp. With a soft groan, he gritted his teeth against the pain and swiftly rolled over to stand upright. Ignoring the blood trickling down his forehead, he anxiously looked down. Pikachu, Shalebi, are you all right? Pika, bye. Relieved to see they were relatively unscathed, Ji-Yun exhaled deeply and turned to the side. Desert dragonfly. However, as he began to speak, he was suddenly struck dumb. There lay the desert dragonfly on the ground, eyes shut tight, having fainted. Ji-Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. One strike, and it was down. Just how powerful was the enemy? A cold sweat broke out on Ji-Yun's forehead. He quickly retrieved the desert dragonfly into its pokeball and summoned the Magic Wall doll. Magic Wall doll, teleport now. He could no longer afford to consider the fatigue of the Magic Wall doll. With a flash of white light, he, along with the Magic Wall doll and his two Pokémon, vanished from their original location. They materialized in the woods several hundred meters away. At that moment, a voice resonated, Psychic Golem, Seal. In the next instant, a bizarre beam of light appeared, forming an X shape, and struck the Magic Wall doll. The Magic Wall doll immediately displayed a panicked expression, realizing that its teleportation ability was now rendered useless. Witnessing this, Ji-Yun's expression darkened. English. The enemy hailed from an external force. He turned toward the source of the voice and saw a young Caucasian man standing not far away, a mocking grin upon his face. Beside him floated a Psychic Golem. Psychic Golem. Level, LV52. Type, Ground, Psychic. Ability, Levitate. Gender, Genderless. Potential, Champion. Upon seeing the Psychic Golem's data, Ji-Yun's face grew grave. This was not the creature that had just dispatched the desert dragonfly in a single blow. This meant there was another, even more terrifying psychic-type Pokémon lurking nearby. Realizing this, Ji-Yun quickly threw out two Pokeballs. As they opened, Lucario and Gengar appeared before him. The white youth did not impede Ji-Yun's actions, but instead smirked arrogantly, like a cat observing a mouse. Oh, you still wish to resist? As his words fell, a flash of white light flickered beside the young man. Instantly, several figures emerged alongside a white-bearded Pokémon. Alakazam, Mega Evolution. Level, LV79. Type, Psychic. Ability, Synchronize, Psychic. Gender, Male. Potential, Champion. Upon seeing Alakazam, Ji-Yun's pupils constricted, a sense of despair washing over him. This was going to be dire. Ji-Yun forced a bitter smile, took a deep breath, and addressed the Caucasian youth. You are members of the Underground Alliance? Oh. The young man replied, surprised by Ji-Yun's words, then smiled slyly. Indeed, since you are aware of our identity, why not obediently hand over Shalebi? As he spoke, he regarded Ji Yun as one might an amusing plaything. Hand it over, and perhaps we shall spare your life. Humph. Ji Yun scoffed at the youth's words. Do I look like a child? Who would believe such nonsense? The current situation had him as the prey, while these individuals were the hunters. With that alakazam present, eliminating him would be effortless. There was no way they would allow him to escape. The white youth's smile twisted into a mocking grin. In that case, you shall meet your end. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. The next instant, an orange figure descended from above, unleashing a torrent of searing flames toward the group. The youth's expression shifted slightly, and he shouted, "Scatter!" Simultaneously, Alakazam's eyes glowed with a purplish-red light, instantly nullifying the fiery assault. Seeing this, Ji Yun wasted no time and decisively commanded, "Pikachu, Thunderball. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Gengar, launch a sneak attack. Lu, Gum." The three Pokémon sprang into action. At this moment, Ji Yun seized a fleeting opportunity to glance at the orange figure. Charizard. Level, LV74. Type, Fire, Flying. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Male. Potential, Champion. Surprised by Charizard's stats, Ji Yun wondered who its trainer was. Such bravery. Yet he had no time to ponder further. As he swiftly redirected his focus back to the battlefield, directing his Pokémon to engage in combat. With reinforcements now present, he felt a glimmer of hope for escape. Lucario. Quick Attack. Pikachu, Electro Ball Speed Up. Magic Wall Doll, Wide Area Defense. Bang. Bang. Observing the Psychic Golem being pushed back and the Magic Wall Doll successfully shielding against the allies' attacks, the white youth's face darkened. He turned to see Alakazam ensnared by Charizard. Gritting his teeth, he barked, "Execute the explosion tactic." At his command, several of his companions swiftly produced Pokeballs and hurled them forth. Rhydon, Mimikyu, and Flareon emerged. Ji Yun's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing these Pokémon. Damn, not this tactic again. In the next moment, the white youth bellowed with fierce determination, "Psychic Golem, self-destruct." As the command echoed, the Psychic Golem radiated a blinding white light. Ji Yun immediately shouted, "Everyone, defend." He crouched down, tightly cradling Shalebi in his arms. The only means of survival lay in his super new human physique, which could withstand 99 of damage. The enchanted doll had just employed its wide area defense, and it was uncertain whether it could effectively maintain its protective stance. An anxious feeling brewed within Ji Yun's heart. However, the sprites, who typically obeyed Ji Yun without question, this time defied his commands. Lucario swiftly retreated from the battlefield at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, racing towards Ji Yun. Pikachu, glowing with brilliant electric light, charged towards Ji Yun like a bolt of lightning. The enchanted doll stepped forward resolutely, positioning itself firmly in front and conjuring a reflective barrier to shield Ji Yun behind it. Gengar's silhouette vanished into the shadows only to suddenly materialize before Ji Yun. Witnessing this, Ji Yun's eyes widened slightly. "You all." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom. Accompanying this ear-splitting blast came violent tremors, blinding flames, and excruciating pain. Despite Ji Yun's extraordinary constitution, he felt a searing ache in his back. However, this was not the end. As the first explosion echoed, subsequent detonations followed in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions and piercing pain rendered Ji Yun's ears deaf to any sound, and his consciousness began to fade. Soon, he was enveloped in darkness, his awareness sinking into oblivion. Just then, the Shalebi in Ji Yun's arms opened its eyes, radiating a dazzling light. That mysterious sound, reminiscent of bells, resonated once more. Moments earlier, the battlefield near the Lake of Life was still rife with fierce combat. Chu Wanner, slightly breathless, stood behind her Dragonite, her face smudged with soot, her attire somewhat disheveled, and the sleeve of her right arm torn. Both her double-headed dragon and her Drampalay defeated, returned to their Pokeballs. Beside her, a Noivern lay on the ground, while a desert dragonfly floated nearby, battered and bruised. In front of her, an elderly man named Liam approached an ivory pig, accompanied by a floating Hydreigon. Liam patted the ivory pig and then turned to Chu Wanner with a smile, saying, "I told you before, you are no match for me. With Sunny absent, what means do you have to thwart me?" Surprisingly for Liam, the expected look of defeat on Chu Wanner's face did not materialize. Instead, a smile graced her features. What was she smiling about? Just then, an ancient voice echoed. "Oh, is that so?" Accompanying the voice was a fierce flame. In that instant, upon hearing the words, Liam froze, his expression shifting dramatically. As he beheld the oncoming flames, he shouted urgently, Hydreigon, use Hyper Beam. Boom. A violent explosion followed. As an orange beam shot forth from Hydreigon's mouth, colliding with the searing flames and exploding instantly. Thick black smoke enveloped the air. A gentle breeze stirred, dispersing the heavy smoke. When the haze cleared, a robust elder with flowing white hair appeared beside Chu Wanner, flanked by a fierce Infernape. Simultaneously, numerous reinforcements materialized around, subtly encircling Liam and his group. Little Wanner, am I too late? The elder inquired with a warm smile. At his words, Chu Wanner furrowed her brow slightly, responding, Old son, if you had arrived any later, you might have been collecting my remains. Chuckling, the elder brushed off her complaint with a serene smile and replied, All right. Leave this to me. You must hurry. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chu Wanner swiftly recalled her Noivern and Desert Dragonfly, then mounted her Dragonite and soared into the sky, heading towards the distance. Yet, Liam dared not obstruct her departure. He gazed gravely at the elder, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. How is this possible? How could you be here? You are not. Liam's voice trembled. I was detained by that old codger Andrew. Is that what you meant to say? The elder responded nonchalantly, countering. How did you know this isn't a trap we set to draw you out? Stunned, Liam stammered. What do you mean? The elder replied with a faint smile. If we didn't allow you to come forth on your own, it would take us much more effort to thoroughly eliminate those hidden pawns. I must say, your underground alliance's branch in the beautiful country wields considerable influence, managing to command the government. At this, Liam's heart sank. The notion of infiltrating the government was not uncommon in the beautiful country, which was essentially a nation ruled by conglomerates. But what if they themselves were the conglomerates? One could argue that the government of this nation had already been significantly infiltrated by their branch. However, he had no time for lamentation. He needed to devise an escape. Meanwhile, in the skies, Chu Wanner rode her Dragonite at breakneck speed. After a while, a deafening explosion reverberated ahead. The towering flames and thick smoke rising in the distance caused Chu Wanner's expression to shift dramatically. She urgently urged her Dragonite, Xiao Huang, faster. Moments later, upon reaching the site of the explosion, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Accompanied by that bell-like mysterious sound, concentric waves of green light rapidly expanded, transforming the vast forest beneath into a crystalline hue. As she gazed down at the familiar boy vanishing amidst the light, Chu Wanner felt a moment of daze. He has departed. When you return, we shall meet again. With that thought, a smile crept across her face. But this time, what shall you call me? After a chuckle, she quickly regained her focus. Noticing the Rotom phone that had fallen to the ground and the 4 Pokémon sprawled on the earth, she swiftly redirected her gaze to the other side, her eyes gleaming with determination. Xiao Huang, go. Chapter 110, First Encounter. June 1st, 2005, Wednesday. On this midday, in the forests of the Xing'an Mountains in northeast Dongwang, a youthful and vibrant woman was on the phone, seemingly reporting something. Yes, I have concluded my part here. All right, I understand. After a brief moment, she hung up. At that moment, a man approached her, stating, Captain Chu, the verification is complete. This poaching gang has been entirely apprehended, with none escaping. We are very grateful for your assistance. In response, the woman maintained a calm demeanor, saying, Not at all, it was our duty. Now, these individuals will be taken away by us. Of course, please proceed. Following this, a group of poachers was escorted out of the forest by officers clad in uniforms. Just then, several adept figures approached the woman. Observing the departing poachers, one man remarked disdainfully, These Pokémon traffickers, capturing Pokémon domestically and selling them to our neighboring Nambang and Zaiwiyingwa. Isn't this a betrayal of national interests? Just now, I nearly lost my composure and wanted to take lethal measures. Another person nearby replied, In the eyes of these individuals, there exists only the allure of wealth. Notions of national interest are utterly absent. If you ask me, we ought to take decisive action. Subsequently, another voice interjected, considering their crimes. It is likely they shall never see the light of day again, and rightly so. By the way, Captain, how is everything over there? Upon hearing this, a woman spoke up. That situation has also concluded. The organization behind them has been entirely apprehended. After speaking, she cast a glance at her nearby team member. All right, the mission is complete. Let us return. Upon hearing this, one of the team members cheered. Hooray! You've been busy all night, and now it's noon. Finally, we can rest. Enough of that. You're the one who had it easiest, another retorted. Subsequently, the group ascended on their flying sprites towards the forest's edge. As they soared through the air, engaged in discussions about their upcoming meal, a mysterious sound resonated. With the emergence of this sound, circles of verdant light instantaneously illuminated vast stretches of the forest. In the sky, The group gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, utterly bewildered. What in the world is happening? At that moment, a team member shouted, "Captain, look over there." Following the direction indicated by the team member, they beheld a dazzling light emanating from the distant woods. "Let us go take a look." With this command from the woman, the group altered their course towards the source of the radiant glow. Simultaneously, within a patch of woods, peculiar ripples accompanied by the brilliant light began to materialize, forming an extraordinary pattern. As the light abruptly contracted, the figure of Ji Yun suddenly emerged from within it. Once the blinding radiance dissipated, Ji Yun's body plummeted to the ground. Then, a diminutive green figure stumbled out from his embrace. Seeing the sky above, Shalebi sensed the approach of humans and quickly glanced back at the unconscious Ji Yun on the ground. Without hesitation, Shalebi fluttered away, vanishing into the woods. Moments later, several sounds of rushing wind could be heard. The woman and her companions descended from the sky, landing at the spot. Upon their arrival, they immediately spotted Ji Yun lying on the ground. "Captain, we have a person down." Once on the ground, the group hastily approached Ji Yun. His disheveled black hair, tightly shut eyes, and handsome face were smeared with blood, coupled with tattered clothing and charred skin, all indicating that he had suffered severe injuries and was unconscious. Upon witnessing Ji Yun's grievous state, the woman's expression turned grave, and she promptly ordered, "We have an injured person. Chung Yi, Deng Yu, Du Heng, stand guard. Xiao Rong, assist him." Understood. The 3 men and 1 woman quickly executed the commands. The 3 male team members swiftly positioned themselves with their sprites, maintaining vigilance around them, while the female teammate rushed to Ji Yun's side to assess his condition. The woman herself began to inspect Ji Yun's belongings in search of identification. Oh! Upon opening Ji Yun's backpack, she was astonished to discover its remarkably vast capacity. This individual's identity must be quite extraordinary, she mused silently. Soon, she found a card within the backpack. When she discerned the contents of the card, her eyes widened in shock. What is this? It was an identification card from the Trainer Association, and what astonished her was the birth date inscribed on it. June 16, 2006. How is this possible? Today is only June 1, 2005. Her immediate reaction was to dismiss it as a forgery. However, she quickly reconsidered. Who would forge an identity document with information for someone not yet born? Then, recalling the earlier phenomenon, a ludicrous thought crossed her mind. Could this person truly be from the future? Entertaining this absurd notion, she meticulously examined the other contents of the backpack. To her astonishment, she discovered numerous items that did not belong to this era. Observing the production dates on the food packaging and water bottles, her shock was ineffable. Just then, Xiao Rong, who was checking Ji Yun's body, looked up and, noticing the woman's astonished expression, inquired, "Captain, what's wrong? Is there a problem with his identity?" The woman quickly snapped back to reality, shaking her head, "No." Then, suppressing her emotional turmoil, she composed herself and asked, "How severe are his injuries?" In response, Xiao Rong smiled, saying, "He is not in grave danger. All these injuries are superficial. His constitution appears to be quite robust. There is no threat to his life, though he may look alarming." The woman nodded, her face expressionless. "That's good." Rising to her feet, she hoisted Ji Yun's backpack and declared, "We'll take him back with us." "Huh? Are we not taking him to the hospital?" Xiao Rong asked, surprised. "No. His identity is rather special," the woman replied, shaking her head. She then produced a pokeball and swiftly released it. A desert dragonfly appeared before her. "Let the desert dragonfly carry him." She then called out towards a distance, "Xiao Huang." With a cry, a haxorus flew to her side. "Let us go." Understood. The team members, upon hearing her words, did not press further but cast curious glances at Ji Yun, secured on the back of the desert dragonfly. Meanwhile, at the Underground Alliance, in the Beautiful Nation branch, a man named Liam, in his 50s, wore an ecstatic expression as he gazed down at the photographs of the forest phenomenon in his hands. Chapter 111, The Past Time and Space. Still enveloped in that dark void, Ji Yun's consciousness floated in the darkness, devoid of sorrow or joy, unable to think or feel. Thus, an indeterminate amount of time passed before he suddenly regained a sense of awareness. He felt a warm light illuminating him, prompting an instinctive desire to open his eyes and behold this comforting radiance. Concurrently, within a 2-story wooden house nestled amidst a sea of flowers, a young man lying on a bed slowly opened his eyes. The moment Ji Yun opened his eyes, he was greeted by a blinding ray of sunlight, causing him to instinctively shut them once more. After several cycles of opening and closing, he gradually acclimated to the brightness within the room. As his blurry vision sharpened, he finally discerned the ceiling of the room. an unfamiliar ceiling. Turning his head, he noticed a beam of morning sunlight streaming through the window beside his bed, bathing him in its warmth. It appears I have been rescued. Ji-yun felt somewhat dazed. He then recalled the events leading up to his unconsciousness. A wave of worry washing over him. I wonder how Pikachu and the others are doing. With this thought, Ji-yun's expression abruptly froze as he realized. Wait, Pikachu. He swiftly sat up, scanning the room with urgency. No, Pikachu is not here, nor are any of my other Pokémon. However, on the nearby table, he spotted his backpack and 6 luxury balls. Without hesitation, Ji-yun leapt from the bed and hurried to the table, seizing one of the luxury balls and releasing it. Yet, disappointment washed over him. It was empty. One by one, he opened all 6 luxury balls, and his heart sank as each one proved to be devoid of contents. Anxiety gripped Ji-yun as he swiftly summoned his aura, feeling the power of his aura radiate outward. In an instant, he sensed that within this house, there was only one human presence. Amidst the several waves emanating from outside the house, he recognized a familiar signal. Without hesitation, Ji-yun burst through the door, traversed a grand hall, and flung open the main entrance, racing outside. In the next moment, he found himself momentarily stunned. Before him lay an expanse of boundless floral beauty. This was not a hospital, rather it was. As he beheld the somewhat familiar scenery, Ji-yun's eyes widened slightly in astonishment as he exclaimed, "The sacred domain of dragons." Just then, a call echoed through the air. Turning his head, he noticed a strikingly beautiful woman accompanied by 2 desert dragonflies watching him from a distance. One of the dragonflies, beaming with delight, swiftly darted towards him. A desert dragonfly. Ji-yun's expression brightened, and he hurried to greet it. Soon after, the desert dragonfly made a sudden halt before him, its head nuzzling into Ji-yun's embrace as it chirped joyfully. Ji-yun cradled the dragonfly's head, gently stroking its neck, and a smile of elation spread across his face. "Oh, desert dragonfly, I'm so relieved to see you safe. By the way, where are Pikachu and the others?" he inquired after cherishing the moment with the dragonfly. Upon hearing his question, the dragonfly's demeanor instantly drooped. "Not here." Ji-yun was momentarily taken aback by the dragonfly's response. Just then, a melodious voice chimed in. "I only found this desert dragonfly and a Milotic on you. All the other Pokeballs were empty." Turning to the source of the voice, Ji-yun saw the woman approaching him, holding a desert dragonfly. Alarmed, he promptly asked, "But what about the nearby area? Are there no other Pokemon around?" The woman shook her head. "No, when I encountered you, you were unconscious in the forest, and there wasn't a single Pokemon nearby." "How could this be?" Ji-yun exclaimed, his anxiety escalating. "Before I lost consciousness, Pikachu and the others were right by my side." Pausing, he pondered the unsettling possibility that something terrible had occurred. "I genuinely did not see any other Pokemon around you," the woman reassured him. Ji-yun fell silent, his heart heavy with worry. Could it be that Pikachu and the others? At that moment, the woman spoke again, her gaze fixed intently on Ji-yun. "From what you just said, have you been to the sacred domain of dragons before?" Her words snapped Ji-yun back to attention. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he responded, "Yes. Not long ago." He continued, "Thank you for rescuing me. However, I must leave this place to search for my other Pokemon. May I inquire about my Milotic?" "Not long ago?" The woman appeared slightly taken aback by Ji-yun's reply, her expression turning enigmatic. "You may not be able to find them for the time being." Ji-yun, bewildered, blurted out, "What do you mean? What does temporarily not finding them imply?" The woman replied, "To understand the current situation, you must answer me one more question." Eager to locate his Pokemon, Ji-yun readily responded, "Ask away." She inquired, "The sacred domain of dragons has a guardian in every era. When you arrived here, who was the guardian that came to greet you?" Though puzzled, Ji-yun answered, "A woman named Faye." "Faye, you say?" The woman's expression indicated she had reached a conclusion, her gaze toward Ji-yun filled with intrigue. Just then, a bright voice interrupted, "Who called me?" A flurry of footsteps followed, and Ji-yun turned to see a young girl, around 11 or 12, darting out from the house. After sizing up the 2 adults, she ran directly to Ji-yun and looked up at him. "Did you call for me?" Suddenly, the girl appeared puzzled. "Wait, do you know me?" Ji-yun stood frozen, momentarily taken aback. As the girl's features began to align with those of Faye from his memories, his eyes widened in realization. "Indeed, she is Faye." The woman smiled, pointing at the girl. "Now, do you understand what I meant?" Returning to reality, Ji-yun inhaled deeply, gazing at Faye and recalling Shalebi's abilities. He grasped the situation. He had traversed time, returning to the past. Chapter 112, The Chu Sisters. Since he had arrived in a different timeline, that was why the woman mentioned he might not find them for now. However, If he couldn't return, it would cease to be temporary. The thought filled him with unease, as he worried for Pikachu's safety and his own ability to return. Therefore, he must find Celebi. Earlier, he had realized that Celebi was not present. He turned to the woman, recognizing that since she had deduced he was from the future and had been the one to discover him, perhaps she could provide insight into the past circumstances. For instance, whether she had seen Celebi. At that moment, the young Fae interrupted his thoughts. Hey, why are you zoning out? She looked at Ji Yun, somewhat displeased, and continued, you still haven't answered my question. Do you know me? How do you know my name? Ji Yun hesitated, unsure how to respond. He certainly couldn't reveal that he knew her future self. Fortunately, the woman intervened, casting a stern look at Faye. I informed him. By the way, why are you only getting up now? You'll be late for school. Oh, Faye exclaimed, finally realizing. And she ceased her interrogation of Ji Yun. Panicking, she shouted, I'm going to be late. Sister, let the desert dragonfly give me a lift. In a flurry, Faye rushed to the desert dragonfly, nimbly climbing onto its back. The dragonfly glanced at the woman, who nodded in approval. In an instant, the dragonfly soared into the sky, whisking Faye away into the distance. Desert dragonfly. Level, LV51. Gender, female. Potential, champion. Watching the desert dragonfly depart, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow. Stronger than my desert dragonfly, by a slight margin. After a brief glance, he shifted his focus back to the woman. Thank you. By the way, I still don't know your name. Just as he was about to express his gratitude again, he realized he had yet to learn her name. The woman smiled softly. My name is Chu Wanner. Nodding, Ji Yun introduced himself. I am Ji Yun. I know, Chu Wanner replied with a smile. When I found you, you were unconscious. To ascertain your identity, I rummaged through your backpack and found your identification. I hope you can forgive me. It's no problem. Ji Yun's expression momentarily faltered before he cautiously asked. Besides the identification, what else did you find? There were still some food and drinking water left. I deduced that you hailed from the future after examining the production dates above, in conjunction with your identification. Hence, I chose not to raise an alarm and instead brought you here discreetly. Observing Ji Yun's expression, Chu Wanner offered a faint smile, assuring him, rest assured. I did not disturb anything else. Now I understand. Ji Yun sighed in relief, nodding slightly. Thank you. It was nothing, Chu Wanner replied with a casual smile, showing little concern for his gratitude. Curiously, she inquired, by the way, I was quite astonished when I first saw the spaciousness of your backpack. Has technology in the future advanced so rapidly that such large backpacks can be created? Well, somewhat, Ji Yun replied vaguely, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. He then redirected the conversation, asking, by the way, how long have I been unconscious? Not long, less than 2 days, Chu Wanner responded. After broaching this topic, she scrutinized Ji Yun's physique with curiosity and remarked, your physical constitution is rather extraordinary. With such severe injuries, you've healed in less than 2 days. Your recovery rate is almost monstrous. In response, Ji Yun could only evade the question once more, shrugging his shoulders. I've always had a robust constitution. Is that so? Chu Wanner regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from Ji Yun's stomach, diverting both their gazes downward. Ah, Ji Yun acknowledged. Chu Wanner smiled slightly. Indeed, you haven't eaten for almost 2 days. You must be quite hungry. Let's go inside and have something to eat while we chat. Afterward, I will take you to see your Milotic. It has been settled in a nearby lake. Ji Yun nodded appreciatively. Thank you. The two then entered the house. Ji Yun first freshened up and changed into a new set of clothes. After Chu Wanner served the meal, he expressed his gratitude and began to eat without hesitation. After lying down for so long, he felt his stomach was quite empty. While dining, Ji Yun conversed with Chu Wanner, who introduced herself in detail. She was the guardian of the Dragon's Nest generation and held an official position, which made Ji Yun trust her considerably. After confirming the current date in this timeline, he admitted to being from 20 years in the future. He then briefly recounted his experiences in the Shingen Ridge area and asked if she had seen Celebi. Chu Wanner shook her head, informing him that she had not encountered Celebi. However, upon learning Ji Yun's actual age, she became very interested in his experiences and asked numerous questions about him. According to her, it was remarkable that he had encountered such extraordinary events at such a young age. Moreover, given the strength of that desert dragonfly, it nearly rivaled her own Pokémon. Thus, she was quite curious about him. Ji Yun only shared some basic information about himself and refrained from elaborating further. However, regarding matters beyond himself, particularly significant events that might occur in the future, Chu Wanner did not pry. An old man once advised me not to inquire too much about the future, stating that it is unpredictable. He mentioned that knowing the future in advance could lead to laziness or arrogance. At this point, Chu Waner chuckled and continued. You are from the future, and for now, only I and that old man know about it. He instructed me to hide you here. In a few days, I will take you to meet him. All right. Ji Yun nodded, his curiosity about the old man growing. After finishing their meal, Ji Yun donned his backpack and followed Chu Waner outside. She intended to take him to see Milotic. Roar. As soon as they stepped outside, Ji Yun heard a resounding roar. Looking up, he saw a Charizard soaring toward them. Chapter 113. I must return. Charizard. Level, LV53. Type, Fire. Flying. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Male. Potential, Champion. Upon spotting the Charizard, Ji Yun was taken aback. Sister Waner, is this Charizard your Pokémon? He asked incredulously. Indeed. Chu Waner confirmed with a nod. Her affirmation left Ji Yun in awe. Earlier, during their conversation at the dining table, she had insisted he call her sister. According to her reasoning, given Ji Yun's birth year, she could almost be considered his mother, making her an aunt in terms of age. However, as she was still young, calling her aunt felt inappropriate. Even by physiological age, she was several years his senior, so Ji Yun had to address her as sister. Speechless, Ji Yun complied and called her sister. He couldn't help but recall the scene before his time travel when Chu Feier had also requested him to call her sister. He internally lamented the habit both sisters had of insisting on such titles. However, now, calling her sister felt quite natural, as he realized that this Charizard shared the same aura as the one that had come to his aid in the forest. In other words, the Charizard that had come to assist him was indeed this very Charizard from a different timeline. This meant that it was Chu Waner from his timeline who had sent it to help him. With this realization, Ji Yun gazed at Chu Waner with a hint of gratitude. Noticing the look in his eyes, Chu Waner asked curiously, "What is the matter?" "Nothing." Ji Yun shook his head. Seeing his reaction, she found it somewhat peculiar but couldn't pinpoint what was odd. She quickly brushed it aside and said, "Let us go. Mount your desert dragonfly, and I'll take you to see Milotic." With that, she gracefully mounted the Charizard's back. Ji Yun promptly climbed onto the desert dragonfly. And soon both Pokémon took to the skies, soaring under Chu Waner's guidance toward a nearby destination. Before long, they arrived over a lake. "Look, your Milotic resides in this lake." Chu Waner pointed down at the water. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun glanced at the lake below, then at the waterfall beside it, his expression turning peculiar. Wasn't this the very lake where he had once captured the Feeba? Afterward, they guided their Pokémon to land by the lakeshore. As soon as they touched down, Milotic's head emerged from the water, and upon spotting Ji Yun, it joyfully called out, "Milotic." Ji Yun's heart leaped with joy at the sight of Milotic. He quickly dismounted from the desert dragonfly and rushed to the lakeside. Milotic swiftly swam over and nudged its head against Ji Yun affectionately. Seeing this, Ji Yun couldn't help but reach out to embrace it, gently stroking its smooth body. It's all right, he reassured with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Observing this scene, Chu Waner couldn't help but recall the moment Ji Yun had first met the desert dragonfly, and a smile crept across her face. "It seems you and your Pokémon share a very close bond." "Of course," Ji Yun replied with a smile. "They are my companions. Through joy and anger, sorrow and happiness, we experience and embrace everything together. Thus, they regard me as their partner. As long as you invest your genuine feelings into them, they will reciprocate with their sincerity." Elves are indeed remarkable creatures, are they not? Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Chu Waner couldn't help but reminisce about the elves in the sacred domain, and with a smile, she remarked, "Elves are truly extraordinary beings. Although their languages may differ, their hearts are interconnected." Indeed, Ji Yun nodded in agreement. He then thought of Pikachu and the others, and a look of concern crossed his face as he resolutely stated, "Therefore, I must return." At that moment, Milotic leaned closer to Ji Yun, offering him comfort. Witnessing Milotic's profound care, Ji Yun's spirits lifted considerably. He smiled gently, cradled its face, and pressed his forehead against its, saying, "I am well. I just worry a bit about Pikachu and the others. We will surely return." Meanwhile, Chu Waner was intently observing the scene before her. Moved by the interaction between the boy and his Pokémon, she involuntarily exclaimed, "I will help you." Startled by her words, Ji Yun turned to her with gratitude in his eyes and said, "Thank you." Seeing the sincerity in his gaze, Chu Waner returned a smile, saying, "No need for thanks. After all, as an outsider, your presence here signifies either a friend of the Guardians or someone who has greatly contributed to the nation. Assisting you is only natural." She then looked at Milotic and added, "You can rest assured that Milotic will be well cared for here. Feier adores your Milotic. She comes to see it every day after school to look after it personally. Moreover, Milotic has formed a close bond with Fayer, which has brought her much joy. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun's expression became somewhat peculiar. How could it not be close? His Milotic evolved from the ugly fish he obtained from Chu Fayer. Noticing Ji Yun's strange demeanor, Chu Wanner inquired, "What is it? Is something amiss?" Ji Yun paused for a moment before revealing the truth. "So, this Milotic is actually the one you got from Fayer 20 years in the future." After hearing Ji Yun's explanation, Chu Wanner was momentarily taken aback and gazed at Milotic, a wave of indescribable emotions washing over her. After a moment, she broke into a smile. How fortuitous. Indeed, fate is truly marvelous. Ji Yun couldn't help but reflect on the wonder of it all. Chu Wanner then continued, "So, during your visit to the Dragon's Sacred Domain, you only managed to capture one ugly fish and did not encounter the Dragonite or others." Ji Yun nodded in confirmation. "In that case, allow me to show you around the Dragon's Sacred Domain. It will be a splendid opportunity for you to witness the Pokémon here." Ji Yun blinked in surprise. "Is that permissible?" Chu Wanner, slightly puzzled, responded, "Why wouldn't it be?" Ji Yun then explained, "I assumed this place was highly confidential." Upon hearing this, Chu Wanner burst into laughter. "It's not classified. It's simply isn't open to the public. Furthermore, the application process for capturing Pokémon here is quite strict. We also engage socially and invite friends over." She patted her chest and added, "As long as you have the recognition and invitation from the guardians of the sacred domain, you can visit anytime." Ji Yun smiled in return. "I see now. I had misunderstood." Chapter 114. The Dragon's Sacred Domain, the Terrifying Dragonite. Under Chu Wanner's guidance, Ji Yun mounted his desert dragonfly and began to explore the Dragon's Sacred Domain. During his previous visit, he had been too focused on capturing Pokémon to truly appreciate the surroundings. This time, he was able to savor the experience thoroughly. As they toured, Ji Yun noticed that although this place was called the Dragon's Sacred Domain, the proportion of Dragon-type Pokémon was surprisingly low, with a greater variety of other Pokémon present. According to Chu Wanner, the name Dragon's Sacred Domain originated from the ancient documents unearthed when this secret realm first emerged, along with the presence of the Dragonite clan residing here. These documents indicated that before the secret realm descended into this world, it was also protected by humans in another realm. Chu Wanner's ancestors were among the first to enter this secret realm. Subsequently, they established an agreement with the Dragonites to protect this place for generations, aiding the Dragonite clan in resolving various troubles. As compensation, the direct descendants of her family were permitted to select a Dratini as their initial Pokémon. After listening to Chu Wanner's account, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow. Understanding the situation clearly, this Dragon's Sacred Domain was likely the very one located in the Johto region, associated with the Dodo and the gym leader Xiao Zhuang. However, with the surname Chu, it seemed the descendants were allowed to acquire a Dratini as their initial Pokémon. Pondering this, Ji Yun discreetly glanced at Chu Wanner, his expression slightly peculiar. What a remarkable coincidence. That area was indeed the territory of the Bagon. In a picturesque valley, Chu Wanner pointed to a group of Bagon, Shelgon, and Dragonite in the distance, explaining to Ji Yun, "Do not be deceived by the imposing appearance of the Dragonite. They are quite gentle in nature." The Dragonite nearby, upon seeing Chu Wanner, greeted her amiably. She elaborated that in the early days of the secret realm's emergence, the variety of Dragon-type Pokémon was limited, and most of the Dragon-type species were introduced later. Nowadays, although the number of Dragon-type Pokémon remains significantly lower than that of others, the diversity had increased substantially. Ji Yun felt a sense of awe. The name Dragon's Sacred Domain had indeed become fitting. Passing through a marshy area, Ji Yun spotted a group of Swablu, Altaria, and Drampa. The two continued to soar through the skies on their Pokémon, eventually arriving at a mountain range. Ahead lay the habitat of the Dragonite. Just as they flew into the mountains, a long, resonant cry echoed through the air. Turning to look, they saw a Dragonite soaring towards them at incredible speed. Chu Wanner smiled slightly and waved at the approaching Dragonite. The Dragonite swiftly accelerated and made a sudden stop right before them, coming to a halt without any braking distance. As it stopped abruptly, Ji Yun felt a powerful gust of wind rush toward him. When he finally caught sight of the Dragonite's stats, his eyes widened in astonishment. Dragonite, level, LV96, type, Dragon, Flying, ability, Inner Focus, gender, male, potential, champion, level 96. Good heavens! Ji Yun was momentarily stunned, his mind racing with shock. Dragonite. This is Ji Yun. He is a guest who will be residing here for a while. Chu Wanner introduced him to the Dragonite. The Dragonite glanced at Ji Yun and waved at him amicably. Ji Yun quickly regained his composure and waved back, "Hello." Although he appeared calm, His heart was anything but tranquil. The Dragonite nodded and then turned to fly deeper into the mountains. Observing this, Chu Wanner reminded Ji Yun, "Come on, let's follow." Soon after, the two followed the Dragonite, descending gracefully. "What is that Dragonite?" Ji Yun could not help but inquire. "Ah, that one." Chu Wanner glanced at the majestic creature before responding. "It has existed since the inception of this secret realm, accompanying its arrival. At that time, it was the most formidable Dragonite, revered as the guardian of this holy domain." Ji Yun was taken aback by her revelation. "Goodness, are you saying this Dragonite has lived in this world for centuries? And who knows how long it has thrived in another realm? No wonder it's so powerful. It's no surprise that no one dares to intrude upon the sacred land of dragons." Before long, several Dragonites and Hakurius appeared before Ji Yun. Moments later, they landed on a clearing. Roar, roar, roar. The next instant, Ji Yun observed a few Dragonites approaching, gathering around Chu Wanner. "Rest assured, I've brought you all something," she said cheerfully, patting her backpack. Ji Yun's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced over. Dragonite, level, LV78, potential, King, Dragonite, level, LV76, potential, King, Dragonite, level, LV82, potential, champion. Before Ji Yun could pose a question, Chu Wanner eagerly began to explain. "These Dragonites are the spirits of past guardians. After the guardians of the sacred land pass away, they return here to continue their watch over this domain." Hearing this, Ji Yun exclaimed in disbelief, "Goodness, to intrude here is truly courting death." Subsequently, Chu Wanner retrieved a collection of incubators, cotton cloth, and moo milk from her backpack. As she rummaged through her belongings, she remarked, "Recently, a batch of eggs in their clan has been hatching, and I've come to bring supplies for taking care of the little ones. This is the duty of a guardian, to care for the spirits within the sacred domain, assisting them with mundane matters and maintaining order." Ji Yun nodded in understanding. "So, this is the role of a guardian. After all, in terms of combat strength, the spirits here do not require the guardians to intervene." Just then, a Hakuryu flew over, nuzzling affectionately against Chu Wanner. Hakuryu, level, LV54. Type, dragon, gender, female, potential, champion. Goodness, another one with potential. She laughed. "Little Huang, I'm busy right now. I'll play with you later." Chu Wanner gently patted the Hakuryu, smiling. Ji Yun, overhearing her, couldn't help but find her naming conventions amusing. "Little Huang, Little Bai?" It seems this lineage has a peculiar way of naming. "Have you ever taken care of newborn spirits?" Chu Wanner inquired suddenly, snapping Ji Yun back to attention. Yes, I have. My Lucario was hatched and raised by me," he replied. "Perfect. Come help me care for the little ones," she said without hesitation. "Sure." Ji Yun nodded, his curiosity piqued by the newly hatched mini drakes. "Follow me." Subsequently, Chu Wanner led Ji Yun alongside a group of Dragonites, passing a vast lake. Within the waters, beautiful Hakurius and adorable mini drakes swam, all gazing at Ji Yun and Chu Wanner with their large, watery eyes. The two then followed the Dragonites into a cavern beside the lake. Before long, a spacious cave appeared before Ji Yun. Inside, several smaller mini drakes were resting, and not far off lay a few Pokémon eggs, guarded by a Dragonite. "Awu." The guarding Dragonite waved a greeting upon seeing them. "Come help." "All right." Ji Yun nodded in response to Chu Wanner. He approached her and carefully wrapped the Pokémon eggs in cotton cloth before placing them into a larger incubator. Though wild Dragonites can also hatch eggs, human methods tend to be more efficient, resulting in higher survival rates. Afterward, Ji Yun joined Chu Wanner, carrying moo milk to the newborn mini drakes. "King, Quasi-King, King," Ji Yun observed, their panels appearing before him. Indeed, the potential of this quasi-divine group was notably high. He mused. "Mimi." A sudden chill brushed against his pant leg. Looking down, Ji Yun found a light blue mini drake had snuggled up to his feet. It rubbed against his leg and coiled around his calf, its big, watery eyes fixated on the moo milk in his hands. Mini drake, level, LV1, type, dragon. Ability, shed skin, gender, male, potential, champion. Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, another with champion level potential. Observing the mini drake's eager demeanor, a smile crept onto his face. "Ah, so you're a little foodie, are you?" He crouched down, lifting the mini drake from his calf. A cool, smooth sensation brushed against his palm. Ji Yun then opened a bottle of moo milk, pouring it into a bowl and placing it before the mini drake. "Here, drink up," he said with a smile. "Mimi." The mini drake cheered upon seeing the milk, happily drinking away. Witnessing this, Ji Yun's spirits lifted, and he affectionately patted the mini drake's head. The little creature, unfazed, nuzzled against his hand. "Ah, as long as there's milk, You're content. Ji Yun chuckled, then stood to help Chu Wanner feed the other mini-drakes. Mini-drake. Ability. Wonder Skin. Potential. King O? There's even a mini-drake with a hidden ability here. Ji Yun raised an eyebrow as he observed one of the feeding mini-drakes. Mimi. Just then, a familiar chill sensation returned, accompanied by a voice. Ji Yun looked down to see the gluttonous mini-drake at his feet again, its large, watery eyes fixed on him. Ji Yun chuckled, realizing so. You're quite the glutton. He opened another bottle of Moo Moo milk, preparing a second serving for the mini-drake. Mimi. The mini-drake happily nuzzled Ji Yun and began drinking again. After feeding the little ones, Ji Yun spent some time petting the drakes while Chu Wanner checked each mini-drake's health. Eventually, she led Ji Yun out of the cave. Will you return around noon? Ji Yun asked as they departed the mountains. Chu Wanner nodded affirmatively. Yes, I will come to care for this batch of mini-drakes until they surpass their juvenile stage. Fortunately, the juvenile stage for spirits usually lasts only a few days, so it won't be too taxing. Hearing this, Ji Yun smiled. Then I'll come help as well. He felt embarrassed to take advantage of the situation without contributing and found the idea of caring for the mini-drakes quite enjoyable. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Chu Wanner turned to glance at him, then smiled gently. All right. Subsequently, she led him to continue exploring the dragon's sacred domain. During their journey, Ji Yun encountered numerous elven clans. Among them were the dragon-type species, including the spiked dragon king, the Qishi Qingyao, as well as the elder dragon and coconut palm tree imported from the Pacific Ocean. According to Chu Wanner's account, other dragon-type elves either found the local environment unsuitable or possessed temperaments too volatile for introduction here. Moreover, some faced significant barriers to being brought over, such as the Duo Long family and the aluminum steel dragon. In her narration, it became clear that those fierce or combative dragon-type elves had mostly been relocated to other reserves. Ji Yun also inquired about the information regarding quasi-deities. From Chu Wanner, he learned that within the dragon homeland of Jinling City, there resided 3 evil dragons. On Dragon Island in the East Sea, there was the wandering tail-scale dragon. In the northwest, one could find the Bangelis, the violent flying dragon, and the fiery biting land shark. To the west, the giant gold monster made its home. During their exploration, Ji Yun also encountered several of Chu Wanner's other elves. When not venturing outside, all her elves were allowed to roam freely within the sacred domain. The spiked dragon king, Qishi Qingyao, double-axe battle dragon, soundwave dragon, sticky beautiful dragon, and apple-wrapped dragon, all possessed king-level potential. Ji Yun couldn't help but marvel at this. At noon, Ji Yun accompanied Chu Wanner to the habitat of the Dragonite clan once more. Upon entering the cave, a mini-dragon approached him eagerly. Oh, it's you again. Ji Yun chuckled at the mini-dragon that rushed to greet him. Observing this, Chu Wanner smiled. It seems this mini-dragon is quite fond of you. No, it merely enjoys eating, Ji Yun quipped while feeding the gluttonous mini-dragon. He silently mused that a creature like it would undoubtedly be a handful outside. As the afternoon wore on, dusk arrived, and Chu Feier returned from school. Upon entering the sacred domain, she dashed straight to the lake beside the waterfall. Minas, I'm here, she exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, as she reached the edge of the lake, her expression froze. Her cherished Minas was curled up beside a young lad, affectionately nudging him with its head. Upon hearing Chu Feier's voice, Minas lifted its head and joyfully called out, Minas. Seeing this, Chu Feier's face lit up with a smile as she rushed over. I brought you tasty treats, she declared, pulling out a canister of energy cubes. Upon hearing her words, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow. You're a bit late. It's already full. Huh. Chu Feier blinked in surprise. Noticing her reaction, Ji Yun smiled slightly and asked, Do you really like Minas? Of course. Chu Feier quickly regained her composure, nodding vigorously. Minas is so beautiful. Her gaze remained fixated on Minas, her admiration evident. Then why don't you raise one yourself? Ji Yun inquired. I see there are ugly fish living here in the sacred domain, right? Do you think I don't want to? Chu Feier rolled her eyes and replied with a hint of frustration, but despite my efforts, those ugly fish show no signs of evolution. My allowance isn't enough to buy beautiful scales. Ji Yun raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling their first encounter when Chu Feier insisted he call her sister. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he said, I can help you. Huh. Chu Feier finally diverted her attention from Minas. What did you just say? I said, I can help you raise a Minas, Ji Yun replied with a smile. My Minas evolved from an ugly fish, and I didn't even use beautiful scales. He added silently in his mind, yes, it evolved from the ugly fish you gave me. Really? Chu Feier's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed. Ji Yun nodded earnestly. That's fantastic. Thank you. By the way, I still don't know your name. Chu Feier gazed at him, her eyes shining. I'm Ji Yun, he responded. Ji Yun, I'll remember that. Chu Feier exclaimed eagerly. Come on, let me show you those ugly fish, and you can help me evolve one. Hearing this, Ji Yun smirked slightly, finally revealing his ulterior motive. I can help you, but you must agree to one condition first. Huh. Chu Feier hesitated, then asked cautiously, what condition? Heh, it's simple, Ji Yun chuckled. Just call me brother. He felt confident in his ability to sway her. However, to his surprise, Chu Feier stepped back, hands clasped over her chest, regarding him warily. Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback by her reaction. Regaining his composure, he sighed, what are young girls thinking these days? Without hesitation, he retorted, stop being so vain. You're just a little brat with no curves. Who would be interested in you besides a weirdo? Is your mind filled with nonsense? Chu Feier immediately shot back. You're the one with no curves. She glared at him with a judging expression. We aren't even familiar. And you're already trying to get little girls to call you brother. What is the difference between you and those weirdos on the street luring girls with lollipops? You say you're not a weirdo. Ji Yun was left speechless, shrugging his shoulders. Just tell me if you want to learn or not. Chu Feier's face contorted with indecision, while Ji Yun remained calm, unfazed. After a moment, she cautiously asked, is it really that simple? Ji Yun nodded with an air of nonchalance. It's that simple. After another brief moment of hesitation, Chu Feier murmured, brother. I didn't catch that. Say it again. And add your name. Say it louder. Chu Feier frowned, glaring at him. Seeing her expression, Ji Yun smiled gently. What's the matter? Don't you want Mina's anymore? At his words, Chu Feier huffed in frustration. Taking a deep breath, she bit her lip and finally shouted, Ji Yun, go. Ji Yun broke into a grin. Now that's more like it. Easy to handle. Though he realized this might backfire in the future. As Chu Feier would likely insist on calling him sister for today's antics, he felt a sense of joy in the moment. That was what truly mattered. As Chu Feier regarded his smile with exasperation, she asked, can you help me now? Ji Yun shrugged and pointed at the sky. Now? What time is it? It's almost dark. Let us do it tomorrow. It's the weekend, so you won't have school. Realizing this, Chu Feier glanced at the sky and replied. Then it's settled. You mustn't back out. Don't worry, I always keep my promises. Upon hearing these words, Chu Feier immediately broke into a smile, her face brimming with anticipation. Soon after, the two bid farewell to Minas and, engaged in conversation, made their way back to the wooden cabin. By the way, I have a question for you. Ji Yun suddenly recalled something on their return journey and inquired. What question? Does your sister have a boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Chu Feier instantly appeared enlightened, exclaiming, so your target is my sister. Ji Yun, rendered speechless once more, could only shake his head. Subsequently, Chu Feier teased with a grin. Let me tell you, my sister already has a boyfriend, and they are almost at the stage of discussing marriage. You've missed your chance. What are you thinking? Ji Yun rolled his eyes, responding, I merely wanted to confirm a few things. What is your sister's boyfriend's name? What do you want to do? Chu Feier regarded him with suspicion. I already said I just want to confirm a few things. Ji Yun shot her a glare and added, besides, I have a girlfriend. Really? Truly. After confirming several times, Chu Feier finally divulged the information he sought. My sister's boyfriend is named Zhang Yunting, and they are college classmates. Ji Yun, hearing that name, felt a mix of speechlessness and sentiment. Well, it seems that indeed, she is his future mother-in-law. Ji Yun couldn't help but feel the whims of fate. Such is the wonder of destiny. Chapter 117, Sparring. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Ji Yun and Chu Feier maintained a tacit understanding in front of Chu Wanner, refraining from mentioning the earlier conversation. I have already informed that old man about your situation, and the authorities will soon dispatch personnel to search for the traces of Shalebi in the Shingen Mountains. After dinner, Chu Wanner knocked on Ji Yun's door and stated, if there are any discoveries, I will inform you immediately. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun's expression brightened. Thank you, Sister Wanner. No need for thanks. Chu Wanner smiled and replied, well then, good night. Yes, good night. The night passed without a word. The next day, Chu Feier eagerly dragged Ji Yun out, and with his assistance, selected a Fiba in the holy domain. Don't worry, I have an exclusive secret. Give me some time, and I will provide you with a Milotic. That is settled then. Thus, Ji Yun settled in the Dragon's holy domain, daily assisting Chu Wanner in caring for the Dragonite, while also dedicating time to train the Fiba. He dared not level up here. What if he inadvertently angered the wild Pokémon and faced retribution from their parents? Nevertheless, he would occasionally seek out Chu Wanner for sparring sessions. Thus, several days passed. Desert Dragonfly, Rock Slide, Charizard Dragonclaw. One noon, in a clearing near the Dragonite's nest, Ji Yun was engaged in a battle with Chu Wanner. Nearby, several Dragonites lounged in the sun, casting their gaze upon the duel as if watching a form of entertainment. In the clearing, witnessing Charizard shatter the incoming boulders with Dragon Claw, Ji Yun's eyes narrowed. Desert Dragonfly, Dance of the Dragons. Immediately, the Desert Dragonfly began to gracefully whirl in the air. Observing this, Chu Wanner quickly commanded, Charizard, continue with Dragon Claw. Roar. As per Chu Wanner's words, Charizard once again gathered a pair of green energy claws and roared, charging towards the Desert Dragonfly. Desert Dragonfly, Shadow Clone. At Ji Yun's command, the Desert Dragonfly's body flickered and transformed into numerous clones, encircling the charging Charizard. Roar. In the next moment, Charizard's claws cleaved through one of the clones. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Yun shouted, now Thunder Punch. ZZZZ. Suddenly, all the Desert Dragonfly's fists radiated with brilliant lightning. Subsequently, one of the Desert Dragonflies dashed from behind Charizard, its electrified fist aimed at Charizard's back. Charizard, behind you. At Chu Wanner's alert, Charizard swiftly turned, slashing downwards with a claw. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the Desert Dragonfly's Thunder Punch struck Charizard's abdomen. However, Charizard, enduring the damage from the Thunder Punch, retaliated with a claw that sent the Desert Dragonfly flying into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Moments later, as the dust settled, the Desert Dragonfly lay in a large pit, unable to rise again. Seeing this, Ji Yun sighed slightly. Another loss. During these days of sparring against Chu Wanner's other Pokémon, Ji Yun generally won more than he lost. Yet, when faced with the Quasi-King level Pokémon, Dragonite, Charizard, and Desert Dragonfly, his losses far outweighed his victories. Moreover, he had only managed to win twice through unexpected skill usage. Is this the gap between an elite and a Quasi-King? Ji Yun pondered with a sense of reflection. Hearing Ji Yun's words, Chu Wanner chuckled. To be able to hold your ground against Charizard under such a disadvantage, you are already quite impressive. In response, Ji Yun glanced at the panting Charizard and smiled. A loss is a loss. There's no need to comfort me, Sister Wanner. Ji Yun maintained a friendship with Chu Wanner. After all, he couldn't directly tell her that he would be in a romantic relationship with her daughter in the future. Could he? He then took out some healing medicine and approached the Desert Dragonfly to treat it. Chu Wanner also came forward to administer medicine to Charizard. Just then, two serpentine Pokémon, one large and one small, crawled over and nestled beside Ji Yun. It's all right. I'm not upset. Rest assured. As he looked at the comforting Venus and Dratini, Ji Yun smiled. They had also been spectating the battle earlier. Ji Yun then turned to the Dratini, gently patting its head and saying, how did you get out? This little gluttonous Dratini had already passed the larval stage and no longer required their care, while several Dratini born in the past few days still needed attention. Under Ji Yun's gentle touch, the Dratini happily rubbed against his palm. Observing this, Chu Wanner remarked with a smile, I told you it likes you. To which Ji Yun shrugged, well, it's my honor. Soon, it was time for lunch. The meal for the two of them was prepared by Chu Wanner, while Ji Yun took charge of the Pokémon's lunch. Ji Yun took out a storage box and handed 2 energy cubes to Charizard. Thank you, Charizard. Roar. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Charizard let out a low growl, accepting the energy cube and tossing it into its mouth. The next moment, it patted its belly, looking thoroughly satisfied. Ji Yun continued to distribute energy cubes to the other Pokémon. Ever since tasting Ji Yun's energy cubes, Chu Wanner's Pokémon had developed a fondness for them. You really have a knack for these energy cubes. Now I worry they've become spoiled by your cooking, Chu Wanner remarked with some exasperation. Just then, a cool sensation brushed against Ji Yun's leg. Looking down, he saw the Dratini was snuggled against him, its big watery eyes gazing intently at him. Meeting the Dratini's gaze, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow. All right, for those who are present, here's one for you. As she spoke, Ji Yun produced an energy cube and offered it to the mini dragon at the edge of its mouth. Mew. The mini dragon's eyes instantly sparkled with delight as it opened its small mouth and devoured the energy cube in one swift motion. Mew. Soon after, a look of contentment spread across its face, and its gaze towards Ji Yun shimmered with admiration. Later that afternoon, the mini dragon reappeared beside them. Why have you come out again? Chapter 118, A Birthday Gift. Mew. The mini dragon gazed up at him with its big, watery eyes, brimming with anticipation. Observing the mini dragon that had once again appeared before him, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow. Could it be that this creature had mistaken him for a caretaker? Thus, more than 10 days passed. During this time, Chu Wanner took Ji Yun out to meet an elderly gentleman surnamed Sunday. According to Chu Wanner, this elder was one of the most formidable trainers in the Eastern Huang Kingdom. When Ji Yun witnessed a champion-level Infernape by the elder's side, he became thoroughly convinced. Moreover, the elder had numerous disciples, many of whom had risen to prominence. The elder merely engaged Ji Yun in casual conversation, offering him guidance without inquiring about his future. One day, within the sacred domain, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson, Ji Yun sat by a lake, gently massaging the mini dragon resting on his lap. How does that feel? I learned this technique specifically from Sister Warner. It must be quite comfortable, right? Mew. The mini dragon, lying on Ji Yun's leg, emitted a soft coo, appearing utterly content. Ever since that day, it had ventured out for a meal. It had taken a liking to Ji Yun. Initially, it would only appear during meal times. 3 times a day, without fail. It would manifest before Ji Yun at the designated hours. He had no idea how it managed to find him. Even in his absence from the mountains where the Dragonite resided, the mini dragon would still show up. After a few days, it became unnecessary for it to go through such trouble. It simply chose to remain by Ji Yun's side. Ji Yun had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, having an additional mouth to feed was hardly a burden for him. Furthermore, upon learning of Ji Yun's proficiency in crafting energy cubes, Chu Wanner procured a significant quantity of tree fruits. Ji Yun then fashioned a multitude of energy cubes, keeping a portion for himself while gifting the rest to Chu Wanner, as a token of gratitude for her kindness. However, the days spent together had fostered a deep bond between Ji Yun and the mini dragon, prompting him to entertain the thought of taking it with him more than once. Yet, every time he recalled that he did not belong to this timeline, he promptly dismissed the notion. Once he departed from this realm, the next time they would meet would merely be a fleeting moment for him. But for the mini dragon, it would span 2 decades, 20 years, a time in which everything could change. Contemplating this, Ji Yun let out a soft sigh. Just then, his phone rang. Ji Yun's Rotom phone had remained in the future timeline, so Chu Wanner had helped him acquire a phone from this era. The caller was Chu Wanner, reminding him that it was time for dinner. After ending the call, Ji Yun cradled the mini dragon and boarded the desert dragonfly, returning to the wooden cabin. Upon arriving, he noticed that the Chu sisters had set up a dining table outside the cabin. The table was adorned with an array of sumptuous dishes. What is this? Ji Yun inquired, somewhat perplexed. Today is your birthday, and this is a special birthday feast prepared by Fei and me. Are you satisfied? Chu Wanner said with a smile beside the table. Taken aback, Ji Yun realized, indeed, it was June 16th. Although in a different timeline, it was still his birthday. Gazing at the smiling faces of the 2 sisters, warmth surged within him, and a smile of joy broke across his face. Thank you. Oh, there's no need for thanks. Come, sit down. Today you are the guest of honor. All right. Ji Yun nodded and took his seat. Thus, the birthday feast commenced. Happy birthday. The 2 sisters chorused in unison. Mew. The open space beside the table was filled with a group of Pokémon also extending their wishes to Ji Yun. Today, they too were treated to a feast, complete with an abundance of fruits and snacks. Among them, the mini dragon and a Milotic were particularly enjoying themselves. This Milotic belonged to Chu Feier. After several days of nurturing and feeding, Ji Yun had finally helped the selected Phoeba evolve into a Milotic just the day before, much to Chu Feier's delight. Subsequently, Chu Wanner produced a pendant and handed it to Ji Yun. This is a gift from Feier and me. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun accepted it and looked down. The pendant appeared to be crafted from scales, embellished with a transparent bead. I found a keystone in your backpack, so I had this pendant custom-made, Chu Wanner explained with a smile. The ornamentation can be opened. The bead is merely glass, and you can replace it with your keystone. The scales are made from Dragonite shed, making it quite sturdy. The cord is crafted from the mini dragon's shed skin, which is remarkably resilient and hard to tear. I hope you like it. After hearing Chu Wanner's words, Ji Yun solemnly donned the pendant around his neck and replied, I absolutely love it, thank you. Although his Z-Power ring could also accommodate a keystone, wearing it openly while out and about felt rather ostentatious. The pendant, however, could be discreetly hidden within his clothing and retrieved when needed, making it a far more subtle choice. Hence, this pendant was precisely to his liking. And I have something too. At that moment, Chu Feier presented a delicate box to him. Did you not mention your intention to challenge gyms and participate in national competitions? This is a meticulously selected badge case. I hope you like it. Ji Yun accepted the badge case, admiring the intricate designs and patterns on its surface, and couldn't help but smile. It's beautiful. I truly appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Receiving 2 birthday gifts brought Ji Yun immense joy. Then a thought struck him. His Milotic had initially been a birthday gift prepared by Chu Feier for her niece, and Chu Feier's niece. Ji Yun found himself torn between laughter and tears. How amusing it was that he had inadvertently intercepted his girlfriend's birthday present. After a moment of reflection, He resolved to prepare a special birthday gift for Zhang Chu Yao upon his return. Thus, Ji Yun celebrated his 19th birthday in this alternate timeline. The following morning, while feeding his Pokémon, he remarked, "You little glutton, you've truly decided to stay with me, haven't you? Be careful, or I might just take you away." As he patted the mini dragon, it nuzzled against his hand, looking thoroughly content. Ji Yun. At that moment, Chu Wanner rushed over, exclaiming, "We've discovered traces of Shalebi." Chapter 119, The Return of Shalebi. Our team has found traces of Shalebi in the Xing'an Mountains. You need to pack up quickly. We are departing immediately. Upon hearing Chu Wanner's words, Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, nodding in response. All right. The news brought him great delight. As long as he can locate Shalebi, he will be able to return to his original timeline. Although he has enjoyed his time here, this dimension is ultimately not his true home. In another timeline, he has his beloved parents, his Pikachu, and his girlfriend. The timeline 20 years hence is where he truly belongs. With that thought, Ji Yun swiftly retrieved his Milotic into its Pokeball and hurried back to pack his belongings. Moments later, he emerged from the house, his backpack slung over his shoulders. At that moment, Chu Wanner was already waiting for him. Ji Yun prepared to mount his Flygon, following Chu Wanner as they soared towards the Sacred Realm's borders. Just after their departure, a pale blue figure remained in front of the house, gazing vacantly at the receding silhouettes of the two. After leaving the dragon's sacred realm, Chu Wanner swiftly escorted Ji Yun to an airport, where they boarded a private aircraft. 2 hours later, the plane touched down in the Xing'anling region. Upon exiting the airport alongside Chu Wanner, Ji Yun noticed her approaching 4 young men and women. Captain. With Chu Wanner's introduction, Ji Yun learned that these were her team members. "I am Ji Yun," he introduced himself briefly. The 4 of them regarded Ji Yun with curious eyes, as they were the ones who had discovered him unconscious earlier. "What is the situation?" Chu Wanner inquired while walking towards the airport's exit. "Captain, there has been a change in circumstances. Shortly after we detected Shalebi, a group of foreign forces infiltrated our area and launched an attack on it. Currently, other teams are engaged in battle with them." At these words, Chu Wanner's brow furrowed, and she replied, "We must depart immediately." Understood. Upon hearing their conversation, Ji Yun also frowned. Another foreign force? Could it be them again? Soon, the group mounted their flying Pokémon and ascended into the vast expanse of the forest. Half a day later, they landed at the foot of a mountain. There, they observed numerous officials on high alert within the surrounding woods. "Captain Chu." Upon their descent, a man in uniform approached them. "Is Shalebi located here?" Chu Wanner inquired. "Indeed." The man confirmed, pointing towards the mountain peak. "Shalebi is up there, but our personnel cannot ascend. The entire mountain seems to be animated, and any approach from the sky or ground is met with indiscriminate attacks. To avoid provoking Shalebi, we have refrained from forcing entry and are merely maintaining a perimeter." Hearing the man's words, Chu Wanner cast a concerned glance at Ji Yun, realizing there was little she could do. "Shalebi is injured." Ji Yun interjected after the man finished his explanation. However, he remained uncertain whether this was due to old wounds or a recent assault. "And who might you be?" the man asked, directing his gaze towards Ji Yun, evidently unaware of his identity. "This is an expert dispatch from above to establish contact with Shalebi," Chu Wanner fabricated with utmost seriousness. "So young." The man looked at Ji Yun in astonishment. "Are there really such young experts in the country? Did you notice Shalebi's injuries earlier?" Chu Wanner deftly shifted the topic. The man began to explain, "In truth, when we first discovered Shalebi, its condition appeared rather dire. Thus, we speculated that it had been attacked by that group of invaders previously. Presently, our team is intercepting those intruders near the Lake of Life. Shalebi must have fled here." "I see." The group nodded in understanding. The man continued, "Those invaders are quite formidable, boasting 3 elite-level trainers. We are understaffed, and the intercepting team may not hold them off for long. Although we have requested reinforcements, it may take some time for them to arrive. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, you must act swiftly." His gaze shifted towards Ji Yun. Ji Yun nodded. It was indeed the case. The country is burdened with numerous affairs, and there are other matters to attend to. Typically, a few teams would suffice for a search operation. There is no need to mobilize a large force. This encounter with foreign forces is an unforeseen event. Consequently, he declared, "Allow me to give it a try." He understood that he must expedite Shalebi's extraction. Otherwise, when the adversaries arrived, they wouldn't hesitate to set the mountain ablaze, regardless of the forest's defenses. Thus, Ji Yun stepped forward into the forest at the mountain's base. And the very next moment, the foliage and branches began to writhe, as if alive. Witnessing this, Ji Yun took a deep breath, the blue glow igniting in his eyes beneath the brim of his hat. In the next instant, An immense surge of aura emanated from him, radiating towards the mountain. Before long, Ji Yun sensed Shalebi's presence within a cave. Simultaneously, perhaps due to Shalebi's awareness of Ji Yun's approach, the thrashing branches abruptly ceased their movement. What is this? The onlookers behind Ji Yun were all taken aback. What did he just do? Noticing the change, Ji Yun felt a surge of joy and shouted, "Flygon!" With a swift response, Flygon soared to his side. Ji Yun mounted Flygon and directed it skyward towards the mountain. Shortly thereafter, they landed at the entrance of a cave halfway up the mountain. Ji Yun dismounted quickly and hastened inside. Before him appeared a small green figure. Shalebi lay on the ground, eyes tightly shut, displaying a pained expression, while surrounding branches stood guard protectively. Ji Yun observed that Shalebi bore fresh wounds. Has it been attacked again? Ji Yun called out urgently, "Shalebi! Shalebi!" Slowly, Shalebi opened its eyes, fixing its gaze on Ji Yun. "Do not worry. I have come for you," Ji Yun assured, kneeling before the branches and speaking gently. "It is perilous here. Those who attack you may return at any moment. So, let us leave together, and I will find a secure place to tend to your injuries, all right? Shalebi." Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Shalebi hesitated, its gaze intent on him, revealing a flicker of uncertainty. Seeing this, Ji Yun spoke earnestly, "Rest assured, Shalebi. I promise to protect you, and I will keep my word." Listening to Ji Yun's declaration and observing the sincerity in his eyes, Shalebi pondered for a moment before finally responding, "Shalebi." At this, Ji Yun breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously extended his hands to embrace it. Shalebi made no attempt to resist. Instead, it gazed at him with its large, watery eyes, allowing him to carry it. Once in his arms, Shalebi gradually closed its eyes, appearing utterly exhausted. Aware that he could not afford to delay, Ji Yun swiftly rose and exited the cave, remounting Flygon and directing it down towards the mountain's base. "We're back." Moments later, the group at the foot of the mountain spotted Ji Yun returning on Flygon. As he landed, they quickly noticed the figure cradled in his arms. Shalebi. They were astonished that he had truly succeeded. As Ji Yun gazed at the cherubi in his arms, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. "Sister Wanner, time is of the essence. We must depart swiftly. Cherubi requires treatment." Ji Yun turned to Chu Wanner and spoke earnestly. "Understood." Chu Wanner nodded in agreement and promptly issued her command, "Retreat." Just then, Ji Yun's expression suddenly shifted, and he shouted, "Desert Dragonfly, protect." At that moment, a shadow materialized beside Ji Yun as a robust arm emerged, reaching for the cherubi nestled in his embrace. Fortunately, the Desert Dragonfly reacted swiftly, deploying a protective barrier that thwarted the encroaching arm. Ji Yun exhaled in relief. Desert Dragonfly, level, LV-49. The Desert Dragonfly was now but a step away from becoming a quasi-champion. Enemy attack. The surrounding crowd swiftly responded, launching a counteroffensive. It was only then that Ji Yun could assess the identity of the assailant. Nightmare Spirit, level, LV-72. Type, Ghost. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Potential, Champion. The revelation of the Nightmare Spirit's attributes startled Ji Yun. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. A blast tore through the area, sending the gathered individuals sprawling and enveloping them in a cloud of dust. Tap, tap, tap. Amidst the cacophony, 3 elderly figures with pale faces emerged from the haze. The oldest among them was accompanied by a blazing roar tiger, while the youngest led a 3-headed dragon. Soon, the Nightmare Spirit appeared beside the 3rd elder. Blazing roar tiger. Level, LV-77. Type, Fire, Dark. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Potential, Champion. 3-headed dragon. Level, LV-70. Type, Dragon. Dark. Ability, Levitate. Gender, Male. Potential, Champion. Upon witnessing the enemy's formidable strength, Ji Yun's expression turned grave. As the trio stepped forth from the smoke, their gazes converged upon the cherubi in Ji Yun's arms. "Target acquired. Commence the assault," declared the elder decisively. "Go." 3-headed dragon, Dragon Pulse. Nightmare Spirit, Shadow Punch. Blazing Roar Tiger, Flame Burst. Counterattack. The group rallied to respond. The battle ignited instantaneously. However, the disparity in power was overwhelming. Each strike from the 3 Pokémon incapacitated 1 or 2 of Ji Yun's allies. In mere moments, casualties mounted, with even Chu Wanner's Haxorus and Charizard succumbing. If this continued, it seemed unlikely that they could endure much longer. Noticing the dire situation, Chu Wanner furrowed her brow and turned to Ji Yun, saying, "You take cherubi and flee." Without hesitation, Ji Yun refrained from any melodramatic displays, nodding resolutely. "All right." He then commanded, "Desert Dragonfly, let's go." With a roar, The desert dragonfly took to the skies and swiftly departed. Yet, matters were far from straightforward. The younger elder grinned maliciously, produced a new pokeball, and declared, "Think you can escape before Liam? Not so easily. Three-headed dragon, pursue with dragon dive." In an instant, the three-headed dragon was enveloped in a violet draconic energy as it charged towards the desert dragonfly. "Desert dragonfly, accelerate," Ji Yun ordered urgently. With a powerful flap of its wings, the desert dragonfly transformed into a blur, vanishing from sight. A whoosh echoed as the three-headed dragon narrowly missed. The violent gust of wind whipping Ji Yun's hat from his head and causing the desert dragonfly to wobble precariously. The desert dragonfly quickly regained its composure. But the three-headed dragon had already altered its course and was set to strike again. Hold firm. Yet, the dragon's speed was overwhelming, leaving no room for reaction. Panic washed over Ji Yun's face as he clutched Cherubi tightly, bracing for impact. Just as he prepared to weather the blow, a blur zipped past him. A fiery-faced Infernape appeared before the desert dragonfly, launching a powerful punch at the oncoming three-headed dragon. With a resounding crash, the three-headed dragon staggered, sent hurtling away by Infernape's strike, crashing to the ground. Infernape then descended rapidly. Infernape, level, LV84. Type, fire. Fighting, ability, Iron Fist. Gender, male. Potential, champion. The appearance of Infernape ignited a spark of hope in Ji Yun's eyes. A savior had arrived. He quickly glanced down. And indeed, there stood Elder Sun, illuminated by a flash of white light, accompanied by an alakazam. Alakazam, level, LV79. Type, psychic. Fighting, ability, sharpness. Gender, male. Potential, champion. Elder Sun surveyed the battlefield and swiftly unleashed a Pokeball, summoning a Garchomp to the fray. Garchomp, level, LV82. Type, dragon. Fighting, ability, soundproof. Gender, male. Potential, champion. Ji Yun inhaled deeply, feeling the weight of the moment. Such formidable allies. Elder Sun turned to Chu Wanner and instructed, "Xiao Wanner, take Ji Yun and retreat. I will handle things here." Understood. Without hesitation, Chu Wanner recalled her Haxorus and Charizard, then mounted the desert dragonfly, flying to Ji Yun's side as she urged, "Ji Yun, we must leave." Nodding in agreement, Ji Yun adjusted his course and followed Chu Wanner southward. Observing their departure, one of the elderly figures remained unsatisfied. The nightmare spirit slipped back into the shadows, aiming to snatch Cherubi once more. It had employed this tactic numerous times during the skirmish, but Ji Yun's acute perception, enhanced by the power of aura, allowed him to narrowly evade each attempt. Another one. As Ji Yun prepared to counter, a flash of white light illuminated the area, revealing Alakazam, who swiftly dispatched the nightmare spirit with a psychic blade. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Yun and his companions accelerated their escape. As they fled, Ji Yun cast one last glance at the battlefield. In his view, the three elders were now accompanied by several Pokémon, yet Elder Sun continued to command his team, keeping the trio at bay. Witnessing Elder Sun's commanding presence filled Ji Yun with a sense of admiration and determination. It had happened multiple times now. Throughout this period, he had been rescued and protected by others more times than he could count. He felt like the sheltered weakling. This sensation stirred discomfort within him. If only he possessed strength akin to Elder Sun's, would he still need to flee? Would he still rely on others for protection? This has only deepened his yearning and aspiration to enhance his strength. Turning around, Ji Yun's gaze was filled with determination. One day, he too shall become this formidable. At that moment, Chu Wanner directed her attention towards Ji Yun and inquired, "Ji Yun, should we take Shalebi to the hospital for treatment?" After a moment's contemplation, Ji Yun replied, "Perhaps we should forego the hospital. Too many people and too much noise. However, we must find a secure place for it to heal and recuperate." "I see." Chu Wanner pondered for a few seconds before suggesting, "Let us take Shalebi back to the sacred realm. With the Dragonite there, it is undoubtedly the safest location." "Agreed." Ji Yun nodded, expressing his concurrence. Chu Wanner was correct. With the presence of those Dragonites, the safety of the sacred realm was beyond question. Subsequently, they soared swiftly out of the forest and boarded an official aircraft bound for the capital. On the plane, Ji Yun commenced Shalebi's treatment. He repeated the previous steps, applying medication and offering energy cubes. Later, in the afternoon, Ji Yun and Chu Wanner evaded the crowds and swiftly flew back to the dragon's sacred realm aboard a desert dragonfly. Upon their return, they were greeted by a Dragonite soaring towards them. Dragonite, level, LV96. The Dragonite landed abruptly before them, gazing curiously at Shalebi nestled in Ji Yun's arms. In response, Chu Wanner introduced, "Dragonite, this is Shalebi. As you can see, it has encountered danger, and we have brought it back for treatment. The Dragonite nodded, then followed them towards the wooden cabin. As they passed a lake, Ji-Yun looked down and asked, Shalebi, do you find this place helpful? Upon hearing his words, Shalebi slowly opened its eyes and glanced at the lake. After a moment, it closed its eyes again, appearing weary. Is it of no use? Ji-Yun sighed softly. It seemed that the Lake of Life indeed possessed unique properties. Before long, they landed in front of the cabin. The Dragonite called out to them, with you here? Is it truly safe? Ji-Yun smiled and replied, thank you, Dragonite. Afterward, Ji-Yun carried Shalebi into the wooden cabin, gently placing it on the soft bed. Shalebi, this place is very safe. You can rest well here, he said, tenderly stroking its forehead. As Shalebi listened to Ji-Yun's soothing words and felt the warmth of his hand, it opened its eyes once more, smiled at him, then closed its eyes again, drifting into a peaceful slumber. At that moment, Shalebi's expression finally relaxed. Seeing this, Ji-Yun breathed a sigh of relief and, along with Chu-Waner, quietly stepped out of the room to avoid disturbing its rest. When Shalebi recovers, you will return to the future, right? Chu-Waner asked as they returned to the hall on the first floor. Yes, Ji-Yun nodded. In the future, there are many individuals and Pokémon I care about, so I must return promptly. With a playful glance at Chu-Waner, he added, What's the matter? Are you reluctant to see me go? In response, Chu-Waner rolled her eyes and remarked, You think too highly of yourself. I merely lament that after this farewell, the next time I see you, it will be 20 years later. Ji-Yun felt a twinge of sentimentality. For him, it might feel like a brief separation, but for them, it would be a lengthy 2 decades. In 20 years, Ji-Yun would still be this age, while the friends he had only just made would have aged 2 decades. Chu-Waner would have transformed into his future mother-in-law. Such changes were indeed thought-provoking. Just then, a familiar voice emerged. Turning around, they spotted the gluttonous Dratini making its way towards them. Moments later, Dratini nestled against Ji-Yun's leg, gazing up at him with teary eyes. Oh dear, Ji-Yun sighed, reaching down to pat its head. I apologize for leaving so suddenly. I hope you won't be too heartbroken after I depart. That evening, Ji-Yun returned to the room and felt a wave of relief wash over him as he observed Shalebi peacefully sleeping. Adequate rest was beneficial for recovery. He then lay down gently on the other side of the bed, quietly keeping watch over Shalebi. Dratini climbed onto the bed, curling up beside him. Thus, in the tranquility of the night, time passed swiftly. The following morning, Ji-Yun suddenly sensed something brushing against his face in his dreams. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find a green figure before him. At that moment, he saw Shalebi's tiny hand resting on his face, its bright eyes curiously studying him. Upon noticing Ji-Yun was awake, Shalebi beamed at him with an adorable smile. Shalebi, you're awake, Ji-Yun exclaimed, slightly taken aback. He then embraced it, sitting up. How are you feeling? Have you recovered? Shalebi, nestled in his arms, smiled and nodded in response. Oh, so you're nearly back to full strength? Ji-Yun smiled back. That is truly wonderful. Just then, Dratini also awoke, curiously gazing at Shalebi. I apologize for waking you, Ji-Yun said, affectionately patting Dratini's head. After freshening up, Ji-Yun carried Shalebi out of the room, with Shalebi perched on his shoulder. The dawn had just begun to break, and it was likely that the two sisters were still asleep, especially since it was the weekend. Chu Feier would surely be reluctant to rise. Stepping outside, Ji-Yun inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh morning air while taking in the sight of the blossoming flowers and the faint light on the horizon. Shalebi, perched on his shoulder, was visibly delighted at the sight of the flower fields. It then fluttered its wings and flew into the sea of flowers, joyfully dancing among the blooms. Ji-Yun smiled gently, settling down with Dratini in his arms. He sat quietly on the steps outside the wooden cabin, watching Shalebi's exuberance. As time progressed, the sun began to rise higher. Under the morning sunlight, the entire flower field appeared to be enveloped in a golden glow. The dewdrops on the petals sparkled like countless stars, rendering the scene both sacred and beautiful. At this moment, Shalebi returned, gracefully perching on Ji-Yun's lap as they both admired the morning splendor. Isn't it beautiful? He mused. Indeed, came the reply. Just then, a voice broke the serene atmosphere. You're up so early today. Turning around, Ji-Yun saw Chu-Waner standing at the entrance of the cabin, gazing at him. Upon hearing the voices of other humans, Shalebi immediately shrank back, seeking refuge in Ji-Yun's embrace. Observing this, Ji-Yun offered a gentle smile and softly patted its back. Do not fear, Shalebi. She is not a villain, Ji-Yun reassured with a grin. It was she who accompanied me to rescue you yesterday. Do you remember? Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Shalebi lifted its gaze towards him. It then flapped its wings and ascended slightly, peeking out from Ji-Yun's shoulder, its large eyes cautiously surveying Chu Wanner. "Oh, Shalebi has awakened," exclaimed Chu Wanner, visibly surprised as she noticed the partially revealed Shalebi. "Yes, it woke up this morning," Ji Yun replied, affectionately stroking Shalebi's head. As Shalebi caught sight of Chu Wanner's features, it seemed to ease its apprehension, its tense body relaxing. "Hello, Shalebi," Chu Wanner greeted warmly. It was then time for breakfast, and Mini Dragon's eyes sparkled with anticipation as it fixated on Ji Yun. "All right, you shall be the first to receive your meal." After releasing his 2 Pokémon, Ji Yun chuckled at Mini Dragon's eager expression. A lack of enthusiasm for food suggests a troubled mind. This remark was perfectly exemplified by Mini Dragon's behavior. Swiftly, he retrieved a storage box and dispensed several energy cubes to share with the Pokémon. Observing the contentment on the faces of his Pokémon as they feasted, Ji Yun smiled faintly before extending one of the energy cubes towards Shalebi. "I have fed you this twice before. You ought to remember, right?" Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Shalebi's eyes brightened slightly, and it reached out with its tiny hands to grasp the energy cube from Ji Yun's palm, savoring it as it chewed. In the next moment, a radiant smile spread across its face, the delightful taste prompting it to cradle its cheeks, its eyes squinting in joy, while its tiny wings fluttered excitedly. Witnessing Shalebi's enjoyment, Ji Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, Shalebi could not resist the allure of the rainbow energy cubes. He then offered several more energy cubes. "Shalebi, there are more here. Feel free to indulge." After consuming 2 additional cubes, Shalebi patted its little belly, signaling its contentment. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Turning around, Ji Yun saw Chu Feier standing at the door, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at the floating Shalebi. In an instant, Chu Feier rushed forward, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she exclaimed, "So adorable! Ji Yun, is it your Pokémon? What is its name? It is so cute." Enduring the sonic assault from Chu Feier, Ji Yun rubbed his ears in exasperation. Even Shalebi was startled, hastily flapping its wings and retreating behind Ji Yun. It cautiously peeked out, revealing half of its body as it scrutinized the newcomer. Bang! At that moment, Chu Wanner approached Chu Feier and delivered a light smack to her head. "Lower your voice, you frightened it," Chu Wanner said, her expression one of disbelief. "I told you to read more. You do not even recognize the legendary Shalebi." "Ah, is that so?" Chu Feier exclaimed, rubbing her head in shock as she gazed at Shalebi. Shalebi, the forest deity that traverses through different spaces and times. In the next instant, Chu Feier transformed her expression into one of infatuation, her eyes glued to Shalebi. "So adorable." Ji Yun regarded her with a bemused expression. This child was beyond saving. He now understood whose influence shaped the future preferences of Zhang Chuyao. Shalebi, however, paid little mind to Chu Feier and tugged at Ji Yun's clothing, conveying something to him. "Are you saying you can take me back?" Shalebi nodded eagerly. "I see." Hearing this, Ji Yun turned to glance at Chu Wanner and Chu Feier, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance and sadness. He then turned back to Shalebi and smiled. "I entrust this to you, but please allow me a moment." Shalebi nodded in agreement, still smiling. "Returning?" At this moment, Chu Feier's enamored expression faltered slightly. "You are leaving?" "Indeed, I must return." Ji Yun responded to Chu Feier's inquiry. He then looked at Chu Wanner, who also bore an expression of reluctance, albeit still smiling. "Yes. It has been quite some time. It is indeed time for you to return. Your family and friends must be waiting anxiously." "I see," Chu Feier replied, her demeanor tinged with sadness, yet she smiled. "Where is your home? When the holidays arrive, I will bring Milotic to visit you." Ji Yun hesitated at Chu Feier's words, his expression momentarily faltering. "You see, didn't I tell you that Shalebi will take him back? He is certainly not from this era." Chu Wanner interjected, exasperated. "Even if you were to visit his home now, you would not find him." Chu Feier's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Ji Yun, her mind seemingly short-circuiting. After a moment of explanation from both of them, Chu Feier finally grasped the situation. After hearing you both, I cannot believe it." She paused, then suddenly snapped back to reality. Slapping her thigh as she pointed at Ji Yun, her expression a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. "What? You are actually much younger than me. And you are not even born yet. How dare you trick me into calling you brother? How infuriating. Is that really the crux of the matter?" Ji Yun thought to himself, bemused by Chu Feier's reaction. He merely shrugged. "You could say that my current biological age is indeed greater than yours. Thus, you are not unjustified in calling me brother." "You." Chu Feier's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded him, astonished by his shamelessness. At that moment, Mini Dragon, having finally comprehended the conversation, scurried over with an anxious expression, pressing against Ji Yun's leg, its large eyes fixed on him. Mimi. Ji Yun lowered his head, meeting Mini Dragon's worried gaze, and sighed softly. You heard, did you not? I am not from this era. Ultimately, I must depart. Mimi. Upon hearing this, Mini Dragon's face reflected profound sorrow, its eyes brimming with tears. Mimi. Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback by Mini Dragon's response. You wish to come with me? Mimi. Mini Dragon nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Ji Yun looked up at Chu Wanner, who smiled softly and replied, You can take it with you. I will speak to the Dragonite. Mimi. Upon hearing this, Mini Dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement as it gazed at Ji Yun expectantly. Ji Yun's face also lit up with joy. After all, this was Mini Dragon. Just as he was about to agree, Shalebi interjected. Ji Yun turned to Shalebi. Puzzled. Is that not permissible? Shalebi began to explain, emphasizing that it was originally forbidden to bring other beings across different time-spaces, as it would disrupt the continuum. This time, the reason it did not immediately depart from this realm was to seek out Ji Yun and escort him back. Upon hearing Shalebi's words, Ji Yun felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He then lowered his gaze towards the Dragonair. You heard that. I cannot take you with me. Mew. Upon hearing this, a look of sorrow crossed Dragonair's face, and its eyes brimmed with tears once more. The two sisters watching this scene felt a pang of sympathy. Observing the despondency in Dragonair's expression, Ji Yun took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and spoke resolutely. Dragonair, this time I cannot take you with me. However, if I return from here, I assure you I will be back 20 years from today. As he said this, he gently patted Dragonair's head, offering a slight smile. When we meet again, if you still wish, let us embark on an adventure together. How does that sound? Mew. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Dragonair lowered its head, its spirit dimmed, its gaze filled with reluctance. After a moment, Dragonair lifted its head once more, staring intently into Ji Yun's eyes, and nodded vigorously. Mew. Is that so? Seeing the determination in Dragonair's eyes, Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback. Then, a smile graced his lips. Very well, then we have made a pact. 20 years hence, I shall come for you. Mew. After solidifying the agreement with Dragonair, Ji Yun turned his attention back to the sisters. Well then, Sister Wanner, Fair, I must take my leave. Go ahead, Chu Wanner replied with a smile. I will be here waiting for you 20 years from now. Beside her, Chu Fair, though reluctant, feigned annoyance and said, Hurry and go. 20 years later, I will make you call me sister. In response, Ji Yun chuckled, All right. You've already made me call you that. He silently mused. Then, Ji Yun suddenly recalled something and spoke up. By the way, Sister Wanner, on June 1st, 2025, near the Lake of Life in the Shingen Mountains, when I traversed through time, my Pikachu, Lucario, Mismagius, Jengar, and Rotom phone were left there. I would appreciate it if you could look after them. Upon hearing this, Chu Wanner nodded. Understood. I will remember. Thank you. Ji Yun expressed his gratitude, shouldering his backpack, retrieving his desert dragonfly and Milotic into their pokeballs, and then looking at Shalebi. Shalebi, it's time. Bye. Shalebi nodded. Then, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of both a bell and a chime, the verdant light waves reappeared. As a brilliant light shone forth, the time ripples manifested. Ji Yun was enveloped in a green glow. At the moment of parting, Ji Yun once more gazed at the sisters and Dragonair, offering a gentle smile. Though for me, it will be but a fleeting instant, I still wish to say, see you in 20 years, Wanner, Fair, and Dragonair. Also, I have left gifts for you in my room. I hope you will like them. Upon hearing this, the sisters nodded. Yes, see you in 20 years. Dragonair, with a face full of reluctance, cried out, Mew. Then, with Dragonair's call echoing in the air, the figures of Ji Yun and Shalebi vanished from their place. As they disappeared, the extraordinary phenomena within the sanctuary gradually dissipated. Sister, he has left. Watching the flower field return to its usual state, Chu Fair spoke with a hint of sadness. Indeed, Chu Wanner nodded, gazing at the spot where Ji Yun had departed, lost in thought. Chapter 124, Returning to the Future. On the morning of June 18, 2025, in the Dragon Sanctuary of the Eastern Empire, a group of figures had gathered early outside a wooden cabin, waiting quietly. Mom, Aunt, what time is Ji Yun coming back? You didn't mistake the date, did you? Among the crowd, Zhang Chu Yao held Pikachu in her arms, looking anxiously at the still empty ground before her. On the night of June 1st, when she contacted Ji Yun, to her astonishment, it was her mother who answered the call. This revelation left her utterly bewildered. Subsequently, her mother had called her back and informed her of Ji Yun's circumstances, which left Zhang Chu Yao's mind reeling. What? Ji Yun has returned to 20 years ago and met my mother and aunt when they were young? How is this even possible? Zhang Chuyao was left in a daze, filled with worry. What if Ji Yun did not return, or simply chose not to come back? Hearing her daughter's words, Chu Wanner was momentarily speechless, casting her a glance and responding coolly. Patience. Oh. At her mother's glance, Zhang Chuyao instinctively shrank back. Do not fret. I noted the date of his departure. There will be no mistake. Chu Feier chimed in with a smile. Rest assured, Yao Yao. At that moment, a middle-aged woman comforted her. Since your mother and aunt both remember today, it cannot be wrong. Just wait a while longer. Yes, I understand. Aunt, Zhang Chuyao nodded, suppressing her anxiety and concern. The middle-aged woman then addressed the Pokémon. And you all, do not be anxious. He will surely return for you. Pikachu, Lucario, Miss Magius, Jengar, and Rotom all nodded in agreement. This woman was none other than Ji Yun's mother. While she was comforting Zhang Chuyao and the Pokémon, a hint of worry lingered in her eyes. Beside her stood her husband, Ji Yun's father. When Ji Yun's mother had contacted her son, seeing Chu Wanner on the line had left her momentarily stunned. Upon learning that Chu Wanner was the mother of her son's girlfriend, she was taken aback. The future mother-in-law. Soon after, they were brought to the capital and informed of Ji Yun's recent experiences. Learning of the thrilling adventures their son had undergone left them both in shock, followed by deep concern. Fortunately, being mature adults, they managed to maintain their composure and even offered comfort to Zhang Chuyao and Ji Yun's Pokémon. This also marked their first official meeting with the family of their son's girlfriend. At this moment, among the crowd, another figure stood aside, looking somewhat bewildered. This person was Zhang Yunting. Good heavens! That lad not only whisked away his daughter, but also traveled back in time, meeting his wife and sister-in-law 20 years ago. He had been completely unaware of this. Thinking of this, Zhang Yunting was left speechless. No wonder his wife held such high regard for that boy. It seemed they had known each other for 20 years. Thus, the group continued to wait in silence. Before long, as the sun rose higher, a mysterious sound echoed through the air. Simultaneously, the green light waves began to expand rapidly, enveloping everything around them in a crystalline sheen. The extraordinary sight instantly invigorated the onlookers. Those witnessing this phenomenon for the first time widened their eyes in amazement, while Chu Wanner softly uttered, "He has arrived." As her words fell, a brilliant light flared up, and the time ripples manifested. In the next moment, as the dazzling radiance swiftly contracted, Ji Yun's figure appeared before everyone on the ground. At that moment, Ji Yun lay peacefully on the ground, eyes tightly shut, as if he were in a deep slumber. Above him, a small, delicate green Pokémon floated gently. Ji Yun. Upon seeing Ji Yun, Zhang Chuyao's face lit up with joy. Yet, upon noticing him lying on the ground with his eyes tightly closed, her expression shifted to one of deep concern, prompting her to rush forward. The crowd gathered around. Drawn to the scene, observing the assembly of humans, Shalebi felt a flicker of anxiety. "Shalebi, it's been a while," remarked Chu Wanner, smiling gently at the creature. "Fear not, they are all family of Ji Yun." Upon hearing her words, Shalebi tilted its head, recognizing her almost instantly, and soon thereafter, a sweet smile graced its visage, easing its apprehension. Meanwhile, Ji Yun, adrift in the boundless darkness, suddenly sensed someone shaking him. Gradually, he opened his eyes, and the first sight that met him was a delicate face. Seeing Zhang Chuyao's joyful expression, along with the crowd surrounding them, Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback. Ji Yun. Upon witnessing his awakening, Zhang Chuyao's face brightened further as she leapt into his embrace. "You promised to be careful. I was so worried." As she spoke, she playfully thumped her fist against his chest. Feeling the softness enveloped in his arms, Ji Yun paused, then raised his hands to embrace her. "I apologize for causing you worry." Hearing his words, Zhang Chuyao ceased her playful thumping, burying her face in his embrace, and fell silent. A sudden cough broke the moment. Ji Yun sensed the girl in his arms stiffen instantly. Without delay, Zhang Chuyao blushed and scrambled up from his embrace. Standing beside him with her head bowed shyly, Ji Yun, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, stood up and glanced at the onlookers. His parents were watching them with expressions of relief. "Dad, Mom." Ji Yun was somewhat taken aback to see his parents. His mother approached him, concern etched on her face. "How are you? Are you feeling all right? Is there anything uncomfortable?" "Mom, don't worry. I'm fine," Ji Yun reassured her with a shake of his head. Traversing through time felt akin to experiencing motion sickness, but he had recovered now. His father stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "It's good to have you back." "Yes. I'm sorry for making you worry," Ji Yun replied. Just then, a lively yellow figure nimbly climbed up his leg and settled on his shoulder. "Pikachu." Spotting it, Ji Yun smiled slightly, reaching up to pat its head. On his shoulder, Pikachu beamed, nuzzling against his palm. After a brief moment with Pikachu, Ji Yun turned to the other Pokémon that had gathered around, smiling gently. I'm back. Road. Barley. Jengar. Upon hearing his words, the Pokémon erupted into joyous expressions. Leaping onto him, Rotom buzzed around him excitedly. Welcome back, Rotom. Immersed in the embrace of his Pokémon, Ji Yun radiated happiness. He had missed them dearly during his time in the past, and had been worried about their well-being. Now, seeing them safe and sound, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Once he had calmed his Pokémon, Ji Yun approached the Chu sisters. Sister Wan Air, Sister Fei Air. He smiled slightly, adding, should I say it's been a long time? Upon hearing his words, Chu Wan Air chuckled softly. Indeed, for us, it has been 20 years. It is quite a long time. Ji Yun responded with a hint of resignation. For me, it was merely a fleeting moment. It feels surreal. Hey. Chu Fei Air shot him a glare. What did you just call me? Ji Yun's expression faltered. Oh no, I had forgotten about that. Now that I'm older than you must call me sister. Chu Fei Air declared with a triumphant look. Ji Yun gazed at her incredulously, then sighed in resignation. All right, Sister Fei Air. Upon hearing the title, Chu Fei Air beamed. That's more like it. Just then, a hand draped over Ji Yun's shoulders. Zhang Yunting leaned in, asking, wait, you call them sister? Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback by the question. Feeling a bit awkward, he looked at his future father-in-law. How about we keep it separate? I'll call them sister, and you uncle? Zhang Yunting stared at him, utterly speechless. Enough. Chu Wan Air interjected, swatting her husband's hand away and shooting him an exasperated glance. Go away. Sure thing, dear. Zhang Yunting instantly transformed into a model husband, obediently stepping aside and falling silent. Witnessing this, Ji Yun felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Very well. His future father-in-law had clearly demonstrated his authoritative position within the family. Then, Chu Wan Air cast a teasing glance at Ji Yun. Yao Yao is my daughter. You realize that now, don't you? Ji Yun turned to Zhang Chu Yao, who was discreetly glancing in their direction, her expression a mixture of peculiarity and relief. Upon meeting Ji Yun's gaze, she quickly averted her eyes, turning away to avoid his look. Ji Yun, feeling awkward, replied, yes, I understand. He felt as if he had unintentionally dated a friend's daughter, an embarrassment that weighed heavily on him. Noticing Ji Yun's discomfort, Chu Wan Air spared him further awkwardness, merely smiling as she said, that's good. Take care of her moving forward. Rest assured, I will. Ji Yun nodded solemnly, making a promise. Seeing this, Chu Wan Air smiled once more and added, all right, let us leave reminiscing for now. You have an important matter to attend to, don't you? Turning her gaze to the horizon, Ji Yun followed her line of sight, spotting a small dark figure approaching from afar. He was momentarily taken aback, a vision of Dratini flashing through his mind. A smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, it's time to fulfill my promise. Chu Wan Air nodded, encouraging him, go ahead. With that, Ji Yun turned and walked toward a nearby clearing, gazing up at the approaching figure, patiently awaiting its arrival. Mom, what is happening? Zhang Chu Yao quietly inquired, inching closer to her mother. Stay quiet and don't disturb him. He is about to fulfill a promise made 20 years ago, Chu Wan Air replied. A promise? Zhang Chu Yao looked puzzled as she observed Ji Yun's silhouette. Before long, as the figure drew nearer, a long, resonant call echoed from above. A whoop. Moments later, as the figure became clearer, a robust dragonite emerged into view. With its small wings flapping vigorously, it accelerated, swiftly approaching the cabin overhead. Then, it dove down with great speed. Finally, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, Dragonite came to a sudden halt before Ji Yun. Roar! The Dragonite displayed an exuberant grin, leaping onto Ji Yun and wrapping its claws around him. The sheer weight of the Dragonite, over 400 pounds, caused Ji Yun to stagger back several steps. Embracing the Dragonite with a smile, Ji Yun patted its body affectionately. Dragonite, my apologies for the lengthy wait. Sigh. Dragonite embraced Ji Yun tightly, continuously rubbing its face against him. Dragonite. Level, LV63. Type, Dragon, Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Potential, Champion. Elite Level. Upon witnessing Dragonite's formidable level, Ji Yun felt a surge of astonishment. It appears that Dragonite has not been idle over the years. After a prolonged embrace, Dragonite gradually released Ji Yun. You have become quite powerful, Ji Yun remarked. Sigh. At Ji Yun's praise, Dragonite beamed with joy. It raised a hand, striking a pose to showcase its muscular prowess to Ji Yun. Subsequently, Ji Yun smiled and earnestly inquired, though we have already made a pact. I wish to ask you now, Dragonite, are you willing to become my companion and journey alongside me? Sigh. Dragonite nodded with a smile, its eyes brimming with anticipation. Witnessing this, Ji Yun's face lit up with delight as he produced a black Pokeball, addressing Dragonite with a grin. Now, as per our agreement, I shall take you with me, Dragonite. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Dragonite let out a cheer. Ji Yun then gently tapped the switch of the Pokeball against Dragonite. The luxury ball opened instantly, and in the next moment, Dragonite transformed into a radiant orb of light and was drawn into the Pokeball. With a soft click, the indicator light on the Pokeball dimmed. Ji Yun stepped forward to retrieve the Pokeball, an uncontainable smile gracing his face. Dragonite captured. Chapter 126, The August Pact. With the Pokeball in hand, Ji Yun reveled in his joy for a moment before releasing Dragonite once more. He then summoned his other Pokémon, including the Desert Dragonfly and Milotic, introducing them one by one to Dragonite. Dragonite, these are your companions. I hope you get along well with everyone, Ji Yun said with a smile. Sigh. Dragonite nodded enthusiastically, greeting Pikachu and the others. Meanwhile, on the other side, the spectators observed the entire exchange. Zhang Chuyu was elated that her boyfriend had successfully captured Dragonite. Ji Yun's parents, though surprised, couldn't help but reflect on the extraordinary nature of their son's accomplishment. After all, it was Dragonite, a Pokemon they had never dared to dream of. Chu Wanner and Chu Feier felt a sense of satisfaction, for after 20 years of waiting, Dragonite's time had finally come. Only Zhang Yunting raised an eyebrow, pondering if this young man was excessively fortunate. At noon, at Chu Wanner's suggestion, both families prepared a grand feast together. This was not only to celebrate Ji Yun's return, but also to enjoy a meal together, allowing both families to discuss the future of their children. Ji Yun's parents were more than willing to participate. At the dining table, Ji Yun observed his parents engaging in cheerful conversation with Chu Wanner, both families expressing satisfaction regarding their children. Ji Yun discreetly glanced at his future father-in-law, silently contemplating the family dynamics. After lunch, Ji Yun temporarily departed from the Dragon's sacred domain to escort his parents to the airport. They declined the invitation to stay overnight, explaining that they had already spent several days there, and Zhang Chuyu had accompanied them around the city. Moreover, they had business matters to attend to at home. Regarding Ji Yun, they had watched him for 18 years, so a few extra days held little significance. Now that they had confirmed their son's safety, it was time to return. From now on, no more dangerous escapades. And remember, Yao Yao is a wonderful girl. Treat her well, his mother earnestly advised him outside the airport. I understand, rest assured, Mom, Ji Yun replied with a nod. He then turned to his father. Dad, I need to visit school again at the end of the month. I'll return home when summer vacation begins. His father nodded. All right. I heard from Yao Yao that you will be participating in the school team tryouts. Give it your all. Absolutely. After watching his parents enter the airport, Ji Yun returned once more to the Dragon's sacred domain. Auntie, it's so adorable. Of course. I've been longing for it for 20 years. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Ji Yun found Zhang Chuyu and Chu Feier huddled together. They were captivated by a nearby Shalebi, their phones incessantly clicking as they snapped pictures, exclaiming how cute it was. Shalebi, in turn, showed no resistance to the friendly humans, indulging in their admiration. At that moment, Shalebi was frolicking with Pikachu and the others. Due to the energy depletion from its time traveling, Shalebi typically remained in one location for a day to recuperate. In essence, Shalebi's cooldown for time travel was approximately a day. Ji Yun, upon spotting his return, Zhang Chuyu abandoned her aunt and rushed over to him. Have uncle and auntie boarded the plane? Yes, Ji Yun nodded. That's a relief. Zhang Chuyu smiled brightly, finally having a moment to be alone with him. Nearby, Chu Feier observed the scene and rolled her eyes, discreetly slipping away. She had no desire to witness their affectionate display. As she hurried off, she glanced at the photos of Shalebi on her phone, a dreamy smile adorning her face. Meanwhile, Ji Yun and Zhang Chuyu sat side by side amidst a sea of flowers, engaging in conversation. We had agreed that you would return to school before your birthday. Yet, you surprised me, nearly giving me a heart attack, Zhang Chuyu said, resting her head on Ji Yun's shoulder, still shaken. I'm glad you're safe. Ji Yun promptly apologized. I'm sorry for worrying you. The conversation soon shifted to summer vacation. Let us go to Danyang in Hunan province in August, Zhang Chuyu proposed. The comet mentioned in the news will pass by Blue Star in August. There's a legend in Danyang's Fen's secret realm about the Seven-Night Wish Star, and a grand celebration will be held there. Many people online are saying they want to join. Perhaps the legend holds some truth? Shall we go see it together? Sounds good. Ji Yun nodded in agreement after listening to Zhang Chuyu's enthusiastic explanation. The Seven-Night Wish Star. Ji Yun recalled information about Kirichi, filled with anticipation. This year, he had already encountered Mew, the legendary beasts, Zygarde, Xerneas, and Shalebi, Perhaps he might even meet Kirichi this time? That evening, during dinner, Ji Yun noticed Zhang Yunting was absent from the table and inquired. He had to return to deal with some matters. Chu Wanner replied casually. He has quite a few Pokémon at his breeding facility that require his attention. Oh, Ji Yun nodded. He then recalled something and curiously asked, by the way, Sister Wanner, what has become of the assailants who attacked Shalebi? Most have been dealt with, Chu Wanner replied. Only that Liam managed to escape again. His escape skills are quite exceptional, she remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Again? Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback. Yes, the ringleader this time was Liam Matthews. One of the trio who attacked us 20 years ago, Chu Wanner explained. 20 years ago, Old Sun left the other two behind in that forest, but allowed this Liam to escape. I never expected him to evade capture again. Oh, after listening to Chu Wanner's explanation, Ji Yun found himself at a loss for words. He had witnessed the formidable prowess of Old Sun 2 decades ago, and it was likely that he had only grown stronger since. Yet, this Liam managed to escape Old Sun's grasp not once, but twice. How remarkably elusive. With a sigh, Ji Yun contemplated the situation. After dinner, he chose not to depart, instead planning to spend the night here and set off for school with Zhang Chuyao the following day. However, before he could retire for the night, an unexpected situation arose. This wooden house has only 3 rooms. The room you once occupied transformed into Yao Yao's after her birth. Chu Feier remarked with a playful smile as she observed the young couple before her. Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Zhang Chuyao. Her face instantly flushed, turning a deep shade of crimson. He then shifted his gaze to Chu Wanner, who calmly regarded them for a moment before saying, "Be safe." With that, she turned and ascended the stairs. Chu Feier, still smiling, followed suit, leaving Ji Yun and the blushing Zhang Chuyao in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 127. Farewell, and return to school the next day, in the early morning. As the sun began to rise and the first rays of light filtered through the window onto the bed, Ji Yun slowly opened his eyes. The serene visage of a sleeping girl greeted him, illuminated by sunlight. Her delicate features, with strands of hair cascading over the pillow and her fair, flawless skin, painted a breathtaking picture of tranquility and vitality. Ji Yun felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he quietly admired the beauty before him, choosing to linger in bed a moment longer. After a brief while, the girl's long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings before she lazily opened her eyes. Zhang Chuyao, still slightly dazed from sleep, quickly blushed upon recognizing Ji Yun's smiling face. She instinctively shrank back, raising the blanket to shield her face. Observing her shy demeanor, Ji Yun smirked. "Awake, are we?" Came her muffled reply from beneath the blanket. "Then rise and wash up. Soon, Shuelab I will be leaving. And I need to see her off," he encouraged, still smiling. "You get up first," she replied shyly from her cocoon of blankets. "All right," Ji Yun chuckled, rolling out of bed to get dressed. He had not breached her final line of defense the previous night, although he had coaxed her out of her nightwear. They had simply shared a night of innocent slumber, his hands perhaps a tad too adventurous. With her 2 elders present, she was understandably bashful. Should her mother or aunt discern any hint of impropriety, she would likely wish to vanish into the ground. Thus, she successfully maintained her last line of defense. While Ji Yun felt a tinge of disappointment, he did not dwell on it, for she had decided to accompany him on an adventure during the summer break. Then, he would not hold back. With that thought, Ji Yun cheerfully proceeded to wash up. At breakfast, both Ji Yun and Chu Wanner maintained their composure, calmly enjoying their meal. In contrast, Chu Feier watched the young couple with keen interest, her eyes darting back and forth. Zhang Chuyao, under her aunt's scrutinizing gaze, kept her head down. Her ears flushed as she quietly consumed her breakfast. "Is Shuelab leaving today?" "Yes. And what are your plans afterward?" "First, to return to school for the team selection, then to continue my adventures over the summer, challenge the gym, and participate in the national competition next year." Ji Yun responded with a calm demeanor upon hearing Chu Wanner's inquiry. Nodding, Chu Wanner remarked, "That sounds good. If you can secure the championship at the national competition, you will seamlessly qualify for the Intercontinental Tournament. With that Dragonite by your side, winning the national title should be within reach. If you perform well at the Intercontinental competition, securing a spot at the next World Championship will not be an insurmountable task." Ji Yun nodded in agreement. "I will strive for that. The Intercontinental Tournament and the World Championship?" He was determined to seize the championship. After breakfast, approached Ji Yun. "Are you leaving?" Ji Yun smiled and gently stroked Shuelabai's cheek, saying, "No matter the time or space, we shall always be friends. Please take care and avoid falling into the hands of those with ill intentions." "Pika," chimed Pikachu from Ji Yun's shoulder, bidding farewell as well. Shuelabai beamed at his words, then began to float backward as a green light enveloped her, rippling outward. Watching her ascend, Ji-Yun called out, "Farewell. Shuelabai?" Pikachu waved goodbye to the skyward figure of Shuelabai. She responded with a smile before a brilliant light erupted, and moments later, her form vanished, leaving behind a few glimmering specks dancing in the wind. "She has gone," Ji-Yun mused, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Behind him, the Chu sisters and Zhang Chuyao silently observed this poignant moment. 2 days later, Ji-Yun and Zhang Chuyao bid farewell to Chu Wan'er and Chu Fei'er, departing from the dragon's sacred realm to the airport, boarding a flight to Jinling. On the plane, Ji-Yun sat in his seat, gazing at the photos of Shuelabai on his phone, a smile creeping onto his lips. This phone was not the old one he had. It was the latest model gifted to him by Zhang Chuyao, boasting superior specifications and enhanced functionalities. It was intended as a birthday gift. After accepting it, Ji-Yun swiftly transferred the data from his old phone and integrated Rotom into the new device. By noon, they arrived in Jinling City. After leisurely sharing lunch outside, they made their way back to school. They first reported to the office before parting ways to return to their respective dormitories. "Hey, isn't that our handsome Ji-Yun?" finally decided to return. Upon Ji-Yun's entrance, the other 3 occupants of room 404 were initially taken aback, then erupted into playful banter. TSK, old Ji, you've become even more dashing," Li Jiaqing remarked, sizing up Ji-Yun with a grin. In response, Ji-Yun chuckled, "I appreciate your earnest compliments. Do keep them coming." "TSK, old Ji, you've changed. You can joke now," Li Jiaqing replied, rolling her eyes at Ji-Yun before glancing at Pikachu. Pikachu is still as adorable as ever. With that, after Ji-Yun tidied up his bed, his 3 roommates eagerly crowded around him. "Come on, old Ji, tell us about your adventures. Did you encounter anything exciting? Any new Pokémon? Show us what you've caught." The trio was bursting with curiosity about Ji-Yun's escapades. With a sigh of resignation, Ji-Yun began to recount some of the tales he could share. As they learned about his current team configuration, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. As they regained their senses, all eyes gleamed with excitement as they fixed their gaze upon Ji-Yun. "Guardian, quickly let it out. I want to see minus." "What minus?" "It's Dragonite." "Let me see it, Dad." "Gengar." "Gengar is also impressive. And there's the Mismagius." Chapter 128, School Team Selection. The following day, when Ji-Yun made his appearance in the classroom, astonishment swept through the entire class. "Ji-Yun, goodness, it seems you've been absent from class for months." It was speculated that he had returned to partake in the school team selection. Otherwise, he might not have come back at all. Impressive. He took a leave of absence in his freshman year to embark on an adventure. And he might actually join the school team as a freshman. How extraordinary is that? Upon seeing Ji-Yun, his classmates expressed their astonishment and began to murmur amongst themselves. Before long, a male teacher entered the classroom with brisk steps. After surveying the room, his gaze settled upon Ji-Yun. He then rapped the podium and announced, "Today, we shall temporarily pause our lesson on the analysis of wild Pokémon habitats." Looking at Ji-Yun with a gentle smile, he continued, "Let us invite Ji-Yun to share some of his experiences and insights from his adventures." Applause erupted from the students, all eyes turning to Ji-Yun. With a shrug of his shoulders, Ji-Yun resignedly approached the podium and began his tale with all seriousness. "During my leave, I ventured to the Redstone Reserve in Guangdong Province. Before entering the reserve, one can do thorough research online." At the podium, Ji-Yun commenced his performance, recounting tales of encounters with swarms of Beedrill, foraging for berries, ambushes by Pokémon, unwelcome strangers, stumbling upon a random uncle bathing, and the importance of remaining calm while fishing. His stories, embellished and transformed, were delivered with utmost sincerity. Remarkably, Ji-Yun did indeed use his aura to detect someone bathing, but he had promptly turned away and taken another route. The narratives he spun were filled with twists and turns, captivating enough to be penned into a novel. His classmates were left in awe, gasping in response. Only Zhang Chuyao stifled a laugh, aware that Ji-Yun was embellishing the truth, yet unable to call him out. After over 20 minutes of storytelling, Ji-Yun concluded, "In summary, when embarking on outdoor adventures, it is prudent to prepare a rideable flying Pokémon. And a Pidgeot would be an excellent choice. Furthermore, if circumstances allow, bringing along a psychic or ghost-type Pokémon would be even better. Ensure that food is high energy and easy to store, and gather all necessary supplies. When interacting with unfamiliar trainers, always remain vigilant and never let your guard down. That is all from me. Thank you." With his tale concluded, Ji-Yun bowed and stepped down from the podium. Instantly, the teacher and classmates erupted into applause, the classroom resonating with their approval. Soon after, The teacher ascended the podium and remarked, Ji-yun's insights were splendid. Seizing this opportunity, I shall elaborate on the various secret realms and reserves. The teacher's explanation was far more comprehensive, covering the types of secret realms and reserves and the dangers they might harbor, presented in a clear and engaging manner. Thus, Ji-yun attended classes diligently for several days. During this time, he, as usual, took the opportunity to visit the Chixiao Mountain Reserve to level up Jengar and Minus. Given the strength of Jengar and Minus, training in the novice dungeon of Chixiao Mountain was perfectly suitable. As June came to a close, on a weekend, Ji-yun arrived at the first training ground. Ji-yun? He was approached by Senior Lu Wanqing, who scrutinized him from head to toe and smiled. I heard you returned a few days ago. It seems you are quite confident for today's selection. I suppose so, Ji-yun replied nonchalantly. I heard you also went on an adventure? Indeed. I journeyed to the South China Sea and just returned last month. After a brief exchange, the reserve team members had gathered. Moments later, the school team selection commenced. The rules were straightforward. The teacher would first announce a list of names. Those on the list were deemed by the school to be the most capable students and formed the preliminary roster for the school team. The members listed would then take the stage to defend their positions. Those not selected could challenge them. If victorious, they would replace the defender on the team, while defeat would result in complete disqualification. Notably, Ji-yun's name appeared prominently on the singles list. After the list was announced, the first defender took to the stage. Observing the battle on the platform, Ji-yun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is this it? You've certainly made significant progress over these few months, haven't you? At that moment, Teacher Zhao approached Ji-yun, who was watching the match. It's all right, Ji-yun shrugged. You've been away for months. And with your name on the list, many will be eager to see you take the stage, Teacher Zhao remarked with a smile. Just don't falter. In response, Ji-yun remained unfazed, exuding calm confidence as he replied, Rest assured, I cannot possibly lose in a battle of this caliber. Observing Ji-yun's assured demeanor, Teacher Zhao chuckled. Is that so? I shall await the outcome with great anticipation. Shortly thereafter, the previous match concluded, and it was now Ji-yun's turn. With unwavering composure, he stepped onto the battlefield and took his position at the command spot. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge Ji-yun? The teacher called from the sidelines. No sooner had the teacher finished speaking than a senior stepped forward. Upon noticing the defiant gaze of the senior, Ji-yun smiled faintly. He understood the senior's sentiments. After all, this senior had diligently trained at the school for an extended period, while Ji-yun had spent several months adventuring, yet still found himself on the preliminary roster for the school team. It was only natural that the seniors would feel disgruntled. However, Ji-yun was not perturbed. Instead, he calmly awaited the commencement of their battle. They were unaware of his unique advantages, oblivious to the fact that his escapades had been the catalyst for his rapid growth. All he needed to do was to convince these seniors through his performance. After a brief moment, the senior took his place opposite Ji-yun and fixed him with a steady gaze, introducing himself, Meng Tsong, from the third-year trainer class. To this, Ji-yun responded with a relaxed smile. No need for introductions, senior. I'm not that forgetful. I remember your name from our numerous weekends together last year. Very well. Meng Tsong nodded. Let us begin. The teacher, acting as the referee, then reiterated the rules of the match. It would be a 3v3 singles battle, with the regulations closely mirroring those of formal competitions in this world. Each trainer would only have one opportunity to actively switch Pokémon per round. Note that a round here refers not to game rounds, but to a full match counting as a single round. In other words, each time a Pokémon is incapacitated, resulting in a victory or defeat, it counts as one round. In a 3v3 battle, it could conclude in as few as 3 rounds. Of course, the active switch refers to the trainer voluntarily switching out a Pokémon, while moves like Quick Return do not count against this limit. Thus, having Pokémon capable of such moves is an advantage. Other regulations included that retracting a Pokémon just before it is about to be hit is considered a violation. Hence, timing for switching Pokémon is crucial. Chapter 129, vs Talonflame. As the defender, Ji-yun will make the first move. Upon hearing the referee's words, Ji-yun calmly retrieved a Pokeball and opened it. Woo! With a resonant cry, the figure of a Sandshrew emerged onto the field. Sandshrew, level LV49. The desert dragonfly stands just a step away from attaining the rank of Quasi-King, prompting Ji-yun to summon it to the battlefield in hopes of expediting its evolution. For many trainers, each ascension is a formidable hurdle. Surmounting it yields tremendous enhancements, while failing to do so leaves them ensnared in stagnation. However, for Ji-yun's Pokémon, there exist no such bottlenecks. As long as the requisite experience is amassed, evolution is imminent. Upon the appearance of the desert dragonfly, onlookers were taken aback. The fact that this once-upon-a-time soundwave larva had evolved into a desert dragonfly attests to its formidable strength. Mengsong found himself in a challenging predicament. Upon witnessing the desert dragonfly, he too was astonished. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a pokeball. Fire Arrow Hawk go. Fire Arrow Hawk. Level, LV44. Type, Fire, Flying. Ability, Flame Body. Potential, Quasi-King. The Fire Arrow Hawk, indeed. Ji Yun cast a glance at Mengsong, recognizing his intent to engage in aerial combat. With both trainers having sent forth their Pokémon, the referee raised a flag and boomed. The battle begins. As the referee's declaration echoed, Mengsong promptly commanded, Fire Arrow Hawk. Charge up Flame Attack. With a fierce cry, the Fire Arrow Hawk was engulfed in roaring flames, flapping its wings as it lunged toward the desert dragonfly. Ji Yun remained unperturbed, calmly issuing his command, high-speed movement. With a swift flap of its wings, the desert dragonfly transformed into a fleeting shadow, evading the Fire Arrow Hawk's onslaught. Fire Arrow Hawk, try again. Charge up Flame Attack. Mengsong reacted with alacrity, continuing his orders. Ji Yun raised an eyebrow, contemplating his strategy, and gave another command, Desert Dragonfly, Dragon Claw. With a resounding cry, the desert dragonfly summoned forth a pair of colossal energy claws, while the Fire Arrow Hawk executed a somersault, once more ignited with flames, charging toward the desert dragonfly. As the Fire Arrow Hawk barreled toward it, the desert dragonfly brandished its immense energy claws, delivering a powerful strike. A thunderous crash resonated. The Fire Arrow Hawk, ablaze with fire, collided with the formidable energy claws. Yet, rather than a stalemate, the spectators were treated to a stunning sight. The Fire Arrow Hawk was sent sprawling by the force of the desert dragonfly's blow. What? Mengsong gasped in disbelief. Ji Yun, however, exhibited no surprise. In this realm, the application of techniques is not confined to mere brute force. The angles of attack in close combat hold significant importance. In another dimension, the desert dragonfly had learned well from countless encounters with the dragon claw of Charizard. It had mastered the necessary combat techniques. Without delay, Ji Yun commanded, Desert Dragonfly, Rock Slide. Suddenly, a multitude of boulders materialized in the air, hurtling toward the Fire Arrow Hawk. Mengsong's expression shifted dramatically. Fire Arrow Hawk, high-speed movement, evade. As he spoke, the Fire Arrow Hawk flapped its wings furiously, becoming a blur as it dodged the oncoming boulders. Not hit. Ji Yun felt no disappointment. Instead, he continued to issue commands. Desert Dragonfly, Dance of the Dragon. If Mengsong was enhancing the Fire Arrow Hawk's speed, Ji Yun would bolster his own Pokémon's capabilities. Upon hearing Ji Yun's command, the desert dragonfly glimmered with a violet light, gracefully dancing in the air. Observing this, Mengsong clenched his teeth and shouted, Fire Arrow Hawk, Flame Charge. At this, Ji Yun's gaze sharpened. A powerful move was on the horizon. Desert Dragonfly, defend. With a resounding cry, the Fire Arrow Hawk soared through the air, enveloped in brilliant flames. Charging toward the Desert Dragonfly, the Desert Dragonfly swiftly erected a protective shield. Boom! The next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed. The Fire Arrow Hawk streaked across the sky like a shooting star, colliding with the Desert Dragonfly's shield. Flames erupted in all directions. However, the Fire Arrow Hawk's flame charge could not breach the protective barrier. As the flames enveloping the Fire Arrow Hawk began to wane, Ji Yun's eyes gleamed. Now, Thunder Punch. Upon hearing Ji Yun's command, the Desert Dragonfly dispelled its shield, its hands crackling with dazzling electric energy, and unleashed a powerful punch at the Fire Arrow Hawk from close range. With a pained cry, the Fire Arrow Hawk was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, propelled by the Desert Dragonfly's strike. Fire Arrow Hawk. Mengsong's expression darkened in shock. The Fire Arrow Hawk, though thrown back, quickly regained its composure mid-air, stabilizing its flight. Yet, its heavy panting indicated that its stamina was severely depleted. Seeing this, Mengsong hastily commanded, Fire Arrow Hawk, Feather Rest. The Fire Arrow Hawk flapped its wings and descended toward the ground. With a slight smirk, Ji Yun replied, In that case, Desert Dragonfly, Spike Attack. With a mighty cry, the Desert Dragonfly summoned an array of sharp, blue-glowing spikes that erupted from the ground, hurtling toward the Fire Arrow Hawk. Not good. Mengsong's face turned anxious as he shouted, Fire Arrow Hawk, quickly evade. Yet, it was too late. Just as the Fire Arrow Hawk attempted to take off, a sharp rock surged from beneath it, striking it squarely in the abdomen and launching it into the air. With a cry of anguish, the Fire Arrow Hawk plummeted to the ground, unable to rise again. The Fire Arrow Hawk was rendered incapable of battle, the desert dragonfly emerged victorious. The referee, observing the fallen fire arrow hawk, eyes shut and motionless on the ground, raised the flag to announce the outcome. Ji Yun smiled faintly, entirely unperturbed. The rock-type move was 4 times effective against the fire arrow hawk. It would have been surprising if it had survived. The spectators, though not shocked, were nonetheless taken aback by the speed of the victory. Ji Yun's triumph was anticipated, but the rapidity was unexpected. Previously, he had been evenly matched with them. Now, he had decisively overwhelmed them. In just a few moves, the fire arrow hawk had been defeated. Ji Yun's progress was indeed astounding. Hadn't he been idling away for months? Chapter 130, a harsh lesson for the youngster. Meng Tsang, gazing at the fallen fire arrow hawk, wore a grim expression. Meanwhile, Ji Yun maintained a calm smile. To him, it was clear that Meng Tsang had erred, perhaps driven by desperation and losing his composure. The desert dragonfly had not yet been restrained. Who had given him the audacity to command the fire arrow hawk to use feather rest in front of the desert dragonfly? The Pokémon was certainly well trained, but its temperament was far too hasty. One could only conclude that there was a reason he had not been selected. At that moment, the referee urged, "Please, Meng Tsang, quickly switch Pokémon." Responding to the referee's prompt, Meng Tsang withdrew the fire arrow hawk into its Pokeball. He then produced another Pokeball and opened it. Steel Cannon Arm Shrimp, go. Instantly, a large blue shrimp with enormous pincers materialized on the battlefield. Steel Cannon Arm Shrimp. Level, LV42. Type, Water. Ability, Super Launcher. Potential, Elite. On the sidelines, observing that Ji Yun had no intention of switching Pokémon, the referee raised the flag and declared, "The battle begins." As the referee's voice echoed, Meng Tsang hurriedly shouted, "Steel Arm Shrimp, Dragon Pulse." Following his command, the Steel Arm Shrimp opened its massive pincers, unleashing a torrent of purple, dragon-shaped energy that surged forth towards the desert dragonfly. Dragon Pulse, counter. At Ji Yun's command, the desert dragonfly expelled a similar stream of purple energy from its mouth. Boom. In the next moment, an explosion resonated as the 2 streams of purple energy collided midair, erupting in a brilliant display. Desert Dragonfly, Dragon Dive. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, the desert dragonfly let out a resounding cry, enveloped in a layer of purple, dragon-shaped energy, and dove towards the Steel Arm Shrimp like a shooting star. Noticing this, Meng Tsang shouted urgently, "Steel Arm Shrimp, evade." In response, a torrent of water surged from beneath the Steel Arm Shrimp, propelling it swiftly to the side. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as the Steel Arm Shrimp narrowly dodged the desert dragonfly's dive, causing the latter's attack to crash into the ground, sending shards of rock flying. Ji Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, quite impressive." He then commanded, "Desert Dragonfly, Spike's attack." The desert dragonfly stomped its foot on the ground, causing sharp stone pillars to erupt rapidly from the earth, charging towards the Steel Arm Shrimp. "Steel Arm Shrimp, Water Jet." Meng Tsang called out again. Instantly, the Steel Arm Shrimp was enveloped in a swirling torrent of water, dashing forward while evading the sharp stone pillars, heading straight for the desert dragonfly. Unfazed, Ji Yun swiftly ordered, "Desert Dragonfly, brace yourself." The desert dragonfly displayed a resolute gaze, preparing to confront the Steel Arm Shrimp's approach. Bang! In an instant, the Steel Arm Shrimp, wrapped in water, collided with the desert dragonfly's chest. The immense impact caused the desert dragonfly to slide back a short distance. Observing this, Ji Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. "Now's the time, Thunder Punch." As Ji Yun's words fell, the desert dragonfly's hands shimmered with dazzling electricity, and it delivered a powerful punch towards the Steel Arm Shrimp. Boom! The sound resounded as the Steel Arm Shrimp was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Steel Arm Shrimp. Meng Tsang's expression shifted again at the sight. However, Ji Yun showed no intention of holding back. He quickly commanded, "Continue, Thunder Punch." The desert dragonfly, crackling with electric energy, rushed towards the Steel Arm Shrimp with a powerful flap of its wings. "Steel Arm Shrimp, be careful, dodge quickly." Meng Tsang shouted desperately. Yet, just as the Steel Arm Shrimp rose from the ground, it was met with the electrifying fist rushing towards it. Bang! Another punch landed squarely on the Steel Arm Shrimp. Following this, amidst crackling arcs of electricity, the desert dragonfly stood before the Steel Arm Shrimp, leaning down to unleash a flurry of punches. Bang, 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 bang. The scene appeared as though a giant was mercilessly beating a fallen child. Hiss! The onlookers gasped in shock at the brutality of the display. Is this really necessary? It's akin to a brutal assault on a child. Stop! After a series of punches, Ji Yun's voice rang out, halting the desert dragonfly's assault. On the ground, The steel-armed shrimp lay with its eyes tightly shut, its charred body still flickering with arcs of electricity. The steel-armed shrimp had lost its ability to battle. The desert dragonfly emerged victorious. The referee glanced at the steel-armed shrimp before swiftly raising the flag to announce the outcome. Meng Song, feeling dejected, recalled the steel-armed shrimp and gritted his teeth, producing another pokeball. Go, Ride Goat. With a flash of light, a goat-like Pokémon adorned with green leaves appeared on the field. Ride Goat. Level, LV42. Type, Grass. Ability, Herbivore. Potential, Elite. Ride Goat is it? Ji-Yun mused, raising an eyebrow. A classic water-fire-grass combination from this senior, Meng. As the referee declared the battle to commence, Meng Song once again took the initiative, commanding, Ride Goat. Seed Bomb. As he spoke, the Ride Goat opened its mouth, expelling several seeds towards the desert dragonfly. Unfazed, Ji-Yun calmly issued his command. Desert Dragonfly, Flamethrower. A searing flame erupted from the desert dragonfly's mouth, instantly incinerating the incoming seeds and continuing its advance towards the Ride Goat. What? Meng Song exclaimed in shock, realizing that the desert dragonfly could also utilize fire-type moves. He quickly shouted, Ride Goat, evade. Hearing Meng Song's words, the Ride Goat swiftly raised its legs, darting around the desert dragonfly with remarkable speed. Ji-Yun, noticing this, raised an eyebrow and called out, Desert Dragonfly, Heat Wave. The desert dragonfly took to the air, flapping its wings to unleash a scorching gust. In an instant, a wave of intense heat enveloped the Ride Goat, causing it to let out a pained cry. Simultaneously, the horns atop the Ride Goat's head glowed with a brilliant white light. In the next moment, under the sunlight, a radiant green glow enveloped the Ride Goat's form. Oh, unable to dodge, opting to endure the attack with recovery? Ji-Yun observed, somewhat surprised by Meng Song's quick thinking. Meanwhile, on the other side, witnessing the Ride Goat endure the onslaught, Meng Song's expression brightened, and he shouted, Ride Goat, Seed Bomb. With a mighty roar, a massive seed materialized above the Ride Goat, plummeting towards the desert dragonfly. Ji-Yun remained unperturbed, commanding, Desert Dragonfly, Air Slash. The desert dragonfly's wings sliced through the air, conjuring several sharp wind blades that raced towards the seed. In the next moment, the enormous seed was cleaved into pieces by the wind blades, exploding in midair. Boom. Meng Song frowned, his expression turning anxious as he shouted, Ride Goat, use Bulk Up. The Ride Goat tightened its muscles, glowing with a soft light. Observing this, Ji-Yun's eyes lit up, and he promptly ordered, Desert Dragonfly, Captivating Melody. The crowd fell silent momentarily, their expressions filled with confusion. Captivating Melody? What kind of move is that? Shouldn't it be Charming Melody? Can the desert dragonfly even learn that? Even Meng Song in the arena appeared bewildered. Meanwhile, as the desert dragonfly opened its mouth, a distant yet melodious song resonated through the air. With the melody, transparent sound waves encircled the Ride Goat. The mountain goat's face suddenly contorted in agony. Mountain Goat. Upon witnessing this, Meng Song could not help but exclaim. Moments later, the melodious singing ceased, and the rippling sound waves dissipated into silence. Observing that the mountain goat remained standing, Meng Song breathed a sigh of relief and hastily shouted, Mountain Goat, unleash the leaf blade. However, unbeknownst to Meng Song, who stood behind the mountain goat, its eyes were already suffused with a crimson hue. As Meng Song's words echoed in the air, the mountain goat abruptly raised its front legs, reared up, and let out a thunderous roar before dashing across the arena. It then charged headlong into the wall beneath the spectator stands. Mountain Goat. Meng Song was left in a state of shock. The onlookers instinctively retreated from the front row of the stands, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Had chaos ensued due to that previous move? The alluring melody. A term I had never encountered before. A smirk crept onto Ji-Yun's lips. The alluring melody, a technique from the 9th generation. In the game, the move possessed a power of 80 and had the potential to confuse Pokémon that had experienced a boost in abilities during the turn. As for its effect in reality, Ji-Yun had just conducted a trial. Moreover, this technique could only be learned through a move tutor, and no Pokémon could acquire it through leveling up or inheritance. Observing the confused mountain goat, Ji-Yun's spirits soared. This was indeed the power of an unfair advantage. Subsequently, Ji-Yun issued his command with a smile, Desert Dragonfly. Unleash the fire blast, and finish it. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, the desert dragonfly swiftly expelled a torrent of searing flames from its mouth. The flames billowed with the wind, transforming into a massive character in the air as it hurtled toward the mountain goat. Boom! Upon impact, a blinding flash erupted, accompanied by the thunderous roar of an explosion. Following the detonation, a thick plume of black smoke began to rise from the ground near the wall. Just then, a notification visible only to Ji Yun appeared before him. Desert Dragonfly has reached LV50. Suddenly, the Desert Dragonfly let out a triumphant cry that echoed across the arena. Simultaneously, an inexplicable aura surged forth from within it, radiating outward and stirring the surrounding air. Observing the exuberant Desert Dragonfly, Ji Yun raised his hand to smooth down his hair, tousled by the gust, and a delighted smile graced his face. Finally, the Desert Dragonfly had ascended to the rank of a quasi-king. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhao, who was spectating from the stands, also took note of the Desert Dragonfly's unusual transformation. Upon sensing the newfound aura, his eyes widened in astonishment as he muttered, "Holy cow. Teacher Zhao, what's wrong?" Lu Wanqing, sitting beside him, asked, perplexed by Zhao's exclamation. "It's nothing." Zhao quickly regained his composure, shaking his head. "I was just a bit surprised by Ji Yun." At that moment, the thick black smoke began to dissipate, revealing the mountain goat, charred and motionless against the wall. Indeed, Lu Wanqing, hearing Zhao's words, turned to gaze at the fallen mountain goat, exclaiming, "Meng Tsang is no weakling among us. He managed to defeat 3 opponents in a crushing victory. Most remarkably, he is just a freshman." With that, Lu Wanqing's gaze shifted to Ji Yun, her eyes reflecting an enigmatic glint. Listening to Lu Wanqing, Zhao's attention fell upon Ji Yun, his expression far from tranquil. Ji Yun was the most talented student he had encountered throughout his teaching career, a veritable prodigy. With this thought, Zhao's eyes sparkled as if beholding a rare gem. Meanwhile, Meng Tsang stood dazedly before the fallen mountain goat, his expression vacant, as if he were still processing the event. Commonly referred to as being knock-dazed. The mountain goat had lost its ability to battle, and the Desert Dragonfly emerged victorious. At that moment, the referee at the sidelines raised the chess piece in his hand and announced loudly, "Thus, the victor is student Ji Yun." Hearing this, Ji Yun looked at the Desert Dragonfly and smiled. "We won, Desert Dragonfly. Splendid job." Upon hearing Ji Yun's praise, the Desert Dragonfly fluttered over and landed gracefully in front of him, its face beaming with joy. Ji Yun then reached out to stroke the dragonfly's neck, smiling as he said, "Congratulations, Desert Dragonfly. You have grown stronger." In response, the Desert Dragonfly happily nuzzled against him. Chapter 132, July's Custom Gift Package. After a moment of bewilderment, Meng Tsang finally regained his senses. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he withdrew the mountain goat into its pokeball, preparing to turn and leave. "Senior, thank you for the match," Ji Yun's voice resonated. At this, Meng Tsang paused, turning to face him. Ji Yun regarded him with a calm expression. Meng Tsang opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately sighed softly. "I admit I underestimated you. Those people below also underestimated you just as I did. They won't be able to defeat you. Your position is secure. I wish you success in the competition." Upon hearing this, Ji Yun smiled slightly. "Thank you for your kind words." Meng Tsang nodded in acknowledgement before departing. The teacher serving as the referee turned to Ji Yun after Meng Tsang exited, inquiring, "Do you require time to recuperate, Ji Yun?" "No need," Ji Yun replied decisively. He intended to maintain his momentum and defeat all those who dared to challenge him. However, he had underestimated the impact of the previous battle. When the referee asked if anyone wished to challenge Ji Yun, the stands fell silent, with no one stepping forward. After a moment of stillness, seeing no challengers, Teacher Zhao declared, "Since no one dares to challenge, it signifies your acknowledgement of Ji Yun's strength. I hereby announce that Ji Yun has officially become a member of the school team and will participate in the singles event." Applause erupted from the audience in the stands. Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback, then let out a soft sigh. He had hoped to switch to Lucario to gain some experience. Since that is the case, it is time to conclude. Subsequently, Ji Yun withdrew the Desert Dragonfly into its pokeball and exited the battle arena. Meanwhile, in a corner of the last row of the stands, 2 elderly men were seated, observing Ji Yun as he left the arena. Is he the student who took a half-year leave in his freshman year? Indeed. What do you think of this student, Elder Tan? Lu Qingxiong, the principal of the Pokémon Academy, turned to his companion, Principal Tan. "A genius," Principal Tan replied, a broad smile illuminating his face as he watched Ji Yun's figure. "He is just a freshman, which means after this competition, he can still compete for 2 more years." "That's right." Lu Qingxiong nodded in agreement. "This 3-year period presents our school with the best opportunity to secure a championship," Principal Tan said earnestly. "Xiao Lu, you must seize this opportunity and cultivate more exceptional students. We cannot allow his teammates to hinder his progress." "Rest assured, Elder Tan, I understand." Lu Qingxiong nodded. This year, There is also a student named Bai Liang, who shows promise. Moreover, my niece will be competing as well. She is no slouch either. We have high hopes this year. Upon hearing Lu Qingxiong's words, Principal Tin glanced towards a girl in the stands. Wanqing, she is quite remarkable, Principal Tan affirmed with a nod. Continuing, Lu Qingxiong remarked, moreover, among this year's cohort, there are several promising talents. Among them, there is a young lady of considerable pedigree. Within 3 years, our school shall undoubtedly secure the championship. Upon hearing Lu Qingxiong's bold proclamation, Principal Tan nodded with a smile, saying, that is splendid. As for Ji Yun, if he wishes to continue taking leave, so be it. Exceptional circumstances warrant exceptional measures, do they not? As long as he returns to compete, that is sufficient. In response, Lu Qingxiong nodded appreciatively. Indeed, Principal Tan. Meanwhile, after departing from the battlefield, Ji Yun made his way to the stands to continue spectating. You, my boy, have truly surprised me, Zhao Laoshi approached and inquired. Tell me honestly, is the desert dragonfly your strongest Pokémon? Upon hearing Zhao Laoshi's question, Ji Yun paused momentarily before replying, no. Zhao Laoshi was momentarily taken aback, his face lighting up with delight. Really? Of course, Ji Yun shrugged nonchalantly. In response, Zhao Laoshi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Ji Yun. That is excellent news. Your point is practically secured. To this, Ji Yun remained composed. The rules of the University League are based on a point system. Whether in singles or doubles, winning a match earns 1 point. The team with the highest total points is declared the victor. This is a team event, not an individual competition. Thus, it is impossible for one person to single-handedly dismantle the opposing team. Zhao Laoshi's assurance of a secured point indicated that Ji Yun's contribution was nearly guaranteed. However, he understood that even the mightiest player could only earn a single point. And should his teammates falter, the team could still face defeat. Therefore, Ji Yun maintained his calm demeanor. As long as he ensured his own victory, that sufficed. Naturally, winning the championship would be even better. He had heard the rewards from the school were quite generous. After 2 days of selection, the members of the school team were finally determined. The team comprised 10 individuals, with 4 in singles, one of whom served as a substitute, and 6 in doubles, organized into pairs, with 2 substitutes. Among them, senior Lu Wanqing was included in the doubles team. Following the selection, Zhao Laoshi announced that the school team would undergo intensive training during the summer vacation. However, Zhao Laoshi was left helpless as Ji Yun, the troublemaker, once again submitted a leave request, which Dean Lu promptly approved. The day after the school team selection marked June 30th. The semester was drawing to a close, and final exams were imminent. That evening, Ji Yun did not retire for the night. Instead, he lay in bed, gazing at his phone, eagerly awaiting the arrival of midnight. Why is time passing so slowly? He muttered, glancing at the time displayed on his screen. As the seconds trickled by, at last, after Ji Yun's prolonged anticipation, July finally arrived. Ding! A new month has arrived. Your selected gift package has been credited. Please check it. As the clock struck midnight, the system's voice resonated perfectly on cue. In that moment, Ji Yun found the sound to be exceptionally pleasing. He swiftly rose, made his way to the balcony, and chose to open the gift package. Ding! Please select the items you desire. Simultaneously, a densely packed list of items appeared before Ji Yun's eyes. Without hesitation, Ji Yun declared in his mind, I choose the Lucario Evolution Stone. Ding! After confirming his choice, the item list vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Before Ji Yun materialized a bead resembling a leaf with red and blue hues nestled within. As he raised his hand, the bead gently settled into his palm. Gazing at the Lucario Evolution Stone, Ji Yun felt a surge of excitement. Soon, his Lucario would be able to Mega Evolve. Another trump card had been secured. Chapter 133, Dragon City Gym. Several days later, with the ringing of the bell, the final written exam of the semester concluded. Pika. As Ji Yun stepped out of the classroom, Pikachu bounded out, swiftly climbing onto his shoulder. Ji Yun, smiling, reached up to ruffle its head. Pikachu. Sorry to keep you waiting. Pika. Pikachu nuzzled against Ji Yun before tugging on his ear with one tiny paw and pointing towards the school convenience store with the other, chattering eagerly, Pika, Pika, Pika. In response, Ji Yun chuckled helplessly. All right, I'll buy you something. Shortly after, when Zhang Chuyo emerged, the two of them left the teaching building together, chatting and laughing. Tomorrow marks the start of vacation. I'll head home first. I'll set off to find you in a week, and then we can travel together. How does that sound? Zhang Chuyo said with a radiant smile as they walked. Sounds good, Ji Yun nodded. Traveling with his girlfriend surely meant avoiding deep, secluded forests. Hence, they could take advantage of the summer vacation to travel while also challenging gyms. In each city, He planned to tackle the local gym to collect badges for the national competition next year, all while gaining experience. Once Zhang Chuyo returned to school, he would embark on his adventures. Ji Yun quietly plotted in his mind. However, he wondered why it had to be a week later. Upon hearing Ji Yun's question, Zhang Chuyo chuckled and replied, "Because I suspect that after a week at home, my mom will start to complain about me." Ji Yun could only respond, "How true." The next day, school officially commenced its break as students gradually departed. After sending Zhang Chuyo off on her flight to the capital, Ji Yun boarded his own flight back home. By the afternoon, he finally returned home. As soon as he entered the house, Ji Yun dashed up to the second floor, calling out, "Mom, I'm back. Why shout so loudly upon returning? You startled me." His mother emerged from the living room, casting him a sideways glance. The next moment, she beamed at Pikachu, saying, "Pikachu, welcome back." Pikachu leaped off Ji Yun's shoulder and into his mother's embrace. Ji Yun thought, undoubtedly a mother-esque love. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the 4 Jigglypuffs on the sofa. Jigglypuff, ditto, it's been a while. Pori. After exchanging greetings with Ji Yun, 3 of the Jigglypuffs began to glow. Under Ji Yun's gaze, they transformed back into their original forms. Then, they glimmered again, and in the next moment, 3 Pikachus appeared on the sofa. The 3 Pikachus then jumped off the sofa and ran to join Ji Yun's Pikachu, engaging in playful antics. Seeing this, Ji Yun smiled softly. "Where's Yao Yao?" At that moment, his mother inquired, "Why didn't you bring her back?" "Mom, it's just the start of vacation. You have to let her return home for a bit," Ji Yun replied helplessly. "Rest assured, she will come over in a few days." That evening, his father returned as well. His mother and the Mismagius emerged from the kitchen, serving a feast of sumptuous dishes, and the family gathered around the table for dinner. "Our home still feels rather small," his mother remarked, observing the crowd of Pokémon crammed into the living room. "Then let us get a larger house, one with a garden," Ji Yun suggested after swallowing his food. "Didn't I say during winter break that I would buy you a big villa? Now that I have some money, you all can go house hunting." Having earned over 10 million from the auction of soft sand, Ji Yun had spent little during his adventures. Additionally, in the days following his return to school, he had sold several evolution stones he had accumulated, earning over 6 million. At present, his savings exceed 10 million. Such a sum is sufficient to procure a grand villa in Longqing, a third-tier city. Ji Yun's resolute demeanor instantly astonished his parents. "Where did you acquire such funds?" his mother inquired hastily. Subsequently, Ji Yun succinctly elucidated the origins of his wealth. "How does a trainer earn money nowadays? How is it that you seem to stumble upon treasures wherever you go?" Upon hearing Ji Yun's explanation, his father began to question his own life choices. In response, Ji Yun merely shrugged, "I possess extraordinary talents." He then generously encouraged his parents to explore properties, offering to cover the expenses. To Ji Yun, making money had become remarkably effortless. His backpack contained several surplus items. Should he find himself in need of funds, selling off an unneeded item would yield a substantial sum. Eventually, after Ji Yun's persuasion, his parents acquiesced to the idea of moving into a larger home. His father, Ji Guoyong, a construction professional, took on the responsibility of house hunting. The following day, he set off on that task. Meanwhile, Ji Yun ventured to the outskirts of the city to a nature reserve, continuing to train the spirits there, leveling up his Gung Gui and Mei Na Si. He also took the opportunity to observe the national tournament this year for reference. Thus, as time flowed, a week passed. His parents settled on a villa with a garden, and Ji Yun proceeded to make the payment. However, the house was not ready for immediate occupancy. The national tournament had concluded, with a champion hailing from the northeast. On this day, Ji Yun stepped out of his home once more. This time, he did not seek out the spirits in the reserve. Instead, he traveled to a steel edifice. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Ji Yun gazed at the grand entrance with a subtle smile. This was the Longqing gym. He then pushed the door open and entered. Approaching the reception desk, "Hello, I would like to schedule a challenge at the gym," Ji Yun stated as he presented his trainer card to the staff. In Dongwon country, challenging a gym comes with prerequisites. To contend against a city-level gym, one must first pass the elite assessment of the Trainer Association and possess an elite trainer card. After all, with so many individuals in Dongwon, a selection process is necessary. Otherwise, gym trainers would be overwhelmed. "Certainly, please hold for a moment," responded a young woman at the reception, taking Ji Yun's trainer card with a smile. Upon reviewing Ji Yun's credentials, she cast him a surprised glance. Moments later, she returned the card and said, "Registration is complete, Mr. Ji. Your challenge is scheduled for tomorrow morning from 9 to 11:30, or in the afternoon from 3 to 5:30. Please arrive during the designated challenge times." Ji Yun accepted the card, nodded, and replied, "All right, understood." Thank you. He then turned and exited the launching gym. Chapter 134. Challenging the Gym versus Drillbur. The next day, at noon, after picking up Zhang Chuyao from the airport, Ji Yun took her on a drive. I'll show you around first. I have a gym challenge this afternoon, and then we can return home for dinner, Ji Yun announced during the ride. Sounds great. Zhang Chuyao responded with a beaming smile. Ji Yun first took her to a nice restaurant in the city for lunch. Then they strolled around the urban area. By mid-afternoon, they arrived at the launching gym. The registration requirements for the national tournament in Donghuang stipulated that participants must acquire 8 different provincial gym badges during the interval from the conclusion of the previous competition to the deadline for the current one. To challenge a provincial gym, one must first earn 2 city-level gym badges within that province. Ji Yun harbored serious doubts that this regulation was proposed by the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. After all, such a requirement mandates that participants travel across multiple cities in 8 provinces just to qualify for the national tournament, thus generating considerable tourism revenue for the locales. Ji Yun silently mused. Among the provincial gyms, the most sought after were the Tianjin Gym, the Mountain City Gym, and the Magic City Gym, as they were all located in directly administered municipalities, devoid of subordinate city-level gyms. Therefore, possessing 2 or more provincial gym badges would suffice to challenge these 3 establishments, saving significant time and effort. Inside the launching gym, the same young woman from the previous day greeted them. Under her guidance, the duo entered the gym's interior. After traversing a lengthy corridor, they were met with a standard outdoor battle arena. At either end of the arena stood 2 2-meter-high command platforms, surrounded by rows of spectator seats occupied by onlookers, seemingly local citizens enjoying the match. At that moment, a challenge was already underway. The challenger appeared to be only a few years older than Ji Yun, likely a university student. Magneton. Level, LV41. Flareon. Level, LV41. As another trainer was engaged in a challenge, the attending staff member advised, "Please hold for a moment." Ji Yun nodded and, along with Zhang Chuyao, took a seat to observe the match. After watching for a while, he concluded that this challenge was likely of a difficulty level comparable to that of the Trainer Association's elite assessment. As the battle intensified, Magneton fell. Subsequently, the gym leader sent out a Kecleon. The Flareon was then outmaneuvered by the trickster abilities of Kecleon, leading to its defeat. With Flareon incapacitated, the referee announced the outcome. Flareon is unable to battle. Kecleon is victorious. As the challenger has lost all 3 Pokémon, the gym leader is the winner. Thus, the challenger faced defeat. The gym leader, having returned Kecleon, remarked, "Your command was not fluid enough, and your adaptability was lacking. Do come again next time." According to Ji Yun's online findings, the gym leader was named Wei Qingfeng, 35 years old, a local of Longqing. Born into a family of workers from the Longqing Steel Group, the defeated challenger thanked the leader and promptly exited. "Next challenger, please," called the referee after the gym leader swapped out 3 Pokeballs. Seeing this, Ji Yun swiftly rose from his seat. "Good luck." Zhang Chuyao cheered for him. Acknowledging her support with a nod, he strode purposefully toward the command platform. Moments later, as Ji Yun took his place on the platform, the ground beneath him emitted a rumble, and the battle arena slowly descended. Shortly thereafter, a brand new battleground rose from below. "You seem quite young. Are you also a university student?" inquired Wei Qingfeng from across the arena. "Indeed," Ji Yun affirmed with a nod. "Very well, let us commence." The referee then announced. The rules of the match are 1-on-1. Each participant may deploy 3 Pokémon. The challenger can switch Pokémon, while the gym leader may not. The victor is determined by defeating all 3 of the opponent's Pokémon. Does the challenger have any questions? Ji Yun replied calmly, "None." "Then let the match begin. Please have the gym leader send forth their Pokémon first." With the referee's command, Wei Qingfeng produced a Pokeball and released its contents. A Drillbur materialized on the battlefield. Drillbur. Level, LV42. Type, Ground, Steel. Ability, Sand Force. Potential, Elite. Drillbur is it? Ji Yun mused, raising an eyebrow at the Pokémon summoned by the gym leader. In light of this, Ji Yun promptly retrieved a Pokeball and opened it. "Go, Lucario." As the Pokeball opened, a majestic Lucario materialized on the field. Lucario. Level, LV45. Held item, Lucario Evolution Stone. "Ah, Lucario," remarked Wei Qingfeng, surprised at the sight of Ji Yun's Pokémon. "Such a rare specimen." He then smiled slightly. "You may attack first. Then I shall not hold back." "Lucario, use Swords Dance." Ji Yun commanded without hesitation. "Lucario." Immediately, Lucario let out a powerful roar. Its body enveloped in a shimmering glow. "Enhancing first, are we?" Wei Qingfeng chuckled at Ji Yun's choice before calling out. "Drillbur, use Metal Claw?" "Yeah." Drillbur's metallic claws gleamed with a silvery light as it charged towards Lucario with remarkable speed. Lucario, dodge, then counter with force palm. Ji Yun instructed. Lucario. As Ji Yun's voice faded, Lucario bent slightly, and just as Drillbur lunged with its sharp claws, Lucario swiftly leaped back, evading the onslaught. In an instant, Lucario surged forward, placing a palm against Drillbur's body. So swift. Wei Qingfeng gasped in astonishment at Lucario's agility. The next moment, a shockwave of energy erupted from Lucario's palm, sending Drillbur flying across the arena, crashing to the ground. Observing this, Ji Yun quickly commanded, Lucario, use Aura Sphere. Lucario. Upon receiving Ji Yun's directive, Lucario clasped its hands together, conjuring a sphere of blue energy that rapidly formed between its palms before launching it towards Drillbur. Witnessing this, Wei Qingfeng decisively shouted, Drillbur. Use Dig. Ya. In response, Drillbur sprang up, its claws glowing with a bright light, then slashed at the incoming Aura Sphere. In the next instant, a blinding flash illuminated the arena. Boom. The Aura Sphere was cleaved in two, exploding on either side of Drillbur. Seeing this, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow, instantly invigorated. Lucario. Continue with Aura Sphere. I want to see how many it can slice through. Lucario. Following Ji Yun's command, Lucario once again gathered energy for another Aura Sphere and launched it at Drillbur. Drillbur, Metal Claw, Wei Qingfeng ordered. However, after Drillbur sliced through another Aura Sphere, Lucario did not relent. One after another, Lucario unleashed 3 more spheres in rapid succession. Recognizing the intensity of the situation, Wei Qingfeng decisively commanded, Drillbur, dig. As his words echoed, Drillbur joined its hands together, transforming into a drill and burrowing into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 Aura Spheres collided with the ground where Drillbur had just been, erupting with a violent explosion, scattering debris everywhere. Digging, are we? Ji Yun remained unfazed, adjusting his cap and allowing a glimmer of light to shine in his eyes. Lucario, stay calm. Use Aura. Lucario. Upon hearing Ji Yun's instruction, Lucario nodded, its aura radiating outward. Ah, if only I could use Earthquake. This would be much simpler. Ji Yun mused silently while tracking Drillbur's aura. Moments later, Ji Yun suddenly shouted, Lucario, right below you, evade. Lucario. Without delay, Lucario swiftly sidestepped. Crack. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Lucario shattered as Drillbur burst forth with its sharp drill, barely missing Lucario's form. Observing this, Ji Yun's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, Now's your chance, brick break. As Ji Yun's command rang out, Lucario's palm glowed with a vibrant orange light, striking down towards Drillbur that had just emerged from the earth. Ya! With a cry of pain from Drillbur, Lucario's hand struck with precision, sending Drillbur soaring through the air before crashing violently to the ground. The tremendous force caused Drillbur to roll several times before coming to a halt, motionless, its eyes shut tight. Drillbur has lost the ability to battle. Lucario is victorious. The judge swiftly raised the flag to declare the result. In response, Ji Yun maintained a composed demeanor. Drillbur's defenses were notably weak, and in this match, he held the advantage of type. The audience in the stands was visibly impressed. Impressive. This young man is quite skilled. They marveled at how decisively he resolved the battle. Beside them, Zhang Chuyao cheered enthusiastically, waving to Ji Yun. Ji Yun, keep it up. Just 2 more matches. Hearing this, Ji Yun turned to Zhang Chuyao in the stands, offering a slight smile. Meanwhile, as the gym leader, Wei Qingfeng recalled Drillbur and regarded Ji Yun with a smile. He then produced a new Pokeball and opened it. As the light dissipated, a Skarmory appeared on the field. Skarmory. Level, LV41. Type, Steel, Flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Gender, Male. Potential, Elite. Skarmory is only weak to fire and electric attacks. Ji Yun quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Do you wish to switch Pokemon? Wei Qingfeng inquired. Ji Yun shook his head. No need. Then let us commence. You may attack first, Wei Qingfeng replied with a nod. Very well. Ji Yun wasted no time, issuing his command. Lucario, use Bulk Up. Lucario. Following Ji Yun's instruction, Lucario's body glimmered with an orange light. Still starting with an enhancement, Wei Qingfeng remarked with a smirk before quickly ordering, Skarmory, use Steel Wing. Scree. As Wei Qingfeng's command echoed, Skarmory folded its wings and spun rapidly, its sharp beak glowing with swirling energy, resembling a high-speed drill as it charged towards Lucario. Seeing this, Ji Yun swiftly commanded, Lucario, read its movements, then use Thunder Punch. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Lucario's gaze sharpened, its eyes shimmering with determination. Just as Skarmory closed in, Lucario sidestepped gracefully, allowing the spinning Skarmory to zip past. In that instant, Lucario's fist crackled with brilliant electricity, striking towards the whirling Skarmory. Boom! With a flash of arcs, Skarmory was sent flying by Lucario's powerful punch, crashing hard against the wall of the arena. Press the advantage, Lucario, use Aura Sphere. Ji-Yun's voice rang out once more. Lucario. Lucario swiftly conjured another Aura Sphere, launching it towards the fallen Skarmory. Observing this, Wei Qingfeng shouted, Skarmory, use agility. Scree. The armored bird swiftly rose, flapping its wings to soar into the sky, transforming into a fleeting shadow. However, the wave-guided missile veered sharply, trailing behind it like a homing projectile. Witnessing this, Wei Qingfeng promptly issued a command. Armored bird, steel wing, break through it. Upon hearing the order, the armored bird's wings shimmered with a metallic luster, and with a swift turn, it charged directly at the missile. Boom! An explosion echoed through the air as the wave-guided missile collided with the armored bird's wings, erupting into a thick cloud of black smoke. In the next moment, the smoke began to swirl, and the silhouette of the armored bird burst forth, flapping its wings as it charged towards Lucario. Seeing this, Ji-Yun suddenly had a realization, his eyes lighting up. Lucario, time your jump and land on its back. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's words, Lucario focused intently on the armored bird's form. Just as the armored bird's wings were about to crash into Lucario, he leaped gracefully, landing swiftly on the bird's back. Wei Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly. Armored bird, shake it off. Not a chance. Ji-Yun quickly countered, commanding, Lucario, hang on tight, and use Thunder Punch. With the commands of both trainers echoing, the armored bird spun rapidly in midair, attempting to use centrifugal force to throw Lucario off. However, Lucario clung firmly to the bird's neck, while his other hand crackled with dazzling electricity, delivering a powerful punch to the armored bird's body. Roar! Chapter 136, The Bell Tolls, Victory. In the sky, arcs of electricity danced across the armored bird's form, its cries resonating throughout the arena. Nevertheless, its body continued to spin, trying to dislodge Lucario. Observing this, Lucario's electrified fist struck the armored bird again and again. Finally, after several blows, accompanied by a wail, the armored bird wobbled and plummeted to the ground. Before the armored bird landed, Lucario used its body as a springboard, leaping lightly, performing a somersault, and landing steadily on the ground. At that moment, a notification appeared before Ji-Yun. Lucario has reached LV46. Excellent. Ji-Yun's face brightened at this notification. The armored bird had lost its fighting capability. Lucario emerged victorious. Meanwhile, as the defeated armored bird lay unconscious on the ground, the referee raised the flag to announce the result. On the other side, Wei Qingfeng smiled faintly, retrieving the fallen bird into its pokeball. He then produced another pokeball, which, upon opening, revealed a Bronzer. Bronzer, level, LV43. Type, Steel, Psychic. Ability, Heatproof. Gender, Genderless. Potential, Elite. As Bronzer entered the arena, a faint glow enveloped it, allowing it to levitate using its psychic abilities. Psychic type, Ji-Yun mused, raising an eyebrow. Subsequently, Wei Qingfeng instructed Ji-Yun to make the first move. Without hesitation, Ji-Yun reinforced his attack. Lucario, bulk up. Lucario glowed with an orange light once more. Wei Qingfeng, already accustomed to this, commanded, Bronzer, Psyshock. Not on my watch. Ji-Yun quickly responded. Lucario, quick attack. Boom. The arena erupted as Bronzer's eyes shone with a blue light. Simultaneously, Lucario suddenly appeared beside Bronzer, colliding forcefully with it. Bam! The fierce impact disrupted Bronzer's Psyshock. Just then, Ji-Yun's voice rang out again. Press the advantage. Bone Rush. As Ji-Yun spoke, Lucario clasped its hands together, swiftly pulling them apart to summon a bone club formed of condensed energy. Observing this, Wei Qingfeng quickly ordered, Bronzer, Iron Defense. In the next moment, Lucario swung the bone club towards Bronzer. At the same time, Bronzer's entire body shimmered with a metallic sheen. Boom! A heavy sound resonated as Lucario's bone club struck Bronzer, producing a deep, resonant chime. However, Lucario's assault did not cease. Boom, 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 boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lucario struck for consecutive blows, sending Bronzer flying across the arena. Wei Qingfeng swiftly commanded, Bronzer, Euro Ball. Boom. At his command, Bronzer stabilized itself, extending its arms straight out, and began to spin rapidly like a top, charging towards Lucario. Ji-Yun responded promptly, Lucario, defend. Lucario dispelled the bone club, swiftly raising its hands to form a protective shield. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the spinning bronzer collided violently with the shield, but it was held at bay, unable to penetrate. After a moment of stalemate, bronzer was suddenly repelled, its rapid rotation coming to a halt. Seeing this, Ji-Yun's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "Now, Shadow Claw." Lucario swiftly donned a layer of dark purple energy, forming energy claws. It then propelled itself towards bronzer, fiercely slashing at it with the Shadow Claw. Boom! With a resounding bell-like sound, bronzer was sent flying by Lucario's strike. "Lucario, continue the assault, Bone Rush." Ji-Yun's voice rang out once more. Hearing this, Lucario conjured another energy bone club and rushed after the retreating bronzer. Observing this, Wei Qingfeng quickly ordered, "Bronzer, endure it, Psyshock." Then, with a thud, Lucario's bone club struck bronzer again, producing another deep chime. Meanwhile, bronzer's eyes glowed blue once more. In the next instant, Lucario's swinging motion abruptly halted, enveloped in a layer of blue light, freezing in place. Then, in the blink of an eye, Lucario was hurled away as if struck by a massive truck, crashing violently against the arena wall. Bang! Watching Lucario tumble to the ground from the wall, Ji-Yun frowned. This bronzer had endured so many hits without falling. Its endurance is remarkably high. Bronzer, heavy slam. Wei Qingfeng's voice rang out again. Boom. Suddenly, bronzer's heavy body hurtled towards Lucario like a cannonball. Ji-Yun immediately shouted, "Lucario, use agility." Bang! A colossal sound erupted as bronzer crashed heavily onto the ground, while Lucario had already vanished, transformed into a blur before the impact. Just then, Ji-Yun's voice resounded once more. "Now, close combat." Lucario swiftly appeared behind bronzer and unleashed a flurry of punches, its fists glowing with an orange radiance against bronzer. With a resounding "Ola, Ola, Ola, Ola," moments later, as Lucario delivered its final punch, the bronze bell was forcefully smashed against the wall, leaving a network of cracks resembling a spider's web. In the next instant, with a thud, the body of the bronze bell fell to the ground, never to rise again. Subsequently, the referee approached to inspect the situation and decisively raised the piece in his hand, announcing the verdict. The bronze bell has lost its combat capability. As the gym trainer's 3 Pokémon were rendered unable to battle, the challenger, Ji-Yun, emerged victorious. Upon hearing the referee's declaration, Ji-Yun beamed with joy and turned to Lucario, exclaiming, "We did it, Lucario. Splendid work." Lucario, upon receiving Ji-Yun's praise, turned to him and smiled in return. Chapter 137. The conclusion of a magician's career. Clap, clap, clap. Following the referee's announcement, a wave of applause erupted from the audience. This guy is quite the hidden talent. He appears so young, yet has managed a clean sweep. He must be a top student from a prestigious university, right? Or perhaps it's due to a family legacy. Either way, it's his own merit. The spectators murmured while applauding. In the front row, Zhang Chuyao clapped vigorously, her gaze fixed on Ji-Yun, her face radiating delight. Meanwhile, Wei Qingfeng observed Ji-Yun's youthful countenance with a hint of admiration. He then smiled gently, retrieved the bronze bell, and descended from the command platform to approach Ji-Yun. Acknowledging this, Ji-Yun produced a pokeball. "Return, Lucario." After recalling Lucario, Ji-Yun also stepped down from the platform and walked toward the center of the arena. "Ji-Yun, was it? That battle was truly exhilarating. Congratulations on your successful challenge at the Longqing Gym," Wei Qingfeng said as he stood before Ji-Yun. Nodding in response, Ji-Yun expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance." With a smile, Wei Qingfeng presented a badge, stating, "Here, this is the steel badge of the Longqing Gym. Thank you." After expressing his thanks, Ji-Yun accepted the badge and glanced down at it. He noticed it was an octagonal silver badge, resembling a steel plate. At that moment, Wei Qingfeng continued, "Your victory will be recorded in the system within 5 minutes, and you can check it on the Trainer Association's official website shortly." "Understood, thank you." Ji-Yun nodded, politely bidding farewell before turning to leave. He comprehended Wei Qingfeng's intent. In Dongwon country, once a gym challenge is successfully completed, the information is recorded within the trainer's online profile. Thus, during national competition registration, inputting personal information into the computer will reveal whether the trainer qualifies to enroll. The badges issued by gyms in this world are, in essence, symbolic mementos meant for collection, unlike the badges in games that possess special functionalities. What does the Longqing Gym badge look like? Let me see. Upon exiting the Longqing Gym, Zhang Chuyao eagerly snatched the badge from Ji-Yun's hand and scrutinized it closely. Ji-Yun smiled, and then took out his phone to log onto the Trainer Association app, opening his personal homepage. Indeed, Below his profile, an image of the steel badge appeared. Beneath the image, the associated gym and challenge date were indicated. It's quite beautiful. Here, take a look. After a brief examination, Zhang Chuyao returned the badge to Ji Yun, advising, make sure to keep it safe. Receiving the badge from her, Ji Yun replied with a gentle smile, rest assured. I will. With that, he retrieved the badge box given to him by Chu Fei and placed the steel badge inside. Wow, so many fairy-type wheezing over there. Is that a steel factory? Zhang Chuyao pointed towards a distance, inquiring. Following her gaze, Ji Yun observed several towering chimneys emitting smoke, with a group of Galarian wheezing floating nearby. Nodding, he affirmed, indeed, that is a steel factory. Galarian wheezing absorbs pollutants from the atmosphere, utilizing the contaminated air and toxins as nourishment. The gases they inhale are purified, and they expel fresh air through the chimneys atop their heads. The released air is cleansed, becoming remarkably pure and refreshing. In essence, the clean air they produce is their waste. Hence, Dongwon country has actively introduced Galarian wheezing, and they can now be seen across factories nationwide. Annually, the Johanna country generates substantial revenue from the export of Galarian wheezing. After completing the gym challenge, Ji Yun took Zhang Chuyao for a stroll around the city. As dusk approached, he escorted her home. His parents, already informed of her arrival, had prepared a sumptuous dinner. After the meal, Zhang Chuyao and Ji Yun's mother sat on the sofa chatting, while the gardevoir tidied up and Ji Yun and his father, two grown men, washed the dishes in the kitchen. Once the dishes were cleaned, Ji Yun's father patted him on the shoulder with a meaningful expression, saying, be mindful of your safety while sleeping tonight. With that, he exited the kitchen. Ji Yun stood momentarily taken aback, and then a subtle smile crept across his face. Oh, she's in her safe period. Later that night, as Ji Yun prepared for bed, Pikachu was bewilderedly picked up and tossed out of the room. Witnessing Ji Yun's actions with Pikachu followed by the locking of the door, Zhang Chuyao's face flushed crimson, and she anxiously inquired, what are you planning to do? To which Ji Yun responded with a grin, what do you think? The following morning, Ji Yun stood beside his bed, amusedly observing Zhang Chuyao, who was hiding under the covers like an ostrich. All right, breakfast time is almost over. It's time to get up. At Ji Yun's words, Zhang Chuyao slowly poked her head out from the blanket. Her eyes, peeking from the cover, shot him an indignant glare, and she muttered, liar. Ji Yun felt slightly embarrassed at her accusation, recalling the 7 steps of a scoundrel. 1. I'm just holding you while we sleep. Nothing more. 2. Take it off. It's more comfortable to hold you. 3. Don't worry, I'll just touch a little. It's nothing. Steps 4, 5, 6, and 7 were executed flawlessly last night. In summary, after living for 19 years in this world, he had finally concluded his magician's career. After a while, Ji Yun spent some time coaxing the bashful Zhang Chuyao out of bed, and they dressed and washed up. Moments later, the two exited the room. Just as Ji Yun stepped out of the door, a yellow figure leaped into his embrace with a headbutt. Ugh! The forceful impact elicited a soft exclamation from Ji Yun. Looking down, he found Pikachu clinging to his clothes and nestling in his arms. Chapter 138. Departure. The Gardevoir leaves the team. Ji Yun gazed down at Pikachu and offered an awkward smile before speaking earnestly. I apologize, Pikachu. I had some important matters to attend to last night. Pika. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Pikachu's face broke into a smile. As laughter echoed in the air, the electrical sacs on Pikachu's cheeks flickered with arcs of electricity. Upon witnessing this, Ji Yun's expression shifted slightly, exclaiming, stop, hold on. In the next moment, a dazzling flash of lightning illuminated the scene, enveloping Ji Yun in a golden glow. Oh no, this is bad. Ji Yun danced about frantically amidst the radiance. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, he stood there, charred and frozen, wisps of black smoke escaping his mouth. With a suppressed chuckle, Zhang Chuyao couldn't help but laugh at Ji Yun's current appearance. She had no concerns for his well-being. Ever since Ji Yun captured Jingars, he had informed her of his unique constitution, which rendered him immune to most attacks. Meanwhile, Pikachu nestled in Ji Yun's arms, tilted its head, and grinned mischievously. At the dining table, Ji Yun's mother glanced at the two with amusement, inquiring with a smile, did you sleep well last night? To which Ji Yun nodded earnestly. Yes, it was a splendid night. Zhang Chuyao shot him a sidelong glance, her face turning crimson as she lowered her gaze. Observing their reactions, Ji Yun's mother smiled knowingly. After breakfast, she pulled Zhang Chuyao aside for a private conversation while Ji Yun hurried to the rooftop to feed the Pokémon, including Zhang Chuyao's. On the rooftop, Ji Yun meticulously examined Zhang Chuyao's Pokémon, a level 36 Dragonair with elite potential, a level 32 Charizard with potential nearing elite, a level 26 Surskit, a level 34 Buniri with elite potential, and a level 13 EV, also with elite potential. Not too shabby. All of Zhang Chuyao's Pokémon recognized Ji Yun and were quite amiable towards him. As Surskit and Pikachu frolicked together, Dragonair joined its draconic counterpart. Ji Yun sensed that Buniri seemed particularly intrigued by Lucario. Subsequently, he reviewed the held items of his own Pokémon, made some adjustments, swapping Lucario's power band for the Desert Dragonfly, and giving the heavy boots to Dragonite. This left the life orb free. After spending 2 delightful days exploring Dragon City with Zhang Chuyao, they prepared to embark on their journey, their first destination being the neighboring Guiyou, famed for its breathtaking landscapes. Ji Yun had no objections, recalling that the gym there specialized in rock-type Pokémon. On the day of their departure, Ji Yun was taken aback to see his mother. "You intend to leave the Mismagius at home?" he asked. "Yes, this little one is quite adept at household chores and has been a tremendous help," his mother replied, affectionately stroking Mismagius's head. "With its assistance at home and in the shop, life will certainly be easier for me." Nodding in understanding, Ji Yun turned to Mismagius, seeking its opinion. "Bari." Mismagius gestured animatedly, implying that since his mother's cooking was delightful, he wished to stay and learn culinary skills. "Bari," it replied with a smile and a nod. "Very well then." Seeing Mismagius's eagerness to remain, Ji Yun had no further objections. He retrieved Mismagius's Pokeball and presented it to his mother, stating, "In that case, let it stay at home." He then turned to Mismagius, cheerfully urging, "You must take good care of Mom. The house is in your hands." "Bari." Mismagius nodded vigorously in agreement. Thus, Ji Yun and Zhang Chuyao departed under the watchful eyes of his mother and Mismagius. Before leaving, Ji Yun took the knowledge lens from Mismagius, reasoning that if it was staying behind, it would seldom be needed. Besides, it could prove useful should he capture a new Pokémon. Once outside, Ji Yun reflected on the necessity of searching for a Psychic-type Pokémon anew. After a moment of contemplation, he and Zhang Chuyao made their way to the train station, boarding the express train bound for Guizhou. Upon arriving, they began their exploration, rafting down rivers, hiking mountains, drifting through rapids, soaking in hot springs, and admiring terraced fields. Days swiftly passed in this manner. On one such day, an intense gym challenge unfolded at the Guizhou gym. "Lucario, Force Palm," Ji Yun commanded. "Trevenant, Mimic," responded the opposing trainer. The two Pokémon collided, their fists striking each other simultaneously, causing both to slide backward. Ji Yun cast a glance at the Trevenant, assessing its status. Trevenant, level 42. Type, Rock. Ability, Sturdy. Gender, Male. Potential, Elite. The gym leader, a charming young lady named Huang Qingqing, observed her panting Trevenant and earnestly exclaimed, "Trevenant, Rock Slide." Hearing her command, Trevenant raised its arms, summoning massive boulders above its head before bringing them crashing down towards Lucario. Without hesitation, Ji Yun ordered, "Lucario, use Quick Attack." In an instant, Lucario transformed into a blur, evading the falling rocks with precision. Observing Trevenant's fatigue, Ji Yun's gaze sharpened as he shouted, "Lucario, Bullet Punch." Immediately, Huang Qingqing countered, "Trevenant, return the favor." In the next heartbeat, Lucario appeared before Trevenant, its golden glimmering fist launching towards the opponent. Meanwhile, a faint glow enveloped Trevenant. Aura, 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 aura. A flurry of punches ensued, but Trevenant retaliated with a swift strike to Lucario's chest, sending it flying. Trevenant, however, wavered and collapsed, motionless. Yet, in the following moment, Lucario rose slowly, albeit slightly winded. Trevenant is unable to battle. Lucario is the victor, the referee declared promptly. A smile crept onto Ji Yun's lips. Lucario had triumphed once again. The second gym badge was secured. Chapter 139, Green City Gym, fortuitously. Afterward, Ji Yun successfully obtained the badge from the Guizhou gym, shaped like a stone mountain. As they prepared to leave Guizhou, Zhang Chuyao inquired, "Are we departing already?" "Yes. Our next stop is Green City," Ji Yun affirmed, then turned to her, asking, "What? Are you reluctant to leave?" "Just a bit," Zhang Chuyao admitted with a smile. "It's been quite enjoyable here, and the scenery is beautiful." Ji Yun shrugged. For someone who had spent 2 lifetimes in Guizhou, the mountains and waters had become somewhat monotonous. They soon arrived at the train station, boarding the train to Green City. A little over 2 hours later, they exited the Green City train station. "Let's book a gym challenge appointment first, then head to the hotel," Ji Yun suggested. Ji Yun glanced at the sky and remarked, "All right." Subsequently, the two of them took a taxi to the Green City Dojo. As the name suggests, Green City is a place renowned for its lush greenery. It boasts excellent natural conditions and abundant green spaces. However, The Green City Dojo specializes in combat training. Early the next morning, the two departed from their hotel and drove to the dojo. After completing their challenge at the dojo, they planned to visit the nearby Qingxiu Mountain. Zhang Chuyu, glancing at the map on her phone, smiled and said. Ji Yun nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the Green City Dojo, they were promptly escorted to the battle arena. Fortunately, Ji Yun was the first challenger of the day, thus avoiding any queues. After completing the necessary formalities, Ji Yun took his position at the command platform and raised his gaze to meet the dojo's trainer across from him. The dojo's master, Liang Zhiwu, was a robust man with a muscular build. Once the referee outlined the rules, Liang Zhiwu wasted no time and sent out his first Pokémon. Bandana Thug, level, LV44. Type, Dark, Fighting. Ability, Overconfidence. Potential, Elite, a Bandana Thug. Ji Yun mused upon seeing the first Pokémon dispatched by the dojo master. With a faint smile, he turned to Pikachu and said, in that case, Pikachu, it's your turn, Pika. Upon hearing Ji Yun's command, Pikachu beamed with confidence and leapt into the arena. Seeing Ji Yun send out Pikachu, Liang Zhiwu was somewhat taken aback, observing Ji Yun with newfound interest. After all, in his experience, Pikachu was primarily regarded as a pet rather than a combatant. Most trainers opted to evolve it into Raichu for battle. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, Liang Zhiwu declared, you may attack first. I want to hold back. Ji Yun smiled in response and swiftly issued his command. Pikachu, use Quick Attack to close the distance. He opted for a strategy of enhancement from the outset. Pika. At Ji Yun's command, Pikachu transformed into a blur, racing towards the Bandana Thug. Liang Zhiwu, surprised that Ji Yun instructed Pikachu to close the gap, quickly countered with, Bandana Thug, use Brick Break. With a flash of orange light emanating from its hands, the Bandana Thug struck towards Pikachu. Reacting swiftly, Ji Yun shouted, dodge. In an agile leap, Pikachu deftly evaded the Bandana Thug's attack. Witnessing this, Liang Zhiwu commanded, Bandana Thug, Flying Knee Kick. As Liang Zhiwu's voice fell, the Bandana Thug's knee glowed with an orange aura. It propelled itself towards Pikachu. Just then, Ji Yun's voice rang out, Pikachu, use Double Team. Pika. At the command, Pikachu shimmered momentarily, and suddenly a dozen identical Pikachus appeared in the arena, all moving in perfect unison. The next moment, the Bandana Thug's attack arrived, shattering one of the illusory duplicates before crashing hard onto the ground. Thud! A cry of pain echoed through the arena. Seeing this, Ji Yun's lips curled into a smirk. Now, use Play Rough. What? Liang Zhiwu's expression shifted slightly as he urgently shouted, Bandana Thug, quickly evade. Upon hearing this, the Bandana Thug attempted to rise and retreat. However, the pain in its knee caused it to stumble. At that moment, Pikachu appeared right before it, wearing a sweet smile and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, topped off with a few headbutts. With a series of resounding thuds, the Bandana Thug was sent flying, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Knockout. The referee, though surprised, dutifully announced, the Bandana Thug has lost its fighting capability. Pikachu is victorious. Well done, Pikachu. Ji Yun praised with a smile upon hearing the result. With Dark and Fighting types being 4 times weak to Fairy-type moves, his intention from the very beginning was to have the Bandana Thug experience the full brunt of Play Rough. Pikachu executed his plan flawlessly. It is worth noting that with the Electric Ball equipped, Pikachu's special attack doubled, making it entirely reasonable for a Fairy-type move to knock out the Bandana Thug in one hit. Pika. Hearing Ji Yun's praise, Pikachu stood upright on its hind legs, beaming with pride, and gave Ji Yun a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Liang Zhiwu, astonished at the swift defeat of the Bandana Thug, gazed at Pikachu in disbelief. Is this Pikachu's attack power somewhat abnormal? After a reminder from the referee, Liang Zhiwu regained his composure, recalled the Bandana Thug, and produced a new Pokeball, which he opened to reveal a Heracross. Heracross, level, LV45, type, Bug, Fighting. Ability, Guts, Potential, Elite. Ji Yun regarded the Heracross with a peculiar expression. Bug and Fighting types were 4 times weak to flying moves. And coincidentally, Pikachu had a flying-type attack. Was this a stroke of luck? A strange smile crept across Ji Yun's face. As the referee signaled the match to begin, it was once again Ji Yun's turn to attack. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. As Ji Yun's command echoed, Pikachu once more transformed into a blur, dashing forward. Liang Zhiwu's face shifted slightly. Pikachu's speed had been augmented by 2 previous uses of Quick Attack. Without hesitation, he commanded, Heracross, use Pin Missile. As Liang Zhiwu's words landed, Heracross swiftly raised its arms and unleashed a barrage of needle-like energy projectiles. Faced with the onslaught of pin missiles, Pikachu deftly maneuvered, evading each projectile with agile twists and turns. Liang Zhiwu, undeterred, continued to issue commands. Heracross, use Super Horn attack. With that command, the stout horns of Heracross gleamed with a yellow-green light. It spread its wings and soared into the air, rapidly closing in on Pikachu. In response, Ji-Yun swiftly directed, Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Pika. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's command, Pikachu leapt into action, its tail shimmering with a metallic sheen. With a thunderous crash, just as Heracross charged in, Pikachu executed a swift turn in midair, swinging its tail and striking Heracross's horn. The tremendous force sent both Pokémon flying backward. Seeing this, Liang Zhiwu's eyes lit up, and he shouted, Heracross, engage in close combat. With Liang Zhiwu's order, Heracross adjusted its posture midair, stabilizing itself before charging towards Pikachu. Unfazed, Ji-Yun maintained his composure. Pikachu, brace yourself. Pika. In response, Pikachu quickly adjusted its stance and, as soon as it landed, erected a protective barrier. With a resounding thud, Heracross's fist collided with the barrier. Following this, Heracross unleashed a flurry of powerful punches against the protective shield. After several strikes, the glow around Heracross's fists began to fade. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Ji-Yun's gaze sharpened. Pikachu, use electromagnetic wave. Pika. In response to Ji-Yun's command, Pikachu swiftly dissipated its protective barrier, its body aglow with crackling electricity. In the next moment, a bolt of electric current surged forth from Pikachu, striking Heracross directly. ZZZZT. Instantly, Heracross's body stiffened, arcs of electricity dancing across it. This is bad. Observing this, Liang Zhiwu's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Ji-Yun beamed. Now's the time, float and descend. Upon hearing this, Liang Zhiwu, a man not accustomed to the online world, momentarily blinked in confusion. Float and descend? What kind of move is that? The answer soon revealed itself. Suddenly, Pikachu's body appeared to levitate, buoyant as if in a magnetic field, before diving fiercely towards the immobilized Heracross. In an explosive collision, Pikachu struck Heracross like a cannonball, sending it hurtling away. Subsequently, with a dull thud, Heracross crashed to the ground, rolling several times before losing consciousness. With Heracross incapacitated, Pikachu emerged victorious. The referee raised the flag once more to announce the outcome. Gazing at the defeated Heracross, even Liang Zhiwu, who had faced numerous challengers, was taken aback. He stared blankly at Pikachu, utterly bewildered. Was this Pikachu truly extraordinary? Soon, prompted by the referee, Liang Zhiwu recalled Heracross and sent forth his third Pokémon. His third Pokémon was a Machoke, level 45, with the ability Guts. This time, there was no 4x weakness to exploit. However, even this Machoke proved no match for Pikachu, succumbing swiftly in the battle. Under Ji-Yun's command, Pikachu never allowed Machoke to close the distance, utilizing its speed advantage to outmaneuver it, continually creating space before launching ranged attacks that depleted Machoke's stamina. As Machoke fell, a prompt appeared before Ji-Yun. Pikachu has reached LV48. Ji-Yun smiled in delight. Simultaneously, the referee announced the final result. As the gym leader's 3 Pokémon have lost their combat abilities, the challenger Ji-Yun is victorious. Regarding Machoke's defeat, Liang Zhiwu was not bewildered this time, yet his face still bore a hint of astonishment. He meticulously observed Pikachu's performance throughout the match and ultimately concluded, this Pikachu was indeed exceptional. Not only was its speed astonishing, but its attacking power was also remarkably high, surpassing that of an equivalent Raichu. Moments later, both competitors gathered at the center of the arena. After receiving a badge resembling a boxing glove from Liang Zhiwu, Ji-Yun couldn't help but smile subtly. The first provincial badge was now in his possession. At this moment, Liang Zhiwu regarded Ji-Yun and inquired, you must be planning to participate in next year's national competition, correct? It was no surprise he posed this question, as many challengers sought badges merely for collection purposes. Indeed, Ji-Yun nodded in response to Liang Zhiwu's remark. Seeing Ji-Yun's affirmation, Liang Zhiwu grinned. Then the record for the youngest national champion in Dongwang will surely be shattered next year. After uttering this, Liang Zhiwu couldn't help but reflect on Ji-Yun's age, having caught a glimpse of his registration information immediately after the match. The revelation that he was merely 19 left him astounded. Meanwhile, upon hearing Liang Zhiwu's words, Ji-Yun blinked in surprise before smiling. I appreciate your encouragement. I shall strive to update that record next year. Subsequently, after bidding farewell to Liang Zhiwu, Ji-Yun and Zhang Chuyao departed from the Green City Gym. Having acquired the Green City Gym badge, the two indulged in 2 more days of exploration in the city. Thereafter, they boarded a high-speed train heading south, arriving at the coastal city of Zhucheng in Guizhou province. After spending several days in Zhucheng, they embarked on a cruise ship. The vessel sailed upon the azure sea, the gentle breeze caressing their faces under the radiant sun. Leaning against the ship's railing on the deck, Ji Yun and Zhang Chuyao reveled in the boundless expanse of the ocean before them. The sunlight refracted upon the water's surface, creating shimmering waves of golden light. In the sky, a flock of seagulls soared gracefully, occasionally gliding past the cruise ship. Such beauty was truly invigorating. Isn't it magnificent, Pikachu? Pikachu, perched on Ji Yun's shoulder, nodded in agreement. At that moment, a voice interrupted. Excuse me, may I trouble you for a moment? Turning to investigate, Ji Yun beheld a boy of similar age approaching them, politely inquiring. Ji Yun, slightly puzzled, asked, Is there something you need? The boy smiled warmly. Brother, you must be a student at Jinling University, right? Nodding in affirmation, Ji Yun replied, Indeed. Haha. Upon receiving Ji Yun's confirmation, the boy burst into laughter, saying, I've seen your videos. I knew it. Your outfit combined with the Pikachu on your shoulder is unmistakable. Stunned, Ji Yun could only respond with a silent exclamation of disbelief. That video was nearly a year ago, and yet someone still remembers. Chapter 141, The Battle on the Cruise Ship. I'm Chini Chen, the boy introduced himself. We're in the same cohort. I'll be a sophomore when school resumes in the fall. I'm Ji Yun, and this is my girlfriend, Zhang Chuyao. Ji Yun introduced himself, and Zhang Chuyao in turn. Upon hearing Ji Yun's words, Chini Chen glanced at Zhang Chuyao, then exclaimed with realization, The female lead from the video, I know. So, do you need something from me? Ji Yun asked. Oh, it's nothing major. Just hoping to challenge you to a 1v1 battle, if that is convenient for you. As he spoke, Chini Chen looked at Ji Yun with eager anticipation. A battle, you say? Ji Yun paused momentarily upon hearing Chini Chen's proposal. On the deck of the cruise ship, there was indeed a designated battle area suitable for such contests. However, battles on the ship prohibited the use of large Pokémon or moves that might damage the vessel, such as ground-type moves. After considering this, Ji Yun nodded, Sure. A passerby's battle invitation can serve as a delightful diversion during the journey. Upon Ji Yun's agreement, Chini Chen's face lit up with excitement. That's wonderful. The two then made their way to the designated battle area on the deck, stepping into the arena and taking their positions. A battle is about to commence. Onlookers gathered around, drawn by the spectacle. Then, Chini Chen produced a Pokeball, tossing it into the air. Go, Squirtle. Squirtle. Level, LV30. Type, Water. Ability, Rain Dish. Gender, Male. Potential, Champion. Oh, the starter Pokemon. Ji Yun raised an eyebrow, surprised as he glanced at Chini Chen. This boy's background must be quite impressive. Quickly, Ji Yun retrieved a Pokeball of his own. Let's go, Jengar. Jengar. As the Pokeball opened, a jovial Jengar materialized before the crowd. Upon appearing, Jengar surveyed the surroundings, then cheerfully approached Ji Yun, opening its wide mouth to playfully lick Ji Yun's face. Slurp. Ji Yun, the onlookers, astonished. Following this, Ji Yun helplessly wiped his face and spoke, Let us not cause a ruckus. Let us finish the match first. Gung Gui, upon hearing this, chuckled ominously before returning to the arena, his crimson eyes fixated intently on the Kamekame turtle. Ah, Gung Gui on this side. Chini Chen expressed surprise at Ji Yun's chosen Pokemon. I thought you would send out Pikachu. In response, Ji Yun smiled lightly and replied, You can attack first. Then I shall not hold back, Chini Chen declared decisively. Kamekame Turtle, Water Pulse. Kamekame Turtle quickly conjured a water sphere and launched it toward Gung Gui. Observing this, Ji Yun's expression shifted slightly as he calmly issued his command. Gung Gui, Shadow Ball. With that, a purple-black energy sphere rapidly formed in Gung Gui's hands before being hurled into the air. A loud explosion echoed as the Shadow Ball collided with the water pulse, sending water splashing everywhere, and under the sunlight, a faint rainbow appeared amidst the droplets. Gung Gui, continue with Energy Ball. Ji Yun's voice rang out once more. Gung Gui, responding promptly, formed another green energy sphere and threw it with the finesse of a baseball pitcher. How swift! Chini Chen exclaimed in surprise as he watched the energy sphere hurtling toward Kamekame Turtle. Kamekame Turtle, defend. In an instant, Kamekame Turtle erected a protective barrier in front of itself. Bang! The green energy sphere struck the barrier and, after a brief moment of resistance, erupted in a burst of energy. Chini Chen sighed in relief and shouted, Kamekame Turtle, make it rain. With a mighty call, Kamekame Turtle summoned dark clouds above the battlefield, which swiftly coalesced into rain clouds. Soon, the arena was drizzled upon, and Ji Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. Thank you. However, before that, he added with a cheerful demeanor, Gung Gue, continue with Energy Ball. Once more, Gung Gue conjured a green energy sphere and launched it toward the opponent. Kamekame, turtle, water gun, intercept it. Qin commanded urgently. A stream of water shot forth from Kamekame turtle's mouth. Oh, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow, observing the energy sphere burst upon impact with the water gun. Then, how many can you stop? Gung Gue, continue. As Ji Yun's command fell, Gung Gue unleashed yet another energy ball. Without pause, Gung Gue continued to hurl energy spheres like cannonballs, an unrelenting barrage. Kamekame turtle struggled to keep pace with Gung Gue's speed and frequency, soon being overwhelmed and knocked over by a powerful energy ball. Witnessing this, Qin had no choice but to command Kamekame turtle to defend once more. Moments later, as Kamekame turtle's protective barrier dissipated, Ji Yun's gaze sharpened. Now, thunder. What? Qin was taken aback, his expression changing instantly. Kamekame turtle, defend. He could only hope that Kamekame turtle could manage another defense. Yet, he was destined to lose this gamble. The barrier Kamekame turtle raised was not solidified before it shattered. Simultaneously, the dark clouds above crackled with numerous arcs of electricity. The next moment, a brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Kamekame turtle with precision. Crack! Kamekame! Kamekame turtle's anguished cry reverberated throughout the deck. Moments later, as the lightning faded, Kamekame turtle lay on the ground, its eyes rolled back, smoke wafting from its blackened body, with arcs of electricity dancing sporadically. Seeing Kamekame turtle sprawled on the ground, Qin felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he quickly regained his composure. Recalling Kamekame turtle with a smile as he addressed Ji Yun, I concede. You truly are remarkable. Too kind, Ji Yun replied with a faint smile. Applause erupted across the deck as the spectators cheered enthusiastically. What an exhilarating battle, the onlookers exclaimed. After administering care to Kamekame turtle, Qin approached Ji Yun for a chat. After a while, he invited Ji Yun and Zhang Qiu to explore the ship's treasure shop. This cruise ship has returned from Southeast Asia, and there are many affluent individuals aboard. Thus, the treasure shop is stocked with numerous exquisite items, Qin elaborated. Moreover, there is a selection of Pokémon eggs procured from various Southeast Asian countries. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun's eyes sparkled with interest. Let us go take a look. He was keenly intrigued by the prospect of those Pokémon eggs. Chapter 142, A Promise Made, Double Joy Arrives. Under Qin's guidance, Ji Yun and Zhang Qiu entered the commercial area of the cruise ship. The Southern Cross is a vessel that specializes in navigating the South China Sea and has been operating this route for many years. As he led the way, Qin narrated, this ship departs from Hong Kong and makes a circuit around the South China Sea. Besides the islands, it also visits the ports of Luzon, Malaysia, and Annam. Each voyage brings aboard numerous treasures for sale, profiting from the wealth of these affluent patrons. Ji Yun glanced at him and inquired, you seem quite familiar with this ship. Have you traveled on it many times? Well, how should I put it? Qin scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Actually, this ship belongs to my family. Ji Yun, goodness. So this fellow is a bona fide tycoon. No wonder he possesses such potential with the three main families. Ji Yun gazed at Qin in disbelief. Noticing Ji Yun's reaction, Qin offered a sheepish grin. I'm just here to promote my family's business. Soon, the trio arrived at the entrance of a treasure shop. Here we are. Upon entering, Ji Yun was greeted by an array of counters displaying various merchandise. Most were evolution stones, along with items like soothing bells and everstones, as well as various Pokeballs with special functions. On the other side of the store, numerous Pokemon eggs were displayed. Behind each counter stood a beautiful saleswoman, and several security personnel were stationed throughout the shop. As soon as Qin entered, the saleswomen and security staff attempted to greet him, but he waved them off, signaling them to return to their posts. Ji Yun surveyed the surroundings, and his gaze was swiftly drawn to the Pokemon eggs as he moved closer. Are you interested in Pokemon eggs? Qin asked. Ji Yun nodded in response. Do you have any Psychic-type Pokemon eggs here? Qin smiled slightly. As a matter of fact, we do have a few. Follow me. He led Ji Yun and Zhang Qiu to a shelf. On the shelf sat a row of Pokemon eggs, each housed within a small incubator. These are all Psychic-type Pokemon eggs. See if any catch your fancy, Qin pointed out. Ji Yun scanned the display, noticing each egg was labeled with the type of Pokemon it belonged to. Dull Beast, Egg, Bouncing Pig, Dream Eater, Rolling Bat, Marvelous Meow, Flower Dance Bird, and Tooth-Grinding Colorful Fish. After surveying the selection, Ji Yun felt a twinge of disappointment. Not only were the varieties limited, but their qualities were also rather mediocre. The highest potential barely reached the level of a quasi-king, which was no longer impressive in Ji Yun's eyes. Is this all there is? Ji Yun inquired. In response, Qin Chen could only shrug with some resignation. Brother, psychic-type Pokémon are inherently rare. Having these is already quite commendable. Hearing this, Ji Yun let out a slight sigh. Indeed, while there are numerous types of psychic Pokémon, their populations are scarce. Thus, even with artificial breeding, psychic Pokémon remain elusive. He realized he should not harbor overly high expectations. As they passed by a shelf, Ji Yun suddenly paused, captivated by a row of brown Pokémon eggs adorned with a ring of cream-colored patterns. Among them, 2 eggs positioned side by side drew his unwavering attention. EV. Ability, adaptability. Gender, male. Potential, king. EV. Ability, anticipation. Gender, female. Potential, king. Noticing Ji Yun's halt, Qin Chen also stopped and followed his gaze. A smile crept across Qin Chen's face. Ah, EV can evolve into the psychic-type Espion. Are you interested in the EV eggs? Ji Yun, regaining his focus, inhaled sharply. Goodness, 2 potential king-level EVs, one of which possesses a hidden ability. Without delay, Ji Yun inquired, how much for these 2 eggs? 2. Qin Chen was taken aback by Ji Yun's question. Zhang Chuyu, standing nearby, was equally surprised. She was well aware of Ji Yun's exceptionally high standards when it came to capturing Pokémon. Did this mean he held these 2 unborn EVs in high regard? Indeed, I have my eye on both eggs, Ji Yun confirmed. Qin Chen's expression brightened. EVs, being both aesthetically pleasing and powerful, typically command prices comparable to psychic-type Pokémon. So, brother, what do you think? I understand. Ji Yun waved his hand dismissively. Just quote me a price. Money is no object. Previously, he had withdrawn over 10 million for his parents to purchase a house, only for them to find a property price below 10 million. Now, with over 5 million remaining in his account, acquiring these 2 eggs was more than feasible. Witnessing Ji Yun's extravagant demeanor, Qin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since you were so generous, I shall offer you a discount. A flat rate of 3 million. Ji Yun's eyes lit up at the offer. Deal. Qin Chen's smile widened even further. It's settled then. A double blessing. Brother. Second brother. Ji Yun promptly transferred the funds, and Qin Chen swiftly handed over the 2 Pokémon eggs. The transaction was completed in a flurry, both parties acting as if they were afraid the other might have second thoughts. A distant salesperson observed the scene, appearing to be on the verge of saying something, but ultimately refrained. Afterward, Ji Yun purchased 2 evolution stones. Brother, let us keep in touch. Come visit again. Qin Chen waved goodbye to Ji Yun and Zhang Chuyu from the ship, a look of reluctance on his face. Ji Yun reciprocated the gesture. Absolutely, definitely. Once they had walked away, Qin Chen lowered his arm and hurriedly exited the store, murmuring to himself with glee, excellent. Another sale secured. My pocket money is looking good. Father, please don't blame me for pilfering the family fortune. It's your fault for freezing my account. I had to find a way. Upon returning to their cabin, Ji Yun's smile remained undiminished. Noticing this, Zhang Chuyu asked, are these 2 eggs truly remarkable? Indeed, Ji Yun nodded with a grin. I feel as though I've stumbled upon a treasure. I see, Zhang Chuyu beamed in response. Congratulations on acquiring 2 Pokémon you desire. Chapter 143, Transition to Xiang Province, Daong. The next day, the cruise ship docked at the famous tourist city of Cheongzhou Island, Luqing. Ji Yun and Zhang Chuyu disembarked and spent 2 days exploring. Primarily, it was Zhang Chuyu who indulged in the festivities while Ji Yun diligently guarded the 2 eggs. Subsequently, the ship set sail again, ultimately arriving in Xiangjiang. In this world, Xiangjiang had not been leased, thus remaining a city within the Guangdong province. After disembarking, a voice called out from behind, brother, come visit again. Turning around, Ji Yun saw Qin Chen waving from the ship. Ji Yun waved back, next time for sure. Afterward, the pair found a hotel in Xiangjiang. In their hotel room, Ji Yun took out his phone to check the gym information for Guangdong province. The gym in Xiangjiang specialized in dark-type Pokémon, while the neighboring Pingqing focused on electric types, and Guanqing on fairy types, with Jinqing devoted to fighting types. The provincial capital, Yangqing, featured a bug-type gym. After reviewing the options, Ji Yun decided to challenge the nearby dark-type gym in Xiangjiang and the electric-type gym in Pingqing. In just a few days, Ji Yun successfully earned 2 municipal badges. For the dark-type gym in Xiangjiang, he dispatched Lucario, leveraging type advantages to secure an easy victory. In contrast, for the electric-type gym in Pingqing, he sent out the desert dragonfly, sweeping through the challenge effortlessly. After obtaining the 2 badges, Ji Yun and Zhang Chuyu traveled to Yangqing. On the evening of July 31st, in their hotel room, Zhang Chuyu lay on the bed with a face mask, engrossed in a drama on her phone, while Ji Yun carefully monitored the Pokémon eggs. These past few days, the eggs had started to emit light intermittently, signaling their impending hatching. It seemed their day of birth was fast approaching. As the clock struck midnight, the system selection gift package was promptly delivered. Ji Yun glanced at the package and then at the 2 eggs before him, lost in thought. If he included these soon-to-hatch EVs, the number of Pokémon needing to catch up to Pikachu would increase from 2 to 4. At that moment, he found himself longing for the learning devices from the game. Unfortunately, the self-selection package did not include such items. Furthermore, crucial items like the Heaven-S Flute, Silver Wing, Rainbow Wing, and the Llama's Slate were also absent. He noted the lack of the coveted rare candies, experience candies, and other sweets, as well as the gold and silver crowns. Additionally, several other items were missing. When he consulted the system, the response was, "Current version too low, please await system upgrade." This left Ji Yun feeling somewhat helpless. Would he have to select a few lucky eggs from the package? However, he did discover an intriguing machine named the Move Machine, which had a note stating, a heartfelt collaboration between the Move Tutor and Forgetful Grandpa. In essence, this machine could assist Pokémon in recalling or forgetting moves. Ultimately, he chose a keystone. Zhang Chuyu's birthday was just around the corner. Since he had intercepted her champion potential ugly fish, he decided to compensate her with a keystone, believing it would prove useful in the future. As for the gift package, this month's was depleted, but next month's awaited. After all, it was a freebie, so giving it away wouldn't sting. On the morning of August 1st, Ji Yun and Zhang Chuyu rose early and set off for the Yangqing Gym. The master of the Yangqing Gym is a gentleman named Li Yongxiang, who dispatches his Pokémon, a Rain Moth, a Cinescorch, and a Toxapex. Ji Yun, on the other hand, chose to send out his Pikachu and successfully secured victory, thereby obtaining the insect badge from the Yangqing Gym. After triumphantly acquiring his 2nd provincial badge, Ji Yun and his companion departed from the Yangqing Gym. "When are we leaving Yangqing?" Ji Yun inquired as they exited the gym. "The celebration begins on the evening of August 5th. If we play for another 2 days, we can head to Daong on August 4th, Zhang Chuyao thoughtfully replied. Nodding in agreement, Ji Yun accompanied Zhang Chuyao as they strolled through the bustling metropolis of Yangqing for 2 days. On this day, August 3rd, it happened to be Zhang Chuyao's birthday. In their hotel room, shortly after midnight, Ji Yun retrieved a carefully prepared small gift box. "Happy birthday. Here is a present," he said with a smile, extending the gift towards her. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Chuyao beamed with joy. "Thank you," she exclaimed, accepting the gift box. "Go ahead and open it." "Okay." As Zhang Chuyao opened the box and beheld the keystone within, her expression transformed into one of astonishment. "What is this?" she gasped, wide-eyed as she looked at Ji Yun. "Just as you imagined. It's a keystone," Ji Yun replied with a grin. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Chuyao quickly shut the box and returned it to him. "This is far too precious. You should keep it." She spoke earnestly. "This item is quite rare in the market, even for those with money. Rest assured, mine is still intact. What I'm giving you is another one," Ji Yun said, producing a pendant to showcase his own keystone. It seemed she had assumed he was parting with the one he possessed. "Another one?" Zhang Chuyao's expression turned to one of disbelief. "When did this become so easy to acquire? My mother is the only one who has one at home. Typically, one does not require a second keystone, so accept it with ease," Ji Yun reassured her with a smile. "And besides, you are my girlfriend. This is your birthday gift." "Well, if you insist," Zhang Chuyao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it, a sweet smile spreading across her face as she leaned closer to Ji Yun. "Thank you." Mua. Feeling the fleeting softness of her lips, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow. Subsequently, under Zhang Chuyao's astonished gaze, he scooped up the drowsy Pikachu from the bed and tossed it into the living room of the hotel suite. Upon returning, Ji Yun's dangerous gaze made Zhang Chuyao blush as she shrank back. "What are you doing? Just play." After soothing Pikachu the next morning, Ji Yun accompanied Zhang Chuyao to the Yangqing Trainer Association to collect her birthday gift from her aunt. Chu Feier had arranged for her to receive a Magikarp, which was subsequently transmitted via machine. On August 4th, early in the morning, after checking out of the hotel, they made their way directly to the Yangqing train station to board the high-speed train to Daong in Xiang Province. Chapter 144. A chance encounter on the street, Jirachi. On the train, Ji Yun once again took out his phone to peruse the information regarding the gyms in Xiang Province. Their destination, Daong, featured a grass-type gym, which was open for challenge. The ghost-type gym in the nearby town of Xiangxi, however, was best left alone. After a thorough review, Ji Yun quickly set his sights on another target, Yuezhou. The gym in Yuezhou specialized in water-type Pokémon, and conveniently, It was adjacent to the provincial capital of Xingqing, making it easy to challenge the Xingqing gym afterward. 5 hours later, Ji Yun and Zhang Chuyao disembarked from the train at Daong Station. As was customary, they first sought out a hotel, securing a suite before exploring the city of Daong. While enjoying their time, they also encountered numerous other tourists who, like them, had traveled from afar. It seemed that this year's online community was not merely engaged in virtual discussions. On the following day, August 5th, Ji Yun and Zhang Chuyao observed many busy staff members on the street, all preparing for the celebration that was set to commence that evening. As they continued their leisurely stroll, a cheerful child's voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "Ah, Pikachu, big brother, Pika?" Both Ji Yun and Pikachu paused momentarily before turning around. Not far away, a delightful little girl in a charming princess dress was gleefully running towards them. "How adorable!" Zhang Chuyao gasped. Ji Yun, upon seeing the girl, was taken aback. Little Shilin. This little girl was none other than the enthusiastic fan of Pikachu whom he had met in Shiyu's Kangang City. In no time, little Shilin reached Ji Yun and looked up at him with wide eyes, her face lit with excitement. "Pikachu, big brother, we meet again." While little Shilin wore a joyful smile, her gaze remained fixed on Pikachu. "Ah, yes, Pikachu." Ji Yun chuckled, looking down. Since the little girl was here, Ji Yun lifted his gaze, and indeed, little Shilin's mother, Amina, had approached them. "Ji Yun, what a surprise to see you here," she exclaimed with delight. "Indeed, what a coincidence," Ji Yun replied with a smile. "It's been a while." "It has." Amina smiled warmly, glancing at Zhang Chuyao beside him. "And who is this?" "This is my girlfriend, Zhang Chuyao," Ji Yun introduced. He then turned to Zhang Chuyao, saying, "This is Amina, and this is her daughter, Shilin. They are friends I met during my adventures last year." "Hello." After the introductions, they exchanged polite nods. Ji Yun could clearly sense Zhang Chuyao relax, her grip on his arm loosening slightly. "Big brother, Pikachu." At this moment, the cheerful voice chimed in again. Looking down, Ji Yun noticed Shilin's small hand gripping his pants tightly, her wide, sparkling eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed up at him and Pikachu. "Shilin, remember to be polite," Amina gently reminded her. "Oh." Little Shilin nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she looked back at Ji Yun. "Big brother, can I play with Pikachu?" Seeing the eager look in the little girl's eyes, Ji Yun turned his head to glance at Pikachu resting on his shoulder. "Pika." Pikachu also turned to look at Ji Yun. Their gazes locked momentarily. "Pika." "All right," Ji Yun replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. After a brief pause, Pikachu let out a resigned sigh. "Pika." Then it dawned a sweet smile, leaping down from Ji Yun's shoulder to stand beside little Shilin. Looking up at her, "Pika." Pikachu beamed. "Ah, Pikachu," little Shilin exclaimed, immediately releasing her grip and squatting down to embrace Pikachu with a radiant smile. "Pikachu, I missed you," she exclaimed, nuzzling her face against Pikachu's body while giggling joyfully. "Pika." Pikachu responded with a smile, though Ji Yun noticed that its smile seemed slightly stiff. "Sorry for the trouble," Amina said, offering a polite apology. "It's nothing to worry about." Ji Yun chuckled before asking, "Are you also here for the celebration?" "Indeed," Amina replied, glancing at little Shilin before smiling softly. "The child insisted on coming along, so I had no choice but to bring her with me." Thus, the two began to engage in casual conversation. Zhang Chuyao was completely captivated by Xiao Shilin and leaned over to play with her. After exchanging a few words, as they passed by a convoy on the street, Ji Yun's phone suddenly rang. Noticing this, Ji Yun apologized to Amina and took out his phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow and promptly answered the call. "Hello, President Hua. Is there something you need?" The caller was none other than President Hua of the Trainer Association. "I believe I've spotted you. Are you also in Daong?" Came President Hua's voice through the phone. Taken aback by this, Ji Yun responded, "Yes, look to your left." Hearing this, Ji Yun turned to his left and saw a convoy parked at the roadside, with President Hua sitting in the back seat of a car, waving at him through the window. "Would you like to come over for a chat?" President Hua's voice echoed in Ji Yun's phone again. Nodding in agreement, Ji Yun hung up and informed Zhang Chuyao and Amina before striding towards the convoy. "What brings you here?" After getting into the car, Ji Yun sat beside President Hua and inquired, "Isn't it for this?" With that, President Hua unabashedly opened a nearby box and spoke. Ji Yun leaned in to peek into the box, and his eyes widened in shock. Inside lay a purplish, quartz-like stone. What astonished him was the identity of this stone. Kyogre in slumber. Level, LV-102. Type, Steel, Psychic. Ability, Serene Grace. Gender, genderless. Potential, Mythical. It's actually Kyogre. Ji Yun exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. "Oh." Your reaction suggests you recognize this? President He remarked with a hint of surprise before smiling. Given your preparations, it seems you are also aware of its significance? Ji Yun replied, turning his gaze back to President He. President He nodded with a grin. This is the only stone with biological signals, aside from rock-type Pokémon, that we discovered in Farns. Its identity should be self-evident. Taking a deep breath, Ji Yun slowly uttered a name, Kyogre. Indeed, it is Kyogre. President He confirmed with a nod. Curiosity piqued, Ji Yun asked, how did you manage to find it? After all, locating a stone form of Kyogre is no easy feat. But if it's confidential, you needn't share. Laughing, President He shook his head. It's no secret. Several centuries ago, after learning about the legend of the seven-night wish star from literature, the authorities dispatched numerous expeditions, but they yielded no results and soon abandoned the quest. 25 years ago, we resumed our search. Yet again, we found nothing. Following that, we considered the seven-night wish star merely a fanciful tale until a year ago when we observed that comet. Pausing for a moment, President He continued. After calculating its trajectory, we concluded that this comet passes by Blue Star once every millennium and lingers for 7 days each time. This coincided with the legend of the seven-night wish star, prompting us to dispatch another search team. Ultimately, 3 months ago, we discovered this stone emitting a unique biological signal. This aligns with the legend. Without a doubt, it is Kyogre. Hence, we surmise that it only emits signals as it nears awakening. At other times, it is virtually undetectable. After listening to President He's account, Ji Yun nodded thoughtfully. So that is how it is. But what do you intend to do once you locate Kyogre? Naturally, we aim to awaken it, assist it in absorbing energy, and then return it to slumber, President He replied with a smile. The legend states that Kyogre can grant any wish, though we cannot verify this. However, the literature also notes that Kyogre can absorb energy from comets, gradually releasing it during a millennium of slumber to nourish the land. It rests in Daong, nurturing the very soil of our Dongwang nation. This is truly a remarkable opportunity. Thus, we must ensure it successfully absorbs the energy and continues its rest in Daong. Hearing this, Ji Yun felt a surge of relief. He had feared that these humans might covet the energy Kyogre absorbed. It seemed he had been overly concerned. Humanity was not always so depraved. Contemplating this, he suddenly looked enlightened. So what is this celebration for? President He replied with a smile. This celebration is a collaborative effort between our association, the Xiang province government, and the Daong city government. The aim is to find those who can awaken Kyogre. He elaborated. We have only disclosed a portion of the legend surrounding the seven-night wish star. The method to awaken Kyogre has remained undisclosed by the authorities. According to the legend, before Kyogre awakens, it emits sounds to call out to its partners, which can only be heard by pure-hearted youths. Only those who hear its call can awaken it. After finding Kyogre, our internal team has tried numerous individuals, but none could hear its voice. Therefore, we organized this celebration and promoted it vigorously to attract visitors, hoping to find someone who can hear its call. Upon finishing, President He gazed intently at Ji Yun, as if assessing something. I see, Ji Yun acknowledged. Casting a wide net is indeed a sound strategy. However, sensing President He's gaze upon him, Ji Yun was momentarily taken aback before speaking up. What are you thinking? I cannot hear its voice. I am hardly a pure-hearted youth. My own body is not even pure anymore. Ji Yun silently critiqued. What a pity. President He remarked with a hint of regret, then continued. Why not lend a hand? Once we find the chosen partner for Kyogre, we will need to protect both Kyogre and its partner to ensure it absorbs the comet's energy successfully and returns to slumber. Your aura powers could be of assistance. Rolling his eyes at this, Ji Yun thought, this old man is quite crafty. He seemed intent on roping him into labor. Nevertheless, the matter of Kyogre was of significant importance. Thus, he simply replied, let us see how it goes once you find its partner. Before bidding farewell and stepping out of the car, watching Ji Yun depart, President He chuckled softly and instructed the driver, let us go. Meanwhile, Ji Yun rejoined Zhang Chuyao and the others. Did President He need something from you? Zhang Chuyao inquired as Ji Yun approached. Surprised by the question, Ji Yun quickly realized that, given her mother's status, it was not unusual for her to know that old man. He smiled faintly. Yes, we discussed a few matters. I'll tell you later. All right. Zhang Chuyao nodded, not pressing further, and turned back to chat with Amina. Observing the two women engrossed in conversation, Ji Yun felt somewhat bewildered. He had only stepped away for a brief moment, and now they seemed to have become quite close. Subsequently, Zhang Chuyu extended an invitation to Amina and her daughter to join them for an evening of entertainment. Ji Yun did not oppose this suggestion. Amina hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at her daughter. Upon witnessing the delight in Xiao Shilin's eyes, filled with visions of Pikachu, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Thus, the duo of shoppers transformed into a quartet. As time progressed, the sun gradually descended in the sky. By dusk, the four of them arrived at the main thoroughfare of Daeong City. Later in the evening, a grand parade featuring flower floats would commence as the opening ceremony of the celebration. Following the parade, various performances would unfold throughout the city, accompanied by the construction of numerous amusement attractions. In essence, this celebration would be a week-long revelry of joy and amusement. Ji-Yun turned his gaze around. Noting the throngs of people present, individuals from all corners of the nation had gathered to partake in the festivities. Amina, too, heightened her vigilance, ensuring her daughter's safety. Just then, a sudden chime echoed through the crowd as every mobile device simultaneously emitted a sound. Curiosity rippled through the attendees as they pulled out their phones. Ji-Yun did the same. Upon unlocking his screen, he was met with a notification, a forced push message. The content informed the public that during the flower float parade, there would be an event serving as a delightful surprise. Anyone who could hear a certain mysterious sound would be eligible for official rewards. Upon reading this message, Ji-Yun raised an eyebrow. How intriguing. He then navigated to the app of the Trainer Association and various other websites. Sure enough, the announcement had been disseminated across major platforms in the Trainer Association's app. Chapter 146, The Chosen Companion. Previously, the official website of the Trainer Association had pinned a post educating readers about the Seven-Night Wish Star. This informative post reiterated several legends surrounding Jirachi, such as its awakening once every 1,000 years for a mere 7 days, and how Jirachi nourishes the earth during its slumber. Many had heard these tales before. The intent behind this renewed dissemination was likely to generate buzz and attract a larger crowd. Now, under this post, a flurry of new comments had emerged. Chrysanthemum shattering rocks. What is the purpose behind this sudden event? Dreams are all I have left. Could it be that Jirachi has truly been found? Let that nun go. It's quite possible. Sister, please maintain decorum. Is this legend even real? Small chest like my dad. How pitiful. Only waking up for 7 days every 1,000 years. Cleverly taking milk. I'm in Daeong. Is anyone forming a group to enjoy this? I am the little celestial man. Hey, where are you located? The commotion was indeed quite substantial. Ji-Yun let out a slight sigh and made a quip. As time wore on, the remnants of twilight gradually vanished beyond the horizon. As the city lights flickered to life, the flower float parade commenced. With music resonating through the air, meticulously crafted floats adorned with an array of flowers and fruits approached from the distance. Colorful lights flanked each float, and graceful dancers performed elegantly atop them. The floats, akin to a vibrant rainbow, traversed the main thoroughfare, offering a visual feast to the citizens and visitors alike. Groups of people gathered, engaging in discussions, capturing photographs, and occasionally erupting into cheers. The atmosphere became decidedly festive. At that moment, Ji-Yun, with Pikachu perched atop his head and Xiao Shilin seated on his shoulder, stood among the crowd, reveling in the spectacle. Xiao Shilin, beaming with joy while petting Pikachu, delightedly watched the performance. I appreciate your assistance, Amina said, standing beside Zhang Chuyu and Ji-Yun, her tone tinged with apology. Not at all, Xiao Shilin is quite light. Ji-Yun replied with a smile. Previously, when Xiao Shilin stood amidst the throng, her view had been obstructed by the taller attendees. Given her petite stature, she could hardly see the floats. This had caused her great distress. Therefore, Ji-Yun had lifted her onto his shoulder, and with his remarkable physique, carrying the little girl was effortless. Indeed, Amina, just look at how happy Xiao Shilin is, Zhang Chu remarked with a smile, fully aware of her boyfriend's robust build. Just then, Xiao Shilin, perched on Ji-Yun's shoulder, suddenly ceased her laughter, a look of confusion crossing her face, followed by a blank expression. Ji-Yun then felt a small hand gently patting his face. He looked up, asking, Xiao Shilin, what is it? In response, Xiao Shilin, still bewildered, inquired, Big brother, did you hear any strange sounds? Taken aback, Ji-Yun's eyes widened slightly. Could it really be that coincidental? He immediately turned his gaze towards the parade of flower floats. Before long, he spotted a dancer on one of the floats, holding aloft a piece of purple quartz. Just as he suspected. What sound? Zhang Chuyu and Amina, intrigued by Xiao Shilin's words, turned their attention as well, their expressions puzzled. Aside from the music and the cheers of the crowd, were there any other sounds? Xiao Shilin, too, appeared perplexed. Perhaps she had misheard. At that moment, Xiao Shilin's eyes widened in realization, and she exclaimed, Big brother, I really heard it. There was a voice. However, before she could finish her statement, Ji-Yun swiftly interrupted her. He gently lowered her from his shoulder and cradled her in his arms, covering her mouth with his hand. Ji Yun, what are you doing? Zhang Chuyu asked, momentarily taken aback and even more confused. Amina mirrored her surprise. Let us go. We need to leave this place and discuss in a quieter location, Ji Yun instructed, clutching Xiao Shilin as he maneuvered through the crowd. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Chuyu and Amina exchanged glances before hastily following suit. Moments later, the group distanced themselves from the main road and found refuge in a narrow alley. Ji Yun, what is happening? Zhang Chuyu asked urgently. Ji Yun did not respond immediately. Instead, he set Xiao Shilin down, kneeling to meet her gaze. Xiao Shilin, you can speak now. Tell me, what did you hear? With a serious expression, he prompted. Xiao Shilin blinked her large eyes and, after a moment of recollection, replied, I heard a voice. It sounded like someone was saying that the stars are calling it. Ji Yun inhaled deeply upon hearing this. Well then, this confirmed everything. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed President Hua. Old man Hua, it's me. A moment later, he ended the call. Turning to meet the inquiring gazes of the two women, Ji Yun spoke, Please wait a moment. I will explain in detail shortly. In any case, Xiao Shilin has become embroiled in something significant. Not long after, the sound of screeching brakes echoed as several vehicles came to a swift halt at the alley's entrance. Soon, President Hua emerged from one of the cars, accompanied by a group of individuals. They've arrived, Ji Yun remarked, stepping forward to greet them. Is this the one? President Hua inquired, eyeing the timid Xiao Shilin who stood beside Ji Yun. Yes, Ji Yun confirmed with a nod. President Hua then crouched down, meeting Xiao Shilin's gaze with a warm smile. Little girl, what is your name, and how old are you? Can you tell Grandpa? Hearing this, Xiao Shilin shyly glanced at him before turning to seek her mother's approval. The moment Amina laid eyes on President Hua, she recognized him immediately, and with a calm demeanor. She remarked, Shilin, inform this esteemed elder. Upon hearing this, little Shilin nodded and, with curiosity sparkling in her big eyes, addressed President Hua. Grandfather, my name is Shilin, and I am 6 years old. 6 years old, how wonderful. Such a well-behaved child. President Hua responded with a warm smile. Now, little Shilin, could you share with grandfather what you heard earlier? Of course, she nodded enthusiastically, recounting the previous conversation. Such a good girl. After listening to Shilin's account, President Hua affectionately patted her head, then rose and turned to Ji Yun and her companions, saying, I kindly ask you to accompany us for a moment. Chapter 147. The Awakening of Kirichi. Upon hearing President Hua's request, the two women glanced at Ji Yun. Shall we go? Don't you wish to learn what has transpired? He will inform you. Subsequently, Ji Yun and her party followed President Hua to the local branch of the Trainer Association. In the backyard of the branch, they settled in a pavilion. Ji Yun noticed that numerous security personnel were stationed both in the open and hidden areas. President Hua then disclosed the entire situation regarding Kirichi to them. Thus, we hope that from this moment, until Kirichi peacefully enters slumber, you will accompany us to ensure everything goes smoothly. President Hua looked at Amina and her daughter as he spoke. Amina lowered her gaze to her daughter, hesitating slightly. Rest assured, we will ensure your safety at all times, President Hua reassured her, noticing her uncertainty. May I make a call to my husband? After a brief moment of contemplation, Amina replied, He is a dojo trainer in Urumqi. Please, go ahead, President Hua said, allowing her without hesitation. Amina then took out her phone and dialed. After explaining the situation to her husband, she hung up and turned to President Hua, stating, I agree. But my husband must come to protect Shilin. Certainly, President Hua replied without a moment's thought. Thus, an agreement was reached between both parties. President Hua then turned his attention to Zhang Chuyao. Upon noticing, Zhang Chuyao smiled gently. Grandfather Hua, it has been a while. Indeed, it has been a long time. You have grown so much, President Hua replied with a soft smile. I was preoccupied earlier and neglected you. It's quite all right. Zhang Chuyao shook her head. The matter at hand is of utmost importance. President Hua then directed his gaze towards Ji Yun. Now, can you lend us your assistance? Ji Yun rolled her eyes, but did not refuse, as the matter concerning Kirichi was of significant importance. The group then awaited Karachi's arrival. With Pikachu's company, little Shilin felt neither fear nor boredom. Before long, the stone form of Kirichi was carefully escorted by a group of individuals. Is this Kirichi? Shilin's eyes were fixed intently on the stone, filled with anticipation. From President Hua's earlier account, her young mind comprehended Karachi's significance. President Hua gently cradled the purple stone and placed it in Shilin's arms. Shilin, I entrust this to you. Try to awaken it. Awaken? Shilin gazed down at the stone in bewilderment. But I don't know how to awaken it. She then called out to the stone, Kirichi? However, the stone remained unresponsive. Observing this, Ji Yun looked up at the bright comet in the night sky, striving to recall the scene of Kirachi's awakening. Moments later, a thought struck him, and he quickly retrieved the ceramic flute gifted by Mew from his backpack and brought it to his lips. The next moment, a melodious tune filled the air. Ji Yun played the theme from the animated film Wish Upon a Star. The enchanting music instantly captivated the attention of those present, their gazes drawn to Ji Yun in surprise. Among them, the most astonished was Zhang Chuyao, who had no idea Ji Yun possessed such talent. After a brief moment, the stone cradled in Shilin's arms began to emit a radiant light. What is this? The sight startled everyone, and the surrounding guards turned their heads in curiosity. The glowing stone then broke free from Shilin's embrace, slowly levitating into the air. The light intensified, and the stone began to morph within that brilliant glow. Seconds later, as the light faded, a Pokémon with a star-shaped head and a body wrapped in yellow ribbons appeared before them. As the ribbons unfurled, Kirachi's petite form became visible in midair, its eyes gently closed as it floated downwards. Kirachi, witnessing this, Shilin stepped forward eagerly, reaching out to catch the descending Kirachi and cradling it in her arms. The others quickly gathered around, marveling at the sight. Shilin held Kirachi tightly, her eyes brimming with affection, undoubtedly enchanted by its adorable appearance. So this is Kirachi. How utterly charming, Zhang Chuyao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the delightful creature. Moments later, Kirachi in Shilin's arms slowly opened its eyes, turning to gaze at the crowd with a hint of bewilderment in its large, watery eyes. Kirachi. Upon realizing Kirachi had awakened, Shilin exclaimed with excitement. Speaking to the creature in her arms, Kirachi, I'm Shilin, and from now on, we shall be friends. Shilin? A soft, melodious voice echoed in everyone's minds. Telepathy. Ji Yun explained with a smile, softly addressing Kirachi. My name is Ji Yun. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kirachi. Zhang Chuyao leaned in closer, introducing herself. I am Zhang Chuyao. Ji Yun? Zhang Chuyao. Kirachi looked at them with a hint of confusion, and the sweet voice resonated in their minds once more. Yes, indeed. Zhang Chuyao nodded excitedly, her expression one of pure delight. Pikachu hopped onto Ji Yun's shoulder, eager to greet Kirachi. In no time, Kirachi became familiar with the group, and the pavilion was filled with laughter and joy. Just then, Ji Yun suddenly turned his head to the side. What is the matter? President Hua inquired immediately upon noticing Ji Yun's unusual behavior. It's nothing, Ji Yun replied, shaking his head as he surveyed the unchanged courtyard. Perhaps I was overthinking. Meanwhile, in a villa within Daong City, a middle-aged man observed the signal transmitted by his device, a grin spreading across his face. Kirachi has awakened. Inform our associates, as well as those from Lioha. We can proceed. A young man beside him hesitated and asked, Vice President, are we truly going to take action against President Hua? Humph. The middle-aged man replied nonchalantly, we have Master Shio backing us. What do we have to fear? Just imagine Master Shio's promise. If we succeed, immense power and a bright future shall be within our grasp. Move quickly. Understood. Chapter 148. The Birth of Eevee. Haha. Kirachi, Pikachu, come here. The courtyard was filled with laughter and joy under the night sky. In the yard, one could observe Zioxylin, Pikachu, and Kirachi joyfully frolicking, while Zhang Chuyao and A- stood by, watching. Within the pavilion, Ji Yun gazed at the jubilant Zioxylin and Kirachi playing in the yard, and could not help but inquire. So what is your plan? The plan is rather straightforward, responded President Hua upon hearing Ji Yun's question. During the daytime, this place remains open for business and is bustling with activity. Thus, we shall first relocate Zioxylin and Kirachi to a safe house for a few days, heavily guarded by our association and security bureau personnel. In the final 2 days, we shall then proceed to the foreign sanctuary to ensure Kirachi can fulfill its intended purpose. Ah, I see. Ji Yun nodded in comprehension. Then you should also take refuge in the safe house. With a smile, President Hua replied, your aura abilities are immensely valuable in reconnaissance. With you as the aura messenger, our security will undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Well, Ji Yun sighed in resignation. All right then, it seems I am destined for yet another job, and this time as a bodyguard. As night gradually deepened, Zioxylin yawned. For a child, it was indeed time to rest. Observing this, President Hua immediately waved his hand. Shortly thereafter, a security personnel clad in a suit approached. Is the safe house prepared? President Hua inquired. President, it is all set. We have conducted multiple inspections to ensure there will be no issues. Then let us depart and move our target, he commanded. Yes. Thus, under the vigilant protection of a contingent of security personnel, the group began their transfer. As they left, Ji Yun discreetly cast a sidelong glance at one of the guards, committing his appearance to memory. Once inside the vehicle, Ji Yun sat beside President Hua and asked, "Was the security personnel at the back entrance just now reliable?" Taken aback by Ji Yun's question, President Hua paused momentarily. All the security personnel present are core members of the association. He quickly turned to Ji Yun. "Why? Is there an issue with that individual?" "Somewhat suspicious." Ji Yun affirmed with a nod. Earlier, while in the yard, when Kirichi awoke, the auras of everyone present were under its scrutiny. It detected that the guard exhibited a questionable movement right after Kirichi stirred. "Is that so?" President Hua furrowed his brow upon hearing Ji Yun's account. "In that case, I will have that team reassigned to the perimeter and arrange for someone to monitor him." Although he was reluctant to suspect a core member of the association, he held great trust in Ji Yun and thus did not question his words. As time passed, the convoy gradually exited the bustling urban area and arrived at a remote and spacious locale, halting before a quaint villa. After disembarking, Ji Yun surveyed the surrounding environment. The area was quite open, offering excellent visibility. Any movement in the vicinity could be swiftly detected by the guardians stationed here. Additionally, numerous surveillance cameras were installed around the premises. Following President Hua's instructions, Ji Yun donned an earpiece and accompanied Zhang Chuyo and Amina into the house. Upon entering, Ji Yun promptly closed the door behind them and retrieved a pokeball, releasing its contents. In an instant, a large tongue greeted him. Slurp. The moment Gungue appeared, it licked Ji Yun's face. This gesture had become familiar to him. After a brief moment of surprise, Ji Yun wiped his face and turned to Gungue, saying, "Gungue, I leave the rest to you." "Go." Gungue responded, displaying a frightful grin before gradually sinking into the ground, vanishing into the shadows. "Is there a situation?" Zhang Qiu, glancing at the now sleeping Xioxolin in Imina's arms, leaned closer to Ji Yun and whispered, "I do not believe this place is absolutely secure." Ji Yun replied quietly, "Caution is never misplaced." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiu nodded and asked, "Should we take turns keeping watch?" "That is an option," Ji Yun contemplated before responding. "How about this? You and Amina take the first half of the night, and I will take the latter half. If anyone intends to act, they typically choose the dead of night when people are in the deepest slumber." "All right, I will go inform Sister Amina," Zhang Qiu agreed, nodding in affirmation. Later, during Ji Yun's watch in the early hours of the night, one of the two Pokémon eggs beside him began to glow with a soft radiance. Upon noticing, Ji Yun swiftly removed it from the incubator and placed it on the soft sofa. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the eggshell, and the light intensified dramatically. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, a charming Eevee emerged before Ji Yun's eyes. The freshly hatched Eevee opened its eyes to see Ji Yun's smiling face. It then displayed a sweet smile, curiously gazing at him. Ji Yun, beaming with joy, cradled the little creature in his arms, saying, "Eevee, welcome to this world." The Eevee nestled within Ji Yun's embrace, affectionately rubbing against his chest. Subsequently, Ji Yun produced some moo moo milk he had prepared earlier. Watching the delighted Eevee drink, Ji Yun's smile broadened. "Eevee, level, LV1, type, normal, gender, male, ability, adaptability, individual values, HP, 31, attack, 27, defense, 31, special attack, 27, special defense, 31, speed, 26, moves, yawn, inherited, helping hand, inherited, tackle, tail whip, potential, champion, what a splendid moonlight Eevee, and born at night no less." Ji Yun mused as he gazed at Eevee's stats. After the Eevee had its fill, he handed it a Everstone and then produced a luxury ball. The Eevee offered no resistance, and Ji Yun successfully captured it. The following day, as the sun rose and daylight broke, no incidents had occurred at the safe house. Ji Yun breathed a sigh of relief. "Shall we continue our vigilance tonight?" Zhang Qiu approached Ji Yun after breakfast, whispering her inquiry. "Absolutely," Ji Yun affirmed with determination. He would not lower his guard simply because they had passed through the previous night unscathed. Better to err on the side of caution than to regret it later. He stated seriously, "After all, we only need to endure these few days. If nothing happens, we can consider it merely a few nights of lost sleep. But if trouble arises, we will be prepared." Zhang Qiu nodded in agreement. Chapter 149, The Turmoil of Night. Subsequently, the two continued to keep Xioxolin company within the safe house. After a while, President Hua entered. "Nothing unusual happened last night, I trust?" "None." Ji Yun shook his head. "How about your end?" "We detected nothing. They all appeared normal," President Hua replied, also shaking his head. "However, surveillance will persist." "That's good to hear." Ji Yun then glanced at Xioxolin and Kirichi playing in the living room. Although they could not venture outside, Xioxolin seemed entirely unconcerned. with Pikachu and Kirichi by her side. She was exceedingly happy and content. Kirichi, Zioxylin, Zioxylin, Pika-e. At that moment, in the living room, Zioxylin, Kirichi, and Pikachu were engaged in a lively game of chase. The newly born Eevee boldly joined the others in their playful antics. It was evident that Jirachi had momentarily abandoned its flight, sporting a joyful smile as its little legs scurried swiftly across the floor. Before long, Zhang Chuyo also joined the fray. After a spirited bout of frolic, the fatigued Shilin nestled against Jirachi for a respite. Pikachu, finally able to relax, plopped down on the sofa, resembling a languid sea creature. It was rumored that Jirachi had the power to grant wishes. Might Shilin be inclined to give it a try? At that moment, Zhang Chuyo, seated beside Shilin, spoke up. This remark instantly captured the attention of President Hua. Really? Upon hearing this, Shilin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked down expectantly at Jirachi. Jirachi, can you help me fulfill my wish? A wish? Jirachi tilted its head in confusion. Yes. Pikachu, I want a Pikachu, Shilin exclaimed, her face brimming with anticipation. A Pikachu? Jirachi tilted its head once more. Subsequently, it closed its eyes and began to levitate slowly, the 3 wish tags atop its head glowing briefly. In the next moment, Pikachu's figure abruptly vanished from the sofa, only to appear bewildered in midair. Pika? It then tumbled into Shilin's embrace, looking utterly dazed. A Pikachu? Jirachi raised its tiny hands, beaming with delight. Huh. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone in the living room, save for Ji Yun, was left in a state of astonishment. Teleportation? President Hor remarked with an odd expression. Is this truly how Jirachi grants wishes? Ji Yun chuckled in response. You could say it hasn't he really fulfilled it, right? President Hor was momentarily speechless, then replied with a hint of annoyance. All right, if one desires something, it simply acquires it from another place. Indeed, the wish had been granted. The legendary description was not incorrect. However, this method, President Hor found himself both amused and exasperated. Thus, amidst the merriment, time gradually slipped away. By noon, just as everyone had finished their lunch, the remaining Pokémon egg began to glow. Upon witnessing this, Ji Yun's expression brightened. Moments later, another Eevee emerged, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Eevee. Level, LV1. Type, normal. Gender, female. Ability, anticipation. Individual values, HP, 28, attack, 25, defense, 27, special attack, 31. Special defense, 31. Speed, 31. Moves, wish, inherited. Charm, inherited. Tackle, growl. Potential, champion. You shall be named Solar Eevee. Ji Yun exclaimed joyfully as he gazed at the screen before him. While this Eevee's panel indicated it could evolve into a Jolteon, he already had a Pikachu of the electric type. Moreover, Solar Eevee was a psychic type. The newly hatched Eevee displayed a hint of fear in response to the crowd's attention. Noticing this, Ji Yun promptly cradled it in his arms, offering comforting words. This Eevee seems a bit timid, Ji Yun thought as he soothed it. After a short while, under Ji Yun's gentle reassurance, the Eevee's demeanor gradually calmed. He then placed both Eevees together. You are the brother, and she is the sister. You must always assist one another, Ji Yun said, affectionately patting the male Eevee. This male Eevee exhibited greater courage and showed no signs of shyness. Remarkably, he now had one male and one female Eevee, one bold and the other timid. One with a defensive inclination and the other leaning towards offense, one born in the night and the other in the day. What a delightful coincidence. Forming a perfect day-night duo. The male Eevee responded with a cheerful sound, nuzzling against Ji Yun's palm. Next, Ji Yun retrieved some Moo Moo milk and an Everstone to bestow upon the newly born Eevee. The subsequent capture was smooth and uneventful. In the afternoon, a robust man from the west, after confirming his identity, was escorted to the safe house by security personnel. This man, named Batul, was the husband of Amina and the father of Shilin. Upon gaining a thorough understanding of the current circumstances, he immediately resolved to stay and protect his wife and daughter. Thus, 3 days passed in tranquility, as if no danger lurked in the shadows. However, Ji Yun sensed an unsettling calm, akin to the stillness before a storm. On this particular night, the surroundings of the safe house were enveloped in silence. In the dimly lit living room, Ji Yun, who had been resting on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes wide and stood up. Uncle Batul, we have a situation. Hearing this, Batul, who was keeping vigil alongside him, leaped to his feet. I've told you. I'm only 32. I just look older, so don't call me uncle. Batul quipped before his expression turned serious. What's the situation? Someone is approaching. Ji Yun replied as he pressed a button on his earpiece to swiftly contact President Hua. Shortly thereafter, commotion erupted outside the safe house. Simultaneously, Ji Yun's earpiece crackled with President Hua's voice. Intruders have infiltrated. Stay inside and protect Shilin and Jirachi. In response, Ji Yun and Batul stationed themselves at the door of Shilin's room, patiently awaiting developments. After a while, President Hua's voice echoed through the earpiece once more. The intruders have all been subdued. Ji Yun and Batul both exhaled in relief, yet they remained vigilant. Moments later, President Hua entered the room. Who were they? Ji Yun inquired directly upon seeing him. Upon interrogation, they turned out to be desperate individuals who had accepted contracts from the black market. They lacked even basic intelligence regarding their mission, only knowing they were sent to abduct a young girl. Upon hearing this, Ji Yun's gaze sharpened. So, the real enemy remains hidden in the shadows. Exactly. President Hua nodded. These were mere pawns, sent to test us. The true mastermind has yet to reveal themselves. It seems our journey in Fanes will not be a peaceful one. Is that so? Upon hearing President Hua's words, Ji Yun raised an eyebrow. Moreover, he noted that the person he suspected had not made a move that night. Was it possible he was merely being overly cautious? A sense of unease crept into Ji Yun's heart as he turned to gaze out the window. After the tumult, the night was quieter than ever, the rustling of leaves outside resonating vividly in the stillness. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in a villa, a middle-aged man answered a phone call. What's the matter? Have your tests yielded results? The voice on the other end responded, yes, the results align with our intel. Additionally, besides the dojo trainer from Ushi, the target is accompanied by the daughter of the head of the security bureau and that aura user. What do you plan to do? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man grinned. Fear not. According to the files sent by Xiao Lao, those two are merely rookies fresh in their careers. The only slight concern is that the young one possesses some uniqueness, but to me, they are merely slightly stronger ants. Insignificant in the grand scheme. Just be mindful not to let the daughter of that Tyranitar come to harm. It is indeed you all who must not falter when the time comes. Upon hearing these words, a dissatisfied voice emanated from the phone. Humph? The capabilities of our Lyoha biotechnology are beyond question. Have we not already dealt with the grass? Have the snakes been startled? In response, the middle-aged man let out a cold laugh. Heh, that old fellow Huakong has already ordered the mobilization of personnel. We shall infiltrate the ranks tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the tone of the voice on the phone softened considerably. That is good. Have all subsequent actions been arranged? The middle-aged man smiled once more. Rest assured, when we act, chaos will ensue in several major cities of the Dongwang nation. Within the association, I have already deployed personnel, and internal strife will erupt. At that time, the Security Bureau and the Trainer Association will be too preoccupied to extend timely support to our side. After hearing this, a soft voice responded from the phone. In that case, I feel reassured. Here's to our fruitful collaboration. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. The middle-aged man then hung up, curling his lip in disdain. He subsequently picked up the phone again and dialed another number. Hello, old Xiao. I apologize for the disturbance. It's me, Xiaozhen. The middle-aged man reported the situation respectfully. Shortly thereafter, he hung up the phone with a broad smile. Meanwhile, in the Dongwang nation, in a wooden cabin nestled deep within the mountains, an elderly man with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles also set down the phone and rubbed his temples. Alas, I am aging. My vitality is far diminished. The old man then cast his gaze upon the open document on the table before him. Godly artifacts, ultimate weapons. His finger traced a line of text before coming to a halt. 3,000 years of human existence. Upon reading this, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in the old man's previously murky eyes. Now, it is merely a matter of energy. As he spoke, a frenzied expression emerged upon his countenance, his eyes brimming with greed and yearning. The following day, the sun rose as usual. Early in the morning, a convoy assembled outside the safe house. This was another vice president of the association, Jin Xiao, who would lead the team responsible for security. In the courtyard, President Hua approached with a middle-aged man and introduced him. Jin Xiao, this is Jin Song. Upon hearing the name of this uncle, Ji Yun's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Greetings. The man named Jin Xiao flashed a friendly smile and greeted Ji Yun and his companions. Hello. Ji Yun nodded in response, silently noting his aura. There was an inexplicable oddity about this uncle that made Ji Yun feel cautious. It was best to remain vigilant. Subsequently, the group assisted in loading Xiao Shilin and Jirachi onto the convoy, and soon, they set off to escort Jirachi to the Farn sanctuary. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Shilin clutched Jirachi tightly, her expression somber. Even at her tender age, She understood that she and Jirachi were soon to be separated. Shilin. Ji Yun observed her dejected demeanor, unsure of how to console her. Big brother, Shilin won't be able to see Jirachi again soon, will she? Xiao Shilin's once adorable smile had crumpled, tears welling in her eyes, on the verge of crying. Ji Yun found himself at a loss for words. He could not articulate whether Xiao Shilin being chosen by Jirachi was a blessing or a curse. Having made a good friend, yet only able to spend 7 days together, the 6-year-old was to endure the heartache of a permanent farewell. With this thought, Ji Yun couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Had I known this would break hearts, it would have been better not to have met at all. Perhaps, it would have been better had she not been chosen in the first place. Witnessing this scene, the others in the vehicle felt a pang of sympathy for Xiao Shilin. Zhang Chuyao subtly tugged at Ji Yun's sleeve, signaling him with her gaze. All right, Ji Yun shrugged in response to Zhang Chuyao's look. He would give comforting someone a try. Despite it being a thankless task, he forced a smile and said to Xiao Shilin, don't be sad. They say parting is for a better reunion. The next time we meet will be 1,000 years later. You must find a way to live a long life. Ji Yun spoke earnestly, albeit absurdly. Smack. Upon hearing Ji Yun's clumsy attempt at comfort, Zhang Qiao's vision darkened, and she raised her hand to cover her face. Indeed, hearing Ji Yun's words, Xiao Shilin immediately burst into tears. Big brother, you're lying. How could Shilin possibly live for 1,000 years? Shilin. Jirachi floated up and gently embraced Xiao Shilin's face, which only made her cry harder, clinging tightly to Jirachi, her small face pressed against it, filled with reluctance. Wow, Ji Yun felt somewhat helpless. Children these days are not so easily deceived. For a comet, 1,000 years might merely be a fleeting moment. For Jirachi, 1,000 years might be akin to a mere nap. But for humans, 1,000 years is an eternity. Subsequently, Ji Yun racked his brain. Unable to fathom how to comfort the little girl, he could only cast a pleading glance towards Zhang Chuyao. I can't handle this. It's your turn. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuyao shot him an exasperated look, but ultimately took on the task. She leaned closer, sitting beside Xiao Shilin, and along with Amina, began to comfort the sobbing girl. Seeing this, Ji Yun let out a sigh of relief. He truly was not adept at offering consolation. Chapter 151, The Midnight Assault. Observing Zhang Chuyao comforting the crying Xiao Shilin, Ji Yun leaned back in his seat and slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, his aura expanded, locking onto several individuals. His aura was not a manifestation of mental power, but rather a form of biological energy. Thus, the aura's ability to sense thoughts was not as effective as a true telepathic skill. Consequently, he could only maintain surveillance over those he suspected. Periodically, he closely monitored their every move. As the convoy progressed, it swiftly exited the city, heading toward the Farn's sanctuary. The sanctuary was not far from the Daong city center, and Ji Yun deliberately retrieved his phone to check the map. The location of the Farn's sanctuary corresponded to the Walingyuan area from his past life. Upon arriving at the sanctuary, everyone disembarked and proceeded on foot. As time passed, night fell. The group set up camp in a clearing within the forest. Ji Yun sat before a campfire, his shadow dancing eerily upon the ground in sync with the flickering flames. It was here that we first discovered Jirachi. President Ho remarked as he took a seat opposite Ji Yun. As long as we ensure Jirachi successfully absorbs energy and then falls into slumber tomorrow night, our task will be complete. Ji Yun then glanced at Jirachi, who was currently with Xiao Shilin. Thanks to the comfort provided by Zhang Chuyao and Amina, Xiao Shilin's emotions had stabilized considerably. Now, she cherished every moment spent with Jirachi, refusing to sleep even as night fell. Ji Yun then slightly lowered his head, rapidly extending his aura. Moments later, he furrowed his brow. Jin Xiao appeared to be resting, yet periodically cast glances in their direction. This action seemed to reflect a constant vigilance for their safety. To an outsider, it might be deemed as meticulous and responsible. However, Ji Yun experienced an inexplicable sense of unease. He suddenly felt that the gaze of the older man directed at them was laced with a hint of malice. Without hesitation, Ji Yun swiftly retrieved his phone and typed out a message to President Hua. Moments later, President Hua took out his phone, briefly startled upon reading the message, then turned to look at Ji Yun. Meeting the questioning gaze of President Hua, Ji Yun subtly nodded. Immediately, President Hua's expression turned serious as he returned the nod. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest on the other side of the protection zone, a group of individuals quietly lingered among the trees. An elderly man smiled slightly and declared, "They have finally arrived. The unabsorbed energy of Jirachi poses no threat. Notify everyone to prepare for action at dawn." Understood, Director. As time passed, the night grew deeper. Aside from a portion of security personnel left to keep watch, others had retired for the night. Under the dim canopy of night, a group of cloaked figures stealthily approached the camp from the shadows. Moments later, as they passed through a thicket, a plump purple figure emerged suddenly from the darkness. The figure reached into its belly with its short arms and extracted a signal flare. With a grin, the purple figure aimed the flare gun at the night sky and pulled the trigger. A bright light shot upward, trailing a long tail, remarkably visible against the dark backdrop. In the next instant, a resounding explosion erupted as the light burst into a dazzling display. Simultaneously, the piercing cry of a Fiero echoed through the air. Enemy attack. The camp's inhabitants were instantly roused, quickly springing into action. Ji Yun and Zhang Chuyu swiftly opened their eyes and dashed out of their tent, taking up a defensive position in front of Xiao Shilin's tent. At this juncture, President Hua had also arrived at the tent. Soon after, Batter shielded Xiao Shilin and her daughter as they emerged from their shelter. How many? Ji Yun immediately inquired. With a gesture, the ghostly figure indicated the presence of over 100 individuals. Ji Yun furrowed his brow as the aura of his psychic power rapidly expanded. Before long, the group appeared within his perceptive range. The signal has been jammed. At that moment, President Hua glanced at his phone and remarked, "They have come well prepared." He promptly ordered a counterattack, swiftly releasing a Dragonite from its Pokeball. Following his command, the camp's inhabitants unleashed their Pokémon as well. Then, President Hua produced a satellite phone. Moments later, he set down the phone with a grave expression. As if they had already been discovered, the approaching figures ceased their concealment, boldly revealing themselves before the gathered crowd in an encircling formation. "President Hua, it has been many years. I trust you have been well." An elderly man, appearing to be of similar age to President Hua, stepped forth from the opposing group, smiling warmly. Accompanying him was a Sizer. Sizer, level, LV74. Type, bug. Steel. Ability, technician. Potential, champion. Upon seeing this Sizer, Ji Yun's brow furrowed, and he discreetly tightened his grip on a Pokeball. "Meng Yuan, it is you." Upon recognizing the elder, President Hua's expression turned serious. "Are you here for Jirachi?" "Indeed," Meng Yuan replied with a smile. "The energy that has nurtured the earth for millennia. Are you truly willing to let it continue to slumber? It is a sheer waste. We should take it for our own use." At this declaration, President Hua's countenance turned grave. "If memory serves, you are currently employed by the Lioha Biotech Company. Are you plotting treason?" "Treason?" Meng Yuan shook his head dismissively. "Oh no, it is not that serious." He continued with a smile. "Besides, once our objectives are fulfilled, the matter of nationhood will be of little consequence." As he spoke, Meng Yuan's gaze bored down upon President Hua, radiating a palpable malice. "As for you, it seems you may not live to see that day. Attack. Counter." President Hua, undeterred, immediately issued the command. With the simultaneous orders from both sides, the battle erupted instantaneously. Ji Yun refrained from recklessly charging into the fray. Instead, he summoned Lucario to guard alongside Batter near Xiao Shilin, utilizing his psychic power to survey the battlefield. Batter also released a Pokémon. Crocodile. Level, LV56. Type, water, dark. Ability, intimidate. Potential, champion. Moments later, Meng Yuan signaled, and a figure sprang into action. A dazzling bolt of lightning surged toward President Hua from behind as he focused on the battle. In the next instant, the ground beneath Hua emitted a faint crackling sound as a Kingler erupted from the earth to intercept the lightning. Meanwhile, a shadow lunged toward Xiao Shilin, its claws poised to strike. "Lucario, quick attack!" Ji Yun commanded. "Go!" As Ji Yun's words fell, Lucario vanished from sight, hurtling toward the attacking figure. Batter quickly reacted, barking. "Crocodile rock slide." The assailant raised its arms defensively, but with a resounding crash, it was pushed back by Lucario's charge, skidding several feet. It adeptly evaded the incoming boulders. Upon closer inspection, Ji Yun noted a fierce Incineroar glaring menacingly at Xiao Shilin and Jirachi. Incineroar. Level, LV61. Type, fire. Dark. Ability, blaze. Potential, champion. Realizing the formidable nature of the Incineroar, Ji Yun's expression grew stern as he swiftly retrieved a Pokeball, enlarging it with a press of the button. "Jin Xiao, it is indeed you. What are your intentions?" At this moment, President Hua's voice rang out. "President, don't blame me." Jin Xiao emerged from the side, flanked by a Jolteon. Jolteon, level, LV58. Type, electric. Ability, static. Potential, near champion. They offered too much. He chuckled as he cast a sly glance at President Hua. "However, from what you've said, it seems you anticipated my betrayal? No wonder you concealed the Kingler so well. You are quite the cautious one, President." As he defected, Several members of the association suddenly turned on their comrades, launching surprise attacks. Many were caught off guard and sustained injuries. Witnessing this, President Hua's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Jin Chao. Jin Chao, what have you done within the association? Is the satellite phone no longer operational? Jin Chao grinned. Let me be frank. I have allies in the logistical team as well. Hearing this, President Hua furrowed his brow. Have you considered the consequences? Upon hearing this, Jin Chao nonchalantly remarked, President, perhaps you should be more concerned about your own safety. Both the association and the Security Bureau have no time to attend to you now. At this moment, Meng Yuan grew impatient and interjected, why waste time talking to him? Since our plan has been uncovered, we must take decisive action. I will hold him off. You deal with those people. In response, Zhen Chao glanced at Ji Yun and the others, then flashed a grin. No problem. Blaze Roaring Tiger, DD Golden Hook Arm. Eliminate them. With Zhen Chao's declaration, the Blaze Roaring Tiger let out a thunderous roar and charged once more towards Ji Yun and his companions. Simultaneously, the chaotic melee erupted anew. Observing this, Ji Yun swiftly opened the Pokeball in his hand, Dragonite, Extreme Speed. In an instant, a robust figure burst forth from the Pokeball, swiftly materializing in front of the Blaze Roaring Tiger, crashing into it with tremendous force, sending the Blaze Roaring Tiger soaring through the air. Roar! Dragonite, having struck the Blaze Roaring Tiger, unleashed a mighty roar that resonated through the night sky, exuding an aura of ferocity that enveloped it. Noticing the overwhelming presence emanating from Dragonite, Meng Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Jin Chao. Is this what you deemed inconsequential? Jin Chao himself was momentarily stunned, his expression one of utter bewilderment. However, Ji Yun wasted no time. Dragonite, Dragon Rush. As Ji Yun's command echoed, a layer of violet draconic energy swiftly enveloped Dragonite, launching it like a meteor towards the Blaze Roaring Tiger. Seeing this, the Blaze Roaring Tiger hastily raised its arms to defend. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the Blaze Roaring Tiger was once again sent flying. This loud noise jolted Jin Chao back to his senses, prompting him to shout, Blaze Roaring Tiger, Flare Blitz. Immediately after, he directed his gaze to the Raikou at his feet. Raikou, you join in, Thunderbolt. As Jin Chao's command rang out, Raikou ignited with brilliant bolts of lightning, unleashing a powerful surge of electricity. At the same time, the Blaze Roaring Tiger, now engulfed in flames, charged towards Dragonite. Witnessing this, President Hua aimed to assist, but was intercepted by Meng Yuan. President Hua, where do you think you're going? Scyther, Snail Knight, Iron Head. Reluctantly, President Hua had no choice but to engage. Seeing this, Ji Yun swiftly produced another Pokeball and cried out, Dragonite, Aquatail, Lucario, defend. Pikachu, Jengar, protect Shilin. With that, he opened the Pokeball in his hand. Upon hearing Ji Yun's orders, Lucario immediately conjured a protective shield to block the oncoming electricity. Meanwhile, Dragonite's robust tail became enveloped in swirling water. As the Blaze Roaring Tiger barreled towards them, Dragonite swiftly sidestepped. The Blaze Roaring Tiger, ablaze with flames, brushed past Dragonite, who then pivoted and delivered a mighty swing of its water-encased tail against the Blaze Roaring Tiger. Boom! Accompanied by a pained roar, the Blaze Roaring Tiger was sent flying once more. Desert Dragonfly, Earth Power. At that moment, the Desert Dragonfly erupted from Ji Yun's Pokeball, and upon hearing Ji Yun's command, it swiftly stomped its foot down. Crack! Instantly, the ground beneath Raikou and Zhen Chao shattered. What? Boom! In the next instant, Raikou, reacting swiftly, slammed into Zhen Chao, sending him sprawling. Meanwhile, a massive stone pillar erupted from the ground, striking Raikou in the abdomen and sending it soaring. Chapter 153, Mega Evolution, Individual Actions. Observing this, Meng Yuan, who was engaged in a fierce battle with President Hua, cast a sidelong glance at him and couldn't he help but click his tongue. Is this fool just sitting dumbly in the office? He then shouted, Zhen Chao, you know the consequences of failure. Get rid of them quickly. Everyone else, join in. Upon hearing Meng Yuan's command, Zhen Chao's expression shifted slightly, and he scrambled to his feet, producing another Pokeball. Raikou, Thunder. Blaze Roaring Tiger, Hell Spike. Kentoros, you join as well. Simultaneously, those surrounding the camp guards quickly diverted some of their numbers to hold off the defenders, while the rest surged towards Ji Yun and his team. The guards, caught off guard by the betrayal of their allies, were now incapable of halting the enemy's advance. Observing this, Ji Yun immediately shouted, Dragonite, intercept that Blaze Roaring Tiger. Desert Dragonfly, Pikachu, engage. Jengar, provide cover. Ji Yun, I leave them to you. At this juncture, as the enemy charged towards them, Batul remarked and decisively retrieved several Pokeballs. In the next moment, a Steelix along with several other ground-type Pokemon appeared at his side, and he boldly led his Pokemon into the fray against the adversaries. Casting a glance at Batul's retreating figure, Ji-Yun swiftly extracted the pendant from his collar. Grasping the keystone tightly, and decisively declared, "Lucario, Mega Revolve." Upon hearing this, Lucario nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, the keystone in Ji-Yun's hand radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. Simultaneously, a Mega Stone materialized at Lucario's chest, also glowing with vibrant hues. In the next moment, the two sources of light intertwined, forming ribbons that rapidly extended and connected. In an instant, Lucario became enveloped in a dazzling light. What? Witnessing this, the enemies charging towards Ji-Yun immediately paled in shock. Quick, stop him. However, their attacks were thwarted by Batul and his Pokemon. At that moment, both Ji-Yun and Lucario entered a unique state. Their hearts seemed to connect with the radiant light, their thoughts synchronizing. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing a Mega Lucario upon the battlefield. The once sleek patterns on Lucario's body had multiplied, its fur had elongated. Its limbs turned crimson, and additional spikes sprouted from its paws and feet. With the evolution complete, Ji-Yun swiftly commanded, Aura Sphere. With Ji-Yun's command, an Aura Sphere swiftly materialized in Lucario's hands, which it then launched towards Kentoros. Boom. The ensuing explosion sent Kentoros hurtling through the air. Damn it. Upon witnessing this, Xin Chao's expression shifted once more. Lucario, continue. Rapid-fire Aura Spheres. Lucario dutifully followed Ji-Yun's orders, launching successive Aura Spheres at the opposing Pokemon. At that moment, Ji-Yun glanced back at Shilin and the others. Currently, Shilin and her mother, along with Zhang Chuyu, were being protected by Jengar, Dragonair, and Buniri. Kira, if the situation turns dire, teleport them immediately, Ji-Yun instructed, casting his gaze towards the Kira in little Shilin's arms. He felt somewhat helpless. These mythical creatures, despite their high levels, were mostly inept in combat. Moreover, Kira, having yet to absorb comet energy, was still in a stage where it possessed power without the necessary energy. Back in the safe house, even a few instances of teleportation would leave it exhausted. It was of little use. Kira blinked her large eyes and then nodded. Zhang Chuyao, visibly anxious, immediately inquired, "And you?" In response, Ji-Yun offered a faint smile, assuring her, "Fear not. With Dragonite by my side, I believe I can make my escape if need be." With that, Ji-Yun swiftly turned back to continue the battle. Thus, the conflict raged on. Meanwhile, several major cities in the Dongwon Kingdom had descended into chaos. A sudden influx of rioters flooded the streets, launching assaults on various government facilities. This was destined to be an extraordinary night. Xiao Huang used Dragon Claw. In the capital city, Chu Wanner was commanding her Dragonite in combat. Isnt Lin Xian, a wanted fugitive? How did he manage to appear here, and through which route did he enter the country? Chu Wanner demanded furiously. The nearby team members were equally baffled. TSK, you are no match for him. Go assist elsewhere, and leave this to me. Understood. The team replied in unison. Director. Just then, a captain arrived on a Rapidash, landing beside Chu Wanner to report, "Director, these thousands are not mere rioters. They are hyenas from the black market. And there are signs of an underground alliance from abroad. Furthermore, many are trainers recorded by the Trainer Association, some of whom are even members of the association." Upon hearing this, Chu Wanner's expression shifted drastically, and she quickly asked, "Have you managed to contact President Hua?" Still no response. The captain shook his head. "Your daughter is unreachable as well." Upon hearing this, Chu Wanner's face darkened instantly. Without delay, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Feier, it's me." In a conference room, Sun Yizhong hung up the phone and sighed softly. Indeed, this is the handiwork of old Xiao. Upon hearing his words, the three other elderly men in the room, all with white hair, exchanged grave glances. "No wonder we couldn't reach him. I suspected as much. Aside from us, only he possesses the capability to stir such upheaval domestically." Sun Yizhong shook his head. "This is not the time for such discussions. The Dongwon Kingdom must remain stable. We need to quell the unrest first." The other two elders nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us divide our efforts. Laoli, you head to summon forces to suppress the chaos, while the three of us will stretch our legs a bit. Once order is restored, Lao Zhao, you shall accompany me to apprehend that rascal Xiao Yuqing. How does that sound?" The irate elder nodded, gritting his teeth. "That sounds about right. I shall smash his brain to pieces. Has he gone mad?" The other two nodded, with one rising swiftly to leave. The other chuckled. "Well, it's about time for my old bones to get some exercise." Meanwhile, in Europa, atop the world tree, a green, worm-like core lifted its head, gazing towards the Dongwon kingdom. Humans are perpetually restless, regardless of the circumstances. It then closed its eyes. I entrust this to you, my other half. Chapter 154, An Unexpected Interruption. Within the Farn's forest, as the battle persisted, the number of fallen individuals and Pokémon continued to rise. On one side of the battlefield, Dragonite, having evaded an attack from the Flareon, hovered mid-air. Suddenly, the Flareon's arm glowed brightly before it leaped upwards to strike Dragonite. Ji-Yun did not turn to look, but shouted, Dragonite, hold firm. Then unleash your aura punch. As Ji-Yun's command echoed, Dragonite quickly raised a protective shield. Bang! The shield absorbed the Flareon's attack and rebounded it forcefully. With no leverage, the Flareon plummeted to the ground. Dragonite then swiftly retracted the shield, forming a fist aglow with brilliant orange light, and, with a flap of its wings, appeared beside the Flareon. In the next instant, with a resounding thud, Dragonite delivered a powerful punch to the Flareon's face. The force of the aura punch sent the Flareon hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with tremendous impact. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ground was cratered, sending debris flying. As the dust settled, the Flareon lay motionless at the bottom of the pit, eyes closed. Flareon. Upon witnessing this, Jin Chao's expression changed dramatically, and he gasped. However, Ji-Yun continued unperturbed, issuing commands. Pikachu now? Seizing Jin Chao's moment of distraction, Ji-Yun swiftly directed his Pokémon to launch an attack. Crack! The ground beneath the Thunder Beast shattered. In the next moment, Pikachu erupted from the earth, colliding fiercely with the Thunder Beast and sending it soaring into the air. Desert Dragonfly, Dragon Dive. Upon hearing Ji-Yun's command, the Desert Dragonfly became enveloped in a layer of purple dragon energy and darted towards the airborne Thunder Beast like a meteor. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the Desert Dragonfly collided violently with the Thunder Beast. Instantly, the Thunder Beast soared through the night sky, crashing into the woods over 100 meters away. Desert Dragonfly has reached LV 51. Pikachu has reached LV 49. Seeing the notifications before him, Ji-Yun exhaled in relief. With Dragonite having dispatched the Flareon, the Desert Dragonfly and Pikachu had also worked together to eliminate the Thunder Beast. Now only, Ji-Yun then turned his gaze towards the Rampardos locked in battle with Lucario, and the Nidoqueen being obstructed by Barter's Croconaw. As for Tauros, it had long been incapacitated by the super-evolved Lucario, who had been continuously firing aura spheres, even managing to level up. The two Pokémon before him were the ones Jun Chao had recently dispatched. The Nidoqueen was currently being impeded by the Croconaw. Consequently, after issuing a command for his Pokémon to encircle the foes, Ji-Yun's attention drifted towards Barter. In the distance, amidst a swirling sandstorm, Barter was still energetically engaged in battle. His combat style was exceedingly aggressive, and he himself joined the fray, launching ambushes within the tempest. Steelix, Hippowdon, Torkoal, Golett, and Baltoy. His Pokémon were generally around level 55, and none had fallen. He single-handedly withstood the onslaught of an entire team, seemingly dancing wildly within the sandstorm. Ji-Yun felt a surge of excitement. Whose subordinate is this? Such valor. At the same time, Jin Chao, witnessing his ace Flareon fall and the Thunder Beast sent flying, grew increasingly frantic, his face shifting through various shades of distress as he instinctively took a few steps back. Meanwhile, Meng Yuan, embroiled in battle nearby, mentally cursed him as worthless. Originally, their plan had entailed him stalling President Huakong, while Jin Chao swiftly dealt with that Aura Guardian and the gym leader from Wuxi. The others would eliminate the remaining security personnel as quickly as possible. Yet, Jin Chao had proven utterly inept. He had been thwarted by an Aura Guardian who had only recently debuted. This had left the Wuxi gym leader unmonitored, directly stalling their entire team. With this thought, Meng Yuan furrowed his brow. The situation was beginning to turn unfavorable for them. Had he known it would come to this, he would have taken the risk earlier to recruit a formidable hyena. Moments later, Ji-Yun refocused his attention and cast his gaze around the battlefield. At that moment, Jin Chao's violent devouring turtle and Nidoking had succumbed to the relentless assault of the Dragonite and its companions, which significantly eased Ji-Yun's burden. The tide of battle had shifted in their favor. All that remained was to assist President Hua in subduing Meng Yuan, and then eliminate the others. This skirmish would soon reach its conclusion. Now, Jin Chao unleashed a Fiero, seemingly poised to make a swift exit. Just then, a figure streaked across the night sky like a meteor, suddenly appearing above the battlefield and colliding fiercely with President Hua's Fiero. Boom! With a resounding crash, the Fiero was hurled into the woods, raising a cloud of dust. Who could it be? This unexpected turn of events elicited gasps of astonishment. Metagross. Looking up, Ji Yun beheld a giant Metagross descending from the heavens. Metagross. Level, LV89. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Clear Body. Gender, Genderless. Potential, Champion. Ji Yun's eyes widened at the sight of the Metagross. A champion-level Metagross. He quickly regained his composure, his expression darkening, the gravity of the situation settling in. This newcomer harbored ill intent. A champion-level adversary. He needed to contemplate an escape plan. Meanwhile, President was stared at the Metagross, equally astonished. Could this Metagross possibly belong to? As a chilling realization dawned upon him, President was countenance transformed in an instant. In the next moment, a flash of white light illuminated the battlefield, revealing a gaunt, silver-haired elder accompanied by a Gardevoir, standing not far from President Hua. Gardevoir. Level, LV89. Type, Psychic. Ability, Trace. Gender, Female. Potential, Champion. Gazing upon the Gardevoir, Ji Yun felt as though his heart had been struck, momentarily ceasing its rhythm, as an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, rendering him breathless. Damn, it seemed he might truly meet his end here today. Sensing his body tremble slightly, Ji Yun clenched his fists, forcing himself to regain his composure.